distance himself from her. The two people couldn't make their relationship public because of the huge difference in their social status and background. Li Shua had to consider not only himself, but also that his father and younger siblings should not be implicated by his relationship. Li Shua's current background and origins will certainly be used by some people to make a big fuss. The Bai family can control domestic public opinion, but not internationally. If even one or two extreme fans bypass the Great Firewall and see information about her and Li Shua, it could pose a threat to Li Shua's family. Moreover, accessing foreign websites via VPN is now as easy as eating and drinking for most netizens. Li Shua was already under immense pressure maintaining his relationship with her. If she were to also reveal her identity as the eldest daughter of the Bai family, Li Shua's pressure will only increase. Therefore, Li Shua remained rational throughout the relationship, and it was mostly she who took the initiative to get closer to him. She confessed that Li Shua might not divorce her immediately, but the two would definitely continue to live separately. When people are separated for a long time, even the little affection they have left fades away. Bai Qining would never give Li Shua such an opportunity. She thought for a while before saying to Hua Wan, "I can confront you, but the time and place cannot be in Luqing or Siyu Island." Hua Wan asked, puzzled, why? Li Shua can keep his distance from me at any time here. We don't even live in the same room, so I can't do anything about it. Luqing and I were already separated, and our relationship has only recently improved. If I were to be honest, he would definitely continue to be separated from me, or even keep a greater distance from me. Bai Qining analyzed the situation calmly. Even if I have to be honest, I will bring him to my territory and not give him the chance to go back to his parents' home or leave me at the slightest disagreement. Hua Wan's eyes widened. Ning, you're not going to pull that house arrest trick again, are you? I could never do something like that again, Bai Qining immediately denied. She almost drove her husband away last time because of this tactic, and she would never do it again. Having spent so much time with Li Shua, she already understands his temperament. They only respond to gentle persuasion, not force. The last time they were to separate because she had concealed her identity and was under house arrest, her grandfather came over, and Li Shua immediately cooperated by living together with her. Only after the old man left did they separate, and he went back to live with her. Whenever elders of the Bai family were present, Li Shua would cooperate and not easily leave with a bad attitude, demonstrating excellent manners. So this time, Bai Qining decided to take Li Shua back to their Bai family's territory for the showdown. She took Li Shua directly to her family's manor to meet her parents and grandfather, and told him her true identity. Given Li Shua's behavior, he shouldn't just turn cold and leave her there. Even if they don't put her under house arrest, Li Shua won't leave her the moment he learns the truth. I will at least spend some time with her in Kyoto and with her elders. Wan, this is what I think. Li Shua responds better to gentle persuasion than force. Bai Qining spent a few minutes telling Hua Wan her thoughts. After listening to her explanation, Hua Wan's eyes widened, and she blinked several times before concluding, I understand. Ning, this time you're not using force to coerce me. You're using moral coercion. Bai Qining. Li Shua, completely unaware of all this. Bai Qining's method is not appropriate. But Hua Wan, being single, couldn't think of any better solutions. Even if we take a step back and assume the worst, it's easy for a proud girl like Bai Qining to try to persuade Li Shua to stay by herself, which could backfire and lead to another house arrest if things go wrong. If the elders of the Bai family were present, both of them would restrain themselves and not make things too embarrassing. Especially Bai Qining's mother, Xie Jingji, seems to really like Li Shua as her son-in-law. She would never allow Bai Qining to have a chance to bully Li Shua, and she must be busy trying to bring them together. This idea does work. Let's do it your way. I'll check your schedule tomorrow and adjust it as needed, once your drama wraps up or your upcoming events are postponed, to give you both time to return to Kyoto, Hua Wan said. With things finally looking up regarding their identities, Bai Qining relaxed a bit. She then discussed some specific details with Hua Wan before the two sisters lay down to rest. Li Shua, who knew nothing of all this, had long since drifted off to sleep. The next day, Bai Qining and Li Shua went to the film crew one after the other. Li Shua was pondering whether to find an opportunity to talk to Bai Qining and ease the tension between them when he suddenly received a message from Bai Qining on his phone. She told him that once she finished filming her current drama, she would go back to Xiamen for a week. After she finished her current events and programs, the two of them would go back to Kyoto together to visit her parents and grandfather. Li Shua was curious about what his mother-in-law and Bai Qining were hiding from him. Moreover, having been married to Bai Qining for so long, as her husband, he should indeed visit his wife's family home. So he agreed without much hesitation. Perhaps once he goes to Kyoto, he will be able to better understand Bai Qining's family and situation. The two of them had a fake marriage before, and he didn't really know much about Bai Qining's family background. Once I get there, I'll definitely take the time to learn more about it. Now that his career is developing, he has hope of catching up with Bai Qining and can seriously consider their relationship. The two made an agreement. Li Shua didn't rush to investigate Bai Qining's background. Of all the people he knew, only Li Che and Yi Xian were relatively familiar with Bai Qining. Li Che seems to be just a friend of Yi Xian's, helping him pursue Bai Muge. It seems she's encountered some trouble lately, so Li Shua shouldn't bother her. Yi Xian was even less of a concern. He was in a bad mood lately, and was also wary of Bai Qining, so he didn't dare to say much. He couldn't get any information out of him in a short time. Now all we have to do is wait to go to Kyoto with Bai Qining to meet her parents and grandfather, and keep an eye on things. Then, the days that followed, the couple were both busy with their own filming work. Everyone on the crew is in great spirits. Filming is progressing smoothly, and time is flying by. Today, it was the 47th day of filming for the entire crew on Siu Island. The TV series Fatal Game, which was originally planned to have only 9 episodes, officially wrapped up filming today. In the evening, the entire crew went to Suho restaurant for a wrap party. They ate from 6:30 to past 9 o'clock, and everyone was still in high spirits, sipping fruit wine and chatting together. But what was unexpected was, Li Shua and Hua Wan didn't keep an eye on Bai Qining for a moment, and she drank a few glasses of fruit wine. Chapter 276 Hua Wan. Li Shua made Qining cry. Inside a private dining room in the restaurant, the group of people at the table were still chatting. Sitting next to Li Shua were the famous star Bai Muge and Zhong Yuliang, who was so drunk he was almost passed out. Beside Li Shua, the girl's fair and beautiful face was also tinged with intoxication. She rested her chin on her delicate hand, her long, slightly curled hair loosely spread out. Her eyes were hazy and innocent, and her languid expression was endearing. Her other hand, placed under the table, was boldly playing with Li Shua's fingers. There were many young men and crew members sitting at the dinner table. The boys drank some alcohol, which emboldened them. My eyes can't help but look at Bai Muge, who is as beautiful as a stunning painting. They even thought the same thing without prior arrangement. What kind of man could possibly become the boyfriend of this angelic girl? He could embrace her without restraint, holding the dream in the hearts of 3.5 billion men. Li Shua was now feeling flustered by this girl. Their relationship was already sensitive, and this girl was secretly playing with his hand in front of so many people. He glanced at Bai Qining several times when no one was looking, trying to get her to behave herself. Every time he looked over, he was met with the girl's hazy, affectionate eyes, as if she were flirting with him. She doesn't seem to be in a good mood today either. Have no choice. He could only let her play as she pleased. Compared to Li Shua, Hua Wan, who was sitting on Bai Qining's other side, spent most of the meal in fear. She had been keeping an eye on Bai Qining and had long since noticed the little tricks the couple played. Fortunately, most of the people at the table had drunk quite a bit and wouldn't notice these details. But it's better to be safe than sorry. Bai Qining is now drinking alcohol, and Hua Wan is feeling uncertain. She was afraid that Bai Qining might suddenly do something even bolder, and even though everyone had been drinking, they would all be able to tell that there was something fishy going on between the two of them. After Hua Wan stood up and toasted everyone except Li Shua and Bai Qining, she sat back down, hugged Bai Qining tightly, and subtly pulled her hand away from Li Shua's. She then smiled and said to everyone, "Everyone, Mu Gu is a little drunk. I'll take her home first." Bai Qining was pulled to her feet by Hua Wan and immediately turned to look at Li Shua. Hua Wan was afraid that the girl might say something she shouldn't, so she immediately pulled her away. Li Shua, sitting in the dining chair, was also relieved to have had a false alarm. However, it's also clear that Bai Qining wasn't too drunk today. Otherwise, she wouldn't just be secretly playing with his hands. After Bai Qining and Huawan left, Li Shua stayed for another half an hour before saying goodbye to everyone. The Suha restaurant is not far from his hotel, and he still walked back today. A person walking is obviously much faster. In about 10 minutes, he arrived near the hotel. Just as he was passing by the alley entrance, he suddenly felt a familiar touch on his wrist, followed by a force that caught him off guard and pulled him into the alley. By the time Li Shuo realized what was happening, the person had already been dragged into the alley. The person who brought him in was none other than Bai Qining, who loves cats. Huawan, acting as a temporary third wheel, tactfully nodded to him. This girl insists on waiting for you to come and stay with you for a while. You two chat. I'll go to the street to buy some things and come back to pick her up later. After Huawan finished speaking, she walked away quickly without waiting for Li Shua's response. She wasn't there when she was being abused. Li Shua. After Huawan left, the scene fell into a brief silence. Finally, Li Shua spoke first. I didn't know you would be waiting for me here. If he had known, he would have come sooner. Bai Qining wasn't in a good mood today. Upon hearing this, she didn't say anything, but simply reached out and hugged Li Shua tightly. She's going back to Luqing tomorrow, and in 7 or 8 days, she'll take Li Shua back to Kyoto to confront him. Bai Qining was very uneasy. She couldn't accurately judge Li Shua's reaction or whether he would leave her. The closer the day of the showdown got, the more nervous she became, and the more she wanted to stick to Li Shua. At the wrap party today, Li Shua noticed that Bai Qining was not in a good mood, but he didn't dare to ask her about it. He reached out and put his arm around the girl's slender waist, gently stroking her back with the other hand, and asked her softly, "Why are you unhappy today?" When Li Shua asked, Bai Qining slowly tilted her head back from his embrace, her long eyelashes framing her deep gaze as she looked at him. After a long while, she murmured, "Because you're unhappy." The girl in his arms had red lips and white teeth, as beautiful as a flower hidden in water, and her eyes were hazy with intoxication, like a kitten longing for comfort. Li Shua couldn't help but reach out and stroke her delicate face, asking softly, "What did I do wrong again?" Bai Qining rubbed her cheek against his palm without answering. There's simply no way to answer that. The delicate and smooth touch on his palm made Li Shua slightly stunned. Bai Qining's current appearance made it difficult for him to resist thinking calmly. This is exactly the effect Bai Qining wanted. She looked up and took in Li Shua's emotional state as she looked at her. She placed her delicate hands on his shoulders and stood on tiptoe. Unsure when Li Shua would leave her, she didn't want to miss any opportunity to be close to him. She brought her rosy lips close to Li Shua's. "I want to kiss you." Bai Qining had only spoken halfway when Li Shua, who had already been successfully aroused, lowered his head, shutting her up and fulfilling her request. At the same time, he pulled the person in his arms around, turned them around, and pressed her against the wall, deepening the kiss. He's a man. How could he let his wife pin him against the wall and kiss him every time? The two stayed in the alley for quite a while. When Huawan returned, Bai Qining's eyes were wet, as if she had been crying. But the atmosphere between the two seemed much more harmonious than before she left. Single woman Huawan was completely baffled. After saying goodbye to Li Shua and leaving for the hotel entrance, Huawan couldn't help but whisper to Bai Qining, "Ningning, did Li Shua bully you just now? You seemed to be crying when I came over. Did he bully you? If so, I'll go beat him up." When Huawan asked the question, Bai Qining's face visibly flushed. She immediately quickened her pace. "No." Huawan watched her friends walk away with blushing faces, looking completely bewildered. What exactly happened between these two? She somewhat regretted not staying behind to observe secretly. Li Shua stayed alone in the alley for a while, estimating that Bai Qining should have already returned to her hotel room before leaving. Although he had a great time just now, it was obvious that Bai Qining had something on her mind lately, but she was unwilling to talk to him about it. The two had limited time together and couldn't get any further information out of each other. He can only go back to Shaman and ask properly when he has the chance. The night passed peacefully. The next morning, Bai Qining and her team set off for Shaman, officially concluding the filming of Siyu Island. Li Shua traveled with the film crew this time, since the crew now had a dedicated team to take them back to Luqing, and it wouldn't be right to hitch a ride with Bai Qining again. On the way back, Director Su Haosan was all smiles. Not only was he happy that filming was over, but he was also looking forward to the fact that Ning Buji, the producer of the background music for the later editing of the TV series, would come and provide guidance. On the film crew's bus to and from Xiamen, Su Haosan smiled and said to Li Shuo, I really didn't expect that such a cold and aloof producer as Ning Buji would actually be invited by Miss Bai Muge. I'll talk to him about it later and see if he can write a theme song for our loop bus. The post-production of the circular bus is now complete. All that's missing is a theme song. Upon hearing this, Li Shuo glanced at Su Haosan with a complicated expression. He wanted to tell him that he was Ning Buji, but there were too many people on the bus. If he were to say it out loud, everyone on the bus would gather around, and some people might not believe him, so he would have to work hard to explain and prove himself. I'll talk to Su Haosan separately when I go to the Noon Sunshine post-production team. In the end, Li Shuo just smiled and said, I wish Director Su all the best. Su Haosan grinned. Thank you for Li Shuo's kind words. Despite saying that, Su Haosan was still unsure. Ning didn't know that he came here to give Bai Muge face. He and Ning Buji had never even met. If he were to ask them to write a theme song for his looped bus, they might not be willing. In particular, the circular bus initially rejected Bai Muge's application to participate in the television program. It's tough. Chapter 277, Getting into Bed. Xiamen at the end of October. The sun shines generously, and the wind is gentle, and the clouds are light. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the Noon Sunshine film crew's car stopped at the entrance of Tangyuan Community. By this time, most of the people had gotten off the bus. After walking to the car door, Li Shuo finally said, Thank you, driver, to the driver, which he had been mentally preparing for, before getting out of the car. Then he nodded to everyone and stepped out of the car. The bus started and drove away, and Li Shuo also arrived at the entrance of the community and walked through the gate. I took out my phone and checked the time. It was already 4:30 p.m. Bai Qining sent a message an hour ago, saying that she had gone straight back to the company and needed to shoot an advertisement ahead of schedule today. They're probably making time to go to Kyoto. Of course, Li Shuo couldn't just sit idle either. Yesterday, I received a notification from Li Xie that in Zaheo is participating in a rap competition jointly organized by domestic and international organizations. He has made it to the finals, and the final night is in a few days. Please ask him to help create a rap song. After settling back in, he will start writing songs. I also need to make time for the next few days to go to Kyoto and save up about 70,000 to 80,000 words of manuscript. With only a few bags and a laptop, Li Shuo returned to his small home with Bai Qining. In fact, to avoid the risk of exposure from the two of them, he should have gone back to his own home this time. But recently, not only has his relationship with Bai Qining deepened, but De Yuanzi is also still at their little home. Li Shuo missed the little guy very much after not seeing him for so long. I might as well go back to my family home first. When Li Shuo returned home, De Yuanzi, as always, excitedly snuggled into his arms whenever it saw its owner. In the living room, Li Shuo sat on the sofa, looking thoughtfully at De Yuanzi in his arms, who kept letting him pat her head as if she wanted to make up for the pats she owed her these past few days. Actually, this little guy is quite pitiful. Previously, Bai Qining was busy outside most of the time and didn't have time to spend with it. Now he has more things to do and less time to spend with it. Li Shuo began to wonder if he should find some time to discuss with Bai Qining about getting another cat to keep De Yuanzi company. He only thought about it for a while. After all, Bai Qining wasn't here, and this was her house. Whether or not to keep another cat would definitely require her consent. After spending some time in the living room, Li Shuo took his computer to the study and began writing songs for Zaheo. Since it's rap and you want to win the championship, you have to produce a high-quality song. In the original world, besides the well-known Compendium of Materia Medica, Jay Cho also had a very classic rap song, In the Name of the Father. Even in a world brimming with entertainment, this song was broadcast live simultaneously on over 50 radio stations across Asia on its release day, generating 800 million listens, making its influence unprecedented and unparalleled. The heights it reached were unmatched by any other music or artist in the music industry until Li Shuo's time travel. If this song is used in the final, The championship title in this rap competition is practically guaranteed. Only a homebody like Li Shua, a die-hard J-Cho fan, could copy down the lyrics of this song and know them by heart. However, although he remembered the lyrics, he needed to reorganize and adjust the melody based on the melody in his mind. This is rather troublesome. Then, Li Shua sat in front of the computer for more than half an hour, except for dinner, and stayed there until 2 a.m. before finally composing satisfactory lyrics and melody. After listening to the melody and rhythm once and confirming that there were no problems, Li Shua combined the lyrics and music into an email and sent it to Nzaheo's inbox. He doesn't have the habit of staying up late, but now his eyes are almost too heavy to keep open. She forced herself to go to the bathroom, took a quick shower, and went to bed. She glanced at the time and sent Bai Qining a WeChat message asking why she hadn't gotten off work yet. He closed his eyes before he could wait for the other person to reply to his message. He was so tired. I don't know how much time has passed. Li Shua vaguely felt something crawl into the blanket. Feeling dizzy and wanting to sleep, I thought it was just the UNZ and didn't pay much attention. I drifted off to sleep after a short while. Bai Qining had just finished showering, and her long hair was still a little damp from being dried. She lay next to Li Shua for a while before silently moving her body under the covers, wrapping her arms around his back, and pressing herself close to him. A slight flush rose on her beautiful face. She felt both shy and immensely satisfied. She pressed her face against the back of her husband's neck and fell asleep listening to his soft, even breathing. I wonder if, after confessing to Li Shua, she will still have the chance to share a bed with him again. Both of them were exhausted by the end of the day. The next day, Li Shua overslept, which was unusual for him. When I woke up, besides the big dumpling nestled on my head, I was also holding a soft, fragrant person in my arms. He quietly withdrew his hand, slowly sat up, and turned to look at her. Bai Qining is still sleeping soundly, probably because she was too tired yesterday. Her long, smooth hair spread out like clouds, but even in her deep sleep, the mist between her brows and eyes remained, as if she were having a less than pleasant dream. His gaze swept over her butterfly-like eyelashes, her unadorned lips, and finally settled on her bare, swan-like neck, causing his breath to catch in his throat. Her lines were exquisite, her skin as white as milk, as if some kind of magic was beckoning him to lean closer and do something. Li Shua was indeed tempted, but then he thought that doing something would definitely wake people up, so he gave up the idea. As long as Bai Qining doesn't offer herself up, he can still control his behavior. His Dao heart is steadfast. He stared at the stunningly beautiful sleeping face for a while, then looked away and got out of bed to make breakfast. Bai Qining slept for a very long time. It was also very tiring. I slept until almost 10 a.m., and in my dream I confessed to Li Shua, and then spent the whole night chasing him. Now I can't quite distinguish between reality and dreams. The moment she woke up, she jumped out of bed and left the bedroom. She only breathed a sigh of relief when she arrived at the restaurant and saw Li Shua carrying food from the kitchen, greeting her with a smile. "You're awake. Go get ready and come eat." Li Shua placed the steaming hot vegetable and lean meat porridge on the table and said to her. As soon as she finished speaking, the girl took a few long strides to him, opened her soft, slender arms, and hugged him affectionately. As her soft, fragrant body nestled in his arms, Li Shua's lips unconsciously curved into a smile. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist, pulling her closer, and looked down at her, asking softly, "What's wrong?" No matter the time, Bai Qining's face is always captivating. They weren't very familiar with each other before, so he rarely looked at her directly like that. Now I'm getting more and more addicted to watching her. No wonder she has such a keen eye for casting, and she's become the dream girl of 3.5 billion men. Bai Qining adored the Li Shua who was now naturally close to her, a stark contrast to the one in her dreams. Overjoyed, she buried her face in Li Shua's arms, snuggling close to him and listening to his strong, rhythmic heartbeat, feeling exceptionally at ease and comfortable. She said, "I need to hug you for a while before I wash up and have breakfast." Li Shua smiled and said, "That's fine. The porridge is still a little hot right now, so it'll be just right to eat it later." Chapter 278 Imported Pears. This morning, Li Shua cooked porridge that was clearly salty, but Bai Qining tasted sweetness in it. After breakfast, Bai Qining was about to go to the company. Since they both slept late the night before, she took Li Shua to a newly opened coffee shop nearby before heading to the company. They packed up coffee to take home and keep themselves alert. Upon arriving at the coffee shop, Li Shua discovered that the owner seemed to be an old acquaintance of Bai Qining. As soon as Li Shua and Bai Qining entered the shop, she recognized Bai Qining at a glance and invited them to sit down. The proprietress was very beautiful, probably around 27 or 28 years old, with a gentle and quiet demeanor. It was just a pity that one of her legs seemed to be a little weak, and she walked with a limp. Bai Qining gave the two a brief introduction. Su Hanyun realized that Li Shua was her husband. After a brief moment of surprise, she immediately smiled and greeted him. Li Shua was a little reserved when he met Bai Qining's sister other than Hua Wan for the first time, but he still greeted her naturally, and the two became acquainted. After chatting for a while, Su Hanyun followed up the conversation and suddenly asked Bai Qining, "By the way, Ningning, your brother's baby should be almost a year old by now, right?" Su Hanyun asked in a nonchalant tone, as if it were just an ordinary greeting, and even had a faint smile on her face. Bai Qining's expression stiffened for a moment before she replied, "He's almost a year old. In about 10 days, it will be Hao Hao's birthday." Upon hearing this, Su Hanyun still had a smile on her face. She told the two to wait a moment, then went to get a red gift box and handed it to Bai Qining. Inside was an exquisite little gold lock with the beautiful blessings smart, happy, and healthy growth written on both sides. "I am Hao Hao's aunt after all, so please take this to Hao Hao for me. Don't tell your brother and the others that I gave it to him," Su Hanyun said with a smile. Li Shua wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt that although Bai Qining, this gentle older sister, was smiling, she wasn't actually happy. Bai Qining closed the gift box, gave Su Hanyun a meaningful look, and nodded without saying anything more. The couple had other things to do, so they didn't stay in the coffee shop for long and left with the takeaway coffee. Bai Qining drove Li Shua back to his apartment complex. Li Shua had some doubts about Su Hanyun, but he didn't want to pry into her private affairs with Bai Qining, so he didn't ask. As the car pulled up at the entrance of the residential area, Li Shua unbuckled his seatbelt and prepared to get out. Bai Qining handed him a coffee and said, "Sister Hanyun is actually my older brother's ex-girlfriend. She's a very nice person, but things between the two of them are a bit complicated. When we get to Kyoto, don't mention her in front of my brother and sister-in-law." Bai Qining has decided to start integrating Li Shua into her social circle. Coincidentally, her ex-sister-in-law opened a coffee shop nearby, so today she's going to buy coffee and introduce Li Shua to her. Li Shua was stunned for a moment before realizing what had happened and took the coffee bag from Bai Qining. "Okay, I understand." After getting out of the car, he watched his wife's car drive away before turning back to his residential compound. She didn't dwell on her brother-in-law's matter for too long. Not long after returning home, Li Shua received a nearly 300-word thank you essay from Nzaheo. 3/10 of the essay was about his amazement at the song Nzaheo had written for him the day before. 3/10 was about his gratitude, and the remaining 3/10 was about his regret for not recognizing Li Shua's talent back then. Li Shua was about to start typing when he glanced at the content and replied with a grinning emoji. After taking a couple of sips of coffee, he began writing and saving up his drafts. The deadly game has long since ended. Only Do D is still being updated. After he goes to Kyoto with Bai Qining to meet his parents and finishes the post-production of Fatal Game, he will then prepare for his new short story. The next few days, the couple were both busy with their own things, preparing for their trip to Kyoto. Li Shua was busy saving up drafts, and Bai Qining was busy filming programs and making appearances. Both were extremely busy. Bai Qining, in particular, was busy until late at night almost every day before coming home and then snuggling into Li Shua's bed to sleep with him. The two could only have brief moments of intimacy when they went to bed. Li Shua was asleep most of the time. Busy times always fly by. Today, it was the final night of the new era hip-hop rap competition. As a fan of Ning Buji, and with her departure for Kyoto the next day, Bai Qining finished all her tasks before dinner and finally welcomed a short holiday. Besides watching what kind of amazing moves Nzaheo and Ning will pull out in the new era of hip-hop, Bai Qining also wants to take advantage of the precious time together and spend more time with Li Shua in their little home. Otherwise, once she goes to Kyoto and Li Shua learns of her identity, those times might never come again. It's 7:30 p.m. The family of three had already finished dinner. Bai Qining had already taken a shower and was wearing a dark blue loungewear set. She sat on the living room sofa early, turned on the TV, and watched the live broadcast of today's match. There are still more than 20 minutes until the live broadcast of the match begins. Li Shua brought a plate of freshly cut fruit from the kitchen to the living room, placed it on the coffee table in front of the girl, and sat down next to her. Eat something. As soon as Li Shua spoke, the girl beside him naturally moved closer to his arms. Recently, although the two have been apart for long periods of time, Li Shua has clearly felt that Bai Qining seems to be even more attached to him than before. As she drew closer, he reached out and put his arm around her waist, pulling her closer, and continued, "Have some fruit." Bai Qining nestled close to her husband's broad, warm embrace, turned her head to look up at him, and said in a domineering yet slightly coquettish tone, "I've been too busy lately, and my hands are too weak to hold on. You feed me." Upon hearing this, Li Shua looked down at her for a moment, and finally chose to compromise. He smiled helplessly, reached into the fruit plate, stuck a slice of pear in it, and put it in front of her mouth. Bai Qining was just joking, but she didn't expect Li Shua to actually feed her. When the pear slices were brought close, she paused for a moment, then immediately opened her small mouth and ate them. The girl's fair and flawless face had a faint blush, and her slightly moving lips were as delicate and alluring as flower petals. This was the first time Bai Qining had ever eaten such a sweet pear. Li Shua stared at her in a daze, thinking to himself that it must be very sweet. After swallowing a piece of pear, Li Shua handed Bai Qining a second piece. She tilted her head back and carefully scanned her husband's handsome and gentle face. She obediently opened her mouth, put the pear in her mouth, and then suddenly leaned close to Li Shua and kissed him on the cheek. Li Shua's heart trembled, and his eyes instantly darkened. Before the girl could sit back down, his large hand wrapped around her waist and pulled her close to his chest. His gaze lingered on her luscious lips for a moment before he lowered his head and kissed them. It really is very sweet. Until, after a long while, Bai, with tears in his eyes, still couldn't resist playing a prank and put the piece of pear he hadn't had time to chew into Li Shua's mouth. Li Shua, "Okay, too want to watch the game." Bai Qining felt guilty and uneasy under Li Shua's gaze, so she reached out to try to push him away. However, with her body so weak now, she was no match for Li Shua. Li Shua easily pulled her back into his arms, pinched her fair chin, and forcefully fed the imported pear back to the person in his arms. Bai Qining, hateful, but it seems. It's even sweeter now. Chapter 279 Bai Qining, I like him. Why aren't you jealous? The two were playfully fighting on the sofa until the competition on TV officially started, at which point they gradually quieted down. Bai Qining leaned against Li Shua's chest, her beautiful eyes fixed on the TV, but her mind was still on the imported pear that Li Shua had fed her earlier. Logically speaking, what I just did should have been very inappropriate. But what's outrageous is that she actually wanted more. When Li Shua fed her the pear, it tasted sweeter than any pear she had ever eaten before. She likes it so much. But at the same time, Bai Qining felt that her current thoughts were too outrageous and perverse. The girl's cheeks were flushed with the absurd thoughts that had been running through her mind. She was also afraid that Li Shua would notice her abnormality and see through her thoughts, which she found quite perverted. She leaned against Li Shua's chest, pretending to be intently watching TV, but feeling guilty and afraid to interact with him. Li Shua assumed Bai Qining was just staring too intently, so he put his arm around her, pressed his cheek against her head, and smelled the delicate fragrance of her hair. He is enjoying the moment. Although he wasn't particularly interested in the competition, he quietly watched it with his wife. After watching for a while, Li Shua realized from the atmosphere at the competition that today's competition seemed to be somewhat unfavorable to Inzaheo. This rap competition has rappers from all over the world participating. There are 3 contestants in tonight's final. They are Park Jae-joon from South Korea, Joseph from Surrey, USA, and An Ja-ho. judging from the atmosphere and judges' scores in the first 2 rounds of the competition. And Ziheo's popularity is far less than that of Joseph, the favorite to win the championship. In the first round of the 3-2 competition, during the medley competition, Ziheo advanced by a large margin over the South Korean contestants without any pressure, but he was also far ahead of Joseph, who had the highest score. For Ziheo, winning the championship in the upcoming 2-person competition was an almost impossible task. The atmosphere of the competition became increasingly tense, and even Bai Qining unconsciously became nervous, her delicate eyebrows furrowing slightly. Her interest in rap songs began with 197653, which Ning Buji wrote for Ziheo. However, she can only appreciate the rap songs written by Ning Buji. Bai Qining doesn't really appreciate other rap songs, whether domestic or international. Even though Bai Qining also felt that Joseph's rapping didn't quite resonate with her emotions, the emotional response from the audience and the fact that the judges excitedly gave him high scores in the 3-2 competition made it easy for her to see that Joseph was the favorite to win tonight. After the qualifying rounds ended and both sides took a short break, the production team naturally arranged for Joseph, the favorite to win, to make a grand finale appearance. In the championship match between the two, Ziheo was the first to take the stage. This arrangement alone is enough to show that Ziheo is probably out of the running for the championship today. Bai Qining stared intently at the television, her expression grave. Li Shuan noticed Bai Qining's nervousness and gently stroked her slender waist, asking, "Afraid that Ziheo will lose?" Bai Qining leaned on his shoulder and stubbornly shook her head, saying, "I'm not afraid." Ziheo's song was written by Ning Buji. Songs written by Ning Buji will definitely win the championship. Li Shua couldn't help but laugh. "You really like Ning Buji." Bai Qining nodded subconsciously, then realized that Li Shua might misunderstand and be unhappy, so she immediately corrected him. "I just appreciate his songs." Li Shua noticed Bai Qining's intention, smiled again, and said, "Even if you like him as a person, I don't mind." Bai Qining turned her head and saw that Li Shua was genuinely smiling and not unhappy at all, and her heart inexplicably felt a tightness in her chest. If the girl he likes another man, shouldn't he be jealous? Why is he smiling so happily? "Why don't you mind?" she asked. Li Shua looked back at the person in his arms and said meaningfully, "I mind if you like other women, but if you don't know, then so be it." Bai Qining was initially a little angry that Li Shua didn't mind her liking other men, but after hearing what Li Shua said, her face became slightly confused. Not knowing whether she should stay angry, she turned her head away and continued watching TV, ignoring Li Shua for the time being. The competition venue. Ziheo has already stepped onto the stage. The host then announced the song Ziheo would be performing, "In the Name of the Father." The audience and the live stream were mostly Joseph's loyal fans. Only a small group of Ziheo's fans were cheering with forced smiles, and some of them had even started to shed tears. They already sensed that their idol was unlikely to win the championship today, even if Ning didn't know it was a song he wrote himself. He has little chance of winning against his opponent, Joseph. On the judges' panel, several judges waited quietly for Ziheo to start singing, except for one of the judges, Karen, who was quite famous in the United States, and whose expression was somewhat bored. This is Ziheo's former idol. Today, he finally has the opportunity to stand in front of his former idol, but the other party is not very interested in his performance. Fortunately, Ziheo had already changed his idol to Li Shua, otherwise he would really be a little sad now. The pre-existing somber atmosphere did not affect his determination to win the championship, because today's song was a trump card written for him by Li Shua himself. On stage, Ziheo closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and calmed himself down. He gestured to the staff on site. The next moment, the accompaniment began. The stage lights then dimmed. The violin melody begins to play. The cello and oboe create a polyphonic effect. Padre Nostro in Italiano. Padre Nostro. This is a prayer to Almighty God. The oppressive melody slowly drifted in, accompanied by Ziheo's subdued and low prayers on stage, like a movie curtain being slowly drawn back. It's eerie, mysterious, and bizarre, sending chills down your spine. The atmosphere was built up by the pipe organ, double bass, and timpani. As the soprano entered the stage, everyone in the audience tensed up instantly and looked up at Nzaheo in the center of the stage. Even Karen, who was bored out of her mind, sat up straight at this moment. God, is the intro to this song an Italian prayer? The judges on the panel were also full of surprise, some of them hardly believing their ears. This is the first time I've ever heard an intro like this. What's the song called again? In the name of the Father, that sounds interesting. Is this really a piece written by Ningbuji? The prelude, lasting over a minute, heightened the emotions and oppressive atmosphere of everyone present, making it difficult to even breathe in the darkness. Just then, the accompaniment to the song suddenly changed. The next second, ja, ja, ah, 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 ah. The four soprano voices suddenly pierced through the eardrums of everyone in the audience, carrying a chill that struck their brains. Everyone was shocked at that moment, and some even broke out in a cold sweat. Holy crap! What song is this? This is a song written by Ningbuji? Are you trying to make us cry in a different way today? To scare us to tears? But I have to say, the intro is awesome. It's the first time I've ever listened to a song so well that I got sweaty. Chapter 280, I Won't Abandon You. In front of the television, Bai Qining was so startled by the song that her palms sweated and her heart raced, yet she seemed to be drawn in by some kind of magic, wanting to keep listening. She leaned against Li Shua, listening intently. Li Shua was also listening quietly. Being able to share his idol's songs with people in this world gave him an indescribable feeling of joy. At this time, all the judges sat up straight, like devout believers, listening intently to this song that made them want to kneel down just from the intro, including Karen. They now clearly realized that none of the judges on stage could compose music based on the current prelude, including himself. At this time, the intro has ended. On stage, Nzaheo began his song with a languid voice. The cool morning dew dampened his black tuxedo, the stone path was shrouded in mist, and the father whispered in hushed tones. A helpless realization can only lead to greater cruelty. Everything is for the sake of the path to the sanctuary. The explosive intro, the eerie and catchy lyrics, and the opening soprano vocals all blend together. Ah, 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 ah. The whole song is sophisticated yet terrifying, gorgeous yet dark. Many people are starting to tremble again, both physically and mentally. Merciful Father, I have fallen into a kingdom where sin is unseen. Forgive my arrogance, etched with loneliness. Merciful Father, I have fallen into a kingdom where sin is invisible. Please forgive my arrogance. No one to talk to, no one to confide in. It's so hard to bear. Behind the glory lies a deep loneliness. The entire venue and the live broadcast room were silent, with only the singing echoing through the air. This song is called In the Name of the Father. The live broadcast and the audience and netizens in front of various electronic screens were greatly shocked, once again refreshing everyone's stereotypes about rap and pop music, creating a unique new Chinese style of rap. By layering rap with vocals, he transforms rap into a unique and refreshing style that constantly delights listeners. Several gunshots rang out. The song is coming to an end. The long corridor leading to the hall also bears an indescribable air of vicissitude. There was no noise, only tranquility surrounding me, and I slowly drifted off to sleep as dawn broke. The song ended with Nzaheo's final spoken words. After a brief silence, the entire venue and the audience and netizens watching on screen instantly erupted in excitement. Almost all the audience members stood up from their seats and burst into unprecedentedly enthusiastic applause. This is the first time I've heard a song like this. It's absolutely hot. You don't even know Nzaheo's YYDS. Every time I listen to Ningbuji's songs, it's a new experience. I love this dark style of rap. Honestly, based on this song alone, I now feel that Joseph is no longer qualified to compete with Nzaheo for the championship. This song is not the ceiling of rap I have ever heard. This song is on another level. Yes, this song completely crushes Joseph. There's no comparison whatsoever. The judges on the panel all had their eyes shining as they looked at Nzaheo on stage. It's time for the scoring stage. Karen gave Nzaheo the highest score she had ever given as a judge, a score she genuinely appreciated. which brought the atmosphere inside and outside the venue to another climax. After the scoring was finished, Karen even sincerely held the microphone and said to Nziheo, you sang very well. I would also like to meet the teacher who composed this song. You don't know, I love his rap songs so much. Is he here? Can you introduce me to him? Karen's question once again drew enthusiastic cheers from the audience. My God, Ning Buji is the first Chinese lyricist and composer to be called teacher by Karen and still want to meet her. Karen is a world-renowned rapper, and this is the first time I've seen someone so eager to get to know and appreciate a musician like him. I also want to meet Ning Buji, the man whose talent even Karen wanted to get to know. In the living room, Bai Qining had just enjoyed an auditory feast and was still in awe when she heard Karen want to get to know Ning Buji, which piqued her great interest. She was just so curious. What kind of musical genius could write such dark and shocking rap songs? Is he currently at the scene? Will you show your face today? Bai Qining nestled in her husband's arms, her long eyelashes fluttering gently as she stared intently at the television screen, filled with curiosity. Karen, who desperately wanted to meet her music teacher Ning Buji, was not particularly interested in meeting him. He was now more focused on his wife, who was completely absorbed in watching TV. His large hand moved up from her waist to her soft face, his fingertips gently caressing her cheeks. It's very tender and smooth. It feels great in the hand. Bai Qining noticed Li Shua's actions and obediently pressed her face against his palm, enjoying her husband's intimacy while also keeping an eye on the live broadcast. Unfortunately, in the live stream, Nziheo sincerely and excitedly thanked Ning Buji for a long speech, but regretfully revealed that Ning Buji was not present. Regarding Karen's invitation to meet, he said he needed to ask Ning Buji's opinion first. Therefore, it is impossible to reveal the story of this musical genius today, which is a great pity for many, including Bai Qining. She couldn't help but complain to Li Shua. Do you think Ning doesn't know if it's because she's insecure about her appearance, or that she's ugly, that she's afraid to appear on screen? Li Shua. He stared at Bai Qining for a while, then asked instead of answering. So what do you think of my looks? Bai Qining's beautiful eyes swept over his handsome face. Then she nestled into his arms and didn't hold back her praise, saying, You'd crush all those young heartthrobs in the entertainment industry. Li Shua smiled and said, Then I'm relieved. Bai Qining probably doesn't think he's ugly. He's even better looking than young heartthrobs. She won't be too disappointed when her true identity is revealed later. After a brief conversation about Ning Buji, Nziheo's score was released, receiving an unprecedented number of votes and high scores from the audience and judges. In the following competition, compared to Nziheo's explosive performance of In the Name of the Father in the previous round, Joseph's performance, which was originally scheduled to be the finale, was much less well received and received a lukewarm response. The judges' and audience's aesthetic standards and expectations have been greatly raised, and Joseph's score and votes in this final round were even lower than the number of votes and scores in the previous round. Then, tonight is the final night of New Era Hip-Hop, and Nziheo successfully made a comeback with his song, In the Name of the Father, and won the championship. During his acceptance speech, he stood on the stage with tears in his eyes, sincerely and emotionally expressing his gratitude to his lyricist and composer, Ning Buji, for making him who he is today. Li Shua, who doesn't usually watch variety shows, didn't know there was this segment. After watching Nziheo win the championship, he left the living room and went to Bai Qining's bedroom to sleep. To be precise, he was dragged inside by his clingy wife. The agreement between them clearly stated that he was not allowed to enter her bedroom. I never imagined that one day she would force me to go in and sleep with her like this. Li Shua. As a man, he can't even decide whether or not to sleep in his own room. This is an absolute disgrace. I'm leaving for Kyoto first thing tomorrow morning. The two behaved themselves after returning to their room. It should be said that Li Shua is very honest. On the contrary, Bai Qining was unusually clingy, more so than ever before. Finally, Li Shua couldn't take it anymore and pulled her into his arms, giving her a big kiss, which finally calmed the girl down. Before falling asleep, the girl in his arms held him tightly and whispered, Li Shua. His eyelids were already drooping, and he gently stroked her earlobe with his fingers, responding softly. If something unpleasant happens when you go to my house tomorrow, will you get angry and leave me? Bai Qining asked nervously. Li Shua was exhausted and sleepy, but he forced himself to smile and kissed the girl on the forehead affectionately, instinctively replying, No, I would never abandon you. Besides, what could possibly upset him? What upset him was that Bai Qining had concealed her identity as a big star and then used force to control and imprison him after he discovered it. The girl has clearly changed her ways now. It would be good if things could stay this way. He won't be unhappy. Chapter 281 by Ying Tang. Would I poison my son-in-law's food? The next morning, after settling to Yunzi at home with Bai Qining, Li Shua packed his bags and quietly left. On the way to the airport by taxi, Bai Qining sent a message to her parents in advance to inform them that she and Li Shua had already set off. In a luxurious manor villa in Kyoto's affluent district, Xie Jingji is now very nervous as she is finally about to meet her son-in-law in her true identity. Even when the Bai family held business banquets on ordinary days, she had never been as nervous as she was today. After reading the message from her daughter, she checked the time and calculated that the two of them should arrive before lunchtime. She immediately summoned the housekeeper and instructed the kitchen to prepare lunch on time, neither too early nor too late, ensuring it was the freshest meal for her son-in-law. She was afraid of neglecting her son-in-law. Bai Yingtang has been married to his wife for decades, and this is the first time he has ever seen Xie Jingji so nervous about meeting someone. His daughter was kidnapped by that brat, and his wife was so concerned about him, which made Bai Yingtang dislike Li Shua, his son-in-law, even more. The butler had just left when he approached her with a plate of his wife's favorite snacks, and said, Jingji, Li Shua is so lucky to have married our Ningning and have such an excellent mother-in-law like you. He's only staying at our house for a while, so you don't need to go to such lengths. I'll take care of entertaining Li Shua. When Bai Yingtang mentions this son-in-law, just like when he mentions Li Jinsong, his mortal enemy, he instinctively puts on a stern, deathly expression. Looking at her husband's ashen face, Xie Jingji had no appetite at all. She said unhappily, My son-in-law hasn't even arrived home yet, and he's already making such a face. How can I trust you to prepare food for him? If I really leave it to you, I'll worry that you might poison his food. Bai Yingtang. How could the head of the prestigious Bai Shi group possibly poison Li Shua's food? Bai Yingtang knew his wife was just joking, so he immediately composed himself, turned around to face her, and sincerely apologized. Jingji, getting angry too much will cause wrinkles. I won't put on a grumpy face anymore. As soon as Bai Yingtang finished speaking, fearing he hadn't pleased his wife, he forced a smile, which looked extremely unpleasant. All right, stop laughing. It's so fake it's creepy. Xie Jingji glanced at her husband, her tone softening. She reached for the yin cake from the food box, and before putting it in her mouth, she suddenly remembered something and asked Bai Yingtang, By the way, shouldn't the eldest and second eldest be in Kyoto? Of the Bai family's sons, only the eldest and second eldest are frequently at the company in Kyoto. The others are constantly traveling all over the country, and you rarely see them more than a few times a year. Xie Jingji's tone softened, and Bai Yingtang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His wife was no longer angry. Then he said, The eldest brother is here. Hao Hao's birthday is in a few days. I asked him to help Han Duo with the celebration so they can spend more time together. Since the two of them already have a child, they should live a good life with Han Duo. Xie Jingji sighed inwardly. This is all his own doing. If this kid hadn't drunk too much and mistaken Han Duo for her twin sister Han Yun, and the two had consummated their marriage and Han Duo had gotten pregnant, things wouldn't have turned out like this today. That brat almost ran off to Luching a few days ago. If Han Duo hadn't let it slip to me, he probably would have gone to Luching to meet Han Yun. Now that she has her own family, Han Yun doesn't want to associate with him anymore. So why is she going to see that brat? I'll have a good talk with him when I have the chance. The couple felt a headache coming on whenever they talked about their eldest son's marriage, especially Bai Yingtang. When his eldest son got married, he specially bought a hilltop villa for his son and daughter-in-law, not only to make room for the two young people. He also wanted to spend more time alone with his wife, Xie Jingji, but unfortunately, his eldest son and wife argued every few days, and his daughter-in-law would come to stay with them every few days to cry and complain. If other families marry their daughters into the Bai family, the Bai family will definitely treat them like their own daughters. Every time they came over, they made sure their daughter-in-law stayed until she was satisfied, and Bai Chung would come over to apologize and ask her to go back. They never made her feel wronged. However, Bai Ingtang felt very wronged. For half the month, his wife is busy taking care of their daughter-in-law. Xie Jingji was also troubled. She even regretted having so many sons who caused her so much worry. The eldest son got married and they argue every day, while the second, third, fourth, and fifth sons are still single. Especially the second son. He is very handsome, but he always has the same stern face as his father and doesn't know how to be gentle with women. He had previously sent dozens of suitable girls to his company to work as secretaries, but they would be criticized by him every day for various trivial work-related issues, and some were even fired. He usually doesn't get close to women, and if anyone gets even a little close to him, they act as if they've been taken advantage of, and he'll give them a scary look with his face like a thunder god. Now, any woman of marriageable age who is a good match for the Bai family and has a daughter of marriageable age will run away faster than a rabbit as soon as she hears her mention her second son, Bai Sheng. What's even more infuriating is that some wives subtly probe whether their second sons don't like women. Xie Jingji gets angry just thinking about it. How could her son possibly like men? She continued to ask Bai Yingtang, "Where's the second son? He seems to be coming back much less often lately. Is he too busy at the company?" Bai Yingtang took a pastry from the pastry box and brought it to Xie Jingji's mouth, while replying, "The second brother has indeed managed the company's business better this year, but he's not so busy that he doesn't have time to come back. I asked him yesterday, and he went to Wancheng on a business trip and will be back today. I looked for him last week, and he was on a business trip to Wancheng. It's only been a few days. What business in Wancheng requires him, the president, to handle personally?" Xie Jingji opened her mouth to eat the pastry her husband handed her, her expression turning serious. Could it be that the second child has met a guy she likes? Even his biological mother, Xie Jingji, felt that apart from Bai Qining, there was probably no other woman in the world who could catch the eye of her second son. She secretly arranged for nearly 100 girls to approach him, trying all sorts of styles, but none of them succeeded. Now that she's been going to Wancheng so often, is it because she met a boy she likes there? Bai Yingtang. What's wrong with his wife's thought process? Before her husband could speak, Xie Jingji immediately said to him, "Old Bai, have someone investigate who the second son has been seeing in Wancheng recently, and who he's seen the most. Find out quickly. If it's a man then." Xie Jingji's eyes betrayed her suppressed distress. "Then let's find out about the other party's family background, so that the second son won't be taken advantage of by someone with ulterior motives." Bai Yingtang. Okay. The person Bai Sheng has been seeing most often lately in Wancheng is Wu Mingfei, the owner of the building materials company recommended by his sister. Chapter 282 Brother Bai. My brother-in-law seems to be very good at pursuing girls. In Wu Mingfei's office, Bai Sheng sat in his boss's chair, while Wu Mingfei stood to the side, bending over as he showed by the installation drawings and renderings of the bathroom bathtub, explaining the details to him. Seeing Bai Zhong's stern face since he arrived at the company, Wu Mingfei couldn't help but feel flustered. The office air conditioning was set at 25 degrees Celsius, and he started sweating. In less than a month, the CEO of Wancheng Real Estate has visited his company 4 times to follow up on business. Normally, when such a large company cooperates with a small company like his, they don't even need to be physically present to sign the contract. Mr. Bai was very hands-on, and his expression was only slightly better during his first inspection visit. On subsequent visits, his face grew darker and darker. Especially today, Wu Mingfei felt immense pressure just standing next to President Bai, which made him extremely nervous, and even his fingers on the blueprints trembled slightly. Besides the overwhelming presence of the CEO of Wancheng Group, Wu Mingfei was also feeling increasingly uncertain. Is it possible that Mr. Bai discovered after the collaboration that the company did not meet his expectations and therefore no longer wanted to cooperate with them? He desperately wants to secure this order and get the project started. Only by winning this order can the company be revived, and he will have the opportunity to bring his grandfather, Wu Huaishan, out to live with him and let the old man enjoy his old age. Mr. Bai, these are the bathroom design and renderings. Please take a look, and if there's anything you're not satisfied with, please point it out and give our company a feedback. Wu Mingfei tried to salvage the order with a pleading and humble attitude, but Bai Xing interrupted him halfway through his sentence. He closed the design file, handed it to Wu Mingfei, and said with a stern face, "They're all good. We'll go with your design. I have other things to do, so I'll leave without disturbing you any longer." Wu Mingfei, huh? Finally, amidst Wu Mingfei's bewildered yet delighted gaze, Bai Sheng, with a stern face, called his assistant and left together. Upon arriving at the company's main entrance, Bai Sheng asked his assistant to leave first, then got into his newly purchased Maybach. The driver turned to look at him. "Mr. Bai, according to your schedule, shall we take you to the airport now?" After a moment of silence, Bai Sheng finally spoke. "Go to Sun Yat-sen University." Upon hearing this, the driver glanced at the boss in surprise, wanting to ask a question, but seeing the boss's dark face in the rearview mirror, he chose to remain silent and started the car to Sun Yat-sen University. 9 o'clock in the morning. The Maybach stopped on the side of the road opposite Sun Yat-sen University. Bai Sheng sat in the car, turning his head to look at the school gate. This was probably the first time in his life that he had been blocked by someone, and ever since the day he was blocked, Bai Sheng felt suffocated. He really wanted to ask this dark-skinned girl why she suddenly blocked him, but the second young master of the Bai family, who was the center of attention, clearly shouldn't be bothered by such an insignificant person. The two have settled their debts, so there is really no need to continue contacting each other. But why was it the girl who blocked him first? Young Master Bai is probably feeling very unbalanced right now, which is why he feels so anxious and suffocated every day because of this. He even wondered if he should ask the black girl to pull him back so he could block and delete her. Perhaps that would make things less painful. But such an action is even more petty than that of a woman, and it's not something Bai Sheng would do. The Maybach remained parked in front of Sun Yat-sen University for nearly an hour and a half. Bai Sheng sat in the car, his gaze fixed on the university gate. The driver was practically bursting with pent-up frustration. Who on earth was his boss waiting for? Who will save him? Until another 10 minutes or so passed. A figure suddenly walked out of the gate of Sun Yat-sen University, causing Bai Sheng's dark pupils to light up slightly, and his tense expression relaxed considerably. The owner of that figure was none other than the culprit who had been weighing on his mind all day, the one who was black, no, Li Shu, who had transformed into the white-haired girl. Bai Shengjun leaned closer to the car window, his eyes fixed on the girl, secretly observing her. It had been a while since I'd seen her, and she seemed to have gotten even fairer. She appeared more demure than before, and her very appearance stirred a man's protective instincts. For some reason, Bai Sheng felt a sudden sense of crisis welling up inside him. He reached out and placed his hand on the doorknob. As he watched the girl walk towards him from across the street, his knuckles, gripping the doorknob tightly, began to turn white. As the girl drew closer, Bai Sheng turned the doorknob, and the girl, who was crossing the street, immediately noticed him. Bai Sheng didn't come, and I felt a surge of tension. The Maybach's windows were designed to prevent peeping, so Li Shu naturally couldn't see whether there was anyone sitting inside the car. But she recognized the car model at a glance. Having learned from the previous two mistakes, Li Shu now walks with his eyes and ears on high alert. Even though the car was just parked on the side of the road, she immediately distanced herself from it, moved to the other side of the zebra crossing, crossed quickly, and ran away. Bai Sheng, inside the Maybach. At this moment, the driver recognized Li Shu, who had run away, and immediately understood. He turned to the second young master and asked, "Second young master, should I go down and greet Miss Li Shu?" The driver asked the question, only to see the second young master's face, which was already as black as ink. The air gradually solidified. This is terrible. Did he say something wrong? When Bai Sheng looked up again, Li Shu had already disappeared. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. "To the airport." The driver immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Bai always told him to drive instead of telling him to get lost. Quickly wipe the sweat from your brow and start the car. Bai Sheng sat in the car and reached out to loosen his tie to let it breathe. He never expected that coming to Sun Yat-sen University today would make him even more upset. Although I initially asked the girl for compensation to teach her a lesson, it seems I went too far and caused her considerable psychological trauma. She would run away as soon as she saw a Maybach, let alone see him, the car owner who was asking her for compensation. Forget it, it's all in the past. Blocking him is fine. Baisheng isn't a petty man. Baisheng comforted himself in this way. But as long as he thought of Li Shu, who was growing more and more beautiful, he felt no sense of crisis. When she was dark-skinned, she probably didn't have many suitors, but now this girl's looks are probably at the level of a campus beauty. There are quite a few outstanding young talents at Sun Yat-sen University. Feeling agitated, Baisheng immediately shifted his attention to other things. Li Shua, their brother-in-law who was coming to their house today, was naturally the best target to divert their attention. Just then, Baisheng remembered the brat who had kidnapped his sister, and suddenly raised an eyebrow, his eyes lighting up. His sister, Bai Qining, a girl who has always been hostile and prejudiced against the opposite sex, was managed to be snatched away by this brat. This suggests that this brother-in-law must be quite talented at pursuing girls, right? A bold idea suddenly popped into Baisheng's mind. 11 a.m. The very talented Li Shua and his wife, Bai Qining, have already disembarked from the plane. After the two left the airport, Bai Qining hailed a ride-hailing car, and the two got in together and set off for their destination. Li Shua had been feeling subtly nervous since the plane took off. Meeting unfamiliar people in an unfamiliar environment is something that requires a lot of courage for him. After getting into the car, he didn't even notice the address being read aloud on the driver's phone. He was mentally preparing himself. When the car stopped at a traffic light near the airport, the talkative driver suddenly asked the couple, "Are you going to visit relatives?" It must be visiting relatives. People who live in that area don't need to call a ride-hailing service. They need dozens of bodyguards and luxury cars to pick them up and drop them off whenever they go out. Bai Qining was very honest and answered the driver directly, "No, we're going home." Driver. Upon hearing Bai Qining's words, the talkative driver suddenly fell silent, slowed down considerably, and became much more steady on the road. Li Shua noticed the driver's change and felt something was off. Why did the driver suddenly stop talking and become just as taciturn as him? Weren't you quite talkative just now? Chapter 283. Li Shua, my flash marriage wife, is a rich heiress? Li Shua didn't linger on the unusual driver for long before quickly shifting his attention to the bustling city outside the window, where towering buildings stood. He couldn't keep getting nervous about meeting his future in-laws, otherwise he would act even more unnaturally when he saw the elders. Pedestrians hurry along the sidewalks on both sides of the road. Everyone seems very busy. This is a city with a very fast pace of life. Just as Li Shua was relaxing a bit, Bai Qining couldn't help but feel nervous. As they approached their destination, she even reached out and grabbed Li Shua's arm. She was so worried that Li Shua might be scared away when he saw the gait of her manner. Li Shua noticed Bai Qining's nervousness and was somewhat confused. He thought to himself that Bai Qining hadn't seemed nervous when she went to meet his parents with him before. Today, she was going home to meet her own parents and family, so why did she seem more nervous than him? Although Li Shua was puzzled, he reached out and gently patted the girl's hand that was holding his to comfort her. A warm feeling welled up in Bai Qining's heart. She reached out with her other hand to stroke his large hand, leaned against him, and looked up at him, blinking as she tried to remember Li Shua's gentle appearance. After all, once he arrived at her home, he might not be able to see Li Shua like this again for a while. Li Shua felt that Bai Qining was acting strangely today, but since there was another stranger in the car, he was too embarrassed to ask her directly. The two barely spoke a word in the car. It takes more than an hour to drive there. The ride-hailing car finally stopped at the gate of a manor in an affluent neighborhood. Li Shua initially thought the other party was taking a shortcut through the area, but when the driver stopped the car, he looked up at the driver blankly. Why did it stop? At this moment, Bai Qining suddenly stood up, reached out and picked up Li Shua's laptop bag from the passenger seat, and said to him, "We've arrived. Let's get out of the car." Li Shua, huh? Li Shua's mind remained blank until he got out of the car with Bai Qining. At the entrance of the manor, Li Shua gazed at the magnificent and ancient gate, lost in thought. After getting out of the car, Bai Qining intertwined her fingers with his, too nervous to speak. The driver quickly took the two people's luggage out of the trunk and placed it in front of them. then drove off without saying another word. After the ride-hailing car drove away, Li Shua finally came to his senses and looked at Bai Qining. Just as he was about to ask a question, the gate of the manor opened automatically from the inside. Then, more than a dozen people in uniforms, the men averaging 180 centimeters and the women averaging 165 centimeters or more, stood neatly in 2 rows, coming into Li Shua's view. Li Shua. Everyone immediately recognized the young lady at the manor entrance and the son-in-law who had seen the photo, and stepped forward to bow in unison. "Miss, son-in-law, welcome home." Li Shua was stunned, and even felt like he was dreaming. Outrageous. This is absolutely outrageous. This group of people actually called Bai Qining Miss? Should we call him son-in-law? Li Shua even wondered if Bai Qining was really not filming some kind of prank show today. Faced with the sudden influx of information, Li Shua's first reaction was that it was unrealistic. His wife being the dream of 3.5 billion men is absurd enough, but now it seems she's the young lady of this manor. The manor stretched as far as the eye could see, and the villas inside were both ancient and grand, all in this wealthy area of Kyoto where land was incredibly valuable. The people who can live here are far wealthier than Li Shua could ever imagine. Of course, this isn't a prank show being filmed. The servants' respectful smiles and professional demeanor were evident in their demeanor. Li Shua had no idea how he got there. He only saw the servants greet them and then come over to take away their luggage. The refined-looking middle-aged butler took the laptop bag from Bai Qining and walked beside her to talk about lunch that day. Aside from a few home-style dishes that Li Shua often ate, he had never heard of the names of the other dishes before, and they all sounded quite expensive. Although Bai Qining's face remained calm as usual, she held Li Shua's hand tightly, their fingers almost touching. Perhaps due to nervousness, she could clearly feel her palms sweating, and she was unwilling to let go of Li Shua, let alone take the initiative to speak to him at this moment, thus breaking through this thin layer of pretense. At the very least, we should wait until her whole family has met Li Shua before discussing it further. Otherwise, Li Shua might very well turn around and run away. Of course, she couldn't let him leave. But if we just bring them back, Li Shua will definitely be angry. This manor is huge. You can't see the end of it at a glance. The yard is filled with lush green plants, and there is also an outdoor swimming pool and various recreational facilities. Today, the Bai family was afraid that Li Shua would come into the manor and scare him away, so they specially set the meeting place in the villa closest to the gate, so that they could see Li Shua as soon as possible and not let their daughter and husband run away. Normally, Xie Jingshu and Bai Ingtang live in their villa on the mountaintop, which takes about 20 minutes to drive up and down. At this moment, Old Master Bai and his son and daughter-in-law received a notification from the housekeeper that they had left the villa. After walking for a while, the group ran into Bai Qining and Li Shua. Bai Shunyan saw his grandson-in-law and was very unhappy that this brat had taken away his granddaughter, making him break his promise to his old friend. Their relationship had not improved. But for the sake of his granddaughter, and because he couldn't help but like the child, he immediately showed a warm smile. "Xiao Shua, Ning Ning, you finally arrived." Bai Ingtang felt an inexplicable urge to glare at Li Shua, not because he disliked him, but because seeing him reminded him of that old man, Li Jinsong. Forced by his daughter and wife's fondness for Li Shua, he could only nod and greet Li Shua, and together with Xie Jingji, help the old man to the two of them. After a brief exchange of glances with her daughter, Xie Jingji looked up at Li Shua and said warmly, "Xiao Shua, you must be tired from your journey. Come on, let's go inside and sit down." Looking at this smiling family, Li Shua didn't even know how to face them. "I originally thought my father-in-law's family was just a well-off family in Kyoto. When he went to Xiamen, he also said that they were just a well-off family. My father-in-law was just an office worker. How can an ordinary office worker afford to live in such a large estate in Kyoto?" This family had clearly been lying to him all along. Having not mentally prepared himself for the fact that his father-in-law's family was wealthy, Bai Qining dragged him here today to face such a hellish scene, and now he really wants to leave. But his ingrained habits and upbringing prevented him from doing so. After all, the other party was his father-in-law, mother-in-law, and grandfather. After a moment of silence, Li Shuo resisted the urge to leave and nodded to the others in response to their greetings. Grandpa, Dad, Mom. After greeting the elders, he turned to look at the girl next to him. Bai Qining is holding his hand tighter than ever before. He didn't embarrass her in front of the elders. He just looked at Bai Qining calmly and asked, "Why didn't you tell me beforehand?" Bai Qining felt flustered under Li Shua's gaze. After a moment of silence, she said guiltily, "Aren't they all the same?" Li Shuo, "Aren't they all the same? Can they be the same?" They dragged him, who was completely unprepared, directly to this manor. No, they tricked him into coming here. He was completely dazed. Did she respect his feelings? Chapter 284. Bai Qining's husband is a poor lunatic with a mental illness? Xie Jingji noticed the change in the atmosphere between the two and immediately stepped forward. "All right, Xiao Shua, Mom knows you're angry right now, but we have our reasons. Let's go inside and talk about it, okay?" "That's right. Stop standing there like idiots. Let's go inside." Old Master Bai also spoke up, looking at Li Shuo. "Xiao Shua, come here. Come inside with me. I'll explain everything to you later." With both the old man and his mother-in-law speaking, Li Shuo, though displeased, could only nod in agreement. Because Bai Qining was still holding his hand, he, as a man, didn't want to embarrass her too much in front of the Bai family elders because of this. He let her lead him and pulled her to Old Master Bai Shunyan's side. Xie Jingji had already given up her seat and followed behind, her eyes fixed on her son-in-law and daughter holding hands. She whispered to her husband beside her, "Look, this is my good son-in-law. Even if the two of them have a disagreement, he won't embarrass our Ningning." Bai Yingtang also began to look at his son-in-law with new respect, but upon hearing his wife praise him like this, he straightened his face and said, "Many men in this world dote on their wives. He also spoils his wife like that. Why don't I see my wife praising me like that?" Xie Jingshu. The family entered the living room. The living room of this villa is very large, and the decoration style combines modern Chinese design. Several traditional Chinese paintings hang on the walls, which look very valuable and add a strong artistic atmosphere to the white walls. Although the furnishings in the home are simple, they exude an elegant and tranquil feeling, and the classic sofa adds a touch of antiquity to the living room. After taking their seats, the servants immediately served up a variety of exquisite snacks. Several of these dishes are local specialties of Xiamen. Jingji was worried that Li Shuo wouldn't be used to having too many people around, and she also had something to say to Li Shuo, so she asked the servants in the house to leave first. Although Li Shuo had not formally heard Bai Qining reveal her identity, but once I followed her into the manor, I already had a general idea in my mind. He had often heard Suyu mention that the Bai family in Kyoto was incredibly wealthy. In Kyoto, the only family with the surname Bai that Suyu mentioned that would own such a manor is probably the Bai family. Moreover, Bai Shi Group recently extended an olive branch to Shana Machinery, and they are currently cooperating. He used to think that it was because his father, Li Shuejuan, was so skilled that he got the opportunity to cooperate with the Bai family. It now seems that the Bai family is secretly supporting him, their son-in-law, and their father-in-law. Therefore, his wife, who started as an elite white-collar worker and eventually became a beautiful superstar, is probably actually the eldest daughter of the Bai Shi Group. At this moment, at Xie Jingji's prompting, Bai Qining took the initiative to speak to Li Shuo, saying, "Li Shuo, you should have guessed some of it by now." Upon hearing this, Li Shuo turned to look at her, waiting for her to continue. When Bai Qining saw her husband's gaze, her voice unconsciously became a little softer. "Our family is the Bai family, which is quite famous in Kyoto. We have a business partnership with Dad. After all, few families have the means to live in a manor like the one in Kyoto, and given that her surname is Bai Qining could tell from Li Shuo's expression that he had probably guessed something. Li Shuo, it really is true. Although he had some expectations, he was still shocked to hear the news from Bai Qining. The girl who dragged him into the marriage registry office within minutes of meeting him turned out to be the heiress of the famous Bai family. At this moment, Bai Shunyan poured a cup of tea, handed it to Li Shuo, and said, "You two got married so suddenly back then that none of us parents or brothers knew about it. Later, when Ing Tang and the others found out, they also kept it from me when they went to see you. They thought you two were just playing around to appease us, so they didn't tell us your true family background. I never expected that you two would develop feelings for each other. Since you both have feelings for each other, just let nature take its course, be honest about your family background, and live a good life together. Li Shua found it hard to describe his feelings at that moment. When the old man handed him the tea, he hesitated for a moment, then took it with both hands and thanked him. Logically speaking, he should be grateful from the bottom of his heart for the help and support his parents-in-law provided to his family. But, even with the support of the Bai family, it's unclear when his father, Li Shuejuan, will have enough capital to match Bai Qining's status in his newly established machinery company. Bai Qining's status as a big star already gave him a headache, and now she's also been dragged down with the status of the eldest daughter of the Bai family. With such a mismatch in their social status, not only will he be criticized in the future, but Bai Qining will also be the subject of gossip, and even the entire Bai family will be affected. Well, how did he end up getting married to a girl with such an extraordinary background, without even realizing it? Among the elders, Xie Jingji understood Li Shua's personality and thoughts best. Her requirements were not high. She just wanted her son-in-law to stay in the villa today. She checked the time and said, "It's almost lunchtime, Xiao Shua. Mom had the kitchen make a lot of your favorite dishes today. See if they suit your taste later." Li Shua actually wanted to go back first, but Xie Jingji had already said she would prepare a lot of dishes for him, and the old man was looking at him with a smile. Although Bai Yingtang didn't say anything, he tried his best to force an awkward smile. Bai Qining's little hand was even more exaggerated. It reached all the way up his arm. Is he able to walk now? Li Shua glanced at the hand that had already linked with his arm, paused for a moment, and finally decided not to make things too awkward. "Thank you, Dad, Mom, Grandpa, for all your trouble." The main problem is that even if he makes a scene and loses his manners, he might still end up being pinned to the ground by Qining in front of the entire Bai family. What does this mean? He would settle the score with her privately after the meal was over, and it was just the two of them. Li Shua responded generously and stayed, which made the Bai family very happy. Xie Jingji immediately instructed the housekeeper to prepare a meal and serve it. Then I quickly contacted the eldest and second eldest brothers to find out why they hadn't arrived yet. I called my boss, Bai Cheng. Not long after, the eldest son, Bai Cheng, and his family of 3 arrived at the villa. After meeting Li Shua, the eldest brother exchanged a few greetings and immediately introduced Li Shua to his wife, Su Handuo, and son, Bai Hao. Li Shua was stunned for a moment when he first saw Su Handuo. This girl looks exactly like Su Hanyun. They are actually twin sisters. However, after a few more glances, one could sense that Su Handuo's expression was distant when she interacted with him, and she spoke to him somewhat indifferently. To be precise, it seems to be an opinion about him. Su Handuo called out to Li Shua in a low voice, then reached out and pulled Bai Qining over. "Ningning, you seem to have lost weight." Turning to Li Shua, she teased him. "Brother-in-law, how did you take care of her? You've made our Ningning so thin." Su Handuo also heard from her mother that Bai Qining's husband was no different from a beggar on the street, and seemed to have mental problems. Upon first seeing Li Shua, even though he was incredibly handsome, she couldn't stand him at all. She even wondered if Bai Qining had lost her mind to choose a mentally ill beggar as her husband. It's bad enough that she's being laughed at herself, but now, as Bai Qining's sister-in-law, she's also being laughed at because her brother-in-law is a poor, mentally ill wretch. If Bai Qining hadn't suddenly married this man, causing a rift between the Bai and Li families, her father would have already used the Bai family's connections to negotiate with the Li family about the project he had long coveted. Now that the relationship between the two families is strained, and she is the Bai family's daughter-in-law, her father naturally can't go over and apply for cooperation again. Therefore, Su Handuo loathed her brother-in-law. She didn't want to come today, but Bai Cheng kept calling her. Su Handuo gave birth to a son for Bai Cheng, adding the first heir to the Bai family line. In addition, her parents-in-law doted on their daughter-in-law and spoke without restraint, especially towards Li Shua, that mentally ill, poor brother-in-law. Her in-laws were only willing to let Li Shua into the family because Bai Qining liked this man. Su Handuo didn't expect that her words would cause the expressions on the faces of several elders of the Bai family and Bai Qining to become somewhat subtle. Xie Jingji is indeed a little unhappy now. They finally managed to keep Li Shua here. So what is Su Handuo doing? Bai Qining disliked Su Handuo to begin with, and upon hearing this, she immediately withdrew her hand and said coldly, "Sister-in-law, you're mistaken. I haven't lost weight. Li Shua supervises my meals every day, cooks for me, and has even fattened me up. I'm actually trying to lose weight." Xie Jingji quickly smoothed things over, saying, "Handuo has been away from Ningning for so long that she's forgotten. I see that Ningning has gained weight. Back then, Xiaoshua was the one who cooked, and Ningning ate more food than the chef at home." Bai Shunian had always disliked this granddaughter-in-law, and bluntly said, "When I went to Luqing, Xiaoshua was the one who cooked. This is the first time I've seen Ningning eat with such an appetite." He changed the subject, glanced at his eldest grandson, and said to Su Handuo, "Handuo, Bai Cheng has lost a lot of weight recently. He's usually busy with work, so you should pay more attention to his personal life." Su Handuo, "Oh my God, did she hear that right? Her family actually spoke to her like that because of Li Shua, an outsider?" Li Shua, who was the one who made things difficult for Su Handuo, merely glanced at her indifferently and didn't even acknowledge her. He's in a bad mood right now and doesn't want to deal with this kind of woman. Su Handuo, who was being ignored like this for the first time. He's just a poor wretch. He's incredibly lucky to be standing next to her. What right do you have to look at her like that? How dare he? Chapter 285 Mother-in-law urges childbirth. From the moment Su Handuo met Li Shua for the first time, she harbored a deep grudge against this brother-in-law. Lunch was plentiful today, but Su Handuo barely ate any before putting down her chopsticks and taking her son Hao Hao to the living room to watch TV. Li Shua's situation has put her in a bad mood. The Bai family is actually making her, the daughter of the Su family who gave birth to the first son of the Bai family, feel wrong because of a poor son-in-law with no background. Eating with a poor and stingy man like Li Shua made her feel nauseous, and she couldn't eat at all. She even regretted coming here with Bai Cheng to have dinner at the same table as Li Shua today. She felt ashamed if word got out. Since marrying Bai Cheng, wealthy women who line up to invite her to dinner and build connections may not even get a chance to have a meal with her. What right does Li Shua have to eat at the same table with her? Anyway, whenever she throws a tantrum and refuses to eat, her mother-in-law, Xie Jingji, will have someone set aside food for her separately, so Su Handuo doesn't have to worry about going hungry. Su Handuo's face showed her unhappiness ever since she met Li Shua today. She put down her chopsticks and left with her child after only a few bites of her meal. As the mother-in-law, Xie Jingji felt a little uncomfortable during the meal. In the past, when the couple had disagreements, Su Handuo would come to complain, and most of the time there was no one else at home. Since her son treated his wife badly, Xie Jingji pampered her like a daughter, indulging her in many things as long as they weren't excessive. But today is different. She specifically came to welcome her son-in-law, Li Shua, afraid of neglecting him. Su Handuo remained arrogant and willful, regardless of the occasion. She ate a few bites and then walked away. Xie Jingji didn't go over to call her, assuming that she had already finished eating. The housekeeper was instructed to prepare a separate meal for the second son, Bai Sheng, who had not yet arrived home. Since Su Handuo doesn't want to eat, then let her go hungry. Anyway, she didn't breastfeed after giving birth in order to maintain her figure, so Hao Hao didn't drink her milk, and even if she didn't eat, the child wouldn't go hungry. Xiao, I remember these are all your favorite dishes, eat more. Xie Jingji picked up the serving chopsticks and enthusiastically served food to Li Shua. To accommodate Li Shua, his mother-in-law sat next to him today, and Li Shua's favorite dishes were given priority on his table. Upon hearing this, Li Shua brought his bowl closer to receive the food his mother-in-law was serving him, and said with a faint smile, "Thank you, Mom. These dishes are all delicious. You've gone to so much trouble." Actually, putting aside the fact that his mother-in-law's family had conspired with Bai Qining to deceive him, the two families' backgrounds were so different that they were like the Milky Way. Li Shua really enjoyed being with his mother-in-law's family. Seeing her son-in-law finally smile, Xie Jingji smiled back and added some more Beijing specialties to his plate. "Try these too, and see how they taste." Li Shua thanked Xie Jingji and said that he would pick it up himself without troubling her. Xie Jingji, still unable to refuse his enthusiasm, served Li Shua her favorite dishes several more times. Sitting beside his wife, watching her repeatedly serve food to Li Shua while he was left standing to the side. Bai Yingtang couldn't help but want to tighten his face. This brat is even more disliked by him than that old man Li Jinsong. I enjoyed lunch today. Halfway through the meal, Bai Sheng, the second son of the Bai family, also returned. After a brief greeting to Li Shua, Xie Jingji instructed the housekeeper to quickly serve all the dishes that Bai Sheng had reserved. Su Handuo thought that her mother-in-law would call her over to eat some more at this time. Even after Bai Sheng started eating, her mother-in-law didn't call her. Bai Cheng didn't come over to call her over. Can't you tell she's angry because she hasn't eaten enough? Su Handuo grew angrier the more she thought about it. Just then, Xiao Haohao sat on the ground, having just built a tall stack of blocks. He raised his little head and called out, "Mama." A pair of big, bright eyes looked at her, waiting for her mother to praise her. Su Handuo sat on the sofa, looking at her son who was exactly the same as her cold father, her eyes filled with resentment. Realizing that Xiao Haohao wanted praise from her, his mother, and didn't dare to vent her anger on Bai Cheng, she glared at Xiao Haohao in retaliation and ignored him. In a child's world, their mother is the person they love most unconditionally. Feeling his mother's disgusted gaze, Xiao Haohao's smile vanished. His big eyes quickly filled with tears, and he burst into tears with a wah. Xiao Haohao started crying as soon as he opened his mouth, which made Su Handuo even more annoyed. She told the nanny who was always with her to hurry up and comfort him, and then got up and went to the bathroom. The little one cried very sadly, wanting his mother to comfort him. But after his mother walked away, he cried even harder in the nanny's arms. She tried to call her mother back by crying. Su Handuo turned around and walked away quickly. Little Haohao cried his heart out, desperately trying to break free from the nanny's arms. Xie Jingji had just finished eating when she heard her grandson crying. She greeted everyone, put down her chopsticks, and rushed to the living room to comfort her grandson. After everyone had almost finished eating, they gradually got up and left to check on the situation in the living room. Li Shua and Bai Qining also came to the living room with their brother-in-law. Right now, the little guy is still crying with his head buried in his grandma's arms, unwilling to talk to anyone, and is in a very low mood. Bai Cheng asked the nanny for the reason, but the nanny couldn't give a clear answer either. As an employee, she couldn't very well say that the boss's wife had made Haohao cry. Bai Cheng could roughly guess the reason, and it wouldn't be appropriate for him to criticize Su Handuo in front of everyone today. The men of the Bai family wouldn't go around talking about their wives' faults. He had only ever had a son with Xie Jingji, and he wanted to coax him, but Bai Zong, who was used to being serious, was not good at teasing his son. The couple often argued in front of Haohao, and little Haohao was a little afraid of his cold father. Little Haohao nestled in his arms and cried even louder. Bai Cheng looked embarrassed, holding Haohao and feeling a little lost, hesitating whether to return the child to Xie Jingji. Xie Jingji's gaze, however, fell on Li Shua, who was watching all this with a blank expression. "Xiao Shua, why don't you help coax him? Our whole family, except for Grandpa Qin Ning, all have grumpy faces and are not good at coaxing children. Your grandpa hasn't been feeling well these past few days and can't hold Haohao. Could you help comfort him?" Li Shua, huh? As soon as Xie Jingji said this, her brother-in-law Bai Cheng quickly brought the child to Li Shua. Li Shua, with his family watching, it would be difficult for Li Shua to refuse the job. The little guy cried very sadly again. Li Shua has always loved small animals and babies under 2 years old the most. Children at this age are the most innocent and pure. If you smile at them, they will smile back. In his previous life, he helped his grandparents run a small shop and often helped some elderly people who didn't have much time to take care of left-behind babies. I have some experience in soothing children. Unable to refuse, he could only reach out to take Xiao Haohao, saying, "Then I'll give it a try." Bai Cheng quickly handed his son to Li Shua. Li Shua was indeed more natural around children. He picked up the little guy and walked to the side, speaking a few words to him gently. Perhaps it was Li Shua's unfamiliar embrace and voice that confused Xiao Haohao for a moment. He subconsciously turned his head to look at Li Shua and saw a gentle face that was even more handsome than his father and uncle's. The little guy paused for a moment, blinked his big eyes and squeezed out the tears, opened his little mouth and stared at his uncle intently for a while. Feeling the kindness in Li Shua's eyes, His heart warmed, and he stared at him blankly, forgetting to cry. Li Shua carried Hao Hao a little further away and whispered a few words to the little guy. The little guy quickly forgot about the unpleasant thing just now and stared blankly at his uncle with his big eyes. The uncle's face is different from the father, uncles, and grandfathers that the little guy usually sees at home, and he likes it very much. Li Shua stopped Hao Hao's crying in no time, much to the surprise of the Bai family. Xie Jingji was just saying it. She didn't really expect Li Shua to be able to coax Hao Hao into a good mood. She just wanted him to hug her so that he could integrate into the family more quickly. Surprisingly, her son-in-law actually managed to appease Hao Hao. Seeing Li Shua bring back Hao Hao, who had already been calmed down, Xie Jingji said with a smile, "It's obvious that our Hao Shua will be a gentle father in the future." He calmed Hao Hao down so quickly. She glanced at her daughter, who was staring intently at her husband, and continued to say to Li Shua, "Shua, I can see that you also like children. You and Ningning are not young anymore. It's time to have children. While your father and I are still young, you two should work harder." Chapter 286, Settling Accounts. Back in the room. Upon hearing Xie Jingji's words, Li Shua and Bai Qining were both slightly taken aback. After realizing what she meant, they exchanged a glance, their expressions somewhat awkward. Bai Qining and Li Shua have only ever kissed. She's still a complete novice in that area. Her cheeks flushed slightly, but she pretended to be calm and said to Xie Jingji, "I don't want to have children so early." Bai Qining really doesn't want one right now. She hasn't had enough time to enjoy her time with Li Shua yet, so why would she want to have a baby to compete with her for Li Shua? Although Li Shua was very good at coaxing Hao Hao, even seeing Hao Hao being held in his arms like this, she couldn't help but feel jealous. Seeing the children's reactions, Xie Jingji realized she had said the wrong thing and immediately stopped the conversation. She looked at the second brother, Bai Sheng, and was about to ask him why he kept running around to Wang Wanqing lately and what he was busy with, when a cry of surprise suddenly came. Hao Hao. Su Handuo had just returned to the living room when she saw that poor bastard Li Shua holding her precious son. She exclaimed in surprise and immediately ran forward, snatching Bai Hao from Li Shua's arms. What were the Bai family thinking, letting that poor, mentally ill bastard hug her? Hao Hao. Bai Hao had just calmed down when Su Handuo suddenly snatched him into her arms. Startled, he burst into tears again. Su Handuo immediately patted her son's back to comfort him, glared at Li Shua, and turned to Bai Cheng. "How could you look at your son like that? I was only gone for a moment, and you put Hao Hao in someone else's hands. What if Hao Hao had been dropped and gotten hurt? What would you have done then? Look, little Hao Hao is scared by him." The Bai family members, Li Shua, Bai Cheng, and Su Handuo have been at odds since they got married. Now that Su Handuo is here and doesn't distinguish right from wrong, he looks very unhappy, but he tries his best to control his temper and says in a deep voice, "How could Li Shua, an adult, possibly drop a child while holding him? He was just helping to comfort Hao Hao." Su Handuo had been holding back her resentment for an hour or two, and now she heard her husband actually protecting Li Shua, an outsider, in front of the whole family. Her chest heaved, and she shouted, "Even if he's an adult, he's mentally ill and poses a greater threat to Hao Hao. You may not mind, but I do. Don't even think about letting him touch my son again." Su Handuo, relying on being the daughter-in-law of the Bai family and carrying the incense she gave to the Bai family, was still a true young lady of high birth, even though her family background was not as good as the Bai family's. She made no attempt to hide her contempt for Li Shua, a son-in-law with no background who had risen to prominence by relying on Bai Qining. Although Bai Cheng was also unhappy that Li Shua had taken his sister away without saying a word, he had never thought of Li Shua as so despicable. Li Shua had mental health issues in the past, but when they met, he was calm and reserved, and took great care of his sister. He was definitely not someone who climbed the social ladder by relying on Bai Qining to get close to the Li family. Otherwise, how could he, as the eldest brother, have agreed to let the two of them continue their relationship? Now that Su Handuo has insulted Li Shua like this, Bai Cheng walked to her side with a stern face. "Su Handuo, Li Shua is Qin Ning's husband, and he is your brother-in-law. Apologize to Li Shua immediately." Xie Jingji looked very unwell and was unwilling to step in to smooth things over. She had already been very tolerant of this daughter-in-law. She can't stand it when people talk about her son-in-law like that now. Old Master Bai's face was darker than ever before. Xiao Shua helped soothe the child, but Su Handuo turned around and blamed him. It is indeed her fault now, and he is not biased. Bai Qining's face was already tense. If Su Handuo weren't her sister-in-law, she would have already slapped this woman across the face a few times. Is her husband someone she can talk to? Li Shua knew that if he stayed with Bai Qining, he would inevitably encounter people who would attack him based on his identity and history of mental illness. But I never expected this day to come so soon. He glanced at Su Handuo coldly, but for the sake of Xiao Hao in her arms, he didn't say anything to make a fuss. He wouldn't stoop to arguing with a woman of such low character. It's a pity this child has such a mother. Her future is probably ruined. Su Handuo, on the contrary, felt very wronged. This is the second time today that the Bai family has shown favoritism towards Li Shua. Her husband, Bai Cheng, is now demanding that she apologize to Li Shua. Absolutely not. It's already good enough that she didn't pursue the matter of Li Shua, holding her son and scaring the child to tears. I did nothing wrong, so why should I apologize to him? Su Handuo's eyes reddened as she continued to accuse Bai Cheng. He's clearly just a phoenix man who climbed up to our Bai family because Qin Ning likes to befriend him, and you're all willing to go along with Qin Ning like this, taking good care of this phoenix man, and even want me to apologize to him? Who does he think he is? What gives him the right? Because of this man from a poor background, I, the daughter-in-law of the Bai family, am laughed at when I go out. Why should I apologize to him? Su Handuo roared out her anger, scaring her son in her arms into crying loudly. After venting her anger, she picked up her son and strode away, continuing, "Since this family can't tolerate me because of an outsider, I'll go back to my Su family. I'll let the whole capital know how the eldest son of the Bai family bullies his own wife for an outsider." After Su Handuo finished speaking, she called her personal nanny and asked her to come back to her parents' home with her. She doesn't know how to take care of children. Xie Jingji was having a real headache with this daughter-in-law. She was also worried that Su Handuo would go back to her parents' home and spread rumors. The reputation of the Bai family was secondary. Li Shua, the son-in-law who had just entered the family, would probably be badly discredited by her. After Su Handuo left, Xie Jingji didn't try to stop this awful daughter-in-law. Instead, she said to Bai Cheng, "You brat, hurry up and get your wife back. If anyone's to blame, it's that brat. He got drunk, mistook someone else for someone else, and ended up marrying the second daughter of the Bai family. The marriage is a complete mess, and he can't bring himself to ask for a divorce. After all, the second daughter of the Su family said that the eldest son had forced his way in. It was only because the two families had a good relationship that they did not call the police. The Su family also happened to be interested in a marriage alliance with the Bai family, so they simply married Su Handuo into the family. Even though Xie Jingji has a headache, she can't go to the Su family to ask for a divorce now. Bai Cheng knew the seriousness of letting Su Handuo run back and spread rumors, so he greeted everyone and went out to chase after her with a stern face. After the family of three left, the house gradually returned to calm. Xie Jingji quickly apologized to Li Shua on behalf of her daughter-in-law and asked him to sit down and have a good chat with the family, so as not to let his immature sister-in-law affect his mood. The second brother, Bai Sheng, also changed the subject at the right time, asking Li Shua, "You'll probably stay here with us for a while this time, right?" Upon hearing this, Li Shua frowned. He wanted to go back today and was very bothered by Bai Qining's trickery in bringing him here. However, before he could speak, a delicate hand suddenly wrapped around his arm. Bai Qining pulled Li Shua aside and said to Bai Sheng, "Li Shua and I have already finished everything in Luqing in preparation for coming here. We're definitely going to have a good time in the capital for a few days now." Li Shua turned to look at her, trying to pull his hand away, but Bai Qining held on very tightly, looking back at him. "Right, Li Shua? Last night you said that you would stay with me in Kyoto and have a good time for a while." Bai Qining reminded him, and Li Shua finally remembered the promise he made the night before. He said at the time that even if something unpleasant happened, he would not abandon her. Heaven knows Bai Qining tricked him into coming here, suddenly revealing her identity as the eldest daughter of the Bai family, and then wouldn't let him leave. It seems like yesterday was a setup for him. Not just yesterday, but from the very beginning, she was using this method to confront him and morally blackmail him, tempting him to make her promises. Li Shua felt increasingly uncomfortable and didn't want to answer Bai Qining. He tried to pull his hand away, but Bai Qining held his arm tightly, making it impossible for him to move. Li Shua, seeing that the young couple's atmosphere was not quite right again, and that it would be difficult for the two of them to handle the situation with so many people around, Xie Jingji took the initiative to suggest, Xiao Shua, Ning Ning, if you want to play, go out and play tomorrow. You've been traveling all day, and you must be tired now. Why don't you go to your room to rest and recharge first? Bai Qining subtly tightened her grip on Li Shua's arm and asked him, do you want to listen to your mother and go to our room to rest first? Li Shua, with his mother-in-law and brother-in-law's family watching, Li Shua really couldn't afford to argue with Bai Qining and make things awkward for everyone. He calmed himself down, looked back at her, and said as calmly as possible, okay, since we can't leave, let's stay and settle the score with her. So, the young couple, whose atmosphere was awkward, said goodbye to their elders and left together for the second floor of the villa. As Li Shua walked away, Bai Sheng unconsciously frowned. It seems so. I can only find another opportunity to consult Li Shua about what he's been thinking about all day. Chapter 287. Finally, I had a chance to consult my brother-in-law about pursuing my wife. The two quickly returned to their room. This room was originally set up for Bai Qining. The room has a simple yet cozy design. Most of the furniture is made of solid wood, exquisitely crafted, and full of classical Chinese charm. It differs slightly from Bai Qining's house in Luqing, but the differences are minor. This was actually the first time Bai Qining had stayed in this room. Her parents and she herself own so many houses that she is too busy to live in them all. She had only ever stayed in the Hilltop Villa's room at this estate. Upon entering, Li Shua immediately reached out to pry Bai Qining's hand off his arm. There were many people in the living room just now, so they didn't make any obvious resistance out of respect for Bai Qining. Now that no one is around, he has to make his stance clear and let Bai Qining know that he doesn't like being controlled by her like this. Now that she was completely back on Bai Qining's territory, she easily cooperated with Li Shua to release him this time. Once Li Shua's arm was freed, he said to her seriously, I'll say it again, it's not good for you to force others like this. I'm a person, not a puppet for you to manipulate. He was not particularly angry about Bai Qining concealing her identity as a wealthy heiress. What bothered Li Shua was that Bai Qining had planned to trick him all the way here, using both morality and force to hold him hostage, clearly trying to control him. If he were to go along with her without expressing his own stance, wouldn't that be tantamount to tacitly agreeing to let Bai Qining continue to disrespect his feelings? Bai Qining hadn't originally planned to use force today, but she just couldn't control herself and was afraid Li Shua would run away. She admitted that her behavior just now was very problematic and took the initiative to tug at Li Shua's sleeve. Li Shua noticed Bai Qining's movements and looked at her delicate white hand, which seemed to be acting as if its owner was being affectionate. Before he could waver, he reached out and pushed the hand away. He's still angry, so how could he just let it go with a little coquetry? He has to teach her a lesson. Bai Qining felt terrible when her hand was pushed away. When she saw Li Shua turn around, her eyes instantly dimmed. She has always been pampered and indulged by her family since she was a child. Because of Li Shua, Bai Qining has smoothed out many of her rough edges in the past few months. She tried her best to restrain herself, closing and opening her eyes repeatedly, looking at him and saying, I was afraid that if you knew my identity, you would become distant from me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone to such lengths to trick you into coming here. I have already changed a lot for you. She tilted her chin up and continued, if it were before, I wouldn't have just tricked you into coming here. I would have kidnapped you. Do you still think I'm not respecting you enough? As Li Shua listened to the girl behind him, his expression gradually became astonished. By the end, he was almost laughing in exasperation at the girl in front of him. He turned around and said, according to what you said, shouldn't I thank you now for tricking me into coming here, so that you could use your family elders to pressure me and control me, so I wouldn't leave? Bai Qining turned her head, crossed her arms, and immediately found a legitimate reason for herself. Our purpose in getting married in the first place was to appease our families. You have an obligation to play the role of a good son-in-law in front of my parents, so naturally, I can't let you go. Seeing that Bai Qining still acted as if she hadn't done anything wrong, Li Shua said to her in a fit of pique. Oh, so you just want me to fulfill my obligation to play the role of a good husband in front of your parents, right? Fine, this is private now. I don't have that obligation. Let's keep our distance, okay? After saying this, Li Shua turned and walked away. Bai Qining's eyes narrowed slightly, and she clenched her fists. Li Shua had just walked to the sofa when he sensed someone approaching from behind. Before he could react, a hand was already on his shoulder. Immediately afterward, everything spun around him. When Li Shua came to his senses, he had already fallen onto the sofa. In his wide-eyed eyes, the girl had already leaned on him, the two of them being incredibly intimate. She turned his face with her delicate hand and leaned down. The next moment, a delicate fragrance wafted over. Li Shua felt a warm sensation coming from the dent, followed by a tingling sensation that spread throughout his body. Li Shua. Bai Qining retaliated by kissing Li Shua on the neck, leaving a hickey, then lifted her head from his neck, placing her hands on either side of his head, her face slightly flushed, but looking at him provocatively. Weren't we telling her not to get close? She refused to let him have his way. Li Shua just wanted to make his stance clear to Bai Qining. He didn't like her controlling, manipulating, or provoking him. Completely unexpectedly, Bai Qining pulled this move. Her neck was still damp and cool, and in front of her was a girl's incredibly close and beautiful face. Her long hair cascaded down, and the delicate fragrance of her hair filled the air. Li Shua was slightly stunned. He was genuinely at a loss because of Bai Qining. Only when the girl's eyes, filled with complex emotions, seemed to see right through him, did he reach out and grab Bai Qining's arm. His tone was no longer fierce. Have you made enough of a scene? If this continues, things will get out of control. Seeing the man's ears gradually turning red, Bai Qining calmed down considerably. Afraid that Li Shua would get even angrier, she immediately pulled herself off him, sat down to the side, and tucked her hair behind her ears. Li Shua sat up from the sofa, didn't speak to Bai Qining anymore, and immediately went to the bathroom. Upon entering the bathroom and seeing Bai Qining's handiwork on his neck through the mirror, Li Shua fell silent. Even wearing a collared shirt might not cover this area. Bai Qining planted such a big strawberry for him here. He'll be in big trouble when he meets some elders this afternoon. Li Shua stayed in the bathroom for a long time before coming out. Upon arriving in the living room and seeing Bai Qining on the sofa, he went to the bedroom alone and closed the bedroom door. He was about to lock it, but after placing his hand on the doorknob, he ultimately withdrew it. Bai Qining reached for a cushion, glanced at the room, hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to lie down on the sofa. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Li Shua tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. Since Bai Qining was sleeping on the sofa outside, he got up and left the bedroom. Passing by the sofa, he saw that Bai Qining was already asleep on the sofa, so he tiptoed away. He had just reached the door when he turned back, went back into the bedroom to get a blanket, gently tossed it on to Bai Qining, and then stepped out the door. Li Shua originally wanted to go to the manor to relax. Unexpectedly, as soon as I went downstairs, I saw my second brother, Bai Sheng, sitting in the living room. Bai Sheng was holding his phone with a furrowed brow when he heard a noise on the stairs. He looked up and saw Li Shua, his eyes lighting up slightly. He stood up and greeted his brother-in-law. Li Shua, are you done with your lunch break? At this time, the Bai family members were still taking their afternoon nap and hadn't gotten up yet. Bai Sheng couldn't sleep, so he made some tea in the living room. When Li Shua heard his brother-in-law greet him, he inexplicably felt that brother Bai seemed more enthusiastic than usual today. He smiled faintly and replied, "Yeah, I have trouble sleeping." Li Shua walked into the living room. Bai Sheng's gaze lingered on his neck for a moment, and he coughed awkwardly, saying, "You and Ningning seem to have a very good relationship." His tone was somewhat unpleasant. They didn't even notice to be careful in the middle of the day. When Li Shua heard Bai Urge mention it, he remembered his neck. He raised his hand to touch his neck and said somewhat awkwardly, "It's all right." Bai Sheng made Li Shua a cup of tea, and Li Shua naturally sat down to the side and chatted with his brother-in-law. It was a bit awkward, but we'd already run into each other. After taking a few sips of tea, Bai Sheng suddenly looked at him and asked, Li Shuo, are you very skilled at pursuing girls? Li Shuo looked up. Huh. Chapter 288 The Cold War turns into a real war. Li Shuo had never done anything like pursuing girls in his 2 lives. How did brother Bai see that he was so skilled? He immediately said, without my second brother, I would know absolutely nothing about pursuing girls. Bai Sheng, however, felt that Li Shuo was being modest because he was Bai Qining's second brother and was embarrassed to admit it. But the truth is, Bai Qining has fallen deeply in love with Li Shuo, and he doesn't believe Li Shuo doesn't have some real talent. It's not something an average man could do to make a girl like my sister fall for you. I'm just curious, how exactly did you manage to make Ningning fall for you? Bai Sheng said. Undeniably, he has now taken notice of the black girl and feels a great sense of crisis. He needs to consult with his brother-in-law now, even if the person the other party abducted is his sister. Li Shuo realized his brother-in-law's intentions and was somewhat surprised. Bai Sheng actually has a girl he likes? Li Shuo always thought that Bai Sheng was unapproachable and that his brother-in-law might never even get close to the girls he liked because they would be scared away by his stern face and domineering aura. He was even a little curious about the personality and appearance of the girl his second brother-in-law had fallen for. Li Shuo asked, Second brother, are you going to pursue a girl? Bai Sheng's expression was somewhat unnatural. After a brief hesitation, he finally nodded and admitted, I met a girl I have some feelings for, but I'm not very good at handling relationships between men and women, so I'm asking you for advice. I hope I can get some useful tips from you. After Bai Sheng finished speaking, he filled Li Shuo's teacup with tea and looked at him sincerely. Li Shuo felt awkward. He wasn't good at pursuing girls, and he was still in a cold war with Bai Qining. Why does everyone think he's so good at pursuing his wife? Li Shuo still feels uneasy thinking about the time he helped Yi Xian win back his wife. After all, he helped the other person pursue his wife. Li Shuo was somewhat reluctant to help someone win back their wife. But this time, the person accompanying them was their second brother-in-law, and their mother-in-law, Xie Jingji, was also very concerned about the marriages of her sons. Furthermore, since the other party is Bai Qining's brother, it's impossible for him to make the same mistake as last time when he taught someone how to pursue a wife. After thinking for a while, Li Shuo suggested to Bai Sheng, I have almost no experience in pursuing girls, but I have seen quite a few examples of people pursuing girls. Second brother, you are excellent in every way, but you are usually serious, which may scare girls. You can try to be more gentle with the girl you like. Upon hearing this, Bai Sheng recalled that every time the dark-skinned girl saw him, she seemed very afraid, and it was probably his face that frightened her. Okay, I understand. Is there anything else? He asked sincerely. Li Shuo thought for a moment and continued. Another thing is to cater to her preferences. Find out what the girl needs and likes, and give her some of those things regularly to build a good impression. Bai Sheng thought about it seriously. The girl had posted pictures of herself eating steamed buns twice on her WeChat moments, and he had also seen her eating steamed buns when he first met her at the airport. According to her business partner in Luqing, her family is poor, she has a mentally ill brother, and they eat steamed buns every day, so what she lacks most is money. Bai Sheng nodded confidently, I understand. Are there any other techniques? He needs to learn more from his brother-in-law, so he can put those skills to good use later. Li Shuo truly took his brother-in-law's matter to heart. Even though he had zero experience in pursuing girls, he passed on the methods he had taught Yi Xian for pursuing a wife to Bai Sheng. The two of them sat in the living room for more than half an hour. The two didn't finish their conversation until a sleepy-eyed Bai Qining ran down from the second floor to the living room. Bai Qining accidentally fell asleep. When she woke up, she didn't see Li Shuo and was afraid that he had run away. She ran downstairs and saw Li Shuo in the living room, and then she felt relieved. Li Shuo is still at home. No way. Her gaze lingered on Li Shuo for a moment before she strode over to his side. After greeting Bai Sheng, she whispered to Li Shuo, come back with me for a bit. I have something to tell you. Li Shuo always gave Bai Qining face in front of the Bai family. Even though the two were having a cold war, when Bai Qining called him back, he got up, greeted his second brother Bai, and went back to the room with his wife. No sooner had the two left than Bai Sheng took out his phone and called his assistant. Xiao Lu, have the people in Wanqing prepare 30,000 yuan in cash for me. Based on the experience Li Shuo shared today, Bai Sheng has already summarized it. You should give a girl something she likes, and that is practical. The black girl's family was so poor that she naturally needed money. That would be too easy for him. The second young master of the Bai family may not have much else, but he has a lot of money. Meanwhile, Li Shua, the mentor who had been guiding Bai Ershao in pursuing his wife, had already returned to the room with her. He sat on the sofa, looking up. Bai Qining squeezed some concealer into her palm, dabbed it on his neck with her fingertips, and covered up her handiwork. Actually, she acted on impulse today and never expected that Li Shua would dare to run downstairs alone with this big strawberry on his head. She was even more afraid of embarrassment than Li Shua. After confirming that Li Shua hadn't run away, she saw the big hickey on his neck and quickly pulled it back to cover it. Both of them were physically responding to each other, but neither of them spoke. Li Shua obediently tilted his head back, and the girl's fingertips lightly touched his skin, which felt cool and a little itchy. His Adam's apple bobbed, and Bai Qining paused for a moment, her cheeks flushing pink as she suppressed her racing heartbeat and continued. The atmosphere inexplicably became somewhat ambiguous, but the two stubborn people didn't say a word more. A few minutes later, Bai Qining covered up most of the mark on Li Shua's neck before saying, "Be careful later, don't rub off the concealer here." "I can't guarantee that. You should have been prepared for this when you did this afternoon," Li Shua retorted stubbornly, knowing he would feel embarrassed even if he were caught. As soon as he finished speaking, the girl's pretty face suddenly came closer, and she threatened, "If you can't guarantee it, I'll suck 10 more on your neck tonight, so you won't be able to go out and see anyone tomorrow." Li Shua forced a smile and replied, "Don't worry, I will definitely go out and meet her. I'll tell everyone that it was the female hooligan Bai Qining who pinned me down on the bed and kissed me." Bai Qining's chest heaved. "Bastard, how come I never realized you were so shameless before?" Li Shua paused for a moment. "I guess it's because I've been spending too much time with you, and people are influenced by their surroundings." Before Li Shua could finish speaking, the girl's hand had already expertly reached for his waist. "Ah, Bai Qining, why did you resort to violence when you couldn't win an argument? If you're so capable, then try moving against me." As soon as the girl finished speaking, her tender waist was pinched. Li Shua pinched her back, and even pinched her harder. Bai Qining, enraged by Li Shua's pinching, pounced on him on the sofa and quickly lifted up his clothes. Li Shua felt a chill on his waist and immediately reached out to grab those wicked little hands. "Bai Qining, don't go too far. It's not up to you." The young couple's Cold War escalated into a real fight, and they started playfully wrestling in the room. Bai Chung and Su Han duo, who are husband and wife, are currently arguing incessantly, like enemies. Bai Chung only had time to go to the company to handle some business, while Su Han duo packed her things and took the child back to her parents' home. She left a message telling Bai Chung and the Bai family to kick Li Shua out immediately, otherwise she would stay at her parents' house with Hao Hao and not return to the Bai family. She wanted to see whether she, the daughter of the Su family and a meritorious member of the Bai family, was more important, or Li Shua, that good-for-nothing Phoenix man who was only good-looking. Bai Chung was completely exasperated by this crazy woman. Upon returning and learning of Su Handua's intentions from the housekeeper, he immediately said with a stern face, "Then let her live in the Su family for the rest of her life and never come back." Chapter 289. Li Shu. I'm so scared. After Li Shua and Bai Qining had a fight in the room, the atmosphere between them eased considerably. Aside from being stubborn in private, he was much more natural in his interactions with the elders of the Bai family. Xie Jingji had noticed the changes in her son-in-law and daughter. After dinner, she suggested that Li Shua and Bai Qining stay in Kyoto for a few more days until Hao Hao's birthday banquet was over before returning home. As Hao Hao's aunt, Bai Qining naturally had to attend the birthday banquet in person. Although Su Han duo and Li Shua didn't get along, Li Shua was now Bai Qining's husband, which was Hao Hao's uncle, so she couldn't refuse Xie Jingji's invitation and agreed. "Xiao Shua, don't worry. On your birthday, you can go to the banquet with Qin Ning for a meal. I will also tell Han duo not to have any conflicts with you." At the dining table, Xie Jingji sat next to Li Shua and said to him with a smile, "I will also try to avoid her. This is Hao Hao's birthday party, and I will try to avoid any unpleasantness," Li Shua replied calmly. Bai Qining wouldn't let him go back and told him to fulfill his responsibilities as a husband. His mother-in-law also spoke up, so he went over to appease her. The two had just made their agreement when Bai Sheng raised his hand to check the time and suddenly said, Li Shua, then you have a great time these next few days. I have some projects to follow up on in Wanqing these days, so I won't be able to keep you company. He did want to spend time with his sister, but the two of them were inseparable all the time, and he felt strange being around her. The matter of the black girl in Dingguan City is still unresolved, and I don't know if she received the money that was sent by people from there today. Bai Sheng was eager to see Li Shu's expression after receiving the money, so he decided to fly back tonight and send more money tomorrow, telling the dark-skinned girl to add him back quickly. The thought of missing the look of surprise and delight on Li Shu's face after receiving the money today made Bai Sheng's heart itch inexplicably. He had only ever felt this way with his younger sister, Bai Qining, before. Unfortunately, the girl was never interested in the things he gave her, and most of the time he didn't deliver them to her in person. He had almost never seen his sister's surprised or delighted expression. That black girl was different. If someone is so poor that they can only afford to eat steamed buns every day, they would be overjoyed if they suddenly received tens of thousands of yuan as a gift. When Bai Sheng thought of this, even his handsome face softened considerably. Xie Jingji only learned before dinner that the person her son had been in contact with during his recent trip to Dongguan was actually a young male owner of a building materials store. Now that her son has only been back for an afternoon and is about to leave for Dongguan again, her heart aches, but she can't show it. She just smiles and says, Xiao Sheng, you've been going to Dongguan a lot lately. Is there some good project that requires you to go there often? Bai Sheng is still on the blacklist of the girl, and his birth chart doesn't even have a single dot. So naturally, he doesn't want to tell his family what he's thinking. He stood up and said, It's a pretty difficult project. I'll tell you more about it once it's successful. Xie Jingji, don't go into details. She's afraid she'll end up in the crematorium prematurely. She waved her hand. Never mind. You go ahead. After saying that, he gave his son a meaningful look and continued, Remember, take it easy. I've heard that this kind of relationship is the most likely to cause illness. Everyone at the dinner table was like. Bai Yingtang immediately corrected his wife, saying, Jingji means that the second son shouldn't work too hard and should take a break. Although he did not believe that his son's sexual orientation was abnormal, he would not contradict his wife. Xie Jingji nodded in agreement. Yes, that's what Mom meant. After greeting everyone, Bai Sheng quickly left. Only Bai Yingtang and his wife, old man Bai Shenian, and Li Shua and his wife remained in the manor. The family went for a walk in the manor to digest their food and also to plan where to go for the next few days. Li Shua actually prefers staying at home, but seeing that Bai Qining is so busy on weekdays and rarely has time to relax, he didn't spoil her mood and agreed to go out for a walk. At the same time, Dongguan City, Li Shu sat at her desk in the dormitory, her heart pounding wildly. She's so scared right now. I feel like I'm being watched. A classmate just told her that someone was delivering something to her, which she found strange, since she hadn't been shopping online recently, and even if she had, she wouldn't need to go over to sign for it immediately. But she was also worried that it might be a former classmate or friend suddenly sending her something, so she decided to go out and check it out. When she reached the school gate, a strange man in a suit handed her a bag, saying it was a gift from young Master Bai. She took the heavy bag and opened it, revealing several thick stacks of 100 yuan bills. This was the first time Li Shu had ever seen so much money in her life. First she was stunned, then she was scared, and finally, as if she had been given a hot potato, she quickly stuffed the money back into the man's hand and ran away without looking back. She had been back for almost 2 hours and was feeling very anxious. She was given money for no reason, and a lot of cash was delivered to her. She couldn't figure out what the other person was thinking. Why would they suddenly give her so much cash? Is the young Master Bai, that person mentioned the same boss Bai who's suspected of having designs on her kidneys? The image of the man's dark, thunderous face flashed through Li Shu's mind, sending shivers down her spine. This person doesn't seem like a good person at all. Even though they seem to have plenty of money, they recently pressured her to pay back her money and offered to introduce her to a high-paying job that was practically free money. Unexpectedly, after she paid off her debt and blocked him, she sent someone to deliver a bag of cash. Li Shu thought about the man's thunderous face and couldn't imagine that he was the kind of person who would still send her money to curry favor after being blocked. Li Shu sat at her desk, one hand supporting her chin, looking very uneasy. What exactly does he want? Li Shu thought and thought, but still couldn't figure out what the other person was thinking. An invisible fear lingered in my heart. After all, this person had already tempted her with a good job and then pressured her to repay the money, and now he's inexplicably giving her tens of thousands of yuan in cash. It looks like he's after her kidneys, trying to seduce or plot against her. The more she thought about it, the more panicked she became. She took out her phone, intending to call her brother Li Shua to tell him about it. But then she thought that even if she told him now, she wouldn't have any evidence to catch him in the act, and she would only make Li Shua worry for nothing. She finally put down her phone and decided to observe the situation further. What if she refuses the cash offer this time, and the other party knows she is vigilant and cannot be tempted by money? Then they will stop in time. At this time, VIP lounge at the airport. What? She didn't accept it? Bai Sheng was quite surprised to hear over the phone that the 30,000 yuan in cash he had sent out today had been rejected. He thought for a moment and said, I guess it's because I didn't get there in person and the delivery was rather sudden, so let's leave it at that for today. He will go there in person tomorrow. First, give her some money to improve her life and also to increase her favorability. At least get her to remove him from the blacklist before we talk about anything else. The Bai family's estate was so large that the family strolled around, stopping frequently to admire the flowers, feed the fish, and chat over tea in the pavilion. By the time they returned to the villa, it was already quite late. When Bai Shenian heard Li Shua say he knew a little about chess, he took Li Shua to his study to play chess. In his previous life, Li Shua's grandfather was a chess fanatic. Influenced by this from a young age, and with a chess table in their small shop, elderly people would gather together to play chess every day. Having seen so much, I'm truly unrivaled in this area. He beat all the old men in the village to a pulp. Bai Shenian was busy with his career when he was young, but he only settled down in his old age and developed this hobby, which he then devoted himself to. Now, among all the old men, he is one of the best. Today I finally met my match, and I grew stronger with each battle against Li Shua. As the night grew deeper, Bai Qining began to complain. Fearing that the old man was not getting enough rest and was still monopolizing Li Shua, she forced the two to stop after a game and pulled Li Shua back to the room. Chapter 290, Are the Bai family blind? I don't miss you. I'm just worried that my grandfather is too old and his health won't hold up. After closing the room door, Bai Qining immediately emphasized this to Li Shua. Upon hearing this, Li Shua also composed himself, his gentle expression vanishing. He stepped away from Bai Qining and said, I know. Let's keep our distance in private. Bai Qining narrowed her eyes slightly and crossed her arms. Who cares about getting close to you? Both of them stubbornly insisted on their own way, then went to shower, sat on the sofa, and went to bed. Li Shua took a shower first today and secured the opportunity to sleep on the sofa. He felt no guilt if he didn't let Bai Qining sleep on the sofa, and he could get a good night's sleep. Bai Qining, on the other hand, tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. That despicable guy, Li Shua. Knowing her identity, they didn't have a chance to separate and go back to her parents' home, and actually chose to sleep in separate beds. It was late at night, and Li Shua was already fast asleep. Suddenly, another person lay down on the already cramped sofa. Bai Qining lay down next to Li Shua to prevent herself from falling, wrapped one arm around Li Shua's body, rested her head on Li Shua's arm, and hugged him tightly. She couldn't stay awake any longer and fell asleep. Until midnight. The space became cramped, and Li Shua vaguely felt a bit crowded. He moved his body and realized that there was someone in his arms. He paused for a moment before realizing what was happening, frowned and hesitated for a while, then simply stretched his slightly numb arm, reached out, and put his arm around the girl's waist, holding her tighter before continuing to sleep. Instead of sleeping in a perfectly good bed, she came to squeeze onto the sofa with him, so she didn't get any sleep either. The next morning, when Li Shua woke up, Bai Qining had already left some time earlier. If it weren't for the backache and pain he felt from maintaining the same posture for so long last night, he would have thought he was dreaming. At this moment, Ms. Bai, who was brushing her teeth, peeked out from the bathroom. Seeing that her husband had already sat up on the sofa, she quickly pulled her head back before he could look at her, afraid that he would discover that she was spying on him. Li Shua sat on the sofa, stretched a few times to relieve the soreness in his body, and then went to wash up. As they arrived at the bathroom door, they ran into Bai Qining, who was coming out of the bathroom. Li Shua consciously stepped aside, and Bai Qining came out with her chin raised. The two continued to keep their distance, pretending that nothing had happened last night. The next few days, the two were in almost the same state. During the day, they act naturally and harmoniously in front of their elders, and the family enjoys quiet and comfortable sightseeing in Beijing. In private, they keep their distance from each other. Li Shua also prepared a birthday gift for his nephew Hao Hao. Tomorrow. This was Hao Hao's first birthday party. Bai Cheng had already made all the arrangements and hadn't told his parents that Su Han Duo had gone back to her parents' home. His plan was to pick up Hao Hao at home tonight and hold a birthday party for Hao Hao alone tomorrow. He would let Su Han Duo stay at home if she wanted to, and he wouldn't spoil her. It was Su Handuo's mother, Mrs. Su, who couldn't sit still any longer. Around 4 p.m., Mrs. Su visited the Bai family and met with Bai Yingtang and his wife. At this time, Bai Shunian, his grandson-in-law, and granddaughter are still outside and haven't returned. Only Bai Yingtang and his wife were in the Bai family. As soon as Mrs. Su arrived, she told them about the conflict between the couple because of Li Shua and how unhappy they were. Brother Bai, Jingji, back then, Han Duo and Bai Cheng got married because Han Duo was pregnant, which already damaged Han Duo's reputation. We were concerned about Bai Cheng's reputation, so we didn't tell anyone about him forcing Han Duo into marriage. Now that the two are married, Han Duo is arguing with him every few days and running away from home. A few days ago, the couple argued again because of Qin Ming's live-in husband. Han Duo felt wronged and went back to her parents' home. Bai Cheng hasn't come to pick her up for so many days. To be honest, our Duo has been suffering from the very beginning since she married Bai Cheng. Why should she suffer even more because of a man who just moved in? Besides, Li Shua is a grown man. What grievances can't he endure? You all shouldn't be protecting Li Shua and hurting our Han Duo's feelings. As Mrs. Su spoke, tears began to fall. She was very dissatisfied that Bai Yingtang and his family were protecting Li Shua, a son-in-law who had married into the family, but since they were in-laws after all, she couldn't say anything too harsh. The Su family had only managed to get on the Bai family's good side after a lot of trouble, so they couldn't afford to cause too much of a scene and lead to a divorce. So Mrs. Su started to complain about how wronged her daughter was, and tears streamed down her face. She is indeed very angry right now. What kind of son-in-law is that? Does he deserve to be favored by the entire Bai family? Although the Su family was far less powerful than the Bai family in Kyoto, their daughter was definitely many times more valuable than that poor boy. They are like heaven and earth. Are these people blind? It's hard to tell who has the most important position in this family. If Xie Jingji and Bai Yingtang don't give her an explanation today, she definitely won't leave. Seeing Mrs. Su crying, Bai Yingtang's already troubled heart became even more agitated. He thought he would have some free time to spend alone with his wife today since no one was home, but unexpectedly, Mrs. Su came, and it was because of Bai Cheng and his wife's matter. Bai Yingtang didn't want to speak, but Xie Jingji spoke first. She looked helplessly at Mrs. Su and said, "Mother-in-law, I know you're very sad, but please don't cry. I have truly treated Han Duo and Li Shua equally. I have personally witnessed Han Duo repeatedly speaking rudely to her brother-in-law. The fact that I did not immediately criticize Han Duo is already a huge favoritism. If it were any of our Bai family's sons, I wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Yingtang could have broken their legs. I know that you have pampered Han Duo as she grew up, but now she is a mother, and her every word and action has a great influence on Hao Hao. I think it is better to let Han Duo reflect on herself and look for problems within herself." Mrs. Su, listen to what they're saying. Is this something a mother-in-law would say? Before Mrs. Su, whose lips twitched slightly, could speak, Xie Jingji continued, "Grandpa is taking Hao Hao's birthday banquet very seriously this time. I specifically instructed Han Duo to work with the eldest son to prepare. If you hadn't come today, I wouldn't have known that Han Duo had abandoned Hao Hao's birthday banquet to go back to her parents' home for so many days. The young couple may have a tiff, but they can't let the child's birthday banquet be delayed. They've also invited so many ladies and friends from Kyoto. If we don't take good care of them, people will inevitably gossip that our daughter-in-law is inconsiderate. Xie Jingji also looked a little unhappy and continued. How about this? Since Han Duo wants to stay at her parents' house a little longer, I'll have Bai Qing pick up Hao Hao tonight, and we'll take Hao Hao to the birthday party tomorrow. She doesn't need to go. Mrs. Su immediately stopped crying. Oh dear, how can that be? Han Duo is Hao Hao's mother and the eldest daughter-in-law of the Bai family. She definitely has to go to the birthday banquet. I'll talk to her about it when I get back. Many people are eyeing the position of the eldest son's wife in the Bai family. If Han Duo really doesn't go, wouldn't that give other women a chance to take advantage of the situation? Although Mrs. Su was very dissatisfied that Xie Jingji's words still showed favoritism towards the son-in-law who had married into the family, she had no choice but to endure it in order to keep her daughter's position as the eldest daughter-in-law of the Bai family. The only reason to blame them is that their daughter was pampered and raised with high moral character from a young age. He doesn't know the kind of flattery and sycophancy that comes with having a son-in-law live with his wife's family. Chapter 291, A Dilemma. Mrs. Su was afraid that the Bai family would not allow her daughter to attend Hao Hao's birthday banquet, so she didn't dare to say another word. She didn't even stay for dinner and hurriedly went back to persuade her daughter. Xie Jingji naturally didn't want her grandson's birthday party to be without his mother, so after Mrs. Su left, she called Bai Chung and asked him to pick up Su Han Duo and take her home that evening. Since they already have a child, she naturally hopes that the two of them can create a complete family atmosphere for Hao Hao. As for Su Handuo's personality, we can only try to correct it slowly. Who told that brat to get drunk and treat Su Han Duo like his older sister, and the two of them ended up having a marital relationship. Otherwise, of the two girls in the Su family, Su Hanyun is far more outstanding than Su Han Duo. That child, if nothing had gone wrong, would probably still be living a wonderful life right now. It's such a pity. When Li Shua and his wife returned to the manor with Grandpa Yi, Mrs. Su had already left. After dinner, the family went out for a walk to digest their food. At the manor, Bai Shunian suddenly received a call from Old Master Li, informing him that the Li family had prepared generous gifts for Hao Hao's birthday banquet the next day, and that he would not be coming. News is shared throughout Kyoto. The fact that the Bai family's son-in-law is in Kyoto is already known to all the major families there. Given the Bai family's eldest daughter's status within the family, her husband will undoubtedly be invited to the birthday banquet tomorrow, as he benefits from his wife's status. The marriage agreement between the Bai and Li families was forced to be cancelled due to the sudden marriage of Miss Bai. Now, the relationship between the Bai and Li families is the focus of attention in the entire Kyoto high society. Tomorrow's birthday banquet will likely attract a lot of attention from people who are curious to see how the Bai and Li families are getting along these days. Their presence might actually spoil the nature of the birthday celebration. Li Jingsong and Bai Yingtang were already at odds. With his granddaughter-in-law being snatched away, Li Jingsong couldn't muster a smile at the banquet attended by Bai Qining and her husband, nor did he want people to see the Bai and Li families make a fool of themselves. Even if they don't attend, the gifts sent by the Li family will definitely be the most extravagant at the entire banquet. Let me tell you in advance, the gift I'm giving you tomorrow is because I like Hao Hao and the boss. It has nothing to do with you, you untrustworthy old man. On the phone, Mr. Li's voice sounded much stronger. A while ago, my granddaughter-in-law ran away, and more importantly, my grandson was unreliable. There was still no news from my eldest son's family. All these unpleasant emotions accumulated, and I developed some health problems. Bai Shunian smiled when he heard his old friend's voice sound much more energetic, and said in agreement with his old friend, "Then I can say that I've benefited from my great-grandson's good fortune." Stop trying to glorify yourself. That's it. My phone's almost dead. Only 99 liters left. I'm not talking to you anymore. Bai Shunian's brain short-circuited for a moment. Okay. This old guy has probably learned some insulting jokes online again. At his age, why is he still surfing the internet every day, saying things that he doesn't quite understand? Speechless. Taught by Old Man Li. After the two old men ended their call, Bai Shunian told Bai Yingtang and his wife about the Li family's absence from Hao Hao's birthday banquet. The two didn't mind. After all, The relationship between the two families was indeed delicate, and if they really went, the news about this matter would probably overshadow their grandson's birthday banquet tomorrow. Although the Li family didn't come, it didn't affect the deep friendship between the two families. Li Shuo remained silent, listening to their conversation quietly, and sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat strange. If he guessed correctly, the Li family should be the powerful family in Kyoto that Suyu mentioned, comparable to the Bai family. As for the Li family, Suyu had mentioned them to him a few times before. He wasn't really interested in these big families, and he would forget about them after hearing about them most of the time. There was only one thing that left a deep impression on him, and that was the big gossip about the head of the Li family. The current head of this family married 2 twin sisters, and they had 6 daughters and 1 son. Previously, Li Shuo didn't know Bai Qining's identity and didn't think much about it. Thinking about it carefully these past few days, Yi Xian and Bai Qining are childhood friends, and Li Che is close to Yi Xian, even helping him come up with ideas to pursue Bai Qining. Li Che also has several twin sisters. With just a little thought, Li Shuo can deduce that Li Che is the only son of the Li family. He used to not like to think about these things, since the big family had nothing to do with him anyway. Unexpectedly, not long after, he became the son-in-law of the Bai family in Kyoto, and had to start paying attention to the relationship between the Bai family and other families in the capital. Although Li Shuo had a general idea of what was going on, he didn't ask any further questions. Asking the elders of the Bai family about the Li family would be presumptuous, and I've been having a cold war with Bai Qining these past few days, so I don't want to bring it up. He couldn't help but wonder why the only son of the Li family would help Yi Xian pursue Bai Qining, since the two were of similar age and shouldn't they have the advantage of proximity? Suyu only told Li Shuo about the only son of the Li family, but never mentioned the engagement between the only son and the Bai family's young lady. Even if it was mentioned, Li Shuo didn't care about these trivial gossips at the time, letting them go in one ear and out the other. Xie Jingji suddenly remembered that she hadn't told Li Shuo about Bai Qining's engagement. She suddenly asked Bai Qining, "Ningning, have you told Li Shuo about your relationship with Li Che?" Bai Qining had no chance to tell Li Shuo that the two of them had been giving each other the cold shoulder for so many days. She shook her head. "I forgot. Li Shuo. How could I forget this?" Xie Jingji immediately stepped forward and said to Li Shuo, "Xiao Shuo, Mom thought Ningning had already told you. Since she didn't, I'll take this opportunity to tell you today." Li Shuo turned to look at his mother-in-law, listening attentively. "It's like this. Grandpa Ningning and old Master Li made an agreement that if the Li family had an eldest son, he would marry the eldest daughter of the Bai family, and the two families would become in-laws." Xie Jingji spent a few minutes explaining the ins and outs of the relationship between Bai Qining and the only son of the Li family. Li Shuo went from being confused at first to surprised, and finally to feeling incredulous. "Li Che is actually engaged to Qin Ning?" he exclaimed in surprise. "Does that mean this kid is also helping Yi Xian pursue his fiancée?" Li Shuo wasn't too bothered by their engagement. After all, he had learned from his mother-in-law that Bai Qining had given him a psychological trauma when he was a child, making him afraid to marry her. "I never expected that this guy would knowingly help someone else pursue his fiancée, even though he knew she was his fiancée. That's outrageous." Seeing Li Shuo's strong reaction, Xie Jingji assumed that Li Shuo was very concerned about the engagement, and immediately said, "It may not necessarily be Li Che. The Li family also has an eldest son who has been missing for many years. If the other party is still alive and has children, then the person engaged to Ningning may be that Li family descendant whom she has never met. The two of them have never met. Now that you are married to Ningning, our family naturally accepts you as our son-in-law." As soon as Xie Jingji finished speaking, she tugged at her husband's sleeve. Although Bai Yingtang was unwilling, he went along with it because his wife had already expressed her opinion, saying, "Me too." Bai Yingtang was extremely unhappy that this brat who abducted his daughter would have to bear the infamy of being untrustworthy. Bai Shunyan was also in a bad mood. Although his grandson-in-law had no flaws, he had broken his promise to his old friend. Li Shuo could sense the subtle change in the atmosphere, but now that things had progressed to this point between him and Bai Qining, he was truly in a dilemma. If things go wrong, The relationship between the Bai and Li families will be very difficult to adjust, and it may remain deadlocked. The Bai family will be hard to deal with, and he will face similar awkward situations many times in the future. If he were to take a step back and clarify to everyone that he and Bai Qining hadn't reached that point, and then walk away, he might be able to let go since he hadn't completely fallen for her. But Bai Qining might not be so ruthless. Besides, they've already kissed, and if he just leaves like this, he'll feel guilty and the girl won't let him off easily. Now we're truly in a dilemma, caught in an awkward situation. Now, Bai Sheng, the second son of the Bai family, who lives far away in Dongguan, is also troubled. The day after he returned to Dongguan, he took 50,000 yuan in cash to Sun Yat-sen University and treated it as he would with close clients, wrapping it in a pretty gift box as a simple gift. He just didn't expect that after asking someone to pass on the message, the dark-skinned girl would refuse to come out and see him. Chapter 292, Fulfilling the Duties of a Wife. This was the first time that young Master Bai had been refused a meeting, especially in front of his subordinates. He felt very embarrassed and immediately turned away with a dark expression. 2 days later, after reviewing Li Shua's lecture on, even the most virtuous woman can be swayed by a persistent suitor, he reflected that he was too thin-skinned and should not have backed down so easily, so he went to Sun Yat-sen University again. This time, instead of having someone pass on a message, they parked the car directly in a parking space next to the school. As soon as Li Shu got out of the car after leaving the school, the other party saw her. Before Bai Sheng could even say hello, Li Shu hurriedly ran back to school. To this day, whether he had people stake out the school or went there himself, he has not seen Li Shu leave the school gate. Bai Sheng never imagined that pursuing a girl would be so difficult. The girl was afraid of him, as if he were something else entirely. He has to go back tomorrow to attend his nephew's birthday party. Li Shu doesn't leave the school. Even if he comes back, it would be difficult to see him without using special connections. Inside the room, Bai Sheng sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling night view of Dongguan, but he had no interest in appreciating it. After thinking for a moment, he picked up his phone and called his assistant. Check if Sun Yat-sen University has any events recently. The school has a good influence. If there are any events, let me know and sponsor them in the name of the company to create some buzz for our new property. He vaguely remembered seeing news recently that Sun Yat-sen University was going to celebrate its anniversary this year, but he wasn't sure of the exact date. It should be within the next few months. Sun Yat-sen University usually broadcasts its events on local television, and sponsoring the event would boost the popularity of his new Wanxing real estate project. As the president of Wanxing Real Estate, he could also legitimately attend the event at Sun Yat-sen University. Now that he's in school, is he afraid he won't see this black girl again? With her looks and demeanor, she'd probably be asked by the school leaders to perform on stage and give Sun Yat-sen University a good reputation. Meeting her would be incredibly easy. After finishing the phone call with his assistant, Bai Sheng's brow finally relaxed. In the dormitory, Li Shu was unaware that someone had already laid out a plan, only thinking that if she stayed at school for a while, the suspicious CO Bai would be unable to get close to her. She's been thinking about something these past few days. The leaders of the performing arts department asked her to perform on stage at the school's anniversary celebration. For Li Shu, this is an opportunity to hone her skills, and she doesn't mind performing on stage. In any case, every experience she gets at school now provides valuable social experience. She was simply torn between performing a poetry recitation or singing. Grandpa Bai wasn't in a very good mood tonight. He had to go to his grandson's first birthday banquet tomorrow, so he didn't take Li Shua to the study to play chess. Not long after they returned, everyone went back to their rooms. Li Shua went straight to his room and bed after taking a shower today. Even if Bai Qining slept on the sofa, she would have to squeeze in with him. It was much more comfortable on the bed. Unexpectedly, just after the lights were turned off, Bai Qining rolled from the other end of the bed to his back and hugged him. He frowned slightly, reached out to pry the girl's hand away, but didn't use his full strength, and said, Bai Qining, don't go too far. We agreed to only fulfill our obligations in front of your elders, so why are you crawling into my bed every day? Before, we'd wait until he was asleep before we'd sneak in, but today we're doing it so openly? Bai Qining rested her chin on his shoulder, showing no intention of letting go, and said matter-of-factly, "You're my husband. What's wrong with letting me hold you while we sleep?" Li Shuo. After a moment of silence, Li Shuo finally spoke. "All right, then you should also fulfill your duties as a wife." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around, reached out to Bai Qining's chest, and used his fingers to pull down the shoulder strap of her nightgown. Bai Qining was stunned for a moment before she reacted. Her face turned as red as blood. She reached out to cover her exposed shoulder and kicked Li Shuo with her foot under the covers. "You bastard, you're dreaming." Bai Qining was like a blank sheet of paper in this area. Li Shuo's sudden request and immediate action startled her, causing her to overreact. After she finished yelling and kicking people, she belatedly realized that she seemed to have missed some important opportunity. Li Shuo was kicked in the thigh by a girl, and he winced in pain. Fortunately, she only kicked his thigh. If she had kicked any higher, some people would have been crippled. He rubbed his thigh to relieve the pain, then raised his hand and flicked Bai Qining's forehead without hesitation. Before she could react, he quickly distanced himself from her. "If you don't want to, then sleep by yourself and don't cling to me." After saying that, he turned around, protected his little brother, and didn't give the other party another chance to kick him and cripple him. Bai Qining. How awful. In fact, Bai Qining was not opposed to this matter. To be precise, she often fantasized about various scenarios of seducing her innocent husband. The two of them just haven't been getting along these past few days. Li Shuo was still sulking with her, and Bai Qining couldn't bring herself to take the initiative at this moment. Feeling annoyed at missing this opportunity, she turned around angrily and hugged the blanket, saying, "Who wants to cling to you? I just need a pillow. I'll go buy one tomorrow." "Perfect, I'll start sleeping on the sofa tomorrow." "You wish." The young couple bickered until midnight, and couldn't help but fight again, which ended with Li Shuo being tackled to the bed by the girl. Li Shuo decided to return to Luqing to learn martial arts, and even Jesus couldn't stop him. The next morning, not long after Li Shuo and Bai Qining got up, Xie Jingji had someone bring Li Shuo several more formal suits. "I need to dress a little more formally to attend Hao Hao's birthday party." Li Shuo chose a simple and fitted outfit, put it on, and left the room. As soon as they arrived downstairs, Xie Jingji and Bai Qining looked over instinctively and were instantly stunned. Li Shuo looked even better in a suit than they had imagined. "Oh my, Ningning's taste is impeccable. Xiao Shuo's temperament is even more handsome than those young masters from prominent families in Kyoto." Xie Jingji couldn't help but praise. Bai Yingtang straightened his old face and sneered inwardly. "My daughter has good taste, but this kid is not as good as I was back then." Bai Qining is currently wearing a light purple off-shoulder dress, with a simple and elegant design and a light and natural feel from the sheer fabric. From Li Shuo's perspective, when she is not speaking, she looks like a fairy descended from heaven, so beautiful that it is impossible to look away. The couple couldn't help but stare at each other for a while before tacitly averting their gazes. The family stayed in the living room for a while, and when they saw that it was almost time, they called the driver and officially set off for Hao Hao's birthday party. At the same time, Mrs. Su and her husband were already halfway to the birthday banquet. Sitting in the car was Su Hanyun, who was wearing a white dress with delicate features and light makeup. Mrs. Su kept scanning her daughter from head to toe with her eyes, without the slightest smile on her face. "If I hadn't sent someone to Luqing to invite you, would you have refused to even come to your own nephew's birthday banquet? How could my Su family have produced such an ingrate? It's not like we can't afford to support you. Why did you go to Luqing to open a coffee shop? You're not ashamed, but your father and I are." There were quite a few wives at Hao Hao's birthday party today. Although your current situation is very bad, with a limp and unable to have children, with your face in the background of our Su family, finding you a divorced wealthy businessman won't be a problem. Handua's marriage to Bai Chung allowed our Su family to ride on the Bai family's coattails, and she even gave birth to a son for Bai Chung. As her older sister, you should also strive to do better. Perform well at the banquet today. I don't expect you to snag a rich husband, but you can always find a divorced man to help the Su family expand and strengthen its connections. This will give our family more confidence, and Handua won't suffer so much injustice in the Bai family. As Mrs. Su spoke, she looked at her daughter's legs and frowned again. If her leg weren't lame, even if she had a congenital ovarian problem that prevented her from having children. With Su Hanyun's face and temperament, as well as the fame and achievements she had accumulated in dance since childhood, she could easily have snagged a wealthy husband for the Su family. What a pity. How could she be so careless as to get hit by a car and break her leg, wasting all those years of her upbringing and money, turning her into a money-losing burden? This is so frustrating. Chapter 293 Birthday Party. It was a little after 11 a.m. Inside the banquet hall of the Dill Hotel, dazzling lights illuminated the entire space. The elegant music, sometimes melodious and sometimes soaring, creates a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere, making it irresistible to feel eager to try it out. Although the banquet had only just begun, many guests who had arrived early had already gathered in the hall. Bai Chung was dressed in a black suit, and his usually cold and arrogant face showed a rare gentleness today. He was holding the handsome little Hao Hao in his arms, and Su Han Duo, who was dressed in an expensive dress and had exquisite makeup, was by his side. The couple, along with their son, greeted the guests who had come to the banquet. Also present were the second, third, and fourth sons of the Bai family, who had already arrived at the banquet hall. Only the fifth child is still abroad and cannot come back. Li Shua followed his mother-in-law and the others to the banquet hall. Bai Qining went with Li Shua to greet his brothers, and then the two of them found an inconspicuous spot to get something to eat. With the Bai family, such a large household, to entertain the guests, she could simply stay with Li Shua today to avoid making him feel awkward. Today is the birthday banquet for the young master of the Bai family. Many guests are not only here to attend the banquet, but also to see the true face of the Bai family's son-in-law and the current sensitive relationship between the Li and Bai families. Even though Li Shua was trying to keep a low profile, he still attracted a lot of attention as soon as he entered the banquet hall. Everyone thought that Bai Qining's husband, who had no family background, would be out of place and become a laughingstock even in this high society setting. But when they saw the other person's incredibly handsome face and naturally noble demeanor, they couldn't help but question their own existence. If it weren't for knowing Bai Qining's husband's background, her attire and demeanor today would probably outshine many of the wealthy young men in this banquet hall. Many wealthy young men who have always admired Bai Qining find it hard to accept that a man from a less privileged background could win the heart of the eldest daughter of the Bai family and climb the social ladder to become a phoenix man, a man from a poor background who achieves success through marriage. However, Bai Qining is known for being aloof and difficult to mess with among the second and third generation of wealthy families. If you touch her sore spot, you might get beaten up on the spot. Most of the rich kids just dare not speak out against her. Besides Su Handuo's brother, Su Xinghai, who came early in the morning to help his brother-in-law set up the venue. Su Xinghai had always admired Bai Qining. He originally thought that by marrying his younger sister Su Handuo into the Bai family, he could have an advantage in getting closer to her. Who would have thought that a live-in son-in-law would suddenly appear out of nowhere? Not only did he turn his life around with his good looks, but he also recently angered his sister to the point of sending her back to her parents' home. Seeing him sitting next to Bai Qining and becoming one of the focal points of the event, Su Xinghai was filled with indignation. He reached for a glass of champagne on the waiter's tray, strode over to Li Shua and Bai Qining, nodded and clinked glasses with them, and then said to Li Shua, "Hello, I'm Duoduo's brother, Su Xinghai." As soon as Su Xinghai arrived, Li Shua sensed the malice emanating from him. Upon hearing this, he simply responded calmly and politely introduced himself. "TSK, what kind of attitude is this? Does he really think that just because he's hooked up with the eldest daughter of the Bai family, he's someone important?" Su Xinghai thought to himself, seeing Li Shua's cold attitude. Since his marriage to the Bai family, almost every wealthy and powerful family in Kyoto has greeted him with a smile. What right does this gigolo have to treat him coldly? Su Xinghai felt embarrassed and dissatisfied. He didn't even notice Bai Qining's increasingly cold gaze. He only wanted to embarrass Li Shua in public. He sighed regretfully. Today's birthday party for Hao Hao is quite lively, but it's a pity that President Li and his family probably won't be coming. They used to have such a good relationship. Throughout the banquet hall, everyone knew that the Li and Bai families had broken off their engagement because of Bai Qining's whirlwind marriage to Li Shua, which created a rift between the two families. Now that Su Xinghai had mentioned it, many people around immediately turned their gazes to Li Shua, their eyes filled with disdain. Li Shua had already foreseen this scene the day he learned Bai Qining's identity. Although he felt very uncomfortable inside, he remained calm on the surface, deliberately refusing to comply with Su Xinghai's wishes. He merely glanced at him indifferently and then calmly said, "Oh, Su Xinghai. Oh, just one." Bai Qining, who was just about to start a tirade, suddenly brightened up. Li Shua's face did not turn as embarrassed as Su Xinghai had imagined. In fact, he remained calm and composed. Su Xinghai felt as if he had punched a cotton ball. "I feel so awful." He even felt like a clown in front of Li Shua. Su Xinghai wondered if this person was aloof or genuinely stupid. His mother did mention that Li Shua had a mental illness. "Your cold reaction just now was just plain silly, not aloof." Unwilling to give up, Su Xinghai jokingly asked Li Shua, "Don't you know? A large part of the reason why President Li's family didn't come today is because of you. Don't you feel guilty for ruining the deep friendship between our two families?" As soon as Su Xinghai said this, everyone who had been eavesdropping immediately perked up their ears. Isn't that a very direct question? But that's the truth. As everyone knows, the strained relationship between the Li and Bai families is due to Li Shua's sudden marriage to Bai Qining, and he didn't even come to Hao Hao's birthday party today. Just as everyone was wondering how Li Shua would respond, Bai Qining's voice rang out first. "Su Xinghai, I didn't even know our Bai family and Grandpa Li's family had a grudge." "How did you know?" Su Xinghai was taken aback. "I checked the guest list today, and the Li family is definitely not coming. They're not even attending the banquet. Isn't it obvious that the two families—" Just then, a large, orderly line of people walked into the banquet hall, the commotion interrupting Su Xinghai's words. Leading the group was Gao Jia, the steward who served Old Master Li. The group behind him carried exquisite gift boxes of various sizes. As soon as they entered, they greeted the Bai family in a high-profile manner, attracting everyone's attention. When the Bai family saw the Gao family, they immediately took Hao Hao forward to greet them. After conveying a few words of blessing, the executive family member instructed his attendants to personally hand over the gifts to Hao Hao one by one. "Young master, this is a poem written by Master Fan himself, which our old master sent to you. He hopes that you will grow up strong like a new bamboo shoot, surpassing your teacher and becoming a rising star." When the executive said this, everyone present was filled with amazement and envy. This Master Fan is no ordinary person. He is a renowned calligrapher whose works are extremely rare and sought after. Many wealthy businessmen flock to him, offering a single character for a fortune, yet even he might not be willing to write a piece for them. Any calligraphy or painting by Mr. Fan is worth at least 2 million yuan, and even then, it's highly sought after but difficult to find. Today, Grandpa Li presented Bai Hao with a poem written by Master Fan, which shows how much Grandpa Li values this young master of the Bai family. The rumors of discord between Li Bai and his family were thus dispelled. If they were truly at odds, how could Old Master Li have given such a precious and rare gift? Besides Old Master Li, the gifts from the current head of the Li family, Li Jinsong, were also quite valuable, including a diamond Rubik's Cube priced at over 1 million. The Li sisters each gave expensive, childlike gifts ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions of yuan, including LV teddy bears, diamond soccer balls, and doll castles. Chapter 294. The Bai family's son-in-law hit someone. Although the Li family did not come, they showed their love for Hao Hao to the fullest extent. Every guest present was filled with amazement and envy. Any gift from the Li family could easily overshadow the lavish gifts they had prepared today. The Bai and Li families have no animosity at all. Their relationship remains as strong as ever. These gifts are all limited editions. Not only are they expensive, but you might not be able to buy them without special connections. For example, when my son Anan had his birthday, I wanted to give him a Snuffles teddy bear from the LVX teddy bear collaboration, but I couldn't buy it at all. The masterpiece diamond Rubik's Cube is another one. I heard that this cube is made of gold, jade, amethyst, and ruby, and is worth more than 1 million yuan. It's also priceless. The Li family really cares a lot about the young master of the Bai family. The close relationship between the two families is truly enviable. The atmosphere in the banquet hall instantly became even more lively, with everyone discussing and marveling at the relationship between the two families. Su Xinghai, who had just publicly stated that the two families had developed a rift, looked extremely embarrassed. He just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. They thought the Bai and Li families were at odds because of Li Shua, and that the Li family wouldn't come, but they were proven wrong on the spot. Fortunately, at that moment, his father, Su Jingzhong, and his family also arrived at the banquet hall. Su Xinghai immediately made an excuse to run away and greet his parents. However, Mr. and Mrs. Su are not in a good mood right now. The two of them prepared an expensive gift for their eldest grandson today, originally planning to make a grand entrance at the banquet hall when it was crowded and show off their status. To everyone's surprise, the Li family didn't come. Any one of the gifts they prepared made the Su family's gifts look inferior. Mrs. Su walked into the banquet hall and very discreetly presented Xiao Hao with the jade pendant that she had painstakingly crafted for hundreds of thousands of yuan. They pulled Xie Jingji and Bai Cheng and their wife aside to talk, as if afraid others wouldn't notice how good and harmonious their two families were. Since entering the banquet hall, Su Hanyun has blended into the crowd and hidden herself, not wanting too many people to pay attention to her. Even so, Bai Cheng, who was in the center of attention, seemed to have some kind of telepathy, and his gaze swept across the crowd, instantly catching sight of the girl. Even the usually composed and aloof eldest son of the Bai family was stunned at this moment, standing rooted to the spot. Their eyes met from a distance, and Su Hanyun's eyes almost instantly reddened. She immediately lowered her head and avoided Bai Cheng's gaze, walking towards the most inconspicuous corner of the banquet hall. During this time, many men noticed Su Hanyun's stunning appearance and elegant demeanor, but upon seeing that she was limping, they simply gave her a polite greeting and left. The eldest daughter of the Su family was once a renowned, talented woman in the capital, with countless admirers and suitors. However, since an accident more than a year ago, she has been left with a limp and seems to have suffered from depression, and has since faded from people's sight. I never expected to be attending the young master of the Bai family's birthday banquet today. After Su Hanyun left, Bai Cheng withdrew his gaze, but the gentleness on his face disappeared when he was talking to the guests. Su Handuo noticed Bai Cheng's change in expression, and her gaze quickly locked onto Su Hanyun's inconspicuous figure in the hall. A flash of jealousy and malice crossed her eyes. The eldest son of the Bai family was in a bad mood today. Many guests who had thought they might be able to chat with him more immediately abandoned the idea and went to get closer to the more easygoing third son, seeking opportunities for cooperation or marriage. But the third young master's words revealed his shrewdness and stinginess, and even the cunning old foxes felt that they probably couldn't outsmart him. They might all be too stingy to get married. That's enough. The third young master is too shrewd. They should go find the second young master instead. Forehead. The second young master doesn't seem to be in a good mood today. Forget it. I might as well go find the fourth young master. They have kind and gentle faces. No, wait. These four young masters seem to be in some kind of economic investigation unit lately, specializing in investigating economic crimes. Several big shots have been sent to prison, and those who have gone abroad haven't been spared either. They not only can't go over and try to get close to them, they have to keep their distance. Everyone wanted to take advantage of the Bai family's banquet to make more friends and strengthen their connections. Li Shua and Bai Qining sat in an inconspicuous corner, eating in silence. It wasn't until Bai Qining had drunk quite a bit of champagne that she allowed Li Shua some time alone while she went to the restroom. After Bai Qining left, Li Shua was left all alone. Feeling a bit bored, he looked up at his surroundings. Only then did he notice Su Hanyun sitting on the sofa in the rest area, some distance away from him. Su Hanyun seemed to be lost in thought and did not notice Li Shua and Bai Qining. She was just sitting on the sofa in a daze. At this moment, a middle-aged man of about 40 years old with a plump build sat down next to her, carrying 2 glasses of red wine. Miss Su, it must be so boring sitting here all by yourself. How about I keep you company for a drink? The man sat down next to Su Hanyun, very close to her, his tone as if seeking her opinion, but he had already handed her a wine glass. Su Hanyun felt a little uncomfortable with the distance between them, so she slightly stood up and moved her body, saying, "Excuse me, I don't drink. This wine won't make you drunk, and drinking a little won't do any harm. Your sister and mother both told me that you came here this time to find a marriage partner." The man placed his hand on Su Hanyun's shoulder and pulled her into his arms, whispering to her, "I'm single now, and I won't mind that you have a limp. Come on, drink this glass of wine, and I'll feed you, okay?" As the man spoke, his hand on Su Hanyun's shoulder kneaded her skin wantonly, the girl's fair skin stimulating his blood to surge. Although she had a limp, the girl was much more beautiful and delicate than he had imagined. With the tacit approval of Su Hanyun's mother and sister, the man disregarded everything, forcefully embracing Su Hanyun and bringing the wine glass to her lips. Since arriving in Kyoto, Su Hanyun has been deprived of her medication by Mrs. Su, and her depression has become uncontrollable. She has not eaten for 2 days and doesn't even have the strength to push the man away. "I won't drink it. Let go of me," she shouted at the man in her loudest voice. Sensing Su Hanyun's resistance, the latter's face showed displeasure, and he directly squeezed the wine glass to Su Hanyun's lips. "You've become a worthless piece of trash that no one wants, yet you still want to come to this party to hook up with men. Now what are you pretending to be, this virtuous and chaste woman?" Before he came, his younger sister, Su Handuo, specifically told him to take good care of her older sister. It seems the two sisters don't get along. Su Handuo is the wife of the eldest young master of the Bai family, so of course he'll stand on Su Handuo's side and help Mrs. Bai take good care of her sister. The man's face was full of arrogance. Ignoring Su Hanyun's struggles, he held the wine and tried to pour it into her mouth. Just as the red wine in the wine glass was about to be poured into the girl's mouth and spill all over her, a large hand suddenly appeared. Before the man could react, the wine glass in his hand was snatched away, and the collar of his shirt was suddenly tightened, forcing him to distance himself from Su Hanyun. Crimson wine and a fist the size of a sandbag landed on his face one after another. The huge force slammed him into the sofa cushions, then bounced out and staggered to the bottom of the sofa. Su Hanyun was quite frightened. It wasn't until the man rolled down the stairs that she slowly came to her senses. Her moist eyes looked at the man beside her, and she recognized him, both surprised and shocked. Xiao Shua. This was the first time Li Shua had ever beaten someone so fiercely since he transmigrated. His hand was a little numb, and he was also surprised by his own swift and skillful fighting. He was stunned for a moment. It seems he doesn't need to go outside to learn martial arts. He can learn faster by fighting more with Bai Qining. He only snapped out of his daze when Su Hanyun called his name, and immediately became reserved, "Sister Hanyun." At this moment, the man realized that this good-for-nothing son-in-law of the Bai family actually dared to hit him. Who is he? The director of Wanfu Group. This piece of trash is not even qualified to speak to him, let alone fight him? Absolutely despicable. Lu Jinghui was both in pain and angry. Gripping his teeth, he got up and shouted, "Quick, someone come quick. The Bai family son-in-law is having an attack and hitting people." Lu Jinghui shouted out, and the content was so explosive that it almost instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Chapter 295. The eldest son of the Bai family started hitting people. Lu Jinghui's loud shout was much louder than Su Hanyun's voice just now, drowning out the instrumental music playing in the hall. Mrs. Su and Su Handuo had been keeping an eye on this area. The two were already stunned when Li Shua made his move. At that moment, Lu Jinghui shouted, and the two of them reacted first, immediately running to the sofa in the rest area and looking in Lu Jinghui's direction. Only Bai Cheng, standing in the crowd, immediately focused his gaze on Su Hanyun upon hearing the commotion. At a glance, you could see the girl's reddened eyes and pale face. Upon seeing the suspicious red marks on that fair shoulder, his expression darkened. At this moment, Mrs. Su had already run to the rest area and quickly reached out to help Lu Jinghui. Taking this opportunity, she said to Li Shua, "Li Shua, what are you doing? This is a distinguished guest who came to celebrate Hao Hao's birthday today. Even if there is something you are not satisfied with, you can't hit him like this. A country bumpkin is a country bumpkin. He always resorts to his fists to solve problems." Besides, she intentionally introduced Lu Jinghui to Su Hanyun. What's wrong with the two of them having normal contact? It's just sitting together and having a drink, isn't it? What's it to you, brat? She could tell that the brat was having an episode. If it weren't for the Bai family's sake, she would have ordered the security guards to kick this country bumpkin out immediately, and she wouldn't have been so restrained in her speech. Mrs. Su is furious. Su Handuo never expected that Li Shuo would suddenly interfere and beat someone at her son Hao Hao's banquet, turning a perfectly good birthday party into such a big commotion. She already disliked Li Shuo, so now she naturally seized the opportunity to make trouble. She looked at Li Shuo and gently advised, "Brother-in-law, today is Hao Hao's birthday. If you have any opinions about President Liu, we can discuss them together. Look at how things have gotten. If President Liu goes to the police station, what will happen to the banquet?" Su Handuo has become wiser, and Li Shuo holds a certain importance in the eyes of the Bai family. This time, she wasn't as impulsive as before. Her tone was more like pleading with Li Shuo not to be so willful. Upon hearing Su Handuo's words, Lu Jinghui immediately understood, covering his face and saying, "You have to go to the police station. I have no grudge against you. I was just having a normal conversation with Miss Su, inviting her for drinks, and you punched me right away. Don't think that just because you're associated with the Bai family, you can act so lawlessly and do whatever you want. The Bai family won't protect you." Lu Jinghui felt a chill for no apparent reason as he was speaking. Before he could react, a tall figure stepped out of the crowd, walked up to him in a few steps, and grabbed his collar in his bewildered gaze. Lu Jinghui. White. Before Lu Jinghui could utter a sound, a fist the size of a sandbag slammed into his face with a loud bang. Everyone present was stunned by what they saw. The eldest son of the Bai family actually attacked Lu Jinghui. Lu Jinghui cried out in disbelief and staggered backward. Before he could regain his footing, Bai Cheng stepped forward and grabbed him, forcing him to his knees. By the time he realized what was happening, he was already pressed against the coffee table, his right hand slammed onto the surface. The man's gleaming leather shoes stepped on his arm, and he pulled a fruit knife from the fruit bowl, aiming it at the hand that had touched Su Hanyun. The knife moved. It wasn't until the sharp fruit knife was pointed at Lu Jinghui's hand that Lu Jinghui belatedly realized what was happening. His pupils widened, and he cried out in surprise, "Don't want." At the same time, Bai Cheng's voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, "Boss." Everyone present stared wide-eyed and gaped. However, just as the knife blade was about to strike Lu Jinghui's wrist, it deflected in time, grazing the shallow flesh of his wrist before embedding itself deeply into the solid wood coffee table. Bai Cheng stopped in time, but Lu Jinghui, whose eyes were already wide open, urinated at that moment, wetting the ground. Before he could even begin to feel relieved, Bai Cheng, like a demon descending, lowered his head and spoke in a voice so low that only the two of them could hear him. The eldest son of the Bai family is the most ruthless among the 5 sons. If it weren't for the old man Bai Shunyin's restraint, who knows how many lives he would have taken and how terrifyingly large his company would have become. Lu Jinghui's face hadn't yet regained its color when Bai Cheng said those words, and it turned several shades paler. It actually made him. God, kill him. Lu Jinghui was filled with remorse. He shouldn't have laid a hand on Su Hanyun today. Although no one knew what Bai Cheng said to Lu Jinghui, it was easy to tell from the other party's terrified expression that it must have been an order even more terrifying than chopping off his hand on the spot. Bai Cheng's request was something that Lu Jinghui could not refuse, and neither the Bai family patriarch nor Bai Cheng could use the law to restrain him. Bai Cheng's actions startled everyone in the banquet hall except for Li Shuo and Bai Qining. Mrs. Su and Su Handuo dared not say another word and silently hid behind Bai Yingtang and his wife. It's one thing for the Bai family's son-in-law to be nosy, but the eldest son of the Bai family is just as outrageous. Bai Yingtang, his face dark, immediately ordered Bai Cheng to take Lu Jinghui out and have the scene cleaned up. Xie Jingji immediately apologized to the guests and instructed them to continue the banquet. Bai Cheng was also ordered by Old Master Bai to go up to the 2nd floor. Before following the old man to the 2nd floor, he turned and glanced at Su Hanyun sitting on the sofa. Su Hanyun's face was still pale. Noticing Bai Cheng's gaze, she lowered her head to avoid his eyes. As Bai Cheng turned and walked away, Jingying could no longer hold back her tears, which fell onto the back of her hand, blooming one by one. Bai Qining had arrived when Lu Jinghui shouted for Li Shua to hit someone. But before she could help Li Shua continue beating him, her older brother struck first. Seeing the girl with her head down and not saying a word, she picked up the spare blanket from the sofa and gently covered Su Hanyun's shoulders. He opened his mouth, unsure how to comfort her, and silently reached for a tissue, handing it to Su Hanyun. Bai Qining could, of course, see that her older brother and sister-in-law still deeply loved each other. But now her older brother's wife is Su Handuo, and the two already have a child. Su Hanyun has very sound values and would definitely not want to interfere in the family of the two. The two have already missed their chance, and there's probably no hope for them to get back together. So the two of them must be feeling very bad right now. Bai Qining's current status cannot comfort her. Bai Qining is bad at comforting people, and Li Shua is even worse. He could only stand aside quietly, keeping Bai Qining company as Su Hanyun calmed down and getting them some food. Some unexpected things happened at the banquet today. Bai Cheng and the old man went to the second floor of the hotel and never came down again. With Bai Cheng absent, the task of entertaining the guests fell entirely on Bai Yingtang and his wife, along with Bai's sons. Today, Mrs. Su and Su Handuo defended Lu Jinghui one moment, and Bai Cheng attacked Lu Jinghui the next. Anyone with eyes can see that Bai Cheng and Su Handuo are still not of one mind. He didn't even respect his mother-in-law and continued to beat Lu Jinghui, which shows that the two families didn't have a very harmonious relationship. The guests naturally distanced themselves from the Su family and only chatted and greeted the Bai family. This also kept Xie Jingji very busy, and he could only greet the guests with the two coffin-faced men and the miserly man from the Bai family. Chapter 296 Li Shua, Sister Hanyun's Legs? It wasn't until 4:30 p.m., when the banquet ended and the guests gradually left, that Xie Jingji finally had some free time to go find Li Shua and her daughter. Xie Jingji could tell from the fact that her son-in-law Li Shua and son had hit Su Hanyun today that the girl must have suffered a lot of injustice. However, due to the special relationship between Su Hanyun and Bai Cheng, Xie Jingji could only offer her care and comfort as a relative by marriage, exchanging a few words with Su Hanyun in the rest area. Mrs. Su and her family had not yet left. She originally brought Su Hanyun here today hoping she could snag a rich husband. But who would have thought she would not only ruin the birthday party, but also cause Han Duo and Bai Cheng to drift apart? Anyone can see that the Su family and the Bai family are not on good terms. This afternoon, the whole family was left out in the cold. It's all because of that money loser Su Hanyun and that country bumpkin Li Shua. Mrs. Su grew angrier the more she thought about it. Seeing Xie Jingji and Su Hanyun talking over there, she was afraid that Su Hanyun would say something that would not be conducive to the harmony between the two families, so she immediately stepped forward. She greeted Xie Jingji and then reached out to take Su Hanyun's hand. Go home. Seeing this, Bai Qining took Su Hanyun's hand first and said to Mrs. Su, Auntie, I'm sorry. Hanyun has already promised to stay with me for the next few days, so she won't be going back with you today. Su Hanyun has already been deprived of her medication by Mrs. Su, who thinks she is just whining and that she will definitely not get her medication if she returns to the Su family. She really does need medication to stabilize her emotions. Also angry that Mrs. Su and her daughter had defended Lu Jinghui today, she refused, saying, I'll go back to Luqing with Ningning in a few days. I won't go back with you. Hey, you silly girl, haven't you caused enough trouble for Aunt Bai and the others today? Hurry up and come back with me. Don't cause them any more trouble. Mrs. Su reached out to forcibly take Su Hanyun away, but Xie Jingji, whose face had darkened since Mrs. Su came over, suddenly spoke up. Mother-in-law, don't worry, Hanyun won't cause any trouble for our family, and the Bai family can guarantee her safety 100%. Perhaps letting her live with Ningning in our house is safer than letting her live in your own home. Xie Jingji has truly had her eyes open today. This was the first time she had ever seen a mother push her daughter into the arms of an older man. If it's true that it doesn't matter if a man is a little older, then what kind of person is Lu Jinghui? Although Xie Jingji didn't recognize the guest invited by the Su family, he knew with a grain of salt that he wasn't a good person. Otherwise, would her gentle, refined, and low-key son-in-law have made a move in public? How long has it been since her son, Bai Cheng, has gotten into a serious fight with someone like this. Her son-in-law did a good job beating people today, and when they get home tonight, she, as his mother-in-law, will praise him to no end. Xie Jingji is now extremely dissatisfied that the Su family invited such a rotten apple to her grandson's birthday banquet. But they are in-laws after all, so she can't go too far in her words and actions, otherwise she would have kicked the entire Su family out long ago, except for Hanyun. Seeing Xie Jingji's unhappy expression and Bai Yingtong's unpleasant look, Mrs. Su knew she couldn't force Su Hanyun in front of everyone, so she could only force a smile and agree, reluctantly saying goodbye and leaving. Su Handuo was terrified by Bai Cheng's knife attack again today. Bai Cheng was so disrespectful to her. After entrusting Bai Hao to Xie Jingji, she made an excuse to go back to her parents' home first. It's all Su Hanyun's fault. If she had cooperated a little when Lu Jinghui was feeding her wine, would things have turned out like this? She's already crippled and infertile. Does she really think that only a rich and handsome man like Lu Jinghui would be interested in her? Only Bai Cheng is blind. No matter how much Su Handuo tries to win him over, she won't even look at him. She ruined her son's birthday party for a cripple. After the Su family left, Bai Yingtang and his wife said goodbye to Li Shuo and Bai Qining, and then took their grandson home. The second and third brothers went to see their grandfather to check on their eldest brother. Before leaving, Xie Jingji contacted a friend at a nearby psychiatric hospital to deliver medication to Su Hanyun, which would arrive in about 10 minutes. Bored in the banquet hall, the three suggested taking a walk in the hotel's back garden. Su Hanyun ate something with them in the afternoon and now seems to be in good condition, so she can go out for a walk. So the three of them went to the hotel's back garden together. This is one of the biggest features of the Kyoto Grand Hotel. Every plant, tree, stream, and stone inside is exquisitely crafted. The water features in the garden are particularly stunning. Just looking at them is enough to soothe the soul. The group strolled in the garden, with Bai Qining and Su Hanyun walking ahead, while Li Shuo followed silently behind. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but as he stared at Su Hanyun's right leg, he felt that her limp seemed more severe today than it had been at the coffee shop last time. Could it be because my body is too weak? Walking further from the garden, you'll find a Greek goddess fountain, next to which is a square, which is also a playground for children. There are all kinds of slides, trampolines, swings, and more here. Many wealthy people hold their banquets here. Many children also play together at this spot. Just as she arrived at the square, Bai Qining received a phone call from her mother's doctor friend. He asked Li Shuo to take Su Hanyun to a seat to rest, and then went to get Su Hanyun's medicine. The two sat down by the square. Li Shuo wasn't good at chatting, so he awkwardly started a conversation. Sister Hanyun, is your leg worse? You seem to be walking more seriously today than last time. Upon hearing this, Su Hanyun paused for a moment, then looked at Li Shuo as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Finally, he replied, No, you must have misread it. Thank you for today, Xiao Shuo. She thanked him sincerely, her eyes filled with gratitude. Li Shuo smiled somewhat embarrassedly. It's all what I should do. Su Hanyun smiled and chatted with Li Shuo for a few more minutes. Perhaps she had come out for some fresh air, or was simply spared the humiliation of facing the Su family. She seemed to be in a good mood. While talking to Li Shuo, she would often glance at the children in the square, her eyes filled with envy. Just then, on the slide not far from the two, a little girl of about 4 years old had just climbed up the ladder and, for some reason, wanted to back up. The slightly taller little boy next to her pulled her down. The little girl lost her balance and stumbled, about to fall onto the ladder. Ah, watch out. Upon seeing this, Su Hanyun, who had been watching the little ones closely, exclaimed in surprise and immediately got up to catch the little one who had fallen from the ladder. Hearing the noise, Li Shuo subconsciously looked up and immediately saw Su Hanyun running over. To his astonishment, Su Hanyun had already caught the little girl before she fell. Li Shuo was stunned. Because Su Hanyun's right leg, which was originally severely lame, was not limping at all when he ran to pick up the girl. Li Shuo. I rushed to finish this today, so I'm sorry for the late update. There might be some details that are not quite right. Please take a look first. I'll fix it later. Please don't mind. Lastly, everyone, I'm hungry. Time for some food ___angle__. Chapter 297 by Cheng's Methods. Su Hanyun acted quickly and was not far from the slide. She caught the little girl before she hit her head on the stairs. The nanny who was looking after the little girl was also terrified. She quickly came over, picked up the little one, checked for any injuries, and thanked Su Hanyun. After a brief moment of surprise, Li Shuo walked over to Su Hanyun's side. Seeing that the little girl was all right, he asked Su Hanyun with concern, "Sister Hanyun, is your leg all right?" Upon hearing this, Su Hanyun was stunned for a moment before realizing that in her haste, she had forgotten that she was lame. However, she quickly calmed down. When Li Shuo first asked her about her leg condition today, she wanted to tell him directly. Even though Li Shuo was in a bad situation himself, he still stepped in to help her at the banquet. She was very grateful and trusted Li Shuo a lot. But at the time, they were concerned that if more people knew her secret, the Su family would have a greater chance of discovering it. So Su Hanyun didn't say it at the time. "I just didn't expect this unexpected situation to occur. When I saw the little girl about to fall, I instinctively went to help her up, forgetting that she was lame." If anyone else had seen it, Su Hanyun would never have admitted that her leg wasn't lame, but if it was Li Shuo, Su Hanyun began to hesitate. "Xiao Shuo, actually I..." Seeing the expression on Su Hanyun's face, Li Shuo immediately understood. Seeing that the other party had some reservations, he took the initiative to find a reason for Su Hanyun, saying, "Sister Hanyun, you must be in a critical situation, and your potential has been brought out." Upon hearing this, Su Hanyun glanced at Li Shuo, blinked blankly, and then understood. She smiled knowingly and said, "Ah, that should be it. After all, this isn't a private place. Some things are best left unsaid between the two of them." Even without pressing him, Li Shuo could now roughly guess why Su Hanyun was limping. Even with her limp, Mrs. Su is still determined to squeeze every last drop of value out of her daughter, pushing that old man towards her today. If Su Hanyun hadn't been lame, Mrs. Su would definitely have pushed her towards a man with a better family background. Su Hanyun has someone in her heart and definitely doesn't want to marry another man. Even though her leg has recovered from a car accident more than a year ago, she still has a limp to avoid being targeted by the man arranged by Mrs. Su. No wonder her limp was worse today than it was in Xiamen. Li Shuo initially thought the situation had worsened, but it turned out that Sister Hanyun was just exaggerating. Su Hanyun probably never expected that even though she was already limping like this, her mother still wouldn't give up and would send her into the arms of any man with some background. Li Shuo couldn't quite understand why Mrs. Su seemed to favor her younger daughter, Su Hanyun, whose temperament and manners were superior to Su Hanhua's. He didn't want to pry into other people's affairs directly. The two sat back down on the benches, and soon Bai Qining brought a middle-aged woman to the square. The other party was Xie Jingji's good friend and a very authoritative psychologist in Kyoto. When Xie Jingji called her, she was about to get off work. Moreover, since it was a patient whom Xie Jingji had personally called to ask her to take care of, she came over in person to check on the girl's condition. After Dr. Zhou arrived, he sat down and chatted with Su Hanyun for more than 10 minutes, his expression very serious. She took out the medicine she had brought from her bag and said, "Your condition is very serious. You must take medication in combination with physical stimulation and psychological intervention. You must not stop taking the medication, and you also need." Dr. Zhou looked at Su Hanyun meaningfully at this point and continued, "We also need the active cooperation and encouragement of family members. If your family members cannot do this, please stay away from your home and spend more time with your friends." She is an authoritative expert. After all, with just a simple conversation, she can determine the patient's family situation. Patients like Su Hanyun often have problematic family relationships to some extent, and staying away from their families can be better for their recovery. Upon hearing this, Bai Qining immediately said, "Sister Hanyun, you can stay at our house in Kyoto now. When we return to Luqing, if they come looking for you again, just call me anytime. Don't go back with them." Su Hanyun had actually been trying to find a way out. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to Xiamen alone to open a coffee shop. Upon hearing this, she smiled and said to Bai Qining, "Okay, thank you, Ningning." The doctor gave Su Hanyun her medicine and then left. Before leaving, she told Su Hanyun that she also had friends in Luqing, and that it would be better for her to receive treatment at her friend's place when she returned to Luqing. Xie Jingji has a good personality, and her close friends are all of excellent character and integrity. After getting the medicine for Su Han-yun, Bai Chung was still reflecting on his mistakes in the hotel, and the old man was also still in the hotel. Bai Qining and Li Shua went to greet the old man, and then took Su Han-yun back to the Bai family. On the way back, Su Han-yun was a little worried that Bai Chung might do something too extreme because of what happened at the banquet today, so she asked Bai Qining, "Ningning, do you know what your brother said to Lu Jinghui?" Lu Jinghui looked frightening today. Su Han-yun was afraid that Bai Chung would go too far and get herself arrested. Li Shua also had this concern, but then he thought that Bai Chung probably had legal considerations in mind since he didn't chop off Lu Jinghui's hand back then. Upon hearing this, Bai Qining thought about it seriously and said, "Given my brother's personality, he would probably want to chop off Lu Jinghui's hand and wouldn't let him off so easily. Anyway, he probably can't keep that hand. Who told him to mess with Sister Han-yun?" Although Bai Chung usually seems easier to get along with than the second brother Bai Sheng is simply more ruthless when it comes to business warfare. Bai Chung is different. He often walks on the edge of the law. Otherwise, he wouldn't have whispered in Lu Jinghui's ear today, making a blatant threat without letting the people at the scene catch him in the act. Bai Qining, fearing that Su Han-yun would worry, continued, "Anyway, don't worry. Although my brother will help you get revenge for today, he won't drag himself down with him. With Grandpa keeping an eye on him, he won't dare to break the law." Li Shua, Su Han-yun. Indeed, just as Bai Qining said, Bai Chung did vent Su Han-yun's anger today, but he didn't get a drop of blood on his hands. We should take this opportunity to make an example of someone. 7 p.m. The Su family was preparing to eat. Suddenly, they received an apology gift from Lu Jinghui, delivered to Miss Su Han-yun. It is a beautifully packaged gift box. In the living room, Su Han-duo snatched the gift box from the aunt's hands and said with a displeased expression, "She didn't play any role at the banquet, and even ruined today's birthday party over a trivial matter, pretending to sow discord between the Bai and Su families, and now she's receiving apology gifts? What right does she have to accept it? She's crippled and can't have children. It's already a favor that Lu Jinghui is willing to touch her." Su Han-duo sat down on the sofa with the gift in her arms and continued, "Judging from Lu Jinghui's expression today, it's clear that what Bai Qing asked him for must be a real headache for him. This gift box is so beautifully packaged, the contents must be priceless. Su Han-yun ruined my Hao's birthday party, so I'll accept this apology gift on her behalf." Mrs. Su gets angry just thinking about this good-for-nothing daughter of hers. Today, she even joined some outsiders in criticizing her and refusing to go home with her. She had long seen through Su Han-yun's ingrate, and thankfully she hadn't agreed to Su Han-yun marrying Bai Chung. Otherwise, marrying her to Bai Chung would not only damage the relationship between the two families because Su Han-yun is unable to have children, but would also displease Bai Cheng's eldest son. Moreover, Su Han-yun, being such an ingrate, would not take care of her own family at all. Mrs. Su got up and sat down next to Su Han-duo, saying, "Our Su family's connections have been completely ruined because of this ungrateful wretch. She doesn't deserve to receive any gifts. Duo, open it, and take it if you like it. You're the one who's been hurt and wronged the most today." Su Xinghai immediately walked behind the mother and daughter, intending to see together what kind of precious apology Lu Jinghui had given. Su Jihong, Su's father, felt that there was something strange about the gift box. Before he could speak, Su Han-duo had already opened the lid of the gift box in her arms. Just what priceless treasures has Lu Jinghui prepared? Only, when the gift box was opened, the three people's eyes widened in horror at what they saw inside. Two piercing screams rang out loudly from the villa. "Ah!" Su Han-duo screamed, and almost immediately threw the box in her arms to the ground. The pale human hand inside the box rolled out and fell to the ground. Along with it, a mobile phone that was playing a video on a loop also fell out. The video shows Lu Jinghui chopping off his own hand with a sharp cleaver. Chapter 298, Always Eager for a Good Show. Lu Jinghui actually chopped off his own hand and delivered it to their door to apologize. The Su family was terrified. Su Jihong stared at the pale human hand on the ground, his face also turning pale as he froze on the spot. This is the method of the eldest young master of the Bai family. Mrs. Su was terrified. Pointing at the hand on the ground, she asked Su Jihong, Old Su, what happened? Why did Lu Jinghui chop off his own hand? Su Jihong immediately signaled for someone to come and clean up, his eyes still showing shock. He slowly said, the conditions Bai Cheng gave Lu Jinghui today were probably a choice between his hand and his company. If Lu Jinghui doesn't give up the hand, his company is finished. Of course, choosing to chop off his own hand and send it to the Su family to apologize to Han Yun is also. Seeing her husband hesitate, Mrs. Su asked in a trembling voice, what for? Looking at the group of people who were already pale with fright and trembling, Su Jihong said in a deep voice, he is also warning others that this is the consequence of bullying Han Yun. He is standing up for Han Yun and also demonstrating his power. Only after Su Jihong said this did the others belatedly realize what he meant. Su Handuo, in particular, instinctively pulled her hand back. Still finding it unbelievable, he said, This is for Su Hanyun. If she were here, she would definitely show it to her. What does it have to do with a demonstration, humph? Su Jihong glanced at his foolish daughter with barely concealed disgust and said, even if she were here, would you let this gift end up in her hands? Su Handuo. Su Xinghai was furious and impotent. That Bai Cheng is truly insidious and cunning, scheming against people like this. Mrs. Su felt a chill run down her spine. Little did she know that Su Hanyun, that good-for-nothing, was actually seducing that brat Bai Cheng. They not only clung to her, but they also didn't bother to put in a good word for the Su family with Bai Cheng. Otherwise, the Su family wouldn't have been treated so coldly at the banquet today. Bai Cheng even ordered Lu Jinghui to chop off his hand and send it to the Su family to scare her. This ungrateful wretch. I raised her all these years not so she could team up with outsiders to bully her own family. Since she's so unfilial, don't blame me for being heartless as her mother. Once she returns to Luqing, I'll quickly find her a husband and marry this ungrateful wretch off. She refused to believe that Bai Cheng, that brat, could chop off her hand if she married off her own daughter. Su Handuo was absolutely furious with Su Hanyun's temper. She was trying to seduce her husband to get back at her. She said fiercely, when the time comes, I'll just send someone over and force myself on her. She refused to believe that Su Hanyun, with a limp, could escape this time. The story of Lu Jinghui cutting off his own hand and sending it to the Su family as an apology quickly spread within the industry. Night. Bai Cheng had just finished reflecting on his mistakes and escorted the old man back to the villa. Before he could even have dinner, the old man learned about the incident. Bai Shenian was so angry with his eldest grandson that he immediately called him to the study and made him kneel down to the Bai family ancestors to continue apologizing. The old man has always treated Bai Cheng this way, and he would never tolerate such behavior. And Bai Cheng knelt down. I knelt for 2 days. Li Shuo and Bai Qining were also discussing returning to Luqing. Although Bai Shenian made Bai Cheng kneel in the study for 2 days, he doted on Su Hanyun, who caused his boss to lose control. To be precise, her family treated her like one of their own. Bai Qining slept with her every day, and during the day Xie Jingji would pull her along to arrange flowers, make tea, and take care of Hao Hao. Su Hanyun was diagnosed with a congenital ovarian disease when she was very young, which means she will never be able to have children. This is also what makes her feel very regretful, that she cannot have a child with the person she loves, and that she is not qualified to be a mother. So often, when she sees other people's children, she feels genuine envy and admiration. Although she liked children, Su Hanyun was initially somewhat resistant to Bai Hao. After all, he was the child of Bai Cheng and her sister Su Handuo. Unfortunately, Xiao Hao has been particularly clingy to her these past 2 days. The little guy looks just like his father, a carbon copy of his father who knows how to be cute and affectionate. In just 2 days, Su Hanyun has been completely charmed by Xiao Hao and takes her little nephew everywhere she goes. Perhaps because the two sisters look exactly alike, Xiao Hao is too young to recognize them and keeps calling Su Hanyun Mama in a babyish voice every day. Su Hanyun would patiently correct him every time because she was his aunt. Xie Jingji was worried that her son was not sober and that her father, Bai Cheng, was also not sober. Today, Bai Cheng had just been released from his 2-day period of reflection in the study and hadn't even had a chance to see Su Hanyun when Xie Jingji kicked him out of the house. After all, Su Handuo is now the Bai family's daughter-in-law. so the two of them definitely need to keep their distance. If Bai Chung were to stay at home, the son and father would definitely be indistinguishable. To be precise, Bai Chung could tell that what he wanted was Sue's eldest daughter, even if she was crippled. But in the end, the two had already missed each other. Even if Bai Chung still held on to the memory, the two of them were now in the past. Su Han-yun is now Bai Hao's aunt. Su Han-yun felt embarrassed to stay at the Bai family's house any longer, since it was her sister Su Han-was home and it wasn't appropriate for her to stay there indefinitely. In the evening, after dinner, for some reason, Xiao Hao stayed in Su Han-yun's arms all afternoon and wouldn't leave. In the living room, Su Han-yun held Xiao Hao and told the Bai family that she was going back. My coffee shop in Xiamen has been closed for a long time, and many customers are urging me to go back and reopen it. I will return to Xiamen tomorrow afternoon. As she spoke, she gratefully thanked the Bai family. Li Shua was actually just about to bring up the topic of going back when Su Han-yun said this, and he followed up by saying, "Dad, Mom, Grandpa, Qi Ning, and I should probably go back soon. We can go with Sister Han-yun tomorrow." He had discussed it with Bai Qining yesterday afternoon, and they were going back tomorrow. Li Shua waited all day today, but Bai Qining didn't mention going back. Now that Su Han-yun brought it up, he brought it up as well. Li Shua is very career-oriented, and the Bai family knows that. They weren't afraid of what others would say about finding a son-in-law with such a poor background, but they also supported Li Shua in developing his career. Hearing that Li Shua wanted to go back, Xie Jingji and Grandpa Bai, though reluctant, could only nod in agreement. "That's fine. Han-yun has difficulty walking, so it's easier for you two to take care of her if you stay with her," Xie Jingji said, glancing reluctantly at her son-in-law and daughter. Grandpa Bai has been spending more time with Li Shua these days and is growing to like his son-in-law more and more. Upon hearing this, she said to him, "After you go back, I will go to Luqing again in a while to meet Xiao Shua's parents." Xie Jingji immediately spoke up to remind him, "Dad, Xiao Shua's parents are divorced, and now Xiao Shua lives with his father." As she said this, she looked at Li Shua and asked, "By the way, Shua, you haven't found your future father-in-law yet, have you?" Li Shua was stunned for a moment, and the image of his aunt Xie Jingshu suddenly appeared in his mind. He gave an unnatural smile. "I don't think so. I'm not sure either." Bai Qining said that his father and aunt had something going on, but he didn't know how things were between them now. Xie Jingji suddenly remembered her younger sister and said, "Your Aunt Jingshu has been quite busy lately. I'll go with Dad to meet your father-in-law and see what your aunt has been up to. I'd be happy if she could find you an uncle." As Xie Jingji spoke, she couldn't help but smile. Bai Qining couldn't wait for her aunt to get together with Li Shua's father and infiltrate Li Shua's family so that she would have someone to help her when they quarreled in the future. She said in a serious tone, "I also think that Auntie is probably so busy because she has met someone she likes." She looked at Li Shua. "You agree, right?" Li Shua choked on his tea. This girl really loves to stir up trouble. Chapter 299, Taking Advantage. Li Shua did not comment on whether his two elders had found partners. He's not Bai Qining, who enjoys watching the drama unfold. If the two of them really have something going on, the family hierarchy will be all messed up from now on. The two elders should also consider this, right? Therefore, Li Shua dared not draw any conclusions rashly. See what the two elders think. In the blink of an eye. It was evening by then. Today, Li Shua is alone in his empty room again. For Li Shua, not having to sleep with Bai Qining at night was actually a good thing. After all, he's a normal man with normal needs. Bai Qining's constant attempts to get into his bed without fulfilling her duties as a wife are actually quite torturous for him. Last time, I picked out a shoulder strap and almost knocked his thing off with one kick. Li Shua was indeed somewhat wary of his wife, who possessed explosive fighting skills. It's probably because I drank a lot of beverages at night. Tonight, around midnight, Li Shua had already gone to the toilet twice. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Li Shua returned to bed after relieving himself and was trying to fall asleep when he suddenly heard the sound of the door opening. He opened his eyes in confusion, then immediately closed them again when he sensed someone approaching. The Bai family manor has several villas, housing a large number of bodyguards, providing a strong sense of security. Li Shua didn't think any bad guys would sneak into his room at this hour, but it was highly likely that his wife, Bai Qining, who was used to sleeping in his bed, would be the culprit. As Li Shua expected, the person quickly and skillfully got into bed, lifted the covers, and gently slipped into his blankets. Bai Qining lay down next to Li Shua and gently hugged him. It's already autumn, and the weather here in Beijing isn't like that of coastal cities like Xiamen, where it's already cold enough to need a sweater. Bai Qining is sensitive to the cold. Even in the summer, her hands get icy cold when the air conditioning is set too low, let alone now in the chilly late autumn. Bai Qining lay there for a while, her hands still a little cold, so she easily reached out to Li Shua's stomach and lifted his clothes. To Li Shua's surprise, the girl's hand slipped inside his clothes, and then her cool hand touched his stomach. Li Shua. He was stunned for a moment, not because Bai Qining's hands were so cold, but because the girl reached into his clothes so easily and naturally. This made Li Shua suspect that Bai Qining had sneaked into his bed again in the middle of the night a couple of days ago. He was sleeping so soundly that he didn't notice. Bai Qining thought Li Shua was sleeping soundly again today, so she warmed his stomach with her small hands and couldn't help but touch it a couple more times. Her pretty face flushed slightly as she hugged her husband tightly. Li Shua, who had been groped by his wife. He hesitated for a moment whether to push the female hooligan away, but when he felt the still somewhat cold hand on his stomach, he finally decided to let it go. His embarrassment was exposed, and Bai Qining was also embarrassed. Let's just leave it at that for now. Nothing was said that night. The next day, when Li Shua woke up, Bai Qining was no longer in his room. He got out of bed and went to the bathroom, but didn't see anyone. Li Shua was now completely certain that the girl hadn't missed the past 2 days. She had come, but he hadn't noticed. After washing up and tidying up, Li Shua went to the living room. Bai Qining and Su Hanyun were playing with Xiao Haohao. Seeing him come downstairs, she only glanced at him once before pretending to be aloof and continuing to tease Xiao Haohao. Su Hanyun took the initiative to greet Li Shua. Xie Jingji also came out of the kitchen. When she saw her son-in-law, she greeted him warmly, and then told the aunt to hurry to the backyard to call Bai Shunian and his son back for breakfast. Breakfast was exceptionally lavish today. Xie Jingji couldn't hide her reluctance as she smiled and served food to her son-in-law and daughter, telling them to come to Kyoto more often when they have time. A harmonious and warm breakfast was enjoyed. 10 a.m. Li Shua and his 2 companions had already packed their bags and were ready to head to the airport. A Mercedes-Benz van was parked at the entrance of the manor. Today, the Bai family's driver will take 3 people to the airport. Li Shua and his 2 companions bid farewell to their elders and boarded the car one after another. When Xiao Haohao saw Bai Hanyun get into the car, he seemed to sense the crisis of parting and cried his heart out, desperately trying to break free from Xie Jingji and Bai Yingtong's arms. His handsome little face was covered in tears, and he kept calling Mama. Su Hanyun smiled and waved to Haohao, but her eyes welled up with tears as she looked at the little guy crying his heart out. This was not her child after all. Even though she was reluctant, she turned her head away and cruelly blocked Xiao Haohao's view. Seeing their grandson crying so sadly, Xie Jingji and Bai Yingtang greeted Bai Qining and Li Shua, and then quickly told the driver to drive off. No matter how much Xiao Haohao likes Su Hanyun, she is ultimately not his mother. The little guy didn't feel much maternal love from his biological mother, and now he is very dependent on and reluctant to part with his aunt, who looks exactly like his mother and is very gentle and loving towards him. It's incredibly sad to have to part ways now. Even after the car had driven away, she cried loudly at the manor gate, wanting to wait for her mother to come back. This mom will feel sorry for him, and if he cries, his mom will definitely come back. However, Xiao Haohao cried for a long time, watching the car leave, but his mother didn't come back. But his father, Bai Cheng, who had come to pick him up, did arrive. Bai Cheng brought gifts when he came today, but when he heard that Li Shua and the other 2 had returned to Luqing, the rare look of joy on his face suddenly disappeared. Bai Cheng held Xiao Haohao in his arms and stood at the entrance of the manor. The father and son looked like statues, gazing in the same direction, their faces filled with sorrow. After a long time, Xiao Haohao still hadn't seen his mom come back. He turned to look at his dad, his eyes brimming with tears. Daddy, Mommy, looking for Mommy. Bai Cheng's eyes were a little red. He looked down at his son and said with regret and heartache, "She's not your mother. She's just your aunt. Wow. Afternoon. Mrs. Su then received news that her daughter, Su Han-yun, had left the Bai family. Inside the villa, Mrs. Su sat on the sofa, selecting photos from her hands. She is choosing a husband for her eldest daughter. The wealthy businessmen in the capital must know about Bai Cheng's affairs and dare not make a move on Su Han-yun, but the nouveau riche in Luqing are a different story. The information she has now comes from acquaintances in Luqing who introduced her to nouveau riche, people who suddenly became wealthy through land expropriation and are completely unaware of what happens in high society circles. In the past, Mrs. Su would naturally look down on such a family, but now the upper class either despises Su Han-yun for being a cripple or avoids Su Han-yun because of Liu Jinghui's act of offering his hand as an apology. She has no choice now, so she can only see which of these nouveau riche families is the richest and let Su Han-yun marry him. Otherwise, Bai Cheng and Su Han-yun are still entangled, and Su Han-yun, that ungrateful wretch, is unwilling to help the Su family, which is also affecting the relationship between Bai Cheng and Su Han-duo. She must marry Su Han-yun off as soon as possible. Su Han-duo was also helping to come up with ideas. When she saw Mrs. Su pick up a photo of a middle-aged man, her eyes lit up. Mom, this one is great. He's a resident of Luqing who received compensation for his land expropriation. His assets are at least 80 million. He's been divorced 3 times and has both a son and a daughter, so he doesn't mind that Su Han-yun can't have children. Besides, he's a huge fan of Su Han-yun. When she performed in Luqing before, he rushed onto the stage to hug her and said he wanted to marry her. Even if she has a limp, he probably wouldn't dislike her that much. Chapter 300. His eyes looked just like Grandpa Li's. Mrs. Su actually looked down on this nouveau riche with tens of millions in assets, but she had no other choice now. Since this man has children and still likes Su Han-yun, let's give him this opportunity. Okay, let's go with him then. It's her good fortune that he's willing to take a liking to her given her current circumstances. As for Bai Cheng, whether in the past or now, Mrs. Su would never agree to the two of them being together. Bai Cheng is the eldest son of the Bai family, and his son will become the head of the Bai family in the future. Su Han-yun was diagnosed with congenital ovarian disease when she started menstruating, and she will never be able to have children. The prominent families in Kyoto value offspring highly, and since Su Han-yun is unable to have children, she naturally has no chance of being accepted into these families. Since then, Mrs. Su has stopped having high hopes for Bai Han-yun. No matter how outstanding she is, if she can't marry into a wealthy family and help the Su family board the ship of an even bigger family, she is just a useless pawn. Fortunately, Han Duo was ambitious and had a relationship with the eldest son of the Bai family more than a year ago, which gave her Su family the opportunity to form a marriage alliance with the Bai family. Although the couple's relationship wasn't good, thanks to their in-law connection with the Bai family, the Su family has risen to prominence in just 1 year, successfully moving from a small wealthy merchant family in Kyoto to the upper class. Now, whenever the eldest son of the Bai family is mentioned, people immediately think of the Su family, which has brought them enormous benefits. In particular, Su Han-duo gave birth to the first male heir of the Bai family in this generation, the eldest son of the Bai family, and the future head of the Bai family. Su Han-duo is a great contributor to the Su family. Of course, she wouldn't allow Su Han-yun, that ungrateful wretch, to have a chance to rekindle her relationship with Bai Cheng. She had to marry her daughter off as soon as possible. The 3 of them returned to Xiamen at exactly 2 p.m. Li Shua and Bai Qining escorted Su Han-yun back to her residence, after which Bai Qining called 2 bodyguards to secretly protect Su Han-yun's safety. Anyway, she has plenty of bodyguards, so sending 1 or 2 over to check on Su Han-yun won't have any impact. Li Shua and Bai Qining went back to their house in Tangyuan community together. Li Xie contacted him today. The post-production editing of Fatal Game will take about half a month. After the editing is finished, he will adjust his schedule and go there to produce the background music. Besides this, Li Xia also talked to Li Shua about some other business matters. It usually happens a month later. Li Shua will be relatively free for the next month, so he decided to start a new book first. However, before he could start writing his new book, he had to pack his bags and move back to the neighborhood near the Li family's house. Although her fame in novels and music has gradually increased, it is not yet enough to match Bai Qining's status as a superstar. From a rational perspective, the two of them are still not suitable to live together. Bai Qining's status as a young lady also gave him a headache. He decided to live separately from her for a while so he could think about how to develop their relationship in the future. As for Bai Qining's moral blackmail, Li Shua has almost figured it out these past few days. Bai Qining has changed a lot now. It was a bad idea for her to trick him into going to the capital. It's pointless for a grown man to keep clinging to this. He would let it go as long as she toned it down a bit. Back at their home, Li Shua played with the Yunzi in the living room for a while, then took the cat to the balcony to find Bai Qining. Bai Qining was watering her succulents on the balcony when she saw Li Shua coming over. She immediately put down the watering can, turned around, and walked away, looking very busy. Li Shua. Bai Qining walked a distance before Li Shua called out to her. Wait, I have something to tell you. Bai Qining has been at odds with him these past few days, and the two of them are as aloof as icebergs when they're alone. Of course, except when I sneak into his bed. When Li Shua spoke, Bai Qining stopped and turned to look at him. Li Shua carried the Yunzi to her, paused for a moment, and then said, I'll move back tonight. Bai Qining looked up, her eyes showing displeasure, and asked him, Are you still angry? Li Shua shook his head, No. Then why did you move back? Bai Qining's tone softened instantly, as did her face. She reached up and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, then asked, Then why did you go back? Li Shua, before I went to Siu Island, I was living at home. Didn't we agree to live separately before our relationship was exposed? This was the first time in days that Li Shua had spoken to Bai Qining so calmly and peacefully. He had already calmed down considerably, and now that he wanted to go back, there was no need to continue arguing with her. Bai Qining noticed the change in Li Shua's tone, paused for a moment, and then said, Wasn't it because I took you to Kyoto that you got angry and went back to your parents' home? Li Shua, my maternal home. This sounds so out of place. He coughed awkwardly before saying, Forget it. I won't gain anything by continuing to be angry with you, and it won't change the fact that you are the eldest daughter of the Bai family. What I can do now is to work harder in my career so that people in your circle won't think that you have bad taste and married a bad man. Even before Bai Qining confronted Li Shua, she was afraid that her status as a rich young lady would scare him away. I was very anxious on the way home today, afraid that without my family's restraint, Li Shua would turn on me and move back home. I was just avoiding him like that. Seeing that Li Shua wasn't angry, her eyes lit up slightly. She suppressed the urge to laugh and pretended to be aloof, saying, All right, I can support you on this. Li Shua, so it's decided then. Talk to this girl nicely. She will actually listen. Bai Qining suddenly took a step closer to him, her pupils beneath her long eyelashes fixed on him. Stay here tonight, and I'll take you back tomorrow. The atmosphere between the two completely eased at that moment, and Li Shua smiled and replied gently, Okay. Bai Qining stared blankly at her husband's smile, then took a step closer to him, wrapped her arms around his waist, and asked him with some uncertainty, So, have we made up? Li Shua lowered his head, nuzzled his nose against hers, and said with a smile, What do you think? Upon hearing this, Bai Qining finally smiled slightly, like a flower bud about to bloom, shy and charming. The atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. Bai Qining had been spending all her time with Li Shua these past few days, but hadn't kissed him once. Now, she was unwilling to let go of such a rare opportunity. Her face was still flushed, yet she possessively reached out and hooked her delicate hand around Li Shua's neck, stood on tiptoe, and took the initiative to kiss his lips. The large dumpling sandwich between the two widened its eyes. A dozen minutes later, Li Shua sat on the sofa, with Bai Qining nestled softly in his arms. The collar of her shirt was slightly disheveled, and there were ambiguous marks on her fair neck, but her pink face showed satisfaction. However, the thought that such time was short-lived filled her with disappointment. She nestled her face into Li Shua's arms and whispered, Li Shua, if Jiue finds your relatives, I hope your grandfather comes from a family with a similar background to ours. If that's the case, she and Li Shua don't need to worry about whether it will be exposed or not. Li Shua found Bai Qining's words hilarious and couldn't help but laugh, saying, Do you think this is a novel? Finding a random relative and becoming a wealthy man in the capital? That only happens in novels. Bai Qining lifted her head from his embrace and said seriously, "How is it impossible? My grandfather Li has an eldest son who has been living away from home. If his eldest son is married, he would be as big as you by now." Li Shua pinched her cheek. "What does that have to do with me? What if you are?" Bai Qining said, carefully examining Li Shua. "Your eyes do look a bit like Grandpa Li's." Li Shua. Before Li Shua could speak, Bai Qining picked up her phone, found Li Zhiyue's number, and dialed it. She had been investigating Li Shua's background for some time, and she needed to make a call to check on the progress. "I don't have time to revise it yet, everyone. Please take a look at the table first, and I'll revise it when I get back tonight. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone." Chapter 3:01 You stingy little thing. Here you go. Bai Qining called Li Zhiyue, but the other party didn't answer. A few minutes later, she called her back. Li Zhiyue was on her way to visit 3 villages in Bashu when she stopped her bike to answer the phone, as it was inconvenient to do so. Her trip was precisely because of Li Shua's background. "I had my men investigate the leads you provided, and they found a woman in Sichuan who was the one who passed on Li Shua's father to the next human trafficker. I'm on my way to her hometown now." Bai Qining's phone was on speakerphone, and Li Shua immediately became interested upon hearing the news. He held the person in his arms, sat up straight, and leaned closer to listen to Li Zhiyue continue. Bai Qining nestled against him and held her phone close to his ear. He was actually looking forward to the day he could find his family, but he didn't expect to get a clue so soon. Li Shua didn't really expect to return after being separated for many years like in the novel, or that his original family was some kind of wealthy tycoon. Rather, it is his father, Li Shuejuan, who is able to return to his true family. Li Shuejuan is such a good person, so his parents must be good people too. I also hope that his grandparents are still in this world, so that the family can have this opportunity to reunite. Bai Qining didn't dare to hold on to the fantastical plot of Li Shua being actually Grandpa Li's grandson, a coincidence even more surprising than in novels. After all, since the Li family started searching for their son, they have found no fewer than 100 people who look very similar to Grandpa Li and Uncle Li. There was even one who looked exactly like Li Jinsong, but when it came to the final step of DNA confirmation, everyone was greatly disappointed. For Bai Qining, it would be a blessing if Li Shua could find his original relatives. However, what Li Zhiyue said next on the phone disappointed the two of them. "Don't be too happy yet. This woman from Bashu has been missing for more than 20 years. My investigation found that she eloped with her lover more than 20 years ago, and there has been no news of her for more than 20 years. I had someone retrieve her information and check it in China a while ago, but there was no information or record about her. Her lover, who eloped with her 20 years ago, died of illness a few years ago. The woman beside her when she died was not her. She also said that her husband was indeed away from home for several years more than 10 years ago, but she did not know anything about his situation outside. We can't find any clues with the lover, so I've come to Bashu to find out more. The only way to find Li Shua's family is to find this woman." Upon hearing this, Bai Qining turned her head to look at Li Shua and said, "Then we'll have to wait a while longer." Li Shua had already prepared himself mentally. Finding relatives is not a simple matter. In the era when his father went missing, even transportation was underdeveloped. Now, finding his relatives is like finding a needle in a haystack. "It's all right, but I'm sorry to trouble Miss Li again," Li Shua said somewhat embarrassedly. "What trouble is there? You are Ningming's husband, so it is only right for me to help you. Besides, I have long wanted to come to Sichuan and ride the mountain roads here. It is indeed exciting. I'll stop here and get going. I'll contact you as soon as I find any clues." After greeting the two of them, Li Zhiyue ended the call. Li Shua and Bai Qining didn't dwell on this matter. After all, these things couldn't be rushed. What Li Shua should do now is continue to develop the business he has at hand. The two stayed in the living room for a short while before Li Shua decided to go and write his new book. Bai Qining then took the initiative to take over the task of preparing dinner for him, allowing him to focus on his writing. It was still early before dinner time, and while Li Shua was typing away at his computer, Bai Qining was holding the Yuanzi and sitting on the sofa on the balcony, listening to music and reading the script Huawan had given her. The study and living room share a large balcony. When Li Shua is typing, He can see the quiet and beautiful girl on the balcony whenever he looks up. Peaceful and beautiful. Time passed quietly, but the words Li Shua typed on the keyboard were not sweet. It's been quite a while since Fatal Game ended. Many readers have recently recovered and are urging him to start a new book. So his new book aims to give readers that brain-itching feeling again. This new book is a crime thriller day and night. This is a short suspense novel, totaling only 420,000 words. This is Li Shua's ideal of suspense and mystery novels. In its original world, it achieved countless accomplishments. After being adapted into a TV series, it surpassed 100 million views within 16 hours of its premiere and garnered over 6 billion views. It received a high score of 9.0 on Douban and enjoyed immense popularity. After watching the TV series, Li Shua wasn't satisfied and read the novel several times. He's in good shape today too. Once I sit in front of the computer, I basically don't leave my desk except to go eat dinner. At 10 p.m., Li Shua wrote a 20,000-word article in one go and sent it to editor Day's email. Bai Qining was also a loyal fan of Li Shua. Knowing that he was writing a new book today, and that he had just finished writing it, she sat down at the computer and used her priority as his wife to get a sneak peek at Li Shua's new book. Feeling somewhat awkward having Bai Qining read his writing to his face, Li Shua decided to take a shower first. He just didn't expect that when he came out of the shower, Bai Qining and De Yuanzi were already in his bed. Li Shua walked to the bedside and looked at Bai Qining. "Aren't you going back to sleep?" "I am your legal wife. Why should I go back to sleep?" Bai Qining asked seriously. The main reason was that this guy's novel was not only terrifying, but the later plot made her very curious. She was afraid to go back to sleep, and she also wanted to hear about the next part of the story and who the dismemberment killer was. Of course, Miss Bai would never admit that she was frightened. She would only stubbornly demand that Li Shua fulfill his responsibilities as a husband. Li Shua. He paused for a moment before lifting the covers and getting into bed. "Then don't get too close to me." Getting too close is not friendly to him. Who is Bai Qining? He has a rebellious streak. As soon as Li Shua said this, she snuggled into his arms with a touch of domineering and rested her head on his arm. Li Shua. He pursed his lips and remained silent. After a while, he reached out and moved his hand down from the girl's waist. Bai Qining quickly realized his intention, and her face turned bright red. She subconsciously raised her knee. Upon seeing this, Li Shua immediately and instinctively withdrew his hand to protect Xiao Shua, glaring at her. How can you flirt with him but not let him make a move? Bai Qining's reaction was instinctive. After all, she had never experienced this before. She was stunned for a moment before realizing what had happened and felt as if she had lost a precious opportunity. She quickly withdrew her leg. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something to Li Shua, but felt too embarrassed to say anything. Finally, he whispered, "Tu didn't mean to kick you there." Li Shua was genuinely startled by Bai Qining. This girl was truly skilled in combat and didn't hold back when she struck. They also have double standards. He hadn't even started touching it when his leg was lifted up. Feeling a little embarrassed by Bai Qining's actions, he turned around, his back to her, and pretended to be angry, saying, "From now on, let's not touch each other." Bai Qining naturally knew what Li Shua was angry about. Hearing this, she lowered her head and remained silent for a while before biting her lip, leaning closer, and saying with a blush, "You stingy little thing. Here you go. Just touch it." Chapter 302 Unexpected Visitor. Bai Qining took the initiative to speak, and Li Shua initially refrained from making a move. It wasn't until the girl took the initiative to reach out and guide his hand that he reluctantly touched it a couple of times to satisfy his craving. They didn't make things difficult for Bai Qining anymore. After all, the girl's face turned red just from being touched a couple of times. I don't know if she was angry or embarrassed. Li Shua slept quite well tonight. For Day, an editor at Tomato reading thousands of miles away, however, it was a sleepless and frustrating night. At 3 in the morning, Day sat up in bed. "No way, this will look crazy? Showing me this manuscript in the middle of the night." It was 11 p.m. a few hours earlier. Day finally finished tutoring his son's homework and was about to take a shower to hand in his homework to his wife. Before going to bed, I glanced at my computer and saw an email from Li Shua. If it were any other author submitting their work this late, Day would save it for tomorrow morning to read. But the other party is Hua Lu, a top author on Tomato Reading, a highly sought-after talent coveted by several major websites. He had to read Li Shua's manuscript as soon as possible, for fear that if he read it too late, those websites would snatch it away. He sat down at the computer, opened the file, saw the book title, and frowned. Day and Night. It still sounds rather ordinary. He stroked his chin and continued reading. When he saw the total word count of over 20,000 words, his brows furrowed even more deeply. I was originally planning to finish watching this soon so I could exercise with my wife, but watching this much work is a bit too much. But since the manuscript had already been opened, Day could only continue. He just didn't expect that once he started looking, he would be completely engrossed. Half an hour later, sitting at his computer desk, Day looked up at the abrupt end of the most exciting part of the manuscript and exclaimed, "Holy crap! That's it! Who is the murderer? Is it Xie Jingjing's boyfriend?" Day was itching to write more and couldn't resist replying to Li Shua. "The manuscript is excellent, above the level of a master. Who was the murderer in the end?" Day sat at his computer desk for another 10 minutes or so until his wife came and dragged him over to hand in his homework. After handing it in, he couldn't sleep until the early hours of the morning, but still didn't receive a reply from Li Shua. Day. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, Bai Qining then drove Li Shua to the entrance of Xiangfu residential area. "We're here." She stopped the car, took off her sunglasses, turned her head, stared at Li Shua for a while, and when she saw him about to reach for the car door, she immediately said, "Wait a minute." Li Shua stopped what he was doing on the car door and looked back at her. "What's wrong?" She tilted her face slightly to the side, parted her lips slightly, glanced at Li Shua with her beautiful eyes, and hesitated to speak. Seeing the unsatisfied expression on the girl's beautiful face, Li Shua suddenly realized what was going on, but then he found Bai Qining's current appearance quite adorable. He moved closer to her, looked into her eyes, and asked, feigning ignorance, "What's wrong?" Bai Qining pursed her lips, then frowned at him, looking at him with disappointment. "You're such a blockhead, an idiot. The two of you are going to live separately today, and you will have far fewer opportunities to see each other in the future. Don't you want to give each other a kiss before you get off the bus?" "Huh? How am I a blockhead or an idiot?" Li Shua's expression was a bit exaggerated, and he looked completely innocent. Bai Qining was so angry she wanted to punch him, but she couldn't bear to part with him since they were about to separate. She clenched her fists tightly, and then released them, leaning closer to Li Shua and domineeringly commanding, "Come a little closer." Looking at Bai Qining's serious expression, Li Shua felt amusement in his heart, but his face remained innocent and serious as he obediently moved closer to her. Li Shua leaned closer, his handsome face magnified in front of her, and the girl's fair cheeks instantly flushed pink. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and she tried her best to hide her shyness, pretending to be calm and domineering as she leaned closer. Then she tilted her head back and kissed Li Shua's lips. Bai Qining originally thought that she would just give her wooden husband a kiss before parting. "I just didn't expect it." Just as she was about to pull away after giving Li Shua a quick kiss on the lips, her wooden husband suddenly reached out and cupped the back of her head, deepening the kiss, making it passionate and lingering. After an unknown amount of time, Li Shua finally pushed the person in his arms away from her seat. The girl's face was flushed, her eyes were misty and wet, and she was breathing softly, unable to pull herself out of the state that Li Shua had led her astray. Li Shua couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch her cheek, feeling a little regretful. Unfortunately, it's daytime now, and the two of them are in the car. Bai Qining was stunned for a moment before she came to her senses and belatedly realized that Li Shua had been teasing her on purpose. She was both ashamed and angry, and also felt inexplicably frustrated by unfulfilled desires. In the end, she couldn't hold back any longer and punched Li Shua twice in the chest, kicking this liar husband, his luggage, and a Yuanzi out of the car. Big dumpling. Li Shua took 2 punches, and before he could bounce back, Bai Qining shoved him out of the car. He carried his luggage in one hand and a Yuanzi's space box in the other, watching the car drive away. "My chest hurts a little. This girl really doesn't know her own strength." Only after the car had driven away did Li Shua rub his chest. then continue carrying his luggage and the large dumpling, and walk away. It's possible that Li Shuejuan recently came back to stay, because the house wasn't dirty. Li Shua quickly settled down, turned on his computer, and saw the email reply Day had sent him. Upon seeing the editor's comment, he immediately replied, "Guess." Thousands of miles away, Day, who had been holding his phone and waiting for Li Shua's reply, was speechless. After replying to Day's message, Li Shua uploaded the manuscript immediately. New book release. The book title, without exception, was criticized. Half an hour later, another huge influx of readers, eagerly anticipating more updates, emerged at an alarming rate. Sooner or later, with a knife in hand, I'll cut down all the scoundrels and traitors. I'm just a jerk. Why couldn't I resist clicking in, and now I'm stopping here? Who is the murderer? 36 stabs, each one avoiding vital points. What kind of deep-seated hatred could there be? First, there was a family annihilation case. The tragedy remained unsolved. Then came a series of dismemberment murders. Ugh, my brain is so itchy. I feel like it's growing a new brain. In less than an hour, the comment section for the latest chapter of Day and Night saw over 1,000 comments urging for more updates. Li Shua, who had inadvertently captivated readers, was now on his way to a coffee shop with his laptop bag. Before going to Kyoto, Bai Qining took Li Shua to Su Hanyun's coffee shop once, and after that, he would order a coffee every day to be delivered to his door. Before writing today, he wanted to have a drink to perk himself up, but he was a little worried about Su Hanyun, so he simply went to her coffee shop to write. Anyway, her coffee shop has only been open for a short time, and her coffee-making skills are just so-so. There's not much business in the shop most of the time, so she's better suited for writing. Bai Qining has a good relationship with this older sister and even arranged a bodyguard for her, showing great care for her former sister-in-law. Since he's writing at home anyway, he might as well stay in the coffee shop and keep an eye on Su Hanyun. This girl was so desperate to avoid being married off by her family that she had to pretend to be lame. He should go and help her out if he can. Li Shua was still on his way to the coffee shop. Su Hanyun had already opened her coffee shop and welcomed her first customer of the day. However, when she was greeting a customer, she saw that familiar face that instinctively frightened her, and she was both surprised and shocked. Su Hanyun stood behind the bar, looking at the man in front of her. Her body trembled slightly, her hair stood on end, and she mustered all her courage to clench her fists and ask him, "How did you find this place?" Chapter 303, Is his head something this brat can afford to smash? Idol, I didn't expect you to still remember me. It seems that our 2 previous meetings left a deep impression on you. The man stared at Su Hanyun behind the bar, his eyes filled with an almost manic infatuation. He thought he would never see his goddess again after missing the opportunity last time. But unexpectedly, she contacted him again, not only providing the goddess's current address, but also securing him a unique opportunity to openly bring the goddess home. Aside from recovering from her illness, Su Hanyun had been dreaming of finding this man and sending him to the police station all year. She never expected that he would actually come to her door today. However, she was the only one in the shop at the moment and could not make any rash moves. She looked directly into the man's eyes and coldly asked, "Who gave you my address?" Upon hearing this, Hiyukai immediately laughed, his large gold teeth becoming particularly noticeable. "I was able to come here thanks to my mother-in-law. I'm here today as your blind date. As for what happened before, that was just my own personal behavior. I was too enthusiastic." As Hiyukai spoke, his hands became restless, reaching out to try and hold Su Hanyun's hand. Su Hanyun's face showed disgust, and she quickly withdrew her hand, leaving Hiyutsai's outstretched hand empty-handed. Thinking of her mother in Kyoto, a chill ran through her body. Doesn't she know that this man was the beast who tried to take advantage of her a year ago and caused her to have her leg broken in a car accident? Instead of helping her find out the truth after the incident, they let this man come here to go on a blind date with her today? Su Hanyun felt a wave of nausea from the bottom of her heart. Hiyukai looked displeased, but he didn't rush to lash out. He simply straightened his floral shirt collar and said, "Is this how you treat your blind date? You are a criminal who attempted rape, not my blind date." Su Hanyun said coldly, looking at the man. "It's not that serious. I just like you so much and wanted to be alone with you. You're saying I committed attempted rape? You'll have to provide evidence." Hyotsai's smile was arrogant. He can be so arrogant because the person who cleaned up his mess so thoroughly back then, even the surveillance video was dealt with immediately, leaving him with no leverage. He's not afraid of Su Hanyun's words. Su Hanyun gritted her teeth as she faced this man, hating him intensely, yet unable to immediately send him to prison. She clenched her fist and then relaxed it. After a moment of silence, when she looked up at Hyukai again, there was a smile on her face, as if she had chosen to let go and compromise. Forget it. Just like you said, it's all in the past. I also lost a leg because of that incident back then, and I'm no longer the Su Hanyun I used to be. I should be happy that you don't look down on me and come to meet me on a blind date. Upon hearing this, Hyukai looked at Su Hanyun with considerable appreciation. It's excellent that you can think this way. As he spoke, he reached out to grab Su Hanyun's hand again. Su Hanyun dodged away again. Go sit down, I'll make you a cup of coffee, she said with a smile. Hyukai had absolutely no interest in drinking this stuff. He was in a hurry to get things done. However, due to Su Hanyun's fierce resistance a year ago, he failed to succeed. This time, however, she has prepared something good for him, so he can take this opportunity to try. Okay, let's order 2 drinks then. I'll treat you to one, and you can drink with me. Hyukai paid the money promptly. Outside the coffee shop, several bodyguards who had been secretly observing the scene inside were poised to strike. They were all there to secretly protect Su Hanyun, and they couldn't act rashly before confirming that Su Hanyun was in danger. At this moment, Li Shua also arrived at the entrance of the coffee shop. The young bodyguard in the shadows was taken aback when he saw Li Shua. He was clearly surprised. Their son-in-law actually came? Li Shua did not linger outside the coffee shop. He walked straight inside. When he arrived at the coffee shop, Su Hanyun was serving coffee to the only customer. Seeing Li Shua approach, Su Hanyun's eyes lit up slightly. Before Li Shua could greet her, she pretended not to know him and said, "Welcome, sir. What would you like to drink?" Li Shua glanced at the man in the coffee shop before replying, "I'll have a latte here." After greeting Su Hanyun, Li Shua casually sat down in a quieter spot and took out his laptop. Hyotsai's gaze lingered on him for a moment, confirming that Li Shua was just an ordinary guest, before he quickly looked away. While Su Hanyun was making coffee, he took a bag out of his pocket, quietly put it into the coffee, and pushed the coffee onto the seat next to him. Li Shua had already turned on his computer, his fingers flying across the screen. Su Hanyun quickly brewed the coffee and brought it over. Li Shua accepted the coffee and thanked Su Hanyun. Su Hanyun smiled and exchanged a few polite words with him. Her gaze lingered briefly on Li Shua's computer screen before she turned and walked away. Su Hanyun returned to Hyotsai's side and sat down. Hyukai kept looking at her, and when he saw that his former goddess had become a cripple, he couldn't hide his disgust and said, "What a pity, with her leg crippled like this. She has completely lost her former charm." Hyukai took a sip of coffee, which was so bitter that he frowned, and continued, "But don't worry, as long as you serve me well, it won't be a problem to let you into the He family." He continued to urge Su Hanyun, "Try it, and see how the coffee your future husband is treating you tastes." He would take care of the matter on the spot as soon as Su Hanyun drank the coffee. Despite having a limp, Su Hanyun's youthful and beautiful face and temperament captivated Hyukai. This was the woman he had always dreamed of having. Su Hanyun suppressed her disgust, smiled, picked up her coffee, then put it down as if remembering something, and asked Hyukai, "Since we're going to become family, shouldn't you have told me something about what happened a year ago? You couldn't have known I would be going to that place on your own back then, could you?" Hyukai was anxious when he saw the girl put the coffee she was about to drink down. After confirming once again that there was no one else in the coffee shop except for a well-mannered young man, he couldn't wait any longer and blurted out, "About what happened a year ago, someone did help me, but you should know better than me who that person is." As soon as Hyukai finished speaking, smelling the girl's fragrance and seeing the person he was about to have, he could no longer care about anything else. He picked up the coffee in one hand and put his arm around Su Hanyun with the other, bringing the coffee to her lips. "Here, drink this coffee first, and I'll tell you everything you want to know. I won't lie to you about a single word." Su Hanyun already knew from Li Shua that there was something fishy about the coffee. As soon as the coffee was brought to her lips, she immediately reached out and shoved it all over Hiyukai, splashing it all over him. Hiyukai was stunned for a moment after being splashed with coffee, then burst into a rage. "You ungrateful woman!" he roared, grabbed Su Hanyun by the collar, and raised his fist. "They really won't listen to reason, so they'll have to suffer the consequences." But before his fist could land on the girl's face, a tall figure had already approached. Li Shua grabbed the coffee cup from the table and pointed it at Hiyutsai's head. Bang! With a muffled thud, the coffee cup shattered and exploded. Hiyukai looked shocked and turned to look at Li Shua, whose head was instantly bleeding profusely. Hiyukai never expected that this seemingly mild-mannered brat would rush over and crack his head open. Is his head something he can afford to smash? You fucking dare. Hiyukai had barely finished speaking his angry words when Li Shua grabbed him by the collar and stood up. Without saying another word, Li Shua swung his fist and punched him in the face. If Su Hanyun hadn't been trying to trick him into revealing information, he would have acted long ago when Hiyukai put the drug in Su Hanyun's coffee cup. Chapter 3:0 for the Jealous Expert. The bodyguards at the door reacted quickly, rushing in the moment Hiyukai made his move. They didn't expect Li Shua to react so quickly in the coffee shop. By the time they rushed in, Li Shua had already pinned Hiyukai to the ground and started beating him. The bodyguards did not stop them, but joined in. Stop before Hiyukai loses a sliver of consciousness, and pull the son-in-law away as well. There were two groups of bodyguards who rushed in. Besides the two arranged by Bai Qining, there were two others. Bai Qining arranged for Li Shua to recognize her, but Su Hanyun recognized the other two at a glance. She used to see the two of them often when she was still in contact with Bai Cheng. Bai Qining and her brother worked together seamlessly, arranging for people to come over without saying a word. If Hiyukai hadn't taken action, Su Hanyun wouldn't have known that the two had arranged for people. Hiyukai was beaten black and blue and dragged in front of Su Hanyun. Su Hanyun asked him a few questions about what happened a year ago, but he didn't answer a word and remained stubborn. Su Hanyun wanted to take the person directly to the police station, but Li Shua suggested that Bai Cheng's bodyguard take the person back. Su Hanyun couldn't get any answers, but Bai Cheng would definitely be able to find out. Moreover, even if someone is sent to the police station now, since this person has offended Su Hanyun, Bai Cheng will find a way to bring this person under his control and deal with him. His brother-in-law is extremely protective of his own. Regarding what happened a year ago, Su Hanyun already had a vague answer in her heart. She was unwilling to let the other party go so easily. Knowing Bai Cheng's way of doing things, although she hesitated, she finally agreed to let Bai Cheng's men take Hiyukai back. Since the village head will eventually send someone over to handle this matter anyway, we might as well just give it to him directly. Bai Cheng's bodyguards took the person away, and Bai Qining's two bodyguards quickly cleaned up the coffee shop and immediately called Bai Qining to report. A short while later, Bai Qining called Su Hanyun's cell phone to inquire about her current situation. Only after confirming that Su Hanyun was all right did she feel relieved, and then called Li Shua. "Thank goodness you arrived in time." She praised him, knowing full well that Li Shua would be fine with Su Hanyun, but couldn't help feeling a little jealous. "Since you're worried about Sister Hanyun, why don't you keep an eye on my ex-sister-in-law at the coffee shop these days?" Bai Qining emphasized the words former sister-in-law when she spoke. Li Shua. He glanced at Su Hanyun, walked to the side, and whispered to the person on the phone, "If you mind, I'll go back right away. You can arrange for someone to come and keep an eye on your ex-sister-in-law yourself. I won't help you watch her anymore. She was the one who introduced him to Sister Hanyun in the first place, so why does she sound so sour today?" Bai Qining is the kind of person who gets jealous even of a cat, so naturally she can't control her jealousy of people either. Although she was jealous, Su Hanyun felt more at ease now that Li Shua was by her side. As soon as Li Shua finished speaking, she immediately said stiffly, "I don't mind at all. Just keep an eye on things for me. It's better for you to stay in the coffee shop than to go out and flirt with other girls and have them waiting for you at the entrance of your apartment complex every day." Li Shua. Su ran. "Are you talking about me?" The two talked on the phone for a while, but Bai Qining was busy on her end, so they ended the call. Li Shua returned the phone to Su Hanyun and suggested that she close the shop and rest, as she must have been quite frightened today. However, she insisted on continuing to operate. The coffee shop closed for several days shortly after opening, and closed again right after opening today. That doesn't seem like doing business at all. She chose to continue operating the business and invited the two bodyguards arranged by Qing to the coffee shop for coffee, where they could join Li Shua as a group to create a lively atmosphere. Li Shua hadn't written his update task for today, so he opened his writing software and started writing. As for what happened to Su Han-yun, there are naturally people who are much more enthusiastic and proactive than him who are investigating it. Li Shua had only been sitting for half an hour when he received a friend request on his phone from that enthusiastic activist. Li Shua and his brother-in-law were always in the family group chat, but the aloof brother-in-law hadn't added him on WeChat. Today, for the first time ever, he took the initiative to send me a friend request. Li Shua saw the message and quickly approved it. I didn't expect that right after we got through, before I could even put my phone down, my brother-in-law's voice call popped up. Li Shua. He hesitated for a moment before answering the phone. Big brother. Li Shua greeted him, and after a moment of silence, the person on the other end said, I'm so grateful for your help with Han Yun's affairs these 2 times. It's all the duty. Qin Ning cares a lot about Sister Han Yun, and as Qin Ning's husband, I try to help her whenever I have time. Li Shua replied casually, without mentioning the subtle relationship between Bai Cheng and Su Han Yun. Bai Cheng's tone was unusually gentle. Then I'll have to trouble you to look after Han Yun for the next while. I'll handle that beast. Okay, Li Shua responded, then remembered Su Han Yun's conversation with He Yukai earlier that day, and reminded Bai Cheng. By the way, the accident that happened to Sister Han Yun a year ago might also be related to this person. He's tight-lipped and didn't tell Sister Han Yun anything. See if you can get any information out of him. There was a long silence on the other end before the man's chilling voice came through. All right, leave the rest to me. I'll make him spill everything he knows. After the call ended, Li Shua involuntarily shivered. That man is now in Bai Cheng's hands. His fate is sure to be terrible. Li Shua continued typing. The coffee shop was almost empty in the morning, and with no one to bother him, Li Shua was in a pretty good state while writing. Bai Han Yun treated the 3 of them to take out for lunch, saying it was as payment for their atmosphere-building team. Su Han Yun is not a professional coffee maker. Her profession is dancing. She opened the coffee shop because she couldn't find a suitable job, so she had no choice but to use the money in her pocket to open the shop and support herself. It's just the beginning, and my skills aren't very good yet, so the shop hasn't had much business. From the time the store opened in the morning until the end of lunch, the store only received 1 takeout order. Li Shua wasn't surprised at all. After all, the coffee Su Han Yun brewed was only slightly better than the coffee shop on Siu Island. The ingredients used are good, and it's quite invigorating. 1 cup can keep you energized all day. Li Shua thought that no one would come to the coffee shop to disturb him while he was writing all day. Around 1 p.m., doctors and nurses from a nearby hospital came to the coffee shop one after another to get coffee to take to the hospital. Each person carries at least 2 or 3 cups of coffee when they come in and leave, as if they drink coffee like water. This hospital has always had an excellent reputation. Doctors and nurses would pack coffee to take back to the hospital, and passers-by or patients' families would see this and quickly follow them to the coffee shop to buy coffee. The fact that so many doctors in the hospital are drinking coffee from this shop suggests that the coffee must be authentic and safe. The sudden surge in popularity at the coffee shop surprised Li Shua and the other 2 members of the atmosphere-building team. With business going on, Su Han Yun's mood visibly improved, but it didn't seem to be solely due to the improved business. Li Shua didn't quite understand why Su Han Yun's business was doing well, but looking at her smiling face, he suddenly seemed to understand something. If he wasn't mistaken, there should be Bai Cheng's friends among the hospital's leadership. Otherwise, how could the bodyguards Bai Cheng arranged have left in the morning, and then a wave of hospital staff would have come to Su Han Yun's shop in the afternoon? Li Shua finally understood and felt genuine admiration for his brother-in-law. Don't let his cold and aloof demeanor fool you. When it comes to girls he likes, he's got a whole repertoire of tricks up his sleeve. Su Han Yun's good business continued into the evening, with many customers still coming to the shop for coffee. Su Han Yun was so busy that she almost forgot she had a limp. Li Shua had finished typing and quickly went over to help. The bodyguards from the 2 atmosphere teams also didn't dare to be idle and helped their son-in-law with chores for Miss Su. In Kyoto, 1,000 miles away, Suhan Duo had been waiting for good news from Hiyukai. But she waited all day, and Hiyukai didn't contact her or answer her calls. Inside the villa, Suhan Duo was itching to get back to work and couldn't sit still. What on earth is Hiyukai doing? Hasn't he finished yet after all this time? Chapter 305 Li Shu. We're going to see Mr. Bai pay me? For the next few days, business at Su Hanyun's coffee shop was exceptionally good. Besides hospital staff, many employees from well-known companies in Xiamen also came in groups to buy coffee. Although Su Hanyun was happy, she knew that these customers were definitely not coming for her cooking skills. She sells each cup of coffee at a lower price than before and tells people not to come specifically to support her. But these people all had the same story. They felt that the coffee at Su Hanyun's coffee shop was refreshing and helped them work. Su Hanyun had no choice but to try her best to make good coffee, as she didn't want to contact Bai Cheng proactively. In the past 2 days, many bloggers who come to explore shops have come to the store to praise Su Hanyun's coffee, highlighting that it is made with good ingredients, tastes good, is healthy, and is refreshing. Her coffee-making skills were so-so, but the shop's decor was very stylish and atmospheric. It was promoted in this way by online influencers and bloggers. Her coffee shop is quickly becoming a popular spot, attracting many young people to come and take photos. The rapid improvement in business amazed the 3 members of Li Shua's atmosphere team in the store. Li Shua finally witnessed that his brother-in-law was not only a master at pursuing his wife, but also easily handled marketing and business. This afternoon, a barista who had won an international coffee competition came to the shop to apply for a job. He brewed a few cups of coffee for Su Hanyun, Li Shua, and a few other people in the atmosphere team. After drinking the coffee brewed by the professional barista, the group finally tasted the authentic flavor of coffee, a world apart from Su Hanyun, an amateur. The barista's work received unanimous praise from the 3, and Su Hanyun gritted her teeth and paid a high price to hire the barista. Of course, even with money, her small coffee shop couldn't poach a barista of that caliber. Su Hanyun knew without a doubt who was helping her since the man had come to her door so proactively today. After leaving the barista behind, Su Hanyun called Li Shua aside and told him to contact Bai Cheng and stop helping him. Su Hanyun and Bai Cheng were almost officially a couple before, so she was very familiar with Bai Cheng's tactics. If he refuses a barista today, he'll just assume she's not satisfied and will arrange for a better one tomorrow. Previously, when neither of them was married, she could enjoy such treatment without worry. Now, things have changed, and Bai Cheng's actions are not good for either of them. Li Shua didn't know how his brother-in-law and ex-sister-in-law had separated by a twist of fate, but Bai Cheng's methods of pursuing girls were the most admirable he had witnessed in both his lives. However, since Bai Cheng is now a married man, and Su Hanyun asked him to help forward the message, Li Shua could only convey her message to Su Hanyun in person. Bai Cheng was probably quite busy. He didn't reply to the message for a long time after it was sent. Su Hanyun waited for a while, but nothing came, so she went back to her work. These past few days, Li Shua has completely absorbed his brother-in-law Bai Cheng's methods for dealing with girls and his business acumen. It's no wonder that among the Bai family's sons, only the eldest son got married and had children. How many girls could resist such tactics in pursuing a wife? Li Shua waited for a while, while also wondering whether he should immediately pass on his brother-in-law's tutorial on how to win over his wife to his second brother-in-law, Bai Sheng. He opened the chat window with Bai Sheng, but couldn't find a suitable opening line, so he simply exited and decided to talk to Bai Sheng later when Bai Sheng needed it. Bai Sheng hasn't contacted him recently, probably because the other party is already making good progress in pursuing his wife. Bai Ershao has made great progress in his pursuit of his wife recently. This year, for Sun Yat-sen University's anniversary celebration, Wanxing Group came from behind to become the biggest sponsor, directly using its financial power. As the president of Wanxing Real Estate, Bai Sheng also received an invitation from the school leaders to visit the school 2 days later on Saturday and to be interviewed by the local television station. In the past, Bai Sheng wouldn't have wasted his time attending such events. He would have simply sent a company representative. This time, however, he gave the leaders of Sun Yat-sen University a lot of face and agreed to go there in person. The news that the CEO of Wanxing Real Estate, the biggest sponsor of Sun Yat-sen University's anniversary celebration this year, would be visiting the university caused a stir among the female students. In the girls' dormitory, several girls gathered together, cheering and discussing Bai, the young and wealthy CEO of Wanxing Group. This CEO Bai of Wanxing Group is not only young enough to be among the top 20 richest people in China, but he's also incredibly handsome, with looks that could easily surpass all those young heartthrobs in the entertainment industry. He never used to show his face at these kinds of events, but I never expected him to be willing to come to our son, Yatsen University this time. What a treat for the eyes. Not only will I have a feast for the eyes, but who knows, if President Bai comes to our school and takes a fancy to me, wouldn't I be the president's wife in the future? Come on. Someone with Mr. Bai's net worth would definitely marry a well-matched lady from a prominent family through a marriage alliance. We're a bunch of poor guys in our dorm, and even Shu Shu, the newly crowned campus beauty, might not have a chance. Everyone in the girls' dormitory agrees that Li Shu comes from the poorest family. Because of her family's poor financial situation, Li Shu started looking for part-time jobs from her freshman year of college, and she hardly ever wasted her time. That is, after going back home this summer, I became fair and tender and transformed into a school beauty. My finances also seemed to be better, but I still saved a lot on daily expenses. Li Shu's roommates always assumed that she was the poorest girl in the dorm. Even with the title of school beauty, her family background is such that not only President Bai, but even the richest second-generation students in the school wouldn't dare to go against their family's wishes to pursue Li Shu. Besides studying hard, graduating, and finding a high-paying job, Li Shu spends all her time thinking about how to make money. All she could think about was making money. When it comes to dating, she feels that many girls get deceived by men. Especially those rich kids. Changing girlfriends is like changing clothes. Li Shu is not interested in dating. Now, when I hear my roommates talking about Mr. Bai from Wanxing Real Estate, it goes in one ear and out the other. They haven't said a word. They didn't even connect the Mr. Bai, who was in the top 20 of the rich list, with the Mr. Bai who was after her kidneys. After all, the top 20 richest people on the rich list wouldn't be interested in her kidneys. It wasn't until one of her roommates suddenly brought her up that Li Shu finally spoke up. Anyway, just like you guys said, rich people definitely wouldn't be interested in me. I'm planning to work part-time on Saturday. It'll be 160 a day. She turned her head and asked her roommates who were gathered together. Do you want to come together? We're still missing a few people. Roommate number 1. No. I'm already obsessed with Boss Bai to the point of being an idiot. I absolutely have to go see him on Saturday. Roommate number 2. That means, even if I can't be the CEO's wife, it's not bad to watch the CEO from afar and have someone to dream about. Xiao Shu, come along. Let's go see what the CEO looks like. Li Shuren, still clear-headed, shook his head and said, I'm not going. He won't pay me if I go. I can earn 160 a day by doing part-time work. Roommates. This will happen. Wanxing Real Estate President's Lounge. Bai Sheng was standing in front of the mirror, trying on the suit that the tailor had brought him, in preparation for his visit to Sun Yat-sen University 2 days later. She took this event even more seriously than attending important parties, trying to salvage what might not be a good image of herself in the eyes of the black woman. Chapter 306 The Truth Behind Su Hanyun's Broken Leg. The second young master of the Bai family has a long road to winning back his wife. Now, in a dark, damp, and sunless water dungeon, Hiyukai was completely immersed in water mixed with his excrement. After several days of soaking, the large and small wounds on his body had begun to be gnawed on by soft-bodied reptiles, causing him unbearable pain. Hiyukai had no idea how long he had been imprisoned in this place. At first, he thought that the person from Kyoto would come to rescue him. It now seems that even the person in Kyoto is powerless against the person who captured him. I simply cannot endure this hellish torment any longer. Today, Hiyukai chose to back down. At this moment, the sound of a door opening came from behind. In the dark space, the sound of leather shoes stepping on the floor could be heard. The man slowly approached. Hiyukai, who was soaking in the water dungeon, opened his eyes, which were swollen to a slit, and could only vaguely see a man in a suit and leather shoes walking slowly towards him. The room was dimly lit, and Hiyukai couldn't see the other person's face clearly. The man approached, took out a handkerchief from his pocket, and covered his mouth and nose to block out the pungent smell in the space, then squatted down and looked down at Hiyukai in the dungeon. His voice was cool and his tone was calm, yet it carried an invisible sense of pressure. I heard you've remembered a lot of things. Hiyukai had long been worn down by the torment of the past few days, and upon hearing this, he immediately nodded. Yes, I remember everything. I'll tell you. He swallowed hard, and seeing that the other person was waiting quietly for him to speak, he quickly said, My name is Hiyukai. I'm from Shaman. A few years ago, my family received a lot of compensation for our demolished house. By chance, I saw Suhanyun dancing. I was moved by her appearance and dance moves and became her loyal fan. 2 years ago, she came to Shaman to perform. I got a front row seat through connections with acquaintances and friends. After she finished dancing that day, I couldn't control my emotions and rushed onto the stage and tackled her to the ground. Later, the staff pulled me away. A few days later, I was beaten severely near my home by someone who put a sack over my head and was admitted to the ICU. The other party warned me not to get close to Suhanyun again. After I was discharged from the hospital, I didn't dare to go to Suhanyun's performances or pursue her anymore. Until a year later, someone suddenly contacted me and told me that they could give me a chance to get Suhanyun. I still really liked Suhanyun back then, and I was unwilling to give up. As Hiyukai said this, he inexplicably felt the murderous look in the man's eyes in the dim light, and unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He immediately changed his tune. I deserve to die. A beast like me doesn't deserve to lay a finger on a girl like Suhanyun. But I was blinded by greed and misled by that man who said he could help me fulfill my wish and guarantee my safe escape. He only had one condition. It means he slept with Suhanyun. As Hiyukai spoke, his voice unconsciously lowered. Sensing the man's renewed murderous intent, his survival instinct kicked in, and he quickly continued. But Suhanyun resisted too fiercely, and I didn't succeed at the time. She even broke her head and escaped. At this point in Hiyutsai's statement, the murderous intent in Bai Cheng's eyes subsided slightly, and he asked in a low voice, and then? Hiyukai felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders and continued. I covered my head and chased after her. Suhanyun had already run onto the main road and was hit by a car. When I ran over, she was lying on the ground, covered in blood. I was terrified at the time, so I immediately turned around and ran away from Kyoto. Not long after, that person contacted me and told me not to talk about it, and that he would protect me for life. I only learned about Suhanyun's accident through the news later. She broke her leg and could no longer dance. I didn't go to Jingjingdu that year, and no one came to bother me. Until recently, Suhanyun's mother took the initiative to have someone contact me to arrange a blind date with her daughter. That person then contacted me again, gave me a package, and asked me to have sex with Suhanyun. I did as they said, but before I could succeed, the young man in the coffee shop attacked me. Your people rushed in, and then I was brought here. After Hiyukai finished speaking, tears streamed down his face, filled with regret. I've told you everything I know. Please let me go. I promise I'll never touch your people again. He had no idea that Suhanyun had such a powerful backer. He had only intended to almost rape Suhanyun and even break her leg. Yet this dance superstar couldn't track him down, which means someone was targeting Suhanyun and knew her whereabouts. It must be someone close to her. But to everyone's surprise, there was such a terrifying figure behind Suhanyun. Hiyukai pleaded tearfully, but it seemed to have no effect on the other party. Bai Chung stood up, covered his mouth and nose with a handkerchief, and stared down at the beast in the water dungeon. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a cold voice. I am a petty person. Since you hurt her and broke her leg, of course you have to pay the price. Hiyukai. He paused for a moment, watching the man turn to leave. The hand restrained in the water prison struggled desperately, screaming and pleading loudly until the man was far away and the door to the space was closed from the outside. Hiyutsai's face was almost filled with despair. He was in excruciating pain from the wounds all over his body, yet he couldn't escape them, constantly paying the price for all the sins he had committed. 2 hours later, Bai Chung returned to the company, having changed into a clean suit. He called his assistant into his office and asked, Have you found out the identities of the people who contacted Hiyukai in Kyoto a few days ago? The latter nodded slightly, looking somewhat troubled. President Bai, we've found out that person. Who is it? It wasn't until Bai Chung pressed him again that the other party quickly spoke up. Mr. Bai, that person is one of the employees of the president's wife, Su Handuo. As soon as the assistant finished speaking, Bai Cheng's knuckles bulged as he held his phone, his jawline tightened, his cheeks seemed to twitch slightly, and his deep, dark eyes looked like they were about to unleash a storm. It really was her. Li Shua has been guarding the coffee shop for so many days, and now that he sees Su Hanyun's coffee shop business is getting better, the two bodyguards from the atmosphere team are also following her closely. It has been confirmed that Su Hanyun will not encounter any further danger in the near future. After finishing updating his novel in the afternoon, he took a taxi to his father Li Shuejuan's company. He hadn't seen Li Shuejuan even once in all the days since he came back. However, Li Shua's arrival at the company was somewhat unfortunate. It just so happened that Li Shuejuan was greeting a customer, Peng Junshan, who was the owner of the processing company for the next step in this batch of military orders. He seems to have some connection with the head of the Bai family, and he's also a highly eligible bachelor. I'm here today to give Li Shuejuan feedback on some minor issues. When Li Shua arrived at the office, the other person was just about to leave. Xie Jingshu was also in the office today, and Peng Junshan seemed to know her quite well. After saying goodbye to the father and son, Peng Junshan took the initiative to invite Xie Jingshu as he left. Ms. Xie, I'm driving myself today. Do you need me to take you home? I'd also like to schedule an appointment with you for a checkup. I feel like I've been feeling a bit unwell lately. Peng Junshan mentioned this afternoon that he had met Xie Jingshu once. He has very high standards for choosing a partner and has remained single. Li Shuejuan thought the two were a good match. Seeing that Peng Junshan took the initiative to invite Xie Jingshu, he smiled and said, Director Xie is indeed very good at cardiovascular diseases. If it weren't for Director Xie, I probably wouldn't have had the opportunity to cooperate with President Peng. President Peng has found the right person to have Director Xie examine him. Upon hearing Li Shuejuan's words, Li Shua paused for a moment, staring blankly at his father's beaming smile. Did his dad seal the hole with cement? Xie Jingshu had been angry with Li Shuejuan all afternoon, as he had been intentionally or unintentionally trying to match her up with Peng Junshan. Although her sister had tried to matchmake the two of them in person, Xie Jingshu was not interested in Peng Junshan. For some reason, she gets angrier now than when her sister was trying to set her up with someone else. The usually elegant and intellectual woman was unusually out of sorts today, coldly saying, It's just my job, father-in-law, please stop flattering me. After saying that, he looked at Peng Junshan and said politely, Mr. Peng, thank you for your kindness. I also drove myself today. If you want to make an appointment for a checkup, you can just register on the official WeChat account and wait in line. I have no precedent for acquaintances cutting in line here. Oh, except for her nephew-in-law's father. Of course, it's also because of her nephew that she's taking extra time out of her spare time to help take care of him. Xiao Shua, your aunt has something to do, so she's going back now. After Xie Jingshu finished speaking, she forced a smile, turned around, and left. Li Shua noticed that something was wrong with his aunt and was just about to go and see her off. Li Shuejuan spoke up first. Director Xie, wait a minute. Upon hearing this, Xie Jingshu paused for a moment before turning around to look at him, her eyes filled with expectation, and calmly asked, What is it? Li Shuejuan picked up the handbag on the table. You forgot your bag. Xie Jingshu. Li Shuo. Chapter 307 Husband. Xie Jingshu left, and she wasn't in a good mood when she left. Li Shua rushed to see his aunt off before Peng Junshan could. Li Shuejuan also accompanied the client and Xie Jingshu as they left the company. After Xie Jingshu and Peng Junshan drove away one after the other, the father and son returned to their office. As soon as he entered, Li Shuejuan asked Li Shua, How was your trip to Kyoto to meet your father-in-law's family? Li Shua felt a headache coming on just thinking about his father-in-law's family, whose background was not simple. However, his father, Li Shuejuan, is still unaware that his in-laws are the renowned Bai family of Kyoto. Before Li Shua returned, he sensed that his mother-in-law would find a time to come and personally explain things to Li Shuejuan in detail. After thinking for a moment, Li Shua decided to give his father a heads-up first. He said, Dad, actually Qin Ning's family is much better off than we originally imagined. I was quite surprised when I went there. My mother-in-law and the others may come to meet you in a while, so you can prepare yourself mentally. Li Xuejuan didn't seem particularly surprised. He nodded and said, "It's natural that Qin Ning's family is well off. She's a true local of Kyoto, and her older brothers are all very capable. Qin Ning herself is an elite member of the Baishe group. In comparison, although our family background is complicated and our family is of average means, and our company is just starting out, the good thing is that the company is now developing in a better direction." When Li Xuejuan talked about the company, he was all smiles. "I have something I want to tell you. A few days ago, the military industry settled a batch of payments. After deducting costs and clearing the bill for the cutting tools, the company still has more than 9 million yuan in funds. Now, Shanha Machinery's reputation has spread, and even the military industry in Sichuan and Chongqing is interested in cooperating with us. I want to invest this 9 million yuan to expand equipment and facilities, and take advantage of this opportunity to get more orders and stabilize the business. The people from Sichuan and Chongqing have expressed great interest and have already sent invitations, but Li Xuejuan is struggling because he doesn't have enough venue and equipment. With further expansion of facilities and equipment, and by securing orders from Sichuan and Chongqing, the money we can earn next year will be several small goals again." Li Xuejuan was in high spirits and full of energy. Li Shua knew his adoptive father, Li Xuejuan, quite well and knew him to be very composed. Since he has decided to invest 9 million at once, it proves that he has the confidence to do so. Moreover, he entrusted the entire company to Li Xuejuan, and he would not interfere with the company's expansion. Without hesitation, Li Shua chose to give his father a chance to show his skills, and said with a smile, "Dad, you know more about the machinery industry than I do, so you can handle it yourself." Li Xuejuan had always been denied and suppressed by Fong Lanying. He was able to grow his company to its current scale only because of his son's encouragement and even the startup capital support. Otherwise, he might still be struggling to find a job. Li Xuejuan was deeply moved by Li Shua's unwavering support. He patted his son's arm and said, "Don't worry. No matter how good Ningning's family is, as long as Dad's company continues to operate and grow, I believe it won't be long before our Li family's conditions are completely matched with Ningning's family." In Li Xuejuan's imagination, the Bai family was at most a well-off family in Kyoto, with an annual income of about 10 million yuan. They also owned houses and land in Kyoto, so their total assets should be tens of millions of yuan. Previously, the Li family was truly not worthy of such a family. But now he can earn several small fortunes a year from military orders. With the addition of Sichuan and Chongqing, the Li family will definitely be able to catch up starting next year. With the family's improved living conditions, his son will feel more confident when facing his father-in-law's family and Ningning's older brothers. Otherwise, he would always feel like he was climbing above his station, and even if the other person didn't mind, he and his son would feel embarrassed. Li Shua looked at his father's confident demeanor, opened his mouth, but hesitated to speak. If he were to tell Li Xuejuan now that the Bai family's wealth and background were so vast, that even if he and his son continued to develop at their current pace, with everything going smoothly for the rest of their lives, they would still find it difficult to catch up, how would Li Xuejuan feel? Li Xuejuan was about to invest in expansion, so Li Shua didn't intend to continue discussing this heavy topic with him and spoil his mood. When his mother-in-law's family comes over in the future, he will naturally find out just how outrageous their background really is. After exchanging a few other words, Li Shua suddenly remembered Xie Jingshu and couldn't help but ask Li Xuejuan, "Dad, what's the situation between you and Annie now?" Li Xuejuan was stunned for a moment, then looked up at his son. "What do you mean?" "It means exactly what it says. You've been spending a lot of time with your aunt lately, and it seems like she has feelings for you," Li Shua subtly hinted. Li Xuejuan's expression immediately turned serious. "You child, what nonsense are you talking about? You know that's your aunt. We've been spending a lot of time together lately. She's worried that you two young people are too busy to take care of me and that I might end up in the hospital again. What are you thinking, kid? Besides, what are his conditions? He's an old man who's been married 3 times. One wife died, one divorced, and the next he's remarried. Xie Jingshu is unmarried and has never had children. She is intelligent and beautiful, and has high standards for finding a partner. How could she possibly be interested in an old man who has been married twice? Li Xuejuan genuinely didn't think Xie Jingshu might have feelings for him. He felt that only a wealthy and eligible bachelor like Peng Junshan could match the other party's conditions. He is now focused solely on his career. Having gone through 2 marriages, especially the disastrous marriage with Fong Lanying, he had absolutely no interest in new relationships or marriage. Before his son could speak, he solemnly instructed him, "Xiao Shua, don't say those words again." The son wasn't embarrassed, but he himself was. Seeing that Li Xuejuan seemed to have truly sealed his heart with cement, Li Shua didn't continue the topic. He shouldn't interfere in the relationships of the previous generation. He paused for a moment, then instructed Li Xuejuan, "Dad, you're not interested in your aunt, but don't try to set her up with other people. I feel she doesn't like that." "You mean Peng Junshan?" Li Xuejuan asked, then lowered his head and said, "Peng Junshan told me that your mother-in-law has met him and is very satisfied with him. She wants him to be her brother-in-law. We're all family, and I was afraid your aunt would feel embarrassed, so I just casually helped to match them up." Si Ching Shu. "Thank you, Li Shuo. My mother-in-law might like it, but my aunt might not. Dad, you should interfere less in my aunt's dating life in the future." "All right, I'll see how it goes. After all, we're family, and sometimes we should help each other out." Li Shuo. The father and son chatted briefly. Li Xuejuan was very busy, and Li Shuo only sat in the office for a short while before saying goodbye and taking a taxi home. He got into a taxi, and they were only halfway there when Bai Qining called his cell phone. It has been almost a week since they last parted ways. Bai Qining is very busy, but she still makes time to keep in touch with Li Shuo every day. At first, Li Shuo was reluctant to answer the phone, but these days the girl calls every day, several times a day, and now he seems less resistant to answering her calls. The phone rang for a short, while before Li Shuo slid down the answer button. Qin Ning. He took the initiative to greet the other person. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and then, catching Li Shuo completely off guard, the person suddenly called out, "Husband." Li Shuo was stunned, and almost dropped his phone. Chapter 308 The Glacier Goddess steps down from her altar. Bai Qining's sudden, "husband," left Li Shuo stunned for a while before he came to his senses. After a moment's hesitation, he opened his mouth and said, "Ah." On the set of the show, Bai Qining sat in the dressing room. Looking at herself in the mirror, her face flushed red, and she pretended to be aloof, saying, "What? Don't you like it? It took you so long to respond to me." Li Shuo immediately replied, "No, it's just a bit sudden." This was so sudden. He was completely unprepared. Bai Qining pursed her lips and remained silent. In fact, she had wanted to call out to him for the past few days. But I couldn't bring myself to call him that. Today I really missed Li Shuo, and when I heard his voice just now, I couldn't help it. She felt embarrassed to call him again after he called her name once, so she changed the subject. "What are you doing?" "Yes, on my way home. I just went to my dad's place." Li Shuo replied somewhat stiffly, still not quite recovered from Bai Qining's sudden use of husband. Bai Qining briefly inquired about Li Xuejuan's situation, and Huawan opened the door and began urging her to call someone over to touch up her makeup. Before hanging up the phone, she reminded Li Shuo, "Remember to think about your wife often, and don't flirt with other women." Li Shuo was somewhat amused and exasperated, but he readily agreed. "Okay, I will." "What will you do? Seduce women or miss me?" Bai Qining asked seriously. Li Shuo glanced at the driver in the driver's seat, then turned to look out the window to ease the awkwardness, and whispered to her helplessly, "I miss you." Bai Qining was finally satisfied and gently pursed her lips, saying, "Okay, then I'll hang up." As she finished speaking, her pretty face flushed slightly, and she added, "Husband." The girl seemed a little shy, yet she had a sweet charm that made Li Shuo's heart flutter. He unconsciously smiled and softly replied, "Mm." Even though Bai Qining didn't see Li Shuo, she could tell from his tone that he was smiling. It was contagious. His cool and aloof eyes were tinged with a gentle smile, like the first melting of ice and snow. The ice goddess put away her icy demeanor and, at this moment, completely stepped down from her pedestal and became tainted by the warmth of human life. After a brief phone call ended, Bai Qining cupped her face in her hands, recalling her bold actions and her husband's response, her starry eyes sparkling with pink bubbles. Who would have thought that the dream in the hearts of 3.5 billion men would be filled with joy and excitement at this moment, because they called the person they love husband? Li Shua felt as sweet as honey as he returned home today. Then, I'll update today's novel update day and night as soon as possible. I'll keep the sweetness for myself, and leave the horror and suspense to my dear readers. The chapter will be updated in a few minutes. Holy crap! Why did the story abruptly stop at such a crucial point again? The woman who went to a hotel with Lu Siping? Did Wang Zhiga kill that woman too? I don't think it's that simple. Judging from the male protagonist's deductions, the murderer might not be just Wang Zhiga. Who is the other one? Why not write a few hundred more words? I'm itching to know. Another sleepless night. No, is Huolu doing this on purpose? At Huolu, you'd better take turns keeping watch with both eyes tonight. Today, Li Shua went to bed early and slept soundly. Meanwhile, Su Handuo, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Bai family, who lives thousands of miles away, has been suffering from insomnia for several days in a row. It wasn't because of He Yotsai's matter. Her subordinates had already contacted He Yukai a few days ago. It is said that He Yukai had already completed the task, but he was just too engrossed in it that day and did not reply to the message in time. Knowing that He Yukai had succeeded, Su Handuo stopped wasting her time on Su Hanyan. The thing she gave He Yukai could make him lose control and become sexually aroused, and even if he went to the hospital afterwards, it wouldn't be detected. That's how she successfully won over Bai Cheng back then. Even when Bai Cheng went to the hospital for a checkup the next day, no suspicious substances were found. Her belly cooperated, and she became pregnant within a month. She then naturally married Bai Cheng and became the eldest daughter-in-law of the Bai family. So this time, Su Hanyan probably lost control after drinking something and pounced on He Yukai on her own initiative. Even if she wanted to sue He Yukai afterward, she wouldn't be able to produce any evidence. With a lecherous old man like He Yukai constantly bothering her, there's no longer any possibility for her and Bai Cheng. What frustrated Su Handuo was that she had been staying at her parents' home for almost a week, and Bai Cheng still hadn't come to pick her up. Only her mother-in-law, Xie Jingji, came to visit once. She didn't come to pick her up, but to tell her to stay home and reflect on her actions, and not to worry about Hao. Su Handuo was absolutely furious with the Bai family. Hao is still so young, and this is the time when she needs her mother's company. She had a conflict with Bai Cheng, and he didn't even come over to give her a way out. Are they really so heartless as to keep Hao separated from his mother like this forever? Bai Cheng seems to be busy with something all day long. Her mother went to her house twice to ask Bai Cheng for a way out, but Bai Cheng wasn't home either. Su Handuo tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Around 1 a.m., she sat up in bed, took out her phone, and called Bai Cheng's assistant. The phone rang for a while before being answered. Su Handuo asked directly, "What has President Bai been doing these past few days?" Over the phone, the assistant calmly informed Su Handuo of Bai Cheng's schedule for the past 2 days. When he mentioned Bai Cheng's current location, he paused for a moment before continuing. Right now, President Bai is probably already in Luqing. His flight was 3 hours ago, and he made a last-minute decision to go to Luqing on a business trip. On business trip? Su Handuo almost screamed in surprise. Realizing what had happened, her chest heaved with anger. He went on a business trip? He doesn't have any important business in Luqing. I bet he just went to see that vixen Su Hanyan. Su Handuo never expected that Su Hanyan would be so good at playing the victim. Even though she had already become a slut, she could still seduce Bai Cheng. Su Hanyan and He Yukai have already consummated their relationship, and he was even chosen by her mother herself. What use is Bai Cheng going there? Su Handuo simply couldn't stand that Bai Cheng, this blind man, still summoned Su Hanyan when she was already a crippled, worn-out woman. After hanging up the phone, she sat on the bed for a while, but couldn't sit still any longer, so she pushed open the door and went to find Mrs. Su. That stinky slut. Why does she have the right to seduce Su Handuo's husband again and again, ruining their relationship? She had to go to Shaman to catch the adulterer in the act and make sure that woman would never have the face to seduce her husband again. Mrs. Su and her husband were woken up in the middle of the night by their daughter. Mrs. Su was furious when she learned that her son-in-law had gone to Luqing to find that ungrateful Su Hanyan. How could my Su family produce such a shameless wretch who tries every means to destroy his own sister's family? It's infuriating. Tomorrow, I'm going to Luqing to teach this ingrate a lesson. What's with him seducing his brother-in-law every day? I'll also bring Bai Cheng's parents along and let them see what their son is up to. One of his daughters has already given birth to his child and gotten married, yet she's still entangled with another daughter of the Su family. The main problem is that even if Su Hanyun, that ingrate, seduces Bai Cheng, she has no heart for the Su family and won't bring them any benefits. When Bai Cheng was pursuing her, she refused to go even if he whispered something in her ear and offered her family a piece of land worth hundreds of millions. A complete ingrate. That night, none of the Su family members slept well. Li Shua slept well, though. The next morning, after breakfast, he went to Su Hanyun's coffee shop as usual, carrying his laptop bag. Arriving at the coffee shop, I ordered a coffee with Su Hanyun and then prepared to go to his designated spot to write. However, just as Li Shua turned to walk away, he spotted a familiar figure. When the person saw Li Shua nod to him, he took 2 steps forward to the order counter. Su Hanyun had just instructed the barista to make coffee for Li Shua when she noticed a customer approaching out of the corner of her eye. She immediately greeted him with a smile. "Welcome, please." She had only spoken halfway when she looked up and saw the man standing in front of her. Her heart skipped a beat, and she froze instantly. Su Hanyun looked much better than when she was in Kyoto. Bai Cheng's usually cold and handsome face softened a little. He looked at the person in front of him with strong emotions that he could not suppress, and said, "I want a strong Americano, made by the proprietress." Su Hanyun quickly lowered her head to avoid the other person's intense gaze, trying to appear calm. "I'm sorry, the proprietress's coffee isn't very professional. I'll have the barista make it for you." Bai Cheng pursed his lips and immediately said, "Then I won't drink it." Su Hanyun. Li Shua. No wonder he's my brother-in-law. Tips for winning back your wife prepared for your brother-in-law at 1. Chapter 309. How do you want them to die? Bai Cheng's trip here wasn't to chase after his wife. After all, he is now a married man. Even though he tried his best to restrain himself, when facing Su Hanyun, the young master Bai, who always had excellent self-control, could not control his emotions. He is now in a state of extreme restraint. Su Hanyun refused to make coffee for Bai Cheng, so he straightened his face and explained his true purpose, saying seriously, "I came here today mainly because there are some things I want to ask you." Since that day a year and 10 months ago, when he had relations with Su Handuo and Su Hanyun was in a car accident, this is the first time the two of them have spoken to each other face to face like this. After arresting He Yukai and uncovering some of the truth, Bai Cheng now has many questions in his mind and wants to verify them with Su Hanyun. Su Hanyun understood Bai Cheng's meaning and hesitated. Although He Yukai didn't say anything that day, she could roughly guess who was plotting against her. These days I've even been wondering, even if the truth comes out, can she still send the murderer to prison without hesitation? The Su family will hate her for the rest of their lives. Bai Cheng saw through Su Hanyun's thoughts and continued, "Even if you don't tell me now, I only need some more time to investigate, and I can find out. Perhaps if you tell me something today, and we resolve this matter today, the consequences won't be worse." When Bai Cheng said, "worse," he meant he wouldn't consider whether Su Handuo was Bai Hao's mother. He would make this woman who hurt Su Hanyun die. The eldest son of the Bai family is notorious in Kyoto for his cunning. Su Hanyun sensed that Bai Cheng was using a combination of threats and inducements, and glanced at him, saying, "It's been over a year, and you really haven't changed at all." She didn't want to say it, partly because of the Su family, but also because Bai Cheng now has a complete family, and Bai Hao's mother will always be by his side. It seems that whether she speaks or not, Bai Cheng has no intention of showing mercy. She hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to compromise. "Fine. Come with me to the 2nd floor to talk." When Su Hanyun spoke, Bai Cheng immediately nodded. As soon as Su Hanyun came out from behind the bar, he followed her. Li Shua was quietly eating his melon when Su Hanyun suddenly looked at him and said, "Xiao Shua, come on over. Let's sit together as a family." Bai Cheng is now a married man, and with so many people in the coffee shop, it wouldn't be appropriate for the two of them to be alone. Su Hanyun trusts Li Shua, so she decided to invite him along. Li Shua, the third wheel who was suddenly called, was stunned for a moment before he reacted. "Oh, okay." Bai Chung understood Su Hanyun's intention. He didn't care what others thought of him, but considering Su Hanyun's feelings, he didn't say anything and chose to remain silent. So the three of them went to a private room on the second floor. The atmosphere was somewhat silent until Su Hanyun finally spoke first, asking Bai Chung, "What do you want to ask me?" Bai Chung paused for a moment before looking up at Su Hanyun and asking, "What happened to you after I got drunk the day you had your accident more than a year ago?" More than a year ago, after Bai Chung relentlessly pursued her for almost a year, Su Hanyun finally agreed to officially date him. Bai Chung was exceptionally happy that day and drank a lot of alcohol, getting drunk for the first time in his life. Later, in his fragmented memories, he drank the water that Su Hanyun fed him, and then they went to the garage together, where he had sex with Su Hanyun in his car. However, when he came to his senses, he realized that the person next to him was not Su Hanyun, but Su Hanyun's younger sister, Su Handuo. It was only from Su Handuo that she learned that she had come to see her sister Su Hanyun, but he, who was already drunk, mistook her for Su Hanyun, and the two had sex in the car. On the same day, Su Hanyun was in a car accident and was admitted to the intensive care unit. Both of Su's daughters met with accidents. The eldest daughter was in a car accident and was admitted to the intensive care unit. The second daughter accused Bai Chung of forcing her to have sex with him. Mrs. Su kept pestering the Bai family for an explanation. Bai Chung finally waited until Su Hanyun was out of danger, but Mrs. Su told him that she did not want to see him. Not long after, Su Handuo became pregnant. In order to give the Su family an explanation, the Bai family arranged for Bai Chung to marry Su Handuo. From then on, Bai Chung was kept under surveillance by his mother, Xie Jingji, to prevent him from bothering Su Hanyun any further. Su Hanyun also consistently refused to see him. The two only met a few days ago at Bai Hao's first birthday party. "When you were in the car accident, I checked the person who hit you. Their background was clean and there were no suspicious points. Your uncle checked your movements and said that you were drunk at the time and ran out without noticing the cars on the road. Is that really the case?" Bai Chung, with a serious expression, continued to ask Su Hanyun questions. Before Bai Hao's first birthday party, he was unaware that the Su family treated Su Hanyun so badly. They did not doubt what Su Hanyun's uncle said. He just didn't expect that the Su family would be so biased towards the two sisters, and that Su Handuo would even plot against her own sister. Su Hanyun lowered her eyes. Her eyes were a little moist, and her smile was somewhat sad. She said in a low voice, "That's not my uncle. He's Su Handuo's uncle." Bai Chung looked at the girl in front of him, his fist clenched tightly under the table. He tried to control his emotions and asked her, "Tell me what happened that day." Li Shua sat to one side, watching the two of them with a complicated expression. "Although I don't know exactly what happened on the day Bai Chung asked, it should be related to Su Hanyun's family, which is extremely awful." Su Hanyun was silent for a while before slowly speaking. "I did drink that day, but not too much. It's just that you were very drunk and drove here by yourself, so I had to call a designated driver for you. I waited in the restaurant for a long time. The driver said he was a new driver and couldn't find the exact location. I didn't think much of it at the time and went to the place he told me to find him after leaving the hotel. I never expected that I would be dragged into a van as soon as I left the restaurant." Su Hanyun recalled the terrifying experience, her body trembling slightly. She gripped her left hand tightly with her right hand, trying to calm herself down, and continued, "Besides the driver, there was another man in the van. I recognized him immediately. He rushed onto the stage during my performance and hugged me. The car took us to an abandoned warehouse. Hiyukai tried to force me, but I grabbed a piece of scrap metal, smashed it on his head, and escaped. Everything happened so suddenly. Hiyukai was still chasing me. I wasn't paying attention when I was running, and I got into a car accident at an intersection. When I woke up again, I was in the intensive care unit. Su's family came to see me, and I told them what had happened. My mother said they were already investigating." As Su Hanyun spoke, tears welled up in her eyes and slid down her cheeks. She didn't cry when recalling the nightmarish experience, but when she woke up after surviving the ordeal and talked about her mother, she couldn't control her emotions. Seeing this, Bai Chung disregarded whether there were people around him, reached out and grabbed Su Hanyun's hand, holding it in his palm to give her a sense of security. He concealed all his sharpness and said gently to her, "It's okay. I won't let anyone who has hurt you get away with it." This time, Su Han-yun did not pull her hand away, but kept her head down and continued. "Later, my mother said that the person might have gone abroad and could not be found. She also told me not to continue investigating, since the other party had not succeeded anyway." Su Han-yun exhaled, tears still in her eyes, and said with a cold smile, "When I ran into this man again a few days ago, I suddenly understood why she told me not to investigate anymore." Even after hearing Su Han-yun's account, Li Shua was still furious. He asked incredulously, "Because he Yukai was someone arranged by the Su family?" Bai Chung said in a low voice, "It was Su Han Duo who arranged it. The Su family is protecting her." His eyes flashed with murderous intent as he leaned closer to Su Han-yun and asked, "How do you want them to die?" Chapter 310. Su Han Duo rushes to the coffee shop to catch her husband cheating. Su Han-yun is not her younger sister Su Han Duo. Even if it was completely confirmed that Su Han Duo was the one who harmed her, and that the Su family was biased towards and protecting Su Han Duo, she still couldn't bring herself to kill her. Besides, Bai Chung has already started a family with Su Han Duo. She tried to pull her hand away from Bai Cheng's, but he held on tightly. Now that Bai Chung knows the whole truth, he is no longer willing to let go. He holds Su Han-yun's hand and sincerely explains to her, "I was also tricked by Su Han Duo. That day, she gave me something to drink while I was drunk, and I mistook her for you. That medicine was the one he Yukai brought over last time. My men found residue in the medicine packet on him. It was also given to him by Su Han Duo. No abnormalities were detected the day after he drank it." Bai Ching actively explained to Su Han-yun. He had his suspicions at first and went to the hospital for a checkup the next day, but no abnormalities were found. He really thought that he had been drunk and had a one-night stand, and he couldn't face Su Han-yun. But that's not the case. A few days before he arrived, he had already taken control of Su Han-yun's men and explained what had happened to them. Everything was designed by Su Han Duo. Su Han-yun initially hated Bai Chung intensely, but she kept waiting for him to explain himself. Instead of an explanation, she received the news that Su Han Duo was pregnant. The Su family tried their best to match Su Han Duo with Bai Chung, but she was unable to have children and had broken her leg, so she had been bedridden for several months. By the time she was able to get out of bed, Bai Chung and Su Han Duo were already married. He gave up hope. Anyway, she can't have children and can't give Bai Chung a complete family. However, knowing that Bai Chung hadn't actually been drunk and acted recklessly, Su Han-yun suddenly felt much better. However, considering the delicate relationship between the two, and with Li Shua still watching from the side, she glanced at Li Shua, glared at Bai Chung, and said to him, "I know, you let go first." At this moment, Li Shua coughed twice, sounding somewhat unnatural. "This is my brother-in-law. They really don't treat him like an outsider." Su Han-yun was embarrassed, and so was he. Seeing that Su Han-yun was about to get angry, Bai Chung, though unwilling, obediently let go of her. He said, "I want to divorce Su Han Duo and make her pay the price for everything she and the Su family have done for her." Bai Chung had been pursuing Su Han-yun for over a year and had long since figured out the girl's personality. He was ruthless, but Su Han-yun was a girl who didn't want to get her hands dirty. Seeing the complicated expression on the girl's face, he decided to give her a way out. "Su Han Duo plotted against me and schemed to harm you. The Su family protected her. Knowing my character, I won't give them a way out, but..." Bai Chung glanced at Li Shua, pursed his lips, and seemed somewhat hesitant. Seeing this, Li Shua immediately stood up. "My mouth is a little dry. I'll go get some water." After he finished speaking, he immediately left the private room. He's really had enough of being the third wheel today, and he's embarrassed. Bai Chung admired his brother-in-law, who had excellent judgment. After Li Shua left the private room, he leaned close to Su Han-yun and whispered a few words to her. Upon hearing this, Su Han-yun immediately glared at Chung coquettishly, then panicked a little and quickly got up and left. Han-yun. Seeing Su Han-yun run away, Bai Chung also got up and chased after her. Li Shua had no idea what the two had said in the private room. "I didn't expect that my brother-in-law would come here today and not leave, and even brought a group of bodyguards to help out at Su Han-yun's coffee shop. However, With the usually decisive CEO Bai and his bodyguards, who always had stern faces, standing in the coffee shop, the number of customers visibly decreased. Su Hanyun was furious with Bai Cheng. She thought that all the customers had been scared away by Bai Cheng and his bodyguards, but the customers in the store were all brought in by Bai Cheng. She could only swallow her anger and watch helplessly as President Bai and his bodyguards scared away all her guests. Li Shua originally planned to go back, but his wife, knowing that his older brother was in the coffee shop, asked him to keep an eye on things for him. Seeing Bai Cheng scare away all the customers in the coffee shop, he felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, Bai Cheng, a big boss, should know that his bodyguard's stern faces would scare away guests. So why did he let his bodyguard scare people today? It wasn't until Su Hanyun punched Bai Cheng and ordered him not to follow her that Bai Cheng calmed down a bit, asked the barista to make him a cup of coffee, walked over to Li Shua's table, sat down, and handed him the coffee. Li Shua took the coffee, glanced at the shop where all the other customers had left except for the three of them, the liveliness group, and asked Bai Cheng, "Brother-in-law, what's going on?" Bai Cheng seemed to be in a good mood. He turned his gaze away from Su Hanyun and said to Li Shua, "My mother will probably be here in about an hour." Li Shua's hand, holding the coffee cup, froze in midair. "My mother-in-law is coming to Luqing?" Bai Cheng straightened his suit and said, "Yes, and the Su family mother and daughter too." Li Shua hesitated for a moment before suddenly realizing what was happening. It seems this brother-in-law was trying to settle his family affairs in the coffee shop, scaring away all the customers in the process. After Bai Cheng finished speaking with Li Shua, he saw Su Hanyun come out of the material room with a bag of things. He immediately got up and rushed to help her before the others could make a move. "Give me this. It's less than 10 pounds. I can handle it myself, oh dear. I already said I can handle it myself. It's not just sitting there. It's in the freezer. I need to use it." In the coffee shop, young Master Bai diligently assisted Su Hanyun with various tasks, and seemed quite happy to do so. After the bodyguard scared all the guests away, apart from the two standing at the door trying to intimidate them, the others helping out in the coffee shop were so bored they were practically growing mushrooms. In the end, they all went outside the coffee shop to stand guard. Li Shua waited anxiously for his mother-in-law to arrive, then sat in front of his computer and continued typing. Until it was almost noon. Seeing that Bai Cheng had scared away all the customers, Su Hanyun decided to suspend business this afternoon and told the barista and two employees to go home and rest. She stood at the cashier checking the accounts, while Bai Cheng stood beside her supervising, very close to her. They were so close that their breath hit her neck. Su Hanyun couldn't stand this clingy guy anymore. She turned her head and had just opened her mouth when a commotion suddenly came from the entrance of the coffee shop. "Su Hanyun, you shameless vixen." Su Handuo, along with her mother-in-law and mother, Mrs. Su, had just arrived at the coffee shop entrance when she spotted Bai Cheng and Su Hanyun standing behind the cashier. Enraged, she screamed and rushed into the coffee shop. Seeing the young mistress rush in, and with Madame Bai and Xie Jingji also present, Bai Cheng's bodyguards dared not make any rash moves. Seeing her husband so close to Su Hanyun, Su Handuo rushed to the cashier and slapped Su Hanyun across the face. But before the slap could land on Su Hanyun's face, it was grabbed by a large hand. Su Handuo looked down the man's arm, and just as she opened her mouth, Bai Cheng used his other free hand to slap her hard across the face. "Smack! You bitch!" The loud slap sounded simultaneously with the man's voice, which was brewing a storm. Chapter 311 Is Xie Jingji's son someone Su Handuo would dare to scheme against? Bai Cheng delivered a resounding slap without hesitation, instantly knocking Su Handuo to the ground. Everyone in the coffee shop, except for Li Shua, was stunned by what they saw. After all, Li Shua had heard everything Su Handuo had done with his own ears, so he wasn't surprised at all that Bai Cheng had slapped Su Handuo. Mrs. Su, who had stormed in with her daughter in a fit of rage, was stunned. At first, she grimaced, then opened her mouth in disbelief as she watched her daughter being slapped to the ground by Bai Cheng. Realizing what had happened, she rushed over to help her daughter up. "My God, Bai Cheng, what are you doing? Handuo is your wife. How could you lay a hand on her?" As Mrs. Su rushed over to help Su Handuo, she cried out in alarm and accused her. Su Handuo didn't expect Bai Cheng to slap her right away. Although the two had been arguing almost constantly for over a year, Bai Cheng had never laid a hand on her. Today, because of Su Hanyun, that crippled slut, she actually slapped her across the face when she came to catch her cheating. Su Handuo felt heartbroken and angry. With her mother-in-law Xie Jingji backing her up, and having caught Bai Cheng and Su Hanyun having an affair, Su Handuo got up from the ground, covered her swollen face, and burst into tears. Bai Cheng, how could you hit me for another woman? I am your wife, and she has been with another man for a long time. You still hit me for her. Bai Cheng's expression hardened, and he coldly questioned, with another man? How did you know about her? When Bai Cheng asked this question, Su Handuo was stunned for a moment before she realized what he meant. He glanced at Mrs. Su beside him and quickly tried to salvage the situation, saying, My mother arranged this blind date for her. How could I not know? The two of them have already had a successful blind date, and have even slept together. Su Handuo looked at Su Hanyun after saying this, and resumed her arrogant posture. Su Hanyun, am I right? Mrs. Su wasn't really clear on what had happened. She had only used the blind date to get rid of Su Hanyun, and she hadn't had time to contact him since he arrived. However, since her second daughter, Su Handuo, said it was a done deal, then it was a done deal. Mrs. Su scolded Su Hanyun. Su Hanyun, how can you be so ignorant? Mrs. Su had only spoken halfway when she felt Bai Cheng's murderous gaze. Her survival instincts kicked in, and she immediately fell silent, turning to her mother-in-law, Xie Jingji, for help with her eyes. Mother-in-law, you need to discipline your son. When I try to educate my own daughter, he acts like he wants to kill me. Even before Xie Jingji arrived today, she had sensed that Su Handuo's attempt to catch her cheating was not simple. Her son is such a shrewd person. How could Su Handuo possibly find out his schedule from Bai Cheng's assistant, except for her, his mother? Unless it was her eldest son who deliberately leaked the information, causing Su Handuo and her daughter to come looking for them. However, Xie Jingji still couldn't figure out what her eldest son was up to. Mrs. Su asked her for help, so she could only cooperate and scold Bai Cheng. You brat, what are you doing? Seeing her mother-in-law come out to support her, Su Handuo took advantage of the situation and said, Bai Cheng, now that you know Su Hanyun has successfully found a partner and started a relationship, you should stay away from her, don't be bewitched by her, and quickly return to your own family. Bai Cheng looked at Su Handuo coldly, his eyes filled with disgust. He snorted coldly, I met He Yukai just 2 days ago. He didn't say that he was going on a blind date with Hanyun. Instead, he told me a lot of things I didn't know before. When Bai Cheng uttered the words He Yukai, it was like a thunderclap exploding over Su Handuo's head, causing her expression to change drastically and leaving her stunned on the spot. He is wealth. How would Bai Cheng know this person? What did he say to Bai Cheng? What are you saying? I don't understand what you're saying. Su Handuo's heart pounded, her palms sweated, and she shook her head repeatedly in denial, trying to distance herself from He Yukai. Bai Cheng didn't waste any more words with her. He gestured to the bodyguards who followed him in, and the bodyguards quickly dragged the man they had brought earlier into the coffee shop. The man was dragged into the coffee shop, and Su Handuo immediately recognized him as one of her trusted confidants. Her legs suddenly went weak, and she collapsed to the ground with her mouth slightly open. The man had not eaten, drunk, or slept for many days. He was so weak that he could not stand and collapsed to the ground, his body hunched over. Bai Cheng looked down at him and said in a deep voice, Do you need me to speak for you? Or do you want to speak for you yourself? Upon hearing Bai Cheng's voice, the latter looked terrified and quickly said, I'll talk. Under Xie Jingji's probing gaze and Mrs. Su's guilty look, the man swallowed hard and quickly continued. My name is Lu Wei. I've always been by the second Mrs. side, helping her with things. 1 year and 11 months ago, the second Miss assigned me 2 tasks. One was to obtain an aphrodisiac that wouldn't harm the body and wouldn't be detectable after consumption. In just over 10 minutes, the man recounted in detail how Su Handuo had asked him to buy aphrodisiacs twice to frame Bai Cheng and Su Hanyun, and how she had arranged for He Yukai to rape Su Hanyun. Xie Jingji, who was initially puzzled, gradually became icy as she listened, her usually elegant and intellectual face turning pale. Mrs. Su felt increasingly guilty as she listened, so she rushed forward and slapped the man across the face to interrupt him. Stop talking nonsense. Our Han Duo is the kind of person who wouldn't even dare to step on an ant when she walks. Do you think she would frame her own sister? Madam, everything I said is true. Didn't you also obstruct and interfere with the eldest young lady's investigation into the truth in order to conceal what happened to the second young lady more than a year ago? The man continued to accuse her after being slapped. He knew very well how easy it would be for him, with no connections, to die at Bai Cheng's hands if he didn't tell the truth now. Mrs. Su. Mrs. Su was speechless, and Xie Jingji's face was already clouded with gloom. When Su Handuo realized that her scheme had been exposed, she lost all her previous aggressive arrogance. She quickly walked up to Xie Jingji and took her hand. Mom, I was just young and ignorant. I like Bai Cheng too much. Please forgive me for the sake of the fact that I gave birth to Hao for the Bai family. Xie Jingji was already uncomfortable with her daughter-in-law's arrogant and domineering personality. Now that she knew about all the bad things the daughter-in-law had done behind her back, she was utterly disgusted with her. She shoved Su Handuo away. Su Handuo, how dare you scheme against my Bai family's son? And now you have the nerve to ask me for forgiveness? Forgive you for what? For drugging my son and causing him to break up with the girl he liked, for carrying the accusation of raping you, and for living every day under the judgment and suffering of others. Xie Jingji shouted, and slapped Su Handuo across the face. Smack! She, as her mother, has seen how her son has fared over the past year. But because Su Handuo insisted that Bai Cheng had forced her by mistaking her for Su Hanyun, even though she knew her son was suffering, she forced him to live a good life with Su Handuo and showed endless tolerance and made amends to her. Now that she knows it was all Su Handuo's scheme, how can she swallow this insult? Is Xie Jingji's son someone that Su Handuo dares to scheme against? Chapter 312. Please let him send Handuo in for investigation. In Su Handuo's eyes, Xie Jingji has always been a good mother-in-law who loves and pampers her. She thought that as long as she brought up her son today, Xie Jingji would forgive her for plotting against Bai Cheng. Anyway, apart from her family background being somewhat mismatched with the Bai family, Su Handuo's appearance was not bad at all, and she even gave birth to a son for the Bai family, so Bai Cheng didn't suffer any loss. But to her surprise, Xie Jingji not only refused to help her, but also slapped her in the face. Su Handuo was stunned by the slap, and she covered her face blankly, looking at Xie Jingji in disbelief. How could she hit her own daughter-in-law like that? Mrs. Su was also stunned for a moment before she reacted and quickly stepped forward. Mother-in-law, we Handuo likes Bai Cheng too much, and now their child. Shut up. Stop talking about my child all the time. You abandoned the child and stayed at your parents' house without a second thought. Didn't you ever consider that Hao would miss his mother? Xie Jingji rarely loses her temper, but when she does, her demeanor remains as elegant as ever, yet she exudes an intangible aura of authority. Mrs. Su was so frightened by her reprimand that she immediately fell silent and dared not speak again. Oh no. This time it's really over. The Bai family mother and son are serious today. They probably won't consider the marital relationship between Bai Cheng and Su Handuo. Bai Cheng and Su Handuo never had any marital affection for each other. Since their marriage, Bai Cheng has never laid a finger on Su Handuo. Based on Su Handuo's framing and the fact that she had people harm Su Hanyun, he would never give Su Handuo a way out. They won't let the Su family have an easy time either. But considering Su Hanyun's perspective, he changed his usual decisive approach and took the initiative to ask her, "Do you want me to settle this privately or publicly?" The private settlement that Bai Cheng mentioned. It's true that Han Duo's situation won't be made public, but she certainly won't survive. He has hundreds of ways to make her disappear from the world without anyone noticing. The public's decision was to give Su Handuo a chance to reform herself, allowing her to go to prison for rehabilitation and have a chance to start anew. Mrs. Su and Su Handuo were well aware of Bai Cheng's methods. His private settlement was even more terrifying than his public settlement. Lu Jinghui's self-chopped-off hand is a living example. Even when the Kyoto police came to his door, Lu Jinghui insisted that it was voluntary and refused to cooperate with the police investigation. Mrs. Su was reluctant to see her daughter go to jail, but she was even more afraid that Bai Cheng would use his methods to deal with Su Handuo. The only one who can save Su Handuo now is Su Hanyun. She quickly ran to the bar and reached out to grab Su Hanyun's hand, but Bai Cheng pushed her away before she could touch Su Hanyun. Mrs. Su, caught off guard, looked somewhat embarrassed and could only anxiously say to Su Hanyun, "Hanyun, you must plead with Bai Cheng to take Duo to the police station. Don't settle this privately, or Duo will die." This was the first time since Su Hanyun turned 14 that she had heard Mrs. Su speak to her so gently, but it was to plead for Su Handuo, and she felt a deep sadness in her heart. She did not reply immediately. If she were to speak up for the Su family, she would have to agree to the conditions Bai Cheng had previously set for her. Mrs. Su stomped her feet anxiously when she saw that Su Hanyun remained silent. "Hanyun, I'm begging you, okay? Do you really want to watch your sister die? Even though she made a mistake, she's still your own sister. As her older sister, can't you just let her be naive?" The more Mrs. Su pleaded with Su Handuo, the more distressed Su Hanyun became, to the point of wanting to cry. She's the older sister, so isn't she her daughter too? Su Handuo did so many terrible things to her, and she didn't utter a single word of reproach, yet now she's pleading for Su Handuo's life here. Bai Cheng looked at Su Hanyun, his handsome face tense, but he refrained from comforting her. "She's too soft-hearted. If we don't provoke her like this, she might still have illusions about this family." Seeing Su Hanyun remain silent, Mrs. Su was about to plead for Su Handuo again, but Su Hanyun immediately raised her hand. "Don't say anything more, I can help you." She looked up at Mrs. Su, her eyes already moist. "I have one condition. Today I pleaded for Su Handuo. If you choose her, then from now on Su Hanyun, will have no relation to your Su family whatsoever." Mrs. Su hesitated upon hearing this. It's now clear that her eldest daughter, Su Hanyun, is more helpful to the Su family, and the young master of the Bai family still likes her. However, Su Hanyun is unable to have children and has a limp in one leg. I'm afraid Bai Cheng is only still hung up on his old feelings for her now, and he'll only feel disgusted with Su Hanyun, who is infertile and has a limp, in the future. On the contrary, Bai Hao's biological mother is the second daughter, Su Handuo. She needs to protect Su Handuo first, so that she can control the future head of the Bai family in the future. Mrs. Su quickly made up her mind and immediately said, "Okay, Mom promises you. As long as you save Duo, you will have no further connection with the Su family." Su Hanyun closed her eyes, pursed her lips, and nodded. She took a deep breath, made up her mind, and turned to look at Bai Cheng. Before she could open her mouth, Bai Cheng immediately understood, reached out, and took her hand, and said, "Okay, I promise you." Su Hanyun. She hadn't even opened her mouth yet. Mrs. Su and her daughter. She hadn't even opened her mouth yet. Li Shuo. No wonder he's the eldest brother-in-law. Xie Jingji. This brat spoils this girl even more than her own mother. Finally, at Su Hanyun's behest, Bai Cheng agreed to give her a break and choose to go public with the marriage, and also divorced Su Handuo. He proactively contacted lawyer Yu Qian and friends at the police station, and called the police to take Su Handuo, her daughter, and himself to the station for investigation. Before leaving, she reminded Su Hanyun that she could not go back on her promise. In the end, young Master Bai was pushed out of the coffee shop by Su Hanyun. Since the shop couldn't stay open today, Su Hanyun simply closed it. At Li Shua's invitation, she went with Xie Jingji to Xiangfu community, where Li Shua now lives. Li Shua explained to Xie Jingji on his way back to the apartment complex the reason why he and Bai Qining were now separated. He did this because he was afraid that exposing their relationship would cause trouble for both of them and their families. The unequal backgrounds of the two also gave Xie Jingji a headache. Fortunately, her father-in-law was very capable. After taking the order from the Bai family's military industry, he quickly attracted the attention of the military industry in Sichuan and Chongqing with his strength. Shanha machinery has now attracted the attention of many military industries, all of which want to cooperate with it. Her father-in-law is really something else. It's a pity I wasn't born into a good family. Otherwise, given his talent and ability, the current benchmark in the machinery industry would probably be her father-in-law's Shanha machinery. Xiao Shua, when will your dad have time? You two have been married for so long, and I haven't even met my father-in-law yet. Besides your brother-in-law's matter, I also wanted to meet my father-in-law on this trip to Luqing. As soon as Xie Jingji sat down at Li Shua's house, she asked Li Shua a question. She paused for a moment, then added, "Also, see what your aunt has been busy with lately, and whether she has found a suitable concubine for you." Xie Jingji wasn't worried about her eldest son, Bai Cheng, going to the police station. Her eldest son spent most of the year undergoing various investigations. At first, she was filled with fear every day, but now Xie Jingji's heart is made of iron. Besides, Bai Cheng called the police to send her to be investigated this time, so she had even less to worry about. Meeting the father-in-law is more important now. Secondly, I met her future brother-in-law. I'm not quite sure either. I'll call my dad right away and ask. Li Shua poured tea for his mother-in-law and Su Hanyun, gave them a brief reply, and then called Li Shuejuan. Upon hearing that his future mother-in-law was at his home, Li Shuejuan immediately dropped everything he was doing, left the company, and rushed home to see her. Chapter 313. Li Shuejuan, shock. My son actually got married in a flash. Li Shua's mother-in-law's arrival was unexpected today, and he hadn't bought any ingredients in advance. It was past lunchtime, and there wasn't time to cook, so he simply ordered food from Dill to be delivered to his mother-in-law's family business, so that his mother-in-law wouldn't have trouble eating it. Bai Qining is recording a program out of town today, and can't come back to have dinner with us. When Li Shuejuan rushed home from the company, Li Shua was setting out the food in the dining room, with Xie Jingji and Su Hanyun helping him. As soon as Li Shuejuan opened the door, everyone looked over. Li Shua paused for a moment, called out, and said to Xie Jingji and Su Hanyun, "My dad is back." Upon hearing this, Xie Jingji immediately greeted Li Shuejuan with a smile, and Su Hanyun took the initiative to say hello. The moment Li Shuejuan entered, he saw Xie Jingji. The elegant and noble temperament emanating from the woman made him momentarily stunned. He only came to his senses when Xie Jingji called out first. As she entered and changed her shoes, she smiled somewhat awkwardly and said, "Mother-in-law, I didn't know you were coming today. I'm so sorry for neglecting you." "Oh dear, we're all family now. There's no such thing as being neglectful. Father-in-law, your words are too distant. Don't say that again." Li Shuejuan walked into the restaurant, greeted Su Hanyun, whom he didn't recognize, and then the family sat down. Li Shuejuan was mentally prepared that his in-laws were relatively well off, but the more he talked with Xie Jingji, the more he realized that Xie Jingji's demeanor and speech were unlike those of a typical wealthy woman from a middle-class family. Xie Jingshu is probably unmarried, and has an elegant and easygoing personality. Xie Jingji was different. Her every move exuded elegance and refinement, and her speech was so proper that Li Shuejuan found it unbelievable. Fortunately, Li Shuejuan could sense Xie Jingji's goodwill from her friendly manner, which made him feel less constrained. The meal was quite enjoyable. Compared to Xie Jingji, who calmly chatted with her father-in-law, Su Hanyun felt somewhat uneasy during the meal. After all, Hiyukai had fallen into Bai Cheng's hands, and she felt that Bai Cheng wouldn't let Hiyukai get away with it. She is very worried now that Bai Cheng has been taken away for investigation. After the meal, Su Hanyun couldn't sit still and took the initiative to say goodbye to Li Shua and his family of 3. Xie Jingji dared not let her eldest son's precious darling have any chance of being in danger. As soon as Su Hanyun was about to leave, she immediately arranged for someone to come and pick her up and take her to her destination, and to protect her safety at all times. Su Hanyun had no choice but to refuse. If she didn't let anyone follow her, Xie Jingji would pull her to stay by her side and personally help Bai Cheng keep an eye on her. Have no choice. In the end, Su Hanyun could only leave with the bodyguards arranged by Xie Jingji. After Xie Jingji saw Su Hanyun off, Li Shuejuan followed his son to clean up the dining table. The family sat down in the living room. Li Shua immediately made tea for the 2 elders. Xie Jingji took a sip of the tea her son-in-law had brewed, looked at Li Shuejuan, and asked, "Father-in-law, has Xiaoshua told you about our family situation?" Li Shuejuan smiled awkwardly and said, "Ah, yes, Xiaoshua told me that your family is quite well off, my dear in-laws." Previously, he only thought that his in-laws were a well-off family in Kyoto with an annual income of tens of millions. Now, after getting to know Xie Jingji, Li Shuejuan realized that he had been too conservative in his thinking. Xie Jingji is clearly not just a wife from a middle-class family. Her family's financial situation is probably at least hundreds of millions a year. He felt an invisible pressure and continued. Our family's situation is not good right now, but it has started to improve. We will strive to stand shoulder to shoulder with our in-laws and not let Ningming suffer with my Xiaoxua. Although his family's financial situation was much better than he had imagined, he should be able to catch up with his in-laws' family in less than a year, so that his two children could be well matched and his son wouldn't have to bear too much pressure. Xie Jingji thought highly of Li Xuejuan, but she didn't believe that he could catch up with their family's conditions by relying on Shanha machinery. After all, the Bai family's business was built up over 3 generations and further expanded through marriage between 2 other large families. The Bai family's military industry sector is just a small part of their overall business. The Bai Shi Group has so many businesses that even she, as the head of the group, can't count them all. It's clear that the father-in-law doesn't yet know the true identities of their family. The 2 children's elders have already met, and it would be inappropriate to keep it from Li Xuejuan any longer. Xie Jingji took a sip of tea, glanced at her son-in-law Li Shua beside her, smiled, and said to Li Xuejuan, "Father-in-law, you probably don't know the specifics of our family situation, do you?" Li Xuejuan indeed didn't know. When Li Shua told him last time, he was busy and didn't know much about Kyoto. He thought that even if it was a well-off family, there were so many people in Kyoto, he wouldn't know anything. Bai Qining had previously mentioned that her whole family were office workers, and her mother worked as a nanny. Looking at his future mother-in-law now, he couldn't imagine what kind of nanny she was. He asked, "I only had a superficial understanding before. Now, would it be convenient for my mother-in-law to elaborate?" "Yes, I came here today to talk to you about this matter seriously. After all, we will be family from now on, and we must explain our family situation to your father-in-law." Xie Jingji paused for a moment before continuing. "Father-in-law, to be honest, our family has always had business dealings with you." "Business?" Li Xuejuan exclaimed in surprise, quickly filtering through companies with the surname Bai among potential partners in his mind. He soon came up with an answer, but the answer made his heart skip a beat. Of the companies he's worked with, the only one he remembers having the surname Bai is. Li Xuejuan looked stunned, as if he had been frozen in place, staring blankly at Xie Jingji. Could it be Bai Shi Group? After a long pause, he finally gave this answer that he found unbelievable. Definitely not. How could the heiress of the Bai Shi Group possibly have a whirlwind marriage with his son? However, as soon as he said this, he saw Xie Jingji smile slightly and nod to him. Li Xuejuan. That's true. He still found it unbelievable, and mechanically turned his head to look at his son beside him. Xiaoxua, Qin Ning. Li Shua coughed slightly and confirmed with Li Xuejuan. "Dad, Mom wasn't joking with you. Qin Ning is indeed the eldest daughter of the Bai family." Li Xuejuan. At this moment, Li Xuejuan didn't know what words to use to describe his feelings. His son actually got married to the heiress of a billionaire family in a flash. This is even more outrageous than winning the lottery jackpot. At first, he thought that the girl who was able-bodied was already very lucky to be interested in his autistic son. Later, I found out that the other person was actually a white-collar elite, and I thought to myself that this kid was incredibly lucky. Now they tell him that this girl is the daughter of the famous Bai family in Kyoto, a Bai family whose in-laws are so prestigious that even people in high society rarely have the opportunity to meet them in person. Li Xuejuan was utterly shocked, and took a long time to accept this unbelievable fact. His son really did get married in a flash to the Bai family's richest daughter. Chapter 314 Bai Sheng. My older brother will never chase after his wife. I want to learn from my brother-in-law. Xie Jingji was also troubled by the fact that her family was simply too rich. Fearing that her father-in-law would be under too much pressure, she immediately said, "Father-in-law, we didn't say anything before, because we were afraid that you and Xiaoxua would be under too much pressure. But now it's different. Shanha machinery has made a name for itself, and everything is developing in a good direction." Li Xuejuan was both amused and exasperated. The gap between our two families is really huge. It's really a shame that Ningming is marrying into this family. The Bai family was his business partner, and he had learned about them. They were incredibly powerful. Although he didn't know the specifics of the family's wealth, in terms of social standing, the only family that could be considered a good match for the Bai family was the Li family, which was equally successful in many areas and was a leading force in the machinery industry. It's almost impossible for his Shanha machinery to catch up with the empire built up by the Bai family over generations. This brat he actually got married to such an amazing wife in a flash. Xie Jingji could tell that Li Shuo and his son were both men with strong self-esteem. I also admire it. But the fact is that the Bai family is simply too wealthy, and she cannot close the gap between the two families in a short period of time. He could only smile and say a few words to Li Shuejuan, such as if the two children felt it was a good match, and then quickly change the subject. By the way, father-in-law, Xiao Shuo and Ning Ning said that their aunt has been contacting you frequently lately to check on your health. Have you heard her mention her current relationship status? Her aunt is already this age and still not married, so I'm quite anxious about that. Xie Jingji changed the subject quite quickly, and Li Shuejuan was a beat slow to react. Oh, I haven't asked her about that. You can ask her yourself, mother-in-law. Li Shuejuan expressed his understanding of Xie Jingji's feelings and said to her, although it's good not to get married, when you get older, seeing other people with children and grandchildren while you have no one to care for you, you may indeed feel lonely. I can understand your feelings as a mother-in-law. Although he is divorced, he has 3 children to keep him company, so he won't be too lonely in his old age. Xie Jingji shared the same thought as Li Shuejuan. She was afraid that Xie Jingshu would feel lonely when she got older. Although she doesn't mind bringing her younger sister along during holidays, she's not her family after all. When she sees her own family with children and grandchildren, she feels sorry for her sister just thinking about it. Xie Jingji doesn't expect Xie Jingshu to have children at her age. As long as she can find a like-minded partner to grow old with and have a small family, she won't be alone in her old age. She said, Jingshu really dislikes me urging him to get married. I don't know if she will tell me if I ask her directly. Father-in-law, please keep an eye out for me when you are in contact with her. Actually, Xie Jingji still had some doubts before dinner. This father-in-law was very capable, and among men of this age, his temperament and appearance surpassed those of men born in 1998. Her sister has recently been in contact with Li Shuejuan. Is it possible that she has something going on with Li Shuejuan? But after seeing Li Shuejuan's reaction, she gave up the idea. Li Shuejuan's reaction was anything but that of someone who was in trouble. Li Shuejuan smiled faintly. I understand. I'll keep an eye out for you when I have the chance. If Li Shu, Li Shuo, and Li Hao were still unmarried at Xie Jingshu's age, they would probably be even more anxious than Xie Jingji. As he spoke, he remembered someone and said to Xie Jingji, by the way, Mr. Peng from Wanli Machinery is currently on a business trip in Luqing. I think he and my in-laws are a good match. My in-law's mother could try to match them up. Xie Jingji's eyes lit up slightly, then dimmed again. I'm afraid it won't work. I tried to match them up at the banquet before, but Jingshu wasn't very interested in him. I'll go meet her later and ask who she's been seeing lately to find out about them. If they're a good match, I won't care about their family background, as long as she has a companion in the future. Li Shuejuan agreed, saying, that's right. Without children or a partner, you'll definitely be lonely when you get old. You'll at least need to find someone. Li Shuo sat to one side, looking at his father with a complicated expression, remaining silent. It seems his father was really hurt too deeply, and now he seems to have no interest in relationships at all. Xie Jingji chatted for a while, then said goodbye and left to find Xie Jingshu. After seeing the person off, Li Shuejuan said goodbye to Li Shuo and immediately returned to the company to continue his work. His son had a whirlwind marriage to a woman from a disreputable family, and now he can only work hard to improve his family's circumstances. Li Shuo hasn't written an update yet today. After seeing off his mother-in-law and father, he locked himself in his room and started writing. On the other side, Bai Cheng also finished the investigation and successfully left the police station. He Yukai is a local resident of Xiamen, and this case requires a joint investigation by local authorities in Xiamen. Bai Cheng came out of the police station at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. As he stepped out of the gate, he immediately saw Su Hanyun standing there, along with several bodyguards who came to greet him. His expression softened instantly, his sharpness vanished, and he walked towards Su Hanyun. Su Hanyun finally felt relieved when she saw Bai Chung walk out safely. Bai Chung walked to her side and reached out his hand to take Su Hanyun's hand. But Su Hanyun anticipated his move and dodged first. Bai Chung frowned, even looking a little aggrieved. I've already agreed to be with you and Master Su. And now you want to go back on your word? We made a deal today. If he makes an exception for the Su family, Su Hanyun will agree to be with him. Bai Chung has already instructed Yu Qian to try to file for divorce within a week. Once he gets the divorce certificate, he will immediately go and get a marriage certificate with Su Hanyun, without wasting a single second. Su Hanyun pulled her hand behind her back to prevent Bai Chung from holding it, glanced at him, and said in a low voice, "You are still a married man. What's the rush?" Bai Chung was naturally anxious. He had worked so hard for over a year to confirm their relationship, only to be betrayed by Su Handuo. Now that all his suffering has finally come to an end and the truth has come out, how could he possibly hold back? But Su Hanyun was unwilling to let him hold her hand, and he wouldn't force her. He just pursed his lips and said, "Once I get my divorce certificate, I'll get the marriage certificate right away, prepare for the wedding, and marry you." He'll not only hold hands then, he'll do other things too. Su Hanyun looked at him, then at her own legs, and deliberately teased him in a light-hearted tone, saying, "You want a lame woman to be the eldest young mistress of the Bai family?" Bai Chung remained noncommittal. "I want you. I don't care if you're lame or not." Su Hanyun smiled, tears welling in her eyes, and said, "I can't have children yet. I can't be a mother." She hadn't dared to tell Bai Chung the truth before, and had never mentioned this. After all, because of this, her mother no longer loves her. Bai Chung was indeed somewhat surprised, as he had previously planned to have a football team with Su Hanyun. But he quickly accepted. Then let the second, third, fourth, and fifth sons give birth. Let their wives go through the pain of childbirth. You enjoy the pleasure while I take care of you. Su Hanyun was amused by Bai Chung, and tears welled up in her eyes. But this time they weren't because she was sad. "It'll take a long time. I don't believe it." She stubbornly insisted on her words, then turned and walked towards where the car was parked. Bai Chung immediately followed, resisting the urge to take her hand. "It's okay if you don't believe me. There's plenty of time. I can slowly prove it to you." Who would have thought that the decisive and ruthless eldest son of the Bai family could be so eloquent and articulate when facing a girl he likes? Having already visited and interviewed at Sun Yat-sen University and reaped great fame and fortune, I still couldn't see Li Shubai's second brother as I had hoped. The eldest brother is not good at pursuing his wife. He pursued her for a year without success, and even slept with her sister. My brother-in-law Li Shua is much more capable. I need to go and learn from Li Shua. Li Shua. I'm learning from my brother-in-law. In between writing, Li Shua also had to help his two brothers-in-law with their family matters. At this moment, Li Jiyue, who is currently in Sichuan and Chongqing thousands of miles away, is helping to investigate Li Shua's background. She has finally found out about Qi Guihong, a woman who has been missing for more than 20 years. What was unexpected was that Qi Guihong actually. Chapter 315 by Qining. Wait for me to come back, and I'll kiss you so hard you won't want to. Li Shua would sit in front of the computer for most of the day. Except for reheating dinner to fill my stomach and leaving for a while, I spend the rest of the time sitting at my computer typing. He didn't stop until 10 p.m. to prepare to take a shower and rest. In about a week, he will be going to Kyoto on a business trip to work at the Noon Sunshine post-production team as the music producer for the game, Fatal Game. He might not have that much time then, so he needs to prepare enough manuscripts before going to Luqing, otherwise he might not be able to handle it all. After taking a shower, and before going to bed, Li Shua held the Yunzi in his arms and hesitated with his phone, wondering whether he should call Bai Qining, where you could send a message to say hello. Just then, Bai Qining called his cell phone. Li Shua quickly pressed the answer button. Qining. He took the initiative to greet them. There was a moment of silence before someone spoke. Li Shua, we found information about the woman who abducted my father. Upon hearing this, Li Shua's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked, where is she? Now that the woman has found out, it brings his father one step closer to finding his relatives. She Bai Qining continued in a low voice. She is in her backyard. Li Shua asked in surprise, the backyard? Yes, more than 20 years ago, She did not elope with her lover. Instead, her husband discovered the affair beforehand, killed her, and buried her in the backyard. Their village was very remote, and the transportation was backward. More than 20 years ago, the investigative methods were not as advanced as they are now. After her husband killed her, he only told the villagers that she had eloped with her lover. In those extremely poor and remote mountain villages, this often happens. Some women elope with others because they cannot bear the poverty at home, so people easily believe what the men say. The man didn't report it to the police. It wasn't until Jiue went to investigate and made contact with the man that she noticed some loopholes in his words. She reported it to the local police, who then transferred some personnel from the provincial capital to assist in the investigation. That's how they found the woman who had been buried underground for more than 20 years in the man's backyard. Her husband was exposed and then admitted that he had killed his wife more than 20 years ago and told the villagers that she had eloped with another man. The hope that had just begun to rise in Li Shua's heart was instantly shattered. He frowned slightly and said, "Has the clue gone cold again?" Bai Qining paused for a moment, then said, "Not necessarily. Her husband is still alive and knows about her child trafficking. He has been taken in for questioning by the local police, and we might be able to get some clues from him." Although Li Shua was somewhat disappointed, he could only accept it and said, "Well, then let's wait a little longer." After asking Bai Qining to convey his gratitude to Li Jiue, Li Shua proactively asked Bai Qining, "Did the recording of the show go smoothly today?" Bai Qining seemed a little downcast, replying, "It's all right, just a little. What's up?" Instead of answering, Bai Qining asked, "Why don't you ever call me? Don't you miss me at all?" Li Shua immediately understood. "Yes, I miss you too. I was just about to call you when you called me." On the hotel bed, Bai Qining, wearing a slip dress, lay face down, her figure graceful and beautiful. Hearing Li Shua's words on the phone, a smile appeared on her face, and she suddenly felt happy. Her fair feet swayed gently involuntarily. "I miss you a little too," she said with a proud pursed lips. Li Shua couldn't help but laugh. "Yes, I felt it." Li Shua laughed, and Bai Qining laughed along with him. She turned over in bed, feeling inexplicably melancholy again. I wish Li Shua were with her right now. Bai Qining remembered the request the program director had made to her today. She opened her mouth, but then, afraid of making Li Shua feel awkward, she swallowed back the words that were about to come out. Li Shua's personality is probably quite resistant to appearing in front of the camera, so he probably would have a hard time adapting to the transition from behind the scenes to the front of the screen. Bai Qining hesitated for a moment, but ultimately couldn't bring herself to ask, and continued chatting on the phone with Li Shua. She could only hear his voice but never see him, which made her very curious. If she didn't have 2 other shows to film in other cities, she would have immediately taken a plane back to find Li Shua. Then, he kissed her so much he didn't want to leave. "Husband, I'll come back after I finish recording the show." "Why did you come back?" "I'll kiss you hard." Li Shua smiled. "Okay, I'll be waiting." The two talked on the phone until very late, until Bai Qining couldn't stay awake any longer and fell asleep. Only after confirming that she was asleep did Li Shua put his phone aside and go to sleep with her. This girl appears unapproachable on the outside and in her personality, but she's incredibly clingy in private. She is exactly like her brother, Bai Cheng. Normally decisive and ruthless, he becomes a completely different person in front of Su Hanyun, his sharpness softened and his charm more persistent. Bai Cheng was much more persistent than Li Shua had imagined. He was still having a long phone conversation with Su Hanyun at this hour. If he weren't still a married man, he would definitely be in bed with Su Hanyun tonight. Su Hanyun has always suffered from insomnia and needs to take medication every night to fall asleep. Today, I actually got a little sleepy because Bai Cheng kept bothering me. Before falling asleep, she was still thinking about Bai Cheng and He Yukai, and asked him, "By the way, Bai Cheng, did you release He Yukai? Will he accuse you?" There were other people with them before they parted ways today, so she didn't feel comfortable asking. Now that there were only the 2 of them, she felt relieved enough to ask. Bai Cheng was a little unhappy that Su Hanyun was bringing up this scumbag to spoil the mood, so he immediately replied, "He was released a long time ago, and he won't accuse me." Su Hanyun asked, "Why? Did you bribe him?" Based on Su Hanyun's understanding of Bai Cheng, Hiyukai would definitely not have a good time in his hands. Once outside, she was protected by the police. She was afraid that Hiyukai would retaliate against Bai Chung. Why would I bribe a beast who plots against you? Of course, I wouldn't give him the opportunity to accuse me either, Bai Chung said calmly. What's the meaning? Su Hanyun was a little confused and didn't quite understand what Bai Chung was saying. Bai Chung patiently told her. I let him go, but before I did, I warned him that the police would soon find out about him, and I gave him a way out. What way out? Su Hanyun didn't think Bai Chung would be so kind. Bai Chung didn't continue answering the question, but said to her, Don't worry, I won't do anything illegal. After all, Lao Si is always watching me like a hawk. Su Hanyun had just breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the man on the phone continue in a deep voice. Of course, I won't let this kind of scum who poses a threat to you live in this world. Su Hanyun. The next day, Su Handuo, who was under investigation, couldn't wait to confess everything at the police station and strongly demanded that she be sentenced as soon as possible. Her attitude of admitting guilt was ridiculously positive. Mrs. Su and her brother confessed everything they knew, including protecting Su Handuo, and pleaded with the law not to let them off the hook. That's ridiculously positive. How can we not be proactive? It's better to go in and reform than to fall into Bai Cheng's hands. While the suspects confessed, the Luqing police were also investigating He Yotsai's whereabouts. 2 days ago, Hiyukai had already fled with all the family's money, and the police are still unable to find his exact location. Until a few days later, a trending news story suddenly made headlines across major news outlets. A man surnamed He from Xiamen illegally crossed the border into Myanmar, where he was robbed of 70 million yuan and died in a foreign country. Chapter 316, she actually asked him to come with her. This news dominated the trending topics for several days, and it seems that the Myanmar police are intentionally covering it up, with the investigation proving ineffective. There were also leaks from people who were unaware of the information. It is said that someone on the dark web is selling information, and Hiyukai has a huge amount of money. This quickly attracted the attention of several major forces there. The one with the strongest backing captured him, squeezed all his money out of him, and killed him. The death of a wealthy man in a foreign land caused a sensation, but it also became an unsolved mystery. After all, it was Hiyukai who smuggled himself out of the country, carrying a large amount of money, which led to his death. The topic remains a hot topic online, with netizens speculating and offering various opinions. Only Li Shua, Su Hanyun, and the other parties involved in the Su family, who knew the whole truth, understood what was going on at a glance. Li Shua wasn't very surprised to see this news. After all, this wasn't the first time he had witnessed his brother-in-law's methods. He was a master of cunning and manipulation. As for Bai Cheng's methods in dealing with Hiyukai this time, Li Shua had heard a similar story before the butcher and the magistrate. A butcher, who was used to being domineering, insulted the newly appointed magistrate in the street. The magistrate, who had just taken office, did not want to retaliate. Instead, he rewarded the butcher with 10 taels of gold by beating drums and gongs in the street. Now everyone in the county knew that the butcher had gotten 10 taels of gold for nothing. Fearing theft, the butcher hid the gold under his pillow and guarded it every night. But as the old saying goes, it's not the thief you should fear, but the one who has his eye on you. Sure enough, that night, the butcher's house was burgled, and the thief even took the butcher's life. The magistrate quickly apprehended the thief and brought the 10 taels of gold back to the county office. The county magistrate finally got his revenge, ridding the people of a scourge and earning a good reputation for repaying evil with good, and he solved the case with lightning speed. Bai Cheng's move is similar to this story. Hiyukai is dead, but no trace of him can be found on Bai Cheng. No wonder Bai Qining said that his brother-in-law was a lawless madman who often walked on the edge of the law. The methods used were indeed extraordinary. For the next few days, Li Shua stopped paying attention to his brother-in-law's affairs and focused on writing drafts. Time flies. Li Shua is going to Kyoto on a business trip this afternoon. At noon, he saved another 20,000 words of manuscript, had a simple lunch, and then began packing his luggage. My flight to Kyoto is at 4 p.m., so I have to leave for the airport before 2 p.m. After packing his few belongings, he was about to put his computer in his laptop bag when the doorbell rang. Li Shua put down his computer, walked out of the bedroom, and opened the door. When he opened the door and saw the girl standing outside, his eyes showed a mixture of amazement and surprise. It turned out that Bai Qining had returned. Autumn has officially arrived in Xiamen, and it's getting chilly. Bai Qining is wearing a loose blue and white striped knit cardigan over a white cartoon print fitted t-shirt. She has a slender waist, and her long, straight legs are visible beneath her denim shorts. Her long, slightly wavy hair was loose, her face was delicate and beautiful, and her dark eyes under her long eyelashes lit up slightly when Li Shua opened the door and saw her, revealing joy, yet also brewing a surging but restrained emotion. Li Shua was momentarily stunned before speaking, "Qining." Before he could even utter his name, the girl in front of him threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly. Bai Qining rushed back after recording a program in Zhujiang. She feared that if it were any later, Li Shua would have to fly to Kyoto, and the time they would be apart would be even longer. After so many days apart, heaven knows how much she misses him. Bai Qining's return was so sudden that Li Shua didn't fully come to his senses until she was in his arms. He reached out and hugged the girl's slender waist. He quickly noticed the change in the girl, his brow furrowing slightly. "You've lost weight?" She's really lost weight. Her waist is much thinner than before. Bai Qining had indeed been lacking appetite lately. She buried her face in his neck, letting the unique scent of her husband fill her nostrils, and whispered, "I haven't been feeling like eating much lately." After saying that, she pulled away from his neck and looked up at him. "Is it because I've lost weight that you don't like me and dislike me?" Li Shua was both amused and exasperated. They were both married. Bai Qining was his wife, and he liked her regardless of her weight. And with her looks, you can't find any flaws whether she's a little chubby or thin. He felt a little sorry for her and hugged her tighter, saying, "I don't mind, but you have to eat well no matter how busy you are, otherwise what if you ruin your health?" Bai Qining pressed her face against his neck again, not answering his question, her light breaths pattering against his skin, making him feel a tingling sensation. She also wanted to eat properly, but perhaps because she hadn't seen Li Shua cook for so long, she felt that the food was all unpalatable. Huawan said she was lovesick. The two had been separated for more than half a month, and Bai Qining really missed Li Shua. "The thoughts that have been lingering in my mind these past few days have become increasingly intense, yet I still have reservations." The two hugged for a while, and even when Li Shua put his arm around her and told her to go in first, she didn't let go of Li Shua. She stuck to him like a piece of chewing gum and went in with him. Li Shua was both amused and exasperated. He led his wife inside, freeing one hand to close and lock the door. At the same time, Bai Qining, who was true to her word and would come back to kiss her husband passionately, had already reached out and hooked her arms around his neck, pulling him down, and then, standing on tiptoe, she took the initiative to kiss his lips. Raw yet passionate. Li Shua was both surprised and bewildered, but his body betrayed him. He locked the door, withdrew his hand, and tightened his embrace around the girl, holding her firmly in his arms and responding to her advances. I don't know how much time has passed. In the living room, Bai Qining straddled Li Shua's lap, panting as she pushed him away and begged for mercy. Only then did Li Shua let her go, allowing the girl to slump into his arms. Originally, Bai Qining was supposed to kiss Li Shua passionately, but in the end, she was just too incompetent. Despite her defeat, Bai Qining was quite satisfied. Finally seeing Li Shua and kissing him eased the longing she had felt these past few days. But the thought that the two of them would soon be separated, and that this separation would probably be for a long time, made her feel depressed again. "The thoughts that have been lingering in my mind these past few days have resurfaced." Bai Qining leaned against Li Shua's chest and finally couldn't help but speak. "Li Shua." Li Shua looked at the person in his arms, still feeling somewhat unsatisfied. He was even aroused by the girl in his arms and wanted her to quell his anger. Bai Qining was preoccupied and didn't notice Li Shua's unusual behavior. She sat up, her eyes still misty, but she said to him with utmost seriousness, "Do you want to step out from behind the scenes and come with me to record a variety show? This way, the two of them can be together more often." Last week, When she was recording a program on Hunan TV, the director strongly encouraged her to introduce her to Hualu and invite Hualu to participate in their TV program. The promotional recording for the show Fatal Game is coming up soon. If Li Shua is willing, he can go with her and the team. As the author of Fatal Game and several other currently popular novels, Li Shua is currently enjoying high popularity and acclaim. This led to the director of Hunan TV asking her for help and inviting Li Shua to join the recording. But Bai Qining knew Li Shua's personality. He didn't like facing the camera or standing under the spotlight. I had been holding back from mentioning it, but now I was so enamored with the feeling of being together that I couldn't help but speak up. Li Shua was somewhat distracted when Bai Qining suddenly spoke, pouring cold water on him from head to toe, instantly bringing him back to his senses. What? Bai Qining actually asked him to go with her to record a variety show? Chapter 317, This Girl Wants His Life? Li Shua is extremely sensitive to the fact that there is a camera pointed at him. Now Bai Qining wants him to participate in a variety show with her where cameras are shoving all over people. Li Shua felt his scalp tingle just thinking about that scene. Every cell in his body was resisting this, and the fire in his body was quickly extinguished by Bai Qining's words. Li Shua frowned, instinctively wanting to reject Bai Qining's suggestion. However, when his gaze met the expectant yet apprehensive eyes of the girl in his arms, the words of refusal that were on the tip of his tongue failed him. He paused for a moment, then asked stiffly, "What variety show?" Bai Qining immediately replied, "It's a program on Hunan TV every Saturday called High Six Club. Every popular TV series goes there to record a program to promote it before it airs. You have several dramas airing soon, and there's a lot of demand from the audience. The program director asked me to help contact you so you can join our crew to promote Deadly Game." Li Shua frowned. He still didn't really want to go. Bai Qining looked at him hesitantly, as if she would be very sad if he rejected her. Li Shua is the type of person who responds better to gentle persuasion than force. If Bai Qining were to directly force him today, he probably would refuse even if she beat him to death. But looking at him like this, he couldn't immediately refuse. Bai Qining now understands Li Shua better and better, and has accumulated a lot of experience in how to win over her husband. Catching the wavering in Li Shua's eyes, she put her hands on his shoulders and pressed herself close to him. With the movement, her loose knitted cardigan slipped off her fair shoulders, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin with beautiful lines. The girl's eyes completely lost their usual sharpness and ruthlessness. She looked at him sincerely and with a hint of seduction, her pretty face slightly flushed, and she shyly called out, "Husband." Under the extreme stimulation of both senses and hearing, Li Shua's breath caught in his throat for a moment. Does this girl want him dead? Seeing her husband's ears turning red, Bai Qining seemed greatly encouraged and pressed herself even closer to him. Her face flushed as she coaxed, "Want to go?" She's not very good at flirting with her husband. But Li Shua seemed to enjoy it, and even though he was blushing with embarrassment, he mustered up his courage and continued. Until Bai Qining's lips were almost touching Li Shua's lips, she was about to speak again. Li Shua was afraid of this girl who seemed to be awakening some kind of talent, so he couldn't help but kiss her on the lips. He shut her up before giving in with a wry smile. "Fine, I agree." Li Shua agreed, and Bai Qining's heart leaped with joy. Beneath her long, butterfly wing-like eyelashes, a pair of sparkling eyes instantly lit up with a smile, making her absolutely beautiful and captivating. Before Li Shua could speak again, Bai Qining happily cupped his face and kissed him several times. Then she released her husband, who had been aroused by her again, jumped off Li Shua, picked up her phone from the coffee table, and was afraid that Li Shua would change his mind. "I'll tell the director that you've agreed, and then I'll send him my WeChat message to you. He's been waiting for my good news." As Bai Qining finished speaking, she also completed the operation and sent him the WeChat contact of the program director. Li Shua. Li Shua looked at the director's WeChat contact card that his wife had given him, and the fire that had just risen was extinguished again. Under Bai Qining's watchful gaze, he took the initiative to add her on WeChat. Afterwards, having achieved her goal, Miss Bai showered her husband with kisses. Li Shua was rushing to catch his flight, and this girl kept teasing him without actually putting out his desires. Now that she's teasing him again, he doesn't have time to put out the fire, and he belatedly realized that he was too weak-willed. Due to various factors, Li Shua was hugged and kissed twice by Bai Qining, and then he pushed the person in his arms away from him. "All right, it's getting late. I have to go out." After saying that, he quickly got up to pack his things. No wonder they say that a life of pleasure is a hero's grave. If she keeps flirting with him, he'll probably be eager to go and act in a movie if Bai Qining asks him to. Today, I've fallen into Bai Qining's trap. Bai Qining noticed that Li Shua's mood was off and assumed that he was simply unhappy about being forced to participate in the variety show, so she felt a little guilty. Li Shua put the computer into his laptop bag and slung his luggage over his shoulder. Bai Qining followed him to the door, her mood shifting from sunny to cloudy, and she thought to herself that she might as well not force Li Shua anymore. Before she could speak, Li Shua, who had already stepped out the door, sensed that something was off and suddenly turned back to look at Bai Qining. Li Shua suddenly turned around, and Bai Qining was confused for a moment, looking at him innocently. Li Shua inexplicably found the girl adorable and couldn't resist leaning closer to kiss her on the cheek. "Wait patiently for me to return to Xiamen," he said softly. Bai Qining was taken aback. Seeing that Li Shua didn't seem as unhappy as she had imagined, she gently pursed her lips. Then, she took the initiative to step forward, hooked her hands around Li Shua, and gave him another passionate kiss. Li Shua was both amused and exasperated. Okay, I'm really going to be late. How can you keep kissing me like that?" "Oh." He had just pushed the person in his arms away and said something when Bai Qining was pushed away by her husband again, so she leaned over and bit him on the lips as punishment. Li Shua covered his mouth. "Bai Qining, are you really a puppy?" A hint of worry flashed in the girl's eyes, but she raised her fair chin and said, "It's because you dislike me. I think I lost control just now and bit him a little too hard." Li Shua. In the end, Li Shua left with a mournful expression covering his mouth. He really didn't have time, otherwise Bai Qining would have bitten him back. He bit his lips until they bled. Li Shua left. Bai Qining then returned to the living room in a cheerful mood, hugged De Yuanzi in her arms, gently stroked the cat's head with her jade-like hand, but her mind was still savoring the sweetness she had just shared with her husband. As for Li Shua going to participate in the later stages of the fatal game, Bai Qining was not surprised and did not ask any further questions. Su Haosan trusts Li Shua so much, so it's perfectly normal for him to ask Li Shua to help oversee things now that the film is in its later stages. Bai Qining was in a good mood, but the big round cat in her arms looked utterly hopeless, letting its owner knead it as she pleased. Its heart was dead. "How's cats? Does anyone understand?" When the woman returned, the two of them kept eating each other's saliva. The male owner forgot to say goodbye to it when he left. So annoying. It will never talk to its male owner again. Su Haosan, the director of Fatal Game, did indeed contact Li Shua and invited him to come and review the post-production of Fatal Game. Therefore, Li Shua's trip there was not only to work under the identity of Ning Buji, but also to provide guidance as the author Huo Lo. It was nearly 2 p.m. at the headquarters of Noon Sunshine Company. Su Haosan was still in the company's tea room, excitedly rubbing his hands together, thinking that he would see Li Shua and Ning Buji in person again today. It's a pity that Tianlai requires their company not to disseminate Ning Buji's contact information and details without authorization. Ning was in charge of post-production music, and the only person who had his contact information was the post-production director. However, it's not a big problem. Once he gets to know Ning Buji better, he can naturally get Ning Buji's contact information privately and then ask for an autograph. The director of the Hunan TV program was equally excited today. Chapter 318 Li Shua. Huo Lo is me, Ning Buji is still me. In the studio, the rehearsal for the program has just begun on stage. Director Du Jiaping, however, was holding his phone and couldn't stop smiling. Huo Lo, the master, has agreed to come and record a show at High 6. This time, we might see a small surge in sales of the High 6, a popular online shopping platform. High 6 Club is Hunan TV's flagship program, consistently ranking first in viewership ratings. Many TV drama production teams would beg guests to come and try to collaborate, but they might not be able to. Apart from Bai Muge, this is the first time Du Jiaping has taken the initiative to invite a guest. Huo Lu, the author with several dramas awaiting release, is as famous as many young celebrities and is highly popular among audiences. So he suggested to Bai Muge that they invite Huolu to come and record the show together. In addition, the director himself is a loyal reader of Huolu, and he had some personal reasons for inviting Huolu over this time. I thought Huolu, who never appears on screen, would refuse, but to my surprise, Bai Muge actually managed to invite her over so we could urge her to update the series in person. Upon seeing Huoli's friend request, Du Jiaping immediately accepted and greeted him. Li Shua had no idea that director Du on the other side was a fanatical and loyal fan of his. When responding to the other party, I was rather reserved and polite, and quickly ended the conversation by saying that I had to board the plane. With more than half an hour left before his flight in the waiting area, Li Shua downloaded the software and opened past episodes of High Six Club, intending to take a look to understand the program flow and prepare himself mentally. Unexpectedly, Li Shua almost fell asleep while looking at it. This High Six Club, although it uses drama promotion as an entry point, aims to attract a larger audience and create more buzz. However, the show's overall effect was rather mediocre, with lackluster interactive segments and unremarkable variety show elements. This made Li Shua, a transmigrator who had experienced the vibrant entertainment of his previous life, feel drowsy and couldn't muster any interest at all. Before his time travel, he watched every single episode of top variety shows on major platforms. After all, I'm a homebody. Even after graduation, I still work at the convenience store, and I spend my free time watching variety shows. Li Shua has been following variety shows that promote his dramas, such as Hello Saturday on Hunan TV, but the level of High Six Club in this world is worlds apart. Li Shua fought off his sleepiness, but after watching the beginnings of several episodes, he still couldn't muster any interest. In the end, he simply exited the app and searched for information about the show. This observation gave Li Shua a clearer understanding of the entertainment industry in this world. The High Six Club that he just couldn't get into turned out to be Hunan TV's star variety show during the recent summer season. The latest episode garnered 15 million views and achieved a record-breaking 0.41% viewership rating. If Li Shua remembered correctly, before he transmigrated, the ratings for that drama promotion program on Hunan TV were 4%, and the number of views basically exceeded 100 million for each episode. Both are top-rated variety shows, but their results are worlds apart. Li Shua had a premonition that even if the deadly game was recorded on High Six Club according to the program's procedures, the ratings and popularity would not rise, and there would be no promotion for this first work that he personally supervised and produced. He frowned slightly, pondering whether he should communicate with the director to change the program's flow and improve its quality in order to effectively promote the deadly game. Communicating with people is just too troublesome. After hesitating between making changes and not making any, it was time for Li Shua to board the plane. He had no choice but to calm himself down, check his ticket, and board the plane. It was almost 7 p.m. Most of the company's employees have already left work one after another. Su Haosan was still sitting in his office waiting for Li Shua and Ning Buji. I don't know when Ning will arrive. Su Haosan had only heard that the person would be coming today, but he didn't know the exact time. Although Ning didn't know that Su Haosan and Bai Muge had used their connections to invite him, Tianlai contacted Xie Xiangquan, the post-production director, directly. Su Haosan and Xie Xiangquan often clashed due to differing opinions, and the two disliked each other. Su Haosan didn't ask Xie Xiangquan, and Xie Xiangquan didn't reveal anything to Su Haosan. He waited in his office until after 7 p.m. before receiving a call from Li Shua, who said he had arrived at the company entrance and should immediately take the elevator to pick him up. Unexpectedly, just as I took the elevator down to the third floor, I ran into Xie Xiangquan, who was also going downstairs. Xie Xiangquan gave a forced smile. "Director Su, are you going to pick someone up?" Su Haosan was too lazy to pretend with him and said directly, "Yes, Jie Huolu." As he finished speaking, his eyes swept over Xie Xiangquan. It can't be such a coincidence that Director Xie is also going down to pick someone up, can it? Or did he know Li Shua was coming and wanted to get closer to his teacher, Li Shua? Snort. Keep dreaming. Xie Xiangquan answered with a smile, his thoughts mirroring Su Haosan's. Su Haosan, that old fellow, is probably trying to get close to Ning Buji. The two arrived on the first floor and stepped out of the elevator, each walking faster than the other, as if afraid that the other would greet their VIP before they could. Until the two arrived at the company entrance, they saw Li Shua, who was tall, handsome, and had a simple bag on his back. Su Haosan smiled and stepped forward to greet him. Teacher Li Shua, welcome, welcome. Xie Xiangquan hesitated for a moment, glancing around in confusion, but didn't see anyone else. Ning just contacted him, saying he was already downstairs at the company. But where is he? Only Hua Lu is there. Could we have gone to the wrong place? Xie Xiangquan took out his phone, intending to contact Ning Buji, when he noticed Li Shua looking in his direction. At this moment, Su Haosan saw Li Shua looking over, and although he was very reluctant to introduce Li Shua to Xie Xiangquan, but since the two would need to work together later, he could only introduce Li Shua generously. This is our company's post-production director, Director Xie. Besides being interested in Ning Buji, Xie Xiangquan also greatly admired the author of several popular novels, including Fatal Game and Circular Bus. Seeing Hua Lu looking over, he didn't dare to be negligent and immediately stepped forward, extending his hand. Hello, Hua Lu. I am Xie Xiangquan, the post-production director of the company. Li Shua extended his hand, appearing somewhat reserved in front of Director Xie, whom he had just met, and smiled faintly. Hello. Xie Xiangquan smiled warmly and even started to chat with Li Shua in front of Su Haosan. Teacher Hua Lu, you and Ning Buji are both my idols. It is my honor to meet you today. Su Haosan's lips twitched violently. Before he could speak, Li Shua coughed awkwardly and said to Xie Xiangquan, that is truly my honor. You don't know that it is me. Su Haosan. Xie Xiangquan. The expressions on the two men's faces visibly froze. Then their pupils dilated dramatically. After a brief silence, an incredulous murmur erupted from all sides. What? You didn't know it was you too? Chapter 319. Should I sleep with you? At the entrance of Noon Sunshine Company, it took the two men quite a while to fully realize and digest the fact that Li Shua was not only Hua Lu, a currently wildly popular novelist, but also Ning Buji, the man whose music could so easily cause depression across the entire internet. These two experts are actually the same person. Outrageous. This is absolutely outrageous. Li Shua, why didn't you say so sooner? Heaven knows how many times I was thinking about how to get close to Ning Buji before you came. I was so worried, Su Haosan said with a lot of resentment. He was really fooled by Li Shua. Li Shua just smiled and said, there were a lot of people in the crew at the time, and I didn't want to attract too much attention. Su Haosan knew Li Shua's habits. He really didn't like crowds and was very low-key. He couldn't help but complain a few more times, but he was more pleasantly surprised, because he no longer needs to worry about how to get closer to Ning Buji. Xie Xiangquan felt his legs go weak when he faced Li Shua. Who would have thought? Ning Buji and Hua Lu Dashan are the same person who are currently two of the most popular figures in the music online novel world. He was also feeling somewhat unwell. How did Su Haosan manage to become familiar with Li Shua first? Unwilling to give up, Xie Xiangquan took the initiative and immediately volunteered to drive Li Shua to the hotel where he had already made a reservation for dinner. Fearing that Li Shua wouldn't go, they also dragged that old guy Su Haosan along. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't have the means, Xie Xiangquan would have booked the best hotel in Kyoto, the Di-Lu Hotel, to entertain Li Shua. Su Haosan and Xie Xiangquan couldn't refuse their enthusiasm. Li Shua had no choice but to have dinner with the two at a hotel near the company. After saying goodbye to them, he checked into the room the company had booked for him and went to work the next day. It was a little after 9 o'clock at night. Li Shua just updated his novel for today. Shortly after, Du Jiaoping, the director from Hunan TV, sent him the program recording schedule so he could familiarize himself with it beforehand. Li Shua glanced at the program schedule, frowned and thought for a while, and finally decided to express his thoughts to Du Jiaoping. Director Du, I would like to offer some suggestions regarding the publicity and recording process and details of Fatal Game, and I hope you can make some changes. Director Du, who was always very confident in his hit show, received the message, ? Du Jiaoping has always been very confident in his programs. His show is Hunan TV's flagship program, consistently maintaining the #1 viewership rating. Now Li Shua suddenly says he wants to change the program, which Li Jiaping strongly opposes. If he really listens to Li Shua's suggestion and makes the changes, his show's ratings will drop. Who will he complain to then? However, since the other party was his favorite novel author, Li Jiaping, although he was starting to feel unhappy, was still quite patient and replied to Li Shua, "Great God Hualu, I can't guarantee that your request is feasible right now. Could you tell me exactly which parts you want to change? I'll listen to your answer first." Li Shua paused for a moment and replied to the other party, "Director Du, I have watched a few of your previous programs. Most of the programs are based on the theme narrative, that is, setting the theme of the current episode and then transitioning to the game. It feels like something is missing. Regarding our promotion of the Deadly Game, I think that in addition to the overall theme, we can further develop a complete game mode. For example, the program can have a structure of initiating competition, elimination, victory, and punishment, making each segment of the program interconnected. The program also incorporates a progressive suspense within a relatively flexible thematic framework. When a show has a suspense element, especially when it uses the fate of the characters as the driving force, the interest of viewers who wonder, will my favorite celebrity get scammed, is easily ignited. Then, the suspense created through the game mode further propelled the program's narrative forward. During the game, you can interact with things like jets and foam cannons to increase the sense of fate in the outcome of winning or losing. High suspense and strong emotional impact, even studio-based variety shows can rival the dynamism and energy of outdoor variety shows. That's what makes a program interesting. Li Jiaping was willing to listen, so Li Shua spent more than an hour communicating with him. Of course, it's done by typing. If Li Shua were to give a verbal explanation, given his unfamiliarity with Du Jiaping, it would likely be difficult for him to clearly express his opinions. After listening to Li Shua's advice, Du Jiaping went from initial resistance to gradually finding it reasonable, and finally felt as if he had discovered a new continent. Despite no physical injury, Du Jiaping felt a strange pain in his face. Although he couldn't judge the ratings effect of recording the show according to Li Shua's suggestion, he had to admit that the show would indeed be more interesting if it was done this way. He can guarantee that the ratings will definitely not decline. As for whether the ratings will rise, Du Jiaping dares not guarantee it. This has nothing to do with his professional skills in this area. Du Jiaping has more than just High Six Club as his variety show team. Several of his highly anticipated variety shows flopped quietly, proving that the market is not so easy to predict. However, Du Jiaping was quite willing to take Li Shua's suggestion and give it a try. He changed his previous resistant attitude and immediately replied enthusiastically after Li Shua made his suggestion. "Okay, I will revise the plan in the next 2 days and communicate with you more in the future." They couldn't help but exclaim, "I never expected that Hualu, the great author, would not only write such wonderful novels, but also have such a keen eye for variety shows, comparable to many professional directors and planners." Du Jiaping became even more curious about Hualu, the master on the other end of the internet cable. Is this man with such an extraordinary soul, like him, slightly overweight and wearing glasses? Or perhaps a middle-aged man with a wealth of life experience? Du Jiaping was very curious. When Li Shua talks to Du Jiaping about the recording of the show, he can go on, but when they chat casually, he touches on Du's shortcomings. Faced with Du Jiaping's praise, he only replied with a restrained, "Thank you for the compliment," and then took the initiative to end the chat by saying that he needed to rest. Du Jiaping originally wanted to chat with Hualu a little longer, but seeing that the other party wanted to rest, he didn't want to disturb him too much. When Li Shua finished showering and lay down on the bed, it was already 11:30 p.m. He held his phone, hesitated for a moment, and then took the initiative to call Bai Qining to see if the girl was asleep. This was the first time in a week that Li Shua had taken the initiative to call Bai Qining. He used to take the initiative, but most of the time it was limited to sending messages. The call rang for a while before being answered. Bai Qining was in a bad mood. She felt that if she didn't contact Li Shua, he wouldn't take the initiative to contact her. She hadn't expected Li Shua to call her so suddenly, and fearing he would know she was waiting for his call, she hesitated for a while before answering. My mood improved instantly. I thought you had forgotten you had a wife and stopped contacting me, she said, lying on the bed with her lips pursed. Li Shua could almost smell the sourness coming from Bai's side over the phone, which made him both amused and exasperated. He quickly explained to his wife that he was quite busy that day. Bai Qining's anger had already dissipated the moment Li Shua called. She turned over, revealing her graceful curves beneath her silk pajamas. After chatting for a few more minutes, Bai Qining felt a little sleepy and asked Li Shua, "Do you want me to sleep with you on the phone tonight?" Chapter 320 Hua. Isn't the life of a single dog a life too? Does he need her to sleep with him? Li Shua was stunned for a moment before realizing that his wife was naturally a bit arrogant and couldn't help but laugh, replying in agreement. Okay, then do you have time to sleep with me? Yes, I have. Okay, then I'll trouble you to sleep with me tonight, he continued to say cooperatively. Okay. After exchanging a few words, Bai Qining, who was already feeling sleepy, put the phone aside, looked at their call screen, and drifted off to sleep. She got up at 5 in the morning, worked all day, and then waited for Li Shua's call in the evening. Now that the wait is finally over, Bai Qining is truly exhausted. Li Shua waited a short while before he heard the girl's soft, even breathing coming from the phone. Li Shua then put his phone aside and went to sleep with his proud wife. The next morning, Li Shua went directly to Noon Sunshine's company. Fortunately, apart from Su Hao-san, the crew members filming Fatal Game at the company are all currently filming their next project on set. The company's senior management also kept the news that Li Shua was Ning Buji quite secret. Most employees only knew that a very handsome guy had joined the company's post-production team. His specific identity is unknown. The film and television industry is not lacking in handsome men and beautiful women. But people with such outstanding looks as Li Shua are extremely rare even in the entertainment industry, which made the girls at Daylight Entertainment very excited. On Li Shua's third day in the post-production team, girls from other departments started gathering around him in twos and threes. Starting on the fourth day, he inexplicably began receiving various milk tea delivery orders from girls. Today is the 5th day of the midday sun. As soon as Li Shua arrived on the first floor of the company, a girl who appeared out of nowhere handed him a cup of coffee. "Honey, this is for you." The girl shouted loudly, and Li Shua felt an inexplicable pain in the areas on his waist and arms where he had been pinched and bitten. She acted as if she had burned her hand with the coffee and quickly handed it back to the girl. He also openly told the other party that he already had a wife. It wasn't until Li Shua spoke out so publicly this time that the women in the company gradually dispersed. He finally regained some peace and quiet, and continued to work with Su Hao-san and Xie Xiangquan. The post-production editing of this TV series was quite good. Li Shua spent most of his time in the background music production team, where he was responsible for giving suggestions, and Xie Xiangquan was responsible for making arrangements. With Li Shua around, the relationship between Su Hao-san and Xie Xiangquan, two sworn enemies, has clearly eased. Whenever the two had a disagreement, they would both shut up as soon as Li Shua opened his mouth. Li Shua was also very busy and didn't have time to listen to the two arguing. In addition to being responsible for the post-production background music, he also had to write the text. We also need to communicate with the director of Hunan TV about the details of the program recording. Jiang Yaohua went to participate in a singing competition, and Li Shua even took the time to write him a song called "What Else Do You Want From Me?", which became a hit online. This even led netizens to speculate whether Ning Buji's relationship with his partner had soured or whether he had found another girlfriend. Busy times always fly by. Today marks his 11th day in Kyoto. I'm going to record High 6 Club the day after tomorrow. Du Jiaoping from Hunan TV was already eagerly preparing to record promotional material for Fatal Game. He had already communicated with the actors about their schedules a week in advance. Apart from Bai Muge and the male lead Zhong Yuliang, the other actors in this drama are all relatively unknown, making it easy to schedule their availability. Zhong Yuliang and Bai Muge are quite busy. The High 6 Club will start recording the day after tomorrow, and neither of them can go to the rehearsal tomorrow. They can only get there tomorrow night and start recording the day after tomorrow morning. Li Shua also has some tasks that he hasn't completed. Moreover, he was involved in planning the entire promotional process for this deadly game, so not having to rehearse wouldn't affect him. So Li Shua stayed at noon sunshine for another day, until the afternoon of the next day, when he finally left, saying goodbye to Xie Xiangquan and Su Haosan. He took a plane directly to Xingqing. I arrived in Changsha at 8 p.m. and met with Hunan TV director Du Jiaping at the hotel. Li Shua's youthful and outstanding demeanor stunned Du Jiaping, who had to confirm several times before believing that Li Shua was indeed the author, Huolu. It was getting late, and Du Jiaping had to rush to meet Bai Muge, so before leaving he invited Li Shua to come and pick her up. After all, Li Shua followed the entire filming of Fatal Game, and his decision to participate in the program was at Bai Muge's invitation. Du Jiaping felt that the two had a good relationship, so he naturally took the initiative to invite Li Shua along. Li Shua and Bai Qining hadn't seen each other for many days. Du Jiaping took the initiative to invite him, and he readily agreed. I haven't seen Bai Muge in a long time. I should go and say hello to her. Li Shua put his luggage in the hotel room arranged by Du Jiaping and then went with him to pick up the person. I heard they've arrived at the hotel entrance. The same applies today. The car stopped at the hotel entrance, and the hotel security guards separated the stalker fans gathered at the entrance. Bai Qining then entered the hotel lobby under the escort of her team. At this moment, Li Shua and Du Jiaping also arrived in the hall and immediately met Bai Qining and her group. The two had not seen each other for a long time. When Bai Qining saw Li Shua, beneath her icy exterior, her heart began to stir restlessly. Li Shua could feel the girl's intense gaze, but because there were many people around, he could only look back at her with a polite smile. At this moment, Du Jiaping also took the initiative to greet Bai Qining. Mu Gu, Manager Hua, we meet again. Du Jiaping spoke up, and Huawan immediately responded with a smile. Bai Qining snapped out of a reverie during their conversation and greeted Du Jiaping in a cool and aloof tone. Bai Muge is a cold and aloof beauty, which Du Jiaping is already used to. He smiled and continued. Teacher Huolu just arrived at the hotel. Hearing that you were here, Muge, he came out with me to meet you. As soon as Du Jiaping finished speaking, Li Shua greeted Bai Qining. Long time no see. Bai Qining suppressed the emotions in her heart and nodded lightly. Long time no see. Huawan was still a little worried that the girl might do something daring if she saw Li Shua, but she breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Bai Qining maintained a cool and aloof response. She smiled and said to Du Jiaping, Director Du, I've been here several times and I know the way around. Don't bother to settle us in today. Let's go back and rest early. Du Jiaping is actually a loyal fan of Bai Muge, but Bai Muge has a cold personality, and they haven't gotten to know each other well despite recording so many shows together. Even the flower broker spoke up, but Bai Muge seemed even more distant than usual today. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he had a feeling that Bai Muge wanted him to leave quickly. Du Jiaping could only nod sensibly, exchange a few words with Bai Qining and Li Shua, and then call his assistant to leave together. After Du Jiaping left, Li Shua naturally went to the hotel floor with Bai Qining. In such cases, the production team would typically book an entire floor of a hotel for a member of the publicity team to rest. Everyone's rooms are on the 8th floor of the hotel, and you need to take the elevator up. The two barely spoke as they walked to the elevator. After entering the elevator, the team members tactfully made way for Bai Muge and Huolu, standing at the back, so that the two could exit the elevator first without blocking their way. Huawan stood a little behind the two of them, watching them. However, to her surprise, as soon as Li Shua pressed the elevator button, Bai Qining naturally took a slight step back, seemingly wanting to get closer to her, but actually closing the distance between her and Li Shua. Then, in Huawan's wide-eyed gaze, Bai Qining, using her good friend's body as cover, took the initiative to hold Li Shua's large hand with a slightly domineering gesture. Huawan. Li Shua noticed the coolness in his hands, paused for a moment before realizing what was happening. His heart skipped a beat, and he stiffened. How dare this girl be so bold? Huawan was terrified by Bai Qining's actions, but the other party remained calm and composed, her fair hand already taking the man's large, well-defined hand in hers. Li Shua was also very nervous, but when he noticed that Bai Qining's hands were very cold, he instinctively clenched her hands and held them in his own to warm them. Hua-wan was both shocked and simultaneously overwhelmed by the sight of their lovey-dovey display. These two, are they never going to stop? It's both frightening and convenient to stuff dog food into your mouth. Doesn't her single life matter? Chapter 321 by Qining. Interesting. Bai Qining was very sensible. She held Li Shua's hand for a while, then quickly pulled it away the moment the elevator reached the 8th floor. She had finally managed to get Li Shua to agree to film a variety show with her, so she couldn't be too presumptuous. He's doing better now, and he'll record and work with her more often in the future. When the girl pulled her hand back, Li Shua made almost no other move except for a subtle change in his facial expression. When the elevator doors opened, the two had already reverted to their unfamiliar state. Li Shua was the first to step out of the elevator. Bai Qining then walked out, and her team members quickly followed. Apart from Hua-wan, who was still in shock and had just been fed a mouthful of dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing a public display of affection, no one noticed what exciting things the writer Hua Lu and Bai Muge, who didn't seem very familiar with each other, had done in the elevator. The hotel was arranged by the production team, and the other actors and crew members from Fatal Game are now staying on this floor. Li Shua and Bai Qining were separated by 2 or 3 rooms. This made Miss Bai feel somewhat melancholy. Even though it's so far away and in the city, she can't climb through the window to find Li Shua at night. Despite feeling depressed, he maintained a cool and aloof demeanor, nodding to Li Shua in the distance before stepping into his room to check in. Bai Qining entered the room, and Li Shua also arrived at his own room and pushed the door open to enter. There were many people living on this floor, and there were surveillance cameras everywhere, so the two had no opportunity to meet in secret. As soon as Li Shua returned to his room, he sent Bai Qining a message, telling her to go to bed early tonight. Then I uploaded the script I had already written, the finale of Day and Night. I've been busy with all sorts of things lately, and having to write articles every day is really taking its toll. He wrote the first part of the novel Day and Night, and Tomato, the author, is already working with Egret Entertainment to finalize the copyright. Now that his music is becoming more and more famous, his copyright fees are also rising. The initial offer has increased from 3 or 400,000 to 1 million plus a share of the later revenue offered by Egret Films. Li Shua was unaware that Bailu Film and Television, the film and television company he was collaborating with, was a company under the family of his wife, Bai Qining. His collaboration with Bailu Films was purely because Daylight Entertainment still had a drama series filming on its side, so he didn't put all his eggs in one basket. Bailu Films has a good reputation and offers the most money, so he naturally chose to cooperate with Bailu. The Bai family's businesses were so extensive that Bai Qining didn't force Li Shua to learn about and record them, fearing it would put too much pressure on him. The copyright director of Bailu Films was unaware that the author Hua Lu, whom they were currently collaborating with, would be their Miss Bai's new husband. He simply appreciated and admired Hua Li's works. Before you know it, you've broadened your path. As it turns out, Li Shua's Day and Night was indeed of ridiculously high quality and popularity. Within just over an hour of the final chapter being uploaded, more than 3,000 comments had already flooded the comment section. Holy crap! That's it. Is there going to be a sequel? Why did Guan Hongfeng eat the tiger, the fish's name, at the end? What does this foreshadow? If it were the older brother, Guan Hongfeng, who went to prison, then no one would feed the tiger. Even if someone did feed it, it wouldn't eat it. The tiger only eats what the older brother feeds it, and it will eventually starve to death anyway. So why not just braise it? It's also possible that the younger brother, Guan Hongyu, will go to jail. The older brother, to prevent his identity from being exposed, can no longer be fed to the tiger, so the tiger has to die too. Tiger. Oh, so I'm destined to die anyway, right? And braised. There are still so many unresolved plot points. Why didn't Hua Lu finish writing it all at once? It's making me so anxious. Does anyone know the author's address? I'll go to the kitchen and get some money to send to him. I have some. Hua Lu is recording a program on Hunan TV tomorrow and invited students from our school to watch it live. I've already bought razor blades. Holy crap. Hua Lu is going to record a show. What's it called? When does it air? I want to see what this author looks like. His writing is so mind-bending. He must be balding from intelligence by now, right? Not only is he balding, but he's also short. Look at how short he is. He probably won't even be able to find a wife, unless the next installment is released immediately. Otherwise, this comment will not be deleted. It seems like he went a high six club with the cast of Fatal Game. Were there any audience members there? Please take a picture of Hua so we can care for him in person later. Good news. I'm in the audience. Bad news. No cell phones allowed at the recording. So I guess I'll just have to wait until it airs to watch. But my sword is itching to be used. Originally dissatisfied with the plot, netizens gradually went off topic after learning that Hua was going to record High Six Club. Many readers couldn't help but search for the official Weibo account and related information about High Six Club and left messages to inquire about Hua's situation. Tonight, the latest post on the official Weibo account of High Six Club is quite lively. Besides the terrifying number of fans of Zhong Yuliang and Bai Muge, a small group of readers who don't follow celebrities or pay much attention to variety shows have also joined in. However, Hua is ultimately just an online novelist and has never shown his face in public. The comments from readers who flocked to the comment section were almost instantly drowned out by Muge's massive fan base. The hotel room. Bai Qining had no idea that her fans had inadvertently ravaged her husband's fans. After replying to Li Shua's message, she looked at the program schedule that Hua had given her for tomorrow before going to bed. I just realized that tomorrow's recording process is very different from her previous recordings. A themed opening show. A mouthpiece for delivering lines. 123 freeze. 123 look over here. Compared to previous games that were simply related to promoting the drama, tomorrow's game seems more exciting, with rewards for winning and even penalties for losing. The punishment was also unprecedented for Bai Qining since she started participating in variety shows. If you spray foam directly into someone's face with an air gun, won't the foam get all over their face? Bai Qining has participated in many variety shows, and there are basically no guest appearances. The celebrities always stand in front of the camera looking glamorous, and they often stop to fix their makeup and maintain a perfect state. This time, it was just a matter of a disagreement, and they started spraying water? Or maybe it was an air gun with foam. Hua acted rashly this time as well. They come to High Six several times a year, and coming to record the show is like coming home. So before this trip, Du Jiaoping told her that there were changes to the show and asked her to let Bai Muge take a look and familiarize herself with it. She thought that there wouldn't be any major changes, since they were all old hands at the game. But just now she saw that. This isn't just a minor change, it's almost entirely different. Ningning, has Du Jiaoping gone mad? How can he let guests promote a TV series and risk being splashed with water and foam on camera? Should we tell Du Jiaoping to change it? As a seasoned native of this planet, Hua has never seen any program do this since she entered the industry. The recording process of this episode of High Six has exceeded her understanding and acceptance limits. I don't know what got into Du Jiaoping. He suddenly did this. Bai Qining was also surprised, but as a guest who often came to record promotional videos, she felt that this kind of recording was much more interesting than before. No need to change it. I think it's quite interesting. At least it won't be as boring as before when recording it. Hua still couldn't accept it. No way. What if Ningning loses and gets sprayed with foam and ruins her image? Bai Qining, do I need to care about these things? I've already played the role of Iron Palm Lotus, referring to Qiu Qianqi. Hua. She was speechless. Chapter 322 High Six officially begins recording. Not only Hua, but several other actors in the entire cast also had some complaints about tomorrow's program. Especially Zhong Yuliang. It was nearly 1 a.m. when Zhong Yuliang arrived at the hotel. It wasn't his first time participating in the recording of High Six. He originally only planned to take a look at tomorrow's schedule, since he was already familiar with it. But unexpectedly, the recording process for this program underwent a complete transformation. Not only did we have to familiarize ourselves with the procedures again, but there were also on-site punishments. Is Director Du being stubborn this time? Is he going to be a mouthpiece for the dialogue? My pronunciation isn't standard either, so I'm bound to lose and get sprayed with foam. Zhong Yuliang looked at the program schedule and felt utterly helpless. He even wondered if the show was targeting him, a Hong Konger. No, they used to take good care of me. Did they change the planner and director? It must be. Tonight, apart from Bai Qining, none of the cast members were very happy. They came here happily, ready to record a show in a respectable manner. But instead they have to do tasks and risk failure and punishment. After all, the locals have never been exposed to such variety shows before, so they are instinctively resistant to them. As the instigator of everyone's sleeplessness, Li Shua himself is also having trouble sleeping tonight. The thought of facing countless cameras and a live audience tomorrow made him inexplicably uneasy. He glanced at the comments section before going to bed and was surprised to find that quite a few fans wanted to come to the live show. Li Shua was feeling a bit tired. It's just that he wasn't ambitious enough and fell for Bai Qining's trick, actually running in front of the screen to participate in variety shows and prepare for social demise. Next time this girl tries to snuggle into his arms, he'll have to hold back. We can no longer be manipulated. The next day, after having breakfast at the hotel, Li Shua went to the TV station recording site with the crew. The promotional team for the drama included the male and female leads, Bai Muge and Zhong Yuliang, as well as 3 relatively unknown actors and the author, Li Shua, making a total of 6 people. The recording of the program started at 1 p.m. and lasted until 9 p.m. In the morning, the guests and the production team went over the process briefly in the conference room, got to know each other, did their makeup, and made preparations. In order to preserve some of the program's appeal, Du Jiaping deliberately withheld certain things from the program's flow and decided to discuss them on the show. For example, the person who initiated the changes to today's recording process was actually the great Hua Lushun, Li Shua. Apart from the most senior host, Ku Jiao, none of the other young hosts, regular guests, and drama promotion team members knew that the culprit who made them so uneasy today was in the team. Zhong Yuliang couldn't help but complain about the director. Old Du, this is really unfair of you. Why are you trying to make things difficult for a Hong Konger like me by spreading rumors? If our publicity team loses, we'll blame you, Old Du. Upon hearing this, Director Du and Teacher Ku both glanced at Li Shua. Li Shua looked at Zhong Yuliang with a complicated expression. Teacher Ku and Du Jiaping remembered to hold back and not reveal that he was involved in the planning. If he said it now, everyone would be the center of attention. Li Shua instinctively wanted to avoid this situation and didn't respond. Du Jiaping grinned and said, "We're doing this to make the recording more interesting and exciting, and to do our best to promote the drama." Teacher Ku asked Zhong Yuliang with a deliberately sly smile. "Yuliang, I heard you're getting along really well with Teacher Li Shua now. Is that right?" Zhong Yuliang remained non-committal, then looked at Li Shua beside him. "That's right. Because of Li Shua, I learned a lot from this TV series. Don't let his nonchalant attitude fool you. He's actually incredibly talented." Upon hearing this, Teacher Ku and Du Jiaping exchanged a smile. "That's really impressive." Teacher Ku said, "I think so too. With Teacher Li Shua joining us this year, High 6 has become even more exciting and thrilling. It's definitely going to be exciting, but all these punishments you've come up with aren't very kind to Teacher Li Shua at all." Zhong Yuliang has begun to worry about Li Shua. Meanwhile, the aloof and taciturn Bai Muge had been quietly observing Li Shua, already looking forward to recording the program with him this afternoon, and enjoying the moment when Li Shua could work with her. Beneath his professional smile, Li Shua felt utterly exhausted. "This time, I recorded the video with Bai Qining. He will never participate in any variety shows again." In the morning, after everyone went through the process briefly in the conference room to familiarize themselves with it, they went to the dressing room to do their makeup and styling. It's past 11 o'clock. The audience members invited by the program team entered the venue one after another. Most of them are college students from Changsha. Most of the students came to see Bai Muge, while others came to see Zhong Yuliang and other regular guests of High 6. Otherwise, most viewers don't usually watch this variety show unless their favorite celebrity guests are on it. Only 7 or 8 of these audience members were fans of Hua Lu. After all, this program isn't something you can just sign up for and get on. It's just that among the invited people, there happened to be audience members who had read Hua Li's works. They are taking this opportunity to see the true face of Hua Lu. "I can't wait. Today I can finally have a simple fire show. I wonder what he looks like. He's probably like most novelists, wearing glasses, a bit overweight, or skinny like a skeleton, and probably over 40 years old, right? Are you talking about the novel author? Is it the author of Fatal Game?" This author must also be a fan of Bai Muge, right? I heard that he went to the set to film during the shoot, and now the variety show is following him. He's probably here because of Bai Muge. I think so. This is the first time I've ever heard of an author appearing on a variety show. In the audience, some people looked around, while others whispered among themselves, discussing the guests who would be recording today's program. Busy times fly by. In the blink of an eye. It was around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The audience members have all taken their seats. After the director and the on-site staff confirmed that there were no problems with the stage, lighting, sound, microphone, and spare microphones, the director and the on-site staff made sure that everything was in order. Du Jiaping picked up the walkie-talkie. Attention all departments. Countdown 30 seconds. In 30 seconds, the host and promotional guests will immediately start the show on stage. At Du Jiaping's command, all departments immediately got to work. Just 30 seconds have passed. The recording of the program has officially begun. On the studio stage, light and shadow intertwine with lines, and eerie background music with a sense of tension plays. As the spotlight moves, the dancers illuminated by the spotlight move to the rhythm of the music. Soon the crowd dispersed, and the young, regular guest, Dongfang He, made a dashing entrance, eliciting screams from the girls in the audience. This is the most handsome of the regular guests at Hai Lu, and his popularity is even higher than Zhong Yuliang. Next, accompanied by eerie and rhythmic background music, the show's regular guests and promotional guests appeared one after another, raising the emotions of the audience and instantly making the atmosphere in the hall lively. This opening show was also Li Shua's suggestion to Du Jiaping. The unprecedentedly enthusiastic response from the audience made every cell in Du Jiaping's body excited. Inviting Hua Lu, the legendary singer, to participate in the show was absolutely the best thing he's ever done. Du Jiaping specially arranged for Bai Muge, the wildly popular female lead, and Hua Lu, the author with a mysterious mask, to make their grand finale appearances at the end of the opening show. After the audience gasped in surprise upon seeing Zhong Yuliang appear, the stage lights immediately shone on the dancers in another location. For dancers flashed onto the stage at the perfect moment, and Bai Muge, exuding a queen-like aura, suddenly appeared. The audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers, instantly raising the atmosphere of the entire event to a new level. Just as the audience's excitement was beginning to subside after Bai Muge's appearance, the lights suddenly flashed, and in the next moment, a tall and elegant figure appeared in the dancing light and shadow. The light and shadow outlined the man's facial features, which were so perfect that they were impeccable. He exuded a gentle and refined aura, and his temperament was compelling. One glance was enough to captivate the girls in the audience, and after a brief silence, almost all the girls in the crowd erupted in cheers. Wow, is this the new actor in Fatal Game? He's even more handsome than Dongfang He, a regular cast member of Hai. Absolutely amazing. No, I saw the opening show program, and the last person to appear was oh my god. It's the author of Fatal Game. Oh no, the author brother Hua Lu. This is actually the great Hua Lu. No way. Does someone with that kind of looks need to rely on talent to make a living? That author Hua Lu you guys are talking about is so handsome. Are you sure you're not mistaken? His face and appearance don't look like those of a novelist at all. This face is seriously making me lose my mind. It's so good. Li Shua's appearance, a stark contrast to the public's impression of a writer, instantly ignited the atmosphere, eliciting gasps of surprise. On stage, Li Shua himself, with a stiff smile on his face, was the focus of countless viewers' attention and cameras. My scalp is tingling at this moment. The response at the scene was very enthusiastic. He's never coming to record again. Dear readers, I have some things to do today, so I'll be taking a day off on September 3rd. Heartsuit, I hope you all understand __angle_. Chapter 323 by Chining. Fans with no sense of boundaries are truly despicable. Li Shua appeared rather reserved in front of the camera, a fact quickly noticed by director Du Jiaping, who had a professional eye for the industry. I even started to worry that Li Shua, with his reserved personality, might get less screen time today. After all, this is a variety show, and only if the guests' remarks are witty and funny can they be captured by the camera. For someone like Li Shua, who is introverted and doesn't talk much. He gets very little screen time unless the host throws a topic at him. Li Shua specifically emphasized to him this time that when guests don't have any jokes, the host shouldn't force them to come up with something, as this would affect the audience's experience. So today, Li Shua will probably just be invisible. Li Shua on stage. That's exactly what I wanted. After the opening show ended, the hosts, regular guests, and the promotional crew stood in a row. Teacher Ku firmly took center stage and controlled the event, while the promotional guests began to introduce themselves in turn. Hello everyone, I am Li Huanjia, and I play Jiang Zhao's best friend in the TV series Fatal Game. Hello everyone, I am Zheng Bin, and I play Huang Juanhao in Fatal Game. I am a police officer. Hello Tat. This is Cheng Yaoliang. It's great to see Tat from Hoi Lao again. Soon, when it was by Mugei's turn, before she could even speak, the audience below the stage erupted in excited cheers. Its popularity is evident. Bai Qining wore a black short-sleeved tight top with light blue high-waisted denim shorts. The words, "beautiful girl," were embroidered on one leg of the shorts, and her legs were long and white. Her slightly wavy, dark hair was tied into a neat high ponytail, and her face was aloof and incomparably beautiful. Even from a distance, you can spot her dazzling presence in the crowd at a glance. Hello everyone, I'm Mu Gu. I'm very happy to meet you all again on High 6. This time, I play the female lead Jiang Xiao in Fatal Game. As soon as Bai Qining finished speaking, the audience erupted in cheers again, her popularity soaring. Standing next to Bai Qining, Li Shua was unsure whether he should introduce himself at this moment. What to do if a celebrity's wife is too popular? Although Li Shua was incredibly popular upon his appearance, he was naturally far less popular than Bai Mugei. The scene returned to calm after Teacher Ku gestured for the audience to be quiet. Li Shua was so embarrassed that every cell in his body was stiff. He struggled to pick up the microphone and introduced himself. Hello everyone, I am Li Shua, and also Hua Lu, the author of Fatal Game. I am very happy to be on the stage of High 6 with my fellow actors. One sentence seemed to drain all of Li Shua's strength. He even felt his voice trembling slightly. After a brief pause, he continued, I'm sorry, I have some social anxiety. If I didn't perform well at any point today, I hope you will forgive me. Li Shua decided to come clean that he was socially awkward, and that people should avoid mentioning him when there was nothing else going on. This way, you can avoid being mentioned, and you won't be criticized if anything goes wrong after the show airs. He has average mental resilience and dislikes being cyberbullied. However, when Li Shua said this, all the hosts, guests, and audience members were stunned. Social anxiety? What does this mean? Li Shua observed the expressions on everyone's faces and then belatedly realized that although there were many funny netizens in this world, due to the backwardness of cultural and entertainment, many internet memes and popular words were not present in the other world. For example, old buddy, lying flat, stealing bamboo shoots, etc. However, some words, such as YYDS, have also been created by netizens through their own creative evolution. Due to the backwardness of cultural and entertainment industries, some terms have not yet emerged, such as the social anxiety he is referring to now. In another world, almost every young person who surfs the internet knows about this group and the words used to describe them. Among the hosts, Teacher Ku was the first to react and immediately cued Li Shua. Wait a minute, Teacher Li Shua. What do you mean by Shikong? As soon as Teacher Ku posed the question, all eyes on the set and the camera lenses focused on Li Shua's face. Li Shua. That was too hasty. Under everyone's gaze, he suppressed the urge to run out of the studio immediately, picked up the microphone, and replied somewhat stiffly. Social anxiety is social phobia, which is being afraid of attracting attention in crowded places. Or, it's being alone with people you don't know well, including communicating by phone, not being good at communicating with people, and trying various ways to avoid communicating with people. For example, right now, he really wants to leave immediately. Upon hearing this, the audience members sitting in every corner of the venue, after a brief moment of confusion, suddenly understood. So their condition is called social anxiety? Social anxiety, that's me for sure. Every time I'm about to go out, and there's a neighbor outside, I have to hold my breath and wait for them to disappear before I leave. I'm so afraid of socializing. Isn't that describing me? I pretend not to hear the phone ringing and then reply to messages. I only like posts on WeChat moments. I don't dare to leave comments. Because if I do, we'll start chatting. That's me. I'm so socially anxious. I don't answer any calls except from family members or strangers. I'll type if I can, and I'll never send a voice message. I avoid parties if I can avoid them. When I meet people I barely know, I'm even more socially anxious and don't know what to talk about. I'm always on my phone at dinner parties, but actually, I'm just turning the screen on and off to ease the awkwardness. Now, beneath their calm exteriors, the audience members in every corner of the stands were silently echoing Li Shua's new term, social anxiety, which was so apt. The audience was intrigued and curious about Li Shua's social anxiety. Teacher Ke's mind works quickly, and she immediately drew inferences from one instance to another, continuing to curiously ask Li Shua. Teacher Li Shua, may I bother you again? What do you call someone like Tang Yu, who is the complete opposite of the socially awkward person you mentioned? Tang Yu is a regular guest on High 6. He is not tall or handsome, but he has a great sense of variety. He is always responsible for making jokes, responding to jokes, and stirring up the atmosphere in the team. At this moment, Teacher Ke asked a question, and Tang Yu and everyone else in the room focused their attention on Li Shua again. Li Shua, who was mentioned again. He's dead, don't mention him. The show has already started filming, there's no turning back now, and he can't leave immediately. So he could only pick up the microphone and say succinctly, call the Xinyo. Xinyo? As soon as Li Shua said this, the locals on and off the stage were filled with curiosity once again. Xinyo Tang Yu immediately picked up the microphone and asked Li Shua, Xinyo? Teacher Li Shua, what does that mean? Li Shua, who was once again brought into the spotlight and drew everyone's attention and the cameras. He really wants to go back right now. But he felt the same curious gaze from the girl next to him. The recording had already started, and everyone's eyes were fixed on his face. Li Shua stiffened his neck and picked up the microphone. Xinyo means social bully syndrome, and the way of doing things is completely opposite to social anxiety. The natives of this world knew what awesome meant, and after hearing Li Shua's words, they instantly understood. Some of the bulls even went crazy on the spot. I got it. The cowboy you were talking about is me. I'll start reading your novel as soon as I get home today. Honey, wait for me. Ah, this is my husband. He gave me such a fitting name. I love it so much. She's good-looking, talented, and knows so much. She also seems like the type you can win over with a lot of persistence. I like her too. In just a short time of self-introduction, Li Shua inadvertently made the socially awkward and nervous audience remember him and turn them into fans, with calls of husband coming one after another. On stage, amidst the repeated calls of husband, Li Shua felt awkward and helpless, his scalp tingling, his back chilling, and the tender flesh on his waist throbbing inexplicably. Bai Qining stood beside him, her curious expression completely gone, her eyes darkening, and she couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. These fans who have no sense of boundaries are really awful. Chapter 324, the High 6 group hosting the program. Li Shua is stealing all the work. On stage, Tang Yu, who is usually in charge of creating entertaining moments, saw Li Shua making the atmosphere so lively and, holding the microphone, started to crack jokes with a blank expression. How am I supposed to record this? Teacher Li Shua, who is socially awkward, actually managed to liven up the atmosphere so easily? How am I, a socially awkward person, supposed to create any good effects now? Tang Yu's words were met with another round of laughter and cheers from the audience. Li Shua watched as Tang Yu brought him up again, and the camera cut to him again, making him stiff as a board. He definitely won't come to record variety shows again next time. The audience. Du Jiaoping spoke into the walkie-talkie, while also constantly switching the camera to Li Shua and Bai Muge standing next to him, to see their reactions. Du Jiaoping was surprised. He had thought that Li Shua, who was so quiet, would be practically invisible on the show today. Unexpectedly, Huolu, a socially awkward genius, livened up the atmosphere with his self-introduction. They just didn't know if they had missed something, but Bai Muge's expression seemed a bit off, and she didn't look very happy. The self-introduction segment ended amidst the audience's laughter and cheers. The hosting team immediately began explaining the rules of today's game. The novel game modes and penalty mechanisms gave the audience a refreshing experience. Most of the people in the studio are young people who watch variety shows regularly, but nowadays they are all very similar, which makes them feel aesthetically fatigued. I came here today hoping to see celebrities for free, but I didn't expect the show they were recording today to be so interesting. A mouthpiece for dialogue? I've never seen that on other shows before. What does 123 look at the top mean? I do know about wooden figures. That's interesting. Air gun foam punishment. Does this mean the show has changed directors? Aren't they afraid that Gu will be punished with air gun foam? This is the first time I've seen a variety show director be so bold. In the past, variety shows were always afraid of offending celebrities, so they weren't exciting at all. I would feel heartbroken if my husband Lee Shua were punished with an air gun foam gun. Which director came up with this idea? The audience below the stage were buzzing with discussion. On stage, the hosts and guests immediately expressed their opinions on today's program, partly for the sake of creating a good show effect. Dongfang he feigned displeasure as he looked at Du Jiaoping below the stage. I'll remember you, Director Du. Tang Yu's expression was exaggerated. Director Du, there must be a lot of their loyal fans in the audience today. If Gu and his team accidentally lose and get criticized, we can't save you. Chung Yuliang, if Li Shua gets hit by the jet gun foam, I'll be the first to help Li Shua get revenge. Offstage, Du Jiaoping simply smiled slightly at the provocations from the guest hosts and turned his gaze to Li Shua. At this moment, Teacher Ke seized the opportunity and mysteriously said, "Everyone, just a friendly reminder. The person who contributed the most to the program flow and planning today is not our Director Du." Upon hearing this, Dongfang he assumed it was one of the other assistant directors in the audience who had orchestrated it, and immediately struck a pose as if he were about to go off stage and confront the person. Who is it? Who's going to cause trouble for our hosts and guests? Pull him up, spray him 100 times with the bubble gun first, Tang Yu said slyly. Zhong Yuliang was filled with righteous indignation. You guys pull him, I'll help hold him down. Let's spray him 200 times first. Bai Qining had also slightly toned down her sour tone and was very curious about the main planners of today's program. At this moment, everyone's curiosity was piqued by Teacher Ke. Only Li Shua on the stage felt a chill run down his spine again. No way, it can't be happening again. The thought had just crossed his mind when, under the curious gazes of everyone, Teacher Ke turned his attention to him and said with a smile, "Everyone, to be honest, the planner for today's High 6 program recording is not from our TV station, but a very handsome, young, and talented writer with social anxiety. Today, we not only invited this writer to the recording site, but this teacher also provided us with many interesting suggestions for the newly revamped High 6. When Teacher Ke finished speaking, everyone instantly understood something. Their expressions were a mix of excitement and disbelief, and they all turned their gazes to Li Shua. Really? Did Li Shua participate in the design of today's new version of High 6? Even Bai Qining showed a rare look of surprise on her face at this moment, her mouth slightly open as she looked at Li Shua. Today's program features Li Shua. Li Shua, who once again attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, under everyone's wide-eyed gaze, Teacher Ke continued, I'm sure you've all guessed it by now. The one who designed so many fun and interesting games for our show this episode of High 6 is none other than the creator of Deadly Games, the great master Hua Lu. As soon as Teacher Ke finished speaking, after a brief silence, the scene erupted in a cacophony of gasps. This was actually designed by my husband? He seemed harmless on the surface, but I never knew you were so cunning, honey. Wow, so touching. Is my husband even sacrificing himself so we can enjoy the show? It seems like episode 123 is a water game. Will my husband get wet for us as a treat? Hua Lu is incredibly bold. Not only does he not spare himself, but he also dares to do it to Gu. On stage, apart from Teacher Ke, the host and guests were all dumbfounded. Dongfang he was thinking about getting to know Hua Lu better and get a role, but now he hears that the person he's going to take down is Hua Lu. Realizing what had happened, she immediately walked up to Hua Lu and said sincerely, Teacher Hua Lu, I'm sorry. I admit I spoke a little loudly just now. I hope you don't mind. As soon as Dongfang he said this, The audience burst into laughter again. Li Shuo, who kept being mentioned, said, "No, Tang Yu. Teacher Li Shuo, are you sure you really have social anxiety and not social phobia? You're planning a show and you don't even spare the actors in your own script." Li Shuo. The audience burst into laughter again. There were just too many jokes today. They couldn't possibly laugh at them all. Zhong Yuliang was taken aback. A sharp pain shot through his chest, and his voice unconsciously softened, completely losing its previous arrogance. "Hey, Li Shuo, you old man. What's this? Not only can you write novels and direct filming, but you can also run variety shows? And such exciting ones at that." Bai Qining was also very surprised, not expecting that the program schedule for High 6 today was actually planned and designed by her husband, Li Shuo. Her beautiful eyes held a mixture of surprise and delight. Although the girls calling Li Shuo husband made her feel bad, she had to admit that this guy was a complete surprise to her. It turns out he designed today's incredibly fun and exciting program. This guy is really suited to a career in the entertainment industry. Perhaps she could invest in some programs, invite Li Shuo to be the director and guest, and have the two collaborate long-term? Li Shuo was unaware of the audacious thoughts surfacing in Bai Qining's mind. All he wanted to do was finish recording the show as soon as possible. He picked up the microphone, gave a brief response to the hosts and audience, and then quickly took the initiative to move on to the next segment. "Please stop mentioning him. Thank you." Teacher Ku immediately spoke up. "Oh no, Teacher Li Shuo has taken over Tang Yu's job of creating good program effects. Teacher Du's job of directing has also been taken over by Teacher Li Shuo. And it seems that Teacher Li Shuo has also taken over my job of controlling the flow. He's even proactively cueing the next segment." As soon as Teacher Ku finished speaking, the audience erupted in laughter and cheers once again. The girls were calling him husband, even more enthusiastically. Li Shuo. The vinegar jar couldn't help but start emitting sour smells again. This guy doesn't seem suitable for being in the spotlight. He's too dangerous. Chapter 325, A Messenger of Dialogue. Her husband's work. The recording side of the program. Director Du Jiaoping was surprised that Li Shuo, who first revealed his social anxiety, brought the atmosphere to a lively level on the show today. After a brief climax, today's interactive games officially began. Today's game interactions are not only more fun than before, but also more competitive. The High 6 permanent host team and the publicity guest team competed against each other in challenges such as the telephone game, 123 freeze, and 123 look this way. After 3 rounds of the game, the losing team will have to be punished by having their faces sprayed with air gun foam. As participants in the game, neither team wanted to accept the air gun punishment. So, as soon as the first game segment of the day, the telephone game, began, a strong desire to win arose between the members of both teams. The game rules are that each team takes turns participating, for a total of 2 rounds. In each round, each team selects 4 members plus 1 foreign friend to form a team. During the game, each member is separated by a partition. The first person interprets the question posed by the opponent and passes it on to the next teammate, and so on, until the last teammate guesses the information in the question. 1 point is awarded for each correct guess, and the team with the higher score after 2 rounds wins. The game began with the resident guest hosts taking the stage first. Tang Yu, along with several other guest hosts and a foreign friend from Turkey, started their performance. Soon, the first round of the competition began. Tang Yu's team received a 40-character classic movie quote. Despite interference from foreign friends, Tang finally managed to guess the correct 6 characters and score 6 points after much deliberation and a bit of guesswork. Several of the hosts and guests were on the verge of tears upon hearing the results, while the audience below the stage was thoroughly amused by the game. Soon, the guest team takes the stage. It was still the same combination of 4 guests and 1 foreign friend. This round, Bai Qining led the team, and the foreign friend's self-introduction sounded much smoother than that of Tang Yu's team. With both teams having a chance of winning, the guest team takes the stage. The question was based on a 30-word classic line from the movie The Fatal Game. However, after being distracted by the foreign friend who had a poor performance, in the end no one in the audience could understand what the foreign friend had said. By the time it was Bai Qining's turn, the answer had completely changed. In the end, Bai Qining managed to get 5 points by guessing and making things up. This score greatly displeased Miss Bai, and it also made the atmosphere of today's game tense. Off stage, many audience members, while watching the show, were already worried that their idols might get sprayed with bubbles today. The atmosphere at the scene gradually became tense. The guest team, currently leading by 1 point, will now enter the second round of the telephone game. This time, the team was led by Dongfang He, and the questions they gave were classic lines from TV dramas that Dongfang He had acted in. This time, the foreign friend performed well. Dongfang He understood the gist of the situation and immediately performed exceptionally well. He answered 21 questions correctly out of 30 words, unexpectedly achieving the highest score of the entire show. His outstanding performance brought the program to a small climax. This instantly widened the gap between the host team and the guest team, putting them far ahead. The atmosphere on set became increasingly tense. Soon, the second round of guest teams took the stage. The team captain was still Bai Qining, who replaced Li Shua and Zhong Yuliang, who had not played before. There was no other way. Everyone had to participate in the game. In this round, with the double buff of Zhong Yuliang, a Hong Kong native and a foreign friend, even with Bai Qining's solid acting skills, the guest team's chances of winning have been greatly reduced. In this round, Bai Qining was responsible for being the first to memorize the words, trying to pass on as many words as possible to those behind her. Li Shua was in charge of guessing the final question. Zhong Yuliang and his foreign friends were responsible for diligently relaying messages, interference, in the middle. Seeing this lineup, the audience members silently lit a candle for the guest team in their hearts. With Zhong Yuliang and foreigners interfering, how can we possibly win? That's right, I'm afraid the guest team will lose this round. No matter how hard they try, they can't possibly guess the 20 characters correctly, can they? I wonder if teacher Li Shua regrets designing such a difficult segment for himself. He didn't want to have the entire guest team suffer from air gun foam today, and personally experienced the game punishment he designed. In ancient times, Gong Sun Yang tested the law. Now my husband personally tried the game punishment he designed. Although it hurt my heart, it was so fun and exciting. The program is still ongoing. Soon, the questions were revealed. Bai Qining received the script card, her eyes shining slightly. This isn't what she admires most. She glanced at the script, memorized it, and quickly turned to pass it on to the next teammate. Bai Qining recited her lines in one breath. Many audience members immediately widened their eyes. Holy crap, this line I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. That Hua Lu, from Li Shua's novel. I'm a fan of his books, and I remember this part too. Wow, it's a novel written by my husband. I'm going to read it as soon as I get home. Not only the fans in the audience, but even the male guest behind Bai Qining was a huge fan of Li Shua's novel. He still remembers that famous scene. However, his delivery of lines was not as good as Bai Qining's. After listening to him once, Bai Qining repeated it to him to confirm while there was still time. The male guest quickly memorized the lines and immediately relayed them to the next guest. Only, the guest following him was Zhong Yuliang. Upon seeing Zhong Yuliang's camera, the hosts and guests of High 6 almost jumped for joy. They kept making a fuss and teasing in the stage rest area. We've got this game in the bag, with Lao Zhong helping us out. Old Zhong, you had a tough time being an undercover agent for the guest team today. Old Zhong, don't listen to them. Keep going. I believe you'll definitely mess things up. Zhong Yuliang. The hosts of High 6 are really awful. He turned to his teammates and said, Hey, you guys, speak your mind. Zhong Yuliang perked up his ears, determined to give Hai Lu Tuan a good slap in the face. The latter had no choice. Time was of the essence, so they quickly passed the lines to Zhong Yuliang before the partition extended. Zhong Yuliang, who received the lines. What did his teammate just say? Time is of the essence. Although Zhong Yuliang was completely bewildered, he could only quickly pick up the lines he had heard and move on. A pot used to build a wall. A fishmonger who's worked himself to the bone. A pot of ants. Self-sufficiently educated idiots, pretending to be something they're not. What's with this reckless character they've chosen? The male guest who received Zhong Yuliang's lines. Building a wall with a pot. What is that? Seeing his teammates looking blank, Zhong Yuliang repeated the explanation before the barrier came out. Building walls with pots. Exhausted and dark-skinned, I sell fish. Male teammate. The hosts of High Six Group were laughing so hard they were on the floor. Zhong Yuliang really messed things up. They're guaranteed to win this round. The audience below the stage was stunned. It seemed that the guest team was really going to lose this round. Following Zhong Yuliang, the teammate turned around and saw the foreign friend behind him. His face instantly filled with despair. Even so, he still conveyed the words he had just heard to his foreign friends. The foreign friend listened intently with wide eyes the whole time, and then his face was full of question marks. Pot wife wall. What? The hosts of High Six were laughing so hard they were pounding the ground. This is a sure win. There's only 1 or 2 words left, and one of them is inaccurate. Soon, the transmission ended. The partition in front of Li Shua was pulled open. The foreign friend still looked bewildered. It took him a long time to finally manage to speak. Pot of wife and wall. Broken pig. He only remembered these few words and kept repeating them to Li Shua. After the foreign friend finished conveying the message, Teacher Ku walked over to Li Shua and kindly reminded him. Teacher Li Shua, this line only has 40 words. Teng Yu was laughing so hard, he was almost out of breath. He shouted, Teacher Li Shua, stop struggling. Only one of these words is correct. It would be strange if you could guess it. Although this is Li Shua's work, he has written millions of words, so even if it is a famous scene, he may not remember it. Moreover, the dialogue has been edited to this extent. Bai Qining, having listened to the story all along, now also feels that the chances of winning are slim. Starting with Zhong Yuliang, no one knew what was being discussed anymore, so how could Li Shua possibly guess? Chapter 326. If you're alright, get up quickly, there are so many people watching. On stage, Li Shua did not respond to Tang Yu's words immediately, still pondering. Zhong Yuliang was unwilling to give up. Although he didn't know the answer, he kept chanting at Li Shua. Pot to build a wall. Pot to build a wall. Broken beard. Broken beard. The exaggerated and ridiculously wrong words made the High Six hosts burst into laughter. Li Shua frowned slightly, glanced at Zhong Yuliang, thought for a moment, and then looked at the host Ku Jiu beside him, saying, Is there the word broken in the book? Upon hearing Li Shua's words, Ku Jiu raised an eyebrow, hesitated for a moment, glanced at the word card, and then nodded in surprise, saying, Yes, you guessed too correctly. There are the words broken book. After he finished speaking, he reminded him, Teacher Li Shua, you have 30 seconds left. Think about whether you want to guess randomly for the remaining words. Before Teacher Ku Jiu could finish speaking, Li Shua reacted quickly and said, No need. I think I already know the answer. If he's right. Having guessed 2 characters and combined them with pot, wife, wall, Li Shua already had the answer in his mind. Ku Jiu. High Six guest group. Audience. Tang Yu picked up the microphone. Impossible. Bai Qining had already walked to Li Shua's side, looking at him leisurely. You really guessed it? Li Shua noticed his wife's gaze and momentarily ignored the stares of others and the cameras, subconsciously smiling slightly. That smile instantly captivated the female fans in the audience once again. Even Bai Qining was momentarily stunned and immediately averted her gaze before being discovered. Did you really guess it? She's smiling so confidently. Ku Jiu, holding the microphone, continued. Then, Mr. Li Shua, what do you think the answer is? Ku Jiu didn't think Li Shua could answer the question. Li Shua picked up the microphone. The original line here should be Gao Qiqiang. You're just a stinking fishmonger. Gao Lao Air, you've read a few lousy books, yet you act all high and mighty. Do you think the Mang and Mang village came from? He might not be able to say anything else, but he's very confident in his memory. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to write so many songs and novels. As soon as Li Shua said this, the expressions on everyone's faces, both on and off the stage, froze. After a brief silence, the entire scene erupted in gasps of surprise. My God, you really guessed it. That's outrageous. No wonder he's my husband. Wow, my husband turned the tide? Wow, my husband is amazing. A chorus of gasps erupted from the audience. On stage, Ku Jiu, who always had an excellent command of the stage, was so shocked at this moment that he forgot to maintain order. It took him a while to come to his senses. He went to get the word board and said to Li Shua, Teacher Li Shua, could you please say it again? I want to see how many words you got right. Li Shua picked up the microphone and recited the words he had just spoken word for word. Kujio's hand holding the microphone trembled slightly as he said incredulously, Teacher Li Shu got all 42 questions right out of 42. The High 6 hosting team ultimately scored 27 points. The guest team made a comeback with 47 points, winning the telephone game round. Upon hearing the result, the audience erupted in cheers, and on stage, Li Shua's teammates excitedly rushed towards him. Bai Qining suppressed the urge to hug her husband tightly, and instead raised her hand to give him a high five. He truly is her husband. Li Shua was quickly surrounded by his teammates, leaving the hosts of the High 6 group dumbfounded. Tang Yu and his companions stood there speechless for a long time, their previous arrogance completely gone. They thought they were guaranteed to win, but they actually lost. If they weren't the hosts, we would have suspected there was something fishy going on. The first round of the game has ended in a great way. After a short break, the second round soon began. 123 freeze. Teacher Ku was in charge of shouting, and the two teams were in charge of charging. After Teacher Ku finished shouting, he immediately turned around and looked back. The two teams of members had to keep the wooden figures still before the person giving the order turned around. If the person giving the order sees anyone moving, that person is immediately eliminated. The team that reaches the finish line first with 3 players from each team wins. Everyone played their best in every game today, knowing they would be punished with air gun foam if they lost. The game of statues is an advantageous game for Bai Qining, as she is very agile. It's a pity that I injured my foot a couple of days ago while recording the show. You can't tell when I walk normally, but it's not so easy to play these kinds of physically demanding games. At the start of the game, she was determined to quickly rush to the front by herself. However, after a few rounds, when she was close to the finish line and Teacher Ku called for a stop again, she accidentally tripped on her injured right leg to support her body and fell to sharp pain. When Teacher Ku turned around and looked at her, she finally couldn't hold on and fell to one side. Li Shua was originally in third place, but he quickly noticed Bai Qining's movement. Seeing that his wife was about to fall, he didn't care about anything else. When Kujio turned around, Li Shua had already rushed to Bai Qining's side and reached out to catch her. He had rushed over without any leverage, and by the time he caught Bai Qining, he didn't have time to regain his footing. He was immediately tackled to the ground as soon as he hugged the girl's dormitory, becoming a human cushion. Everything happened incredibly fast. By the time everyone realized what was happening, the two had already fallen to the ground. Bai Qining thought she was about to have a close encounter with the ground, but unexpectedly a human cushion appeared out of nowhere. After seeing who it was, her heart tightened. Li Shua actually rushed over to pick her up. Li Shua's back was on the ground, a little sore, and he was worried about Bai Qining. He immediately released his hands from her waist and asked, "Are you all right?" "No," Bai Qining replied softly, her pretty face slightly flushed. An unexpected incident caused an uproar in the audience. Amid the tension, there was an inexplicable feeling that this scene was quite touching. My God, I suddenly realized that Hor Lu and Bai Muge are kind of a good match. How come? The two of them are really good looking, and their personalities seem pretty good too. A socially awkward writer and a cold goddess. Hiss, and what's more, when Hor Lu saw Mu Gu about to fall, he immediately rushed over, ignoring the game altogether. He was so worried about Bai Mu Gu. We're so excited. You can eat whatever you want, but don't ship any couples randomly. Our Mu Gu has a boyfriend, and she wouldn't date a web novelist. The audience below the stage erupted in excitement. The cameras from the production crew all focused on the two of them. As everyone watched this scene from an idol drama come to life, Li Shua, after confirming that Bai Qining was all right, immediately said, "If you're all right, get up quickly. So many people are watching now." In short, it was like pouring a bucket of cold water on the audience who were just about to start their fight. Well, wrong? What was Li Shua's attitude just now? The other party is Bai Muge, a goddess that many men want to hug but can't. He actually disliked that she kept clinging to him? Is that outrageous? Bai Qining also instantly regained her senses at this moment. Although she knew what Li Shua meant and was afraid that their relationship would be exposed, she was also very unhappy, and her good mood turned into a sharp downer. Before everyone rushed over to help her up, She got up from Li Shuo and, before leaving, pinched his waist as punishment. Li Shuo gasped, "Hiss. This ungrateful and wicked woman." The recording of the High 6 program is already halfway complete. 4:30 p.m. In the director's office. Director Song Ji, who had just returned from a business trip abroad, was throwing a tantrum in his office. "I only went abroad on a business trip, and Du Jiaping dared to change the program's schedule. Who gave him the guts? If the program's ratings drop, can he bear the consequences when the station director blames him? That idiot. Hurry up and stop the show." Recorded according to the original plan. Song Ji ordered the person in front of his desk. The latter replied with his head down. "Director, it's too late to start recording the show now that it's already halfway through. We haven't prepared any props or rehearsed the original recording schedule. Bai Muge and Zhong Yuliang have very tight schedules, so we can't stop and start recording again." As soon as the man finished speaking, Song Ji slammed the coffee cup to the ground. "After today's recording, tell Du Jiaping to get out of here immediately. I don't need a director who makes decisions without my consent." "And who else?" "Hula? That's hilarious. A novelist, meddling in variety shows. Does he really think recording a variety show is as simple as writing a novel? Only an idiot like Du Jiaping would be fooled by a web novelist." Chapter 327 Revenge for Her Husband. Today's recording featured a revamped format, much to the dismay of the hosts and guests. However, they played the games with more seriousness and effort than in previous episodes, resulting in a constant stream of funny moments and jokes. Li Shuo moved during this statue's segment to protect Bai Qining, and both of them tacitly chose to abide by the game rules, resulting in their elimination. Therefore, in the second round of the game, the High 6 hosting team fought back and won the 123 Wooden Man game. With both sides now tied, the next segment, 123 Look This Way, saw each team giving it their all in a fierce competition. The game is also divided into 2 rounds, with each team sending 2 players to the field in 2 separate rounds. One person in the team directs from the front, while another teammate is responsible for protecting or spraying water, attacking the opposing commander with a water cup. When the commander says, 1, 2, 3, look this way, he points in any direction with his finger. The opposing commander must turn his head in another direction at the same time as the other side points out the direction. If the direction is the same, it will be a failure, and you will face the risk of being splashed with water and getting soaked. In the original plan, Li Shuo was not scheduled to appear on stage in this segment of the program. He chose to watch from below. Unexpectedly, when it was the teammates' turn to take the field, Du Jiaping unexpectedly changed his plans at the last minute, instructing the staff in charge of the teleprompter to make changes. On stage, Li Shuo sat in his seat waiting for his teammates to come on. In the control area, Teacher Ku, holding the microphone, looked at the content on the teleprompter and said, "Let's invite our guest team members, Teacher Li Shuo and Sister Li Huanjia, to come on stage." Teacher Ku finished speaking. Li Shuo. The audience erupted in applause and cheers. Although Li Shuo is socially awkward, he has an absurd number of inside jokes and revelations. That's why Du Jiaping made this decision to give Li Shuo more playing time. Offstage, Du Jiaping noticed Li Shuo's gaze and immediately made a fist and palm gesture to ask for help. Li Shuo. Amidst the cheers and jeers of the audience and the hosts, Li Shuo had no choice but to reluctantly go on stage to compete. Li Huanjia is a girl, and in order to take care of the female guest, he took the initiative to sit in the commander's seat. Li Shuo was completely unable to relax while playing this game in front of the camera. Compared to the 2 lively and cheerful boys, Tang Yu and Dongfang He, on the other side, Li Shuo felt that his chances of winning this round were slim. Both sides quickly completed their preparations. Li Shuo and Dongfang He on the other side are responsible for being the commanders. If they succeed, they can be guaranteed not to be splashed with water. If they fail, they can only rely on their teammates to help them and whether they can pick up a shield in time to block the water for the commanders. Alright, let's have the commanders play rock, paper, scissors to decide who will attack and defend in the first round. Dongfang Scissors, Teacher Li Shuo Paper. The host team attacks first, the guest team defends. The game begins. At Teacher Ku's command, Dongfang He stretched out his hand. 3, 2, 1. Look this way. Li Shua wasn't used to being on camera and was in poor condition, so he was a beat slow to react and subconsciously looked in the direction Dongfang he was pointing. The next moment, Tang Yu, who had already realized what was happening, immediately picked up his water glass and poured a full glass of water into Li Shua's face without hesitation. Li Huanjia didn't react in time. Just as she picked up the shield on the table, water was splashed on Li Shua's face. What was expected to be a very embarrassing scene turned out to be an exceptionally handsome and pleasing sight as the water sprayed onto Li Shua's face. This drew cheers from the female audience members. Wow, even though my husband lost, he's so handsome and sexy. Is this the epitome of pure lust among men? Her facial features are so smooth. Damn it, my husband got sprayed. Look, his collar is all wet. Can't Tang Yu stop using cups and just use a bucket? I want to see my husband soaking wet. Li Shua. He will never appear on variety shows again. By Qining. I'm never letting this guy appear on variety shows again. Li Shua was indeed not very suitable for this game. In the following 9 rounds of attack and defense, he won 3 and lost 6, and was completely soaked by Tang Yu. Li Shua lost miserably, but the female audience members and director Du Jiaping were completely won. Every time Li Shua got wet, the female audience members would scream and gasp in surprise. Du Jiaping's keen intuition told him that the audience in front of the TV would definitely love to watch this segment, so he frantically captured the scene of Li Shua being sprayed with water, only regretting that there were only 9 episodes. Otherwise, he could have filmed more. Li Shua's conditions are really too good. If the show gets a lot of positive feedback after it airs, Hualu will probably be able to quickly build up a large following of fans who admire his looks. In Du Jiaping's view, this is also a good thing for Li Shua. After all, in this era, traffic is king. Li Shua, soaking wet and wrapped in a bath towel, suffered a crushing defeat. When Bai Qining returned to her seat, she looked at her husband, who had come back soaking wet, and then at Tang Yu and Dongfang He, a chill brewing in her beautiful eyes. At this moment, Tang Yu and Dongfang He on the stage looked at each other in bewilderment. What's wrong? Why do I feel so cold? I think so too. I'm not that wet. The two whispered to each other for a moment, and Bai Qining went on stage and took the initiative to call out to Tang Yu and Dongfang He. This time I want to challenge Tang Yu and Dongfang He. Although Tang Yu and Dongfang He recorded many episodes with Bai Muge, they hardly spoke a few words to each other because Bai Muge was very aloof. Today, Bai Muge unexpectedly offered to play games with them, which flattered them greatly. Especially Tang Yu, who is a die-hard fan of Bai Muge. What an honor it is to have the opportunity to play games with Bai Muge. Upon receiving Bai Muge's invitation, the two did not hesitate for long and readily agreed to go on stage. Among the 6 members of the group, the 2 of them are the most flexible. By accepting Bai Muge's challenge, they can not only win the game without any suspense, but also play a game with the goddess. Why not? After both parties took their seats, before the game officially began, Tang Yu, who was in charge of the command this time, saw Bai Muge sit opposite him and said, "Muge, are you sure you want to sit opposite me?" Although he was only responsible for splashing water, his reaction speed was extremely fast, and he splashed water accurately on Li Shua's face almost every time. Confirmed. Bai Qin replied calmly, then said to her teammate Zhong Yuliang, "Don't worry about protecting me later. Just focus on splashing me." Thick. Zhong Yuliang responded, and the 2 commanders then played rock, paper, scissors to decide who would attack and who would defend. Looking at Bai Qining's imposing demeanor and admiring her stunning beauty, Tang Yu thought to himself, Bai Muge is beautiful, but she's being far too arrogant right now. Who does her idol think she is? We must teach her a lesson today. Old Crane, we can't lose to Mugu. You can just keep criticizing, you don't need to protect me, Tang Yu said confidently. No problem. A few minutes later, Tang lost 5 consecutive games. Zhong Yuliang splashed him 5 times, the last time even with a whole basin, soaking him from head to toe, leaving him in a sorry state. Bai Muge on the other side didn't even get a drop of water on her. How can she be so strong? Bai Muge, do you think you can bully my husband? Tang Yu was questioning his life. Seeing that the hosting team was in dire straits, Dongfang He immediately chose to replace him and take over as commander to confront Bai Muge. A few minutes later, Dongfang he lost 4 games in a row and was criticized so harshly that he sat in his seat questioning his life. How is Bai Muge so strong? Chapter 328. If they don't want me here, there are plenty of other places that will. 123. Look over here, the game is over. Bai Qining has successfully avenged her husband and overtook him to win this round. The guest team ultimately defeated the High 6 program team with a score of 2-1. As the game recording came to an end, all members of the High 6 team from the High 6 program sat on chairs facing the foam nozzle of the air gun. 3, 2, 1. Punishment begins. At Teacher Ku's command, the next moment, all members of the High 6 group had their hair blown into a mess by the air gun in front of them and their faces sprayed with foam. Tang Yu spat out the foam from his mouth. All I want to say is, will Teacher Li Shua still come to record the next episode? I want him to experience this feeling. Dongfang he shook his head. Is this really something a socially awkward person could design? Teacher Li Shua, would you like to come and experience it? Li Shua. Thanks for the invitation, but I won't be coming. Today's High 6 Club event ended amidst cheers and laughter from the audience. Before leaving, the audience members all looked like they wanted more. Time was tight, and there was no chance to go on stage to get autographs from the celebrities. They could only wait until the show aired to watch this episode, which was truly the best show they had ever seen. Brilliant, witty, visually appealing, and exciting. Du Jiaoping was very satisfied with the show's performance today. After the recording, he wanted to chat with Li Shua for a while, but his superiors called him to the office immediately, so he had to say goodbye to Li Shua and the others in a hurry. Zhong Yuliang and several guests had an unexpectedly great time today, especially Zhong Yuliang, who exclaimed that Li Shua's program planning was so interesting. Li Shua Lao West, today's program was really cute. I hope there will be a chance for me to participate in the variety shows that Li plans and have fun with him. It's thrilling, exciting, and fun. Zhong Yuliang's face clearly showed his approval, while Li Shua just smiled and said, "We'll see when the time comes." Today wasn't a particularly good experience for him personally, and he definitely won't be appearing on variety shows again. At this moment, Bai Qining, who never liked to chat with people, was talking to Teacher Ku and the members of the High 6 group. However, her mind was on Li Shua, and she planned to go back with Li Shua after Zhong Yuliang and the others left. Unexpectedly, just as they were starting to plan, Zhong Yuliang and Li Shua took the initiative to invite them. Li Shua, Lao West, let's go back together in my team's car. Upon hearing this, Li Shua subconsciously turned to look in Bai Qining's direction. Zhong Yuliang thought Li Shua was going to greet a few people. He called out loudly to the group, "Brother Mu, Brother Ku, you guys talk first. I'm going to go back with Brother Li Shua." Li Shua, Bai Qining. The group of people stared blankly at Zhong Yuliang, whose pronunciation was far from standard, for a moment before reacting and responding to him and Li Shua. Teacher Ku really liked Li Shua, so she quickly ran over and took a photo with him before he left. Li Shua had no reason to stay any longer, and Bai Qining had no excuse to invite Li Shua to join her, so the two had no choice but to part ways. Zhong Yuliang put his arm around Li Shua's shoulder and they left together. As they walked out of the recording hall, he turned to Li Shua and said, "Li Shua, are you feeling cold in there? I feel like my back is all numb from the cold. It wasn't like this before. Why is it so cold now?" Li Shua, I think it's okay. It should be cold soon. As soon as Li Shua and Zhong Yuliang left, Bai Qining had no intention of lingering any longer. She quickly said goodbye to the hosts of the Hai Lu program and returned to the hotel with the team. It was already late at night. Song Ji was still in the director's office. Du Jiaoping is now in front of his desk, with papers scattered all over the floor in front of him. Song Ji slammed his fist on the table in anger. "Such a big thing as changing the program flow. You filmed it without explaining it to me, the director. Where do you put me? Where do you put the station manager?" Right now, all the top variety shows on major TV stations are competing fiercely, and everyone is going all out to win the title of the #1 variety show in the ratings this year. But you, out of the blue, suddenly changed the program's format. Inviting an author to the stage to record is one thing, but you also have to listen to a novelist, completely changing the format of your own popular variety show. Du Jiaoping. This is a TV station, not a place to mess around with you. Song Ji slammed his fist on the table with a loud bang. Du Jiaping remained silent for a while before speaking. President Song, I had my assistant send the revised program proposal to your email. I only filmed it after you approved it. I didn't make the decision on my own. Upon hearing this, Song Ji's expression froze. He turned away and said coldly, I'm so busy abroad. How was I supposed to know that changing some procedures would lead to this? Your performance this time is truly disappointing. You knew I was busy and still sent it to my email. I had only a few minutes to look at it. If it weren't for the return of the director of another program who reminded him, Song Ji wouldn't have discovered that Du Jiaping had arbitrarily changed the program's recording plan. Although he replied to the email agreeing to the recording, he did not expect Du Jiaping to do such a bold thing. Now is a crucial moment for several TV stations to compete for the title of king of variety shows. Du Jiaping could have maintained his level and continued recording, and he could have competed for the title later on. Now that this change was made based on a novelist's adaptation of the program, Song Ji thinks the title of king of variety shows for this year may be out of reach. Go to the HR department tomorrow and pick up a resignation form. You can leave the company now. I will explain the details to the station manager when he returns from his business trip. Simply telling Du Jiaping not to come tomorrow is equivalent to firing him, and the company will also have to pay him Nad-1 in compensation. He let Du Jiaping leave normally, as he had long disliked Du Jiaping. Du Jiaping is never seen during company team-building events. He doesn't even bother to send gifts or say hello during holidays. In this respect, Che Jin, one of his subordinates, is more adept at handling things. If Du Jiaping hadn't had exceptional abilities in recording programs, he wouldn't have been able to stay at this TV station long ago. He was also annoyed by Song Ji's daily workplace trolling. No matter how well the High Six Club was established, it was all thanks to Song Ji. But if any problems arose, Song Ji would be the first to pull him out as a shield. Du Jiaping simply couldn't let go of his colleagues in the team. When Song Ji told him to leave, he immediately asked, if I leave, who will take responsibility for Hai Lu? Song Ji remained non-committal. There are plenty of capable people out there. Che Jin is much more capable than you in this area. You're just lucky to be paired with Teacher Ko. Even without you, Hai Lu can still turn around. Song Ji couldn't tolerate this subordinate who didn't respect him at all. Seeing Du Jiaping's resentful look, he continued, you don't have to go get your resignation form. Starting tomorrow, Che Jin will be in charge of Hai Lu, and you will go to another position. Even if he doesn't resign himself, he has plenty of ways to make Du Jiaping leave on his own. Du Jiaping understood Song Ji's intention, threw away the proposal he was preparing to resubmit to his superior, and slammed it heavily to the ground. For the first time, he spoke to Song Ji in a tough tone, saying, Song, I'm leaving after I finish this month. Remember, it's not that you're firing me. It's that I've been fed up with you for a long time. I'm leaving on my own. If they don't want me here, there are plenty of other places that will. Chapter 329. Is she trying to create a romantic pairing with Li Shua? At the hotel, Bai Qining has already finished showering and removing her makeup. She lay on the bed wearing only a white nightgown, her long, smooth hair flowing down her back, contrasting beautifully with her fair, jade-like skin, creating an indescribable beauty. Bai Qining paid no attention to Hua Wan, whose eyes were shining beside her. She stared blankly at the ceiling, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of Li Shua. Today's recording of High Six Club was quite successful by variety show standards. Li Shua, in particular, although his personality is as he described himself as socially awkward, seems to have an exceptionally good variety show presence, and his appearance is also very suitable for entering the entertainment industry. But she couldn't stand Li Shua being stared at by those crazy female fans who kept calling him husband. Moreover, Bai Qining cannot predict how the audience will react to Li Shua's performance on High Six today when the show airs. Would you like his persona, which is different from most people in the entertainment industry? The market is the most difficult part to predict. Otherwise, many of her dramas that she thought would be hits during filming would actually flop quietly. Hua Wan resisted the urge to hug the girl next to her and kiss her hard. Instead, she reached out and hugged Bai Qining's arm. Seeing that Bai Qining seemed to be thinking about something, she asked her, Ning Ning, what are you thinking about? I miss Li Shua. Bai Qining answered frankly. Huawan. She shouldn't have asked. Although it was a bit disheartening, Huawan was quite satisfied with today's recording. She said to Bai Qining, Ningning, I think Li Shua is quite suitable for developing in the variety show sector. The program he designed today was very interesting, and he had a strong sense of variety on stage. He may not realize it, but I have to say that Li Shua always has the most intense reactions when interacting with the female audience members on stage. She continued, have you ever thought about having Li Shua come into the spotlight with you, build up your fame, and then the two of you create a CP, couple pairing, and naturally get together? Upon hearing this, Bai Qining turned her head and said, have you ever thought that the more fans Li Shua has on the big screen, the more rivals I'll have in love? She has too much of a sense of crisis. Moreover, Li Shua was clearly very reserved during the recording of the program today, and most of the time, he was just going through the motions. Even if she asked, Li Shua might not be willing to agree to record with her again. Huawan, however, did not think so. What's the use of having many rivals? How many rivals are as good as my Ningning? Once Li Shua's fan base grows, you two can do a dating reality show and turn your rivals into CP fans. Huawan suddenly got up, climbed onto the bed, and stared into Bai Qining's eyes. Ningning, you don't want to be separated from Li Shua forever, with you filming outside while he writes at home, right? Bai Qining. She naturally didn't want to, otherwise she wouldn't have invited Li Shua to come along this time. Seeing that Bai Qining didn't reply, Huawan smiled knowingly. So, you should go back and work harder to get Li Shua to agree to let you appear in front of the camera more often. Your personalities and looks are actually really good match. Today, the entire audience was watching the two play games, but she was the only one who saw the little tricks between the two lovers the whole time, secretly enjoying the sweet moments. She loves watching these exciting scenes. We can have more of them. Of course, Huawan couldn't predict what would happen after High 6 aired today. She gave Bai Qining this suggestion because she was afraid that the girl's constant separation from Li Shua would cause problems in their relationship. Li Shua was clearly not as deeply infatuated as Bai Qining in this relationship. Maybe Li Shua will be able to get through this by then. Bai Qining may not be. She can take precautions or continue enjoying the sweet moments. It's so satisfying to secretly enjoy this sweet moment all by myself. Bai Qining did indeed have this idea, and after Huawan gave her advice, she fell into deep thought again. The recording of the show ended too late today, and we need to avoid the peak hours for our return trip tomorrow. Both of us have a 7 a.m. flight back to Xiamen, so we tacitly agreed not to bother each other too much. Before going to bed, Li Shua said good night to Bai Qining and then fell asleep. At this time, Du Jiaping hadn't arrived home yet. He was still halfway there. His mode of transportation was the electric scooter his wife had come to pick him up on. Although he is the star director of the High 6 program, the behind-the-scenes staff are not as good as those in front of the camera. He is not a big director who takes on jobs or makes movies with his own team. Du Jiaping is just an office worker. His total annual salary is only around 2 million. Both he and his wife are only children, and they need to support 4 elderly people. He had just bought a villa here a few years ago and was still carrying a mortgage when his parents were diagnosed with cancer one after another. His other 2 elderly relatives also frequently suffered from headaches and fevers. There was also a child who was still in school and a little over 1 year old. The whole family needed Du Jiaping to support. The money he earned was just enough to cover the medical treatment for his 2 elderly relatives and the household expenses. Sometimes I can't even pay off my car loan and have to borrow money from my colleagues. When I left the director's office today, most of my colleagues had already left work. His car broke down before he even left the parking lot. He asked his wife to transfer him some money for a taxi, but to his surprise, she came to pick him up on her electric scooter. On the side of the road, a slender woman with a delicate face and a slightly haggard expression was riding her bicycle, wearing a helmet. Du Jiaping also wore a helmet and sat in the back seat, his arms around his wife's waist. The woman seemed to sense her husband's low spirits and asked, "What's wrong? Did something go wrong at work?" Although Du Jiaping was constantly ostracized by his superiors at work, he never told his wife anything bad. But today, he's resigning and getting out of here. He had to be honest with his wife about such a big change. When the woman asked, he was silent for a moment before whispering, "I resigned." I'll be unemployed in a month. Du Jiaping is now even starting to regret not having held back a little longer. After all, the burden of the whole family rests on his shoulders, so he doesn't really have the right to be willful. If I leave the TV station and can't find a suitable job quickly, where will I earn money to support my family? How can I possibly pay a mortgage of 10,000 yuan a month? Feeling the woman in his arms with her waist becoming even thinner, Du Jiaping felt increasingly guilty. He looked up, and just as he opened his mouth, he heard a woman's gentle voice. It's okay. It's good that you resigned. Anyway, I noticed you were unhappy a lot over there. I was worried that you would get sick from suppressing your feelings. Now that our second child is older, I can send her to daycare in 2 months, and I can go back to work as soon as possible so you can have an easier time. The moment the woman said those words, Du Jiaping's vision blurred instantly. He tightened his arms around his wife, his voice choked with emotion. Wife, you are so good to me. Chapter 330, Sending an Invitation. Yes, Du Jiaping, you are so lucky to have such a wonderful wife like me. Although she was tired, she still joked with a light-hearted tone. Yeah, I must have had incredible luck in my past life. Du Jiaping said with a smile. If I get the chance to make it through, I'll buy you a big Mercedes-Benz. You won't have to do anything every day, just drive me to and from get off work. But he had barely finished speaking when, oh dear, there's a traffic stop up ahead. Get out of the car quickly, or you'll get a 30 yuan fine. I came all this way to pick you up for nothing. Holy crap, almost there, stop the car now. Traffic police. If an adult-driven motor vehicle carries a person aged 12 or older, the fine is 30 yuan. The next morning, Bai Mugei's team had just left the hotel for the airport when Li Shua took a taxi and left after them. Bai Mugei is so famous that she is followed by a group of fans wherever she goes. To avoid exposing their relationship, Li Shua had to go to the airport alone. It was a little after 5 a.m. There weren't many passengers at Xingqing Airport. On the contrary, she has a large number of proxy photographers and Bai Qining's fans. Bai Qining was immediately surrounded by a crowd of fans as soon as she arrived at the airport. When Li Shua arrived, Bai Qining hadn't even entered the waiting area yet. Instead, Li Shua picked up his ticket and left discreetly. At this time, many fans and paparazzi who witnessed Bai Mugei leaving were still discussing the matter. Is it true that Mu Ge has a boyfriend? Why does she never bring her boyfriend with her in front of the camera? Yes, there haven't been any photos of the two of them together in China, and no one even knows whether her boyfriend is in or out of the entertainment industry. It must be someone outside the industry. If it were someone inside the industry, we would have found out long ago. Just look at that guy on the elevator in the departure lounge. He looks like a celebrity. Are there any other male celebrities on Bai Mugei's flight today? No, the only celebrity on this flight is Bai Mugei, who is just a taller, ordinary person. In the elevator, Li Shua had just noticed the gazes coming from the lobby when the elevator reached the second floor. He immediately strode away. The two paparazzi were only briefly distracted. As soon as they saw Bai Mugei pass through security and step onto the elevator, they immediately started snapping photos frantically until Bai Mugei disappeared from the second floor. The group arrived at the departure hall, which was visibly much quieter. Bai Qining went straight to the VIP room. Li Shua also benefited from Hua Wan's help. Hua Wan booked his plane ticket for today, so he was waiting for his flight in the VIP lounge. There aren't many people taking flights at this time. There were only 2 or 3 guests in the VIP room. Bai Qining chose a seat 2 or 3 tables away from Li Shua and sat down. Although we were in the same space, there were few people. But since it was a public place, even though the two were very close, they couldn't get close to each other. As a result, Bai Qining could only drink coffee at her seat for more than an hour, while Li Shua typed for more than an hour. Until almost 7 o'clock. I boarded the plane after checking my ticket. As soon as Li Shua sat down, a familiar figure quickly sat down in the seat next to him. When Li Shua saw Bai Qining sit down next to him, his heart skipped a beat. He turned to look at her, his eyes filled with surprise. Bai Qining sat down and looked back at him, as if asking, "What? Are you not satisfied with sitting with me?" Li Shua smiled. He wasn't unhappy about sitting with her. It made sense. This girl was so clingy, she certainly wouldn't miss the chance to sit with him. No wonder Hua Wan bought him a ticket for the last row. As Li Shua was thinking this, the girl's delicate hand had already reached out, her intentions very clear. Li Shua hesitated for a moment when he saw that the delicate white hand was outstretched. After everyone was seated and the surveillance camera couldn't capture this angle, he cooperated by extending his hand. A warm, large hand enveloped the girl's cold hand, and a surge of warmth washed over her. Miss Bai finally got to be close to her husband as she wished. Her slender, white fingertips squeezed Li Shua's hand back, her face still aloof, but her eyes were already filled with joy. The plane will be taking off soon. As is customary for flight attendants to check if passengers are wearing seatbelts, Li Shua saw the flight attendant walking towards him and immediately tried to withdraw his hand. Seeing that Li was panicking, Bai Qining deliberately grabbed his fingers and wouldn't let go, preventing him from pulling them back. Li Shua tried his best, but Bai Qining held him firmly in her hand, and he couldn't move an inch. Bai Qining quickly withdrew her hand before the flight attendant noticed her approaching. Li Shua. When the flight attendant walked up to the two, she immediately noticed Li Shua's slightly red ears and assumed that the cat passenger was shy and embarrassed to be sitting with such a beautiful woman. After checking the two men's seatbelts, the flight attendant gave Li Shua a meaningful look, then smiled and asked him to leave. Bai Qining succeeded and turned to look at Li Shua. Li Shua noticed the girl's gaze, but kept a straight face and ignored her. Until the plane took off, Bai Qining stared at Li Shua for several times and reached out her hand several times. But Li Shua ignored her and looked angry. Why are you so stingy? Bai Qining's request to hold hands was ignored once again, so she whispered to him. She moved her hand closer to him and said domineeringly, "Give me your hand." "No, I won't give it to you. I won't hold your hand, so you won't take advantage of your strength to play tricks on me," Li Shua continued, his face stern. The plane wasn't full. The 2 rows in front of them were empty, and the 5 rows behind them on the other side of the aisle were also empty. They kept their voices down so no one could hear them. Seeing that Li Shua was truly angry, Bai Qining withdrew her hand, remained silent for a while, and then reached out to tug at his sleeve, somewhat coaxing him to make amends. Li Shua noticed the girl's movements, suppressed the urge to laugh, withdrew his hand, and distanced himself from Bai Qining, deciding to tease her a little more. Bai Qining. She glanced sideways, staring at the man's handsome face for a long time. Seeing that he still ignored her, she pursed her lips slightly, her beautiful eyes falling on his hand. After staring at it for a while, she finally reached out and put her hand in his palm. Then, in a domineering and irresistible manner, they intertwined their fingers. Li Shua. He tried to break free, but Bai Qining wouldn't let him. The two remained locked in a stalemate for a while, but Li Shua was unwilling to be bullied by this girl like this. One hand was grabbed, and the free hand reached out to pinch the person, but Bai Qining anticipated this and grabbed it again. Li Shua. If you keep doing this, I'll get angry. Bai Qining. Weren't you already angry? Can't you even appease me? Li Shua. He regretted that he wasn't as uninhibited as Bai Qining on the plane, in a public place. After a brief standoff, Li Shua finally gave in and obediently took out one hand to hold Bai Qining's hand. However, the girl's hands were cold, so after holding them for a while, he took Bai Qining's small hands into his own to warm them. After their usual playful banter, Bai Qining's hands were warmed by Li Shua's touch, and she cherished the time they could spend traveling and going back and forth together like this. She suddenly said to him, Li Shua, shall we continue filming variety shows together? Li Shua, ? Chapter 331 Li Shua, my wife is angry? Li Shua was still feeling relieved that his ordeal was finally over, but he never expected that Bai Qining would want to see him again to continue filming the variety show as soon as he boarded the plane. Li Shua's first reaction was to stop, but seeing that Bai Qining's hands were really cold, he continued to warm them for her. Holding the delicate, smooth little hand in his own, he refused without hesitation, I'm not going. Today's variety show recording made the audience and hosts happy, but he himself wasn't very happy. Li Shua refused, but Bai Qining wasn't too surprised, since it was indeed difficult for him to accept appearing on a variety show given his personality. But she also cherished the idea of traveling together as a couple, interacting on stage. Slightly awkward yet proactive, she squeezed Li Shua's fingers, her beautiful eyes fixed on him, her domineering demeanor tinged with a hint of coquetry. Bai Qining has fair skin, a beautiful face, and an irresistible aura. Li Shua is the first and last man in the world to make her act so coquettishly. But Li Shua didn't want to fall for Bai Qining's tricks again. He knew that even heroes couldn't resist the charms of a beautiful woman, and he found it hard to refuse when Bai Qining acted coquettishly. Noticing her gaze, he immediately looked away and didn't fall for her tricks. He stared straight ahead, ignoring the girl's coquettish gaze beside him, and said, "Your coquettishness won't work. I'm not going." Bai Qining. The girl's rare attempt to show weakness was met with Li Shua's ruthless rejection, leaving her somewhat embarrassed. She snorted and pulled her small hand away from Li Shua's. "Who's being affectionate with you? Don't flatter yourself." Upon hearing this, Li Shua glanced at the person beside him, and a rare look of sorrow appeared on his beautiful face, which made him look rather cute. It makes you want to pinch those cheeks that look like they're puffing up in anger. But now was clearly not the right time to do such a thing, so he lowered his gaze, looked straight ahead, and remained silent and unmoved. Bai Qining. Not long after the plane began flying high in the sky, Li Shua suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist. "Holy crap, Bai Qining, what are you doing? Ouch, it hurts. Let go." "Again? When will you ever stop?" After just one flight, Li Shua had several bruises on his waist. The two also began to compete with each other. Finally, Li Shua simply moved to an empty seat on the other side of the aisle, instead of sitting with Bai Qining. Let's set aside the dreams of these 3.5 billion men. The flight attendant was utterly shocked when she saw this while promoting her products. "Oh my God, is this guy feeling too much pressure sitting next to such a beautiful woman? So he went to sit on the other side?" Li Shua. "It's not that the pressure is too great, it's that my life is in danger." Bai Qining. "You despicable stinky man, if you're so tough, don't sit with her again today, and never sit with her again in the future." As it turns out, Li Shua also has a lot of backbone. He did not sit back next to Bai Qining until the plane arrived in Luqing. Bai Qining grew angrier the more she thought about it. From the initial playful fight to Li Shua ignoring her for most of the day, she couldn't stand her husband's neglect. As soon as the plane landed, she got up from her seat and stormed off, seething with anger. Li Shua realized that Bai Qining seemed genuinely angry, and when he tried to chase after her, she had already walked far away. Because Bai Qining has so many fans, there must be a lot of fans waiting for her at the airport, so they can only wait for her to leave. Bai Qining didn't intend to give Li Shua a chance to coax her, and left quickly after getting off the plane. Realizing that Li Shua hadn't caught up, they hurried away, so fast that even Hua Wan and her bodyguards almost couldn't keep up. "Hey, Ningning, slow down. Why are you walking so fast? Wait for us." The young couple parted on bad terms. Bai Qining went straight back to the company with the team. Li Shua could only take a taxi back first. On the way, he proactively sent Bai Qining a message. "Are you angry?" Bai Qining saw Li Shua's message immediately, and her chest heaved with anger. She stubbornly refused to reply. Then she couldn't help but keep checking the chat box, waiting for Li Shua to send her another message. Li Shua assumed that Bai Qining was busy or didn't want to talk to him or see him right now. Since Bai Qining didn't reply, he stopped sending messages to bother her. Just then, Day, an editor at Tomato Reading, contacted him, saying that an investor wanted to collaborate with Tomato to develop film and television IPs for female readers in the family romance drama section. Although Li Shua didn't have any books of this type under his belt, he still casually asked about it. After all, this company is very wealthy. As long as you have an excellent IP, they can offer up to 1,000 renminbi per 1,000 words and 15% of the revenue from derivative film and television rights. If the viewership rating can break 1, a single episode of a TV series can bring in at least 2.2 million yuan in revenue. Nowadays, a TV series has at least 70 episodes. If the viewership rating exceeds 1%, the revenue will be at least 150 million. Even if the cost is half, there will still be more than 70 million. The author can get more than 10 million in copyright fees. According to Day, the screenwriter of this TV series will receive 1,000 yuan per 1,000 words plus 15% of the copyright fee. This time, the film and television company is aiming to adapt family and romantic dramas that appeal to women, seeing a promising future in this field. Although the works Li Shua writes are primarily aimed at male audiences, he also knows that, Whether in this world or parallel worlds, the largest audience for film and television dramas is actually female. Especially in this world, where entertainment is so underdeveloped, almost all female audiences are untapped. If we were to import popular TV series from that previous world, their copyright and viewership would likely far surpass those of their original counterparts. The same applies to income. He actually knew some TV dramas about family and marriage. Perhaps due to the special genes of the original owner of his body, the longer Li Shua lived on this planet, the better his memory became, even many times better than that of ordinary people. I can now clearly recall all the plot points from the beginning to the end of the TV series, movies, and even novels I watched in the past, if I think about them carefully. He discovered this anomaly while writing his previous novel, Day and Night. When communicating with Du Jiaoping about the details of recording High 6, I could almost recall everything that happened in the episodes he had watched. Li Shua was initially quite eager to try writing a TV series plot that he didn't remember very well before. Unexpectedly, they stumbled upon a film and television investor who wanted to collaborate with Tomato on developing the romance drama market. Li Shua immediately seized the opportunity and asked Dai, "Are there any gender restrictions for participating authors?" Dai mentioned it casually to Li Shua. After all, a large part of the credit for Tomato's current fame and ability to attract investors is due to the IP master Huo. I never expected Li Shua to ask that question so suddenly. He paused for a moment, then said, "There are no gender restrictions, but you mean you want to participate? This is a romance drama series. How could Li Shua, a man, write it?" Li Shua neither confirmed nor denied. "Yes, I'll sign up for one." Day. Chapter 332 Li Shua. Could it be that second brother Bai is chasing after? Day doesn't believe Li Shua can write a hit romance novel. He was worried that Li Shua would waste time on this and delay the updates he was doing and the progress of his new book, so he kindly reminded Li Shua several times. Li Shua, however, was very determined and repeatedly confirmed that he must participate and give it a try. They had no choice but to agree. "Then you can write it in the next few days when you have time. I'll take a draft to show the investors." Dai's persuasion failed, so he decided to give Li Shua a heavy blow with reality. A top author who specializes in writing for the male-oriented market suddenly says he wants to write about romance and marriage for female-oriented audiences. Dai doesn't think Li Shua can produce any good works. Li Shua didn't care about any of that. He was only interested in the market and the money he could make in the future. Dai's current attitude didn't have much of an impact on him. After hanging up the phone, Li Shua began to search his memory for the romance-themed TV dramas he had watched. Soon, the name of a well-known TV series from his previous life appeared in his mind. This story tells of a gentle and virtuous young woman who is betrayed by her husband, and her subsequent transformation into an independent and strong urban woman who seeks revenge on him. From the start of its broadcast to the end of its first run, this TV series achieved a peak urban viewership rating of 5.2%. It also contributed countless classic scenes, which became popular internet memes that netizens often revisit and use over the next decade. This TV series was so popular that Li Shua watched it every single episode during a rerun when he was in his hometown during summer vacation. Although I only watched it once, I can now recall almost all the plot details if I think about it carefully. With a goal in mind, every cell in Li Shua's body became restless. I got home at 11:30 a.m. and immediately went to my study, turned on my computer, and started typing. "I'll go to Tangyuan Community tonight and bring back the big glutinous rice balls." Every time he went on a business trip, he would send a UNZ back to Tangyuan Community, and Bai Qining would arrange for someone to feed her. Li Shua's thoughts flowed like a spring, and he even briefly forgot that he still had to coax his angry wife, his hands flying across the keyboard. Seeing Shixian turn to leave, Ellie immediately stepped forward, reached out, and put her hand on the man's shoulder, her eyes filled with affection. "Shixian, don't go. I want to have a passionate love affair with you." Hong Shixian turned his head slightly to look at the woman beside him. "Ellie, you're playing with fire. I think you're really not afraid of someone getting killed." Li Si's thoughts flowed like a spring, and she would sit in front of the computer for hours on end. Before 3 p.m., he sent the completed manuscript and book title to the editor Dai's email address. After finishing the article, Li Shua stretched and was about to get up to get something to eat when he suddenly remembered that his wife seemed to be angry and he hadn't made up with her yet. Driven by a belated will to survive, Li Shua picked up his phone and sent another message to Bai Qining. "Are you busy?" After waiting for more than 10 minutes, there was still no response from the other end. "She's probably really busy," Li Shua muttered, then put down his phone, deciding not to disturb Bai Qining and to go make something to eat first. "Then you go ahead with your work. I won't bother you anymore." At the company, Bai Qining was indeed busy, but I've been keeping an eye on my phone. She opened the message from Li Shua immediately, but before she could decide whether to back down from this less-than-ideal situation, another message popped up, and her delicate white hand almost crushed the phone on the spot. She will never pay attention to this bastard who doesn't care about her at all again. Li Shua was unaware that he had angered Bingchuan's wife. "I made myself some instant noodles for lunch and was just wondering whether to bring to Yuanzi back when Brother Bai, who had been in little contact with me lately, suddenly sent me a WeChat message. Brother Bai doesn't visit unless he has a reason, so it seems he's encountered significant obstacles on his journey to win over his wife." Li Shua gleaned a general idea from what Bai Urge had said today. It seems the girl he's pursuing is a college student. The school's anniversary celebration is in a couple of days, and as a sponsor, he can attend. However, the girl has a lot of misunderstandings about him and is very wary of him, making her difficult to approach. Now come and ask him how to get closer to the other person. Li Shua didn't really know how to approach a girl, since he had never had this kind of trouble before. "I only relayed the strategy one had learned from my brother-in-law about how to win over Su Hanyan. Remember, you can be stern with anyone, but when you're with a girl you like, you must be gentle. Don't be too proud to be the CEO. Be a little thick-skinned when necessary. Second brother, you're not bad off. As long as you can put aside your pride and not be stern, you should be able to make some progress with her." Li Shua edited the last paragraph and sent it to Bai Sheng. There was a brief silence on the other end, followed quickly by an okay gesture. "If there's any progress, I'll come to Shaman and treat you to dinner." Li Shua had no desire to eat with his brother-in-law, who had an official-looking face. He simply couldn't eat. "No need. I'm just waiting to attend my second brother-in-law's wedding. It will take a while for that end to finish. I'll try my best to get you some as soon as possible." The second son of the Bai family was very confident about everything else, but he was a little unsure about pursuing Li Shu. It's much harder than doing business. The two ended their chat. Li Shua then remembered that his sister Li Shu's school was also holding its anniversary celebration around this time. Brother Bai is also in Shaman. Could the girl that my second brother is pursuing be? Is she in the same school as Li Shu? A eligible bachelor like Brother Bai pursuing a classmate from their school must have already caused quite a stir. Perhaps even her younger sister, Li Shu, has already heard about this. Especially considering the school anniversary celebration 2 days later, Li Shua felt that Bai Sheng would likely take some significant action. Perhaps he could ask Li Shu a few questions about how Brother Bai pursued his wife. He actually made a girl so afraid of him that she avoided him all the time. Li Shua sent Li Shu a WeChat message, but she didn't reply, so he decided to go out first to pick up the Yuanzi. At this time, Tomato reading editorial department. They had just finished a meeting when he returned and received the manuscript from Li Shua. Although he didn't have high expectations for Li Shua's writing on marriage and relationships, out of professional editorial ethics, he immediately opened the file. Upon seeing the novel's title, I brought my face close to the screen. The Temptation of Going Home? What is the title of this book? Day looked puzzled and continued reading. The expression on the computer screen went from initial confusion to raising an eyebrow, and finally to an exaggerated gaping mouth. Holy crap, this is outrageous. This is so melodramatic. The female lead's best friend is actually the other woman. Dave complained and even showed disgust on his face, but his hand kept moving the mouse. He felt it was too melodramatic, but he couldn't help being curious about what would happen next. When would the female lead find out about her best friend's affair with the male lead? When he finally reached the very last chapter, Day exclaimed in frustration, "Holy crap, that's it?" Chapter 333 Li Shua. Create another pseudonym to secretly make money. At his computer desk, Day finished watching the beginning of The Temptation of Going Home, his face showing a deep sense of lingering interest. Although this novel is melodramatic, It makes you really look forward to what will happen next. Will Pinru stumble upon her husband and Ellie having a secret rendezvous backstage at her own wedding? Li Shua truly grasped the essence of Kaven. I have to admit, the river has already aroused a strong desire to keep watching. He hadn't expected that Li Shua would be so adept at handling this type of subject matter. He hadn't had high hopes for Li Shua in this regard, but after reading the first 10,000 words, he immediately forwarded the manuscript to the editor of the collaborating company. The efficiency over there was even faster than he had imagined. In less than half an hour, the producer of Jieching Times took the initiative to send him a friend request. Day was flattered and, after repeatedly confirming the other party's identity, quickly went through with the request. Jiang Han, the producer of Jieching Times, is a well-known strong woman in the industry. In just a few years, she has grown from a successful investor to a successful executive producer with a very sharp eye for talent. Day never expected that Li Shua's manuscript would attract the attention of the executive producer. After adding each other on WeChat, the other party asked about the author of The Temptation to Go Home. After a brief greeting, inquiring whether the author had previously achieved outstanding results in the female-oriented romance genre. Day is an honest person, and he immediately told the other party that this was the first time the author had written for a female-oriented genre. At the same time, I asked Li Shua, "Teacher Li, your manuscript for the female-oriented channel has a high probability of being approved. Will you continue to use Hua Li's pseudonym for this drama? If you do, given your past achievements, the minimum guarantee might be higher." Li Shua was already on his way to and from Xiangfu community with the Yuanzi when he saw the message from Day and immediately replied, "I want to use a new alias." He has accumulated a large number of male readers on his author account, Hua Lu, and as a man, he feels somewhat embarrassed to write such melodramatic romance stories. Especially given Li Shua's personality, he wouldn't want Bai Qining or her close friends to know that he wrote such a melodramatic female-oriented novel. So he decided to make money in the women's market, but he couldn't reveal his true identity. He would make his fortune secretly. Just then, producer Jiang Han asked the author about male-oriented novels, and Day immediately spoke up. "Yes, but it's not convenient to disclose." In the producer's office of Jieching Times in Kyoto, a woman dressed in a black OL business suit, with fair skin and exquisite makeup, raised her eyebrows slightly when she saw the other party's reply in the computer chat box. "I cannot disclose details about works targeted at male audiences. His grades might not be very good, so whether he reveals it or not won't have much impact on his current work. If someone achieves truly outstanding results in the male-oriented genre, it's rare for a top-tier author to keep their online persona hidden. Especially from the plot of her book, The Temptation to Go Home, it can be seen that she may not be suitable for male-oriented novels, but can write such wonderful works in female-oriented novels." The woman picked up her coffee cup, took a sip, and typed on the keyboard with her slender fingers. The other party replied with a smile, "Received. This manuscript is very good, and the rating is at least sad. However, considering that the other party has no past performance record, I can only give him a minimum of 900 per thousand words, with the commission remaining at 15%. Since the opponent was a novice, Jiang Han couldn't judge their later skill level based on just one start. Given that they had no past achievements, giving them 900 was already a very high reward. Although they didn't reach the 1,000 limit, authors who could get 900 per thousand words from her were basically well-known and had a track record in the industry. As for the 15% copyright share, that's something that happens after the author has completed a work of high overall quality and selected it for filming. There are too many new writers who fail to deliver on their promises. A large number of them do not fail to deliver, but the quality of the subsequent plot often drops drastically, and their works are often cut by the platform after only 100,000 to 200,000 words. Therefore, very few new authors of high-quality books can actually receive this 15% commission. Most of them are top-tier authors who consistently deliver high-quality work over the years, and only they can make it to the final round. Jiang Han really liked the theme of The Temptation to Go Home, but she wasn't sure if the other party could guarantee the quality and continue writing to create a high-quality work. Day is already a veteran editor. Given that Li Shua hasn't revealed his male-oriented online persona, Jiang Han's offer was indeed quite generous, so she immediately relayed it to Li Shua. Li Shua wasn't actually aiming for the mere few hundred yuan guaranteed per 1,000 words. He was more looking forward to the 15% royalty share later on. After communicating with Day, he immediately agreed. As soon as I got home, the guaranteed contract from the other side of the river was sent over. After releasing the UNZ from the space box, Li Shua turned on his computer, filled out the contract, and gave himself a new online alias. The pseudonym that 99% of longtime readers won't recognize, Haiding. It's a very feminine name, and the topics written under this pseudonym are also in the female-oriented style. I'm sure no one can find out who this pseudonym is. Li Shua didn't think he had too many aliases. It's perfectly normal for a writer to have dozens or even hundreds of aliases. Take Zhou Shuren from his original world as an example. In that era, he used 124 different identities. His multiple aliases are nothing special. They spent the whole day keeping an eye on Li Shua's updates. After Li Shua sent the contract, Day saw Li Shua's new pen name and was left speechless. This is the first time I've seen a male author write for female readers, and even his pseudonym is so feminine. Li Shua, when writing for female-oriented content, you should definitely use a pen name that sounds more feminine. Moreover, not only does the name, Haitang, sound beautiful, it also symbolizes wealth and prosperity, making it an auspicious pen name. Li Shua did not change the name as Day suggested, and continued to use the name, Haitang, to sign a contract with Tomato Reading. The signing was completed after 5 p.m. Li Shua checked his phone. Bai Qining hadn't replied to his message yet. He still didn't disturb them, ate something to fill his stomach, and then sat down at his computer desk to start typing. I sat there for several hours, and even after 11 p.m., my thoughts were still flowing like a spring, and I couldn't stop. In Tangyuan residential area, Bai Qining has returned home. She sat in the living room for a while, holding her phone, before realizing that the UNZ hadn't come to see her yet, even though she'd been back for so long. After getting up and searching through several rooms without finding the UNZ, Bai Qining turned on the surveillance video that she usually kept in the living room to watch the UNZ's movements. After watching the video, her pretty face tensed up, and she immediately found Li Shua's WeChat. "Bring my cat back to me." Her chest heaved uncontrollably. His wife had been angry all day and hadn't done anything, but she remembered the big dumpling. So he quickly came back and took it away, leaving his wife standing aside. In the past, if Li Shua had ignored her like this, she would have been very angry and wanted to beat him up immediately. At this moment, however, she resembles a cat that has been severely neglected, remaining aloof as usual, yet unable to hide her grievances and disappointment. Chapter 334. Li Shu, the man who's eyeing my kidneys, is actually. Meanwhile, Li Shua received Bai Qining's message, and his brows furrowed. Didn't the two of them already have a tacit understanding that when he was away on business, he would put the cat back in Tangyuan community to take care of it? And when he came back, he would put it with him? Last time Bai Qining kicked him out of the car, she also kicked the UNZ out. Why is she suddenly making such a request today? And it's already late at night. After all, the glutinous rice balls weren't his own. Although Li Shua had some objections, he calmly replied to the other party. "It's already very late, and it's not easy to get a taxi. How about I bring them back to you tomorrow?" The reply came almost instantly. "Send it back right away." Li Shua, did this girl eat gunpowder today? Li Shua felt that Bai Qining was being a bit unreasonable today, ever since he refused to let her go to record the variety show. Although he wasn't entirely comfortable with it, the cat wasn't his after all. He glanced at his phone, then at the UNZ who had just jumped into his arms. After hesitating for a moment, he finally put his phone in his pocket and picked up the UNZ. "Big dumpling. Is it time to go to bed?" Under the UNZ's expectant gaze, she watched as Li Shua stuffed it into his space bag and then carried it out the door. Big dumplings. It's really hard to get a taxi at this time. The traffic in Li Shua's old town is complicated, and with so many people, ride-hailing services don't like to linger here at night. He waited at the entrance of the residential area for more than 10 minutes before finally being able to hail a ride-hailing car to return the cat to Tangyuan residential area. If the UNZ weren't his, he wouldn't have any reason to leave the cat at home, and of course he wouldn't actually listen to Bai Qining and go back to return the cat late at night. It's almost midnight. Li Shuo returned to Tangyuan community. The living room lights were all on, but Li Shuo didn't see Bai Qining. He placed the large glutinous rice ball in the living room, saw the light on the balcony, and then walked over. At this moment, Bai Qining was already asleep on the sofa. It's already mid-November, and the nighttime temperature is quite cool. Li Shuo walked to the sofa, intending to call Bai Qining to get up and go to her room to sleep. Although he minded Bai Qining's unreasonable behavior, he couldn't just watch her catch a cold here. He approached the girl and saw that she was sleeping soundly. He squatted down beside her and pondered for a while before quietly getting up, going to his room, taking a used blanket, and gently covering Bai Qining with it. Li Shuo had moved very gently, but he still accidentally woke the person on the sofa. The person opened their long eyelashes, glanced at Li Shuo with their face turned to the side, then turned their face away again. They didn't speak to him, but pulled the blanket around themselves a little tighter, and their tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly. Seeing that she had been woken up, Li Shuo stood up and said to her, "It's cold outside. Go to your room and sleep." Bai Qining remained silent and did not respond. After all, being neglected all day, simply covering her with a blanket wouldn't immediately make her feel better. "Still don't want to talk to me?" Li Shuo turned his head to look at her. Bai Qining closed her eyes and remained silent. Even now, she really wants to rush into Li Shuo's arms and let him hug her. But she still couldn't get over Li Shuo's neglect of her. She is clearly his wife. Li Shuo was angry but didn't try to coax her. Instead, he ignored her for a whole day. Before meeting Li Shuo, Bai Qining never felt the urge to verify whether someone cared about her. But after meeting Li Shuo, she became anxious and insecure. She was both aggrieved and stubborn, like a child who wanted candy but was too ashamed to ask. Although the two had been married for more than half a year, they did not spend much time together. In this relationship, Li Shuo didn't fall head over heels like Bai Qining. After all, he focused a lot of his energy on resolving the gap between them. He assumed that Bai Qining was still throwing a tantrum because she didn't want him to go on the variety show. Li Shuo was unwilling to compromise like that. He had already accompanied her there once, and the experience was indeed not very good. Li Shuo did not want to compromise himself by constantly catering to Bai Qining and unconditionally indulging her. He didn't care whether the woman throwing a tantrum at him now was Bai Muge, the dream girl of 3.5 billion men and a beautiful superstar. After lingering on the balcony for a while, Bai Qining still ignored him, so Li Shuo left, saying, "If you don't want to talk to me, I'll go back first." Only after the bedroom door was closed did Bai Qining get up and glance into the living room. Before her eyes reddened, she lay back down on the sofa, lifted the blanket with both hands, and covered her face with overwhelming emotions. Living room. Just as the Yuanzi was about to chase after Li Shuo, she stopped, holding one foot, and it took her a while to react. Then, she turned around in horror to look at the female owner on the balcony. The clueless de Yuanzi stared wide-eyed, completely bewildered by what had happened, feeling lost, helpless, and pitiful. For the next 2 days, the couple gave each other the silent treatment. Bai Sheng, the second son of the Bai family, who had already seriously adopted his brother-in-law's advice on pursuing his wife, has put the task of pursuing her back on the agenda. Today is the anniversary celebration of Sun Yat-sen University. Bai Sheng, the CEO of Wanxing Group and the school's biggest sponsor, was also invited to the school's anniversary celebration today. As the curtain of stars fell low, the entire venue of Sun Yat-sen University's anniversary celebration was brightly lit and breathtakingly beautiful. The night was cool and still, but the teachers, students, and guests on campus were full of enthusiasm and high spirits. At 6:30 p.m., the cultural performance celebrating the 110th anniversary of Sun Yat-sen University was held as scheduled at the West Campus Track and Field Stadium, and the whole scene was extremely lively. Bai Sheng sat in the most prominent position in the guest area. The choral performance on stage was wonderful, but he only paid attention to the program on the table. After this chorus ends, it will soon be the black girl's turn to perform. Beneath her cool exterior, her heart is filled with anticipation and nervousness. Even when he was negotiating projects worth hundreds of millions with major clients in the past, Bai Ershao had never experienced this feeling before. After a long few minutes, It was finally time for Bai Sheng's most anticipated moment. Li Shu, the current campus belle of Sun Yat-sen University, to recite a poem on stage. As soon as the host finished reading the script, the students below cheered, especially the male students, who reacted particularly enthusiastically. Bai Sheng's eyebrows gradually furrowed into a chan shape. He knew that this dark-skinned girl would be very popular now that she was fair-skinned and tender, but he did not expect her to be so popular. A strange sense of crisis made him feel very uncomfortable. Soon, the stage lights changed. Amidst the expectant gazes of the audience, Li Shu, dressed in a white dress, stepped onto the stage. Today she wore light makeup, with arched eyebrows, a slightly upturned small nose, and a face as white as jade, as radiant as the morning sun. Her attire was not extravagant. Her snow-white dress emitted a faint glow under the stage lights, making her appear even more exquisitely beautiful. Li Shu wore a faint smile, looking as if an angel had descended to earth at that moment. With such looks, she's probably second only to Bai Muge. This is what almost all the male students in the school are thinking. Bai Sheng, however, felt that this dark-skinned girl was almost as beautiful as his sister, and his eyes were filled with amazement. Bai Sheng was seated in the center of the guest section, making him stand out from the crowd at a glance. As soon as Li Shu stepped onto the stage, her gaze swept across the crowd, and she immediately noticed the figure that had left a psychological scar on her, and she was slightly taken aback. How come he's at school? Their eyes met at that moment, and Bai Sheng remembered Li Shua's instructions, so he immediately forced a smile that he wasn't very good at. To Li Shu, this eerie laugh sent chills down her spine. Her gaze quickly swept down to the nameplate in front of the other person. When she saw the words, President of Wanxing Group, her pretty face widened, and beneath her efforts to remain calm, her heart trembled with shock. The man who was eyeing her kidneys was actually the biggest sponsor of the school's anniversary celebration. Chapter 335, Chasing His Wife All the Way to the Lake. Li Shu stood on the stage for a long time before she came to her senses, only snapping out of it when the host reminded her. Fortunately, she started to engage with society at a very young age, so her psychological resilience is stronger than that of girls her age. After the host reminded him, he quickly composed himself, stood on the stage, and began today's cultural performance, a poetry recitation. This revolutionary poem, which her brother Li Shua helped her revise, contains words that can ignite the passion in every Chinese person. 30 years have passed, and the great river has flowed eastward for 30 years. A prosperous China tells you a surprise from Earth. A prosperous China tells you an Eastern miracle. I want to walk with you through the rainbow, where the Qinghai-Tibet Railway is crossing the roof of the world. That's the breadth of the west to east gas pipeline reaching towards the sky. That's the azure blue of the Hangzhou Bay Bridge connecting to the Pacific Ocean. On stage, the girl delivered a moving and eloquent speech, her voice clear and resonant, her posture graceful. Her introductory gestures conveyed the original poem and work to the audience with emotion, and she exuded an invisible confidence and charm. The audience's eyes were fixed on the girl, and their emotions gradually became excited. Bai Sheng looked at the girl on the stage, listening attentively, his admiration undisguised. Time passed as the girl recited her poem with great emotion, and most of the emotional audience members were drawn into the story, their eyes welling up with tears. We were born under the red flag and grew up in the spring breeze. Everywhere we look is China, and the 5 stars shining are our faith. When the people have faith, the country has strength, and the nation has hope. We are fortunate to live in this prosperous era, and we should live up to its expectations. May our youth safeguard this prosperous China. After a brief silence, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause when the recitation ended. After bowing to thank all the audience members, Li Shu quickly left the stage. Bai Sheng had been preoccupied with pursuing his wife. As soon as Li Shu left, Bai Sheng immediately left the guest area and discreetly made his way to the backstage of the performance. Li Shu had originally planned to stay and watch the performance after her own performance, but when she saw the CEO of Wanxing Group in the audience, she felt inexplicably uneasy. After staying backstage for a short while, I told my classmates to hurry up and leave. When Bai Sheng came backstage, he happened to see Li Shu running away. When Li Shu saw Bai Sheng, he was like a mouse seeing a cat, and he ran away as fast as he could. Seeing Li Shu quicken her pace, Bai Sheng was unwilling to give up this opportunity to get closer to her, so he immediately followed. This black girl hasn't even removed him from her blacklist yet. At this time, most of the students and teachers at the school were watching the performance. There weren't many people around. Even though it was night, Bai Sheng could clearly pinpoint Li Shu's location and quickly followed. Li Shu walked briskly with her head down until she reached a small lake in a park near the school. Just as she was about to enter the grove, she stopped under a bright street lamp and suddenly turned around. Bai Sheng had already caught up with Li Shu and was only 2 or 3 meters away from her when Li Shu suddenly stopped and turned around. He was caught off guard and almost bumped into her in a few steps. Fortunately, Bai Sheng reacted quickly and stopped just 1 step away from Li Shu. The tall figure approached, and the aura of a long-time superior filled Li Shu with fear, especially since this man was very fierce and inexplicably had someone give her money. Li Shu subconsciously took a few steps back to keep the distance between them safe before mustering her courage to look at Bai Sheng and ask, Why are you chasing me? Then why did you run? Bai Sheng asked noncommittally. Li Shu, if he doesn't chase after her, will she run away? Li Shu didn't want to argue with the other party. After all, facing such a strong and powerful man, it would be easy to suffer losses if she blindly argued without understanding his purpose. She paused for a moment before continuing to ask Bai Sheng, Mr. Bai, is there something you need from me? Bai Sheng was always confident, but as the two got closer and the girl looked directly at him and asked him why he had followed her, he felt unusually embarrassed before answering, and avoided her gaze. It's just. Bai Sheng turned his head to look at the shimmering lake, his face rarely showing any youthful innocence. He seemed to realize that it was strange to talk to her while looking elsewhere, so he looked back at her and said in a stiff but sincere tone, I want to pursue you and marry you as my wife. The man spoke sincerely, his gaze unwavering. This sudden and straightforward confession left Li Shu completely stunned, her clear eyes filled with shock and disbelief. What's going on? This Mr. Bai wasn't after her kidneys after all. Instead, he wanted to marry her and take her home as his wife. Is the CEO of Wanxing Group so casual about finding a wife? She didn't know him well. They were just parties involved in 2 minor traffic accidents. He even pressured her to pay off her debts. Li Shu still found it unbelievable and doubted Bai Sheng's true purpose. After a brief moment of astonishment, she immediately retreated warily. I'm not suitable to be your wife. You should find someone else. Li Shu refused as gently as possible, afraid that this man would glare at her if she didn't like him at first glance. Or do something even more extreme. For example, getting angry and throwing her into the river. She can't swim. Bai Sheng was heartbroken by Li Shu's unequivocal rejection. He almost forced a stern expression, but remembering his brother-in-law's words, he managed to restrain himself and forced a stiff smile as he approached the girl. Little did he know that the eerie smile on his face only made Li Shu, who was already feeling uneasy, even more frightened. Miss Li Shu, I really sigh. Bai Sheng had just approached Li Shu and was only halfway through his sentence when the seemingly harmless and innocent-looking girl in front of him suddenly reached out her hand. Bai Sheng was completely unprepared for Li Shu's attack. The other party suddenly pushed him hard, and even after struggling to maintain his balance, he was thrown into the lake, splashing a huge spray of water. Bai Sheng. Li Shu was genuinely frightened by Bai Sheng. She only realized what had happened after pushing him into the lake and quickly lay down on the lakeside. Boss Bai, I didn't mean to. Are you alright? Bai Sheng. He fell into the water. How could he be alright? It's November now, and the water is icy cold. Young Master Bai was startled by the cold water and quickly swam towards the shore before his leg cramped up. Although there weren't many people at the school, the commotion of someone falling into the water still attracted several students nearby. The enthusiastic students helped Li Shu pull Bai Sheng out of the water. After the students confirmed that the man who had fallen into the water was actually Mr. Bai, the school's biggest sponsor, they quickly ran to inform the school leaders. Overnight, news of Bai Sheng Group's president falling into the school lake spread rapidly. The school leaders were terrified and apologized to President Bai overnight, personally leading people to install a fence around the lake. Chapter 336 by Cheating. What kind of female author wrote this melodramatic and addictive stuff? The next morning, in the girls' dormitory, Aya, the CEO of Wanxing Group, fell into our school lake last night and almost drowned. That was terrifying. Wasn't there a cultural performance last night? Why did he go to the lakeside? Luckily he's all right, otherwise I, the president's wife, would have no hope. Stop dreaming. By the way, Shushu, I saw in the photos that you were there. Do you know how President Bai fell in? It's a pity I wasn't there at the time, otherwise I could have played the hero and had a romantic encounter with President Bai. Li Shu. Shushu, say something. Why aren't you saying anything? Did a beautiful woman save the hero yesterday? Li Shu. She did help save people, but she was also the one who pushed Bai Xing down. I participated a little, she replied hesitantly. Wow, Shushu really has a chance now. Will she become Mrs. Bai in a while? Li Shu. Absolutely impossible. Although she regretted that fate had pushed Bai Sheng into the water, she couldn't believe that Bai Sheng would really like her. There's no such thing as a free lunch, especially not a free lunch like Bai Sheng's. Having been exposed to society at a young age, Li Shu is well aware of the treacherous nature of people and does not easily trust them. Otherwise, with her current looks, she would have been swindled by countless rich second-generation scumbags at school. Not only Li Shu, but her roommates in the group also shared similar thoughts. Mrs. Bai? Jimin, are you acting out an idol drama here? What kind of woman can't Mr. Bai get? He's so aloof. How could he possibly be interested in the girls from our school? Even a campus beauty like Shushu is probably surrounded by a ton of girls, and they're all from similar social classes. Beautiful encounters only happen in novels and TV dramas. Indeed, I never saw that CEO Bai smile. He seemed cold and unmoved no matter what kind of girl appeared in front of him. Why would he do that? A boss like that has no shortage of women he'd fall for. If he really does fall for Shushu, it's just lust at first sight, and he'll only want to have some fun. When it comes to marriage, he'll definitely choose a woman who's a good match for him. The roommates were discussing amongst themselves, but Li Shu didn't say anything, though she nodded vigorously. That's right. Regardless of whether this Mr. Bai genuinely wants to date her, she is definitely not the one he will marry. We must not give the other party an opportunity to deceive her. Li Shu had originally planned to remove Bai Sheng from the blacklist today. Thinking about it now, I think I'll pass. As long as she doesn't have any contact with Boss Bai, she will definitely not have the chance to be deceived. After all, she is always cautious, and she never answers unfamiliar numbers that seem suspicious. The purpose is to prevent oneself from being scammed by telecommunications fraud. Li Shu has always done a very good job in preventing fraud. Inside the villa, Bai Sheng, who was sitting in the living room drinking his medicine, exclaimed, "Achoo! Achoo! The lake water was so cold yesterday that my body couldn't handle it, and now I have a bad cold." After sneezing several times, Bai Sheng drank the medicine and lay down on the sofa to take a nap. Before going to bed, I picked up my phone and glanced at it, looking somewhat disappointed. They pushed me into the lake, and they didn't even add me back as a friend and apologize. Bai Sheng's pursuit of his wife faces enormous obstacles. The situation for Li Shua and Bai Qining is also not ideal. Bai Qining had a conflict with Li Shua and couldn't vent her anger, so she could only channel her grief into work motivation. She spent every day either at the company or filming, working from sunrise to sunset. Li Shua often thought about sending Bai Qining a message, but then he remembered that she didn't want to talk to him and didn't bother her, spending her days at home writing. In just over half a month, his new pseudonym, The Temptation to Go Home, has already been serialized for 160,000 words and has quickly accumulated a large number of loyal fans, becoming incredibly popular. Even Bai Qining, while trying to distract herself from looking for a job, noticed this wildly popular female-oriented novel. Afternoon. Bai Qining had just finished filming an advertisement when she received a link and message from Hua Wan. "Ningning, haven't you been looking for scripts lately? It just so happens that Tomato is working with Jiqing Times to create a hit IP. There's a female-oriented novel that's really captivating right now. Go check it out. The producer from Jiqing Times has contacted me and hopes you can act in the series." Ever since Bai Qining read Li Shua's novel, she has no desire to adapt scripts written by other authors, as their quality simply cannot compare to Li Shua's. Now that their relationship has reached a freezing point, she naturally wouldn't ask Li Shua to write a script for her. I also want to find a TV series to fill my days even more, and try not to think about Li Shua. On the shuttle bus to and from the company, Bai Qining felt empty inside, so she clicked on the link sent by Hua Wan, intending to read this novel to distract herself. Upon seeing the melodramatic opening of the novel about her best friend cheating on her with her husband, Bai Qining showed a look of disgust on her face, but she couldn't help but continue reading to see when her best friend would be offline. Unexpectedly, the more I watched, the more melodramatic and infuriating it became, and the more I got hooked. I desperately wanted this best friend to disappear from the show. With this obsession, Bai Qining opened this melodramatic novel and couldn't put it down. Even after returning to the company, she would take time to watch some episodes in the office and unknowingly become engrossed in them. This novel is really addictive. She read novels until she got home that night, and every time the female lead's best friend and her husband appeared, Bai Qining felt an urge to bite her. How infuriating! How could this author write something so infuriating? Late at night, in her bedroom, Bai Qining was still snuggled in bed, not asleep yet. She muttered to herself as she clicked on the author's homepage. She had thought it was written by an experienced author, but it turned out to be a new author. Haidang. This name sounds like it belongs to a girl. Bai Qining is very curious now. Is this book based on the author's personal experience? What normal person could write something so melodramatic and captivating? While she was puzzled, she decided to take on a role in the drama. However, she was still unsure who she would play, as she had only read a few tens of thousands of words of the novel and needed to finish it first. Bai Qining said she was addicted to melodramatic stories, and Li Shua was also addicted to writing. I'm still typing away at this hour, deciding to start updating The Temptation of Going Home, with 20,000 words every day. These readers are keeping up too fast, especially female readers. Their urging for updates is even more intense than that of male readers. The couple continued their Cold War, neither willing to back down first. This continued for almost a month. Meanwhile, Du Jiaping and his wife, far away in Changsha, also had a difficult month. After Du Jiaping cursed his boss in the office, he resigned less than a month later, but Song Ji maliciously made things difficult for him, forcing him to leave half a month early. He has been looking for a job for half a month. In this industry, information and connections are readily available. After Du Jiaping resigned, Song Ji didn't go around saying that he had problems with his work ability and attitude, which led to Du Jiaping failing several interviews and being rejected by various TV stations for various reasons. Today, Du Jiaping failed to find a job again. I stayed downstairs for a long time after returning home before finally going back inside, feeling utterly lost. Huh? Why are you only getting back now? Wasn't the interview supposed to end this afternoon? As soon as she got home, Qi Miao went to the entrance hall to get her husband's slippers and asked him something. Li Jiaping felt ashamed to face his wife. He took the slippers from her, bent down to change his shoes, and said, I was rejected again today. The HR person is an acquaintance of Song Ji. After searching for a job for half a month, Du Jiaping's sharp edge had almost been worn away. He even began to regret that he should have been like Che Jin, flattering and currying favor with his superiors, so that he wouldn't have lost his job and his family wouldn't be facing their current financial difficulties. Just then, Qi Miao seemed to sense her husband's emotions and said softly, If we had known that the HR person was in cahoots with that dog Song Ji, we wouldn't have gone to the interview today. You can't expect anything good from someone who's on good terms with Song Ji. It's good that you're back at this time. I just finished cooking. Go wash your hands and get me some soup so we can have dinner together. The woman smiled and gave instructions to her husband, but Du Jiaping's eyes reddened again. He replied with a smile, Okay, I'll do it right away. Qi Miao grabbed her husband's arm. Hurry up, it's Saturday today. The episode of High Six Club that you're most satisfied with is going to air. Let's eat quickly so we can watch it together. I also want to see what that interesting author you mentioned has actually done. Okay, I'll watch it with you. Chapter 337, This is the Real Variety Show. This episode of High Six is the last program that Du Jiaping edited before leaving the TV station. After all, the filming process was very interesting, and he didn't want such a good program to be ruined by Che Jin's interference. Jin focused all his attention on how to manage his relationship with his superiors, leaving the production of the program almost entirely to his subordinates. Based on his experience, what Director Song needs is not subordinates who can do things well, but subordinates who can get along with people. It doesn't matter if Du Jiaoping is squeezed out. His team is still in the production crew until the High Six group has gotten used to the recording process. Jin also doesn't think that Du Jiaoping's revamped version of High Six will be well received by the audience. Anyway, he didn't participate in the filming or editing, so even if he gets criticized, Du Jiaoping will have to bear the consequences himself. Therefore, Jin was afraid of being associated with him in any way during this episode of High Six, so he did not express any opinions on the editing or broadcast of the show. Jin's confidence ensured the smooth broadcast of this episode of High Six. Night. Every Saturday, I watch High Six to pass the time. After dinner, I turn on the TV, computer, or my phone to watch today's High Six. Actually, it's not that they particularly love watching this show. It's just a habit and part of their biological clock that they watch it every Saturday without fail. Especially among the variety shows on various TV stations, High Six is considered one of the better ones. At least you can often see your favorite celebrities promoting their movies and TV dramas. 8 p.m. Du Jiaoping and his family of four had finished their meal. Today, the young couple visited their elderly parents at the hospital as usual, squeezing out some time for the four of them as a family, sitting on the sofa to watch today's High Six. Du Jiaoping sat on the sofa and asked his two sons to peel grapes for their mother, even though the youngest son was not yet 2 years old. The little girl was already quite skilled at peeling skin, having been asked to do these things by her father quite often. With a caring husband and filial sons, Qi Miao finally relaxed. She lay on the sofa, her head resting on her husband's lap, while her two sons peeled a whole bowl of grapes for her. She then watched the show with her husband. At that moment, they all tacitly and briefly abandoned the trivialities and financial difficulties of their lives. Soon, the program began to play. The moment the tense background music and mysterious stage visuals appeared, they instantly drew the attention of the family watching on television. Qi Miao lay there for a while, her eyes filled with experience. When she saw Li Shuo, the author of Fire Music, appear on stage, she immediately sat up from the sofa. Wow, this author is so good-looking. She had heard Du Jiaoping say that Hua Lu was very good-looking, but she never expected that Hua Lu would be this good-looking. Today's stage appearance was also very stunning, with great effect and a very pleasing sight. Qi Miao used to lie on Du Jiaoping's lap to watch TV, but today, for the first time, she sat cross-legged on the sofa, showing great interest in the upcoming program. This episode of High Six feels quite different from previous ones. At the same time, viewers who were watching the show on time asked, after watching the opening stage, a huge wave of comments immediately appeared on the screen. Wow, this opening was amazing. And the author of Fire Music is actually a handsome guy? Is he sure he didn't choose the wrong profession with looks like that? Even the rising male god Dongfang, he looks like a background character next to him. How could someone with such looks be writing novels? He should debut on the spot. Wow, I'm a big fan of Hua Lishu. I came here specifically to watch his show. I thought he was an older man, but I never expected him to be such a young and handsome guy. This kind of man should be the one that the women of Huiqing date first. Husband, husband, husband. The number of comments on the screen increased noticeably as soon as the show started. The new program content and hilarious dialogue that followed kept viewers on the edge of their seats, laughing uncontrollably. In particular, when Li Shuo introduced himself, the two novel terms social anxiety and social cow immediately caused a flood of comments in the live stream. I guess I'd fall into the social anxiety category. I'm okay with people I know well, and I'm okay with strangers, but I'm especially afraid of people I barely know. If I bumped into them on the street, I'd even wish I were blind, crying. I always go out to throw out the trash at 11 p.m. During the day, all the neighbors on the street are sitting at their doors, and when I actually go to throw it out, I feel like I'm being tortured. I didn't know what was wrong with me before, but now I realize that Hua Li's description of social anxiety is so apt. Sometimes I have no choice but to attend gatherings, and when I'm facing strangers, I don't know how to talk to them, crying. Oh no, how do you get to know people if you don't talk to them? Don't you have to take the initiative to talk to them to get to know them? Looking at the two people upstairs, this is the true state of social anxiety and social awkwardness, right? Socially anxious. I don't talk much to people I don't know. Social awkward. How can we get to know each other if we don't talk? The summary is spot on. Hua Lu, as expected of a novelist, actually came up with truly fresh and fitting words. The show continues despite a constant stream of questions and comments from viewers in the live chat. The tense and fun game segments and high-energy scenes that followed also really tickled the audience's funny bone. Li Shua even took over the director's job in the High Six group. Zhong Yuliang, the mouthpiece for the dialogue, says the other side sent an undercover agent, and Li Shua wins MVP, a successful comeback. A socially awkward but hilarious comedian, despite his best efforts in the game, still managed to get splashed with water due to his slow reaction time. Tom D pounded the ground, exclaiming that even a socially awkward person like him couldn't make as much of a show as someone with social anxiety. One laugh after another, and fun games followed, as this episode of High Six ended with laughter from viewers in front of their TV screens. Although both episodes were over 80 minutes long, viewers were still wanting more, and the response was enthusiastic. Even as the show neared its end, they were unwilling to leave, frantically urging for more in the live chat, filling the entire screen. Wow, this episode of High Six was so fun and exciting. I can't get enough. Can the production team add more episodes? I want to watch it again tomorrow. Oh my god, I never thought I'd laugh so hard my stomach hurt watching a show. I love Hua Lu, this kind of goofy but handsome guy. Bonus chapter add 11111. I haven't had enough. I want to watch more. I used to think I was just not naturally inclined to smile, but it turns out I hadn't seen today's episode of High Six. From the beginning to the end of the show, my lips were constantly curved in a smile. Please keep up the good work next time. Make it as amazing as today's episode. That's what real variety shows are all about. While many netizens were urging for more episodes in the comments section, some couldn't resist starting to watch it a second time. For the natives of this planet, such a fresh and interesting variety show is like opening Pandora's box, making them want to watch it again and again to enjoy the show, constantly releasing dopamine, and they absolutely love this feeling of happiness. At the same time, on Weibo, several topics related to High Six Club quickly climbed to the top of Weibo's trending topics list, even late at night. Hashtag the author Hua Lu is incredibly good-looking hashtag. Hashtag starting today, socially anxious and socially awkward, now have names hashtag. Hashtag High Six program cruise activities were all taken away hashtag. Hashtag the silly but handsome Hua Lu gets soaked. It's heartbreaking, hilarious, and cool all at the same time hashtag. Hashtag this is the real variety show hashtag. Netizens, still wanting more, continued to share and discuss topics about the new episode of High Six online. As the news spread among netizens, bloggers on various video websites rushed to watch and edit High Six's most exciting videos overnight. While riding the wave of popularity, they also attracted a large number of viewers to the new episode of High Six. Many netizens who don't usually watch variety shows only browsed Weibo and videos before going to bed. Driven by curiosity, they opened High Six with a try-it-out mentality. Once inside, they couldn't get out. Chapter 338, A Narrow Escape. Li Shua's outrageous influence. One night passed. It was not yet 8 o'clock in the morning. The latest episode of Hunan TV's High Six achieved a viewership rating that surpassed 1.5 overnight, and it's still climbing at an alarming rate. The staff at Hunan TV responsible for the back-end system had just arrived at their posts when they were shocked by the ridiculously high viewership ratings, and even suspected that the company's back-end system had been hacked. After all, High Six peak 24-hour viewership rating has never exceeded 0.3% in recent years. Yesterday, it only took 12 hours to reach 1.5%, which is simply outrageous. Only after staff repeatedly checked and confirmed that the company's backend had not been attacked, and then checked the astonishing interaction and retention rates and the still rising data, did they immediately convey this news to their superiors. Before 9 o'clock in the morning, the entire TV station was in an uproar. The uproar wasn't limited to Hunan TV. It also included the personnel in Changsha and several other cities who rejected the former director of High Six, Du Jiaping. After seeing the amazing results of this episode of High 6 and confirming that the director was Du Jiaping, everyone in the organization was absolutely furious. I immediately went to find Li Jiaping's resume and materials and tried to contact him as soon as possible to invite this big shot to their TV station to boost ratings. By the time these companies realized what was happening and were ready to make their move, the director of Luqing TV station had already obtained Du Jiaping's contact information from Bai Qining through their acquaintance and had taken the initiative to contact Du Jiaping. Star City. Du Jiaping and his wife have already started their busy day. Du Jiaping has just dropped their daughter off at kindergarten, and Qi Miao has already prepared breakfast. Now that Du Jiaping is unemployed, she no longer needs to take her second child to the hospital to deliver breakfast to the two elderly people. After all, the child is only a little over 2 years old and has a relatively weak immune system, so going to the hospital frequently can easily cause a cold. Today's soup is quite diuretic. Mom seems to be a bit feverish lately. Take it over and tell her to drink more. In the restaurant, Du Jiaping quickly ate his breakfast, took a tissue from his wife to wipe his mouth, wiped the soup off the table, picked up the bowl, and before going to the kitchen, told his wife, "Wash it, I'll rinse the bowl and then go." "I'll keep it to wash. I'm going to wash it anyway," Qi Miao frowned. "It's just something I do on the spur of the moment. If you're busy taking care of the baby at home later, just leave it in the sink, and I'll wash it for you when I get back." Du Jiaping had only spoken halfway when his cell phone suddenly rang in his pocket. For the past 2 weeks, he has been both looking forward to and fearing the ringing of his phone. He hoped that his resume would be satisfactory and that a company would contact him for an interview, but he was also afraid that his phone would ring and it would be a call from a company rejecting him. At first, I answered the phone instantly, but now I have developed a bit of phone phobia. His phone rang for a while before he washed the bowl, wiped his hands, and reached into his pocket to take out his phone. Knowing her husband's current situation, Qi Miao saw that Du Jiaping was about to answer the phone, so she immediately turned around and went to the restaurant to take care of her youngest son and feed him. When Du Jiaping pressed the answer button, he subconsciously glanced in the direction of the kitchen door. Seeing that Qi Miao had already left, he relaxed a little and walked to the window to answer the phone. This is a call from Shaman. After experiencing repeated setbacks in his job search, he has indeed shifted his job search focus to Shaman. They didn't dare to invest in TV stations. They only invested in relatively ordinary media companies. When I see the phone call from Shaman, I think it's from a media company. However, there's a high probability that they will all refuse. After all, he's a TV variety show director, and if he were to actively seek cooperation with a small company, most people would inquire about it first. His reputation has now been ruined by Song Ji. If he can't find a suitable job, Du Jiaping has started to consider whether he should go work as a construction worker. The family's finances cannot be disrupted. We cannot afford to delay any longer. Du Jiaping nervously answered the phone, and a warm voice immediately came from the other end. "Hello, is this Mr. Du Jiaping?" The other person's enthusiastic voice startled Du Jiaping for a moment before he replied, "Ah, that's me. May I ask who you are?" he asked cautiously. "I've invested in several small companies, but I can't tell which one it is right now." The latter said enthusiastically, "I am the director of Luqing TV station. Mr. Du, your phone number was recommended to me by Muge. I heard that you recently left your previous job. I wonder if you would be interested in coming to our TV station. I can double the salary you would have at your previous company." Du Jiaping, huh? When Du Jiaping heard that the caller was the director of Luqing TV station, he felt it was all too real. Now, hearing that the other party was inviting him to work in Luqing with such high benefits, he was completely dumbfounded. They even suspected that the anti-fraud software on their phones was malfunctioning and hadn't protected him from the scam in time. It took Du Jiaping several minutes to confirm with the other party that the caller was the director of Luqing TV station, who had invited him to Luqing to serve as the director of a new variety show. And they even offered such high compensation. Du Jiaping was so excited that his hands trembled. He didn't dare to hesitate and immediately agreed to go to Luqing TV station to report the next day, afraid that the station director would change his mind if he was late. If he hadn't been too busy to check his phone this morning, he wouldn't be so insecure and anxious to report for duty now. The station director shared the same idea as Du Jiaping. Upon hearing that Du Jiaoping was going to come over tomorrow, he immediately said, "Okay, I'll have someone draft an electronic contract in a bit. Take a look, and if there are no problems, we'll sign it online to finalize things. You can come over and report for work tomorrow." Du Jiaoping quickly nodded. "Absolutely no problem." After the call ended, Du Jiaoping was so excited, he almost fainted. He didn't even have time to check his unread messages on his phone before rushing out of the kitchen. "Wife!" His voice trembled. Chi Miao was feeding her son when she heard the sound and turned around. "I found a job," Du Jiaoping exclaimed eagerly. Chi Miao knew that it wasn't easy for her husband to find a job these days, and even though the salary might not be high, she smiled and said to him, "Wow, that's really great news." Du Jiaoping walked over to his wife, his face beaming, looking as if he had been given a new lease on life. "Yes, it's really great news. The director of Luqing TV station just called me and invited me to come over. The salary is double what I used to get." "Huh? Luqing TV station, double treatment?" The woman almost screamed the last part. She had no time to feed her son. She grabbed the spoon, rushed to her husband, and jumped. Du Jiaoping and Chi Miao immediately caught each other, and Chi Miao clung to Du Jiaoping like a koala, giving her husband several big kisses on the face. "Old Du, you're amazing." Du Jiaoping was beaming with joy. "I finally have the chance to buy you a Mercedes." After saying that, I suddenly remembered that the reason why the director of Luqing TV station was so enthusiastic was because the market response to High 6 was very good yesterday. If that's true, he should definitely go to Luqing to thank Li Shuo properly first. Du Jiaoping carried his wife to the living room, then took out his phone and saw messages from friends in the industry and news about High 6 on various social media platforms. I'm absolutely shocked. He knew that High 6 might be popular with the audience, but he never expected the response to be so enthusiastic. It's only been a little over 13 hours, and the show's ratings have already exceeded 1.8%. I'm afraid it will be easy for it to break 4 by 8 p.m. His previous peak was 0.4%. Li Shuo came over to give him guidance on the planning, and it went straight to 4%. This is absolutely outrageous. Chapter 339, Second Time on the Blacklist. Seeing the program's amazing success, and because of this success he gained the attention of the director of Luqing TV station, who gave him a highly paid job. He was able to turn his life around. Du Jiaoping knew all of this was given to him by Li Shuo. After briefly replying to his colleagues' messages, Du Jiaoping prepared to call Li Shuo, but before he could dial, an unfamiliar number from Xingqing called in. Du Jiaoping immediately answered the phone. Soon, a warm voice came from the other end. "Mr. Du Jiaoping, hello. I am from the HR department of Xingyao Media. You came to our company for an interview yesterday. After careful consideration last night, I feel that our platform is missing a key figure like you. I hope you can come and play a role. Although our company is not as large as your original TV station, our development prospects are very promising. I think you also valued this point, which is why you chose to submit your resume to our company. Mr. Du, you are hired." Du Jiaoping. Yesterday, this person kept saying that Song Ji had told him that Du Jiaoping was no good at either doing things or being a person. Now you regret it, and come here to offer him empty promises? Du Jiaoping sneered. "You already rejected me yesterday, and now I've found a satisfactory job. Your company should listen to Director Song and find someone else." After Du Jiaoping finished speaking, he hung up the phone without waiting for a reply. Chi Miao, who was standing nearby, felt extremely relieved and gave her husband a thumbs up. Du Jiaoping was beaming, but he didn't forget to thank Li Shuo. If it weren't for Li Shuo, he probably wouldn't have had the chance to find a job with such good pay so quickly. Although he had Li Shuo's WeChat, Du Jiaoping chose to call Li Shuo directly. Meanwhile, Li Shuo, who has already topped several trending topics on Weibo, such as young and handsome socially awkward writer and clumsy handsome guy, has had his phone ringing non-stop all day. From the greetings from Li Che and Su Yu's two friends in the morning, to the call from Day, the editor of Tomato Reading, who said that many variety show media outlets had contacted them through various channels, wanting Li Shuo's contact information and inviting him to participate in variety shows. Li Shuo knew that the response to the revamped High 6 might be good, but as a socially awkward person, he was surprised to become popular by accident. Although entering the variety show industry would certainly bring in money quickly, he prefers to earn money behind the scenes. He doesn't necessarily have to be in front of the camera. Once he has a certain level of financial capability, he can move from behind the scenes into the variety show industry, invest in variety show projects, and only film one variety show at a time if he appears on camera. But investing in variety shows is different. He can invest in and follow up on many shows at the same time. Therefore, Li Shua did not intend to accept the invitation to be a tool and refused without hesitation. Thank you for forwarding my reply that I have no intention of filming. I will also issue a statement as soon as possible. At present, I will not accept any variety show filming and will focus on writing, Li Shua said to Dae on the phone. He hasn't compromised even after his wife Bai Qining pressured him to participate in a variety show for so many days, let alone anyone else. I'm not going. He doesn't dream of becoming a star, nor does he want to be a tool in the entertainment industry. He prefers to be a behind-the-scenes investor. The older brother originally thought that Li Shua could make a living off his looks since he became so popular, but he never expected that the other party would be so passionate about writing and stick to his original intentions. Okay, I'll help you decline and relay the message, and I'll also try my best to prevent others from disturbing your writing environment. Dae said solemnly, paused, and then continued. By the way, teacher Li Shua, the plot of The Temptation of Going Home is nearing its end. It seems that Bai Muge, who has worked with you before, will be playing a role in it. Li Shua frowned slightly. Who is she going to play? Li Shua didn't want Bai Qining to play either Ellie or Pinru, as both of them had intimate scenes with the male lead. When Li Shua wrote this script under a pseudonym, he didn't consider Bai Qining. He thought that someone as aloof and icy as Bai Qining wouldn't click on such a melodramatic romance novel. Moreover, she recently stated that she would no longer consider script invitations from other screenwriters and producers, and specifically requested that he write the script for her to act in. Unexpectedly, he still acted rashly. When Dae mentioned the role Bai Muge wanted to play, he looked hesitant. Bai Muge wants to play Balian, the one with intellectual disabilities. Li Shua. All I can say is, she truly lives up to her reputation. Although this character has intellectual disabilities in the show, her personality is still quite likable, and she doesn't need to deliberately make herself look ugly. It wouldn't be a problem for her to play the role, since she doesn't have any intimate scenes with any of the male characters. Li Shua did not refuse Bai Qining's offer to play Balian. In fact, he even praised her acting skills today, which was quite rare for him. She has acting skills, but her casting ability is lacking. It seems that after going out to film with Bai Muge, teacher Li Shua has gained a deep understanding and appreciation of her acting skills. Dae said to Li Shua with a laugh over the phone. Li Shua, it's all right. He not only gained a profound understanding of acting skills, but also saw many other aspects of the girl. For example, climbing through a window. The two chatted for a few minutes, and Li Shua was almost at the entrance of Xiangfu community. He went out early this morning to buy groceries. What should have been a simple matter that took an hour and a half to resolve dragged on for more than 2 hours. Carrying the groceries towards the entrance of the residential area, Li Shua figured that Bai Qining should have calmed down by now, so he took the initiative to send her a message. Are you calm now? The message was sent, but the other party did not reply for more than 10 minutes. Li Shua wasn't good at making conversation, so after racking his brains for a few minutes, he decided to find a way to get Bai Qining to reply to his message. I missed a UNZ. Can I go see it tonight? If you go over in the evening, Bai Qining will be home, so try to ease the tension between the two of you. Li Shua sent the message a long time ago, and he was almost at the entrance of the residential area, but Bai Qining still hadn't replied. Faced with the choice between continuing to bother Bai Qining and not bothering her, he chose to bother her again this time. Maybe she's not busy. She's just still angry and doesn't want to talk to him. Li Shua, are you busy? The next moment, a red exclamation mark appeared, along with a system notification. The other party has enabled friend verification. Please add them as a friend first. Li Shua, Bai Qining actually deleted him? He stopped and stared at his phone for a while before realizing that he might have said something wrong. Bai Qining is a jealous person. When she gets jealous, she doesn't discriminate based on gender or type. It seems he shouldn't have said he wanted big glutinous rice balls. Li Shua realized his mistake. hesitated for a moment while holding his phone, and finally decided to call Bai Qining to explain. I found her phone number and dialed it. The call went through quickly. Fortunately, Bai Qining did not block his number as well. The phone rang for a while before it was answered. Chapter 340 taken off. Why are you calling me? On the phone, Bai Qining asked coldly. Little did anyone know that behind the mask of cold tone, the girl sat behind her desk with red eyes. She was furious with Li Shua. They hadn't seen each other for so many days, and she had been holding back from contacting him, just wanting to see when Li Shua would miss her and couldn't help but contact her. She finally got Li Shua to message her, but before she could even feel happy for a few minutes, she found out that he was actually thinking about Dunz. Bai Qining felt an unprecedented sense of neglect and loss from her husband, but unable to immediately beat Li Shua up, she could only make the impulsive decision to block and delete him, unlike her usual behavior. If her hands hadn't been out of control, she definitely wouldn't have answered Li Shua's call. The girl's voice was icy cold. She was clearly still angry. Li Shua wasn't good at coaxing people, so he frowned slightly, thinking about what to say to her to make her calm down quickly. However, before he could even speak to Bai Qining, a sharp female voice suddenly rang out from the entrance of the residential area. Li Shua, that's Li Shua. Li Shua is over there. I'd recognize him even if he were ashes. Husband. The girl's exclamation startled Li Shua slightly. He mechanically looked up and saw a group of girls swarming towards him. Li Shua. Before Li Shua could react, a group of excited girls rushed up to him, shouting husband, repeatedly. Li Shua was flustered by this sudden scene, especially since he was still on the phone talking to Bai Qining. He instinctively reached out to block the busty woman who was lunging at him, saying, Ladies and gentlemen, I am married with a wife. Please have some self-respect and don't call me husband so casually. However, most of the female fans are now incredibly excited, and seeing Li Shua's pure and innocent appearance, they like him even more. Honey, it's okay. We just like you. Can I hug you? You're so tall. Li Shua. Can I get your autograph? I'll sign it on my shirt. Pointing to his chest. Li Shua. I arrived first, Mr. Li Shua. I have a serious mental illness. I hope you can hug me and warm me up, okay? Li Shua. Just as Li Shua was looking at the sincere girl in front of him with a confused expression, Bai Qining's voice, though tinged with coldness, came from the phone. Don't hug me. She'd seen this kind of scene countless times. What kind of mental illness can be cured by a hug? She's clearly just trying to deceive Li Shua. Hearing the commotion on the other end, Bai Qining felt a strong sense of crisis. Forgetting whether she was still angry with Li Shua, she immediately asked him, Where are you? I'm at the entrance of my residential complex. I'll talk to you later. I need to take care of something. Li Shua said, and immediately hung up the phone to deal with the thorny issue first. Unexpectedly, a girl rushed into his arms. Li Shua reacted extremely quickly, instinctively stepping aside. Thump. The girl who missed her target fell directly to the ground. Girl, have some self-respect. I'm really married. What you're doing is inappropriate. Bai Qining hung up the phone, took the Lamborghini keys from Hua Wan, borrowed her car, drove out of the company, and headed straight to Xiangfu residential area. Bai Qining's company is more than 40 minutes drive from Xiangfu community. When she drove to the entrance of Xiangfu residential area, Li Shua was no longer there. She parked her car in a roadside parking space and walked into the residential area fully equipped with protective gear. The sun protective clothing from head to toe completely covered her, saving her the trouble of greeting people. She wasn't in the mood to greet the older women in the neighborhood today. It was a little after 11 a.m. Bai Qining arrived at Li Shua's door on time, took off her sunglasses and sun protective clothing and hat, and rang the doorbell. Li Shua had just gotten home after escaping those horrible female fans. He had just put the groceries in the refrigerator when the doorbell rang, making him wary. He went to the living room and walked to the entrance hall. Instead of opening the door immediately, he looked out through the peephole and saw a familiar face outside. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly reached out to open the door. Qin Ning, what brings you here? Li Shua opened the door and asked Bai Qining unexpectedly. Bai Qining looked up, just about to answer Li Shua's question, when a scent of perfume wafted into her nose. Her gaze darkened. You hugged that woman? Li Shua was surprised by Bai Qining's keen insight and frankly said, I didn't hug her. It's just that too many girls rushed into my arms, and one of them couldn't dodge. As soon as he finished speaking, the girl in front of him looked increasingly serious, and her face became covered with frost. It felt as if the temperature around us had suddenly dropped a few degrees. Bai Qining felt terrible that her husband had been embraced by another woman, but this was not something Li Shua was happy about either. As a public figure, she naturally understands the behavior of those fanatical fans, and it is also because she is quick-witted and has never been touched. Li Shua is different. He suddenly became famous without any team to protect him. Under such circumstances, it was already rare for a girl to throw herself into his arms. She clenched her fist and then relaxed it, suppressing the bitterness in her heart. She looked the man in front of her up and down, and then asked, "Are you hurt?" Li Shua had expected Bai Qining, who was known for her jealousy, to explode on the spot, but when she suddenly asked that question, he was taken aback before realizing, no, that's not true. She glanced inside and asked, "Aren't you going to let me in?" Li Shua quickly stepped aside, saying, "How could that be?" The girl's sudden arrival and her discovery of his intimate interactions with other girls threw him into a panic, causing him to forget to let her in. Bai Qining entered the room. Even though she believed in Li Shua's character, she was probably still quite influenced by the novel The Temptation to Go Home. Just now, Li Shua had left her standing at the door. After entering the room, he went to check on Li Shua's bedroom, then came out and opened the doors to the other two rooms, then went to the kitchen and even checked the balcony. Li Shua. Perhaps he's read too many novels, which makes him so sensitive. But let her do whatever she wants. He's upright and has nothing to fear. Bai Qining made a round of the room to make sure her husband hadn't succumbed to temptation and kept a mistress before returning to the living room. While the girl was searching the house, Li Shua poured her a glass of juice. When Bai Qining returned to the living room, he handed her a juice. "Have you finished searching?" he asked. Bai Qining's pretty face flushed slightly as she took the juice Li Shua handed her. "I wouldn't dare even if I didn't search you." "No, it won't." But ultimately, she'd been reading too many novels, and she felt uneasy if she didn't check it out. "It's much better now." Taking the juice from her husband, her gaze fell on Li Shua, lingering for a moment on his shoulder where there was some suspicious white powder residue, and she could still smell the fragrance. She pursed her lips gently and said as calmly as possible, "Take off your clothes right away." Li Shua, huh? Chapter 341. Afraid I'll eat you up? Li Shua was unaware of Bai Qining's inner thoughts. He was caught off guard by her sudden command to take off your clothes. After a moment's hesitation, he asked her, "Take off your clothes right now? Right here. This is the living room, isn't it inappropriate?" Bai Qining had just sat down on the sofa with her juice when Li Shua asked a question. She almost spat out her juice, gave him a coquettish look, and blushed slightly. "Who told you to take your clothes off here? You pervert." Li Shua, who was inexplicably labeled a rogue, was completely bewildered. He was momentarily dazed until he smelled the fragrance at the tip of his nose. Then he realized that this jealous man wanted him to change the clothes that had been pounced on by the girl. An awkward expression appeared on his face, and he immediately said, "I'll go back to my room." After saying that, he turned around and strode away, quickly entering the bedroom and closing the door. It wasn't until Li Shua's door closed that Bai Qining belatedly realized that she might have missed something again. Li Shua taking off his clothes in front of her, it doesn't seem like it's entirely wrong. The girl sat on the sofa, a rare hint of annoyance appearing on her face. Soon, Li Shua changed into clean clothes and threw the clothes he had taken off into the washing machine in front of his wife. Finally, they returned to the living room. He didn't sit on the sofa, but said to Bai Qining, "You blocked me again today." Bai Qining raised her chin, using her cool face to hide her already battered heart, and said in as calm a tone as possible, "I have no obligation to help you connect with an animal. I'm very busy." Despite her best efforts to control herself, Bai Qining's words still reeked of bitterness. "Li Shua. She's definitely jealous of the big, glutinous rice balls." He paused for a moment, and to avoid further deterioration of their relationship, he truthfully said, "Actually, my main purpose at the time was to use the UNZ as an excuse to go to Tangyuan community to find you." He just forgot that his wife was the kind of person who would be jealous of even a cat. "The UNZ so? I'm just a tool cat." Bai Qining was still feeling sour when she heard this. Her heart skipped a beat, and she turned to look at Li Shua, her eyes lighting up slightly. Li Shua just said he wanted to see her? Is this guy finally thinking about her? Really? You actually wanted me, not to Yuanzi? Bai Qining's eyes were filled with doubt. After being left hanging and angry for almost a month, she really couldn't believe the truth of Li Shua's words. If she hadn't been keeping herself busy with work while reading novels lately, she probably would have come to find Li Shua. Even though the man didn't try to comfort her and she was very angry, she still wanted to come see him. But since Li Shua didn't care about her, Miss Bai couldn't bring herself to do it. During their Cold War, she took the initiative to make amends to her husband, who didn't seem to care about her that much. I've been holding a grudge until today. If Li Shua hadn't been surrounded by obsessive fans, and her sense of crisis hadn't been so intense, she wouldn't be here now. Li Shua was obviously looking for Bai Qining, and replied non-committally, "Really? When have I ever lied to you?" As soon as he said that, he remembered the many different identities he had, and suddenly felt a pang of doubt about his own credibility. Bai Qining was also thinking about how this guy had tricked her using the Hualu alias, but she was too lazy to bring up the past with Li Shua. Now that Li Shua had finally offered a way out, she reluctantly accepted it, glancing at the empty seat beside her. "Come and sit down." Upon hearing this, Li Shua paused for a moment, then immediately stepped forward and sat down next to his wife. "Sitting so far away, are you afraid I'll eat you?" She glanced at him sideways and said. Li Shua shifted his position, moving closer to the girl. Then I looked at her and asked, "Are you not angry anymore?" Bai Qining crossed her arms, tilted her chin up, and said in a haughty manner, "Did you really think I was so easy to fool, that you could just say you wanted to come find me?" Although he spoke with a firm tone, his voice was much gentler than when he spoke on the phone today. Li Shua glanced at the girl beside him, thought for a moment, then moved closer to her and tentatively reached out to put his arm around her waist. Like this. He wasn't sure either. However, Bai Qining does seem to really enjoy being close to him. When we're not arguing, I wish I could cling to him the moment we meet. Bai Qining noticed Li Shua's movement, pursed her lips, and continued to pretend to be aloof. "I never said I liked this." She could keep her face cool, but her tone was noticeably better than before. Li Shua instantly realized that this was effective, so he boldly reached out and wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her into his embrace. "Are you still angry?" he asked. After more than a month, Bai Qining was finally back in her husband's arms, and her empty heart was finally somewhat satisfied. But she still couldn't get over the fact that this man had ignored her for a month. She still felt wronged and said softly, "I'm not as easy to coax as you think." Li Shua glanced at the clock and asked her again, "How about I cook lunch for you today?" Bai Qining is a girl, and she seems to have lost weight since I last saw her. Li Shua feels a little guilty now, wishing he had contacted her sooner. I don't know if she lost so much weight because she was busy or because she was angry during our Cold War. Bai Qining wanted to say that she had to go back immediately so that Li Shua wouldn't have a chance to stay with her for too long, but in the end, she couldn't bear to part with this hard-won embrace. "All right, since you seem fairly sincere, I'll agree to have a meal with you." Li Shua. "Thank you, Qi Ning, for giving me this opportunity." After saying that, he looked at her face and continued, "Are you feeling any better?" Bai Qining looked up at the handsome face in front of her, the man she both loved and hated who almost controlled her joys and sorrows. She didn't know how to answer him. She was definitely in a good mood, but after spending these past few months together, she could clearly sense that Li Shua didn't really like her. Most of the time, she takes the initiative, actively expressing her feelings, actively seeking opportunities to spend time with him, and actively thinking about him. Li Shua might be acting this way now simply because they've already registered their marriage, and she's being quite assertive in wanting to be with him. Plus, she's good-looking, so he's just going to stay with her. She didn't actually like her that much, which made her feel quite upset. Seeing that Bai Qining hadn't responded for a long time, Li Shua stared at her and asked again, "Why aren't you answering me?" Bai Qining remained silent, not wanting Li Shua to ask any more questions. She touched his face with her jade-like hand, her palm tracing the contours of his cheek, her fingertips running through his hair. She forcefully made the man lower his head, and her soft lips pressed against his. She was very dissatisfied that Li Shua didn't like her as much. Her strong desire to conquer him and her resentment made her want to conquer this man so that he could only have eyes for her. Before Li Shua could figure out whether the girl had calmed down, her sweet lips were offered to him. After a brief moment of surprise, he was encouraged by the girl and his interest was piqued, so he instinctively responded to her. He also sensed that Bai Qining wasn't actually very happy. Her kisses made his lips hurt a little, as if she was venting her anger. After kissing for a while, Li Shua took the initiative to pull away, shifting his gaze from the girl's rosy lips to her eyes, and asked, "Are you still angry with me?" Bai Qining was dissatisfied that Li Shua had taken the initiative to withdraw. Unsatisfied, she pushed the man down onto the sofa and pressed herself against him. Chapter 342. The useless ex-husband and his foolish son turned the tables. Bai Qining was already upset because her husband didn't care about her enough. He could easily pull away from a kiss. Bai Qining felt that her feminine charm had been greatly damaged. Even if she couldn't make Li Shua completely care about her in a short time, she couldn't at least not have any feminine allure in front of him. Li Shua. Bai Qining was so proactive, and Li Shua was full of youthful vigor. When the girl pressed down on him and kissed him, he resisted for a few moments, but then let Bai Qining do as she pleased. In the end, he was completely aroused and took the initiative, pinning the girl down on his own. He instinctively reached his hand inside her clothes. The two are now legally married, and Bai Qining is so proactive and alluring that Li Shua, as a man, would naturally feel a surge of desire. He didn't expect that before he could even reach up, the girl's hand pressed down on his through his clothes, preventing him from going any further. Li Shua? A sliver of clarity returned to his eyes, and he looked at her, puzzled. What's going on? She was the one who initiated it, and she's also the one who stopped it? Bai Qining's fair cheeks were flushed, her eyes were hazy but restrained, and she said to him, "Let's stop here for today." Li Shua's interest had been piqued, but this girl poured cold water on it again. He tried to continue, but Bai Qining pressed his hand down even tighter, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. Li Shua, after all, didn't have the habit of forcing people. Seeing that Bai Qining was really unwilling, he pulled his hand away, his face showing dissatisfaction. "You're the one who wanted it this way, and you're the one who doesn't want it to continue. What are you doing?" Li Shua's tone was a bit harsh, but Bai Qining felt better after hearing it. At least she was attractive enough in her husband's eyes. She raised an eyebrow, gently nudging the man on top of her with her delicate hand, signaling him to get up, and said at the same time, "Now is not the time to do these things." Li Shua turned to look at the sky outside. "Wait until tonight." "No, wait until the time is right to do it." Bai Qining pushed Li Shua to sit up. Under his confused gaze, she straightened her back and reached out to smooth her disheveled long hair. Li Shua was a little annoyed, but since Bai Qining was unwilling, he couldn't force her. He simply said, "Then don't get close to me and tempt me anymore." Upon hearing this, Bai Qining, driven by her rebellious nature, deliberately moved closer to him. Li Shua immediately reached out and pressed his hand against her forehead. "Bai Qining, I'm going to get angry if you keep doing this." Having his newly piqued interest shattered, Li Shua was now quite annoyed. Bai Qining originally wanted Li Shua to be sexually unsatisfied, since he didn't care about her at all. With her forehead pressed against Li Shua's, she reached out and easily pinched the tender flesh on Li Shua's waist twice. "Hiss, Bai Qining." Li Shua's tone was unusually emotional, and he casually flicked the girl's forehead twice. "Ugh, you bastard, I didn't even pinch you hard. Why did you flick me so hard? Give me your forehead, I want to flick it back. Do you think I'm stupid, that I'll obediently play for you? Yeah, are you even a man? If you've got the guts, don't run away. If I don't run, I'll wait for a violent woman like you to come and beat me up Bai Qining. It hurts, don't pinch me there." In just a minute or two, the atmosphere in the room changed drastically. The two who were embracing and kissing just 2 minutes ago were now wrestling and playing on the sofa and the floor, neither willing to give in to the other. While Li Shua was playfully bickering with his wife, many acquaintances learned about Li Shua's appearance on television through various channels as the number of people using the Hi6 app skyrocketed and its content spread. I also know that Li Shuejuan's mentally challenged son is actually Hualu. the author of a novel whose several TV series are about to be broadcast. Even many elderly people who don't like to use the internet learned about this shocking news from their children. Lee Shuejuan's mentally challenged son actually wrote something that was made into a TV series and even appeared on a television program. Among these people, the most shocked was Fong Lanying, who had tried every means to squeeze Li Shua out of the family and make him a live-in son-in-law. She learned from a relative that her eldest son, Li Shua, had participated in a TV show and even appeared on television. At first, she kept saying that the relative had mistaken him for someone else, and that Li Shua, who was autistic, could not write anything except play games all day, let alone appear on TV shows. It wasn't until she clicked on the High Six Club app and saw that the person standing on stage with those celebrities was indeed Li Shua, and that this TV series was adapted from his novel, that Fong Lanying's world collapsed completely today. In the company office corridor, Fong Lanying, still wearing arm sleeves, stared blankly at a video on her phone of Li Shua interacting with big stars, her mouth slightly open. She was feeling a mix of emotions right now. The good-for-nothing husband she looked down on has had a thriving career since their divorce, and his net worth has skyrocketed, surpassing social classes and making him someone she can no longer access. She had initially thought that he could be more at ease with having a mentally challenged son, Li Shua, but now she was told that Li Shua was a famous author who had even appeared on television programs, and that his friends were now discussing him, bringing honor to Li Shuejuan. And what about herself? She originally thought that leaving the impoverished Li Shuejuan and coming to Wu Wenfeng's place would allow her to enjoy the life of a rich wife, eating, drinking, and playing every day. Unexpectedly, before she even entered Wu Wenfeng's home, she severed ties with her daughter, Li Shu. Furthermore, because Wu Wenfeng's company had offended by cheating, orders from companies that had been cooperating with them gradually decreased. For the past month, Wu Wenfeng couldn't even pay his company employees' salaries. He only managed to solve the problem by taking tens of thousands of yuan of his savings from her. I've been out all day treating clients to drinks and trying to drum up business, spending thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars every day. Fong Lanying is truly at her breaking point. Even the nanny couldn't bear to hire one at the company, so she personally took on the cleaning work that caused the disturbance. Most of the company's employees have left now, and she still has to go to the workshop to help out when there are occasional small or urgent orders. In just 1 month, Fong Lanying not only lost a lot of weight, but also seemed to have aged many years. Her condition was even worse than when she was still married to Li Shuejuan. She was in such a miserable state, but now she hears that Li Shuejuan's father has become successful, and Li Shua is even on TV. He also wrote several TV series. He must be counting so much money his hands are cramping. Logically speaking, although she and Li Shuejuan were divorced, Li Shua had still called her mom. Putting everything else aside, even if Li Shua earns 2,000 yuan a day, it's only right that he gives his mother 700 or 800 yuan. But that brat is heartless. It's impossible for her to go and ask him for the money herself. She felt like she was losing money every day if she didn't take some to use. Fong Lanying thought for a while, then exited the video call, scrolled through her contacts, found her son Li Hao's number, and dialed it. How, did mom disturb your class? Chapter 343 tells Li Hao to ask his brother for money. Single apartments near Haicheng University of Science and Technology. The room, which is less than 20 square meters, contains 3 computers. Li Hao sat at his computer desk, typing on the keyboard to reply to messages. Among the third-tier scalpers you can contact, the tickets I have are the most affordable. I get the tickets from the next level and compare prices with others. I only make 200 yuan per ticket when I sell them to you, which is already very cheap. You only take 10 tickets at a time. It's very risky for me to have so many tickets stuck in my hands. I still have more than 800 tickets that I haven't sold yet. The concert only starts in 5 days. Otherwise, why do you think I'm offering such low prices? While replying to the customer, he put his phone aside and put it on speakerphone, saying to the person on the other end, "Mom, are you out of your mind? Where would Li Shua get the money to give you? He's lucky if he can even support himself." What? Fong Lanying said, puzzled, before continuing to talk to her son about serious matters. It seems you don't know, but your brother is not only smart now, He's also entered the entertainment industry and is a big star at that high-six club. Let me tell you, he makes at least 50 or 60,000 a month now. He's making a lot of money. Li Hao paused in his typing, surprised and astonished. What? Li Shua entered the entertainment industry and became a star? He even appeared on High Six. As a professional ticket scalper, Li Hao was naturally familiar with High Six Club. This is one of the most popular variety shows on several TV stations. Every celebrity guest who gets to record the show becomes famous. The more popular a guest is, the more times they have recorded the show in the past. Take Bai Muge for example. She's already been there 3 times this year alone. Li Hao knows the new episode has already been recorded, but he's too busy to watch it. I never expected that his autistic brother would actually end up in High Six. Of course, Li Shua was able to get into High Six probably because of his outstanding face. This is an era where you can make a living based on your looks. If he and Li Shua weren't born to the same mother, Li Shua's biological mother would probably be many times prettier than his own mother, Fong Lanying. Since he himself wasn't as good-looking, Li Hao really wanted to try his luck in the entertainment industry, since it was a quick way to make money. Although he was shocked, he quickly accepted the fact that Li Shua had gone to the entertainment industry and said to Fong Lanying, "The income in the entertainment industry is indeed quite high. If you want to ask him for money, you can ask him yourself. Why do you need me to ask him for you?" Fong Lanying had never told Li Hao about her parents' divorce because she was afraid of interfering with his studies. Now she needed her son to help her ask Li Shua for money. After hesitating for a while, she finally spoke to Li Hao. How? Mom won't lie to you. Your father Li Shuejuan and I are divorced." Fong Lanying spent a few minutes explaining the whole story of their divorce, embellishing many parts to make her son unconditionally side with her. Li Hao, on the other end of the phone, remained completely unfazed. He even replied to a few more messages with the customer before finally saying, "You two are finally divorced. Good riddance." Unexpectedly, the divorce has strained the relationship to such an extent that Li Shua has even severed ties with Li Shu's mother, Fong Lanying. She paused for a moment and said, "With your dad's character, he really is no longer good enough for me. But how? I raised Li Shua for so long, and now that he's making money, he's just leaving his stepmother aside to enjoy his life. I'm not doing well right now, and I don't have much money to spend. As his son, shouldn't he send me 10 or 20,000 a month to use?" Li Hao accepted the 25,000 yuan transfer from the customer and said to the person on the phone, "That's only right. You should support your elders when you make money." "Yes." Fong Lanying immediately agreed and continued, "But you understand these principles. Your brother Li Shua may not. He can't stand hearing my voice now. If you call him, he'll hang up as soon as he knows it's me, let alone ask for money. You're his brother, so help Mom talk to him about this and ask him to send me the money." "Okay, I'll contact him later and ask him to transfer the money to you." Li Hao readily agreed, and at the same time received another payment on his computer. Remembering that he hadn't saved Li Shua's phone number, he asked, "Send me his phone number later." Good. After the mother and son ended their call, Fong Lanying sent Li Shua's phone number to her son and then continued cleaning while waiting for good news from her son. Li Hao received the number from Fong Lanying and dialed it directly to Li Shua. At this moment, Li Shua was busy preparing lunch in the kitchen. His phone suddenly rang. He wiped his hands, took it out, and glanced at it. Seeing that it was an unfamiliar number from Haiqing, he hung up without hesitation. He had just put his phone in his pocket when it rang again, and he hung up again. He doesn't know many people in Haiqing, and he doesn't answer calls from strangers. Until I received a text message on my phone. "I am your brother, Li Hao." Li Shua only remembered after seeing this message. He also has a younger brother, Li Hao, in Haiqing. So, when the other party called for the third time, Li Shua finally answered the phone. "Hey bro, how's it going? I heard you were on TV." As soon as the call connected, Li Hao greeted Li Shua enthusiastically, just like a professional salesman. In the original owner's memory, Li Hao usually ignored him most of the time when he was at home, and even Li Shu. Today, they were unusually enthusiastic. He responded casually, "It's all right. I just went and recorded a few, and this is the only one I recorded." In Li Hao's memory, his older brother rarely spoke to him. Today, Li Shua spoke so easily and completely, which made him pause for a moment. Could it be that Li Shua has really become smarter, just like his mother said? After a brief moment of surprise, he spoke again. Brother, you're being modest. Not just anyone can get on high six. With your looks, you'll definitely be a top star in the entertainment industry in the future. Li Hao never expected that his brother actually got on high six because of his talent. Li Shua was too lazy to waste time with Li Hao's small talk and went straight to the point. What's up? Li Hao, it's like this, my mom is out of money and wants you to send her money. 10 or 20,000 a month is fine. Li Shua, I have no money, and even if I did, I wouldn't give it to you. Li Hao, okay. The conversation about Fong Laniying ended quickly, and Li Shua thought Li Hao was about to hang up, but unexpectedly, the other party continued. By the way, brother, there's one more thing. Now that you've entered the entertainment industry and gone to high six, could you get me a dozen or 20 free tickets from high six if you have the chance? I'll invite my classmates to go see it together. Many of my classmates like watching high six. High six only had internal free tickets. When scalpers put one up for sale, fans were willing to pay 3,000 yuan for a single ticket just to see their idol. If Li Shua can help get a dozen or 20 free tickets, they can make a fortune. Chapter 344 Li Hao. What's the use of being good-looking and talented, but unable to speak properly? Li Hao was quite concerned about this, and that was the main reason he called Li Shua. Who told you I entered the entertainment industry? I didn't. I won't be going on variety shows anymore, so I don't have any tickets for you. He paused slightly, then continued. I'll hang up now if there's nothing else. Li Hao, okay. After the call ended, Li Shua continued with his work, while Bai Qining took a call on the balcony and explained some things to Hua Wan. She was actually quite busy, but since her husband had invited her to dinner, she naturally agreed to have a meal with him. The family has temporarily returned to peace and harmony. On the other side, Li Hao was already sitting in front of the computer, searching for information about Li Shua. I thought he got into the entertainment industry because of his looks, but I didn't expect him to not get in. Was it because he wasn't smart enough and was rejected? As Li Hao was thinking this, countless headlines from various websites, shocking news sections popped up as he searched for information on the software. Shocking. The true appearance of top male-oriented author Hor Lu has been revealed, and his looks actually surpass many male celebrities in the industry. Shocking. Fire Music makes a surprise appearance at High 6, and their looks are stunning. Shocking. The incredibly handsome music star Hor Lu is actually a socially awkward person. After quickly browsing through the information about Li Shua, Li Hao's expression shifted from confusion to shock, and finally, his eyes widened in disbelief. Li Shua is actually the author of several best-selling novels, and he even appeared on High 6 with the big star Bai Muge. He had been curious about the author who had repeatedly refused Bai Muge's requests to act, and what he was thinking. He never expected it to be his brother. I originally thought Li Shua entered the entertainment industry because of his good looks, but I didn't expect him to rely on his talent. Making so much money but not sending any to mom. He really has no conscience. After being shocked, Li Hao made a critical comment, accepted the ticket payment from the customer, and then returned Fong Laniying's call. Mom, I told Li Shua, and he said he wouldn't give you the money even if he had it. Upon hearing this, Fong Laniying was instantly furious, trembling with anger at her unfilial son, Li Shua. He's so heartless. I raised him from when he was just a few years old, and now that he's successful, he doesn't even recognize his mother. He makes so much money. Wouldn't it be enough if he just gave me 10 or 20,000 a month to support me in my old age? He's such a disappointment. After scolding him, she didn't forget to remind Li Hao. How? Don't learn from your heartless brother. He doesn't even know how to be filial to his mother when he makes money. Li Hao smiled and said, Mom, how could that be? If I make money in the future, you'll be the first person I think of. Of course, it wasn't easy for Mom to raise you. Now Shushu has been led by Li Shua to cut ties with me. You're the only one Mom can rely on. You are able to go to university now and have a bright future. Your mother has sacrificed so much over the years. If it weren't for me when you were in your senior year of high school, you wouldn't be able to go to university peacefully now. You might have dropped out of school long ago and be working on a construction site, supporting a good-for-nothing woman and child. As soon as Fong Laniying finished speaking, Li Hao's face darkened. All right, Mom, I'm very busy right now. I've already conveyed the message for you. Li Shua is unwilling to give you money. You should live a good life with that Wu guy for now. Fong Lanning only has her son, Li Hao, to rely on now. Hearing that her son's tone was a bit bad, she restrained her temper and said, "Fine. Call me more often when you have time. It's okay to date, but you must date a girl from a wealthy family. That way you can avoid a lot of detours in the future." Before Fong Lanning could finish speaking, Li Hao mumbled a huss, and hung up the phone. "What's the rush, brat?" Fong Lanning cursed, feeling terrible for not getting the money from Li Shua. I wonder if that brat Li Shu has calmed down yet. Otherwise, given Li Shua's personality, he would definitely give Li Shu money if she asked for it. She might get the same thing from Li Shu. Thinking of this, Fong Lanning found her daughter's phone number in her contacts and fell into deep thought. On the other side, after finishing his phone call with Fong Lanning, Li Hao's face lost its luster, and he suddenly became dejected. Even when customers inquired about ticket prices on the software, he remained unmoved. After nearly half an hour of silence, he regained his senses and continued working at his computer. "During my free time, I saved Li Shua's phone number into my phone's contacts. Since you've become a literary giant by writing books and have come into contact with so many celebrities, how could you not be able to get a few tickets? It's just a matter of whether you want to or not." Li Hao decided to start today to strengthen his bond with his brother and make the most of their blood relationship to try and get free tickets from Li Shua for variety shows or live performances featuring by Muge, Zhong Yuliang, and even the currently popular singer Jiang Yaohua. However, given Li Shua's reserved personality, he probably needs to become more famous before he will have more opportunities to interact with these actors and singers. He acts all high and mighty just when he answers a phone call with his own brother. What good is being good-looking and talented if you can't speak properly? Li Hao muttered a complaint and continued to sit in front of his computer, skipping class to run his business. Meanwhile, Li Shua, the brother who can't speak, is having lunch with his celebrity wife. "By the way, how did you shake off those fans today?" Bai Qining suddenly asked. The two of them started fighting very quickly after they arrived today, and I forgot to ask them what was going on. Generally speaking, it would be difficult for Li Shua to shake off so many obsessive fans on his own. "I called the police, and they took them all away," Li Shua replied calmly. Bai Qining paused, her hand still holding the food. After realizing what had happened, she found it somewhat amusing, but she managed to restrain herself and maintain her aloof demeanor. "You are the first person I've ever met to call the police to arrest their own fans." After she finished speaking, she continued on the topic. "Your address has been exposed. Do you want me to send you a few bodyguards? I'll take care of these fans and bodyguards for you from now on." Li Shua couldn't accept being followed by several men wherever he went, so he immediately refused, saying, "No need. I've already saved up a lot of money and was planning to buy my own house. Now that this address has been exposed, I can buy a new house, make a down payment, and move in first." After Li Shua finished speaking, he noticed that Bai Qining's eyes had dimmed a little, and added, "If you'd like, I'll prepare a room for you and decorate it to your liking." He had always wanted to buy a house with his own money, and now that he had the ability, and had decided to continue his relationship with Bai Qining, he naturally needed to have a room for Bai Qining. Bai Qining's expression visibly softened, and then she looked at him. "There's no need to decorate my room separately." Li Shua, why? Is she unwilling to move in? Bai Qining, "I am your wife. Of course I will share a room with you." Li Shua. Chapter 345. Half a Day. 5 New Year's Eve Golden Hits. After finishing lunch, Bai Qining returned to the company. Before leaving, she couldn't help but kiss Li Shua again, but she wouldn't let him touch her. In the end, Li Shua pushed her out the door with resentment. Li Shua was really frustrated. This girl insisted on throwing herself into his arms, but wouldn't let him actually do anything. He also cannot do illegal things against the wishes of women. First, even if you time travel, you must abide by the law. Second, you can't win. Even if he could now contend with and defeat a man of similar size to himself, he still couldn't beat Bai Qining. "I still need to practice more." Not long after Bai Qining left, Li Xie, Li Shua's boss at Tianlai Company, called his cell phone. Now that November is halfway over, many TV stations have started preparing for their New Year's Eve galas. In the second half of this year, Li Shua's pseudonym Ning Buji joined Tianlai. which greatly improved the current level of music. Many TV stations have extended olive branches, wanting Ning Bougie to help compose the theme song for their New Year's Eve concert. Among them are well-regarded TV stations such as Jujong TV, Kyoto TV, and Mango TV. There's also Luching TV, which has always been relatively unknown. Although it is the least famous among the TV stations, it shows the most sincerity. The director of Luching TV station personally told Lee Xie that as long as Ning Bougie is invited to compose a few songs for this year's New Year's Eve concert, other TV stations will consider that Ning Bougie's appearance on their station will also increase their popularity, and the fee offered is 1,000 yuan per word. The director of Luching TV station really went all out this year, offering a high price of 2,000 yuan per word, hoping that Ning Bougie could help boost Luching TV's currently low ratings. Li Shua needs to buy a house right now, but he only has a little over 1 million yuan in cash in his account. He was just thinking that this amount of money was only enough for the down payment on a commercial apartment when, unexpectedly, the director of the TV station personally delivered it to his door. He is now registered in Xiamen and grew up in this city, which is like home to him. Since the director of Luching TV station took the initiative to extend an invitation and was so sincere, offering so much, Li Shua didn't think for long and readily agreed. Okay, then I'll compose music for Luching's New Year's Eve party this year. Remember to send me the list of singers later, and I'll listen to their songs and compose a few pieces. Okay, I'll send you their information later. There are 2 songs that need to be sung together in a positive and uplifting way. After Li Xie finished speaking, she was still a little worried, so she continued to tell Li Shua. It's a New Year's Eve concert, after all. Don't make the audience cry this time, okay? Li Shua. Okay. Since I've already made that special mention, I'll write something purely positive and not tear-jerking. The call has ended. Li Shua didn't start writing the song right away. He spent 2 hours writing the update for Do Di first, and Li Xie also sent him the singer information. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yaohua and Yu Wangshu were among the guests at this year's New Year's Eve celebration in Xiamen. The 2 of them are going to sing a song together. If it's a New Year's Eve song that 2 people collaborate on, he thinks there are 2 songs that would be perfect for 2 people to sing together. A song from another world, whose title is almost unknown, but whose melody and lyrics are catchy. Nay boy. Yes, I see sunshine everywhere, and happiness floats in the city sky. The new world came like a dream, filling me with warmth. Is your old pocket watch still ticking? Are your old leather shoes still wearable? Here's a future brand cigarette. Wouldn't you like to try it? The song's upbeat rhythm matches the energetic and active nature of contemporary young people, making it easy for them to capture their hearts. Li Shua hadn't specifically listened to this song before, but he kept hearing its melody and lyrics. Over time, driven by curiosity, he looked into it and found it quite good. It would be perfect to put this together with Liang Yaohua and Yu Wangshu at a New Year's Eve concert. The duet song between the 2 was in the works, and Li Shua completed the score in less than an hour. Next up is a song sung by a group of stars. He furrowed his brow slightly, pondered for a moment. Then his eyes lit up slightly as he quickly composed the melody and then the lyrics. Gently knock on the door to awaken your sleeping soul. Slowly open your eyes. Look at that busy world. Does it still keep turning in solitude? The spring breeze, oblivious to romance, stirs the heart of a young man. This song is also a classic. It has been popular for decades and is still widely sung at many New Year's Eve galas in later generations. Perhaps it was because the director of Luching TV station gave him enough, or perhaps it was because he was eager to buy a house, or perhaps his memory was improving. But Li Shua's thoughts flowed like a spring this afternoon, sitting in front of the computer, composing one piece of music after another. The red sun rises in the east, its great road bathed in rosy light. How fortunate I am to have been born into your arms. Sharing the same blood, we share both hardship and happiness, standing tall with unwavering resolve. Our nation, with its vast territory, is governed by benevolence and love. A faith that has endured for 1,000 years. The song, 10,000 Frontiers, is full of deep affection and reverence, singing that the land of China still shines brightly in the rosy light, and a sense of national pride arises spontaneously in the melodious tune. In the Far East, there is a river, and its name is the Yangtze River. In the Far East, there is a river, and its name is the Yellow River. In the ancient East, there is a dragon, and its name is China. In the ancient East, there lives a group of people who are all descendants of the dragon. The song Descendants of the Dragon embodies a strong sense of national pride and patriotism, reflecting the hardworking and intelligent Chinese people's yearning for and pursuit of freedom and perfection. It inspires the Chinese people's national pride and self-confidence, and is full of positive energy. The creative process continues. The last song was for a very powerful singer. Li Shua didn't think for long before he started writing the song for him. The rising sun shines brightly. Its path is vast and glorious. The river flows out and flows into the ocean. A dragon rises from the abyss, its scales and claws flashing. The young tiger roars in the valley, and all beasts tremble in fear. A young man has his own youthful exuberance. His body is upright as mountains and rivers. I dare to measure the sun and moon again, for today I am but a young man. The song, Ode to Young China, aims to inspire the youth of the new era to radiate more vibrant positive energy. The whole song is full of traditional Chinese style and melodious tune. It not only sings about the bright future of China, but also conveys the splendid future and magnificent prospects of China. It is also a source of positive energy. The main theme of Li Shua's song this time is listening to advice. At this moment, the chief director of Manhwa TV, who has consistently garnered high popularity for New Year's Eve galas in recent years, received a rejection from the person in charge of Tianlai, and his face turned very ugly. Tianlai and Ning Buji are truly ungrateful. They didn't take such a rare opportunity to cooperate with a popular singer in our Manhwa TV station in production, but instead chose to cooperate with a small Luching TV station. They are simply courting disaster. Chapter 346 Licia. If only I had met him sooner. In the office, the assistant, upon hearing his superior's words, chimed in, Director Jiang, you don't need to get angry over a music company that doesn't know what's good for you and a lyricist and composer who only spreads negativity. Although Ning is a songwriting genius, you should have noticed that most of the songs written by songwriters are depressing and not particularly positive. With so many stars performing at the New Year's Eve gala, he must have written at least 5 or 6 songs. Aside from rehearsals, how many of the many songs he wrote in less than a month could be considered positive and uplifting? Perhaps the audience and celebrities watching the Luching TV New Year's Eve gala will be crying as they watch the whole thing. It's such an unlucky thing to cross into the new year like this. Jiang Mingho was initially annoyed that Tianlai and Ning Buji were ungrateful, but after hearing what his assistant said, he instantly felt better and even started to gloat, laughing. So, in that case, it's actually a good thing that we couldn't invite Ning Buji over? That's natural. I don't know why Ning didn't agree to our Manhwa TV station. I guess he didn't have enough confidence to write a New Year's Eve song that suits the scale of our Manhwa TV station in such a short time. He was afraid of offending the popular singers, so he could only refuse. Jiang Mingho beamed with a smile as bright as a chrysanthemum. All right, I'm a director at a major TV station. There's no need for me to bother with this tiny music company. You should immediately get in touch with the lyricists and composers from Tianlai's formidable rivals and invite them to our TV station to write some major theme songs for the New Year's Eve gala. He had been thinking of inviting Ning Buji, but he hadn't even contacted those music companies yet. Now that he had lost one crooked tree, a metaphor for a talented but unreliable artist, he had gained the whole forest. He's definitely going to be the ratings king of this year's New Year's Eve gala on Manhwa TV. Li Shua creates very quickly. Before 10 p.m., I sent the 5 New Year's Eve songs that had been adjusted to my email address. After finishing the songwriting task, he got up and went to the kitchen to cook a simple bowl of noodles to fill his stomach. I'm so engrossed in composing music today that I haven't even had dinner yet. There was no way around it. The director of Luching TV station really gave them too much. When Li Shua finished writing these 5 songs, he also did a rough calculation. The 5 songs together have a total of 2,236 words. At 2,000 words per thousand, that's 4.5 million. With this money, he can change his goal of buying a house from an apartment building to a villa. He can buy a villa in a nice environment for more than 6 million yuan. A down payment of 50% is enough for a more expensive villa. Within 10 minutes in the kitchen, Li Shua brought a steaming bowl of soup noodles to the dining room. While sitting down to eat, he opened a house hunting app and started looking at apartments. If I see a nice design, I'll send it to Bai Qining right away. At this hour, Bai Qining had already returned home, holding her cat in the living room waiting for someone's message. The moment her phone rang, she opened the screen and saw the message and picture sent by her husband. A rare smile appeared in her eyes. After looking at the picture, she immediately replied to the message. The young couple were looking at apartments together, each engrossed in their phones. Meanwhile, in Haicheng, 1,000 miles away, in the quiet villa, Li Xie had just finished taking a shower. She was wearing a white nightgown, and in her fair hand she held a pink towel, drying the still slightly damp ends of her hair. I glanced at my laptop out of habit and was surprised to find an email from Li Shua. Her hand paused slightly, somewhat taken aback. Li Shua is as efficient as ever. He wrote a song in just half a day. Li Xie believed she had a clear understanding of Li Shua's situation. When she saw Li Shua send an email to her inbox, she subconsciously assumed that he had already finished a song. She sat down in front of the computer, draped a towel over her shoulder, and opened the email. Soon, the email opened, and when Li Xie saw the total size and massive amount of content in the email opened by Li Shua, her eyes, still moist with tears, visibly widened. What? He actually wrote all 5 songs for the New Year's Eve concert in just half a day. Even the usually composed CEO of Tina had an expression of utter disbelief on his face. She even wondered if the quality of the songs Li Shua sang today would be questionable, given how fast he was working. It must be a long story. Even if she were asked to write a song herself, it would take her at least a day. Li Shua's skills are superior to hers. Half a day is already his limit for writing one song, yet he wrote 5 at once. Li Xie is very worried about the quality of these songs. She furrowed her brows, not even bothering to blow-dry her hair, and imported the first song from the email into the software. She hummed along to the melody, and the worry in her eyes gradually disappeared, and then she began to look amazing. As the song ended, Li Xie's heart remained unsettled for a long time. The song, Nay Boy, was of high quality, perfectly suited the style of the New Year's Eve gala, and even more so to Jiang Yaohua himself. The first song was indeed of good quality, and the following songs. Li Xie remained skeptical, humming along to the remaining songs written by Li Shua one by one. From her initial doubts to her current sparkling eyes, she couldn't hide her admiration for this musical genius. She was both excited and, soon after, felt a touch of indescribable regret. She, who had always been lonely, felt at noon that she had found a like-minded man whom she admired and liked very much. But unfortunately, he already had a partner. The girl, wearing headphones, rested her slender arm on the table. Her cool face was slightly flushed, and her eyes held a faint emotion. If only I had met Li Shua sooner. Li Shua had already finished dinner. I've also picked out a villa in a good location and decided to go see it tomorrow. His door was knocked on several times this afternoon, and his private life has been severely affected. Li Shua just wants to move as soon as possible and be more discreet about his travels in the future, waiting for the hype surrounding him to die down. What he didn't expect was that his socially awkward appearance on the show High 6 had been edited and repeatedly viewed by netizens on various video websites, and his popularity not only didn't decline, but rose higher and higher. Even the ratings of High 6 broke 5%, setting a new historical high. After filling his stomach, Li Shua cleaned up the dishes and utensils on the table. Seeing that it was getting late, he prepared to rest. Suddenly, my phone received a message. "Brother, what are you doing?" Li Shua. "Nothing. I'm going to take a shower and go to bed." Li Hao. "All right." A few minutes later. "Bro, remember to get me a dozen or so tickets to High 6 if you can. I'll invite my classmates to go see it together." Li Shua. "No opportunity, no time." Li Hao. "Okay, let's keep in touch when we have time. Go to sleep early, kiss." Li Shua. "How disgusting." Li Shua tossed his phone aside in disgust and prepared to take a shower. I took some clothes from the closet, went to the living room, picked up my phone, and found my friend Teacher Ku on WeChat. "Teacher Ku, have you taken a rest?" Dear readers, The table is now back to being updated. Thank you all for your continued support. Chapter 347 Li Hao. I have a good brother. Li Shua didn't like his younger brother Li Hao. A large part of the reason he took the initiative to contact Teacher Ku was that he hoped this nauseatingly materialistic brat wouldn't bother him so often. So he decided to ask Teacher Ku on Li Hao's behalf if he could get some audience tickets for High 6. Before recording High 6, he overheard the cast members chatting and mentioning that High 6 often gives away free tickets, and that as long as you have a good relationship with them, you can easily get free tickets. Otherwise, High 6 invites local college students to come, and audience tickets are never sold. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that some scalpers or internal staff may secretly resell audience tickets for profit, which is a normal phenomenon. Li Shua doesn't know much about the entertainment industry and doesn't pay much attention to it. I contacted Teacher Ku today with a let's give it a try attitude. Teacher Ku is usually quite busy, and it took almost half an hour for Li Shua to reply to his message. After chatting for a few minutes, Teacher Ku readily welcomed Li Shua and his classmates to watch the show's recording. After a brief pause, she sent another message to Li Shua. Teacher Li Shua, it's no problem to give you a batch of free tickets to the audience. It's just that the atmosphere at our show's recording site may be a little different from before. As you know, our production team has a new director now. I don't know if your brother and the others will like our new recording mode for High 6. Teacher Ku has always had high emotional intelligence. She is very particular about her words and actions and will not easily offend anyone. When I reminded Li Shua, I only said that the new director's recording mode was different and that he should communicate with them before deciding whether or not to go. This way, he can avoid offending his current colleagues on the show while also preventing a significant drop in status among Li Shua's people, which would put him in a difficult position and affect his relationship with his brother. Teacher Ku was unaware that Li Shua and his younger brother currently had virtually no affection for each other. However, since Teacher Ku had already reminded him, he could just casually ask Li Hao a question. After greeting Teacher Ku, he sent a message to Li Hao. Tickets for High 6 are available, but the director has changed. You might not experience the atmosphere you're imagining if you go to the venue. Are you sure you want to go? Li Hao had already lain down when his phone suddenly buzzed. He grumbled as he sat up, but when he saw it was a WeChat message from his brother Li Shua, his expression immediately softened. Then, upon seeing the message content, his eyes lit up instantly, and he replied in a flash. It's okay. My classmates don't want to go to see the director. Everyone at High 6 is their idol. They want to see their idol. Bro, you're amazing. You actually managed to get tickets to the High 6 club and even thought of me. I love you. With a brother like this, what more could a man ask for? Unexpectedly, Li Shua, who had one foot in the entertainment industry, was ostracized again, but he actually managed to get audience tickets for the High 6 club. I even asked him about it. While Li Hao was surprised, a strange emotion welled up inside him, but it was fleeting, and he quickly continued communicating with the person on the other end. Bro, I asked in the group chat during the day, and 20 classmates want to go. I heard that High 6 invites college students, so sending 20 or so people from our school shouldn't be a problem, right? You're so capable, you can just let the production team know, smug. Li Shua stared at the increasingly disgusting messages. He resisted the urge to block his hypocritical and greasy younger brother, and instead of replying, he went to tell Teacher He that his brother was fine and only asked for 10 audience tickets. Unexpectedly, Teacher Ku readily agreed to give him 25 tickets, enthusiastically telling Li Shua not to be shy. Unable to refuse Li Shua's enthusiasm, he agreed and went to reply to Li Hao. 25 photos, addresses. Li Hao, holy crap. Bro, you're awesome. Here's my address and phone number. Heart emoji. Li Shua. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Li Shua replied with an okay gesture to Li Hao, then forwarded the address to Teacher Ku. After a brief chat, they ended this impromptu task. Li Hao sent him a few more emojis, but he didn't reply. He turned off his phone and went to bed. He'll be very busy tomorrow too. I wrote and updated this morning, and after lunch I'm going to look at houses with Bai Chining. The two of them now have 2 properties they both like, one of which is a large single-level apartment worth over 4 million yuan. The other property is a villa worth over 8 million yuan. Bai Qining intends to buy a large single-level apartment. Li Shua prefers buying a villa, so he doesn't have to deal with all sorts of neighbors. Anyway, the songs for Luqing TV station have all been written, and we're just waiting for Li Xie's reply. If all goes well, he should be able to receive over 4 million yuan in compensation within 20 days. A down payment of half of an 8 million villa is more than enough. After briefly planning his recent house purchase, Li Shua fell into a deep sleep shortly after going to bed. Fortunately, tonight was indeed a night that Li Hao was so excited that he couldn't fall asleep. He never imagined that one day he would be able to get free tickets to the High Six Club by relying on this autistic older brother. There are many wealthy female classmates at his school. Now, Dongfang He and Tan Lu from Hai Lu are extremely popular, and even with 3,000 yuan for a ticket and 25 spots available, people are scrambling to buy them. With these 25 tickets, he'll earn at least 75,000 yuan. Zero cost, high return. On the bed in the rented room, Li Hao crossed his legs, his feet dangling on his knees and swinging rhythmically, in a very pleasant mood. He could already picture the day when the tickets for High Six arrived, and the scene of counting money until his hands cramped. Nothing was said that night. The next day, Li Shua was woken up by a phone call from Li Xie. Li Xie sent the 5 songs written by Li Shua to the director of Luqing TV station overnight. The director received them early in the morning, listened to them once, and contacted Li Xie without even going to the company. He then decided to sign the contract within the morning. When Li Xie called this time, in addition to informing Li Shua that the 5 songs had been approved, she also explained the details of the contract to him. In addition to a guaranteed minimum of 2,000 yuan per 1,000 words, these 5 songs will also receive an 8% share of future copyright revenue. The specific future revenue sharing will depend on the performance of these songs after their release, which Li Xie cannot accurately predict at this time. The director of Luqing TV station was straightforward, and Li Shua didn't hesitate either. He told Li Xie to prepare the electronic contract and send it to him so they could sign it online. After chatting with Li Xie, Li Shua got up and made some simple breakfast. After eating, he started writing, beginning a busy and fulfilling day. As for his new book, he is now hesitant about whether to continue writing female-oriented novels under the account Haitang. The novel Temptation to Go Home has received a good response, and he has several other female-oriented novels that he feels are good to write, mainly because they are also suitable for the roles played by Bai Qining. Of course, his top priority now is to go house hunting with Bai Qining this afternoon and finalize the deal as soon as possible. Chapter 348. The young couple went to buy a house together. Li Shua is now very famous. The news that he has become a novelist and appeared on television has not only reached the ears of his father, Li Xuejuan, and a group of relatives. Even the 2G network of Li Qingsai's family, who had already hidden in the village to avoid debt, learned of this shocking news. Inside the dilapidated mud house, a family of idle people were sitting together. Li Guofu and his wife were shocked to learn from their second son, Li Qingkai, that their mentally challenged grandson, Li Shua, had not only appeared on television, but was also making a living by writing novels and producing TV dramas. What? That brat Li Shua actually appeared on TV and made a lot of money. Li Guofu exclaimed in disbelief, feeling a pang of regret. If he had known that this brat would amount to so much, he would have treated him a little better back then, and the whole family wouldn't be suffering in this rural area now. Li Huan is still in school and needs a lot of money. The Li brothers are used to high salaries and look down on jobs in this small county. They send their resumes to bigger cities, probably because they were fired from Li Group and no good companies are willing to hire them. The eldest son is sickly and has only one kidney, so he can't do anything. His wife is now living a carefree life with her lover in Haiqing. The Li family is now struggling to make ends meet in this village. If they hadn't sold Li Shiqiang's car for 200,000 yuan a few days ago, the whole family would be starving. The old man was struggling to make ends meet, but he never expected that his second son and that mentally challenged grandson would be living so well. Although the two families had some conflicts before, Li Shua is still my grandson and Li Xuejuan is still my son. Now that Li Shua is successful, why doesn't he take the initiative to contact us, his grandparents, and send some money to show his respect? Li Guofu, with a stern face, said unhappily. Wu Zuexiang pointed to the sky and cursed. I told you long ago, these are two ingrates. Before the father and son became successful, Li Xuejuan would call us proactively. But just as they were about to become successful, they wouldn't even let his son donate a kidney and cut ties with us. We shouldn't have brought these ingrates into our home in the first place. Qing Cai's affair in Haiqing caused such a big stir. I don't believe that ingrate Li Xuejuan wouldn't know. Qing Cai is his brother, after all. He didn't even help him out, and now that they're both rich, he doesn't even ask about us two old folks. I really wasted my time raising these two ingrates. They've really disappointed me. Wu Zuexiang grimaced, not recognizing Li Xuejuan and his son right in front of her, and then let them beat her up. Back when Li Xuejuan first brought his wife home, she disagreed with him getting married so early and even beat him up. He was so badly beaten that he couldn't get out of bed for 3 days and didn't dare to utter a sound. Thinking of this, Wu Zuexiang suddenly asked Li Guofu, "By the way, Laoli, I remember Li Shua's short-lived mother was from Jiangcheng, right?" Li Guofu frowned. "It seems so, but it's been too long, and I don't remember clearly. It seems that the conditions in Jiangcheng were quite good. Back then, they didn't allow Li Shua's mother to marry Li Xuejuan. But don't underestimate that cunning Li Xuejuan. He got the girl pregnant within a month or two of meeting her. The people from that side couldn't do anything about it, and they cursed him horribly when they left. Wu Zuexiang gets angry when she thinks about it. That's right. We told him to work hard to support Qing Cai to go to university, but he only went out for a short time before he brought a woman back saying he wanted to get married and have a child, which would delay his ability to earn money. Li Chengkai was also feeling uncomfortable and said sarcastically, "He's not a burden at all. Writing a book and making a TV series will bring in at least several 100,000 yuan. He's very smart." Li Shizong disagreed. Smart? I think it's just a persona that Bai Muge deliberately created. What kind of writing could a stupid idiot like Li Shua produce? Only his face is presentable enough for Bai Muge to show off on screen and make a living off his looks. Li Shua's whirlwind marriage to the superstar Bai Muge was already outrageous enough, so Li Shiqiang would never believe that his cousin, who had been mentally challenged since childhood, could make a living with his brains. It was all just a marketing ploy by Bai Muge's team. In terms of knowledge and talent, Li Shizong is miles ahead of Li Shua. Wu Zuexiang also felt that Li Shua was incapable of writing anything, but the fact that he was making money on TV was undeniable, and more importantly, he was unwilling to support her and Li Guofu, the two elderly people. A grandson who lacks filial piety and conscience doesn't deserve to earn money. She couldn't bear to see Li Xuejuan and his son living so well. After a pause, she spoke to the people in the room. Li Shua's short-lived mother's family doesn't know that Li Shua's mother is gone, does they? Li Guofu frowned and pondered. It seems he didn't know. He only came to the village once. After finding out that Li Shua's mother was pregnant, he beat her up and went back. He hasn't been in contact with her since. If it weren't for Li Xuejuan protecting him, Li Shua would probably have been beaten to death by his mother's family long ago, and his unborn child would have died. Wu Zuexiang suddenly grinned and said, "If her family knew that Li Xuejuan and his son were now rich and that Li Shua's mother was gone, do you think they would come and cause trouble, demanding compensation from Li Shua?" Li Guofu slapped his thigh. "That's a great idea. Evil people will always have their share of trouble. These two ingrates deserve to be taught a lesson." Li Chengkai and his two sons immediately expressed their agreement. It would be best if this family ruined the reputations of both the father and son. It would be better if the company went bankrupt and everyone online cursed them. Li Xuejuan's reputation is ruined, and his company has gone bankrupt. Let's see how he'll still have the nerve to be smug in front of us then. They can't let Li Xuejuan and his son have an easy time if they themselves are not doing well. Although the family had a plan, Li Guofu and his wife did not intend to contact their daughter-in-law's family, fearing that the other party would ask them for a bride price. These days, it really takes some time and effort to get in touch with the daughter-in-law's family. But in order to ensure that the heartless Li Xuejuan and his son receive the punishment they deserve, they are willing to go through some trouble. It was afternoon. Li Shua had already had a simple lunch. Seeing that it was almost time to meet Bai Qining at the sales office, he disguised himself at home, went out discreetly, and took a taxi from the back gate of the community. At the entrance of the residential compound, A number of obsessive fans who had collected Li Shua's personal address information had already gathered, holding bouquets and envelopes, waiting expectantly. The first sales office Li Shua wanted to visit today was a half-hour drive away. He arrived at his destination around 2 p.m. After getting out of the taxi, I stood some distance away from the sales office and waited for my wife, Bai Qining, to come over. He waited for only 5 or 6 minutes before a Lamborghini drove up and stopped beside him. Under Li Shua's surprised gaze, the other person rolled down the car window, her fair hand pulling her sunglasses down a little from her high-nose bridge, and looked at him with her starry eyes. "Get in the car. I'll take you to park." Li Shua was stunned for a moment before realizing that the person in the car was indeed his wife. He glanced at the beautiful Lamborghini, walked around to the passenger side, opened the door, and got in. "You change cars." Bai Qining used to drive an Audi most of the time, so he was a little unaccustomed to suddenly driving a Lamborghini today. Bai Qining started the car and casually replied to her husband, "This is Hua Wan's car, not mine. She drives her Audi all the time, so it's no longer suitable for her to drive out with Li Shua." Li Shua, his wife's assistant, drives a Lamborghini. "Hey everyone, the table is back. I apologize for the long hiatus. Actually, I'm a full-time author and a very homebody. I stay home almost every day and hardly interact with anyone. Over time, my social anxiety has become very severe, to the point that I'm out of touch with society and unable to communicate properly with people. I've also been feeling quite down and not in a good mood. Recently, I took a short break from work to rest and recharge. I went out and interacted with people, socialized, and experienced the world. Many of the problems that used to bother me have been resolved, and I feel much more at ease. In fact, there are many things that one cannot truly understand or comprehend by staying at home alone. One needs to put knowledge into practice and take action to know the results. I haven't been able to update properly lately because I briefly put down my rice bowl at the table. Please feel free to draw my vote here, dear readers. __angle, _. I'm feeling pretty good right now, and I'll get back to updating the table. Sorry for the long wait, everyone. Chapter 349, He must also be envious of Bai Muge's boyfriend. When Li Shua and Bai Qining entered the sales office, they were still fully armed, and even refused to register their personal information and phone numbers upon arrival. The young couple, who were bundled up and acting unusually, did not attract any strange looks from the sales office staff. Instead, the staff greeted them very cautiously. Normally, it's rare to see customers at a sales office so bundled up, since many homebuyers are first-time buyers and have little experience. Only seasoned veterans of the housing market would be as cautious as this couple. The disadvantages of not being able to have one's image captured and recorded by the sales office's cameras, thus affecting the second visit to view the property and the purchase price, are not being addressed. Therefore, the salesman was very cautious when dealing with these two veteran customers. When introducing the model to them, he directly selected the houses with better layouts and treated them with the utmost sincerity. This sales office mainly sells large-sized apartments and school district properties. Several of the units have good layouts and orientations, comparable to the Tangyuan community where Bai Qining currently lives. House prices have fallen quite a bit now, making it much cheaper to buy than when Bai Qining bought her house. The main reason is that Li Shua can afford the 30% down payment for this house, so the pressure won't be too great. Li Shua didn't want her to pay, so she chose the cheaper option. How about this unit on the 25th floor of Building 1? It has a good orientation and a nice night view from the high-rise. In front of the model, Bai Qining, fully armed except for her fair, jade-like fingers, pointed to the building she was referring to and spoke softly to Li Shua. To avoid being recognized, she now speaks in a much softer voice than before. This wasn't the first time Li Shua had faced such a sudden change in his wife. Hearing this, he didn't rush to reply, but simply frowned slightly as he looked at the 30-story building and the narrow gap between the buildings. Although the apartment layout and size are similar to those in Tangyuan Community, the buildings in Tangyuan Community are only 11 or 12 stories high, making it quieter, and the green space in the community is also much larger, at least twice the size of this one. Since we're buying a house so she can move in with us, it can't be worse than the old one. Li Shua wasn't interested in this apartment to begin with, but he had agreed to come with his wife Bai Qining to see the specific layout and environment. Now that he had seen it, he was even more certain that this apartment was not suitable for him and his wife to settle down. He was silent for a moment before speaking to her. "Why don't we go back and discuss it again?" Bai Qining knew from the beginning that Li Shua preferred villas, and she actually liked them even more, but that villa was indeed too much of a burden for Li Shua. He only earns money from his novel royalties, and he gave almost all of his royalties to his father-in-law, Li Shuejuan, in the past few months, so he probably doesn't have much money on him now. Bai Qining didn't want Li Shua to be under too much pressure. She could buy him a villa or something, but he could buy a large apartment himself. She looked up at her husband, and before she could speak, his hand was already outstretched towards her. "Shall we go?" This was a rare instance of Li Shua taking the initiative. Bai Qining was stunned for a moment before she reacted. Looking at her husband's large hand, which was almost the first time he had ever reached out to her, her body acted faster than her reason, and she immediately reached out to him. Li Shua was actually a little surprised by his own actions just now. He only wanted to tell Bai Qining to leave, afraid that she would stay. His hand reached out subconsciously, and he was stunned for a moment. Before he could react, the girl's soft hand was already in his palm. Li Shua instinctively wrapped his hand around the girl's slightly cool hand, a slight smile playing on his lips behind his black mask. He took Bai Qining's hand, then belatedly remembered that there was a sales manager beside them whom he needed to attend to. His smile immediately vanished. "Manager Zhou, I'm sorry to bother you today. My wife and I will go back and discuss this further." Bai Qining felt her palms being enveloped by a warm, large hand, the warmth spreading into her heart. She didn't express any further opinions, but simply nodded to the sales manager before leaving with her husband. The sales manager initially thought that the woman seemed quite assertive and very interested in the house he was introducing, and that as long as he could persuade her, the house would be a sure thing. To everyone's surprise, the male customer simply reached out a hand, said nothing, and led his wife away. He was suddenly bombarded with a mouthful of dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. By the time he came to his senses, the couple had already reached the entrance of the sales hall. The two, who were a perfect match in height and temperament, walked out of the hall and left. The sales manager was filled with regret. "I should have prioritized winning over this male customer. Who knew this woman, who seemed so assertive and had such a strong presence, would be so subservient to her husband?" While feeling frustrated, the sales manager couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. This girl has a great figure and a beautiful voice. She's undoubtedly a pretty woman. And she's so obedient to her husband, she's almost more enviable than Bai Mugei's mysterious boyfriend behind the scenes. Although the sales manager wasn't a fan of celebrities, he still knew a bit about the beautiful star Bai Mugei. "My impression of her is that she was very beautiful, like an angel, and she also had a mysterious boyfriend. That man is now the envy of every man in China. But then again, maybe this beautiful client's husband also envies Bai Mugei's mysterious boyfriend. On second thought, this male client has such an outstanding wife, yet he can't afford to buy their large apartment and can't meet her demands. Their marriage probably won't last long." Thinking about it this way, the sales manager suddenly felt much better. Perhaps this male customer is not as happy as he appears on the surface. Having such a charming and demanding wife, he probably isn't as happy as he imagines. He might even be worrying every day about how to coax his wife to maintain the marriage. Just thinking about it makes me tired. Meanwhile, Li Shua, the protagonist, whose manager had even begun to sympathize with him, left the sales office with his wife Bai Qining and drove straight to another nearby sales office. This is the second largest real estate company in Luqing after Wanxing Group. It is a state-owned enterprise and one of the few real estate companies that has managed to stabilize housing prices during this price-cutting frenzy. Especially now, the villas in the new urban area under the company are located in a quiet yet not remote location, with complete school district and shopping facilities. The beach park is less than 2 kilometers away by car. With multiple advantages, the villas here are very popular even outside of Xiamen Island. It was quite late when Li Shua and Bai Qining arrived. Now, there was only one model house and a few well-furnished houses near the school that were noisy. Li Shua's arrival today was also quite coincidental. The The customer who had previously frozen funds for the model apartment had encountered financial problems in the past 2 days and was unable to purchase the apartment, so the sales office had just put it back up for resale. Although the sample house was more than $1,000,000 more expensive than other villas, it had the advantage of a quiet location. Li Shua and Bai Qining were greeted by a saleswoman and took a look around the model apartment. Li Shua was very pleased with the Chinese-style decoration and layout. Chapter 350 Bai Qining, Woodblock, Woodblock. The space of over 200 square meters does not feel crowded and also has a courtyard. The new Chinese-style decoration, based on clear functional zoning, incorporates a large number of solid wood, rock slabs, wall panels, Chinese background lines, and other elements, perfectly catering to Li Shua's pursuit of Oriental aesthetics. Even the furniture and facilities in the sample room pleased Li Shua. Bai Qining also liked the layout and decoration of the house, but the price of more than 9 million yuan was too much of a burden for Li Shua, a writer. Bai Qining was naturally concerned for her husband and restrained herself from showing any interest in the villa throughout the entire process. After touring the villa and returning to the living room, the saleswoman saw that Li Shua seemed very satisfied with the villa. Even though he looked young and didn't seem like someone who could easily handle such an expensive property, she smiled and said to him, "Sir and madam, you can really consider this model home. The furniture and furnishings inside are not only made of natural, high-quality materials from brands we can provide with specific information about, but they've also been in use for over a year. Even some of the fabric furniture that might contain formaldehyde has had its formaldehyde evaporated, so you don't need to worry about home decoration or formaldehyde issues. This is currently our flagship villa." The saleswoman enthusiastically introduced the property. Li Shua's gaze swept around the living room before landing on his wife beside him. He asked her, "I really like this villa. Do you like it?" Bai Qining was taken aback by her husband's sudden question. Suppressing the urge to agree, she said aloofly, "You have good taste, but I think it's a bit too big for the two of us." She readily acknowledged her husband's discerning eye and offered a reason for Li Shua to refuse to buy the villa. This price is far too high for Li Shua's current income. Even with a 20% down payment, it would still require a down payment of 1.8 million yuan and a loan of 7.2 million yuan, which would put too much pressure on Li Shua. As soon as Bai Qining finished speaking, the saleswoman next to her blurted out, "Not at all. The two of you have such a good relationship. You might have 2 children in 3 years. Once you have kids, this villa won't feel spacious at all. There will be just enough space for the kids to play. Moreover, the villa area is right next to the #1 experimental primary school and #1 middle school, and in another 6 months, the Heim shopping center will also be completed. We won't have to worry about the children's studies, and we can take them to the mall for fun on weekdays, or go to the beach 2 kilometers away to wade in the waves. Just thinking about it makes me happy." Bai Qining has dozens of properties under her management and has seen all kinds of salespeople. She has heard a lot of nice words, but today, the saleswoman's words, even though she knew they were sales tactics, hit her right in the heart. Images also appeared in my mind. In the courtyard of this villa, he played with his 2 darlings who looked exactly like Li Shua. He took the 2 little bundles of joy to the mall to shop and play, and the whole family went to the beach hand in hand. Bai Qining had never imagined such a life before, and she didn't really like little kids. But what if the child was born to her and Li Shua? Thinking of this, Bai Qining felt a surge of anticipation and even turned her burning gaze toward her husband. Even though the girl next to him was wearing sunglasses, Li Shua could clearly feel her suddenly intense gaze and realized that Bai Qining had really been swayed by the saleswoman's words. He currently has no intention of having children, and feels that Bai Qining doesn't seem to be the type to like children. He only thinks that she probably likes the unique location here. After all, the Heim shopping center and the sea are right next door. He looked back at her and said, "I think we should buy this apartment. It would be really convenient to live here. The shopping center and the sea are both 2 kilometers away, neither too far nor too noisy. While staying away from the hustle and bustle, it's still quite convenient for daily life." Upon hearing this, Bai Qining's beautiful face behind the mask flushed slightly, but she pretended to be calm and said, "Since you think it's okay, then let's buy it. If there's not enough money, she can provide support. The two are husband and wife. So there's no need to be so clear about the finances as Li Shua said, with him bearing so much pressure alone. Li Shua, however, only wanted to bear this pressure alone and buy the house with his own money, especially when facing the girl beside him who was usually somewhat strong-willed and willful. He didn't want to offend her someday and give her a reason to kick him out. Moreover, given his current income, a villa worth 9 million wouldn't be too much of a burden. On his way to view the apartment, Li CS sent him a message saying that the contract from Luching TV station had been sent to his email. The payment would be made within a week of signing the contract, and he would soon have over 4 million yuan in hand. Even this villa can be easily purchased with a 50% down payment. Seeing that Bai Qining had agreed, he smiled and said to the saleswoman, "Okay, this one is fine. I don't have that much cash on me today. Can I pay a deposit first?" The sales manager never expected that Li Shua would actually be able to buy the villa. Her enthusiastic sales pitch just now was simply a matter of professional conduct. Regardless of whether they buy it or not, let's buy it first and give it a push. I didn't expect this customer to actually have the ability to buy it. The sales manager was stunned for a moment before he realized what was going on. "Okay, sir, please come with me to the sales office. I'll prepare the contract for you. You'll need to pay a few tens of thousands of yuan as a deposit. We can give you a week to prepare the funds." After saying that, she couldn't help but say to Bai Qining with envy, "Madam is so lucky to have such a good husband and such a good home for you." It's not bad. Upon hearing this, Bai Qining simply nodded politely in response. She habitually maintained a cool and aloof demeanor towards anyone other than Li Shua. The three returned to the sales center together. The formalities were completed quickly. After Li Shua paid 50,000 yuan in frozen funds, the young couple said goodbye to the sales manager and left together. At 5:30 p.m., Bai Qining dropped Li Shua off at the back gate of Xiangfu residential area. The car pulled over to the side of the road, and Li Shua unbuckled his seatbelt, looking at the girl beside him. "Drive carefully when you go back later." Bai Qining reached out and pulled down her hat and mask, took off her sunglasses, and her beautiful face instantly came into Li Shua's view. Her fair face gradually flushed a light pink. She turned to look at her husband, hesitating to speak. "Since we're about to part ways, doesn't he want to do something? Just give me a few words of advice and then leave? At least a kiss would be fine." "What's wrong?" Li Shua asked, turning his head to look at Bai Qining, who seemed to want to say something but hesitated. Bai Qining felt a little angry at her wooden husband, and her pretty face turned even redder. "You're such a blockhead. Get off the bus right now." She always takes the initiative, and she gets a little embarrassed about it. This piece of wood. Li Shua began to wonder how he had angered his wife again. They didn't notice that a sports car was already parked right behind their car. "So you came to see Li Shua today?" There were no parking spaces near the front gate of the community, so he specially turned around to park here, intending to call Li Shua. "As soon as I got to the back gate, I noticed the Lamborghini in front of me and thought that this car didn't seem like it belonged to a resident of this old and run-down neighborhood. Are they also Li Shua's fans, blocking him all the way to the back door? Hey everyone, the table's back. Starting today, I'll be updating regularly. If I don't, I'm a dog." Chapter 351 Suyu. Li Shua's wife drives a Lamborghini? Inside the car, Li Shua was caught in a dilemma. Should he get out or not? After hesitating for a moment, he glanced at his wife, whose expression was growing increasingly grim, and finally decided to ask her, "Did I do something to make you angry again?" Bai Qining was feeling very frustrated. Upon hearing this, she looked back at him and saw the man beside her who looked confused but was asking a sincere question. She couldn't vent her anger on him. It's her own fault. She married a blockhead and then fell in love with him. She pursed her lips, and although she didn't lash out, her tone couldn't help but betray a hint of sourness. "No. Hurry up and get out of your car. I can tell you're in a hurry to get out." Li Shua was also a little puzzled. He had taken the initiative to ask the girl, so why wouldn't she tell him? He paused for a moment, then said, "No rush. Tell me what you're angry about first, and I'll correct myself if I'm wrong." Bai Qining glanced at him, hesitated, her pretty face slightly flushed, and said in a low voice, "There's nothing to be angry about. You should get out of the car now." He always had to remind her to do it. He had no sense of being a husband at all. It was her first time dating, and she was also embarrassed. Li Shua sincerely wanted to resolve the issue. Seeing that Bai Qining was unwilling to speak, he remained silent for a moment, then tentatively looked at her and asked, "Then shall I really get off the bus?" Bai Qining's tone suddenly became much sharper. "Go ahead and go, I didn't stop you." Li Shua. "Then I'll really log off." As he spoke, he reached for the car door latch, deciding to let her get out first, since he hadn't gotten any answers from the girl after asking her for so long. That little mouth was harder than a dead duck. Bai Qining was just saying it in anger, but she didn't expect Li Shua to actually open the door and get out of the car. The two now see each other less and less, and every time they meet, she feels it's too short, and there's no time to get any closer to Li Shua before they have to part. She shouldn't waste their precious time together by throwing tantrums at Li Shua over trivial matters, but she couldn't help getting angry at her wooden husband. Seeing that Li Shua was about to leave, she felt anxious. When she saw him pry open the car door, her body acted against her reason, and her fair hand suddenly reached out and grabbed Li Shua's wrist. As soon as Li Shua opened the car door, he felt a tightness on his wrist. The next moment, an irresistible force pulled him back into his seat, and his other hand, which had just pushed open the car door, also pulled it shut. Li Shua. He paused for a moment before turning to look at the fair hand holding his left hand. His gaze followed the arm to Bai Qining's face. He had just opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, the girl beside him leaned in. Her exquisite face magnified in his wide eyes, an indescribable beauty attack accompanied by the girl's fragrance. Until soft lips pressed against Li Shua's cheek, and before he could even react and savor the moment, they were gone. She finally kissed her husband, a blush creeping onto her fair face, but she maintained her aloofness and composure, saying, "You can get out of the car now." As a wife, it's perfectly normal for her to kiss her husband before he gets out of the car. Bai Qining tried to comfort herself with these words, but her face grew hotter and hotter. She couldn't resist and kissed Li Shua again. Does this guy think she's too frivolous, kissing him every time they meet? But it would be a real shame not to kiss him and let him go. Upon hearing this, Li Shua reached out and touched the cheek where the girl had just kissed him, only then belatedly realizing why Bai Qining had suddenly become angry. It seems this girl always wants to get closer to someone before they part ways. I was worried that some private fans might wander around to the back door and distract him, so I didn't think of it for a moment. Li Shua suddenly realized what was going on, and his gaze fell on his cool and aloof wife, whose face was now flushed red. He found her incredibly adorable. Having been intimate with Bai Qining many times, he is no longer as reserved in this regard as he was at the beginning. Realizing the reason for his wife's anger today, he did not get out of the car immediately, as Bai Qining had instructed. Instead, he turned to the side, and, in the same way Bai Qining had done, lightly kissed her cheek as her beautiful eyes widened. "It was indeed my oversight just now. It won't happen again next time." Li Shua sincerely admitted his mistake to the other party. His proactive kiss instantly dispelled the resentment in Bai Qining's heart. She pursed her lips slightly, and couldn't help but lightly punch the man's chest with her pink fist, saying insincerely, "I'm not angry about this." He was stubborn, but his tone was noticeably softer than before. Li Shua was both amused and exasperated, but he didn't expose his proud wife. Instead, he cooperated and said, "Fine, I guess I was just being presumptuous. I'll get out of the car then." Bai Qining replied calmly, her mood seemingly shifting from sunny to cloudy in an instant. The blockhead husband finally started to understand a little. After settling his wife's wishes, Li Shua finally opened the car door and got out. Just as I closed the car door, my phone suddenly buzzed in my pocket. He took out his phone, ready to tell Bai Qining to go first, when the car window was rolled down by someone inside the car. She asked warily, "Who is it?" Li Shua is now being targeted by too many girls, and Bai Qining feels a great sense of crisis. She was very worried that Li Shua's phone would be targeted by women who wanted to steal her husband. Before answering the phone, Li Shua leaned closer to the car window and told his wife, "It's my friend, Suyu. I'll take this call. You go home first." As soon as Li Shua finished speaking, the door of the Lamborghini Ferrari was opened from the inside. Suyu, holding a phone and with an incredulous expression on his face, got out of the car. After confirming that the man who got out of the Lamborghini was indeed Li Shua, he tentatively spoke up. Old Shua. He was quite surprised to see Li Shua get out of the Lamborghini as soon as he got through to Li Shua on the phone. Neither Li Che nor Yi Xian are in Luqing now. Has Li Shua started making new friends with other rich second-generation individuals? Just as Li Shua finished greeting Bai Qining, a familiar voice came from behind him. He subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice and immediately saw Su Yu, who was only a few meters away from him. His heart skipped a beat, and he stood up abruptly before replying to the other person. Old Su, what brings you here all of a sudden? Su Yu smiled and walked up to Li Shua, saying, I need to confirm something with you. It's been a while since we've gotten together, so I came over first. He turned to look at the Lamborghini beside him and asked, Is this your friend? After a brief 2-second hesitation, driven by his survival instincts, Li Shua honestly replied, Yes, she is my wife. Upon hearing this, Su Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Li Shua's wife is just an ordinary office worker, so why does she drive a Lamborghini? At this moment, Li Shua promptly added, This is her best friend's car. That's true. This is Hua Wan's car, not Bai Qining's. Upon hearing this, Su Yu finally understood. He thought to himself that Li Shua's wife must have a good relationship with her best friend, since she could lend her such a luxury car so casually. He nodded, and with his consistently excellent family manners, he leaned down and greeted the person in the car with a smile. Hello, sister-in-law. Chapter 352 Enemies Meet on a Narrow Road. Su Yu thought he could take this opportunity to see his sister-in-law's true colors. But when he bent down, he only saw a girl in the driver's seat wearing a one-piece sun protection suit, and even her face and eyes were completely covered by a mask and sunglasses. Su Yu, Li Shua's wife, is so thorough in her sun protection routine. At this moment, the person in the car heard him call out, turned around, raised their fair hand, waved to him, and nodded in response. Although Su Yu couldn't see the other person's face, he could tell from the curves and slender, fair hands that even a woman's sun-protective clothing couldn't hide that Li Shua's wife must be quite beautiful. He just seems a bit aloof. At this moment, Li Shua also bent down and looked at his wife, who had already packed up her belongings and returned home. He felt relieved and said to her, You go back first. I need to talk to my friend about something. Okay. The girl responded calmly, nodded to the two of them, and then immediately drove away. She is indeed quite busy. She has to go back to the company. Today, her third brother came over and said that he acquired a skincare company and developed a face mask. In the spirit of keeping the profits in the family, he wants her to be the spokesperson. The two agreed to meet at the company, but she had to rush back to the company. Only after the car had driven far away did Su Yu turn to Li Shua and say, Your wife and best friend must have a very good relationship, lending her such a luxury car so casually. Her best friend must be very rich. Upon hearing this, Li Shua simply smiled faintly and said, Her best friend is indeed a nice person. However, he only found out today that Bai Qining, his assistant and best friend, is actually a wealthy woman. The Lamborghini is just a means of transportation. Li Shua didn't want to discuss his wife too much, so he gave a brief response and immediately changed the subject. By the way, what did you want to talk to me about that suddenly came over today? Oh, it's nothing serious. It's just that you've been working Saturdays lately, and Su Ran seems to have seen you too. I don't think she'll give up so easily. Yesterday, she even asked me for your current address. This girl didn't go to her family's restaurant today, so I thought I'd come over to see if she came here. If she does, I'll take her back. She probably didn't come. If you happen to run into her sometime, I'll greet you, and you can come and take her home. Li Shua led Su Yu into the residential area and said to him at the same time, After all, the other party is Su Yu's sister. If she really comes over and affects his life, it would be better to call the police and send her to the police station. However, he'll only be troubled for a few days. Once he gets back and finalizes the contract with Luqing TV, he can move to the villa. At that time, not only will he not have to worry about obsessive fans coming to his door, but even his group of relatives who received gifts will not be able to find him. Especially after recording High 6, those awful relatives will find out he can make money now, and who knows what kind of trouble they'll cause. It's wise for Li Shua to move to a different place as soon as possible. He doesn't want to get entangled with that bunch of awful people anymore. Suyu couldn't find his cousin today, so he went home with Li Shua. The two, who hadn't seen each other in a long time, got together and chatted. Suyu also wanted to take this opportunity to discuss writing techniques with Li Shua, as he hadn't given up his love for writing novels. Even though they still had to carry the burden of searching for the long-lost young master of the Li family. Suyu knows her cousin Su Ran quite well. Today, she actually found out Li Shua's current address and decided to meet him at the entrance of Li Shua's residential area. She didn't know before that this man, who seemed to have nothing to offer except for his good looks and aloofness, was actually the famous writer Hua Lo. Ever since watching High 6, her obsession with this man, whom she had never truly let go of, has deepened. Su Ran never considered herself a girl with particularly upright values. After all, she initially just wanted to play with Li Shua's feelings and didn't intend to marry him. So even if the other party has a wife now, it is not difficult for her to overcome. So many female fans went to his doorstep to block him even though they knew he had a wife, wanting to see him. Su Ran can do the same. However, she didn't expect that her car would rear end a bus on the way to Li Shua's residential area. Although no one was injured, the car was badly damaged, and there is a disagreement about who is responsible for the accident. They can only wait on the side of the road with the bus driver for the traffic police to arrive. Along with Su Ran and the driver, the passengers on the bus were also waiting by the roadside for the next bus to pick them up. Among these passengers was Bai Chung, the third son, who was in a hurry to see his sister at the company. The driver and Su Ran were still arguing, each feeling that their operation was correct and that the other was at fault. Both were stubborn, and neither was willing to back down. Bai Chung stood in the crowd and immediately recognized the girl as the female traitor Chow who had her eyes on his brother-in-law. He didn't want to pay attention. He just wanted the next bus to come and take him to the company as soon as possible. Otherwise, taking a taxi from here would cost at least 18 yuan. Mr. Bai felt it was too wasteful of money. After waiting for only 7 or 8 minutes, and seeing that it was almost time to meet his sister, Bai Chung went up to the driver and asked how long it would take for the next bus to arrive. The men of the Bai family all have excellent genes. Even though Bai Chung is wearing an ordinary suit, he still stands out in the crowd. He had just walked over to the driver and exchanged a few words when Su Ran quickly recognized Li Shua's poor brother-in-law, whom she had only met once. She was really impressed with this man. He was dirt poor, and when they first met, he complained to her face that she was too thin and not suitable to be a wife, picking on her flaws. Upon seeing Bai Chung, the girl's face immediately tightened, and she muttered, "So that's why I ran into this guy today. I didn't check the almanac before I went out." Su Ran spoke loudly, deliberately wanting Bai Chung to hear, and despite this man who disliked her. Upon hearing this, Bai Chung laughed instead of getting angry. "That's right. It's lucky you met me. Your lucky star. Otherwise, it might not just be that the car was damaged, you would probably have broken a few of your arms and legs too." Su Ran. "So you mean I have to thank Elder Ning today?" Bai Chung. "Do as you please, but if you want to thank me, I suggest you just send me money." Su Ran. After Bai Chung finished speaking, he checked the time and realized he couldn't wait for the bus. Seeing a taxi approaching, he reluctantly raised his hand to hail one and decided to take a taxi to the company. After all, the other party was Bai Chining, and he didn't want his sister to wait for him for too long. Soon, the third young master of the Bai family, who had made the girl next to him blush with anger, got into a taxi and drove away in a dashing manner. Unexpectedly, the pocket of his trousers had a hole today, and when he got on the bus, the contents of the pocket slipped down the trouser leg and fell to the ground. Su Ran was furious. She watched the man leave and naturally saw the little thing he left behind. From a distance, it looks like a small USB flash drive. She initially pretended not to see it, but seeing the approaching vehicles, and then looking at the small object lying on the ground that could be crushed at any moment, she hesitated for a moment before walking to the side of the road and picking it up. "I thought about just throwing him into the green belt, but then I pulled my outstretched hand back and finally stuffed it into my handbag." She didn't know why she did it. She just felt uncomfortable watching the things being crushed. Throwing them in the green belt would pollute the environment, so she decided to throw them away when she got home. There's no way I'd give that foul-mouthed and penniless man a piece of my mind back. At the same time, using the few remaining connections they had, Li Shizong and his family finally managed to get the phone number of Li Shua's mother's family in Jiangxing. At the entrance of the dilapidated old house, Wu Zuixiang slapped a mosquito off her face. Under the watchful eyes of the Li family men, she took out her phone and dialed the Jiangxing phone number that Li Shizong had provided her. Hey everyone, the table's here again. Chapter 353, Li Shua's mother and her family. The old courtyard was surrounded by a ring of lush weeds, and at this evening hour, mosquitoes that had been resting all day came out to forage for food. I really like Li Qingsai's family who recently moved back from the city. Within the time it takes for a phone call to ring, Li Cheng and his sons were covered in mosquito bites, which were incredibly itchy, and they wished they could scratch the bites raw. Even Wu Zuixiang's old face wasn't spared, covered in several large welts from the mosquito bites. She quickly told Li Guofu and Li Shizong, "You guys hurry up and get rid of that nest of snakes in the house. These mountain mosquitoes are so itchy." Although Wu Zuixiang and her husband grew up in the village, they have lived a comfortable life in a big city for more than 20 years. The same goes for Li Chengkai, not to mention the Li brothers, Li Shizong and Li Chengkai, who had barely seen an ant since childhood. A nest of snakes appeared in the house, and the whole family was terrified. No one wanted to risk their lives to go inside and catch the snakes. If we're talking about the culprits who brought this family to such a state, then of course it has to be those two ungrateful wretches, Li Shuejuan and Li Shua. Wu Zuixiang had no way to get her eldest son to appear in front of her immediately, otherwise she would definitely give that ungrateful wretch a good beating right now. Not only Wu Zuixiang, but now 3 generations of men in the Li family all hate Li Shuejuan and his son. They lost everything because of Li Shuejuan and his son, and now they live in the mountains every day facing snakes, insects, and rodents, while Li Shuejuan and his son are out there enjoying themselves and making big money. What right do they have? As soon as Wu Zuixiang finished speaking, seeing that the men still hadn't moved, she was about to continue speaking when the second call she made was suddenly answered, and a deep male voice came through. The whole family immediately perked up their ears. Li Chengkai even stopped raising his hand to swat the mosquito on his face and leaned closer to the phone, signaling Wu Zuixiang to speak quickly. Wu Zuixiang was stunned for a moment before she quickly spoke to the person on the phone. "Ah, I'm Xiao Hui's mother-in-law, Li Shuejuan's mother. Are you Xiao Hui's brother?" After Wu Zuixiang finished speaking, there was a brief silence on the other end of the phone. After a moment, someone spoke. "Is there something you need?" The other person's tone was clearly impatient. Before Wu Zuixiang could speak, he continued, "That woman has had nothing to do with our family since the day she married into it. Don't call me unless it's important, and don't call even if it is." As soon as the latter finished speaking, Wu Zuixiang sensed that the other party might hang up the phone immediately, so she quickly spoke up. "Oh, I really have something to tell you. Good news. Good news." Good news. The impatient tone on the phone suddenly changed, and the person asked, seemingly wanting to continue listening. Wu Zuixiang immediately continued, "Yes, I called to tell you that your brother-in-law, Li Shuejuan, who is my eldest son, is making a lot of money now. Even his eldest grandson, Li Shua, has been on Hunan TV and become a big star. All the young people know him. Make a lot of money. Become a big star." On the phone, the man's interest was completely piqued at that moment. Wu Zuixiang pressed her advantage, glancing at the men around her whose eyes were also shining, and continued, "Yes, now that my eldest son has made it big, the first person I thought of was you, my brother-in-law. When Xiao Hui married into our Li family, we couldn't even afford a dowry. We always felt indebted to your family. Fortunately, that kid Li Shuejuan has become successful." She paused briefly, then sighed deliberately. "It's just a pity." "What's a pity?" the man asked immediately. "Oh dear, it's a pity my eldest son is such an ingrate. He only knows how to make money and doesn't know how to be filial to his parents or help his brothers. Brother-in-law, I won't lie to you. Originally, I wanted this brat to be grateful and give back to your family. After all, Xiao Hui died not long after giving birth to Li Shuejuan's son. Based on his current income, it wouldn't be unreasonable for him to give Xiao Hui's family $1 million a year. But now our family relationship is a bit strained, so it's not good to tell him. You are his brother-in-law, the brother of his son's mother. You can go and visit him more often and guide him to be more filial. Wu Zuixiang knew nothing about her eldest daughter-in-law's family background, but she had a deep impression of this man she had only met once. She had a very bad temper. When she came to visit, she found out that her younger sister was already pregnant with Li Xuejuan's child. She demanded a dowry of 5,000 yuan, which Li Xuejuan could not afford, so she beat Li Xuejuan badly. She has no way to deal with this ungrateful wretch now, so she's sending her brother-in-law over to teach him a lesson. This man is clearly not someone to be trifled with. After Wu Zuixiang finished speaking, there was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone before the man seemed to realize something. Zhou Xiaohui is dead. The man's tone was calm, as if he were asking about something very ordinary. Yes, it seems she didn't take good care of herself during her postpartum period and developed health problems. Li Shua was not even a year old when she passed away. Wu Zuixiang's voice was choked with sobs as she sincerely apologized to the man on the other end of the phone. The latter fell silent again, and when he spoke again, he asked about the current address of Li Xuejuan and his son. Wu Zuixiang had been waiting for this moment. Upon hearing the other party's inquiry, she immediately provided the addresses of Li Xuejuan's company and Xiangfu community. The two talked for a few more minutes before the impromptu call ended. Wu Zuixiang was very satisfied with today's result. The moment she hung up the phone, she smiled and said to the men, "It's done. Now we just have to wait for Li Xuejuan and his son to get their comeuppance and show them how disrespectful they are to their mother and grandmother." Li Guofu immediately added, "And there's me, his father and grandfather." Li Cheng snorted coldly. "If it weren't for him, our family wouldn't have been unable to stay in Haiqing and would have ended up in this situation." Li Shiqiang said righteously and sternly, "Evil people will be punished by other evil people. Let's just wait for this father and son to get their comeuppance." Li Shizong frowned slightly and said to Wu Zuixiang, "Does this person have a bad relationship with my uncle? Could it be that their relationship has improved because of my aunt?" Wu Zuixiang waved her hand confidently. "Don't worry, it's impossible. I've met this man before. He's not a good person. He has a bad temper and will start a fight at the slightest disagreement. He even hit your aunt." Li Xuejuan's leg was almost broken because they refused to give him a bride price. They even tried to take his 8-month pregnant sister to have an abortion. Li Xuejuan was beaten for protecting Zhou Xiaohui. What kind of good person is a man who would even beat his own sister? Li Shizong said in surprise, "Grandma, you used to say that this aunt seemed very gentle. I didn't expect the two siblings to have such different personalities." Wu Zuixiang clicked her tongue and said, "Not only are their personalities different, but their appearances are also worlds apart. I never expected Zhou Xiaohui to be so beautiful, while her brother is like a big black bear, ugly and scary, and has a bad temper." Chapter 354 by Qining, This Despicable Woman. Li Shua took Suyu back to his home, where he entertained him, and also took the opportunity to finalize the electronic contract with Luqing TV station. Suyu only inquired about what Li Shua was busy with. Due to his upbringing, he didn't go over to look at the details of the contract Li Shua filled out or his personal information. Another major reason is that Li Shua's cat is just too cute, making him unable to put it down. If this cat weren't so cute, it wouldn't have been so unknown to the entire internet that Li Shua, who had already signed a contract with Luqing TV, was unaware that his good friend was not only a music legend, but also a popular composer in the music industry. After finishing the contract, Li Shua went into the kitchen and cooked a simple meal to treat his good buddies. Suyu was about to carry De Yuanzi to the kitchen, but he had only gone halfway when the little thing in his arms pulled its paws away and escaped quickly. Suyu. De Yuanzi escaped, and Suyu didn't bother to catch it. This cat was just too aloof. He'd petted it for so long only to try and make it more docile. He reached out and touched his face, walked into the kitchen, came to Li Shua's side, and said, "Old Shua, your cat is quite good looking, but it's too aloof. Does it usually not let anyone touch it?" Li Shua put the rice into the pot and replied casually, "It's not aloof, it might just be picky about who it's with." She inherited this trait from Bai Qining. When I didn't know her well, I thought she was a cold and aloof person, but I didn't expect her to be so clingy now. Suyu was stunned for a moment before he realized what Li Shua meant. He was a little hurt and tightened his handsome face. "Old Shua, You really don't know how to talk. Do you usually talk to your wife like this? Suyu also knew something about why Li Shua had moved back to Xiangfu community. The young couple had quarreled, and his good friend Li Shua was probably kicked out by his wife. Before Li Shua could answer, he already had the answer in his heart. He said to Li Shua tactfully, "If that's really the case, Lao Shua, you need to change this. It doesn't matter to us brothers, but women are very sensitive and petty about this. Your sister-in-law looks very good, and her best friend comes from a wealthy family. It's inevitable that she will often come into contact with men from similar backgrounds. I suggest you appease your wife as soon as possible and move back home. If he doesn't change his ways and appease his wife, who is so beautiful, he might attract the attention of Chow Chow, which is very dangerous. After all, this ordinary girl isn't a beautiful, rich, and beautiful woman like Bai Muge. She has experienced all kinds of temptations since childhood and has 100% resistance to men around her. She even has a tendency to hate men. Aside from that boyfriend who suddenly appeared, she kept all other men at arm's length. Although Bai Muge has many rivals, she does make her partner feel safer than the average woman. Li Shua indeed had no such concerns. Upon hearing this, he replied to Suyu calmly, "Thank you, but I don't have any concerns about that. Our relationship is going well right now. I just don't want to move back home right now." Li Shua answered frankly that, for various reasons, it was indeed inconvenient for him to move back to Tangyuan community at the moment. Suyu felt that his good friend was just showing off in front of him. What man would be willing to leave his beautiful wife alone at home instead of moving back to stay with her? Li Shua probably can't even get into his house right now. He hasn't appeased his wife yet. Although he wanted to help his poor friend, he was also a golden bachelor with few serious relationships, so he couldn't offer Li Shua any advice. Seeing that Li Shua was unwilling to admit that he was still being kept out of the house by his wife, he promptly stopped the conversation. "All right, there's nothing I can do to help you with this. I hope you can move back home soon." Li Shua didn't want to say too much to Suyu about his relationship with Bai Qining, and seeing that Suyu didn't believe him, he was too lazy to continue proving himself. Not intending to continue the topic, she casually changed the subject to Suyu. "By the way, aren't you looking for the son of some rich merchant? Any progress?" Li Shua asked casually, without stopping his work. He took out meat and vegetables from the refrigerator, rinsed the meat, and put it on the cutting board to start chopping. Suyu rolled up his sleeves and walked to the side to help wash the vegetables. He frowned and said, "Don't even mention it. We have absolutely no clue. They've been missing for so many years, and they disappeared back in that era. The search is just too difficult." Li Shua: "Then I suggest you go back and inherit the family fortune instead of making a futile struggle. Anyway, Suyu doesn't have much talent for writing online novels." Suyu was unwilling to accept this fate, yet felt helpless. He looked at Li Shua and couldn't help but sigh. "If you were the descendant of the Li family, I would not only have found the eldest and youngest sons of the Li family, but I would have also become good friends with the youngest son. Moreover, he is a great writer of online novels. How could my dad stop me?" Li Shua: "Do you think it's possible?" Suyu: "Of course not." The two buddies, who hadn't seen each other for a long time, chatted as they prepared dinner. At the company, Bai Chung, the third young master of the Bai family, had already met with his sister to discuss cooperation, but when he was about to show her the various information about his product project, he discovered that the USB drive he had brought with him was missing. This USB drive contains a large amount of the formula and detailed information of this content product. If it were leaked or misused by competing brands, the resulting losses would be unimaginable to Bai Chung. Isn't this like forcibly plucking feathers from a miserly person like him? Sitting on the sofa in Bai Qining's office reception area, Bai Sanxiao sorted through his memories of the day. He rummaged through his ripped pockets, pondered for a moment, and then turned to the elegant young woman across from him who was drinking coffee. "Ningning, do you have the contact information for that woman Chow who's after your husband, whom Grandpa tried to give me last time?" Upon hearing Bai Cheng's words, Bai Qining was stunned for a moment. When she realized what he meant, a rare look of surprise and confusion appeared on her usually calm face. She put down her coffee cup and asked the other person, "What's going on?" Bai Chung was extremely anxious. He had a premonition that he had likely lost his things when he got into the taxi earlier that day, as he had heard some noises at the time. The most efficient way to find out what happened to him after he left and where the USB drive went is to contact this female traitor. Fearing that his younger sister might think he had taken a liking to that woman Chow, who looked like she couldn't have children, Bai Qing calmly spent a few minutes explaining the whole story to Bai Qining. That's the situation. Ningning, can you get her contact information for me as soon as possible? Bai Qining has become more vigilant since hearing about the location of the accident involving Su Ran and the bus driver. That road leads to Li Shua's house after just one turn. Su Ran's obsession with Li Shua probably means she's found out his current address and is planning to steal her husband away. This girl is absolutely despicable. The girl clenched her fist on the table and then relaxed it, her beautiful face covered with frost. She really wanted to teach this hateful woman a lesson. But since her brother's things might be in her hands, she could only suppress her temper and try to remain calm as she spoke to Bai Cheng. Okay, I'll ask Li Shua if that woman is his friend Su Yu's sister. By the way, a reminder to the husband. His wife already knows that this girl is still thinking about him. He should stay home and behave himself and not go out and give this despicable woman a chance. Hey everyone, the table is back again. Chapter 355 Su Ran. This worker actually works for the Bai family. Li Shua and Su Yu were busy in the kitchen, chatting for a short while, when his wife Bai Qining called his cell phone. Given Bai Qining's sensitive status, Li Shua greeted Su Yu before walking outside the kitchen to answer the phone. Ning. He had just stepped out of the kitchen when he greeted his wife in a voice that only the person on the other end of the phone could hear. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Then someone spoke. Why did it take you so long to answer the phone? Is something wrong? Or are you having guests at home? Even though Bai Qining tried her best to restrain herself, her tone still betrayed a wary suspicion. She was terrified that Su Ran would come knocking on her door and pester her husband, who made her feel a strong sense of crisis. Li Shua sensed a strange emotion in Bai Qining's tone, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. He raised an eyebrow, glanced in the direction of the kitchen, and truthfully told her, "There are indeed guests at home right now. Didn't see you come over today? He's home right now." Bai Qining's scalp tingled. Only after hearing the second half of Li Shua's sentence did she belatedly realize that she had indeed run into Su Yu before leaving today. In my haste, I forgot about my good friend Li Shua. Her tone softened unconsciously. I remember now. The reason I called was because there was something related to him. What is it? Li Shua asked. My third brother, Bai Cheng, was on his way to my company today. Bai Qining spent a minute or two briefly explaining the situation to Li Shua. Li Shua realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately said to Bai Qining, I understand. I'll go ask Su Yu right now and have him give me Su Ran's contact information. On the other end of the phone, Bai Qining unconsciously frowned, her small mouth slightly open as if she wanted to speak, but then she closed it again in a muffled voice, pursed her lips, and said softly, Okay. Given her current sensitive status, it's inconvenient for her to contact Li Shua, her friend, directly. Besides, he seems to be a loyal fan of hers, and too much contact could easily expose her identity. Their relationship is currently sensitive, so naturally the fewer people in China who know about it, the better. After agreeing, Bai Qining paused for a moment and instructed Li Shua before he spoke. Give her contact information directly to my third brother. Don't go out and wander around these 2 days, and also tell your good friend to keep an eye on his sister. Li Shua paused for a moment, then said, Okay. No wonder Bai Qining's tone sounded a bit strange today. It turns out she realized Su Ran was planning to wait for him again. Li Shua was both amused and exasperated, but he couldn't help but admire the girl's insightful abilities. After the couple's brief phone call ended, Li Shua returned to the kitchen and immediately explained the whole story to Su Yu. However, the story only touched on the less important points and did not go into detail about the true identities of the third brother-in-law, Bai Cheng, and his wife. Su Yu listened to the whole thing and automatically assumed from the information he received that Li Shua's third brother-in-law was a well-paid employee at a cosmetics company. Now that my brother-in-law has lost his things, he is constantly facing the risk of paying significant compensation and losing his job. As Li Shua's good friend, Su Yu immediately called Su Ran to inquire about the situation after learning that his cousin might know the whereabouts of the item. Su Ran was still at the traffic police brigade dealing with today's accident. She learned from the phone call that the man was anxious to find what she had, so she didn't make things difficult for her cousin. She immediately admitted that the item was in her possession and told the man to contact her himself. She then ended the call with her cousin and went to sign the relevant documents with the traffic police. She's not in a good mood right now. After reviewing the traffic camera footage, the traffic police determined that she was at fault for the accident. Next time I go out, I must check the almanac. Not only did I not see Li Shua today, but I also ran into that poor and picky man on the way and got into an accident. Every time I see this man, nothing good ever comes of it. Meanwhile, the poor, third young master of the Bai family, after obtaining Su Ran's contact information from his brother-in-law Li Shua, immediately called her. I called several times, but no one answered. He patiently waited in Bai Qining's office for nearly half an hour. Finally, on his fourth call, the person on the other end answered. Suppressing his dissatisfaction and maintaining impeccable manners, Bai Cheng said to the person on the phone, "Ms. Su, are you finally done with your work?" Su Ran was indeed busy just now. The traffic police department head in charge of her accident today was an acquaintance of her father. Not only did he not take care of her, but he also scolded her for nearly half an hour. She didn't dare to answer the phone. He had just stepped out of the traffic police station when he heard the man's question on the phone. He replied coldly, "Thanks to you, I just finished dealing with a traffic accident." Bai Cheng's smile froze for a moment. Then he continued in a gentle voice, "I'm so sorry to have bothered you earlier. Miss Su, do you have time now? We could arrange a place so I can come over and get something right away. I need it urgently here." Recalling the man's arrogant attitude earlier that day, Su Ran didn't want to return the items so easily. She said to him, "I can return the items, but I have one condition." "Bai Cheng, what are the conditions?" Su Ran had already walked to the roadside and hailed a taxi. "The condition is simple. Introduce your brother-in-law, Li Shua, to me as my boyfriend." As soon as Su Ran said this, the other end fell silent, as if a storm was brewing. She suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, but unwilling to back down, she continued, "You don't want to lose your job because of this thing in your hand, do you?" After she finished speaking, there was a moment of silence before the man's voice, devoid of anger or joy, came from the other end. "Of course I can't lose this job. Here's what we'll do, you sly woman. Since you're unwilling to return the items to me, I'll call the police first and follow the proper procedures to have them come to your place to retrieve them. The items inside are worth hundreds of millions, Miss Su, so please don't lose or damage them. Otherwise, if the Bai family in Kyoto blames you, losing my job is a minor matter. Miss Su, with all your designer clothes, you probably won't be able to remain a young lady. I've heard that the Bai family has a lawyer named Yu Qian who is quite formidable, with an undefeated record, and every defendant ends up bankrupt." Su Ran. How awful. This poor laborer is actually working for the Bai family. Soon, Bai Cheng successfully arranged to meet Su Ran at a certain place and obtained the USB drive. At the entrance of the Timo Cafe, before getting into a taxi, Bai Changlin waved the USB drive in his hand at the sulking girl not far away and smiled very politely. "Thanks, Miss Su." His gratitude this time was genuine. Although this female villain's moral standards were quite low, she wasn't completely rotten. At least she picked up his USB drive even though she didn't like him. However, Su Ran didn't really want to accept the thanks from this poor and cunning worker. She simply turned her pretty face away, snorted coldly, ignored Bai Cheng, and walked away. Chapter 356 Bai Cheng. My brother-in-law made my sister angry and sent her back? After getting his hands on the USB drive, Bai Sanshao immediately went to his sister's house to hand it over to Bai Qining and completed the signing. Tangyuan residential area. In the living room, Bai Cheng took the laptop from Bai Qining, checked the electronic contract signed by the other party, and after confirming that there were no problems, sent the contract to his assistant, logged out of his email, and returned the laptop to Bai Qining. He glanced around the room and finally remembered that his brother-in-law wasn't at their small house. "Qingning, why isn't Li Shua home?" The Bai brothers were all very busy. Apart from Xie Jingji, who was very concerned about the relationship between her daughter and son-in-law, the brothers were unaware that their brother-in-law, Li Shua, had already returned to his own home. Bai Qining closed the laptop and said calmly, "He doesn't live here now. He lives in his own home." Bai Cheng raised an eyebrow. "Did he make you angry?" Although Bai Cheng is Bai Qining's brother, he knows that his sister has a cold personality and a bad temper. Since Li Shuo moved back, he probably angered Bai Qining. Little did Bai Sanxiao know that the two were in completely opposite situations. Even with Bai Daxiao's coercion and enticement, she couldn't keep her husband in their little home. "Ningning, tell me what's wrong with this kid, and I'll go and teach him a lesson for you." Bai Cheng rarely showed a cold expression on his face. Bai Qining's beautiful eyes darkened slightly, and she immediately refused. "No need. This is a matter between him and me as husband and wife. Third brother, you shouldn't interfere." She couldn't be coaxed back at all, but now that they've finally managed to buy a house and agreed to let her move in together, Bai Qining is not going to let Bai Cheng ruin her good thing. Bai Cheng never expected that when he, as the older brother, wanted to stand up for his younger sister, she wouldn't appreciate it and wouldn't let him get involved. But then I thought about it again, and I guessed that Li Shuo, that brat, had angered his sister too much, and now she didn't want to forgive him easily. Actually, this is for the best. This brat tricked away the little princess whom the Bai family cherished without saying a word. He deserves to suffer more. Otherwise, he would always find Li Shuo, his brother-in-law, displeasing, and he still couldn't quite accept that his precious little cabbage had been taken away by Li Shuo. It's better for the two to live separately for the time being, so that no one will suddenly find out that the younger sister is pregnant and wants to have Li Shuo's child, which would cause an uproar among all the men in the Bai family. Bai Qining wouldn't allow him to interfere, so Bai Cheng simply gave in to his sister's wish. He was also rushing back to follow up on the project, and would personally come over to accompany Bai Qining to shoot the advertisement in a while. After exchanging a few words with her, Bai Cheng got up to say goodbye. Before leaving, he didn't forget to give Bai Qining some instructions. "Ningning, your marriage to Li Shuo was too fast. Men don't cherish things that are too easily obtained. So this time, let that kid suffer a bit before making him move back in. Don't compromise easily." After giving his instructions, Bai Cheng looked at his sister's cold face and realized that his worries were unnecessary. He couldn't help but laugh self-deprecatingly and waved his hand, saying, "Look at your brother. If you were someone who compromised so easily, you wouldn't be my sister Bai Qining." Bai Qining. This time, her brother was wrong. She would never compromise with others, but when it came to Li Shuo, she was completely helpless. She's compromised hundreds of times, her aloof goddess persona is about to collapse, and she still hasn't won over this difficult husband. She didn't answer Bai Cheng's question directly, but simply said, "Anyway, you don't need to worry about my relationship with Li Shuo. I'll handle it myself. After a while, I can move in with him and won't need my brother to interfere and push my husband, who is about to be coaxed back, further away." Bai Cheng assumed his sister was determined to separate from Li Shuo for a while and supported her attitude, since all the men in the Bai family were blindly doting on their sister. Even if Bai Qining was wrong, they would stand firmly behind their sister and never let her suffer any injustice. "Okay, I'll head back first. It's just the right time to catch the 9 p.m. train. I'll come back in a few days after I've finished dealing with things over there." "Okay, be careful on the road." After saying goodbye to his sister, Bai Sanxiao left the residential area, boarded a bus, and headed to the train station. No sooner had Bai Cheng left than his aloof sister, Bai Qining, had already taken the initiative to call her husband. At this moment, Li Shuo had already had dinner with Su Yu and had just seen him off. "As soon as I got back to the living room, I saw a call from my wife and answered it." "Qin Ning. Have you had dinner yet?" the girl asked gently on the phone. Li Shuo's lips unconsciously curled up slightly as he sat down on the sofa. The Yuanzi, who had been hiding for most of the day, immediately popped out and jumped into his arms. Li Shuo reached out and stroked the cat in his arms from head to tail, then replied to the person on the phone, "I've eaten, have you eaten?" Her husband's simple greeting melted the frost on the girl's face instantly. A glimmer of emotion welled up in her eyes, but she calmly gave a soft Li Shuo suddenly remembered his third brother-in-law's matter, so he casually asked, "By the way, did you take your things back, third brother?" Bai Qining's faint smile vanished in an instant. "I've already got it." Before Li Shuo could speak, she continued, "You didn't go out and wander around, did you?" I wonder if Su Ran went back to wait for her husband. Miss Bai has an extremely strong sense of crisis. Li Shua. No, when I saw Su Yu off, I only saw him to the door and didn't go downstairs. Bai Qining's brows relaxed, quite satisfied with Li Shua's answer. Yes, it's too dangerous outside. You must remember to protect yourself at all times and not go out and wander around. Li Shua. That sounds really weird. However, he didn't need to go out, which was a way of cooperating with his wife and agreeing to stay home as much as possible. The couple chatted on the phone for over half an hour, taking turns speaking, before finally ending the call. Bai Qining was naturally unwilling to just listen to Li Shua's voice, but since the two were currently separated, she couldn't go through the phone line to hug and kiss her husband. They could only suppress their restless hearts and wait for the two of them to move into their new home together. Over the next few days, Li Shua's cooperation with Luqing TV station went smoothly. After the handover was completed, he received his payment and immediately signed a purchase contract with the villa sales representative, buying his first property since his transmigration. Before dawn this morning, Li Shua packed his bags and quietly moved out of Xiangfu community and into his new home. Today he decided to have a small family gathering. After all, he bought a house and moved into a new home. He only invited his father, Li Shuejuan, and his aunt, Xie Jingshu, and my brother-in-law and his wife Bai Qining, who happened to be visiting Luqing, came over for lunch. Early in the morning, Li Shua quietly set off from his new home to the vegetable market. At the same time, a vehicle from out of town, originating from Jiangxing, stopped at the entrance of Xiangfu residential area. 5 or 6 men and women got out of the car and stood at the entrance of the residential area, looking around. The tall man who seemed to be the leader of the group walked to the entrance of the residential compound and asked the woman who came out, "Does Li Shua live here?" Dear readers, the table is back, and there will be no more breaks in updates. Chapter 357, Li Shua's uncle? Zhou Hongkai brought an elderly man and his 2 sons with him on this trip, specifically to visit his brother-in-law and nephew, who had made a fortune. He never expected that the man who abducted Zhou Xiaoyi more than 20 years ago and couldn't even afford a dowry of 5,000 yuan would become a big boss of a company more than 20 years later and raise a son who can make so much money and has appeared on TV. Of course, Zhou Hongkai also heard from Wu Zuixiang that this father and son had become successful but didn't even recognize their parents, grandparents, or relatives, which was truly heartless. As the uncle, he couldn't possibly watch his nephew become someone who only cares about profit and has no regard for family ties. Only then did he bring the old man and his son over to talk to them and persuade them. It's just that Zhou Hongkai hasn't been in contact with Li Shuejuan for so many years, and he's only been to Jiangxing once. He's unfamiliar with the place, and if it weren't for the fact that it's more developed than before, it would have been really difficult for him to find it. An older woman in the neighborhood was about to go out to buy groceries when she was suddenly stopped by a stranger. She paused for a moment before realizing who he was and asked, "Who are you? What do you want with Li Shua?" Zhou Hongkai forced a somewhat friendly smile and said, "I am Li Shua's uncle and Li Shuejuan's brother-in-law. I wanted to come and see him." Upon hearing this, the latter looked somewhat surprised. "You're Li Shua's maternal uncle?" Li Shuejuan's family has lived in this community for many years, and Fang Leining only has one younger brother whom they have met. The only possibility for this sudden appearance of an uncle is Li Shua's biological uncle. After asking this question, the woman looked the person in front of her up and down and asked skeptically, "This doesn't look like it at all. Li Shua is so handsome, and I've heard that his mother is also a beauty. This tall, burly man with a rugged appearance doesn't look like Li Shua at all." Zhou Hongkai noticed the woman's gaze, raised his hand to scratch his hair, and said, "I do not look like Li Shua, but his mother, Zhou Xiaoyi, is indeed my sister. If you don't believe me, take us to his house to verify it in person. I have no reason to lie to you. This trip was so sudden, and I can't contact him right now. Could you please help me, sister?" Upon hearing this, the woman hesitated for a moment, but then she thought that they were all from the same neighborhood, and Li Shuejuan was a good person who was now a big boss. If she could help him out, he would remember her kindness. "All right, then come with me. I'll take you there." "Okay, when you meet my nephew and brother-in-law later, you can have a meal at our house. or I can have my brother-in-law treat you to a meal at a hotel. Oh, you're too kind. We're neighbors, no need for that. Soon, Zhou Hongkai and his group entered the residential area smoothly under the guidance of the woman. During their visit, Zhou Hongkai greeted his neighbors in the community in a high-profile manner, revealing his identity as Li Shua's uncle. The family enjoyed the enthusiastic flattery from the aunties in the community and smiled brightly. At the same time, some were machinery. When Li Shuejuan heard on the phone that his son wanted to have a family dinner to celebrate moving into his new house that evening, he decided to cancel his social engagements and go have dinner with his son. On the phone, after telling his father about the dinner party, Li Shua paused for a moment before continuing. By the way, Dad, I just sent Annie a WeChat message inviting her over for dinner, and she agreed. But her car broke down in an accident a couple of days ago. Do you want to pick Annie up tonight? It's on your way anyway, so she won't have to take a taxi. Li Shuejuan hadn't contacted Xie Jingshu for a while, so when he heard Li Shua say that she had been in an accident, his heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively asked anxiously, An accident? How is she now? My aunt said it's all right. Someone rear-ended her, and she hit her head on the steering wheel, which caused a slight concussion. She's almost fully recovered in the last couple of days, Li Shua replied. Li Shuejuan felt inexplicably anxious, and even felt restless, wanting to go see Xie Jingshu immediately to check on her condition. He said, Your aunt is really something. She didn't even say a word about such a serious accident. Li Shua. Is this considered a very serious accident? Li Shuejuan. Okay. Li Shua. The father and son ended their phone call. Li Shuejuan sat in his office processing some documents, but he couldn't concentrate at all. He couldn't understand a document no matter how many times he flipped through it, so he finally closed it, got up from his chair, grabbed his suit jacket and car keys, and strode out of the office. Xie Jingshu is Li Shua's aunt and his mother-in-law's younger sister. It's unreasonable that he didn't know about such a big accident, let alone rush over to check on her immediately after finding out. As the father-in-law, he felt it was very necessary to go and check on his mother-in-law's health immediately. Li Shuejuan rushed to see his in-law's aunt, while Li Shua was already at the supermarket buying groceries and had contacted his wife to ask her what she wanted to eat that night. This girl is a picky eater, so it's better to ask her first so we can make something that suits her taste. Bai Qining is a picky eater, but she's not too picky about the food her husband cooks for her. When she heard that Li Shua had moved into his new home, she even forgot to answer what he wanted to eat for dinner. Then I'll move into my new home as soon as I finish work today, Bai Qining said with unusual enthusiasm. 1 minute she was furious because the advertising photographer wasn't professional enough, but now her eyes seemed to soften instantly. All the frost on her body disappeared, and she was like a beautiful goddess who had fallen to earth and touched the breath of humanity. The dramatic turn of events left the entire filming crew and Bai Chong, the third young master of the Bai family, completely stunned. Huawan was already used to it. Just by looking at Bai Qining's expression, she knew that she was talking to Li Shua on the phone. On the phone, Li Shua was also taken aback by Bai Qining's words. After realizing what she meant, he laughed and replied, Anything is fine. I've reserved a room for you. You can move in any time. Upon hearing Li Shua's words, Bai Qining's good mood instantly turned sour, and her pretty face unconsciously tightened. She was also careful not to get emotional with her husband at this time, otherwise she wouldn't even have the chance to move in. She could only try to say in a calm tone, Okay, Li Shua, why did this girl's tone suddenly sound a little off? I can't quite put my finger on what's wrong. After the young couple finished their conversation, Bai Qining's expression immediately changed, and she returned to her aloof demeanor. She sat down in the makeup chair and gestured for the makeup artist to continue. Bai Chong, who witnessed the whole thing. It's a real shame his sister has such a talent for face changing. She should go to Chuanqing to learn it. At the same time, Zhou Hongcai's family, who had gone to find their nephew in a high-profile manner, were dumbfounded when they learned that Li Shua and his son were not at home, and that they had learned from the neighbors that Li Shua and his son had moved. The older woman who had brought several people in to boast finally realized what was happening, and left cursing. What kind of uncle is he? What kind of uncle wouldn't even know his own nephew moved? Even if he were related, he probably wouldn't want to acknowledge him. He's shameless and wasting my time. Ugh, Zhou Hongkai. Hey everyone, look. I'm really sticking to my schedule. I'll be updating another chapter today. I'm mostly back to my old ways, and the plot is all organized. Starting tomorrow, double, triple, and quadruple updates a day, 10,000 words a day. Chapter 358 Xie Jingshu. Since we're already here, why not? Little did the Zhou family expect that after traveling all the way from Jiangxing, they would run into Li Shua and his son moving house, only to find that they had come to nothing. Having made a grand entrance, Zhou Hongkai was now humiliated by the woman who had led him there, having not only failed to meet Li Shua and his son, but also being verbally abused by her. He lost all his former arrogance. Mrs. Zhou looked embarrassed. She spit out some saliva in the stairwell and said angrily, "It seems that what my mother-in-law said was true. Li Xuejuan really doesn't care about his own family. He didn't even inform them about such a big thing as moving. We came here for nothing." Zhou Dainiu, who was also as strong as an ox and came along with him, was also indignant. He said, "I think the father and son have become rich and are worried that their relatives will come knocking on their door, so they moved away without saying a word." Zhou Erniu nodded in agreement and said, "That's right. If our family were as rich as them, we would definitely move away secretly and not associate with our poor relatives." No sooner had Zhou Erniu uttered those words than Zhou Hongkai raised his hand and slapped him on the head, cursing, "Idiot! Listen to what you're saying. You're following in Li Xuejuan's footsteps, a heartless scoundrel. Can't you learn something good? At least don't say those thoughts out loud. How could he have given birth to such a stupid, pig-like idiot?" Looking at his stupid second son, Zhou Hongkai couldn't help but think of his stupid wife at home. If Li Xuejuan hadn't run off with Zhou Xiaowei, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Recalling the past, Zhou Hongkai felt inexplicably upset. He glanced at the tightly closed door again, pondered for a moment, and said to the others, "Since we're already here, we can't leave empty-handed. Li Shua is my nephew after all. It wouldn't be right for us not to meet him after all these years of not seeing him in Luqing. Since they've moved, let's go to Li Xuejuan's company. They can move their homes, but they can't move their companies too." Zhou Hongkai felt that he was different from Wu Zuixiang's family. Wu Zuixiang's family had never treated their son, Li Xuejuan, well. Even after he made such a fuss, the two elderly people did not give Li Xuejuan a single penny. Instead, they helped him drag Zhou Xiaowei out of the house and made him take her to the hospital for an abortion. Given how badly this couple treated their eldest son, it's perfectly normal that Li Xuejuan, now that he's made his fortune, doesn't contact Wu Zuixiang's family anymore. They were different. Although their family initially disapproved of Li Xuejuan and Zhou Xiaowei's relationship, and it caused quite a stir. But Li Xuejuan valued Zhou Xiaowei more than his own life. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had his leg broken for protecting her. Although Zhou Xiaowei died, she gave birth to an excellent son for Li Xuejuan. Zhou Hongkai was Zhou Xiaowei's brother, and they were Zhou Xiaowei's maternal family. Putting aside the unpleasantness between the two families in the past, just because Zhou Xiaowei gave birth to a son for Li Xuejuan had no excuse to ignore this group of maternal family members. Zhou's mother shared the same thought as Zhou Hongkai. If she hadn't raised Zhou Xiaowei with such care and hardship, how could Li Xuejuan, who was penniless at the time, have had the chance to marry such a beautiful wife? Li Xuejuan should thank his mother-in-law. Zhou Hongkai suggested going to the entrance of Li Xuejuan's company, and Zhou's mother immediately agreed, saying, "Okay, then let's go to the company to find Xuejuan. It's not his fault that we made a wasted trip. He didn't even know we were here." Before receiving Wu Zuixiang's call, Zhou's mother had always regarded Li Xuejuan as an enemy. Now, she felt that this son-in-law was becoming more and more appealing, and she had to work hard to improve the relationship between the two families. Zhou Dainiu and Zhou Erniu are both struggling to find wives because of their less-than-ideal looks and personalities, and their Zhou family's modest circumstances. Once she establishes a good relationship with this son-in-law, even a small amount he might give her through his fingers would be enough for her entire family to live comfortably and have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. If we were to assign 2 managers to Zhou Dainiu and Zhou Erniu at the company, and provide the 2 brothers with 2 apartments in good locations in Luqing or Jiangxing, they would have no trouble finding wives. At that time, there will be far too many girls eager to come to her door to become her daughter-in-law. The family, having been turned away, didn't linger in the community for long before quickly leaving and taking a taxi to Shanha Machinery. Li Xuejuan, who had already left home, drove for nearly an hour before finally arriving at the entrance of the first affiliated hospital of Luqing University. He stepped into the hospital and eventually arrived at the door of Xie Jingshu's consultation room in the Department of Cardiology. It's 10:30 a.m., the busiest time in the hospital, and Xie Jingshu's waiting room is packed with patients who have come to see her for treatment. Li Xuejuan was anxious to check on Xie Jingshu's current situation, but he was too embarrassed to disturb her work. Especially now that he had calmed down, he suddenly realized that his behavior today seemed to have been a bit too impulsive. Xie Jingshu is now able to see doctors, which means her health should be good. His rushing over like this is really making a mountain out of a molehill. He wasn't like this before. Perhaps it's because the other party is her in-law's aunt that she's in a hurry. Li Xuejuan found a suitable reason for himself in his heart. After sitting in the waiting room for a while, he began to hesitate about whether to leave first and come back to pick her up later. I just couldn't resist wanting to see how my in-law's aunt was doing now. Finally, after Xie Jingshu called a patient's number to enter the consultation room, Li Xuejuan found an opportunity to observe the patient's condition. The patient was probably in a hurry when he came in and forgot to close the door to the examination room, leaving it ajar. Seeing this, Li Xuejuan acted on impulse rather than reason. He immediately got up and strode over, stopping at the door of the consultation room. Through the crack in the door, he immediately spotted Xie Jingshu, whose face was only half visible on the computer screen. She was wearing a pristine white lab coat, her well-maintained face half covered by a mask, looking down at the form in her hand. On her once smooth forehead, there was a conspicuous gauze pad. The moment Li Xuejuan saw the gauze on the other person's forehead, the terrifying scene of Xie Jingshu's car accident flashed through his mind, and he felt a pang of heartache, unconsciously frowning. At this moment, Xie Jingshu seemed to notice the gaze falling on her, and subconsciously raised her head. Instantly, their eyes met, and her gaze met the man's eyes, which were filled with strange emotions, making her slightly stunned. Father-in-law. Xie Jingshu was stunned for a moment, then recognized the other person and looked incredulous. Li Xuejuan was surprised that Xie Jingshu would suddenly look up. When she recognized him, he felt a little embarrassed and gave a slightly restrained smile, before pushing the door of the consultation room open a little. "Excuse me, Li Shua asked me to come pick you up for dinner. I'm a bit early, sorry to bother you." Xie Jingshu was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this, and said, "Didn't Xiaoshua say he was coming for dinner? You haven't even had lunch yet and you're already here." Li Xuejuan, "Huh? Dinner? Well, I must have misheard you. I heard my son say that my aunt had been in an accident and was injured, but he didn't really pay attention to whether it was noon or evening." Looking at the somewhat silly-looking man outside the door, Xie Jingshu couldn't help but laugh, and then said, "All right, since you're already here, just consider it as you coming for a checkup." Li Xuejuan, ? Chapter 359, eager to see him. Before Li Xuejuan could respond, Xie Jingshu turned to her assistant and instructed, "Xiao Chun, please make an appointment for Mr. Li with Dr. Liu in the gastroenterology department and me in the cardiology department." After instructing her assistant, she looked at Li Xuejuan, who was gradually straightening his neck, and said, "This is a last-minute appointment for you. I'll have to wait until I finish my morning appointments before I can see you. Have lunch with me at the hospital at noon, and I'll arrange for you to see Dr. Liu this afternoon to have a follow-up checkup for your gastroenteritis from a while ago, to see if you've been eating properly and taking care of your health lately." It was rare for Li Xuejuan to personally bring her to the hospital, so she had to seize the opportunity to give this workaholic a thorough checkup to see how he was doing lately. That way, she could feel at ease. Of course, she was only acting out of concern for her father-in-law. Li Xuejuan. He only came to check on his aunt's health. How did he end up arranging for himself to do it? Li Xuejuan went to the hospital, but Xie Jingshu arranged a special package for him, so he couldn't leave. At the same time, Zhou Hongkai and his family, who had arrived at the entrance of Shanha Machinery, also identified themselves to the company's security guards and asked them to let them in. Inside the security room, 2 security guards peered through the window, scrutinizing Zhou Hongkai and his family from head to toe. After exchanging a glance, The security captain made no attempt to hide his suspicion and bluntly asked Zhou Hongkai, "You're Mr. Li's brother-in-law? Your family doesn't resemble Mr. Li at all. Although Mr. Li only comes here occasionally, his outstanding temperament and appearance are impressive. You can imagine that his biological mother must also be a great beauty. It's hard to believe that this scruffy-looking man is related to General Manager Li." This wasn't the first time Zhou Hongkai had faced such questioning. He was already used to it. He felt that as Li Xuejuan's brother-in-law, he didn't have the patience to talk to the two watchdogs. He just said coldly, "Whether I am Li Xuejuan's brother-in-law or not, you'll know once you ask him to come out and see me." Zhou's mother spit out a mouthful of saliva on the ground to the side, cursing inwardly. This is so annoying, they have no sense at all. How could her son-in-law hire such people as security guards at the company? When I see my son-in-law later, I'll fire these two snobbish people the moment I see them. The security captain, who was the leader of the two, really got his position today by being quick-witted. This week, the family's attitude and manners were so poor. They came over, and even Mr. Li himself didn't know, and they were asked to act as security guards to relay messages. Even if they are relatives, they are probably relatives that Mr. Li doesn't like. He remained firm, saying, "I'm sorry, Mr. Li is not in the company right now. Since you are Mr. Li's relatives, you should contact him yourselves. Why do you need us gatekeepers to help you?" Zhou's mother almost coughed up blood from anger at the security captain's words. The meaning behind this watchdog analogy is that she and her family are not even as good as them, and that they can't contact Li Xuejuan. Honestly, they really look down on people. Zhou Hongcai's face turned pale and then red. He hadn't expected that he would be insulted by these snobbish people before even meeting Li Xuejuan and Luqing. Zhou Hongkai was not an easy person to get along with, and now that the security guard was mocking him like this, he was extremely angry and unwilling to lower himself to talk to the security guard properly. He merely snorted coldly, glaring at the security guard, looking down on people. Then he looked at Zhou's mother and two sons. "Don't bother with these scoundrels. Li Xuejuan isn't at the company, but he'll come back eventually. We'll just wait here." The security captain, who was just about to call General Manager Li to inform him, "Are these people really Mr. Li's relatives? The difference in their qualities is like night and day. There's absolutely no trace of that in Mr. Li." Although he disliked the family, the security captain still went to call General Manager Li for instructions. When the call was made, Mr. Li did not answer. The security captain was also sensible enough not to call and bother them again, letting this family of scoundrels continue to wait there. It's already the end of December, and the weather isn't particularly good today. A light drizzle started falling shortly after noon. Coastal cities are known for their strong winds, especially now in winter. The cold wind, mixed with the drizzle, made it feel damp and cold. Zhou Hongcai's family was so afraid of missing the chance for Li Xuejuan to return that they stood at the company gate in the rain and refused to leave. This area is an industrial zone, and there aren't many convenience stores or shops. Apart from the old and mentally challenged man, only he and Zhou Dainiu and the family are capable of running errands to buy umbrellas. Zhou Hongkai was afraid of missing Li Xuejuan's return. He was so cold that he couldn't stand it anymore. Seeing that the rain showed no sign of stopping, he waited for a while before asking his eldest son to go to a nearby supermarket to see if there was a small supermarket that could buy 2 umbrellas. "He's strong and healthy and doesn't feel the cold, but my mother is different. If she gets sick from the cold, she'll have to get money from him to pay for her medical treatment." After instructing his eldest son to buy an umbrella, Zhou Hongkai glared at the security guard in the security room and said to his mother, "When Li Xuejuan comes back, I'll have him fire these 2 watchdogs as soon as possible." Shivering from the cold, Zhou's mother hid her hands in her sleeves and said, "They must be fired. If I get sick from the cold today, those 2 will be responsible. Deduct all her salary and use the money to pay for her medical treatment and nutritional supplements." Who is she? The company CEO's mother-in-law. How dare these watchdogs leave her out in the wind and rain? Zhou Erniu sniffed and chimed in, "Yes, fire them and have my uncle give those 2 jobs to my brother and me." Zhou Hongkai immediately slapped his second son on the head. "Look at you, so pathetic. Your uncle is the CEO of this company. Do you think your father would ask him to arrange a doorman job for you? Isn't sitting in an office better than being a doorman?" Zhou's mother shook her head helplessly. This second son really takes after his mother. It's all Li Shuejuan's fault. If it weren't for him taking Zhou Xiaowei. As soon as Zhou's mother finished speaking, she noticed that her son's expression was starting to change, so she immediately stopped. The atmosphere among the family of three suddenly became somewhat tense. Only Zhou Erniu, whose head was burning from being slapped, rubbed his head, feeling completely bewildered. The Zhou family waited for Li Shuejuan to return to the company rain or shine, while Li Shua was already busy preparing dinner in the huge kitchen of his villa. Just as the soup was put into the pot to simmer, a beautiful figure arrived at the villa's door. She pressed her fingerprint on the doorknob with her fair hand, opened the door, lifted her long, shapely legs, stepped inside, and pulled on her large suitcase. After changing into slippers in the entryway, I hurriedly dropped my luggage, ignoring the dampness on my body, and followed the sound to the kitchen. She hadn't seen her husband in a long time, and she missed him terribly. Wow, tablet updated today. Weren't you all surprised? By the way, I'd like to ask for a small gift tablet, thanks you all so much. Thump thump thump. Chapter 360 by Qining. I love this kind of husband so much. Bai Qining walked quietly into the kitchen. Li Shua was engrossed in preparing the hairy crabs he was going to make for his wife that evening and did not notice his wife's arrival. Two things were cooking over a fire, steaming hot. The man was tall and straight, wearing an apron, and was working intently in front of the pool. Bai Qining walked to the kitchen door, her beautiful eyes fixed on her husband's figure. Her husband always exuded a special charm that she had never seen in other men, a charm that held a great attraction for her. She lifted her long legs and stepped closer to him, walking behind her husband, where the figure she had longed for was now right before her eyes. She stretched out her jade-like arms, took a half step forward with her long legs, and as she got closer to her husband, she wrapped her arms around his waist, hugged him from behind, and tightened her arms around him. She finally got to hug him. She had missed him terribly. Bai Qining's sudden action startled Li Shua, who was completely unprepared. His back stiffened instantly, and his hands stopped moving. However, upon noticing the fullness pressing against him from behind, feeling the woman's perfect curves, and smelling the familiar fragrance, he instantly recognized the person behind him. After a brief moment of surprise, Li Shua came to his senses, turned his head slightly, and said to the girl behind him with a mix of amusement and exasperation, "Why did you come over without saying a word?" Bai Qining pressed her face against her husband's broad back. When she heard his question, she simply hugged him tighter and replied softly, "I came over as soon as I finished my work. I saw you were so focused on your work, so I didn't want to disturb you. Come here and give me a hug." Li Shua. He wanted to say something, but feeling the girl's exquisite curves behind him, he opened his mouth, but ultimately couldn't say anything. After letting Bai Qining hug him for a while, he washed his hands and turned around. He then noticed that the girl's hair was still damp. He subconsciously reached out and rubbed it with the back of his hand, saying gently, "Your hair was wet when you came in. Didn't you dry it first? Don't you have an umbrella in your car?" His villa has a parking shed, but there's still a distance from the parking shed to his front door. It's raining quite heavily now, so Bai Qining must have gotten out of the car and come straight over with her suitcase. When Bai Qining heard her husband's concern, she pursed her lips slightly, but as if she was used to her aloof demeanor and afraid that her husband would notice her laughter, she quickly restrained herself, brushed her hair aside with her delicate hand, and said, "I have an umbrella in the car. This little bit of rain is nothing." The girl's fair fingers gently ran through her soft hair. Her skin was fair and her face was exquisite, like a vivid fairy painting. Li Shua was somewhat lost in thought. No wonder this girl has become the most beautiful and popular female celebrity in the world. Her looks and temperament are absolutely perfect, without any flaws. Bai Qining was simply fiddling with her hair when she noticed her husband's suddenly intense gaze, and only then did she belatedly realize what was happening. She felt inexplicably pleased that she seemed to have amazed Li Shua, but also inexplicably embarrassed. Her face flushed, and she turned away shyly. With her outstanding appearance, she had been used to all kinds of intense gazes since she was a child. However, when Li Shua looked at her like that, she would feel embarrassed and her face would turn red. Bai Qining turned around, and Li Shua realized his lapse in composure. He assumed his wife was angry because she thought he had offended him, and immediately blurted out, "Oh, I'm sorry." Upon hearing this, Bai Qining turned around, wanting to say that she wasn't angry, but looking at this silly man, she couldn't help but lightly punch him in the chest. "Fool." She cursed aloud, but there was no trace of anger in her voice. The girl's sudden punch startled Li Shua, but he didn't expect that the punch would land so lightly, not only without pain, but also with a strange feeling. Even after his wife called him an idiot and punched him lightly, he couldn't get angry. Instead, he couldn't help but laugh. When Bai Qining saw Li Shua smile, the corners of her lips also turned up slightly, and the atmosphere between the two suddenly changed dramatically. Li Shua looked at the girl in front of him, wondering whether he should take the initiative to pull her into his arms and kiss her on the lips. However, he rarely took the initiative, and the two had been separated for a long time. Due to his personality, even though the idea popped into his head, he didn't put it into practice immediately. Bai Qining could tell that her husband seemed to be interested and was waiting for him to take action. However, after a few seconds, seeing that Li Shua still hadn't made a move, she was afraid that he would back out at the last minute. With her easygoing personality, she took a step forward towards Li Shua in a somewhat domineering manner. The two instantly closed the distance between them, and the atmosphere became ambiguous. Li Shua understood his wife's meaning. Seeing the girl who took the initiative to approach him, he finally made a rare and swift move. He reached out and put his arm around the girl's slender waist, pulled her into his arms, and kissed her slightly parted lips. Li Shua took the initiative to kiss her, and Bai Qining was so happy she almost cried. She loved it when her husband kissed her so proactively. The girl placed her hands on the man's broad shoulders, responding to her husband with a mix of awkwardness and initiative. The two kissed in the kitchen for a while until a hairy crab that Li Shua had removed one of its legs from escaped from the sink. Only then did Li Shua quickly push the person in his arms away and rushed to catch the escaped food. Fortunately, Li Shua reacted quickly and caught the crab before it had gone far. He carried it to his wife and said with a smile, "I'll steam it for you tonight." Bai Qining, still not quite in a daze after being suddenly pushed away by her husband. The crab, who had just escaped from prison and was caught, was speechless. Li Shua was expecting his wife's eager look, but unexpectedly, the girl reached out and pinched his waist with considerable force. "Ouch, Bai Qining, why are you pinching me again?" "Fool." Bai Qining, still angry, pinched Li Shua's waist again, gave the man a wicked look with her beautiful eyes, then turned around and strode out of the kitchen. Li Shua winced in pain, but he was busy dealing with the hairy crabs in his hands. After hesitating for a while, he decided to finish dealing with the hairy crabs first before going to find Bai Qining. Otherwise, if it dies later, the freshness will be greatly reduced after steaming. At the same time, at the hospital, Li Xuejuan has completed all his tests, and the results are all good. Now he is just waiting for Xie Jingshu to get off work, so they can go to their son's place for dinner. After sitting on the hospital balcony for a while, my company assistant called. Li Xuejuan answered the phone with a normal expression, assuming it was just his assistant reporting on daily work. However, after hearing what the person on the other end of the phone was saying, Li Xuejuan was stunned. After realizing what was happening, his face immediately darkened. He said coldly, "They actually have the nerve to come here?" This family was so heartless towards Zhou Xiaohui back then. They were even. How dare you come looking for someone now? Dear readers, there's one more chapter coming around 11 p.m. tonight. Thank you all for your gifts and support yesterday. I'll definitely update as much as I can. Chapter 361. It's perfectly reasonable to kiss you. In the brand new and beautiful villa, Li Shua had been busy in the kitchen all afternoon. After adjusting herself, Bai Qining returned to the kitchen and helped her husband prepare dinner. After all, she had just moved into the villa today, and Li Shua had paid for it himself. If she quarreled with Li Shua on the first day, and he got really angry and wouldn't let her move in, then it would be a loss. The proud Miss Bai never imagined that one day she would be reduced to having to adjust her emotions to accommodate a man, fearing that her husband would kick her out of the house. She only realized after moving in that she hadn't bought the villa, and that even when the two of them had a falling out, it was Li Shua who kicked her out. This feeling was truly unpleasant. She suddenly understood how Li Shua used to feel when he lived in her house. Living under someone else's roof, she really couldn't get angry easily. Otherwise, if Li Shua got angry and told her to move out, she naturally wouldn't have the nerve to stay. But moving out would mean distancing herself from her husband. Bai Qining wouldn't allow the small conflict between the two to escalate to that extent, so she was angry for a while, but then calmed herself down. Her husband is a blockhead. It's impossible to expect him to be romantic. Being able to hug and kiss her on my own today is a huge step forward. Hey, these shrimp are cleaned up, the rest are yours. Bai Qining brought the clean shrimp bowl to her husband's side. Upon hearing this, Li Shua immediately reached out and took the food. Okay, I'll make a stir-fry of this. It seems you like stir-fried shrimp. Bai Qining felt a warmth in her heart and softly replied, Suddenly remembering something, she wanted to add something to her husband's mouth, but he had already picked up some black pepper and sprinkled it into the shrimp bowl. With this black pepper, you seem to eat more every time there's black pepper. She pursed her lips slightly, and a pure and beautiful smile appeared on her stunning face, instantly sweeping away the little resentment that had been building up in her heart. She didn't speak, but looked at the focused man in front of her. Driven by her instinctive impulse, she tiptoed over to Li Shua and gave him a light kiss on the cheek. Li Shua was taken aback when Bai Qining suddenly kissed him. He was stunned for a moment, and the warmth of her lips seemed to still linger on the spot where he had been kissed. He turned his head away, and the girl seemed to notice his gaze. When he turned back, she turned her face away, walked to the side, and began to wash the next ingredient while pretending to be calm. At the same time, she said, Since you care so much, it's perfectly reasonable for me to kiss you just now as your wife. Li Shua. He couldn't help but laugh, continuing to marinate the shrimp in the basin, and agreed, saying, You're absolutely right. The kitchen had a warm and inviting atmosphere. At the kitchen doorway, De Yuanzi, holding one foot, craned her neck to watch everything happening inside. She was originally waiting for the food, but for some reason, she suddenly felt a little full. The young couple had been busy in the kitchen for a short while when Bai Cheng, the third brother-in-law, arrived as scheduled. Li Shua didn't delay and immediately invited everyone into the living room. Before Bai Cheng came over today, he had heard from Bai Qining that Li Shua had bought a house. He originally thought that with his brother-in-law's financial strength, it would be quite good if he could buy a large apartment in Luqing. He didn't expect that he would buy such a big villa. Upon arriving at the villa, he didn't stand on ceremony with Li Shua. He toured the villa inside and out, and secretly admired his brother-in-law's abilities, noting that he had bought a nice villa. Back in the living room, he suggested to Li Shua and Bai Qining, This house has a nice amount of space and many rooms, but cleaning it on a daily basis will probably be quite troublesome. Bai Cheng looked at Bai Qining. Ningning, you and Li Shua are usually quite busy. This villa is so big, you probably don't have time to clean it. You can ask Aunt Zhou to come and manage the villa and take care of your daily life. Li Shua bought this villa because he didn't want outsiders to come and clean it. Upon hearing Bai Cheng's suggestion, he immediately refused. Third brother, no need for now. I haven't decided whether to hire someone yet. Upon hearing this, Bai Cheng was quite surprised that Li Shua wanted him to clean such a large villa. He assumed that Li Shua was worried about the cost, and said, Aunt Zhou is a long-time employee of the Bai family. She is now paid an annual salary and is responsible for Ningning's daily life here. Since you and your husband are living in this villa, having her come over to take care of you will not increase the expenses. Li Shua had heard Bai Qining mention this Aunt Zhou before. When they weren't in Luqing, Aunt Zhou was the one who fed De Yuanzi, but he had never actually met her. He didn't want anyone else to know where he lived at the moment, so he declined again, saying, Thank you, third brother, but I don't think it's necessary right now. Seeing Li Shua's stubbornness and the fact that he was keeping the existing manpower in use, the third brother turned to look at his younger sister, Bai Qining. Bai Qining is also a busy person and really doesn't have time to manage the villa with her husband. She couldn't bear to see Li Shua tidy up such a big villa by himself, so she actually agreed with Aunt Zhou coming over. But Li Shua is unwilling now, and she can't force him. Noticing her third brother's gaze, she reached up and tucked her hair behind her ear, saying calmly, Listen to Li Shua, he's in charge. Bai Cheng. What's going on here? Given his sisters and Li Shua's personalities, Ningning would definitely be the one in charge, especially since Li Shua was kicked out by his wife and bought his own house. Even if he manages to win his wife over, Li Shua should be the one to dote on her in everything. The current situation is somewhat different from what Bai Cheng had imagined, which makes him feel a little puzzled. However, before Bai Cheng could ask any more questions, the doorbell rang. It was Li Xuejuan and Xie Jingshu who came together. Li Shua and Bai Qining immediately welcomed the two into the house. This was Bai Cheng's first formal meeting with Li Shua's father, and he took the initiative to greet him. Upon arriving in the living room, the group chatted for a while, and Bai Cheng sensed that his aunt and Li Shua's father seemed to be quite familiar with each other. This was the first time he had ever seen his aunt so familiar with a man of similar age. As he poured tea for the two of them, he casually remarked, "It's rare to see aunts so familiar with someone outside the Bai family. Uncle must have a very good personality. No wonder Ningning often mentions you to us." Although he still couldn't quite accept the fact that his sister was married. After all, Li Xuejuan was an elder, his sister's father-in-law. Driven by his upbringing and habits, he smiled and praised Li Xuejuan. Li Xuejuan wasn't in a very good mood today. Hearing Bai Cheng's words, he glanced at Xie Jingshu before smiling and saying, "Ah, thank you, Xiao Cheng. Your Bai family's children are very well-mannered, and your aunt has a good personality. She didn't look down on my family and Li Shua's family because of our complicated background. Oh, so what? Regardless of your family background, you and Xiao Shua are both outstanding people. It's Ningming's good fortune to marry into this family." Xie Jingshu disagreed with Li Xuejuan's statement. Chapter 362, I don't care to sleep with him? However, for some reason, Xie Jingshu noticed that her father-in-law seemed to have something on his mind starting this afternoon. She asked a couple of questions on her way here, but didn't get a clear answer. Li Shua could tell that Li Xuejuan seemed to be in a bad mood today, but with so many people around, he figured the other party probably didn't want to talk about it. He cooperated without asking any further questions. Seeing that it was almost time, he told the others that it was time to start dinner. Today's meal was all prepared by Li Shua himself. Although it wasn't as exquisite as the food in the hotel restaurant, it had its own unique flavor. Bai Qining, in particular, is very picky about the food at the Dill Hotel, but her husband Li Shua's cooking is always to her liking. Today my usually flat stomach was unusually bulging slightly from the food. She has always had great self-control, and only Li Shua could make her eat until she was stuffed. After dinner, the family tidied up together and went to the living room to chat. Li Shua cut up some fruit and even made a special fruit salad for Bai Qin, filled with the fruits that Bai Qining liked and creamy white salad dressing. After placing the fruit on the coffee table and inviting the others over, he brought the fruit salad to Bai Qining. "You like this too, so I made some for you. Have some." Bai Qining was already full, but when she saw the fruit salad her husband had made for her, she couldn't resist the temptation. She reached out and took it, thanked him, and then picked up a fork, stuck some fruit on it, and put it in her mouth. I thought to myself, how can this guy even make a fruit salad that tastes so good? Li Shua especially enjoyed watching Bai Qining eat. Seeing her enjoy her food gave him a strange sense of satisfaction, like he was personally feeding a little pig. It's still a very pretty little pig. Seeing how considerate her nephew-in-law was to her daughter Ningning, Xie Jingshu smiled with satisfaction. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Li Xuejuan pick up a piece of apple with his fork and immediately reached out to stop him. "Father-in-law, although your checkup today showed no major problems, your stomach is still a bit weak. This apple is too hard and will cause bloating if you eat it, so don't eat it. You can eat grapefruit and kiwi, bananas are fine too, but don't eat apples for now. Take good care of your stomach. I've been busy lately, so your meals are probably irregular again." Upon hearing his aunt-in-law, who was also Director Xie, remind him, Li Xuejuan smiled and thanked her, saying, "Okay, thank you for the reminder." He listened to the advice, put another piece of fruit on the plate, and ate the rest. We're all family, no need to be so polite. For some reason, Bai Cheng felt inexplicably alone at this moment, and a bitter feeling welled up in his heart. He reached out, forked a piece of apple, and put it in his mouth. Nobody's paying attention. Then they stuck a banana on the stick, but nobody paid any attention. He even forked a piece of mango, which he was allergic to and couldn't eat, right in front of his aunt and sister. Where nobody's paying attention. Xie Jingshu was explaining the precautions for eating to Li Shuejuan. Bai Qining couldn't finish the fruit salad on her plate, so she handed the remaining half plate to Li Shua. Li Shua didn't waste any time and started to finish the remaining half of the fruit salad. Bai Qining handed him a tissue to wipe his mouth, and even when she saw Bai Cheng forking a mango while taking the tissue, she didn't react. Bai Cheng, it's better not to eat this fruit. The third young master was a bit annoyed after eating. After putting down the fruit, he sat on the sofa and looked at his phone. He saw a notification from an unfamiliar profile picture in his Moments. He subconsciously clicked on Moments and saw the post that the unfamiliar profile picture had made a few minutes earlier. It's a selfie taken at the entrance of the residential complex, accompanied by 2 heartsuit emojis. Bai Cheng zoomed in on the picture and immediately recognized it as the female trader Chow, who had her eyes on his brother-in-law Li Shua. He then remembered that when he last got the USB drive, the two of them added each other as friends, and he asked Su Ran to send him the address, but he forgot to delete her later. During dinner today, Bai Cheng overheard the phrase Xiangfu community from a family conversation. This was where Li Shua lived before he moved here. Judging from the pictures and text, it's obvious that this female scoundrel Chow is staking out people at the entrance of the residential area again. He casually opened the comment box and typed, "Good husband, female trader Chow." Then, he promptly deleted the person from his friend list. The family chatted in the living room until 8 p.m. Seeing that it was getting late, Xie Jingshu took the initiative to get up and say goodbye. Although the villa has many rooms, the young couple didn't want to meet again today. She didn't want to be a third wheel. Seeing that his aunt-in-law was about to leave, Li Shuejuan offered to take her home. He also didn't really want to be a third wheel. The two seemed to have some kind of magical understanding and quickly grasped each other's meaning. Before Li Shua asked them to stay the night, they each found an excuse to go back and left together. Bai Cheng had to go back and follow up on Bai Qining's advertisement editing for today, so he also hurriedly said goodbye and left shortly after Li Shuejuan and Xie Jingshu left. Soon, only Li Shua and Bai Qining remained in the villa. The villa suddenly fell silent. Li Shua was silent for a while, then glanced at De Yuanzi sleeping on the sofa and asked Bai Qining. De Yuanzi is very clingy at night and wants to sleep with someone. Does she want to sleep with you or with me? Bai Qining's heart was just fluttering with joy when she saw Li Shua looking at her, but her face tightened when she heard what Li Shua said. She stood up, took 2 long strides to De Yuanzi's side, and pulled the cat into her arms. "Sleep with me." She briefly answered her husband's question before leaving and going upstairs before she could lose control and start hitting him. "Today is only the first day I've moved in. I must resist the urge to hit him." But she was clearly angry. Why hadn't this guy caught up yet after so long? Bai Qining was puzzled. As I walked up to the second floor, I couldn't help but look back. Li Shua was already sitting back on the sofa, typing on his laptop. Bai Qining. Snort. She doesn't want to sleep with him at all. Li Shua noticed that his wife seemed a little upset, but he just remembered that he hadn't released his novel yet today, and he was already more than 3 hours late. He had to update the novel first, as hundreds of thousands of readers were eagerly waiting for it. He acted quickly, but by the time he finished, Bai Qining had already gone upstairs and disappeared. Li Shua originally wanted to go back to his room to take a shower first, but he felt it was still necessary to go find Bai Qining. So he immediately went to his wife's room on the second floor and knocked on the door. "Qining, are you asleep?" After a moment of silence in the room, a faint voice came from behind. "Asleep. Ah, well, see you tomorrow." Li Shua greeted his wife, then thought he might be overthinking things, and turned to leave. He was still thinking about Li Shuejuan's condition today and decided to go to the company first thing tomorrow morning to ask Li Shuejuan if there was anything troublesome going on recently. Bai Qining stood behind the door, and when she heard the footsteps fading away outside, she stomped her feet in anger. Fearing that her husband, who was supposed to be brought over, would actually go back, she was both angry and anxious. In the end, she couldn't help but open the door to the room and look at the man who had already walked away. "Li Shua, you come back here." Upon hearing the voice, Li Shua turned around in surprise. "Huh? I fell asleep while coding last night. I'm so sorry. Everyone. The table is here again today. Thank you all for the gifts and support. Thump thump thump, it's another day for a good update. Keep trying. Chapter 363 by Cheating. I'm not pure and spicy. Li Shua was forcefully dragged into his wife's bedroom tonight. The reason given was, it's too cold today and there's no heating in the villa, so he needs to fulfill his duty as a husband to warm her bed. Li Shua was both amused and exasperated. In Xiamen, people sometimes still wear short sleeves in winter. Who has central heating in their home? Night. The couple had already gone to bed. On his first day in the villa, Li Shua spent the night in his wife's room. Didn't you also live in Xiamen last year? Wasn't it cold there last year? While tidying up his wife's blankets in bed, Li Shua spoke. Bai Qining pressed herself closer to her husband, wrapped her arms around his waist, and said in a relatively calm and normal tone, "It was the same last year." Li Shua. So how did you spend last year? Last year was just like that, but this year I got married and have a husband, so why should I still sleep alone in the cold? Li Shua. He was speechless. Bai Qining wanted him to fulfill his duties as a husband, so Li Shua had no choice but to comply. Holding a soft, fragrant person in his arms was an extremely difficult challenge for a vigorous young man like him. Especially Bai Qining, who kept snuggling into his arms, her soft and elastic body almost pressed against his. Li Shua even had a strong urge to put his hand inside her clothes. In fact, given their current relationship status, it seems that this step is about time to be taken. Especially since this girl is being so proactive now. Perhaps she's hinting at something to him? Just as Li Shua was hesitating about whether to take things further, he felt the girl's soft breathing coming from his arms. Li Shua. Yesterday, Miss Bai was in a state of high spirits almost all night because she was going to come over and sleep with her husband. Now that my wish has finally come true, I can't hold back anymore. For Li Shua, however, the night felt rather long. Tonight will be an exceptionally difficult night for the Zhou family. They waited at Shanha Machinery until after 11 p.m., and the factory workers gradually left work, but they still didn't see Li Xuejuan and his son. The family tried to storm the factory several times, but failed. In the end, they were kicked out by several security guards and returned to the hotel, seething with anger. In a standard hotel room, the family of three looked worried. Their high spirits from the day they came back were gone. Zhou Hongkai sat on the stool, his face grim, and said, "When I had dealings with Li Xuejuan before, I never found him to be this kind of person. Is it really true that money makes you heartless, and you don't even recognize your own brother-in-law?" Zhou's mother felt that Li Xuejuan's tough attitude and refusal to see their family must be because the dead Zhou Xiaowei and Li Xuejuan were smearing their Zhou family and trying to sow discord between their son-in-law and them. She spat into the trash can and said, "It's probably because of that short-lived Zhou Xiaowei. Before she died, she said a lot of bad things about our family to Li Xuejuan, saying that our Zhou family treated her badly. That's why Li Xuejuan is ignoring us like this." Upon hearing this, Zhou Dainiu gave the two of them a meaningful look, then hesitated to speak. Instead, Zhou Erniu spoke up directly. "It's not that many people in the village say that my aunt didn't have a good life in our family. Her winter clothes were sewn with leaves, and she had to wash clothes, cook, and feed the pigs every day. Aunt Lu even said that when she was little, she fed my Aunt Pig brand for a year, which almost caused her health problems." Zhou Erniu had only spoken halfway when old lady Zhou ran up to him and slapped him on the head. "You brat, listen to what those gossipy women are saying." Zhou Erniu was slapped on the slap and felt a lot of pain. He felt that what he said was true and was very unconvinced. His chest heaved as he glared at old lady Zhou. "I didn't say anything wrong. Why are you hitting me, you old woman?" Zhou Erniu's childhood was actually similar to that of his aunt. It was only because he was not very bright that Zhou Laotai and Zhou Hongkai constantly beat and scolded him. Now that he's grown older, Zhou Hongcai's bloodline suppresses him, and he dares not resist. But facing the increasingly hunched over old lady Zhou, Zhou Erniu has even less restraint. When old Mrs. Zhou saw that Zhou Erniu dared to talk back to her, she was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening and slapped Zhou Erniu's shoulder a few more times. "I'll beat you to death, you little brat. You think you're all grown up now, daring to insult your grandma?" Old Mrs. Zhou never considered the force she used when beating Zhou Erniu. She always used all her strength to beat him to death. Zhou Erniu, feeling the pain, clenched his fist, turned around, and slammed Zhou Laotai to the ground, his fist, as big as a sandbag, landing directly on Zhou Laotai's face. "Ah, you little brat, you've hit someone. Zhou Hongkai, your son has hit someone." The screams of Zhou's mother echoed in the room. Zhou Erniu went berserk, punching her body and face repeatedly. Zhou Hongkai and his son belatedly realized what was happening and rushed to pull her away. The family was instantly thrown into chaos. The Zhou family is having a rough night. Meanwhile, a few kilometers away, Li Shuo and Bai Qining, a young couple, had a relatively peaceful and tranquil night. The next morning, Bai Qining was so frightened that she jumped out of bed and ran away. Before running out of the room, he labeled Li Shuo, who had just been startled awake, as a big hooligan. It wasn't until the bedroom door closed that Li Shuo sat on the bed, dazed for a while, before he came to his senses. He looked down at his brother, who always looked up in the morning. Li Shuo. This morning, Bai Qining was so embarrassed that she didn't eat breakfast at home and drove to the company with a red face. But she kept thinking about her husband the whole way. How come I never noticed this before? Li Shuo's is too much. That's terrifying. Outrageous. Miss Bai, who has been a complete novice in this field for over 20 years, is starting to question her life today. Li Shuo was also helpless. He hadn't expected such an embarrassing situation to happen. The atmosphere between the young couple became somewhat awkward. He didn't want to disturb his wife while she was driving, so he didn't call to bother her. I had no choice but to make breakfast at home by myself. Seeing that it was still early, I decided to go to the company first. Li Xuejuan left in a hurry yesterday, and he didn't take the 2 boxes of tea that the sales manager had given him with him. In addition, Li Xuejuan seemed to be in a bad mood when he came over yesterday. He brought the tea with him today, and also to see if his father had any worries lately. Li Shuo doesn't need to pack much when he goes out. He just needs to be fully armed. After breakfast, I took some tea leaves and trash and went out. After handing the trash over to the sanitation workers responsible for cleaning up the garbage in the villa area, I called a Didi, ride-hailing service, to take me to the entrance of the villa area, got in the car, and left. 9 o'clock in the morning. The Zhou family had just arrived at the entrance of Shana Machinery Company. If Zhou Erniu hadn't suddenly attacked and injured old lady Zhou last night, the family certainly wouldn't have arrived so late today. Gao Di also squatted down before the company's working hours to see Li Xuejuan. Grandma Zhou was beaten badly yesterday, and half of her face is still swollen today. But Zhou Erniu is her grandson after all, so she can't just beat him to death. Yesterday, Zhou Hongkai and his son beat up Zhou Erniu, which was a way of venting her anger. If we really have to hold someone accountable, we should hold Li Xuejuan accountable. Chapter 364 Grandma Zhou. I finally met my eldest grandson, Li Shuo. If Li Xuejuan hadn't abducted Zhou Shaohui back then, her son wouldn't have married that stupid mother of 2 cows and given birth to that stupid Zhou Erniu. Now that Li Xuejuan has become successful, it would be unreasonable not to help the Zhou family. So even though she's injured, Grandma Zhou is going to come find Li Xuejuan today to meet him and settle accounts with him. The daughter she raised with great care married Li Xuejuan without asking for a single dowry, and even gave him such an outstanding son as Li Shuo. They've even been on TV. Zhou Hongkai was unwilling to have made a wasted trip. He wouldn't go back to Luqing without getting any benefits from Li Xuejuan and his son. The round-trip travel expenses for this family of 4 totaled over 2,000 yuan. He couldn't possibly have made a wasted trip and spent so much money. Zhou Dainiu and Erniu only knew that their uncle was very rich, and they only wanted to go and seek refuge with him. Zhou Dainiu hoped that his uncle could give him a manager position, so that he could sit in an office and have a good reputation, and then he could marry the daughter of Li Sanjin, the richest man in the village. Tuesday, Nio's demands were relatively low. He wanted to fire the security captain and give him the position. Someone like him is suitable to be a security captain. The family members were busy calculating, some standing and some sitting at the company entrance waiting for Li Xuejuan to come out. It didn't rain today, but the wind was very strong, especially on a winter morning in Xiamen. The cold wind howled and blew into people's clothes. Grandma Zhou is rather frail, and after being caught in the rain and beaten yesterday, she's now struggling to keep up, with a runny nose and constant sneezing. They also felt that her current illness was due to the security guards not letting her into the company, and they would occasionally curse at the security guards in the security room. The family stood in the cold wind for a while longer until a taxi slowly pulled up to the company entrance and stopped. A tall and handsome figure got out of the car. When Grandma Zhou and Zhou Hongkai heard the noise, they subconsciously looked up, and their eyes lit up instantly when they saw the face of the man getting out of the car. "Oh my, isn't this my successful grandson?" Grandma Zhou exclaimed excitedly. As soon as Li Shua got out of the car, he saw the group of people waiting at the company entrance. Before he could even speak, the group had already started walking towards him. Upon seeing this, several security guards in the factory area rushed out of the company to protect Mr. Li. Shanha Machinery has extremely high security requirements. Almost all of them are retired soldiers who are over 1.8 meters tall and have been trained by professional security companies. Before the Zhou family members could even get close to Li Shua, several tall security guards blocked their way and separated them from him. Looking at her grandson who resembled her birth mother Zhou Xiaowei so much, old Mrs. Zhou automatically projected Zhou Xiaowei's submissive and easily bullied weak personality onto her. Seeing the security guards so tactless in separating her from Li Shua, Grandma Zhou was furious and shouted at Li Shua, "Grandson, I'm your grandmother. You should control these security guards in your company." Grandma Zhou's sudden use of the term eldest grandson startled Li Shua. He vaguely remembered Fong Lanying mentioning it a few times. His birth mother and family were still alive. But the original owner of the photo of his mother had memories of her. She was very beautiful and had a great presence. This family. Li Shua hesitated for 2 seconds, looked at the Zhou family, and asked hesitantly, "Who are you?" Grandma Zhou gave her eldest grandson a look of exasperation, thinking to herself, "How can this grandson be so stupid? I've already called him my eldest grandson. How can he ask such a foolish question? I am your mother Zhou Xiaowei's mother, your maternal grandmother. Can't you recognize me?" Zhou Hongkai also quickly stepped forward, looking at Li Shua's face with mixed feelings. There was excitement as well as great disappointment. Li Shuejuan and Zhou Xiaowei's son has eyebrows and eyes that look a lot like Zhou Xiaowei's, and he is indeed very handsome. Unlike his 2 cows, who are ugly and stupid, and are so old they can't even find a wife. Li Shua, you may not believe it, but we are indeed your mother Zhou Xiaowei's family. Zhou Hongkai introduced himself. I am your maternal uncle, Zhou Hongkai, and these 2 are your cousins, Zhou Daniu and Zhou Erniu. Upon hearing this, Li Shua recalled Li Shuejuan's state yesterday. Although he still found it hard to believe that this family was actually his beautiful mother's family, it wasn't hard to tell that they weren't lying. He gestured for the security guards to move aside, looked at the group, and said, "I rarely hear my dad mention it, but my mom's surname is indeed Zhou." Grandma Zhou clapped her hands. That's right. Now that she was finally reunited with her eldest grandson, Grandma Zhou no longer held back her anger. She immediately pointed at the security captain and the others and said, "Xiao Shua, it's these lazy bums who are so arrogant and condescending that made our whole family wait here at the gate for days, leaving your grandma to be exposed to the wind and rain. You should fire these guard dogs right now. Our company doesn't need such condescending employees." Old Mrs. Zhou had had enough of the security guards' rudeness these past few days, and she had rehearsed this moment in her mind 1,000 times. Seeing that Li Shua looked a bit like Zhou Xiaowei, Zhou Hongkai subconsciously assumed that he was also someone who could be bossed around like Zhou Xiaowei. Straightening his back, he directly instructed Li Shua as his uncle. These security guards are acting like they have a big authority, blocking our family at the gate. Last night, they even kicked your grandmother out of the factory area. They've offended our family like this. Fire these employees immediately. It'll make room for them after they're fired. His 2 sons work in offices, and he has a whole line of relatives back in his hometown who can be brought over. For those who aren't very close, just call them over and assign them a security guard position. Keep the benefits within the family. Old Mrs. Zhou and her son immediately demanded the dismissal of several security guards, and Zhou Daniu and Zhou Erniu came over and glared angrily at the guards. Upon hearing this, Li Shua turned to the security captain and asked, "Is what they said true?" Upon hearing this, the security captain immediately nodded. "Young boss, it's true." Grandma Zhou pointed at the security captain. It was this big guy who gave the order. Hurry up and fire him. Zhou Erniu chimed in. Cousin, fire him, and I'll be the security captain. Zhou Honkai slapped his second son on the head. Look at your pathetic self. With your relationship with Li Shua, you'd be sitting in an office at best. What's so great about being a security captain? Zhou Honkai, with a cold face, instructed Li Shua. Fire these security guards. I'll find you more suitable replacements. Li Shua's gaze swept over old lady Zhou and landed on Zhou Honkai. After a brief silence, under the expectant gazes of the Zhou family, Li Shua looked at the security guard and calmly ordered, "Get these people out of the company entrance. Don't let them linger at the company entrance again. Kick them out every time they come." He said that his dad was in a bad mood yesterday because of this group of awful relatives. Li Shua gave the order, and the security guards immediately responded and began to move. The Zhou Honkai family's mood took a sharp turn for the worse. Why is Li Shua acting so unpredictably? His mother, Zhou Xiaowei, would never do that. Woof woof woof. The dog table is back. To be continued tomorrow. This time, the table must hold out until the new year. Chapter 365, Threatening Li Shua. The Zhou family had finally found a relative, Li Shua, who had become successful. They originally thought that Li Shua would be as weak and easily manipulated as their mother, Zhou Xiaowei, and that the first thing they would do upon meeting him was to have him fire the security guard to vent his anger. Who would have thought that after Li Shua found out that they were his maternal grandmother, uncle, and cousin, he not only did not fire those few treacherous guards, but also ordered the security guards to drive them away. Li Shua, how could you do this? I'm your grandmother. I raised your mother, Zhou Xiaowei, and then let her marry your father without asking for a single dowry. What do you mean by this? Didn't your father teach you to be grateful? Zhou's mother, who had been eagerly anticipating wealth and luxury for several days, was instead met with her grandson's cold and indifferent attitude, which infuriated her. Zhou Honkai was also so angry that his face turned red. If it weren't for the several tall security guards stopping him, he would have rushed over and punched his heartless nephew in the face with several fists the size of sandbags. How can there be such an ungrateful and heartless person? He's not even as good as his son, Zhou Erniu. He doesn't even recognize his own uncle. Li Shua, you're a public figure now. Aren't you afraid that the whole country will know that you, this great writer, are a heartless person who doesn't care about family or friends? Unable to hit Li Shua, and unwilling to come here empty-handed, Zhou Honkai threatened him with a dark face. In Zhou Honkai's eyes, the biggest worry for public figures like Li Shua is damage to their reputation. Many celebrities have seen their reputation plummet and their future ruined when their scandals are exposed at the height of their popularity. Zhou Honkai was very confident that Li Shua would have reservations after saying these words. Upon hearing her son's words, Zhou's mother instantly understood. Her eyes lit up, and she chimed in. That's right. If you really drive me away and disown me today, I'll report you to the TV station tonight. If you can make these watchdogs stop now, treat our family well, acknowledge me as your grandmother and your uncles and cousins, give us several 100,000 yuan as dowry for your two brothers' weddings, and arrange decent office jobs for them, and let the family spend more time together and help each other, then I won't hold it against you. After all, you are still young, and it's normal for you to be naive sometimes. The Zhou family came here solely for the benefit of Li Shua and his son. They used both soft and hard tactics to get the father and son to acknowledge them as relatives, hoping they would get on their good side and never have to worry about food or drink again. The mother and son were very confident, and with a little coercion and enticement, Li Shua immediately gave in. Not to mention Li Shua, even the security guards became much more restrained when they heard the Zhou family mother and son threatening Li Shua and his father's reputations and resisting the Zhou family. They tacitly turned to look at Li Shua's expression. Zhou Honkai noticed the change in the security guard's attitude, so he immediately pushed aside the two guards blocking his way, walked up to Li Shua, and looked at the man in front of him whose eyebrows and eyes looked very much like Zhou Xiaowei's. He made no attempt to hide the malice on his face and said arrogantly, "We've been waiting at this company entrance for days. Aren't you going to invite us in for a chat?" He had been troubled by Zhou Xiaowei's matter for over 20 years, and the moment he heard the news of her death, he felt only relief. Seeing his nephew, who looks remarkably like Zhou Xiaowei, tall and handsome, and who has achieved such success, Zhou Hongkai felt extremely displeased and could no longer speak politely. Anyway, Li Shua is a celebrity now. No matter what his attitude is, with the title of uncle as his relative, Li Shua doesn't dare to disown him. Now that he wants to enter the company, he doesn't dare to stop him. Zhou Hongkai was full of confidence, just waiting for his nephew Li Shua to invite his family to join the company. The security guards no longer dared to forcefully stop the Zhou family. They all turned to look at Li Shua, waiting for instructions from young Master Li. For the sake of his reputation, even if he didn't want to, Mr. Li would probably have to put up with inviting the Zhou family into the company. At this moment, Li Shua, who was the focus of everyone's attention, glanced around at the people around him, and then looked at Zhou Hongkai in front of him. After a brief pause, he looked at the security captain and said coldly, "I will reiterate, kick this family out of our company gate immediately. If they come again, we will kick them out. If they come again, we will call the police and send them to detention." As soon as Li Shua finished speaking, everyone present was stunned. After a brief moment of surprise, the security captain immediately reacted, nodded in response, and called for his men. At this moment, Zhou Hongkai also realized what was happening and, in extreme anger, raised his fist at Li Shua. But just as he raised his fist, several tall figures loomed over him, instantly capturing him and pinning him to the ground. "Li Shua, what do you mean by this?" Zhou Hongkai was pinned to the ground, baring his teeth and growling. "You bunch of little bastards, let go of my Hongkai right now." When Zhou's mother saw her son being pinned to the ground, she was both angry and anxious. She bared her teeth and claws and rushed behind the security guard, ready to attack him. However, before she could even begin, the security guard caught up with her and subdued her, rendering her unable to move. Although the men of the Zhou family were shaped like oxen, how could they possibly be a match for the tall and mighty retired soldier? With just one order from Li Shua, and in the blink of an eye, the entire family was brought under control and rendered immobile. Zhou's mother cried out in pain and cursed, saying that she would go to the TV station that night to report Li Shua for being heartless and disloyal to his own family. Instead of being angry, Li Shua laughed and looked at the disheveled family. He said coldly, "Go ahead and go to the TV station. I want to see whether it's your Zhou family or me, Li Shua, who will be on the front page of the newspapers for being estranged from their own family." Even his father, Li Shuejuan, didn't like this family, which shows how they treated his mother, Zhou Xiaowei, back then. After saying this coldly, Li Shua didn't wait for the Zhou family's response and instructed the security guards again. "Don't let these people appear in my father's sight again. Blow them up every time you see them." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped into the company. Several security guards immediately chased and threw the cursing Zhou family out of the Shana company gate. Since Mr. Li wasn't afraid of this family causing trouble, they didn't need to hold back. They were quite forceful when they kicked them out, clearly driven by some personal grudges. After all, this family kept calling him a watchdog, and they just couldn't swallow their anger. The Zhou family, who thought they could finally hold their heads high today, were not only kicked out of the company by Li Shua's men, but also suffered a lot, taking several punches the size of sandbags. Even though they were unwilling, they could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger, leaving in a sorry state. "Dad, Grandma, Li Shua and his son are going too far. Let's go to the TV station right now and report them." As soon as Zhou Erniu said this, Zhou Hongkai slapped him on the back of the head. "Idiot! Didn't you understand what Li Shua meant? If we really go to the TV station, he'll definitely turn around and bite us." He was just threatening Li Shua because he was young and famous, and since he was Zhou Xiaowei's son, he thought his personality would be a bit weaker than his mother's. Who would have thought that this kid was nothing like his mother, so stubborn and impossible to threaten? The Zhou family had indeed treated Zhou Xiaowei badly, and Zhou Hongkai was afraid that Li Shua would turn around and bite back, making the Zhou family infamous throughout the country and universally condemned. That Li Shua is truly vicious. Chapter 366: Li Shua's mother's background. When Li Shua went to the company, Li Shuejuan was not there. Li Shuejuan is going to visit a raw material manufacturer this morning and won't be back until after 11 a.m. Li Shua wasn't quite used to having a father who was the CEO of a big company, and forgot to call and ask before coming over. Although he roughly figured out why Li Shuejuan was in a bad mood yesterday, he also needed to find out what was going on with Li Shuejuan's family this week. He didn't want this family to cause any real trouble, as he wouldn't have a way to deal with it. Li Shua didn't just wait around at the company. He found an unused computer in the office and started typing. He also began to conceive of a new book. He currently only has one book, Do Di, that he's updating, and he only needs to update 10,000 words a day. At his current speed, he only needs 2 hours a day to finish it. The task was far too easy. My previous female-oriented romance novel, The Temptation to Go Home, although not as good as several of my other high-quality works in terms of overall subject matter and quality, was exceptionally popular and well-received by online readers, especially female readers. Whether it was the earth he lived on before or the world he lives in now, women's consumption remains the main force in the market. If he wants to make money quickly, what he needs to do now is to consider the subject matter of his new book from a female perspective. He decided to continue using the pseudonym Haitang to write female-oriented novels in his new book. However, he needs to think carefully about what subject matter to write, what book to write, and whether it should be something he read in his previous life. Li Shua sat in his office for over an hour and wrote most of today's update for Do Di. Li Shuejuan also rushed back from the raw material supplier, but he was still very busy. The father and son took a quick photo together, and then Li Shuejuan went to the company's R&D department to discuss product matters with the R&D engineers. Li Shuejuan finally had some free time after lunchtime. It was already 1 p.m., and most of the company's employees had finished lunch and gone for their afternoon nap. Li Shua and his father went to the cafeteria for a meal. Li Shuejuan also had a full schedule in the afternoon and didn't have much time to spend with Li Shua. At the dinner table, Li Shuejuan took advantage of this rare opportunity to spend time with his son and asked Li Shua about the Zhou family that morning. I heard from Captain Liu that you ordered them to kick the Zhou family out of the company. Li Shuejuan took a sip of soup, his expression slightly complicated, and asked Li Shua a question. He was a little surprised not to see the Zhou family blocking the company entrance when he came today. He casually asked the security guard and learned that the family had been chased away by the son. Li Shua put down his chopsticks, took a napkin from the napkin box to wipe his mouth, and replied, "Yes, you seemed to be in a bad mood yesterday. When I came here today, I saw this family. I thought it was because of them, so I chased them away." Upon hearing this, Li Shuejuan smiled slightly, but looking at his son with eyes and brows resembling Zhou Xiaohui's, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. He frowned slightly, paused for a moment, and then said to Li Shua, "What you did was right, and you don't need to feel guilty." Li Shua has no obligation to be kind to anyone in the Zhou family. Li Shua casually asked, "So it turns out they treated Mom badly before?" He knew very little about his mother, Zhou Xiaohui, and could only find fragments of Fong Laniying arguing with Li Shuejuan and mentioning Zhou Xiaohui in the corners of the original owner's memories. It seems that after Zhou Xiaohui married Li Shuejuan, her family never came to see her, and they have never come to see the father and son over the years. Judging from Li Shuejuan's attitude these past 2 days, this family must have mistreated Zhou Xiaohui. Mentioning Zhou Xiaohui brought back a flood of memories, and Li Shuejuan unconsciously frowned. He glanced at his son, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "It's more than just mistreatment. The Zhou family." Li Shuejuan paused for a moment, looked at his son whose background was already complicated enough, sighed inwardly, and continued, "The Zhou family has never treated your mother as family. Your mother had a very difficult life from childhood to adulthood. When she met me, she was very thin and timid." Li Shua asked in confusion, "Does the Zhou family favor sons over daughters? Or his mother wasn't?" The thought had barely crossed Li Shua's mind when Li Shuejuan immediately said, "Yes, it's because of the preference for sons over daughters, which is why your mother was never well-liked growing up." Li Shua already had some doubts, and seeing Li Shuejuan's eagerness to confirm things now made him feel even more suspicious. Combined with the stark difference in appearance between the Zhou family members and Zhou Xiaohui in the photos, he immediately had his answer. "Dad, could Mom not be our biological daughter either?" Li Shua asked bluntly. Just as Li Shuejuan picked up his soup bowl to drink, Li Shua's question suddenly came out, causing him to pause slightly. After a brief moment of surprise, he slumped his shoulders and put down the bowl. Li Shua instantly understood. It's understandable that Li Shuejuan is worried. He probably feels that his background is already complicated enough and doesn't want to add another mother with an unknown identity. He looked at Li Shuejuan and said, "Actually, I would prefer that this family isn't my mother's relatives, so that I won't feel burdened if I have any conflicts with them in the future." Upon hearing this, Li Shuejuan looked up at his son, and after a moment, finally let out a sigh of relief. "Forget it. You're all grown up and sensible now, so I don't need to hide it from you. Your mother is indeed not a member of the Zhou family." "Then who is she?" Li Shua frowned and continued to ask. Sure enough, his mother wasn't his biological mother either. In the cafeteria, Li Shuejuan spent more than 10 minutes telling Li Shua about Zhou Xiaohui's background and experiences. It turns out that Zhou Xiaohui was not born to Zhou's mother, but was a baby that Zhou's mother found near the train station. When we brought her home, she was very weak, as if she had only been born a few days ago. We thought she wouldn't survive, but a few mouthfuls of rice cereal brought Zhou Xiaohui back to life. At the time, Zhou's mother thought Zhou Xiaohui was pretty and planned to sell her to the richest family in the village who had never had children. Little did she expect that just after Zhou Xiaohui had taken in and raised the child, the wife of the richest man in the village became pregnant. No one wanted Zhou Xiaohui, a little girl, so her mother had no choice but to keep her and raise her, thinking she could sell her to someone who needed her when she was older. After raising Zhou Xiaohui to adulthood, seeing that she was pretty and obedient, and worried that his son would not be able to find a wife in the future, he continued to keep her by his side to serve him. When Zhou Xiaohui grew up, she would become Zhou Hongcai's wife, essentially a child bride. On the day Zhou Xiaohui turned 16, Zhou Hongcai had evil intentions and wanted to force himself on her. Zhou Xiaohui fought back desperately, smashed Zhou Hongcai's head, and ran away with her savings. After a long and arduous journey, he arrived in Xiamen and took a job illegally at a restaurant, trying to learn some knowledge. A few years later, she met Li Shuejuan, who had dropped out of school and was working in Xiamen, and the two started dating. Then Li Shua came along, and the Zhou family also learned of Zhou Xiaohui's whereabouts and came to arrest her. "Hey everyone, Zhuozi is really back. Tomorrow's draft is finished, but it still needs some revisions. Zhuozi will write 4,000 words a day and save 4,000 words for now, maintaining a steady update schedule until the deadline. Then I'll give you all a big update later. Let's quickly reach 1,000,000 words. Go for it." Chapter 367 Gossip about Hong Kong's richest man. At that time, Zhou Xiaohui was already 8 months pregnant. Zhou Hongcai was unwilling to give up and wanted to force Zhou Xiaohui to have an abortion. Li Shuejuan fought with Zhou Hongcai and was injured in the leg. He called the police, and only then did the Zhou family give up and leave angrily. Li Shuejuan's family background was also not good. The Zhou family knew that they could not get any benefits from Li Shuejuan, so they have never taken the initiative to contact him again over the years. Even after Zhou Xiaohui passed away, the Zhou family did not offer any condolences. This is also the biggest reason why Li Shuejuan was unwilling to acknowledge the Zhou family as relatives when they came to visit. On the taxi to and from the villa, Li Shua felt depressed as he thought about Zhou Xiaohui's ordeal. Zhou's mother saved Zhou Xiaohui's life, but never treated her like a human being. Now that she's dead, it's the same. She even tries to squeeze every last bit of value out of her adopted daughter, using the fact that Zhou Xiaohui is her daughter to gain benefits. What's the difference between such a person and an animal? The Zhou family had better behave themselves from today onwards, or he would make sure they lived in constant turmoil and paid the price for everything they had done to Zhou Xiaohui. It's just a pity that his mother, Zhou Xiaohui, is no longer alive and didn't have the chance to live the peaceful life he has now. Thinking about this, Li Shua couldn't help but feel sorry for this beautiful but pitiful stepmother. Suddenly, 2 WeChat notification sounds pulled Li Shua back to reality. This was a WeChat message from Suyu. Li Shua wasn't very interested in the content of the message. In fact, he was puzzled. "Ah-1, you must have seen the blunder in today's biggest news in Hong Kong, right? The news broke that former Hong Kong's richest district chief, Chan La Quan, had died of illness, causing a sensation throughout Hong Kong. But it turned out to be a huge blunder. Old Mr. Chan is still alive and well, in good health. New's reputation is completely ruined now, and they've even offended Hong Kong's richest man. But I heard from the bottom of the road that this blunder seems to be related to his nephew. Isn't your family also a news media company? Do you have any inside information? Old Chun is really pitiful. He and his wife have been unable to have a son or daughter for so many years. From being the richest man in Hong Kong to abandoning business for politics and then retiring, he has spent his life in the military. In his old age, all his wealth and connections can only be left to his spendthrift nephew after he passes away. Li Shuo read the message, frowned slightly, and immediately sent a string of question marks to the other party. After the message was sent, there was a moment of silence before a reply came. I misread it. I was going to send it to my friend in Hong Kong, but since your two chat boxes are next to each other, I accidentally sent it to you, Lao Shuo. Li Shuo. I can tell. Suyu. Haha. But to be honest, it's really surprising that such a big mainstream news television station in Hong Kong would make such a blunder. Lao Shuo, you agree, right? Li Shuo. I haven't been paying attention to these news lately, but this misunderstanding is really big and very offensive to the person involved. He was perfectly fine, but suddenly everyone outside was saying he was dead. Even Li Shuo felt terrible when he thought about it from the other person's perspective. Suyu. That's right. It's only because old Chun is in good health that he was able to get News TV to issue a public apology. If it were anyone else, they would have sued News into bankruptcy. Among the former richest men in Hong Kong, Mr. Chun has the best reputation. It's just that such a good person doesn't even have a single descendant. It's such a pity. If Madam Chun had been able to keep that baby, whether it was a boy or a girl, the Chun family would still have descendants, and the elderly couple would still have blood relatives to rely on. They wouldn't be in this situation now, with no one to rely on in their old age, only a troublesome younger brother and a spendthrift nephew. Suyu was still sighing and complaining to Li Shuo, but Li Shuo didn't want to focus his attention on these people who had nothing to do with him. He doesn't like gossip, and his phone died soon after. So he simply exchanged a few perfunctory words with Suyu and then took the initiative to end the topic. He hadn't charged his phone last night, and it shut down right after he finished chatting with Suyu, as the last bar of battery had drained. He doesn't have the habit of using his phone in the car, so the phone running out of battery and turning off doesn't affect him much. Just before his phone was turned off, he vaguely saw that Bai Qining had sent him a WeChat message. I can only reply to the other party after I get home and charge my phone. The villa area where Li Shuo now lives has strict security management. People who can live in this area are all rich and powerful. The community prohibits all outside vehicles except those used for renovations and moving. Therefore, Li Shuo only took a taxi to the entrance of the villa area and walked home. His home isn't far from here. It's only a few hundred meters away on foot. He just finished lunch and thought it would be a good opportunity to walk around and digest. Halfway there, we ran into our neighbor who was carrying things back to their villa. She was a cheerful woman in her 30s. After exchanging a few words with Li Shuo, she offered to help him carry her a short distance. Li Shuo had run into this female neighbor at his doorstep. She lived right next door to him. Since the other party had already asked, he had no reason to refuse. So he helped carry the things for a while and took them to his neighbor's door. The neighbor was very grateful and generously gave Li Shuo half of a 12-bottle drink, telling him to take it home and enjoy it with his wife, and highly recommending that the coconut water from this shop was delicious. Li Shuo considered that his wife, Bai Qining, also loved drinking these fresh fruit juices. After declining a few words, he couldn't refuse the other party's enthusiasm and generously accepted. Take it back and let Bai Qining try it when she gets back. If she likes it, she can buy it to drink regularly in the future. This girl seems to have gotten a little tired of the orange juice she always drinks, as she doesn't seem to drink it as often at the dinner table as before. Last time she ate out, she drank more coconut water. Back home, Li Shuo put the coconut water in the refrigerator before going to his room to charge his phone. During the latter part of the taxi ride today, he had already figured out his new book for female readers. When it comes to classic films and novels that are popular among female audiences, the classic TV series about palace intrigue and power struggles is definitely one of them. Even today, whenever I think of this show, all those classic lines that went viral online come to mind. For example, the phrase that later became a hot topic and meme among netizens, "Bow on, my voice. I cannot do it. A bitch is just being pretentious," and so on. These scenes have been widely used by netizens in their social media posts, and they seem to enjoy them immensely. At the time, this TV series was a ratings miracle, becoming a global sensation. In its first year, it garnered 9.1 billion views, far surpassing the 6.6 billion views of the previous year's champion. Even in that world of booming entertainment, this TV series remained popular on various television platforms for many years after its broadcast. Li Shua showed the video to the aunties and older women in the village when he went back to his hometown to check out the local store, and he watched it twice himself. With his new book in the works, Li Shua plugged in his phone to charge and immediately opened his laptop, sitting down at his computer desk to start writing. First, let me write a brief introduction to the new book. In 1722 AD, with the support of Nian Gingyao and Long Kejuo, Emperor Yongzheng defeated his rivals and ascended the throne. Consort Hua, the younger sister of Nian Gingyao, was beautiful and domineering. She enjoyed the emperor's favor for several years and, relying on the power of the Nian family and her brother, rivaled the empress. The emperor was busy with state affairs and often did not enter the inner palace for several days. The empress dowager, thinking of the emperor's country and offspring, advised the emperor to hold a selection of concubines every 3 years. Zhen Huan, the eldest daughter of Zhen Yuandao, the vice minister of the Court of Judicial Review, is naturally beautiful. Although she is among those selected for the imperial concubine selection, she is unwilling to marry into the imperial family. Chapter 368 by Muge, the goddess severely neglected by her husband. In just a few minutes, Li Shua finished writing the novel's synopsis. Now that he was in the zone, his thoughts were flowing like a spring, and he didn't want to stop, so he continued typing on the keyboard in front of the computer. Unbeknownst to them, several unread messages popped up on the phone, which had already been charged and automatically turned on. At the company, Bai Qining frowned slightly as she looked at the unanswered message, which had been sent more than an hour ago. She picked up her phone, then put it down again, feeling inexplicably irritable. Bai Muge, a famous and popular actress and the heiress of the Baishur group, is a pampered and privileged young lady who is always surrounded by admirers. It is difficult for her to be left out like this for so long without receiving a reply to her messages. After all, whether it's work or life, the people around her are always there when she needs them, and no one has ever dared to leave her hanging for so long. The less Li Shua replied, the more frustrated Bai Qining became. Unable to vent her anger on Li Shua, several unlucky employees submitted several projects with serious errors, which happened to be the target of her criticism. Huawang called them into her office and gave them a severe scolding. At 4:30 p.m., several employees came out of the office, carefully closed the office door, and then whispered among themselves, still shaken. "What's wrong with Xiaobai today? He seems to be in a bad mood again. Did you have a fight with that mysterious person?" Ever since Xiaobai went public with his relationship, I've noticed that Xiaobai's mood doesn't seem as stable as before. Sai, who exactly is Mr. Bai's girlfriend? I hope he can appease Mr. Bai soon. Otherwise, if there are still complaints about this project when I submit it next time, I feel like Mr. Bai might fire me. Who says otherwise? Mr. Bai's girlfriend. Please, hurry up and appease her. Achoo. Li Shua was engrossed in writing when he sneezed several times in a row. Thinking it might be because it got dark and a bit cold, I went to the coat rack and took out my jacket to put on. Once it warmed up a bit, Li Shua walked to the bedside table and picked up his phone. After charging for an afternoon, the battery is fully charged. He took off his phone and saw the unread messages on the screen. Only then did he belatedly realize that Bai Qining seemed to have sent him a message this afternoon. He immediately opened the unread message and, sure enough, it was from Bai Qining. The earliest message came at 1:30 p.m., asking if he had eaten yet. Then there's a question mark. Days. What are you doing? The most recent one was posted 2 hours ago. Li Shua sensed something was wrong, so he immediately opened his contacts, found Bai Qining, and called her. The phone rang for a while before it was answered. What's the matter? The voice is very pleasant, but it has a cold quality to it. Li Shua shivered involuntarily and replied to his wife. My phone was dead. I charged it when I got back and then went to work. I didn't reply to your message right away. He took the initiative to explain to the other party. After a brief silence on the other end of the line, Li Shua finally spoke. Okay, I understand. His tone was noticeably gentler than before. Bai Qining was busy with something, so she only spoke a few words to Li Shua briefly before ending the call. After hanging up her husband's call, she closed the file in her hand, turned to look at the employee who was already sweating profusely at the desk. The frost on her face had faded, and she simply said, "You're a senior employee now. Don't make this kind of mistake again. Take the project back and revise it, and hand it in to me before you leave work today." Upon hearing Bai Qining's words, the latter paused for a moment before looking up at Bai Qining in astonishment, surprised by her sudden change. He had thought that Xiao Bai's imposing manner would give him a severe dressing down, but he didn't expect him to be so gentle. Before Bai Qining's expression changed, the employee quickly stepped forward, took the documents with both hands, nodded to Bai Qining, and then, as if relieved of a disaster, hurriedly left with the documents. Huawan witnessed the whole thing from the side, her mouth slightly agape. After the employees left, she walked to her desk and asked Bai Qining, "Was that phone call just now your brother-in-law?" Today, not only the company employees were affected, but Bai Qining was also in a bad mood, and she was also criticized because her project was rejected. In the past, cases were usually dismissed, and even when criticism was given, it was just a few cold words. Today, however, he was clearly a bit angry. The girl seemed to feel much better after receiving a phone call just now. Huawan naturally wanted to find out the truth. If it really was her brother-in-law calling, then in order to make her work easier in the future, she would need to find an opportunity to talk to him and work hard to appease his wife so that they wouldn't have to fight and cause trouble for the working class. Bai Qining wouldn't hide anything about Li Shua from her best friend. When Huawan asked, she answered frankly, "It was indeed Li Shua who called. Sure enough, you had a fight with your brother-in-law this afternoon. If he hadn't called you right away, I think I would have gotten another scolding from you today." Huawan joked like this, but in her heart she had already decided that if she ever met Li Shua again, she would definitely do her best to persuade him not to make his wife angry. Otherwise, this girl wouldn't dare to vent her anger on her husband, which would only make things difficult for this group of office workers. Bai Qining was embarrassed when her sisters exposed her, but she still wanted to save face, so she stubbornly said, "What conflict do I have with him that I can argue about, let alone let him affect my emotions?" Along with the girl's aloof and arrogant words came a thick stack of documents. "I have something to do tonight, and can't finish reading these documents. I see that the flower broker is quite free, and they're even gossiping about their colleagues' marital relationships. I'll leave these tasks to you." Huawan. After delegating some work to her capable assistant, Bai Qining finished her work at 6:30 and left the company. She needed to rush back to eat the dinner her husband had prepared. Li Shua had asked his wife in advance if she would be home to cook today, and he was already busy in the kitchen early in the morning. It was a little after 7 p.m. The food had just been served when Bai Qining returned to their new home. Li Shua was in the kitchen when he heard the noise in the living room, so he grabbed a bottle of coconut water and came out. Seeing his wife, he smiled faintly and said, "You've come back just in time. Come and eat." Bai Qining had already changed into slippers. When she heard her husband call her, her gaze immediately fell on him. She didn't even notice the Yuanzi running towards her. She strode straight toward her husband with her long legs. The Yuanzi, who had just been ignored when she tried to approach the mistress of the house. Bai Qining had just arrived at the restaurant when she met up with Li Shua. After the awkwardness of the morning, seeing Li Shua again inevitably reminded her of what had happened back then. She was still a little annoyed that he had taken so long to respond to her greeting today, so she was too embarrassed to ask Li Shua for a hug. Just then, she saw the coconut juice in his hand, walked up to him, and took it from him with great interest. "This coconut water seems to be hard to find in China. Where did you buy it?" As she spoke, she reached for the bottle cap, and the couple sat down at the dining table together. "It seems you like it." Li Shua placed a glass in front of his wife and said truthfully, "This was a gift from our neighbor. I poured some to drink this afternoon, and it tastes really good. You should try it." Upon hearing this, Bai Qining pictured the mature and beautiful woman in her mind, paused slightly in her movements, and looked up at him. The neighbor a woman? The one who lives alone next door? Ah, it must be her. I didn't see anyone else coming or going from her place, Li Shua said truthfully. Seeing the coconut water in his wife's hand, he added, I saw on the ingredient list that it's 100% coconut water with 0 additives. It tastes very sweet and refreshing. You should like it too. After Li Shua finished speaking, he picked up his chopsticks and prepared to eat. But before he could even pick up his chopsticks, the girl across the table shoved the bottle onto the table. The girl's beautiful face, though delicate, was now tinged with anger. If you like it, drink more. I don't like this. Li Shua. Hey everyone. Zhuozi is back again. It feels so good to update properly. Please stop criticizing me, facepalm. One comment from Zhuozi costs over 200 yuan and 300 comments. Omega. I won't make empty promises anymore, really. Chapter 369 Admitting Mistakes. The girl shoved coconut water onto the table, making quite a commotion, and her words were laced with hostility. Based on his experience of spending the past 6 months with Bai Qining, Li Shua immediately realized that the girl was angry. He withdrew his hand from the food he was picking up, looked at Bai Qining, and asked, Why are you suddenly angry? Did I say something wrong again? Why did you suddenly get angry? What is the reason? Bai Qining's anger rose even higher as she looked at her husband, who was asking her questions with an innocent expression. I didn't have time to reply to her messages during the day, but I had time to interact with my female neighbor next door and even took a few bottles of coconut water from her to drink. The coconut water they gave me is so delicious. I've never heard this guy praise it once before, even when we had coconut water at home. Bai Qining was already upset because Li Shua had ignored her all afternoon. But now that she knew her husband, who had ignored her all afternoon, had been in contact with another woman and that many things had happened that she didn't know about, Bai Qining's anger surged even more fiercely. Especially since Li Shua is now looking completely innocent, asking her why she's angry? This made her even angrier. Why should I be angry? My own husband accepted gifts from another woman and even praised the drinks in front of me. Am I supposed to laugh now? Bai Qining stared intently at the man across the table, her fair fingers clenched into fists, as if she wanted to punch him hard in the chest a few times. These past few days she has been enduring so much humiliation, living under someone else's roof, and she dares not vent her dissatisfaction immediately, for fear that her husband will kick her out. She misses her husband when she goes to work, and can send him messages for hours without getting a reply. When she comes back, she doesn't dare to complain. But she never expected that this introverted man would have a relationship with another woman that she, his wife, doesn't know about, and even accepted her drink. Always the center of attention, surrounded by everyone, she could no longer tolerate her husband's neglect and finally exploded. Bai Qining's sudden outburst left Li Shua completely bewildered, unable to comprehend her thought process. He was just helping his neighbor, and she was only politely offering him some drinks as a thank you. Just because she's a woman, does she have to get so angry? Li Shua believed he had a clear conscience. He accepted the coconut water from his female neighbor mainly because Bai Qining liked it, but now it had become the target of her anger and accusations against him. Seeing Bai Qining being so unreasonable, Li Shua's expression darkened. He slammed his chopsticks on the table, his face stiff, and said, I was just helping someone out, and they gave me something as a thank you. It's normal neighborly interaction, and I don't think there's anything wrong with what I did. He looked at the coconut water on the table that was specially meant for Bai Qining to try, then at the woman across from him who was practically glaring at him with daggers, and said defiantly, Drink it if you want. Don't drink it if you don't. It's up to you whether you're angry or not. I have no reason to unconditionally indulge you. Bang! Li Shua, you bastard. Bai Qining felt a surge of anger in her chest, and slammed her hand on the dining table, making a loud noise. The little dumpling, who had just jumped onto the dining chair, was startled by the noise and tumbled to the ground. Before it could even stand up, it scrambled and ran to the living room, hiding under the coffee table. Li Shua was also startled by the sudden commotion. He was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He turned his head and looked at the domineering woman opposite him. His anger intensified. Bai Qining, don't push your luck and continue to make trouble like this. All Bai Qining wanted was for Li Shua to apologize to her, say a few kind words to explain, and make her feel better. Unexpectedly, Li Shua showed no intention of apologizing to her and remained so adamant in his attitude. Her eyes began to redden, but before they could fully well up with tears, she defiantly slammed her hand on the table a few times, practically forcing out the words through clenched teeth. Damn it! Who wants to live in this stinky villa? I own dozens of properties that I can't even live in myself. Who wants to argue with you? I, Bai Qining, will still live a carefree and happy life without you, Li Shua. She coldly uttered a retort, turned around before her vision blurred, and strode straight toward the bedroom with her long legs. She was going to pack her bags and move out of the villa immediately. She had had enough of this life of living under someone else's roof and having to swallow her anger these past few days. This is too much for Miss Bear. Bai Qining doesn't want this man who has no sense of boundaries. Whoever wants him can have him. When Bai Qining got angry, she exuded an aura that kept strangers at bay. Even her walk seemed to have a gust of wind about it. She quickly strode up to the second floor. After Bai Qining left, the entire first floor fell silent instantly. De Yuanzi was so frightened by the tense atmosphere that she didn't dare to show her face and hid under the coffee table, trembling. Li Shua was initially very angry, but after noticing Bai Qining's reddened eyes and sensing the aggrieved emotions beneath her anger, he instantly calmed down considerably. It may be due to gender differences. Men and women have different perspectives and ways of thinking about the same thing. When he accepted the coconut water from his neighbor, his first thought was probably that Bai Qining would like to drink it, so he brought it back for her to try. In Bai Qining's eyes, as a husband, he absolutely cannot accept anything from other women, no matter what it is, as long as it is a gift from a man. Li Shua really didn't want to agree with Bai Qining's viewpoint. But when he looked up at his wife, who was probably already packing her luggage on the second floor, his brows furrowed slightly. Bai Qining moved quickly, and in less than 10 minutes, she came downstairs with her suitcase and cat carrier. Ignoring Li Shua, who was still sitting in the dining room, she went straight to the living room, grabbed the large glutinous rice ball from under the coffee table, and put it into her space bag. De Yuanzi is her cat, and she wants to take it with her. Seeing that Bai Qining seemed determined to run away from home, Li Shua calmed down and realized that there was no need for the two of them to make such a fuss over a small matter like a bottle of drink. He took a deep breath and, though reluctant, chose to back down, getting up and walking from the dining room to the living room. Bai Qining had already put the large glutinous rice ball into her space bag and turned to leave, pulling her suitcase. Li Shua immediately stepped forward, reached out and grabbed the girl's wrist, and said as calmly as possible, "All right, stop making trouble. I admit I was wrong today, okay?" After all, Li Shua didn't agree with the reason why Bai Qining was angry today, and he had been subjected to Bai Qining's anger for no reason. He couldn't give a perfect apology. All he can do now is try to give Bai Qining a way out and prevent the two of them from becoming too hostile. Although Bai Qining was angry, she subconsciously hoped that her husband would come over and admit his mistake and apologize. He waited for everyone from when he got back to his bedroom until he finished packing his luggage, but no one showed up. Now that he's grabbing De Yuanzi to leave, he's only apologizing so reluctantly. Seeing Li Shua's insincere attitude, Bai Qining's anger did not subside, but instead intensified. What attitude? He was afraid that she would take De Yuanzi away, which is why he came over to apologize so reluctantly. Chapter 370. The disaster shifts eastward. Bai Qining turned her head, pulled her hand away from Li Shua's palm, her beautiful eyes filled with anger that concealed her grievance, and said coldly, "Don't bother me. Even if you bother me, I won't leave the big glutinous rice ball to you. It's mine." Without waiting for Li Shua's response, she turned and walked away without looking back. After leaving the house, to prevent myself from accidentally running back, I went back and deleted the fingerprint password from the door system. Li Shua. Bai Qining moved quickly and decisively. Although Li Shua had the advantage in physique, he was no match for her in combat strength. She insisted on moving out, and he couldn't force her to stay. Aside from being unable to beat someone, he is not the kind of person who would tyrannically restrict someone's personal freedom. In less than half an hour, the entire villa hall went from warm and peaceful to quiet. The food on the table had gone cold, and the cat toy on the sofa lay quietly. Only the empty villa and Li Shua's solitary figure remained. He sat on the sofa, repeatedly opening his WeChat chat with his wife, falling into periods of silence. The couple began a cold war. At the same time, on the other side, the Zhou family, who had already faced repeated setbacks in Xiamen, were also having a bad day. The Zhou Honkai family has spent nearly 6,000 yuan on food, clothing, accommodation, and transportation during this trip. Normally, a family wouldn't spend this much on a trip, but this time they came specifically for their wealthy nephew and son-in-law. The family spent money rather recklessly on the way here, thinking they could easily get tens of thousands of yuan in pocket money from Li Xuejuan and his son. Who would have thought that this father and son were not only stingy, but also ruthless towards their own family? Before coming here, I also told my relatives in the village that I wanted to come and find the son-in-law of a big boss and the nephew of a famous person. The family is truly unwilling to slink back like this and be ridiculed by the villagers. In the hotel, Zhou Honkai frowned as he looked at the meager balance in his bank card. I only had about 10,000 yuan in my account, and now I only have a little over 3,000 yuan left. He borrowed the 10,000 yuan from several creditors in the village to pay for his travel expenses so he could come and get the money from his brother-in-law. If Zhou Honkai fails to get the money back this time, he will not only lose face, but his creditors will also come to his house to cause trouble every day. Zhou Honkai developed a gambling addiction a few years ago and often went to a village that specialized in gambling to gamble. At first, he won a lot, but later he gambled more and more and started to lose more and more. He is now heavily in debt, owing tens or hundreds of thousands of yuan. He has a wife with mental issues and 2 unattractive bachelor sons. Zhou Honkai placed all his hopes on Li Shua and his son on this trip, since Li Xuejuan's elderly mother had described their current situation in glowing terms when she called. It seems that even a tiny bit leaking out between the fingers would amount to millions. However, as it turns out, the father and son have indeed become wealthy, but unfortunately, they are estranged from their relatives and have not been able to get their money. Zhou's mother didn't get any money from her son-in-law, and her grandson Li Shua was adamant, so she didn't dare to continue arguing with him. Of course, it's not fair to make a wasted trip and suffer all this humiliation. We're already here. The Li family father and son couldn't gain anything from this side, since Li Xuejuan's parents' hometown was in Ganqing. Seeing her son's furrowed brows, and knowing the current situation of the Zhou family, Zhou's mother said to Zhou Honkai, "Honkai, when Li Xuejuan's mother contacted you last time, did she say they were in their hometown?" Zhou Honkai turned his head, raised an eyebrow, and replied, "I did say that." He suddenly understood what Zhou's mother meant and continued, "Yes, if Li Xuejuan and his son are unwilling to acknowledge their kinship and give money, then we'll go to their hometown and ask their parents for the money." If Li Xuejuan's mother hadn't called, he wouldn't have known that he and his father had become successful and that the whole family had been persuaded to come all this way. The Li family knew perfectly well that the father and son were ungrateful, yet they still encouraged the Zhou family to come over. Wasn't this clearly using them as pawns to make fun of the Zhou family? Zhou Honkai grew angrier the more he thought about it, and immediately took out his phone. "I'll buy a ticket right now and go to the Li family to demand money." Although he had only visited the Li family in Ganqing once, many years later, Zhou Honkai still vividly remembered the address of the man who had taken Zhou Xiaowei away. Now that they haven't gotten any money from Luqing, and the Li family's hometown is in the neighboring Ganqing, instead of going back directly, they might as well go to Li Xuejuan's parents' place and make a scene to force them to pay up. Zhou Honkai wouldn't let the matter rest for less than tens of thousands of yuan, considering the expenses, lost wages, and emotional distress he incurred along the way. Zhou's mother agreed with her son's suggestion and immediately expressed her support. Zhou Dainiu and Zhou Erniu were there to do the work, and now that their father and grandmother had a new idea, the two brothers naturally agreed without question. Zhou Dainiu rubbed his hands together. "Dad, if the Li family still refuses to pay, we can make them give us 2 daughters as wives." When Zhou Erniu heard that he could get married, his eyes lit up. "Then I want the fattest one, so that my fat wife can give me a big fat son." For once, Zhou's mother agreed with her eldest grandson's good idea. That's right. Back then, Li Xuejuan tricked Zhou Xiaowei away, and the Li family didn't have a daughter to compensate us. Now that the Li family has had a granddaughter, right? We'll make them compensate us with 2 granddaughters as daughters-in-law. In this way, the lifelong marriages of her 2 eldest grandsons would be settled. The Zhou family immediately agreed and decided to set off for Ganzhou the next day to find the Li family and demand money and people back. At this moment, Li Guofu and his wife were happily waiting for good news from Luqing in their small, dilapidated house in the village with their son. Now, the 2 brothers, Li Shizong and Li Shiqiang, have found good jobs in the county town through connections. Although it's far from being as good as working for the Bailey Group, at least I wouldn't be unemployed. Li Huan is still in college, and now only Li Guofu, his wife, and Li Cheng are left in the family. Since making the phone call to Zhou Hongcai's family, Wu Zuixiang's mood has gradually improved. Even eating coarse rice every day tastes delicious. She's just waiting for the Zhou family to cause chaos for Li Shua and his son. The signal in the village is bad, and the family doesn't have much to do in the evening, so they just sit together and chat. Wu Zuixiang added some charcoal to the torch, and the firelight from the coal stove made her face glow red. Winters in Ganzhou are much colder than in Luqing. She used to take good care of herself, but now her face is covered with wrinkles, and many places are cracked from the cold. The fire was stinging, making her uncomfortable, and she frowned. I wonder if the Zhou family has found those 2 men yet. They really hope that the Zhou family will bring down those 2 ingrates tomorrow, and Zhou Hongcai can at most give Li Shuejuan another beating. Li Chengkai held his hands to the stove to draw warmth, but his weak body still felt cold, and he shivered. He said, "It would be best if someone died and the Shanhe machinery was destroyed." Wu Zuixiang smiled and said, "Zhou Hongcai is a scoundrel. He won't leave without getting something out of this trip. He couldn't do anything about Li Shuejuan's lack of money before, but now that Li Shuejuan has become successful, how could he possibly let it go? Those 2 ungrateful father and son, who didn't treat her well, deserve to be harassed by the Zhou family of scoundrels." She was just waiting to see how the father and son's household would be in turmoil. "Hey everyone, the table's back again. Isn't it stable? I wasn't just making empty promises. Thank you all for the gifts, encouragement, comments, and interactions. And by the way, I'm asking for some more gifts from you all." Chapter 371. Young Master Bai wants to express his feelings. Today, Bai Qining is in a bad mood, and the first to suffer are the company's employees. She wasn't deliberately making things difficult for him. She just didn't want to go back to her own home alone after moving out of Li Shua's house, so she turned into a workaholic, working overtime at home until after 8 p.m. without any intention of leaving. This is tough on the company's employees, since the company's boss is still working overtime. How can they dare to leave work? More than half an hour later, Hua Wan, who had already stayed up late the night before, could no longer bear it, and took the initiative to go to Bai Qining's office. "Ningning, it's almost 7:30, time to get off work." Hua Wan stood in front of the desk and reminded Bai Qining. Bai Qining remained unmoved and continued with her work. "You can go home first. I still have some things to finish. I'm your best friend, so I dare to leave work right away, but the company's employees don't dare. Ningning, that's enough. If you don't think about yourself, think about the company's employees too. Did you and your brother-in-law have another fight? Couples always make up after a fight. Don't stay locked up at the company working overtime all the time. If there's anything, go back and sit down with Li Shua and talk it over. If there's a problem, solve it. Don't leave him hanging at home like this. It's not good for you either." Upon hearing this, Bai Qining paused slightly while typing. Her eyes suddenly dimmed, and she said softly, "I moved out of his place." The next moment, after a brief silence, the office was filled with a girl's almost screaming voice. "What? You moved out, you ran away from home." Inside the villa, Li Shua also spent almost the entire day in front of the computer today. He wrote the beginning of the Legend of Zhen Huan in one go, which was more than 30,000 words long, and continued to use the pen name Haidang to publish it on the Tomato Novel website. Haidang released a new book less than 10 days after her previous novel, The Temptation to Go Home, was completed, which surprised many female readers. Wow, is Haidang so prolific? She just finished writing her first book less than 10 days ago, and she's already starting a new one. I was planning to reread Temptation of Going Home, but I didn't expect Haidang to start a new book. But why is she writing about ancient times now? Isn't that a bit too big of a leap? Yes, I just got hooked on this kind of romance novel. I thought Haitang's new book would be a similar one. Tang Tang. How about we pull back and release a modern romance novel to cater to the market? Other romance novels aren't as exciting as yours. I can't get into them, and I don't want to read anything set in ancient times. Don't want to read about ancient times, add 1. Don't want to watch historical dramas, add 10086. Most readers are suggesting that Haitang start a new urban romance novel. But since Haitang has already published it, and they've already come all this way, they can only give it a perfunctory read of the opening chapters. I never expected that this brief glance would be so captivating, and before I knew it, I had turned to the latest page. Huh? What happened? Who does the female lead resemble? Why were the Empress Dowager and the Emperor so surprised? These young women are all quite extraordinary. I've read historical novels before, but this is the first time I've seen this type of story. Everyone else wants to enter the palace as a concubine, but the female lead doesn't want to. She deliberately dresses plainly, yet she still manages to catch the Emperor's attention. It's too short. How can Haitang learn fire music like this? These abrupt breaks are driving me crazy. Sister Tang, I admit I spoke a little loudly just now. Please update 2 more chapters. Ugh, hi, is Sister Tang asleep? If she is, please get up and write 2 more chapters. Being stuck here is more painful than my boyfriend not being able to have sex with me. Sister Tang, update soon. If you can't muster the energy, I'll kill my ex-boyfriend to cheer you up. Just over half an hour after Li Shua's novel was published, the comment section for the latest chapter began to surge at an explosive rate, with a chorus of demands for more updates. Meanwhile, Li Shua had already entered the kitchen and started preparing dinner. He was engrossed in writing today and didn't want to stop and worry. He ate a sandwich at noon and didn't leave his computer desk. My stomach is empty right now and I'm really hungry. He decided to cook a bowl of tomato and egg noodles. I habitually took 2 tomatoes out of the refrigerator, but just as I reached the sink, I paused, sighed inwardly, and put only 1 tomato in the refrigerator. I'm only cooking him a midnight snack today. 1 tomato will be enough. After washing and cutting the tomatoes, Li Shua took out 3 eggs from the refrigerator. I knocked 2 pieces into the bowl, and when I broke the 3rd one, I paused for a moment. He forgot that the Yuanzi had also been taken away by Bai Qining, so there was no need to prepare an extra egg for it. In the spacious kitchen of the large villa, only a somewhat lonely figure was busy, and the constant noises coming from him could not hide his loneliness. Perhaps because he had been living with the Yuanzi for too long, he, who had always preferred to be alone, was now feeling somewhat uncomfortable. I even felt that I might have bought too big a villa. Living alone in such an empty space made me feel empty inside. After quickly cooking and eating some noodles, Li Shua glanced at the time and realized it was only a little before 8:30 p.m. Today seems to have been an exceptionally long day. He went to the living room, sat there in a daze for a while, and decided to contact his sister Li Shu to pass the time. It's already the end of December, and she should be on winter break in about a month. I'll ask her what her plans are for this year's winter break. Li Shua, afraid of bothering Li Shu, chose to send her a WeChat message to say hello. Li Shu might be free right now, and he'll get back to him soon. Brother, I'm here. I don't have class this afternoon. I'm doing well lately. With your support, I don't need to do any part-time jobs anymore. Li Shua finally smiled when he saw his sister's reply. He opened the input box and was just about to reply when another message suddenly came in. Brother, I'm sorry. I have something urgent to take care of right now. I'll contact you later. Li Shua. Everything was fine just now, so why is something suddenly happening again? Although he had some doubts, Li Shua didn't ask too many questions or go into too much detail, since the girl hadn't told him what she was going to do. All he could reply with was, okay. Meanwhile, Li Shu, the younger sister, suddenly had an urgent matter to attend to. After replying to her brother's message, she immediately rushed out of the dormitory and out of the school gate to the lakeside park next door. Following the instructions in the text message, I arrived at a viewing arch bridge by the lake in the park. At this moment, a tall figure dressed in a white business suit was already standing on the arched bridge. Seemingly noticing her movement, he immediately turned around, a smile that seemed very unnatural to Li Shu, and greeted her in a strange tone. Coming. Baixing tried his best to put on a stern face and greet the girl in an unprecedentedly calm tone. Today, he is going to formally express his feelings to Li Shu. Hey everyone, the table is here again. It's a bit late, but the table service didn't stop. See, the table service really wasn't just empty promises. Chapter 372 Li Shu. Oh my god, Li Shu did not leave school voluntarily. I received an invitation from boss by a couple of days ago, asking her to meet up because he had something to discuss. She always felt that this Mr. Bai was strange. Every time he saw her, he would smile like a very handsome pervert. Therefore, she was unwilling to have too much contact with Bai Sheng, to avoid him making any ulterior motives towards her. For example, as mentioned in a short video recently, many young people are mysteriously disappearing, with rumors suggesting they have been taken abroad by wealthy individuals for organ harvesting, blood sampling, and so on. This made her wary. After all, the other party was the CEO of Baisher Group, whose wealth was comparable to that of a country. Why would he pay attention to an ordinary girl like her? Something unusual must be going on. Li Shu couldn't figure out what Baisheng was up to. Therefore, she has been avoiding contact with Baisheng. Unfortunately, the tactics he used were too shameless. He had just sent her a message saying that if she didn't come out to meet him tonight, he would find a legitimate reason to get the principal to introduce her to him tomorrow. The school principal seems to value this Mr. Bai very much. If Baisheng really asks for help, the principal will probably help. In that case, she won't be able to refuse and will have to meet Mr. Bai, which will also alarm the principal. Li Shu has never liked to trouble others, and the fact that the person she might trouble is the school principal makes her even more apprehensive. So I had to rush out and meet him before the dormitory check. When Li Shu saw Baisheng, the man who had threatened her and forced her to run away, she was furious. But faced with this man whose aura was too overwhelming, she dared not lash out and could only vent her anger without speaking out. Upon hearing Baisheng's greeting, he walked a few steps onto the arched bridge, keeping a meter's distance from the other party, and asked with a frown, "Mr. Bai, is there something you need that you called me over so late?" From childhood to adulthood, apart from his younger sister Bai Qining, Bai Ershao has almost never interacted with other girls his age in any other capacity than CEO Bai. Now, not only do I have to communicate with the other person, but I also have to do something as important as confessing my feelings, so it's inevitable that I'll be a little nervous. Li Shu suddenly asked a question, which startled him. He unconsciously frowned, but then he remembered his brother-in-law telling him not to always be so serious, so he quickly relaxed his brows. He took a step closer to the girl, trying to close the distance between them. Li Shu was already very wary, especially since Baisheng had asked her out alone so late at night. As Baisheng approached, she instinctively stepped back, forgetting that there were steps just 2 steps behind her, and her entire attention was focused on Baisheng. Instead, Baisheng noticed Li Shu's movements first. Seeing her lift her foot and step back, he almost instinctively reached out to pull her. Not knowing where to put his hand, he simply grabbed the collar of the girl's coat. Baisheng suddenly made a move, grabbing Li Shu's clothes. Li Shu already had a great deal of wariness towards this man, and when she saw him reach out to pull her clothes, her body almost outweighed her reason. She immediately reached out and tried to push him away hard. Baisheng didn't expect Li Shu to react so strongly. The moment his hand touched the other's clothes, a pair of small hands reached out and pressed against his chest. In his wide eyes, he saw the little being in front of him exerting force on his face. Caught off guard, Baisheng lost his balance and crashed into the arch bridge railing. The next moment, to the wide-eyed stares of the two, the railing made a series of sounds, and a white object fell into the calm lake in a dash shape, gradually creating huge waves and commotion. As President Bai fell into the water, countless heads popped up from the surrounding bushes. Then, like dumplings being dropped into a pot, 7 or 8 bodyguards jumped into the water one after another to rescue their president. In just a few blinks of an eye, the situation on the scene was in complete chaos. Li Shu stood on the bridge, looking at the dumplings in the lake, feeling both surprised and frightened. Oh no. Why did she push President Bai into the water again? She didn't do it on purpose. Who knew the fence would be so flimsy? It was Baisheng who struck first. Although she tried to convince herself that she hadn't done anything wrong, she didn't turn around and run away. After all, Bai Sheng's fate was unknown, and if she really drowned him, she would probably go to jail. She was also afraid that Bai Sheng might not be dead and could climb up to retaliate and hold her responsible. This man is clearly not someone to be trifled with. He wields considerable power. If they really pursue retaliation, her brother Li Shua and her father Li Shuejuan's company will probably be affected. Li Shu didn't want to cause trouble for her brother and father because of her own affairs. Seeing Bai Sheng being rescued ashore by several security guards, she quickly ran to the embankment to inquire about Bai Sheng's condition. Mr. Bai, I didn't mean to. Are you all right now? I really didn't mean to. I'm so sorry. Although Bai Sheng could swim, he was caught off guard and fell into the water, choking on several mouthfuls of water. Now, after being pulled out by the bodyguards, he was soaking wet, and his carefully styled hair was completely wet. He looked disheveled and furious. He was angry, cold, and trembling, his face dark and gloomy, which frightened the bodyguards around him so much that they dared not breathe. Seeing Bai Sheng's state, Li Shu's legs went weak, and she knelt on the ground. In just a second or two, the tragic scene of her brother and father going bankrupt because of her, the defendant, flashed through her mind. Mr. Bai, I'm so sorry, I really didn't mean to. It was you who hit me first, that's why Li Shu's voice trembled, her head almost touching the ground, and she spoke softer and softer until her voice was so soft that only she could hear it. Not to mention Li Shu, even the group of bodyguards around her thought that this girl was finished today. They actually dared to push their boss, Mr. Bai, into the lake, almost causing his death. The second young master of the Bai family has never been as disheveled as he is today since birth. Even if I fell into the water last time, it was only for a moment and no one else saw it. Today, he had meticulously prepared for this, only to end up falling into the water in such a sorry state, which made it impossible for him to suppress his anger. He exuded a deep, oppressive aura, and amidst the terrified gazes of the crowd, he raised his hand, his well-defined fingers pointing sharply at Li Shu. Looking towards the arched bridge behind him, he said in a deep voice, "Call the police immediately, find out which construction company did this terrible job, and contact attorney Yu right away. He wants to sue this company that cuts corners until it goes bankrupt." If it weren't for this company, would Bai Sheng be in such a sorry state now, almost losing his life today? This company must be made to pay a heavy price for its actions. Upon hearing Bai Sheng's words, both the bodyguard and Li Shu, who had been looking down, were stunned for a moment before raising their heads. The quicker-witted bodyguards understood Mr. Bai's meaning and immediately went to carry it out. The other bodyguards all looked at President Bai, wondering how he would deal with the girl who had pushed him into the water. Bai Sheng raised his hand and brushed his hair aside. Although his hairstyle was no longer refined, the Bai family men still had the inherent good looks. Even with messy, wet hair, he was still exceptionally handsome and had a unique charm. However, the protagonist still felt somewhat awkward when facing the girl he liked. After all, he wanted to express his feelings to Li Shu in a refined and formal way today. Now that he's soaked to the bone and looks so disheveled, President Bai would feel embarrassed. Noticing the gaze fixed on him, he felt embarrassed to look at her face, so he coughed awkwardly, loosened his tight suit tie, and said, "That was an accident. It's not your fault." Chapter 373 Young Master Bai's Sincere Proposal. He hadn't thought things through at the time. A grown man suddenly grabbing at a young girl's clothes startled her, so it's perfectly normal for her to push him away. There were times before when women tried to pounce on him and take off his clothes, but he pushed them and made them fall to the ground. The one who is wrong today is the bridge construction company, not Li Shu. Young Master Bai is a man who sees black and white very clearly. Li Shu hadn't expected that this man, who had been arguing with her about a small repair bill, would be so understanding today. She hesitated for a moment, then opened her mouth, wanting to say thank you to him. But the man's behavior today was really offensive, and she couldn't bring herself to say it. Bai Sheng seemed to have seen through the girl's thoughts and took the initiative to explain. "Don't misunderstand. I just saw you backing away and about to fall, and I wanted to grab you, but I didn't know where to put my hands, so in a moment of panic I grabbed your clothes." Upon hearing this, Li Shu immediately understood and reacted quickly, offering a sincere and prompt apology to Bai Sheng. Mr. Bai, I'm so sorry, I misunderstood you just now. Looking at the man who had fallen into the water because of her disheveled state, she felt deeply guilty and unforgivable. She continued, I bear a great responsibility for what happened today. I have limited ability and can't do anything to make up for it. You don't need anything, so I'll say sorry to you again here. Looking at the girl who was sincerely apologizing in front of him, Bai Sheng had a sudden thought and followed her words, saying, I am missing something. As the bodyguard helped him to his feet, he reached out and helped the girl in front of him to her feet as well. He could have just called in bodyguards for this, but since the person he was helping was Li Shu, he insisted on doing it himself. Li Shu stood up with Bai Sheng, looking up with a blank expression. Huh? You still need something? I need a wife, and I hope you can marry me and become my wife, Bai Sheng blurted out. Since it was his first time confessing his feelings, his tone was a bit stiff and unnatural. Li Shu was pondering what Bai Zong was missing when Bai Sheng's sudden confession struck her like a thunderbolt, leaving her mind blank and stunned on the spot. Did she hear that right? Mr. Bai asked her to marry him and become his wife? Bai Sheng made a spur-of-the-moment confession, but when he saw the girl in front of him stretching out her delicate neck, he belatedly realized that he had come prepared today. He stood ramrod straight, turned his head, and gave a wink to the bodyguard beside him. The latter immediately understood and quickly handed over the coat he had just taken off. President Bai. Mr. Bai's water drop was sudden, and he didn't have any clothes with him. He had already taken off his coat, and he was worried that Mr. Bai would find it offensive. Bai Sheng looked at the coat the bodyguard handed him. He didn't reach out to take the coat, but instead put on a stern face and gave the other person a death stare. The latter's heart skipped a beat, and only then did he belatedly realize what was happening. He quickly put away the coat, went behind the bushes and brought out a large bunch of money flowers, which he handed to Bai Sheng. I'm sorry, Mr. Bai. This is a bouquet called Money to Bloom, made by 99 red 100 yuan bills that Mr. Bai specially asked the florist to fold into flowers. It was covered with a layer of white gauze, which not only had the romance of flowers, but also exuded a strong smell of money. Bai Sheng's brows relaxed slightly when he saw the money card handed to him by the bodyguard, and he reached out to take it. How can you confess your love without flowers? Even when Bai Shao, the second young master, confesses his love, he does it in a unique way. He gives gifts that make him rich. If you can send 9,900 flowers, what can you do with the remaining 90? After taking the flowers, he looked at the girl opposite him and immediately composed himself, trying to appear as gentle as possible. Li Shu, if you become my wife in the future, I can send you a bouquet of flowers like this every day, along with countless gifts, making you the happiest woman in the world. Li Shu, who witnessed all of this and was confessed to again. For some reason, she felt both touched and inexplicably angry. She is indeed not very wealthy, but what boss Bai means is, isn't it, that she's a materialistic woman who would marry any rich man. She looked at the beautiful money flower in front of her, remained silent for a moment, then reached out her hand, resisted the temptation to accept it, and pushed the flower back. Mr. Bai, you misunderstand. I am very poor, but I will not marry you just because you give me a lot of money and gifts. It was already late at night, and the wind by the lake was quite strong. Bai Sheng hadn't felt cold before, but when he heard Li Shu's words, his eyes instantly dimmed, and his heart sank. The second young master Bai suffered a setback in his first confession of love in over 20 years, which hurt him deeply. Li Shu saw the man's frustrated expression and felt an indescribable sadness welling up inside her. She pursed her lips slightly and continued in a low voice. It's very windy now, and you're all wet. You should go back first. Bai Sheng was unwilling to give up so easily and said to Li Shu, I just have so much money that I can't spend it all. You happen to be short of money, so I can naturally give you a lot of money. Bai Sheng felt that perhaps his sincerity was insufficient, which was why he hadn't moved Li Shu. He immediately took out his wallet from his suit pants, pulled out several diamond cards, platinum cards, gold cards, and limited edition black cards, and handed them to Li Shu amidst the increasingly wide-eyed stares of the bodyguards. If you don't trust me, just agree to marry me, and I'll give you all the money in these cards. I don't know the exact amount in them, but I can guarantee you won't spend it all in your lifetime. Besides these, There are also my assets and other bank cards that I can give you to keep. Bai Sheng is a wary businessman who maintains a high degree of vigilance towards any business partner, even relatives with whom he shares some blood ties. But the more he got to know the girl in front of him, the less guarded he became. If she was willing to be his wife, he was willing to hand over all his assets. The bodyguards, hashtag Li Shu. Li Shu is not a materialistic girl, but she couldn't resist Bai Sheng's sudden outburst of confessing his love with so many priceless cards she'd never seen before. In particular, the other party was so sincere. She didn't want to be a superficial woman, but Bai Sheng had given her just too much. So many that she couldn't believe it, and even wondered if she was dreaming. Or is it that this boss has ulterior motives? How could a big boss confess his feelings to a girl he doesn't know very well and offer to hand over all his assets? Li Shu, who has a strong awareness of fraud prevention, still felt that this matter was too far-fetched. That's outrageous. She reached out, struggling to resist the urge to take the card, and with great willpower, pushed the card Bai Sheng offered back. No, I can't just accept your money like that. This is too fantastical. Bodyguards, hashtag, they actually refused. Bai Sheng, it's not casual. You have to marry me and become my wife. Marry me today, and I'll take you to the bank tomorrow to transfer my property to you. Li Shu, brother, save me. There's a man here trying to seduce me with money. Li Shu felt she needed to ask her brother for advice immediately. Hey everyone, my blog is back. Thank you so much for all the gifts, short videos, and all the 5-star reviews and comments. My blog is stable now, and I'm back to my usual self. Time to update regularly and aim for 1 million views. Chapter 374 Li Shu's pursuit object is ugly and scary. Today, Bai Erxiao's unexpected confession was not very successful, but it wasn't a complete failure either. Li Shu did not agree to Bai Sheng's sudden confession, but she did grant Bai Sheng's request to remove him from her WeChat blacklist. He's still on Li Shu's blacklist on WeChat, ever since Li Shu blocked him. During this period, I contacted Li Shu using his mobile phone number. Li Shu always said he was busy and rarely answered the phone. He would reply to almost all of my text messages, but he always rejected me. If it were anyone in the world except his younger sister Bai Qining, the second young master Bai would not have suffered such humiliation at the hands of one person, but Li Shu is an exception. In time, this girl will become his wife. His father had said before that Bai family men are meant to pamper their wives, and it's normal for them to occasionally end up on a blacklist. After successfully removing Bai Erxiao from the blacklist and separating from Li Shu, he decided to immediately consult his brother-in-law Li Shuo about what to do next. Li Shu rushed back to the dormitory before the room check. After the dormitory supervisor left, before she could even ask her brother Li Shuo for help, she was immediately interrogated and gossiped about by a group of her girlfriends. Shu, you haven't been working a part-time job lately. Why did you suddenly go out outside the school so late tonight? Are you going to see your sweetheart? You were running so fast. You must have been going to see your sweetheart. Your face was still red when you came back. Don't be shy, Shu. Tell us, is the other person from which school? Someone who makes you run out of school to see can't be from our school, right? Could it be someone from the finance school next door? Shu, you have to be careful. I heard there's a bunch of playboys there. Don't get fooled. There was a girl in the class next to ours who was cheated on for 2 years by a scumbag. He told her he was after her, but when she got pregnant, he denied everything and didn't honor his promises. She ended up committing suicide by cutting her wrists in her dorm. It caused a huge uproar, and she's currently on leave from school. Upon hearing this, Li Shu sat up in bed, vaguely recalling that she had heard this gossip before, and said, "Was it the guy who went public with his relationship with the rich and beautiful girl from our school on the same day she was getting the baby at the hospital?" Yes, that's him. He's a scumbag rich kid who plays with girls' feelings because his family is rich. When he was with the girl from the next class, he made vows of eternal love and said he would marry no one but her. But once he got rid of her, he just threw her aside and followed his family's arrangements to develop a romantic relationship with a rich girl. Now that Shu has grown up to be so beautiful, it's inevitable that she'll be targeted by these scumbag rich kids. Shu, you must remember that life is long, and no matter who the other person is, don't take their promises seriously. Shu, your family isn't well off, So there are a lot of men who use the Cinderella and Prince Charming formula to play with girls' feelings. But it also depends on who it is. Shushu, who are you dating today? Tell us, and if we know them, we'll give you some advice. Li Shu does want to find a strategist, but she doesn't plan to ask her roommates. These girls can't keep secrets at all. They're very talkative. What you tell others not to tell anyone today might be known throughout the whole school tomorrow. The name, President Bai, is known to everyone in the school. If she really says that this person is Bai Sheng, the dormitory might explode tonight. It's also very possible that they won't believe it, and if the news gets out tomorrow, the entire school won't believe it either. It's even more likely that things will escalate to the point where Mr. Bai will deny what happened today. Li Shu would not allow such a situation to occur. She lay back on the bed and said only, "He's not from a finance school, and I didn't agree to anything. He was just expressing his feelings today." Even though Li Shu simplified the complex, this short sentence instantly aroused the strong gossip instincts of her roommates. Yeah, someone really confessed their feelings to you, Shushu? Did he give you anything when he confessed his feelings? Of course you'd give a gift if you confessed your feelings. What kind of gift would you give? Li Shu answered truthfully. I sent a bouquet of flowers. Oh, just a bouquet of flowers? Isn't there anything more creative you could do? Bai Sheng, does a diving program count? I think sending flowers is enough. At least it shows the thought. Sending just a bouquet might be a little financially difficult, but it's still better than those bad guys who have learned all sorts of flirting tricks from a bunch of women. That's true. It's Shushu's first time dating, so it's less likely she'll get hurt if she finds a man who isn't very experienced. Li Shu pulled the blanket tighter around herself, recalling the stiff tone in which the man confessed his feelings, and thought that President Bai probably didn't have much romantic experience. That makes sense. With his perpetually stern face, any girl who's even slightly interested in him would probably be scared away before she even confesses her feelings. She whispered, he probably doesn't have much experience in relationships. Roommate, why? Li Shu truthfully stated, it's quite frightening. Huh, ×5. Shushu, we don't recommend that you go looking for a scumbag rich second generation, but we also didn't say that you should be so indiscriminate and find someone scary, right? I'm the first person who disagrees with this marriage. The conditions can be ordinary, but it's too much if the person is frighteningly good-looking. Shushu, you shouldn't waste such good genes. That's right. Shushu, don't be impulsive. It's one thing to be horribly ugly, but I also noticed that you didn't accept the flowers he sent you. Li Shu opened her mouth, wanting to explain that the other person wasn't ugly, but then she thought that she didn't intend to tell them who it was, nor did she accept Bai Sheng's confession, so she said, I didn't accept the flowers, but I'll think about it. What are you still considering? Do you want to face a scary face every day? Li Shu recalled the person's gloomy, coffin-like face and shook her head. I don't want to. That's right, don't think about it anymore. Bye-bye to this one. The next one will be even better. The female soldiers enthusiastically offered Li Shu advice for most of the night. Li Shu also adopted many of these suggestions appropriately. After considering everything, she also felt that she and Bai Sheng were not a good match. The other person might just be on a whim wanting to date her, this Cinderella, and she shouldn't take their promises seriously. Such wealthy young men will inevitably marry women from similar family backgrounds. Their marriages are not only about their own interests, but also about the interests of their families. Although her father now owns a company and her brother is a writer, they are as insignificant as sesame seeds compared to the Bai Shi group, whose background is far beyond her imagination. Bai Sheng's parents would never agree to her being with Bai Sheng. Another thing is that Bai Sheng always has a stern face, and she's afraid of him. If she really became his girlfriend, she would probably live cautiously every day. Li Shu decided that she should not consider becoming Bai Sheng's girlfriend. Just then, my phone, which was next to my pillow, suddenly vibrated. She picked up her phone. It was a message from Bai Sheng. Bai Sheng, I have a cold. Li Shu's heart skipped a beat. Huh. Chapter 375 by Cheating. I would never admit my mistake. Mr. Bai has caught a cold. It must be because she pushed him into the water today, and then he was exposed to the wind and got chilled. After all, she was the one who pushed the person down, and Li Shu couldn't just sit idly by. Holding her phone, she quickly replied, Is it serious? If it is, go to the hospital right away, and get some medicine from the emergency room to calm it down. Mr. Bai, I'm so sorry. It's okay. It was just an accident. I'm fine now. I'm already getting in 4 drip in the emergency room, Bai Sheng replied. She also posted a picture of herself getting in 4 drip at the hospital. Li Shu's sense of guilt grew stronger. Wow, it's gotten this serious so quickly. They probably got their clothes wet and stood there in the wind for a long time. It's nothing. You should get some rest. I'll come see you again once my cold is better. Li Shu wanted to refuse the other person's request to come over, but considering the other person's weak appearance within 4 drip, she ultimately didn't say it. Forget it. I'll wait until he's better from his cold, then find an opportunity to talk to him face to face. Regardless of whether Bai Sheng's intentions were genuine or not, she could not agree to date him. Considering that Bai Sheng was on in 4 drip and couldn't reply to messages, Li Shu took the initiative to end the conversation. In the hospital, Bai Sheng saw a goodnight emoji sent by a girl on his chat page. His usually tense and icy demeanor softened considerably, and he even seemed to be smiling. Fortunately, after separating from Li Shu, he immediately sent a message to his brother-in-law Li Shua to greet him and briefly describe the process of his confession that day, making some slight modifications. He changed the scene of being pushed into the water by a woman to a hero saving a damsel in distress, and also truthfully admitted that his confession that day hadn't been very successful. So Li Shua came up with a plan for him to suffer in silence. Sir, you can go back and take your medicine after this 4 drip is finished. It's just a simple cough. Although you said you have body aches, but no fever, you can come back for another 4 drip when you have a high fever. He was impressed. The patient only had a slight cold and a fever, but he insisted on getting intravenous fluids to treat him. Upon hearing this, Bai Sheng simply nodded and said, okay. He used to be able to work even with a fever of 40 degrees Celsius, but today he can't because he's pursuing his wife. If he doesn't come for an 4 drip, Li Shu will probably come up with an excuse to refuse him that night. Young Master Bai has never been a man who gives up easily after experiencing setbacks. From the moment he decided to make Li Shu his wife, he was determined to put this girl's name on his Bai family's household register. These minor setbacks are nothing now, especially since he has a strategist brother-in-law. The position of Mrs. Bai is undoubtedly rightfully his. Bai Ershao's pursuit of his wife has officially begun. Meanwhile, on Li Shua's side, after learning in the middle of the night that his second brother-in-law had started pursuing his wife, even though he was in a bad mood, he still came up with a plan for his second brother-in-law to suffer a bitter injury. He tossed and turned in bed and didn't fall asleep until very late. Bai Qin worked at the company until very late today and didn't get home until after 11 p.m. I originally planned to stay at Huawan's place today, but my friend isn't home tonight. I've already arranged to sleep at my aunt's house. Bai Qining couldn't very well sleep at her friend's house since they weren't home, especially since they lived with their parents. She could only go back to her own home. She used to enjoy being alone, but now, standing at her doorstep, she hesitates to go inside. As soon as she enters this door, the Yunzi will excitedly circle around her, trying to tug at the space bag so that she can take it to see Li Shua. Apart from the cat's meows, there was no human presence in the house, and Bai Qining now strongly resisted this feeling of loneliness. But he was unwilling to take the initiative to apologize to Li Shua. She still felt she hadn't done anything wrong. It was Li Shua who lacked boundaries, and it was normal for her to be angry. After pausing at the door for a while, Bai Qining reached out to press the fingerprint lock, only to find that the door couldn't be opened, indicating that it had been locked from the inside. She paused for a moment, then her eyes lit up slightly. She pressed the doorbell with her fair fingers and said to the person inside, "Open the door." She spoke with restraint, afraid that the other person would hear her joy. At this hour, who else could be in her house besides the man who knew he was wrong and came to apologize? He's just coming back. Why did he lock the door from the inside? I've never seen him so cautious before. Just as Bai Qining was trying hard to suppress the smile from her lips, a gentle woman's voice suddenly came from inside the room. "Miss, it's me, Aunt Zhou. Madam asked me to tell you to go and apologize to the young master immediately." Aunt Zhou's voice came through the loudspeaker, and Bai Qining's expression instantly darkened, even showing a hint of anger. What is her mother doing? They told Aunt Zhou to lock her outside and force her to apologize to Li Shua. Bai Qining didn't expect her Aunt Xie Jingshu to be so quick-witted. The night before last, Xie Jingshu asked her to bring Li Shua to her place for dinner today. At that time, she was angry and blurted out that Xie Jingshu had already moved out. He also explained the reason after Xie Jingshu pressed him for an answer. Didn't she also tell her aunt not to interfere? How come she complained to her mother in just one day? Xie Jingshu, I really didn't get involved. I just told my sister about it, and that she was worried her son-in-law would run away, so she intervened. Aunt Zhou, open the door. Bai Qining spoke forcefully to the people inside. Oh dear, miss, please don't make things difficult for me. I can't bear to keep you locked up outside, but madam has spoken, and I can't disobey. How about this? You do as madam says today. Go find the son-in-law, and if you two make up, madam won't do this anymore. Bai Qining, I can't possibly make up with him. She turned around, took out her phone from her handbag, and called Xie Jingji. The call was connected very quickly. Mom, ask Aunt Zhou to open the door, Bai Qining said immediately. If you want to come in, go and appease your husband first, Xie Jingji said sternly. Hearing her mother siding with outsiders, Bai Qining was so angry she wanted to stomp her feet. He's clearly in the wrong. Why should I apologize to him? He didn't reply to her messages, but instead contacted other women and accepted gifts from them. Even if he was too busy to reply, as a married man, he shouldn't have accepted gifts from others. Xie Jingji already knew the general outline of Bai Qining and Li Shua's affair from her younger sister. She resisted the urge to harshly criticize her daughter and tried her best to control her emotions, saying, Did he secretly accept food and drinks from other women without your knowledge? Bai Qining choked. No, that's not true. So, what's the point of your anger? Xiao Shua didn't accept it behind your back. In fact, he offered it to you on his own initiative. Didn't you mention to me the other day that you wanted to drink this coconut water from Luqing? Is it possible that Xiao Shua knew you wanted to drink it and offered it to you? Upon hearing Xie Jingji's words, Bai Qining's rising anger seemed to be extinguished by most of it. He opened his mouth, then closed it again. Bai Qining remained silent, and Xie Jingji continued. Xiao Shua is a person, not a pet. He has his own social circle and rights. You should also curb your domineering personality and go apologize to him quickly. It's all because of those men in the Bai family that you've spoiled them. Go apologize right now, or don't come back if you don't coax Xiao Shua back. After Xie Jingji finished speaking, she hung up the phone before Bai Qining could say anything more. Bai Qining. Silence fell outside. After a while, Aunt Zhou looked through the peephole and saw that Bai Qining had not left. She felt both heartache and helplessness. Miss, why don't you go and see the young master? Perhaps if you take the initiative to go and say a few words, the young master will stop being angry. Bai Qining paused for a moment before saying in a low voice, I can't apologize to him. I'll go to a hotel. After saying that, he strode away with his long, slender legs. A short while later, a sports car drove out of Tanyuan residential area and headed towards the center of the old city. After driving for a while and making a brief stop by the roadside, the car turned around and headed towards the villas in the new urban area. Chapter 376. Wanting to see her husband, she went to the hospital. Midnight. A sports car slowly pulled up in front of the villa. Bai Qining sat in the car, looking into the villa. The villa is now completely dark. Even the light in Li Shua's bedroom is off. She was a little annoyed that Li Shua could still fall asleep in this situation. But as her mother said, she did have some faults in this matter. It wouldn't be a bad idea to take the initiative to apologize to Li Shua. Of course, a large part of the reason she came to apologize was because her mother pressured her. Bai Qining convinced herself of this in her heart. She reached for the car door, but then paused slightly, her brow furrowing. When she argued with Li Shua, she made sure to completely erase all her fingerprints to prevent herself from regretting it later. Bai Qining withdrew her hand, gripped the steering wheel with both hands, and stepped on the accelerator. Since Li Shua is already asleep, and she can't go into the villa by herself, she'll just go back. She put her foot on the clutch, but didn't want to start the car. I haven't seen you for 2 days. Actually, she really missed him. Especially since Xie Jingji reminded me on the phone just now. Bai Qining realized that things might not be as bad as she had imagined, and her anger towards Li Shua subsided considerably. She really wanted to see him. Bai Qining pursed her lips, turned her gaze to the car window, looked at the villa, and finally her eyes fell on the high walls surrounding the villa. This height. It's not a big problem for her. Even though I wore a skirt today. Bai Qining opened the car door and got out. She walked with her long legs to the wall on one side of the villa, looked up, and measured the height of the wall with her eyes. Then, she rubbed her soft, white hands together. It was past 2 a.m. Inside the villa. Perhaps because De Yuanzi wasn't in bed with him, Li Shua didn't sleep well. He even started having nightmares for no apparent reason. Suddenly, a cell phone rang, waking him from his nightmare. He sat up in bed, paused for a moment, and then pressed the answer button on the phone. Why would Huawan call him so late? The call connected quickly, and before Li Shua could speak, a girl's anxious voice came through. Brother-in-law, come to the hospital right away. Your wife is in the hospital, and the situation is there's no time to explain now. I'll send you the address later. The unexpected content on the phone made Li Shua's expression change drastically. He immediately asked before the other party could hang up, what happened to her? How did she end up in the hospital? Li Shua rarely experienced such emotional fluctuations. He even lost control of his tone when speaking to Huawan. There was a brief silence on the other end. It's a long story. The situation is very tense. You need to come over quickly. Maybe I can't say anymore. The doctor wants me to come over. Hurry up. Huawan finished speaking and hung up the phone before Li Shua could reply. Li Shua's mind went blank for a moment, and he felt cold in his limbs and dizzy. He didn't have time to process the news. He sat on the bed for a moment, then immediately got out of bed and rushed out the door without even changing out of his pajamas. He needs to get to the hospital right away. He even began to regret why he had let Bai Qining move out. If I hadn't argued with her and stopped her from moving out, she wouldn't be in the hospital now. In a hospital ward. Huawan hung up the phone. Before I could even turn around, I felt the death stare of my friend on the hospital bed behind me. Why are you talking as if I'm about to die? Although Bai Qining was expressing dissatisfaction, her tone didn't sound as cold as when she was usually angry. It's good enough that you're with me. Why do you have to call him? I don't need him to care about me. Miss Bai's mouth is still very stubborn. As Bai Qining's best friend and subordinate, Huawan knew the girl's proud and arrogant personality all too well. Having been repeatedly reprimanded by his superiors in public, he dared not speak out, only thinking to himself. If you really didn't want your husband to care about you, why did you climb the wall in the middle of the night and fall like this? Now that you have an excuse to make up, stop being so arrogant, my dear. You have no idea how much your employees have been driven to tears these past few days. Huawan felt a surge of righteous indignation. She turned around, and when she looked at Bai Qining, a smile immediately appeared on her face. She agreed, saying, Okay, I won't give you any more chances to reconcile with your husband, all right? Bai Qining remained silent, but her face flushed. After a long silence, she finally spoke in a low voice. When Li Shua comes later, please don't tell him that I fell while climbing the wall of the villa and ended up in the hospital. Huawan forced herself not to laugh and nodded reluctantly. She knew it was embarrassing for her to climb the wall to find her husband and fall, injuring her leg. Superstar by Muge broke her leg after climbing over the wall late at night to apologize to her husband. Who would believe this story? Before Huawan could speak, Bai Qining suddenly looked at her again and continued. By the way, this year's year-end bonus will be doubled. It wasn't that Huawan helped reconcile her and Li Shua. It was just that the girl had recently become much more serious about her work, which is why she gave her this reward. Huawan's eyes lit up immediately. Wow, as expected of our Ningning. I love you to death. As soon as the girl finished speaking, she rushed to the bedside and hugged her best friend, showering her with kisses. Her best friend, her dear boss. Bai Qining. Li Shua took a taxi directly to the hospital where Bai Qining was located and found her floor based on the information Huawanfa provided. Once inside the elevator, he realized he was still wearing his pajamas and his head was covered in sweat. Ever since he heard that Bai Qining had been admitted to the hospital and was in critical condition, his mind had been buzzing. Regardless of whether there's an argument or not, or who's right and who's wrong. My first reaction was to come and check on Bai Qining's condition immediately. I don't care about image anymore. Li Shua arrived at the ward door, stretched out his hand, both of which were trembling slightly uncontrollably. He gripped the doorknob, and in that brief moment, hundreds of terrifying thoughts flashed through his mind. He gritted his teeth, trying to remain calm and composed. The next moment, he pushed open the door. All I could see was, on the hospital bed, Bai Qining and Huawan seemed to be talking when he suddenly barged in, interrupting their conversation. Bai Qining's leg was wrapped in a thick layer of gauze, and it looked like it was in a cast. Li Shuo. When Bai Qining saw Li Shuo, her eyes lit up slightly, but she immediately looked away. At this moment, Huawan also realized what was happening, immediately stood up and nodded in greeting, while saying to Bai Qining, "Ningning, look how much your brother-in-law cares about you. He arrived at the hospital so quickly, in less than half an hour. Brother-in-law, since you're so worried about Ningning's condition, I won't bother you here to ask about your wife's illness." After she finished speaking, she winked at Bai Qining and then turned to leave. Before leaving, he gave his brother-in-law, who looked terrified, an awkward smile, expressed his apology, and then left with a great deal of fame and fortune. Soon, only Li Shuo and Bai Qining remained in the ward. Chapter 377, Taking the Initiative to Admit Mistakes. The moment Bai Qining saw Li Shuo, she noticed his sweat-drenched hair and the pajamas he hadn't had time to change out of. The little anger left in my heart has mostly dissipated. A feeling of indescribable emotion and warmth welled up within me. Once her anger subsided, her personality prevented her from taking the initiative to say something conciliatory. Li Shuo roughly assessed the situation. Although it wasn't as serious as he had imagined, the plaster cast on the girl's foot was still shocking to him. He immediately went to the bedside. He asked, "What happened to your leg? Did you fall and hurt yourself? The cast is so thick." His tone was gentle, but his eyes betrayed an undeniable tension. Bai Qining felt a warmth in her heart. She lowered her head, and her tone became unusually gentle. He couldn't possibly admit that he fell while climbing the wall, so he said in a low voice, "I fell while filming. It's not a big deal." Huawan was too worried and called you. It wasn't her who wanted to contact them. Li Shuo, however, was somewhat suspicious. Given Bai Qining's skills and the filming environment, such a mistake shouldn't have occurred. I haven't heard of her taking on any new roles recently, and it's impossible for them to be filming in the middle of the night. Sosh lying? But what would this girl be unwilling to admit and end up lying to deceive him? Li Shuo stared intently at the girl in front of him. The image of this girl climbing through his window every night to see him when they were on Siu Island quickly came to mind. It's late at night now, and I've fallen and injured my leg, ending up in the hospital. Soon, an outrageous idea popped into Li Shuo's mind. But he also felt it was unlikely. The girl is arguing with him right now. Is she really going to climb the villa wall in the middle of the night? Bai Qining felt extremely guilty as Li Shuo stared at her like that, as if he could see right through her. She suddenly looked up, and just as she opened her mouth to ask Li Shuo why he was staring at her, Li Shuo spoke first. Did you go climb the villa's wall?" Although the question was outrageous, Li had a feeling that his wife, Bai Qining, might actually do such a thing. Bai Qining's fair face flushed red instantly when her husband ruthlessly exposed her. She blinked, a rare hint of panic flashing across her face, but she quickly regained her composure and said, "It was indeed climbing the villa's wall. I forgot something, I'll go back and get it." Li Shuo, when you moved out, you even took the big glutinous rice ball with you. What else did you leave behind at home? He was both worried and angry, but looking at the stubborn girl, he also felt like laughing. Bai Qining refused, and Li Shuo, no longer pretending to be amused, stopped pretending. He didn't want to talk to her even though he had been ruthlessly exposed. He was both ashamed and angry, and his face remained silent. Is there anything else left at home? Her husband, such a grown man, was still at home. She was so useless, thinking about that idiot. That's why she went to climb the wall and broke her leg. Bai Qining is now having some regrets. She should have changed her skirt into pants before climbing the wall today, so she wouldn't have fallen down and wouldn't be laughed at by Li Shuo like this. Li Shuo wasn't in the mood to laugh. He had just witnessed all sorts of terrifying scenes along the way, and now that he saw his wife was all right and in good spirits, even though she had injured her leg, he felt fortunate. I don't want to continue the Cold War, since I don't know if this girl will go back to climbing walls once her leg has healed. He walked to the bedside table, picked up the kettle, poured a cup of hot water, handed it to Bai Qining, and said gently, "When your leg gets better and you are discharged from the hospital, come home with me and re-encode the fingerprint lock so you won't have to climb the wall to get home anymore." The moment Li Shua uttered the word, "Go home," Bai Qining's eyes lit up instantly. She reached out and took the water glass, brought it to her lips, and before drinking, said very softly, "I was also at fault regarding the coconut juice." Bai Qining did something she wasn't good at and took the initiative to admit her mistake to her husband. A smile crept into Li Shua's eyes as he looked at the girl, whose awkwardness was somewhat endearing. He leaned closer to her, feigning innocence, and asked, "What did you just say?" Bai Qining thought Li Shua really hadn't heard her, so she looked up at him and raised her voice a little. "I said, about the coconut juice, I was too impulsive, I was wrong." Could you speak louder? I still couldn't quite hear you." Li Shua moved closer to her, and Bai Qining could clearly see the mockery in his eyes. Bai Qining realized that this guy was teasing her, and she was both embarrassed and angry. She raised her free hand to pinch the man's face. "You're making fun of me." Bai Qining put on a stern face and made a move at the same time, but unexpectedly Li Shua reacted even faster than her. Before she could even touch Li Shua's face, he immediately leaned back to avoid it. Bai Qining immediately stretched out her hand, and Li Shua, as if anticipating her movement, stepped back and created distance. Now that the girl has suffered a leg injury, she can't hit him anymore. "What? You're still not quiet even with a leg injury. You're abusing your husband." Seeing his wife looking so energetic, Li Shua felt happy and inexplicably wanted to tease her. He used to dislike Bai Qining for resorting to violence at the slightest provocation, but now he realizes that she can actually be quite adorable. As long as she is safe and healthy, whether she is angry and throwing a tantrum or even fighting with him, she is adorable and full of life. Bai Qining. She was so angry at Li Shua for teasing her like that, after a brief moment of thought, she reached out to hug her leg, which was in a cast. He made a gesture as if he would get out of bed and beat someone up even though he was holding his injured leg, with a pained expression on his face. Upon seeing this, Li Shua's heart tightened, and he quickly ran to the bedside and reached out to stop the girl's actions. "Your leg is injured, you are." He had only spoken halfway when he felt a familiar itching pain in his waist and cried out in pain. "Bai Qining, you've gone too far. You're allowed to bully me, hurt me, and tease me, but I'm not allowed to use a self-inflicted injury to trick you." Li Shua. He reached out and rubbed the spot where the girl had pinched him, not bothering to argue with the injured woman. He bent down and gently placed her legs back on the bed, saying, "I don't want my wife to become lame, so she won't be able to climb out of the window properly anymore." Bai Qining. Although the couple were bickering and joking, the atmosphere in the ward was harmonious and peaceful. Bai Qining obediently cooperated with Li Shua, putting her legs back on the bed. When she saw the man about to pull his hand away, she immediately reached out and grabbed his hand. Li Shua was slightly taken aback when he sensed Bai Qining's movement. Bai Qining looked up at him, her eyes filled with sincerity. "From now on, I'll try to change my temper, you." Li Shua immediately understood Bai Qining's meaning. He held her hand in return and sat down on the edge of the bed. "Actually, I was also wrong. Now that I'm married to you, I need to consider your feelings. At the time, I only thought that you liked to drink coconut water, so I took it and ignored the fact that my wife is quite jealous." When Li Shua apologized so gently, Bai Qining somehow found herself unable to control her emotions. Her eyes were a little red and her nose was sore. Before her husband could notice, she quickly leaned into his arms and pressed her face against his chest. Chapter 378 Personal Care. Bai Qining didn't speak, but Li Shua could sense her aggrieved mood. The leg with the thick cast on it also made him feel bad. He now regrets giving her the silent treatment, because they argued over a small matter. He put one arm around the girl's waist, pulled her into his arms, and gently stroked her back to comfort her. All right. Let's both be more careful from now on. Once your leg is better, I'll go with you to pick up Yuanzi and take her home. That villa is just too big. Without the lady of the house and Yuanzi, it feels too empty for me to live here all by myself. If we have any more conflicts in the future, please don't move out of your own home, okay?" Bai Qining smiled slightly and softly replied, Tonight, Li Shua spent the night in Bai Qining's room. After they made up following their argument, his seemingly cold wife seemed even more clingy. After he repeatedly confirmed that her leg injury was not particularly serious, she agreed to spend the night with him in the ward, and they slept together on the hospital bed. The next day, before the doctor came to examine her, Huawan came in ahead of time to greet him, and then the two separated. Bai Qining fell from a height and fractured her leg. The attending physician explained the details to Li Shua and told him that it would take at least a month before the cast could be removed. Therefore, Bai Qining needs to suspend her work for at least a month and rest at home. For a workaholic like her, if this had happened in the past, she wouldn't have wanted to rest even with a cast on. But things are different now. Following the doctor's advice, she rested, which would give her more opportunities to spend time with her husband. Li Shua didn't think too much about it. He was just considering Bai Qining's health and carefully adopted the doctor's advice. After communicating with the doctor, he immediately started working with Bai Qining. Let Bai Qining rest and recover first. Huawan finally saw that the atmosphere between the two had eased up, and she wanted to strike while the iron was hot. She took the initiative to ask her boss for more work, saying that she would work hard during this period and told Bai Qining to take good care of her health. With her friend offering a way out, Bai Qining naturally agreed, saying she would rest and recuperate peacefully with her husband. Since Bai Qining couldn't go to the company, Huawan became very busy. Not long after the doctor left, she also hurriedly said goodbye and left. Before leaving the hospital, she did not forget to tell her brother-in-law to take good care of Bai Qining. As Bai Qining's husband, Li Shua naturally had to take on this responsibility. Today, he was in the ward using his phone to write updates while taking care of Bai Qining. Bai Qining turned misfortune into blessing this time. Although she injured her leg, she reconciled with Li Shua and had the opportunity to be alone with him, which made her inexplicably happy. However, my good mood gradually disappeared around 10 a.m. She hasn't been to the bathroom since last night, but now she really needs to go. Bai Qining sat back on the hospital bed, feeling uncomfortable. After a short while, Li Shua noticed her unusual behavior and put down his phone. What's wrong? Does your leg hurt? He asked with concern. Bai Qining stood with her legs together, hesitated for a moment, and then whispered, I need Topi. Li Shua paused for a moment, then remembered Huawan's instructions before she left. He immediately got up and took out a brand new urinal from under the hospital bed. Use this. This was prepared by Huawan, who said that Bai Qining has difficulty going to the toilet right now, so this way she doesn't have to get out of bed. Bai Qining saw what Li Shua was carrying and imagined herself in front of him. Her face instantly turned bright red. I'm going to the restroom. She didn't want to act like that in front of Li Shua. It was too embarrassing. Seeing the girl's flushed face, Li Shua understood her embarrassment and immediately put the things back under the bed. Then I'll carry you to the toilet. Bai Qining was holding back her excitement, and upon hearing this, she nodded almost without hesitation. Since Bai Qining's leg was in a cast, Li Shua didn't dare to be careless, and it took him a while to carry her into the bathroom. Bai Qining sat on the toilet, instinctively squeezing her legs together tightly. You get out now. I can't hold it in anymore. Li Shua was worried that she would have difficulty taking off her pants, but seeing Bai Qining's expression, he felt embarrassed to let him do it. He had no choice but to leave quickly, telling her, Be careful, call me if you get hurt. Good. Just as Li Shua closed the bathroom door, he soon heard rustling sounds from inside, followed by the soft sound of running water. His expression was subtle, and he immediately turned his head away to look elsewhere, trying to divert his attention. He stood at the toilet door for a while, waiting for the person inside to speak before he pushed the door open and went into the toilet. Bai Qining was afraid of any smell. Even though she didn't smell anything herself, she waited a while before calling Li Shua in. She felt quite embarrassed, wondering if he could smell something. She quickly asked Li Shua to take her to wash her hands. Once they were out of the restroom, the awkward atmosphere eased slightly. Li Shua did indeed smell the fragrance, but it was all the sweet scent of a girl. It was soft and fragrant when he held it in his arms. When he looked down, he saw a faint pink on her fair and beautiful face, which made him unable to look away. No wonder this girl can make billions of men around the world go crazy for her. Her figure, appearance, and temperament are all perfect and impeccable. Do Ito I have flowers on my face? You keep looking. Bai Qining's words instantly brought Li Shua back to his senses. Because she was worried that Li Shua might smell something and be staring at her, she pretended her tone wasn't very friendly. Li Shua, no. It's just a pity that it has a sharp little mouth. The young couple spent the day together in the hospital room. The atmosphere was fairly warm, though they couldn't avoid bickering occasionally. Ganzhou, hundreds of kilometers away. After a long day of travel, Zhou Hongcai's family finally arrived at Li Guofu's house. Within half an hour, the two families were arguing fiercely. Li Guofu's old residence is nothing like Li Xuejuan's company, which is guarded by numerous security guards. Especially now that Li Shizong and his brother are not at home, but working outside. The Li family now consists of only two elderly people, Li Guofu and Wu Zuixiang, and Li Chenkai, a sickly man. The Zhou family members were unruly and couldn't be driven away. They came to the Li family demanding money, but Wu Zuixiang refused to give it to them. So, they went on a rampage, smashing the few pieces of furniture the Li family had. Li Xuejuan's mother, we came here because of the phone call you made. Now that your son is successful and making a lot of money, he doesn't want to acknowledge me as his mother-in-law. You, as his mother, bear full responsibility. When Zhou Xiaohui married into your Li family, our Zhou family didn't receive a single penny of dowry. Now that Li Xuejuan has become successful, he doesn't want to acknowledge us as relatives and give us money, so it's you, as her mother, who's giving it to us. Zhou's mother picked up the second-hand television that Wu Zuixiang had just bought and was about to smash it. Wu Zuixiang was extremely nervous. This was the only television she had to pass the time. The signal was bad in the mountains, so watching television was the only way to kill time. If the Zhou family keeps smashing things like this, her TV will be gone, and all the furniture she just bought will be destroyed. Chapter 379, Demanding Money and People. Wu Zuixiang also hadn't adapted to the fact that Li Xuejuan and his son were no longer the people who could be bullied and taken advantage of as they used to be. Now Li Xuejuan is a big boss, and Li Shua is a famous writer. They have bodyguards following them in and out of the company at all times. If the Zhou family acts like scoundrels, there's nothing the father and son can do if they refuse to acknowledge them. Now look what happened. This family of scoundrels didn't make things difficult for Li Xuejuan and his son. Instead, they got themselves into trouble and came to their house demanding money. Seeing that Zhou's mother was about to smash the TV on the ground, Wu Zuixiang couldn't hold back any longer and quickly spoke up. Don't smash it. Whatever it is, let's sit down and talk it over. We're all in-laws, let's talk things out. Evil people will be punished by other evil people. When it comes to being a scoundrel, Wu Zuixiang is no match for the Zhou family. Especially now that only a few elderly, weak, sick, and disabled people remain in her Li family, they can't cause trouble anymore. You should have said that earlier. Zhou's mother put the TV back on the TV cabinet and called her son and grandsons back, promising to sit down and have a proper talk with Wu Zuixiang's family. Their purpose in coming here was to get their granddaughter-in-law and money, not to smash things. The Li family has finally returned to peace. The two families sat in the slightly crowded house. Wu Zuixiang pulled her son and husband to calm herself down before reluctantly negotiating with the Zhou family. Mother-in-law, as you can see, it's not that our Li family is unwilling to pay, but my second son Cheng Kai's company has gone bankrupt and he can't stay in Haicheng anymore, so he came to this village. Now my two grandsons have also changed jobs, and their salaries are much lower than before. One of my grandsons has become successful and is unwilling to take advantage of us. My son, Li Xuejuan, is also ungrateful. Both of my granddaughters are still in school, and our family is indeed struggling financially. You want me to come up with more than 300,000 yuan all at once? We simply can't afford it. Wu Zuixiang was afraid that if she said this, the Zhou family would start smashing things again. Seeing that Zhou Hongcai's face darkened, she immediately added, we can't come up with more than 300,000, but we can squeeze out a few thousand or 10,000. How could the Zhou family not see the Li family's current predicament? They've all come back to live in this remote mountain village. They're not much better off than them. Even so, Zhou's mother remained firm in her stance. She looked at her two eldest grandsons, then at Wu Zuixiang, and said, If you can't come up with the money, I can't let my shall we marry into your Li family for nothing, let alone give birth to such an excellent son as Li Shua. Since you have no other choice, you just said that you have 2 granddaughters. I happen to have 2 grandsons who are not married yet. Your Li family is not good looking, not as pretty as my shall we, and certainly not as sensible as my shall we. Amid the increasingly incredulous gazes of the Li family, Zhou's mother continued, if your Li family can't compensate with money, then compensate with people. Our shall we is so outstanding, 1 is worth 2, so let your 2 granddaughters marry my 2 outstanding grandsons. This way, not only will you not have to pay back the money, but our 2 families can also become even closer and help each other out. Upon hearing Zhou's mother's words, smiles appeared on the 2 bull-headed men's dark faces. Grandma's idea is brilliant. They're getting married soon. Li Guofu and his family of 3 now only wanted to spit on the shameless faces of the Zhou family. 2 toads trying to eat the swan meat of the Li family. How utterly shameless. Li Qingsai's face turned ashen. He slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and glared angrily at the Zhou family members. You want our Huan to marry. His gaze fell on the faces of the 2 cows, and his old face instantly turned red with anger. I will absolutely never agree to my Huan marrying one of these 2 brothers. Their Huan is going to be groomed to find a super-rich 2nd-generation heir who is 1 in a million. Do these 2 stupid, ox-like mountain men even deserve it? Not to mention Li Chenkai. Even Li Guofu couldn't stand it anymore and slammed his fist on the table, saying, my granddaughter has lived the life of a rich lady since she was a child, and she will be a wealthy lady in the future. What kind of conditions does your Zhou family have to dare to make a move on our Huan? Now that the Li family has fallen on hard times, all their hopes are pinned on Li Huan, who has a good family background and good looks. Of course, Li Guofu and his son would never agree to let Li Huan marry into the Zhou family. The 2 men were tough, but they were facing the Zhou family, who were used to being scoundrels and domineering. Li Guofu and his son's words did not intimidate the Zhou family. Instead, Zhou Hongkai became furious and immediately slammed his fist on the table, shouting, you Li family don't want to pay or give her away. Do you really think the Zhou family is easy to please, that will just hand Zhou shall we over to you for nothing? Back then, the Li family had neither people nor money, so he had no choice. Now that the Li family has 2 daughters in their prime, Zhou Hongkai is determined to bring them back to his Zhou family to make amends for Li Xuejuan taking Zhou shall we away back then. Seeing that the Li family father and son were adamant about not giving their wives to them, Zhou Hongkai, who had just stood up, immediately followed suit and slammed his fist on the table. The Zhou family members were as strong as oxen, and even Zhou's mother was about the same height as Li Chenkai. As soon as the group stood up, the arrogance of the Li family was immediately suppressed. Seeing this, Wu Zuixiang's heart tightened again. Her eyes darted around, and she quickly came up with an idea. She reached out to stop the 2 families, saying, oh dear, everything can be discussed, it can be discussed. Let's all sit down and talk. Fearing a beating, Li Guofu and his son sat down, taking the opportunity offered by Wu Zuixiang. The Zhou family members, however, were unwilling to sit down and instead stood waiting for Wu Zuixiang to give them a satisfactory answer immediately. If you're not satisfied, start smashing and fighting right now. Wu Zuixiang just wanted to get rid of this plague family as soon as possible, and of course she couldn't bear to part with her beloved granddaughter Huan. She looked at the group and said with an awkward smile, my dear in-laws, we do have 2 granddaughters, but our 2nd son's daughter, Li Huan, is currently dating a boyfriend with an impressive background, and they are deeply in love. This boyfriend has a bad temper and is very domineering. He almost never allows Huan to have contact with other men at school. His family is very powerful, and even among the families with some influence in Haiqing, no one dares to offend them. I really want to make it up to you, but Huan already has a boyfriend. His personality and background are too strong, and we can't interfere. If you really insist on making Huan marry, we can agree, but you will have to bear the consequences. After all, you stole his girlfriend. Upon hearing this, the Zhou family realized that Li Huan had a powerful and domineering boyfriend from a wealthy family, and their expressions changed drastically as they exchanged bewildered glances. If what Wu Zuixiang said is true, and the Zhou family really forcibly took Li Huan away, wouldn't that man scatter their ashes everywhere? The family felt a sense of dread. Just then, Wu Zuixiang changed the subject. We can't agree to Li Huan, but I have a granddaughter, Li Shu, who is studying at Wancheng 958 University. Upon hearing this, the Zhou family members' eyes lit up. Zhou's mother, Wancheng, is going to university? Zhou Hongcai's eyes widened. 958? A top student. Chapter 380. Li Shu, finding my sister-in-law to be my strategist? Li Guofu and his son understood Wu Zuixiang's meaning, and their expressions softened considerably. Especially after seeing the Zhou family's interest in Li Shu, he completely changed his previous attitude. Li Xuejuan was not originally of the Li family bloodline, and now that he has become successful, he is unwilling to give back to the Li family. Zhou Xiaowei also married Li Xuejuan. If the Zhou family wants to collect debts or demand someone's return, they should just have their daughter, Li Shu, pay it off. Especially since this girl has a high level of education and her future is limitless. But ultimately, they weren't part of the Li family. Seeing Li Xuejuan's family prosper made them feel uneasy. Li Guofu's expression returned to calm, and he even smiled slightly. Yes, my granddaughter is also very outstanding. She only wants to study and doesn't have a boyfriend yet. Wu Zuixiang nodded with a smile. Even if we talked about it, our family would not agree. We would have to compensate you with a wife. Li Chengkai chimed in. In terms of personality, Li Shu is similar to Zhou Xiaowei. She's very obedient, especially to elders. If you don't mind having some blood relation, you can go to Wancheng and bring Li Shu back. She can marry either of the two brothers. Both are handsome and talented. The Zhou family dared not provoke Li Huan's rich and domineering boyfriend in Haiqing. But Li Shu, a single, well-behaved, and high-achieving girl in Wancheng, was a different story. Even though he had no power or influence in Wancheng, Li Guofu and his wife personally promised that they would have no problem going there and forcing him into marriage. In particular, Li Shu was as easy to bully as Zhou Xiaowei. Even when forced to marry Niu and Niu, she would just accept it. This is the best. After you get to know her, it would be best to get Niu to have sex with her directly. After she finishes her studies, she can marry into the Zhou family. A top student can support their whole family and even help have children. A surefire way to make money. After a moment of hopeful anticipation for the future, Zhou's mother finally smiled. It's not a big deal if we're related by blood. We're practically 2 generations apart anyway, so it's not a big problem. Besides, they are not related by blood. Zhou Hongcai was fairly satisfied with the Li family's reply and said, all right, then we'll compensate them with one. My Zhou family will reluctantly accept Li Shu from Wancheng. Wu Zuixiang's lips twitched, but when Zhou Hongcai looked over, she immediately smiled and said, no problem, no problem. The conflict between the two families finally subsided, but Zhou Hongcai's family failed to get 2 wives. They then asked Wu Zuixiang to give them more money, and squeezed 20,000 yuan out of the pockets of the Li family of 3 before leaving satisfied. After the Zhou family left, the Li family's old house was left in a mess, as if it had been invaded by bandits, and Wu Zuixiang's meager savings were further reduced. In the courtyard, Li Cheng watched the Zhou family members disappear before turning around and saying to Wu Zuixiang, who was frowning beside him, it's good that you're wise, Mom. You knew to tell them that Li Huan found a rich second-generation boyfriend, which scared away this family of scoundrels. Wu Zuixiang sighed inwardly. If only Li Huan were so ambitious and could find a rich second-generation boyfriend who loves and adores her like that. This was the person she hoped Li Huan would find, but her granddaughter was disappointing. During her college years, she dated a man from a well-off family, but he broke up with her over just a few words. She even cut her wrists and went to the hospital, but she couldn't win him back. In the end, they still broke up. Her granddaughter will likely find it difficult to find a boyfriend with the conditions she fabricated in the short term. Fortunately, there is Li Shu from Wancheng, who can be used as a shield. This girl is all alone in Wancheng. If the whole Zhou family goes there, they'll probably be trapped in the clutches of evil. She's just waiting for the Zhou family to come to Wancheng and to abuse and torment Li Xuejuan's beloved daughter. She wanted to see if Li Xuejuan would still be in the mood to run the company. and if that brat Li Shua would still be in the mood to write any novels. Thinking of this, the three members of the Li family exchanged a knowing smile. They will wait until the good news arrives. Meanwhile, Li Shu, who was all alone in Wancheng, was indeed troubled by something these past 2 days. Even when Mr. Bai fell into the water and developed a fever, he still thought about wanting her to date him. This morning, he took the initiative to invite her to go to the movies with him tonight. Li Shu is now unsure whether to go or refuse. She didn't believe in the fairy tale of Cinderella and the prince, but she could still remember that when Mr. Bai fell into the water, he immediately let go of her collar and didn't pull her into the water with him. She also often thinks of the sincere and earnest look in his eyes when he confessed his feelings to her. That day, it was also because she was on in 4 drip most of the night. She had to admit that she was a little wavering. Li Shu felt that he needed a strategist now. She originally wanted to find her brother, Li Shua, but since he was a boy, she was too embarrassed to tell him that someone was pursuing her. Li Shu hesitated until 4 or 5 in the afternoon, just as the day's classes were about to end and it was time for dinner. At this moment, Bai Sheng sent another WeChat message. Have you thought it through? I've already booked the restaurant and movie theater for dinner. You don't need to worry about your classmates finding out and putting pressure on you. Tonight, it'll just be the 2 of us at the restaurant and movie theater. Li Shu. She didn't want her classmates to know that she now had some connection with the CEO of the school's biggest sponsor. But I never expected Bai Sheng to be so wasteful, booking out a restaurant and a movie theater on a whim. Li Shu, who ate steamed buns for almost 3 years during college, is now feeling very uncomfortable. Bai Sheng felt as if she herself had wasted so much money because of her. She immediately replied, "Don't waste my time. I haven't even agreed to your request yet." Bai Sheng, this little bit of money is not a waste. Li Shu. A short while later, another message came from the other end. The restaurant kitchen is already preparing our meal. I'll have the driver come pick you up at the school gate later. Before she could reply, another message came. I bought a regular car and pretended to be a ride-hailing driver to pick you up, so as not to put any pressure on you. Young Master Bai is very thoughtful. This is an experience he learned from his brother-in-law today. If the other party is low-key, he should also cooperate in a low-key manner so as not to make the other party feel uncomfortable. Li Shu did want to keep a low profile, but she didn't ask Boss Bai to spend money to keep her low profile. Li Shu felt bad about wasting this money, especially on her. She originally wanted to refuse, but if she still refused after Bai Sheng had wasted so much money, wouldn't that be an even greater waste? Li Shu is currently feeling somewhat lost and confused. Just before get out of class ended, she suddenly thought of her brother's beautiful wife and suddenly had an idea. If she can't ask her roommate's brother for help, she can ask her sister-in-law. My sister-in-law is clearly a discerning and clear-headed woman who would never be blinded by love. It would be perfect to have her sister-in-law help her make decisions and give her advice. So, as soon as the bell rang, Li Shu found Bai Qining's WeChat and made a voice call to her. Time is limited right now, so we can't communicate slowly via WeChat. Let's ask via voice first. Chapter 381 Li Shua, my brother-in-law's girlfriend found a strategist? In the ward, Bai Qining suddenly received a voice message from her sister-in-law, Li Shu. Thinking that the other party might have encountered some emergency, she answered the call almost immediately, afraid of delaying the call. However, after learning the specifics of why the other party had asked her for help, she was so shocked that she almost jumped out of bed, even though her leg was still in a cast. What? A boy is making advances towards you? Li Shu. No, it's not that. It's just that he confessed to me. It doesn't count as having any ulterior motives. My sister-in-law is so excited. Bai Qining's mind was filled with images of 800 scheming, wicked men wanting to beat up her beautiful, innocent sister-in-law. In her eyes, apart from her husband Li Shua and the men in the Bai family, there are not many good men in this world. She immediately became wary and said to Li Shu, Shu, people's hearts are unpredictable. You are good-looking and have great looks, so you must be wary of those scumbags who only play with girls' feelings. Upon hearing Bai Qining's words, Li Shu felt even more certain that she had found the right person. No wonder she's her sister-in-law. She's not love-struck at all. Sister-in-law, I'm also worried that sometimes I can't judge people well and get deceived in my feelings, especially since this person is also very rich and generous, and quite good-looking when he's not angry. I don't think he could possibly like a girl like me who doesn't have anything special about her. So I wanted to ask you more about it. Li Shu spoke earnestly to the girl on the phone. Bai Qining is waiting for her husband to bring her dinner. I started to miss him after only half an hour or so of not seeing him. I looked up towards the door and waited for my sister-in-law to finish speaking on the phone before asking her. So, what stage have you reached in your relationship? How did you meet? Tell me, and I'll analyze it for you. Well, it's like this. I met him when I was in Gancheng. Li Shu spent a few minutes recounting to Bai Qining how the two met and how Bai Sheng confessed his feelings. They didn't reveal the other party's specific identity, only saying that he was a relatively well-known rich second generation in China. There are many rich second-generation heirs in China, but Bai Qining knows nothing about them except her own brothers. After listening to Li Shu's explanation, I still had a very vague idea of the rich second-generation's personality she described. She frowned. Does this person sound like they have a bad temper and are petty? Why would such a grown man, especially a rich second-generation heir, make things difficult for a young girl like Li Shu in the first place? She's petty and always has a stern, intimidating expression. In Bai Qining's memory, there was no such person. Even though Bai Urge was often criticized by his mother for having a stern face every day, he never sternly faced her. His temper isn't exactly bad, I don't know how to put it. Bai Qining concluded that Bai Sheng had a bad temper, and Li Shu subconsciously wanted to protect him, but couldn't find any examples of the other party having a good temper. She changed the subject and got to the main point of the day. Sister-in-law, I'm having a tough time right now. He asked me out for dinner and then to see a movie, and he's even booked the whole theater. I'm really hesitant about whether I should go or not. Bai Qining narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. What? He invited you to dinner and a movie, and even booked the whole theater? Do you know what movie it is? It's not a horror movie, is it? Li Shu was somewhat surprised. Sister-in-law, how did you know? He's definitely not a simple man. If you actually go to see this horror movie with him, and you get scared during the movie, won't you subconsciously hide in his arms, increasing the chances of you two getting close? After watching the movie, maybe he'll dawdle a bit. The university gates are closed, and you can't go to school. You're too scared to go to school after watching a horror movie. Then he can legitimately invite you to stay at his house. He might even take the opportunity to do some unspeakable things to you. This man is really cunning. What's his name? I'll go and find out his background right away. After listening to Bai Qining's analysis, Li Shu's impression of Bai Sheng plummeted. Was this what Bai Sheng was planning when he invited her to the movies? But looking at Mr. Bai, he didn't seem like such a wicked man. Li Shu was in a dilemma, unwilling to reveal Bai Sheng's identity to Bai Qining and put her sister-in-law in a difficult position. If she remembered correctly, her sister-in-law's workplace was also under the Baisher group. If something unpleasant happens between her and Bai Sheng, given Bai Qining's personality, she will definitely stand up for her. What if she loses her job in the process? Sister-in-law, I can't reveal his identity right now, but I've decided to listen to you and not go out with him at night. She felt that Bai Qining's words made sense. There had been a rich second generation in Wansheng before who would approach young women and film them while they were not in a good mood, and he would do it for fun. That rich kid didn't seem like a bad person usually. Although Li Shu was unwilling to reveal the other party's identity, Bai Qining was quite gratified that he listened to her advice. Sure, but the fact that you're asking me for advice means you have some feelings for this guy. There's something about him that attracts you. You can get to know him, but ask me before you do so I can help you avoid getting into any dangerous situations. Since Li Shu likes the other person, she won't interfere in their relationship. While remaining vigilant, she will slowly get to know him, hoping he might be a good person. Li Shu felt that she had made the right choice in finding a sister-in-law, and quickly nodded. Okay. Thank you, sister-in-law. Don't be so polite with me. Li Shu was busy replying to Bai Sheng, so she quickly ended the call and immediately declined Bai Sheng's invitation for the evening. She also said that it was inconvenient for her to leave the school at night and asked Bai Sheng not to ask her out in the future. Inside the villa, the meticulously dressed second young master Bai sat in the living room. Upon seeing the girl's reply, his usually cold and aloof face revealed a rare look of loneliness and confusion. He remained silent for a long time, not replying to Li Shu's message, but immediately called his brother-in-law Li Shua for help. Today's invitation was an idea that Li Shua suggested to him. Ask him to invite the girl out for dinner and a movie in the evening, and quickly send her back to school before the university closes, so that the girl can see his goodness and integrity and increase her favorability. But to his surprise, the girl who seemed hesitant to approach him actually rejected him outright. He needs to ask his brother-in-law, Li Shua, again. Li Shua was on his way back to his wife's hospital room when he received a call from his brother-in-law, who informed him that the girl had suddenly rejected Bai Sheng. He paused for a moment before speaking. I told you not to ask her out at night anymore. He paused for a moment, then continued. In this situation, I'm afraid the other party has consulted a strategist who thinks you intend to do something to her and has given her this advice. Bai Sheng, strategist? Chapter 382, The Bathing Problem. Li Shua nodded. Yes, generally speaking, when girls are being pursued, they will choose to ask their classmates for help. In his previous life, when he was in college, whenever one of the boys in his dorm started pursuing a girl, it would become a battle of wits between the male and female dorms. Bai Sheng asked him for help in pursuing his wife, and the other party had obviously also found a strategist to help come up with ideas. However, this strategist was too vigilant, not only misunderstanding his intentions, but also nipping his plan in the bud. They didn't seem very friendly. Li Shua felt that his brother-in-law's path to winning back his wife might be even more difficult. Of course, it's not like there's absolutely no chance. Second brother, how about this? From now on, if she doesn't leave the school at night, she can choose to stay during the day when she doesn't have classes or on Saturdays and Sundays. On the way back to the hospital ward with the food he had packed for his wife, Li Shua earnestly gave Bai Erge advice on how to win him back. I ended the call when I arrived at the hospital ward. Bai Erge didn't want his family, especially his sister Bai Qining, to know that he was pursuing his wife. After all, nothing is even going to happen yet. If he fails to win his wife's heart, how will he ever be able to hold his head high in front of his sister? Unless I succeed in the future and bring her adorable sister-in-law, who is as cute as a little white rabbit, to her in person and introduce her to her personally. When Li Shua returned to his hospital room, Bai Qining didn't mention Li Shu's matter. Li Shu had told her not to say anything yet. Now that her sister-in-law was acting as an advisor, it might not even work out, so she didn't want her brother to worry about it anymore. She wanted him to focus on building his relationship with his sister-in-law and having a baby. The little girl didn't know that her sister-in-law had her leg in a cast today, so she couldn't have a baby with her brother. Li Shua placed the food on the special dining table made for the hospital bed and set out the bowls and chopsticks for Bai Qining. Only after she started eating did he speak. When I was packing the food earlier, my aunt called to ask about us. I told her we had made up, but she probably didn't believe me and said she would come to my house to see us first thing tomorrow morning. So I had to tell her about your leg injury. She has several surgeries today and can't come right away, but she might come to the hospital to see you first thing tomorrow morning. Bai Qining originally didn't want her aunt to find out about this embarrassing matter and laugh at her, but now this situation was unavoidable. Even if Li Shua doesn't say anything today, her aunt will find out when she comes over and sees it. Maybe her mother already knows. Xie Jingshu tells her mother, Xie Jingji, everything. To her surprise, her mother remained calm and hasn't called her yet. It's also possible that her aunt was too busy and hadn't had a chance to call her mother yet. If your aunt asks about it tomorrow, don't tell her I fell while climbing over your villa wall. Bai Qining is still making a last-ditch effort. Okay, but your aunt knows you quite well. I think she probably knows the situation without even asking. Li Shua replied casually, but seeing the girl's pursed lips, he couldn't help but feel a little amused. Now I know what embarrassment and feeling ashamed are. Didn't you ever imagine this day would come when you were climbing through his windows and over his walls? Although she looked pitiful this time, it taught the girl a lesson, and she probably won't do such a thing again. Bai Qining learned a great lesson and decided that she would never wear a skirt to climb walls again. Climb while wearing pants. After the two finished dinner, Li Shua took the initiative to clean up the dishes, wipe the mobile dining table clean, and put it away. After all that work, it was almost 8 o'clock in the evening. Bai Qining lay in bed, feeling unwell as she hadn't showered for 2 days and 1 night. She has obsessive-compulsive disorder about cleanliness. Even when she goes on a business trip to the north during a blizzard in winter, she insists on taking a shower every day. I fell and hurt my leg in the middle of the night yesterday and had to go to the hospital for treatment, so I couldn't take a shower. Now I feel uncomfortable all over. But with one leg in a heavy cast, she obviously couldn't bathe herself. But it's impossible to ask Li Shua for help. Bai Qining blushed just thinking about the scene of herself sitting in the bathroom while Li Shua bathed her. While Li Shua was in the restroom, she called Aunt Zhou, who lived in Luqing, and asked her to come and help her. The phone was switched off. She waited in the ward for over an hour before Aunt Zhou called back. She had just gotten off the plane when her mother, Xie Jingji, urgently summoned her to Kyoto. Bai Qining couldn't help but wonder if her mother already knew she was injured and deliberately called Aunt Zhou away. Xie Jingji, no one knows a mother better than her daughter. If I don't call Aunt Zhou away, am I supposed to let her be a third wheel and ruin such a good opportunity to keep my son-in-law? Bai Qining was extremely frustrated, and then sent a message to Hua Wan to ask if she was free. The other party seemed to already know her intentions. Still working overtime at the company, with mountains of documents to process. Do you need to take a shower? Ask your husband to help you. Ning Ning, you've already registered your marriage. Don't be so formal with your brother-in-law. Bai Qining, with nowhere to turn for help, and too embarrassed to ask Li Shua to help her take a bath, Bai Qining could only put her phone aside and feel depressed. Seeing that Bai Qining seemed to be in a bad mood shortly after dinner, Li Shua saw her put down her phone, walked to the bedside, and asked gently, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell or in a bad mood?" Bai Qining looked up at the sound, saw her husband's concerned expression, opened her mouth, but then, thinking about how she was naked in front of him and he was washing her body, her face instantly turned as red as blood, and she immediately turned her head away. "I'm fine. I'm just a little sleepy and want to go to sleep." As she spoke, she lay down on the bed. Li Shua felt something was off, but seeing that Bai Qining was unwilling to talk about it, he didn't press her for details. Seeing that she was about to lie down, he immediately leaned over and helped her lie down. With the two in such close proximity, Bai Qining felt her husband's unique scent fill her nostrils, her face inexplicably burning hot, and her heart racing. Several times, she almost blurted out the words that she wanted to ask Li Shua to help her take a bath, but she couldn't bring herself to say them because she was too embarrassed. "Are you really all right?" Seeing that the girl's face was very red, Li Shua reached out and touched her forehead, asking her with concern, "It doesn't seem like you have a fever. Is something bothering you?" The girl gently removed his hand from her forehead with her fair, delicate hand. She blinked, glanced at him, and then looked away. "I'm fine. Go to sleep. Don't sleep in the same bed as me tonight. Go to your own bed." Bai Qining was staying in a VIP ward, which included a bed for her and a bed for her caregiver. Li Shua couldn't get any answers, so Bai Qining urged him to go to sleep. She asked him a few more questions out of concern, but Bai Qining still said everything was fine. Only then did he reluctantly go to his own bed to sleep. Until it was past 2 a.m. Bai Qining finally heard her husband's light and even breathing before she quietly sat up in bed. Li Shua was indeed tired these past 2 days and hadn't been getting enough sleep. He stayed up late in bed, worried, until he realized that Bai Qining seemed to be all right, and then he relaxed and fell asleep. Completely unaware, the patient in the next bed, dragging a girl with a thick cast on her leg, quietly entered the bathroom. Until, about 10 minutes later, a loud noise suddenly came from the bathroom, waking him from his sleep. Chapter 383. In the end, Li Shua still had a hard time. 1 minute ago, under the dim light of the bathroom, Bai Qining leaned against the wall with one hand, trying to keep her right leg, which was in a cast, from getting wet, and used the shower head to clean the foam off her skin. However, the fact that her leg was in a cast made it very difficult for her to move around. She thought that being careful would end the shower, but she didn't expect that while rinsing the foam off her long, beautiful legs, her left foot suddenly slipped, and she instantly lost her balance. Instinctively, I dropped the shower head and grabbed the emergency handrail on the wall, but slipped and fell because my hands were slippery with residual shower gel. The out-of-control shower head also slammed against the wall, making a loud noise. A sharp pain shot through her back, causing her to furrow her brow instantly. The out-of-control shower head drizzled onto her leg, which was in a cast. Bai Qining was in pain and panicked, and a sense of despair welled up in her heart. She looks so disheveled right now. Li Shua, please don't. The moment this thought arose, suddenly, there was a noise coming from the bathroom door. Li Shua turned the doorknob and found that it had been locked from the inside. The sound of running water and the loud noise made it impossible for him to think calmly. He became furious, kicked the bathroom door open with all his might, and rushed into the bathroom. The next moment, he was stunned when he saw the scene in the bathroom. The girl's naked body appeared translucent under the light, and her soft breasts rose and fell slightly with her breath. When she saw Li Shua's gaze, she immediately reached out to cover her chest, her wet face instantly turning red. Li Shua immediately realized his lapse in composure. Seeing Bai Qing's plaster cast getting soaked by the shower, he didn't have time to think. He immediately went over, turned off the shower, grabbed a towel folded on the rack, and wrapped it around the girl's body. "Are you all right?" he asked nervously, his gaze wanting to check if his wife had any injuries from the fall, but he was afraid of offending her, and he was somewhat at a loss. Bai Qining took in Li Shua's reaction. He looked away, his heartbeat gradually calmed down, and his face regained some composure. She lowered her eyes, no longer trying to be brave, and told Li Shua the truth. "My back hurts a little." Upon hearing this, Li Shua immediately helped the girl sit up, revealing a large red patch on her fair back. His eyes were full of concern, and he gently scolded. "Why did you sneak off to take a shower all by yourself? What if you had fallen and gotten into even bigger trouble if I hadn't woken up?" While gently scolding him, he quickly wrapped him up, picked him up, and started to walk out of the bathroom. Bai Qining saw through his intentions, her delicate brows furrowed, and she suddenly spoke softly just before Li Shua carried her out of the bathroom. "2M not clean yet, there's still shower gel on me." Li Shua, huh? In the end, Bai Qining handed over her half-finished bath to Li Shua. The doctor on duty was alerted and came over to change the plaster cast that had become soaked and to examine her back. "Fortunately, no further bone damage to my foot was done, but I have some bruises on my back." After the on-duty doctor finished treating Bai Qining, he looked up at Li Shua with a reproachful look in his eyes. "Patient's family member, couldn't you be a little more careful when you're giving someone a bath? Look what you've done to your wife." Bai Qining saw Li Shua taking the blame and wanted to speak up, but Li Shua spoke first. "I'll definitely be more careful next time." Seeing that Li Shua was very remorseful, the doctor on duty didn't say anything more. He gave the two some instructions and then left with the nurse. Soon, only the two of them remained in the room. The atmosphere suddenly changed. After all, Li Shua had just finished showering Bai Qining before the doctor came to change her cast. At that time, Li Shua was only concerned about Bai Qining's safety and had no time to think about anything else. Now only the two of them remained in the room, and the scene that had just given him a feast for both his senses and his eyes flashed before his eyes. His wife, a big star, has a truly perfect figure. Even in this inappropriate setting, the image that flashed through Li Shua's mind made him unable to resist the urge to stand up and salute, despite his best efforts to restrain himself. Bai Qining's face was burning hot, and she could still faintly recall the feeling of Li Shua's fingers brushing against her skin, making her heart beat faster. "You should go back to your bed and sleep." After a long silence, Bai Qining spoke first. Li Shua bowed slightly, feeling as if he had been granted a pardon upon hearing Bai Qining's words. "Okay, then I'll go to sleep first." As soon as he finished speaking, before Bai Qining could notice that little Li had looked up, he quickly went to his own bed, half-bowed. Li Shua was a little annoyed. Given the current situation and circumstances, how could such a thought even arise at this time? Bai Qining is still in a cast. Li Shua ran very fast, which surprised Bai Qining. She felt that Li Shua seemed even more embarrassed than she was, and was in such a hurry to run away from her. Shouldn't she be the one who feels more embarrassed? She was puzzled, and after Li Shua got into bed, she blinked and stared at the man's figure. Li Shua lifted the blanket to cover his body before turning around, and seeing Bai Qining looking at him, he gave a somewhat stiff smile. "Go to sleep, Bai Qining." Li Shua's haste to escape only made Bai Qining feel extremely uncomfortable. He ran so fast because he was afraid she with a cast on her arm, would eat him. Bai Qining stared at Li Shua for a while, then paused and suddenly said, "Why don't you come to my bed and sleep with me?" The more Li Shua tried to avoid him, the more Bai Qining wanted to get closer to him. She couldn't stand Li Shua treating her like this. Li Shua, who had just calmed down a bit. "Forget it, your cast was just reapplied. I'm not going to squeeze in with you." After Li Shua finished speaking, the ward fell into a brief silence. A few seconds later, a girl's slightly domineering voice rang out. "Are you coming here, or should I go to you?" Li Shua. Bai Qining was adamant. Seeing that she was really about to get up and come over, Li Shua was afraid that the girl would cause trouble again. He didn't care about anything else, got out of bed immediately, walked to her bedside, pressed her back onto the bed, and then followed her into the quilt. Bai Qining, somewhat defiantly, hugged her husband, drawing closer until her knee accidentally touched his raised head. She paused slightly, and Li Shua instantly gasped. The girl's touch was pure torture for him right now. "What's wrong with you?" she asked in a low voice. "What do you think?" Helpless, Li Shua gave up and asked a question instead of answering. Bai Qining instantly understood, and her face flushed rapidly. It might have been her who provoked Li Shua. After we met last morning, she immediately looked up related information at the company. It seems to happen in the morning or after some kind of stress. Chapter 384. Finally, I managed to get an appointment with Li Shu. Although she felt a little embarrassed, Bai Qining felt a strange sense of joy when she thought that Li Shua's current reaction was because of her. In her husband's eyes, she must be quite good. "Was that why you ran so fast just now?" she asked softly. Li Shua said helplessly, "Otherwise what?" Bai Qining gently pursed her lips, a smile appearing on her still flushed face, looking exquisitely beautiful. She tried to sound calm and said softly, "It doesn't matter. What's the point of hiding?" Li Shua. "If it's okay, then who was it that was so scared that they jumped out of bed and were too embarrassed to talk to him?" Li Shua did not argue with any of the wounded. Bai Qining stopped being sarcastic and kept her distance from Li Shua. She has difficulty walking now and doesn't want to keep provoking Li Shua, for fear of ruining her husband. Even so, when the two woke up the next day, Bai Qining's restless little hands still grabbed places she shouldn't have, and the two fell into another awkward silence. "Could you please remove your hand?" "Okay, I didn't mean to. I'll be more careful next time." "Good. Okay, take it away." "Okay, it seems even worse than last time." Bai Qining. Li Shua got out of bed, went to the bathroom and stayed there for a while, washing his face thoroughly with water several times before coming out. Bai Qining couldn't hold it in any longer, so when she saw Li Shua come out, she quickly got out of bed and asked him to help her go to the toilet. After 2 days of getting to know each other, the young couple became much closer and more natural with each other. Bai Qining wasn't as reserved as before, and when she went to the restroom, she didn't ask Li Shua to go any further away. However, ever since Li Shua came out of the restroom, he has felt inexplicably uneasy, as if something bad was about to happen, but he couldn't figure out why. Just after breakfast, while taking care of his wife, Li Shua was pondering recent events and trying to clear his mind. Xie Jingshu rushed to the hospital to visit her niece. She had already guessed the possible reason for her niece's fall. After asking the doctor, she was both angry and heartbroken to see Bai Qining with a cast on her arm. "I don't even know what to say to you. If you hadn't argued with Xiao Shua and moved out, you wouldn't have suffered like this. She's the daughter of the Bai family and a big star. How could she just climb over that wall like that? Now look what's happened. He's got a big bump on his leg. He'll be bedridden for at least 10 days to 2 weeks. Bai Qining knew she was in the wrong, but she continued to act tough. This was just an accident. Just don't wear a skirt next time. Li Shua. Xie Jingshu. They actually want it next time? Bai Qining immediately changed the subject, making her aunt's face turn pale with anger. By the way, Aunt, you must know a lot of caregivers. Do you know any good female caregivers? Could you introduce me to one? Xie Jingshu glanced at Li Shua beside her and immediately refused. No, I don't know any of them. Isn't Xiao Shua here to take care of you? Bai Qining. Before Bai Qining could speak again, Xie Jingshu glanced at her niece, whose hair was neat and whose clothes smelled new, and continued. I think Xiao Shua takes good care of you. Even with your leg in a cast, He hasn't stopped you from being a little obsessive about cleanliness. He's kept you clean and tidy. Bai Qining's face flushed red instantly. To express her dissatisfaction, her aunt teased her like this. Auntie. Li Shua also coughed twice, his expression unnatural. Seeing that the two younger people were embarrassed by her teasing, Xie Jingshu quickly stopped teasing them. After instructing Li Shua to take good care of Bai Qining, he left the hospital and called his sister Xie Jingji. Sis, I just want to see Ningning. Her foot injury is quite serious. It's heartbreaking to see. But your decision to have Aunt Zhou return to Kyoto was really the right one. I feel that the two little ones are much closer now. If it weren't for Ningning's leg injury, they could probably have a baby right away. Don't worry. I will keep a close eye on things this time, and I won't let my guard down until I see any signs of pregnancy in Ningning's belly. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I still have some time. I'm going to Qinjiagang Company to talk to him about Ningning and Xiaoshua. I'll ask Qinjiagang to keep a close eye on them and urge them to have a baby soon. After finishing her report to her sister, Xie Jingshu took advantage of the little time she had left to openly go to Li Xuejuan's company. On her way to Shanha Machinery, she would check her reflection in the rearview mirror at every traffic light. That took a while to see if she looked tired. I stayed up all night performing several surgeries yesterday and came to see Ningning early this morning because she hadn't had enough sleep. After watching several traffic lights, Xie Jingshu took out her lipstick from her pocket, intending to apply it to brighten her complexion. However, as soon as the lipstick reached her lips, she realized something and immediately put it back in her pocket. She's just going to meet her future father-in-law, but she's acting like a young girl going on a date, so nervous and wearing lipstick. That can't be done. At the hospital, not long after Xie Jingshu left, Li Shua finally remembered the reason that made him uneasy. It's the Zhou Hongkai family that's suddenly been quiet these past few days. Logically speaking, such an awful family, unable to gain any advantage from him and Li Xuejuan, would likely shift their focus and instead harass other members of the Li family. The fact that Zhou Hongcai's family could accurately locate the entrance of Shanha Machinery Company and know about his and Li Xuejuan's recent situation makes it obvious that the Li family has been up to no good. The fact that Zhou Hongkai and his family left so suddenly suggests they were likely heading to Ganqing to seek benefits from Wu Zuixiang. Wu Zuixiang is no pushover either. She's unlikely to bring any benefits to the Zhou family. On the contrary, she might just be shifting the Zhou family's focus elsewhere. He and Li Xuejuan and the Zhou family had no way to deal with it, but Li Shu was all alone in Wanqing. Li Shua became increasingly worried, so he simply called his sister Li Shu from outside the ward to ask about her current condition. If all else fails, he might ask his brother-in-law, who is currently pursuing his wife in Wanqing, to arrange some manpower to help protect Li Shu's personal safety. Meanwhile, in Wancheng, Bai Ershao, who had already put pursuing his wife on the agenda, extended another invitation to Li Shu today. Today is Saturday, and Li Shu doesn't have to go to class. After being rejected by Li Shu yesterday, he made a phone call to Li Shua and immediately extended an invitation. If Li Shu doesn't come out in the evening, he'll arrange to meet her at noon. It actually worked quite well over there, they readily agreed. At 11 a.m., Bai Ershao, having regained his spirits, sat in his newly purchased BMW X3, which displayed a ride-hailing logo, and parked at the school gate. He had originally arranged to meet Li Shu at the restaurant entrance, but he couldn't wait to see her. I simply sat in the car and followed the driver to pick up the person. This was the worst car Bai Sheng could accept as a ride-hailing vehicle to pick up Li Shu. After all, she is his future wife, so the car should be spacious and comfortable for her to sit in. The car was parked near the school gate, and after a short while, Li Shu came out of the school, seemingly on the phone. Chapter 385 Dating. Winter in Wanqing isn't cold. Today, Li Shu is wearing a light knit sweater and jeans, paired with flat sneakers. Its fresh and natural charm is like a mountain spring, bringing a sense of tranquility and beauty at first glance. In the back seat of the car, Bai Sheng's gaze lingered on the girl for only a moment before a slight smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. He finally got the girl to come out for a date. When Li Shu arrived at the school gate, she said to her brother Li Shua on the phone, "Brother, don't worry. I'm safe at school. There's no reason for the Zhou family to target a poor and powerless student like me. You can rest assured. She had just left the dormitory when her brother, Li Shua, called, looking worried that some relatives from the Zhou family might come and cause her trouble. Li Shu felt warmed by Li Shua's concern, but also felt that her brother was worrying too much. The Zhou family had no reason to come looking for her, since she was now the poorest member of the family, and if they came, they probably wouldn't even have enough for their travel expenses. Not only Li Shu, but even Li Shua himself felt that he was worrying too much. The Zhou family really had no need to look for Li Shu. Hearing that his sister was safe, he felt relieved. Before ending the call, he reminded Li Shu again, I still feel uneasy. Be careful over there by yourself. Don't wander around unnecessarily, okay? Li Shu was originally going out to eat with Boss Bai, who didn't seem like a good person, but after hearing her brother's instructions, she felt inexplicably guilty and obediently said, Okay, brother, I'll be careful. After hanging up the phone, Li Shu looked around and realized that there was only one BMW ride-hailing car parked nearby. After hesitating for a moment, she walked over. When she saw the BMW's license plate, she looked somewhat surprised. It was indeed Bai Sheng who told her the license plate number, but didn't he say he bought a regular ride-hailing car? She doesn't know much about cars, but BMWs aren't exactly cheap in the eyes of students like them. The thought of Bai Sheng spending so much money on a car to pursue her made Li Shu feel like she had wasted hundreds of thousands of yuan. She frowned slightly, walked to the car, opened the door and got in, only to find that the spendthrift boss, Mr. Bai, was sitting inside. When Li Shu saw Bai Sheng, she felt inexplicably choked up. Boss Bai, didn't you say we'd meet at the restaurant? Although she was not happy about Boss Bai's wasteful behavior, she still maintained a friendly tone when speaking to him. Bai Sheng's aura of authority was undeniable, and Li Shu, having not known him for long, was somewhat intimidated. Bai Sheng's eyes followed Li Shu ever since she got into the car. Only when the girl asked did he look away and say frankly, I'd rather see you sooner. Li Shu, Bai Ershao's sudden, straightforward words of love caught Li Shu off guard, and her pretty face flushed slightly. Not knowing how to respond, he paused for a moment before changing the subject. You spent a lot of money on this car, didn't you? Bai Sheng replied casually, Not much, only about 500,000. He turned to the girl and asked, How does it feel to sit here? If you don't like it, I'll get you another one right away. Li Shu quickly waved her hand. No. I like it very much. How could I not like it? She'll be so upset if she doesn't like this guy, but he still wastes money on her. Li Shu, who ate steamed buns for almost 3 years during college, now sat in the BMW that Bai Sheng had bought for her at a cost of 500,000 yuan. She felt uneasy, as if she had wasted a lot of money. If she used that money to buy 1,000,000 steamed buns, she could live on them for over 300 years, even if she ate 8 a day. She could continue eating them even after she died. Feeling heartbroken the whole way, the two finally arrived at the restaurant. Li Shu had been to this restaurant before. She applied for a waitress position, but they only wanted highly educated graduates and rejected her. Otherwise, the pay is really good. According to the job posting, a waiter can earn at least 12,000 a month. Even the waiters have such high standards and good pay, so you can imagine that the prices here are beyond Li Shu's wildest dreams. If Bai Sheng hadn't brought her here, she would never have come to this restaurant to eat, except to look for a job. Li Shuren is beautiful and unforgettable. Even though she was darker-skinned before, her beautiful appearance still left a deep impression on the restaurant manager. When the manager personally came to greet Bai Sheng, he recognized Li Shu after taking a few more glances and was quite surprised. Little did he know that the young girl who had been rejected by their restaurant a few months ago, while looking for a part-time job, would meet the wealthy and handsome second young master of the Bai family in such a short time. Today, to accommodate this little girl, they even TSK. This girl is really lucky and blessed to have won the favor of the second young master of the Bai family. Even if he only had a fleeting affair with her and seldom spent money, it would be enough for her to live a worry-free life for the rest of her days. In a restaurant like this, the manager is used to the idea of rich young men having beautiful girlfriends like clothes. Although he knew that it was impossible for Bai Ershao and a girl with an ordinary background like Li Shu to become husband and wife, he still tried his best to please her. After smilingly leading the two to their seats, she bent down to introduce the menu to them. For some dishes that Li Shu didn't quite understand about the ingredients, she thoughtfully provided detailed explanations and explained that these ingredients were relatively rare, which eased Li Shu's embarrassment. Bai Sheng was very satisfied with the manager's performance. After ordering, he immediately took out a stack of red banknotes from his wallet and handed them to the restaurant manager as a tip. No matter how high the restaurant manager's position is, he is still just a worker. This second young master of the Bai family is very generous. He can easily grab a handful of money worth a day's wages. Having received a tip from young Master Bai, the restaurant manager became even more attentive to Li Shu, greeting her with a smile before leaving. Li Shu stared intently as Bai Sheng pulled out a wad of red banknotes and handed them as a tip without hesitation. While she felt disgusted by Boss Bai's wastefulness, she was also quite envious of the restaurant manager. Just by helping to order a menu item, I can earn over 1,000 yuan. Bai Sheng vaguely sensed the envy in Li Shu's eyes. He glanced down at his bulging wallet, hesitated for a moment, and then handed the wallet to Li Shu with his well-defined knuckles. There's still a little over 3,000 here. Do you like it? It's yours. The sudden gift of money from young Master Bai caught Li Shu off guard. She looked down, her eyes involuntarily fixed on the thick wad of red banknotes in her wallet, and she felt inexplicably angry that Bai Sheng was throwing money at her again. Is Li Shu that kind of person? Li Shu frowned, about to lash out, when Bai Sheng pulled out another bank card and continued. It is indeed too little. After lunch, I'll withdraw a few 100,000 and get you a handbag to carry it back. Li Shu stared wide-eyed at the man opposite her who was spending money in an outrageously extravagant manner, her small mouth slightly agape. She was really tempted, but in the end, reason prevailed over desire. With great self-control, she pushed her wallet and bank cards back and whispered, "Don't do this. I already told you I'm not that kind of person." Chapter 386: The Zhou Family's Scheme. She's not working for Bai Sheng yet, nor has she officially agreed to be his girlfriend. She's just having a meal with him out of enthusiasm, and it's still in the early stages of getting to know him. There's no reason for her to accept Bai Sheng's money. If she were his wife now, she certainly wouldn't let Bai Sheng waste money like that. Given his lifestyle, she wouldn't interfere with him coming to high-end restaurants, but his habit of exorbitant tips and reckless spending would need to be controlled. We also won't allow this guy to give money to people without warning. Li Shu's thoughts drifted far ahead without her realizing it. Bai Sheng's offer of money was rejected again. Now unsure of Li Shu's intentions, he was afraid of upsetting her, so he had no choice but to take back his wallet. I didn't mean anything by it. I just thought you might prefer money over flowers, so I wanted to give you more money. Li Shu did indeed prefer money, but she had no reason to accept it, simply saying, I cannot accept a reward without merit. You will become my wife in the future, so there's no need for any merit. It's only natural for you to spend my money, Bai Sheng corrected seriously. Li Shu was inexplicably unable to resist the man's advances. Her cheeks quickly flushed, and she whispered, I haven't decided whether or not to date him yet. You're talking nonsense. Seeing the girl's embarrassed expression, Bai Sheng was afraid of upsetting her, so although he was extremely unwilling, he cooperated and said, Okay, then I'll give you the money after you decide to date me. Li Shu, help, sister-in-law. This man keeps trying to seduce me with money. The two chatted for a while, and then the food was served one by one. The restaurant manager took care of them almost the whole time and thoughtfully introduced the characteristics and how to eat each dish, trying his best to avoid making Li Shu feel embarrassed because she had never been exposed to these things before. The manager was very understanding, and Li Shu's first experience at a high-end restaurant went smoothly. She ate quite comfortably, but felt a little bad that she had wasted a lot of money. She decided that from now on, before Bai Sheng asked her out, she would first ask where they were going. She wouldn't go to places that were too expensive, because if they didn't end up dating, she wouldn't know how to repay him for all the food and drinks she had gotten for free. At the same time, at the entrance of Sun Yat-sen University in Wancheng, after some twists and turns, Zhou Hongsai's family finally found the school where Li Shu was located, following the directions provided by Wu Zuixiang. The family arrived near the school, but did not go directly to look for the person. The Zhou family members all had rough and rugged appearances, and they had also seen Li Shu's photo through Wu Zuixiang. She was a rare and beautiful young girl. Even disregarding the fact that Li Shu was born to Li Xuejuan's second wife, the security guards couldn't possibly believe they were related to Li Shu based on their drastically different appearances. It's also easy to alert the enemy. The Zhou family's purpose was clear: to take the young girl Li Shu to a hotel in Wancheng and have her choose between the two brothers, Zhou Dainiu and Zhou Erniu, to force the issue and sign a marriage contract so that she could finish university before returning home to get married. The diploma from Sun Yat-sen University is extremely valuable, and the Zhou family is unwilling to let Li Shu drop out of school and go back to get married. Their whole family will depend on this high-achieving student for their livelihood in the future. It would be more troublesome if the security guards didn't inform them to look for Li Shu. They couldn't alert him, so they could only wait by the roadside. Wait until Li Shu leaves school, then take her away from the school at a place some distance away. The family would wait near the school for most of the day. Meanwhile, after having lunch, Li Shu and Bai Sheng went to the cinema to watch a movie. Li Shu doesn't watch horror movies, so Bai Sheng chose a Lunar New Year comedy instead. When we arrived at the movie theater, there were only 2 people in the entire screening room. Feeling puzzled, Li Shu sat down, looked around, and asked Bai Sheng, "It's Saturday today, why is nobody here?" Bai Sheng held a handful of popcorn and offered it to Li Shu with one hand, saying, "I don't like being disturbed by too many people, so I've booked the whole place." On their first date, he naturally preferred that the two of them spend more time together without being disturbed. Li Shu, this Lunar New Year movie is a huge hit right now, and a movie ticket costs 40 yuan. It's easy to imagine how much money Bai Sheng will waste by booking out the entire theater. In particular, a large part of the reason for wasting this money is her fault. Her brows furrowed, revealing her displeasure to Bai Sheng for the first time. Her lips were tightly pursed, as if silently expressing her dissatisfaction and protest. She also did not reach for the popcorn that Bai Sheng offered. This was the first time Bai Sheng had seen Li Shu like this. She looked like a puffed-up little white rabbit, and he found her strangely adorable. He turned to her and asked, "What's wrong?" For the first time, Li Shu boldly met Bai Sheng's gaze, her tone unusually displeased. "You're wasting your time." As soon as Li Shu finished speaking, she immediately regretted her behavior. How could she speak to Bai Sheng in such a tone? What if he got angry later? She grew up watching Fong Lanying's moods and entered society early to help support her family and living expenses. Over time, she developed a personality that dared not offend anyone. Many times, even when dissatisfied, people choose to endure it. Li Shu immediately regretted speaking to Bai Sheng in such an impolite tone after she had finally reached her limit today. Even the first thing she thought of was whether or not to apologize to Bai Sheng. But after hearing and seeing Li Shu's obviously dissatisfied tone, Bai Sheng felt inexplicably excited. He wasn't angry. In fact, he felt that Li Shu's behavior in front of him was a sign that their relationship was growing closer, rather than a sign of respect and distance. He stared at the girl for a while, and spoke first before she could open her mouth. "Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll be more careful in the future and won't waste money like this again." Not only was Boss Bai not angry, but he even took the initiative to say that he could correct it. Li Shu was stunned for a moment, staring at him blankly, a strange feeling welling up in her heart at that moment. Soon, the movie officially started playing, which also drew Li Shu's attention, and the two began watching the movie. Young Master Bai is naturally immune to and uninterested in this kind of comedy movie. He fell asleep halfway through the film. Li Shu was engrossed in watching until a heavy head rested on her shoulder. She froze instantly, slowly turning her head, only to find that Bai Sheng had already fallen asleep. She felt a little nervous and wanted to push the person away, but hesitated as she reached out her hand. In the end, Li Shu chose to withdraw her hand, gently adjusted her posture, and did not disturb the other person. She heard the man's steady breathing, and her heartbeat slowed down. The film's light and shadow continued to dance in the darkness. The movie was still going on. Li Shu's gaze returned to the big screen. She ate popcorn in small bites, and continued watching the movie. After the movie ended, Bai Sheng was woken up by Li Shu and realized that he had fallen asleep in the movie chair for more than an hour, wasting an hour of time that he could have spent getting closer to Li Shu. which seriously delayed his progress in pursuing her. Chapter 387. Li Shu is already a daughter-in-law of the Zhou family. Young Master Bai was quite annoyed that he had actually fallen asleep. So much so that after watching the movie, I didn't even have anything to discuss the plot with Li Shu. On the way back with Li Shu, Baixing couldn't find a suitable topic to chat with the girl. This was his first time pursuing a woman, and he had little experience in talking to girls. It wasn't until halfway through the journey that he finally found a topic to talk about, and suddenly asked Li Shu, "Are you free tomorrow? If you are, there's a New Year's movie we can watch together." This time, he definitely won't fall asleep. Li Shu was looking out the window when Baixing suddenly asked her to come out again, which startled her. Her shoulders were still a little numb, and it was clear that Baixing wasn't interested in comedies. She said, "I have some homework to do tomorrow, so I won't be coming out." There was only a little homework, but going out with Baixing and watching movies for 2 days in a row was too much of a luxury for Li Shu. Going to the movies once a month is about right, and movie tickets aren't cheap anyway. The movie invitation was rejected, and Bai Ershao was inevitably disappointed, but he didn't show it on his face. He maintained his composure and said calmly, "It's okay, we'll go see it when you have time later." However, he must say that although he slept for more than an hour in the movie theater chair today, he felt that he slept well, even better than he slept at home. Li Shu moved her numb shoulders slightly, nodded lightly, and said, "Okay, next time we go, choose a movie that you're interested in. I can watch any movie, and I'll treat you then." "You're treating me?" "Right. I have a movie I think is good tomorrow." "Tomorrow won't work." The two exchanged a few words in the car. Although Baixing felt that there hadn't been much progress today, he did notice that Li Shu's tone of voice had changed subtly at times when she spoke to him. The initial caution and tension were gone, and sometimes the tone even became a bit higher. This shows that the two have become closer, and his efforts today were not in vain. It's a pity we can't strike while the iron is hot tomorrow. From Monday to Friday, Li Shu will be in class, so the two of them won't have much chance to spend time together and might become estranged again. Thinking of this, Baixing unconsciously frowned again. Seeing the change in Baixing's expression, Li Shu assumed that Baixing's refusal to come out tomorrow had upset him, so she immediately stopped talking and continued to look out the window. Baixing turned his head several times, but could only see the back of the girl's head. It seemed that she suddenly didn't want to talk to him anymore. At 4:30 p.m., the premium ride-hailing car stopped some distance from the school. Li Shu greeted Baixing and the driver from inside the car, then opened the door and got out. Baixing also had things to deal with at the company at the moment. Li Shu got out of the car first, and his gaze lingered on the girl's departing figure for a moment before he asked the driver to start the car and drive away. To avoid letting people at the school know about their somewhat complicated relationship, Li Shu got off the bus at a location some distance from the school. "You still have to walk at least 200 meters. She happened to be nearby and wanted to get a coffee for her roommate, so getting off here was convenient." Li Shu walked all the way to the coffee shop entrance, and before she even entered, an elderly woman walked up to her. "Hey girl, is your name Li Shu?" Hearing the old woman's question, Li Shu stopped and looked in the direction of the voice. The speaker was an elderly woman of medium build, with deep wrinkles etched on her face. Her eyes were small and sharp, and although she had a smile on her lips, it gave off an unsettling feeling. Li Shu wasn't one to judge people by their appearance. Even though the other person's appearance made her uncomfortable, she still politely replied, "Grandma, who are you?" Only after she asked did she belatedly realize what Li Shuo had told her on the phone before she left earlier that day. At the same time, she felt it was unlikely. Would the Zhou family really come to her school? From the moment Zhou's mother saw Li Shu get out of the car, she immediately recognized that this was the beautiful granddaughter-in-law that Wu Zuexiang had agreed to give her. When Li Shu asked, she immediately grabbed Li Shu's hand and pulled her aside, saying warmly, "Who am I? I am your brother's mother's mother, and also your maternal grandmother." Li Shu had no guard up against an elderly woman. When the woman suddenly reached out and pulled her, she only realized what was happening after walking a short distance away. An uneasy feeling welled up in her heart. She also remembered her brother Li Shua's words of advice and became more vigilant. She reached out to push away Zhou's mother's hand, stopping herself in her tracks. "I don't know you. Let go of me first." Seeing Li Shu's movements, Zhou's mother tightened her grip on her wrist and pulled her towards the deserted alleyway entrance. You little brat. How come you're just like your brother and father? You don't even greet your grandmother properly. You have no manners at all. As Zhou's mother cursed and revealed her true nature, Li Shu felt a sense of foreboding. Seeing several pedestrians nearby, she opened her mouth to cry for help, but the tall figures suddenly closed in and enveloped her slender figure. A rough hand covered her mouth before she could cry out, and several people covered for her, dragging and pulling her into the alley. Today is Saturday, and most students have already gone home. There aren't many people around the school. Occasionally, passers-by would notice that something was wrong with a group of people holding a little girl. Zhou's mother would speak up first, saying that her granddaughter was disobedient and had run away with her boyfriend. She, her father, and her brother were now taking her granddaughter back. Even though Li Shu kept shaking her head and struggling, she perfectly fit the image of a rebellious girl under Zhou's mother's lies. The pedestrians didn't want to interfere in other people's family affairs, so they could only give up and leave. After all, no one expected that in this day and age, someone would dare to snatch someone in broad daylight. The Zhou family dared to be so arrogant because they had the tacit approval of Li Shu's grandparents' family. Wu Zuexiang agreed to compensate them with a wife, so Li Shu is now a member of her Zhou family. Unlike another granddaughter of the Li family, who has a powerful boyfriend, she is all alone in Wancheng, where they can bully her at will. Now, all we need to do is find Li Shu a secluded place, and have one of the Zhou brothers, Daniu and Zhou Erniu, consummate the marriage with Li Shu, making her accept the fact that she is Zhou's daughter-in-law. Then we won't have to worry about the girl running away again. We can't let it be like what happened to Zhou Xiaowei back then, where she didn't get Zhou Hongcai's wife and ended up with Li Xuejuan, who gave birth to such an outstanding son as Li Shuo. Although hotels are better at handling these kinds of things, Li Shu's reaction was so strong that it might not be possible to resolve the issue at a hotel. Zhou's mother asked her son and grandson to take Li Shu to the park next to the school, and at the same time, told Li Shu, "Save your energy, little girl. Your grandparents Li Guofu and Wu Zuexiang have already agreed to let you become our Zhou family's daughter-in-law. Since you don't want to acknowledge me as your maternal grandmother, then let's make our relationship even closer today. We'll find a secluded place later, and you'll choose one of my two grandsons, Zhou Daniu and Zhou Erniu, to be your husband. Once we've made it a fait accompli, you'll be a daughter-in-law of the Zhou family." Chapter 388 in Crisis. Li Shu had been struggling desperately the whole way, and had almost used up all her strength. After hearing Zhou's mother's words, her eyes widened instantly. Feeling the greedy gaze of Zhou Daniu and Erniu, and imagining everything she might encounter next, the hairs on her body stood on end, and large tears welled up in her eyes. She mustered all her strength again, shaking her head and struggling desperately. Her mouth, which was covered, emitted excited sounds, but she was no match for the control of the three burly men. Dragged and pulled along by the gossip, they walked towards the park. In just over 10 minutes, Li Shu's high ponytail had come undone, her hair mixed with sweat and tears, as she sobbed in resistance, struggled, and even begged. The Zhou family, with their hearts of stone, remained unmoved. Only Zhou Erniu occasionally felt a little sorry for Li Shu and wanted to discuss it with his grandmother and father. After being scolded by the two of them, he could only continue to drag Li Shu to the park. Soon, the group arrived at a secluded grove of trees, using a large rock as cover, and prepared to carry out their business there. Li Shu was emotionally distraught. Half of her face was covered by a large hand, and the exposed half was covered with tear stains. Tears kept welling up in her eyes, and she looked terrified. Zhou's mother told Zhou Hongcai to cover her mouth, and then told the two brothers, Zhou Daniu and Zhou Erniu, to stand in front of Li Shu and reach out to turn Li Shu's face to the right. "This is Zhou Daniu, and this is Zhou Erniu. Quickly decide who you want to be your husband-in-law." Zhou's mother was very annoyed by Li Shu's stubbornness and just wanted her grandson to finish quickly so that she would give up her struggle. Li Shu's eyes were full of tears, her vision blurred, and she shook her head desperately as she looked at the two figures in front of her. She doesn't want to. She doesn't want anyone. She doesn't want to be here, and she doesn't want anyone to be her husband. Li Shu was unwilling to choose and struggled desperately. Even Zhou Hongkai felt it was very difficult and lost his patience. He yelled at his two sons, "Don't wait for her to choose. Why would she want you to? Go for it. Anyway, they're all from the Zhou family." Even though Zhou Erniu wasn't very bright, he was still stunned, and his eyes widened instantly when he heard Zhou Hongcai's words. At this moment, Li Shu also began to struggle frantically, her mouth uttering a mixture of crying and shouting. She didn't want to. She didn't want to at all. Someone please save her. Seeing Li Shu like this, Zhou Erniu didn't dare to go forward. He looked troubled and said in a low voice, "Dad, Grandma, maybe we should just give up. She seems very unwilling." As soon as Zhou Erniu said this, Zhou Dainiu immediately slapped him aside in dissatisfaction. "What's there to calculate? If you don't dare to go, I will. Whether she's willing or not, whether her grandparents are willing or not, she's a member of the Zhou family." Still trying to struggle? As Zhou Dainiu spoke, his eyes narrowed, and he clenched his fist, bringing it down on Li Shu's stomach. The intense pain caused the veins on Li Shu's forehead to bulge, and he no longer had the strength to struggle. Zhou Hongkai finally breathed a sigh of relief, looked at his eldest son with appreciation, and threw the man towards him. "As expected of my son, Zhou Hongkai, he has guts. Even if we have to beat her, we'll make her submit. Get things done quickly, and she'll be your wife from now on." Zhou Dainiu caught Li Shu, who was already sweating profusely from the pain, and his face was full of greed. "Dad, Grandma, don't worry, I'll take care of it right away." Li Shu's severe abdominal pain did not subside, and hearing Zhou Dainiu's voice only made her feel extremely nauseous. She endured the excruciating pain in her abdomen, gritted her teeth, and raised her hand to push Zhou Dainiu away. "Let go of me. If you dare, I'll call the police. I'll tell my brother, and my brother won't let you get away with this." Hey everyone, the table didn't break. Wishing you all a happy last day of 2023. Chapter 389. Damn it. Zhou Dainiu noticed Li Shu's actions, and upon hearing this, his face turned fierce. He raised his hand and slapped Li Shu across the face, knocking him to the ground. "Tell your brother? Your brother is in Luqing right now. By the time you have a chance to tell him, I'll already be his brother-in-law. What can he do to me then?" As Zhou Dainiu spoke, he straddled Li Shu and reached out to pull at her clothes. Li Shu felt dizzy, and her face and abdomen were in so much pain that she was sweating profusely. She noticed Zhou Dainiu's actions and tried her best to stop him. They even prayed aloud. "Let me go, don't touch me, please. Elder brother, help me. She struggled all the way, and now she was almost unconscious from being beaten. She no longer had the strength to shout for help, and could only pray softly. She prayed that her brother, Li Shuo, would come and save her. Instead, Zhou Dainiu slapped her with displeasure. He disliked women who opposed him like this. After several slaps, Li Shu's face was swollen, and she almost fainted. Her hands, which she was desperately protecting her chest, were roughly pulled away, followed by the sound of her sweater being torn and a cold sensation on her chest. The buttons on her waistband were also roughly ripped off, making her feel desperate, as if she had fallen into an abyss. She closed her eyes in despair, an overwhelming fear spreading through her body. "Brother, save me, brother." Hearing the girl's pleading voice, Zhou Dainiu grinned arrogantly. "This is Wansheng. Your brother can't come to save you. He's dead." Brute. He had only spoken halfway through his sentence, and his hand had just unbuttoned the girl's pants, when a loud shout rang out, startling him. Before he could react, a tall figure approached. Zhou Dainiu had just turned his head and hadn't even had a chance to see the person clearly when the man kicked him hard to the ground. Bai Sheng kicked Zhou Dainiu over, his gaze falling on the girl on the ground, her clothes disheveled and her face swollen, making it almost impossible to see her features. His heart felt as if it had been stabbed by a sharp blade, and he immediately squatted down. Li Shu, the usually decisive and efficient second young master of the Bai family, and the calm and collected president of Wansheng Group, showed an unprecedented look of panic and helplessness on his face at this moment. He knelt down and pulled her into his arms, reaching out to brush away the messy strands of hair from her face, his eyes reddening. Li Shu was on the verge of unconsciousness. When she saw Bai Sheng's face, Her blurred vision was instantly pulled out of the abyss of despair. However, she was still in shock and used her last bit of strength to tightly grab Bai Sheng's clothes. "Help me, Mr. Bai, please help me," she pleaded softly. Bai Sheng immediately pulled the person closer, trying his best to suppress the intense murderous rage in his eyes, and responded in a gentle tone. "Don't be afraid, I won't let them hurt you again." Only after Bai Sheng said this did Li Shu's tense nerves finally relax. He could no longer hold on and completely lost consciousness, falling into a coma. At this moment, Zhou Dainiu and his family, who had been kicked over, finally came to their senses. Zhou Hongkai stared in astonishment at the young man holding Li Shu, who exuded a powerful aura. Who was this man who suddenly rushed out? What is his relationship with Li Shu? However, Zhou Dainiu, whose plans had been ruined and who had been kicked over, was completely unable to calm down at this moment. He got up from the ground, bared his teeth, and walked towards the other person, roaring, "Who the hell are you? Showing up and ruining my good time. Put my wife down right now." Bai Sheng had just picked up Li Shu when Zhou Dainiu said this. His face turned ashen, and veins bulged on his forehead. Just as Zhou Dainiu rushed forward, he kicked him to the ground again. "Damn beast. Happy New Year, everyone." Chapter 390 Bai Sheng. Li Shu is actually. Zhou Hongkai and his mother were originally waiting for Zhou Dainiu to complete his mission to severely discipline Li Shu, who was disobedient, and to make the relationship irreversible. But to everyone's surprise, just as Zhou Dainiu's good deed was halfway through, a man with an imposing aura suddenly appeared. This was the first time either of them had encountered a man who exuded such inexplicable pressure, and the sudden unexpected situation caused their minds to momentarily go blank. It wasn't until Zhou Dainiu was kicked over again and his chosen daughter-in-law, Li Shu, was held in the other man's arms that they belatedly realized what had happened. When Zhou's mother saw her eldest grandson being kicked down again, she was shocked and rushed over to help him up. Despite his inexplicable apprehension, Zhou Hongkai couldn't contain his anger when he saw the other party snatch his daughter-in-law and kick his son twice. He stepped forward with a dark face and reached out to snatch her from the other party's hands. "This is my son's wife. What are you meddling in, you brat? Give her back to me." Just as Zhou Hongkai reached out to grab Li Shu's arm, Bai Sheng narrowed his eyes, immediately took a half-step back to avoid him, raised his foot, and aimed it at Zhou Hongkai's stomach, mercilessly kicking him to the ground. In terms of combat skills, the men of the Bai family have been trained since childhood, and their skills are even more agile and swift than those of their bodyguards. Even now, with someone in his arms, Bai Sheng can easily deal with ordinary people like Zhou Hongkai and Zhou Dainiu. Zhou Hongkai didn't even see how Bai Sheng kicked him before he was kicked to the ground and groaned. Just as Zhou's mother helped her eldest grandson, who was screaming in pain on the ground, up, she saw her son also being kicked to the ground by the young man. The grandson's good time was suddenly interrupted by this young man, who then came out to meddle and lay a hand on her son and grandson. Enraged, she screamed and lunged at Bai Sheng. "Where did this bastard come from? You dare to hit my son and grandson? I'll fight you to the death." Zhou's mother lunged at Bai Sheng with her claws outstretched, but before her hands could touch him, she was easily dodged, causing her to miss her target and lose her balance. She was about to fall forward when she quickly changed her hand gestures and swung her arms to maintain her balance. The next second, a powerful kick landed on her buttocks, knocking her to the ground. Ouch! In just a few seconds, her strong expression changed from anger to astonishment, and now to a grimacing, pained grin. That kick was really too ruthless. The opponent didn't even consider that she was an elderly person. Her old bones feel like many parts of her body have been broken, and she's in excruciating pain. You not only stole my Zhou family's daughter-in-law, but you even went after the old folks. Ouch, ouch. It hurts so much. Zhou's mother cried out in anguish, then looked at Zhou Erniu, who was stunned by what had just happened, and said angrily, "Zhou Erniu, what are you standing there for? Your father, brother, and grandmother are all being bullied. Quickly beat this man to death." Zhou's mother was extremely resentful of the man who ruined her plans and showed no respect for the elderly, even resorting to violence against an old woman like her. She practically spat out her words to Zhou Erniu through gritted teeth. Zhou Erniu was already terrified when he saw Zhou Dainiu attack Li Shu, and with so many things suddenly happening, he was too slow to react. Only when Zhou's mother reminded him did he finally react, let out a howl, and braced himself to rush towards Bai Sheng. Even though Zhou Erniu was strong and burly, he was simple-minded. Bai Sheng saw through his moves at a glance before he even made a move, and easily kicked him over with just one kick. The entire Zhou family collapsed to the ground. At this moment, the dozen or so bodyguards finally caught up with President Bai, spotted him, and immediately ran to Bai Sheng's side. "I'm sorry, Mr. Bai, we're late." The head of the bodyguards immediately bowed his head and apologized. They had actually been following Mr. Bai all day, but in order not to delay his date, they followed his instructions and kept a low profile, even keeping their distance from him while driving. "I just received a call from Boss Bai and rushed over immediately. Because of the distance, I got out of the car a dozen seconds later than Boss Bai, but I didn't expect Boss Bai to move so quickly. They couldn't catch up at all." Having decided that his wife was in danger, Bai Sheng naturally couldn't be slow to act. If he had arrived even a little later today, he couldn't imagine what Li Shu would have faced next. Li Shu is now in a coma, and Bai Sheng has no mood to blame the bodyguard. But we will never let those beasts who hurt her get away with it. Bai Sheng held the girl in his arms tightly. Her once pure and beautiful face was now so swollen that she was almost unrecognizable. Her hair was stuck to her face with sweat and tears that hadn't dried yet, which shows how much pain and despair she was going through. Bai Sheng frowned deeply, his eyes cold and ruthless, like the north wind in winter. His lips curled down, his face turned ashen, and he turned to look at the Zhou family members on the ground, who looked somewhat taken aback at this moment, and said coldly, "Treat these beasts well." His icy voice fell, and his gaze slowly shifted to Zhou Dainiu, a look that sent chills down Zhou Dainiu's spine. "Cripple him." As soon as Bai Sheng finished speaking, he turned around with Li Shu in his arms. As the Zhou family members' pupils widened, the figures of more than a dozen bodyguards drew closer and enveloped them. "What are you doing in broad daylight? Ouch. Ouch. It hurts so much. Allah. You can't just hit people like that. I am going to the police station." "Ah, my leg. Ah, my." Tragic screams echoed continuously from the park. Bai Sheng wasn't in the mood to listen. Instead, he carried Li Shu away and took her to the hospital in his car. On the way to the hospital, he looked at the girl in his arms, his eyes filled with heartache and anxiety, yet also with a complex mix of emotions. If Li Shua hadn't called him just now, he probably wouldn't have known about Li Shu's situation, nor would he have had the chance to rush back and stop all of this from happening. Bai Sheng was even a little annoyed at this moment. Why didn't he know sooner that Li Shu was actually? Chapter 391 Li Shua. Bai Sheng must go protect my sister immediately. 10 minutes ago. Egret City. In the hospital ward, Li Shua had just woken up from a nightmare. He sat on the bed, wiped the sweat from his forehead, glanced at the girl who was still napping beside him, and after calming down a bit, he quietly got out of bed. He walked to the bedside table, poured himself a glass of cold water, and drank it, his heart still pounding because of the nightmare he had just had about his sister. Even though he had called Li Shu at noon today to confirm her safety, he still felt uneasy. After a brief moment of thought, Li Shua picked up his phone, left the ward, and immediately called his brother-in-law, Bai Sheng. Bai Sheng had just parted ways with Li Shu, and the car had just driven out of the intersection near the school, when his brother-in-law Li Shua called. He answered the phone. Confused, I greeted the person on the phone. "Li Shua, what's up with calling me at this hour?" Since they added each other's contact information, Li Shua has almost never contacted him on his own initiative. Occasionally, I'll send him holiday greetings via WeChat. Bai Sheng felt that things might not be so simple when the phone rang so suddenly today. Li Shua was extremely flustered and didn't bother with beating around the bush, so he asked the other person directly. "Second brother, I remember you were pursuing the perfect girl at Sun Yat-sen University, right?" Bai Sheng immediately replied, "Yes. Here's the thing, my sister is also taking classes at Sun Yat-sen University. I've been feeling a bit uneasy these past few days, worried about her safety. Could you please arrange for someone to keep an eye on her and ensure her safety?" Li Shua rarely bothers others, but today, regarding his sister Li Shu, he hopes Bai Sheng can immediately send someone to protect her safety so he can feel at ease. He never even mentioned that his sister was studying at Sun Yat-sen University before. After all, Baisheng hadn't taken the initiative to inquire about his family's situation, and he wasn't the type to talk about things. Secondly, his second brother Bai always has a scary face, so if people say his sister is at Sun Yat-sen University, they might go and greet her out of courtesy, which would only frighten her more. He was too anxious today to care whether he would frighten Li Shu or bother others. His sister's safety is the most important thing. Bai Sheng was a little surprised that Li Shua's sister was also at Sun Yat-sen University, and even felt a strange feeling in his heart. He frowned slightly, paused for a moment, and then asked Li Shua, "What's your sister's name?" "Li Shu. That girl is also from Luqing, and her surname is Li. It can't really be such a coincidence." Just as Bai Erge was beginning to brainstorm beneath his calm exterior, Li Shua spoke up on the phone. "My sister's name is Li Shu." Bai Sheng was stunned for a moment, as if he had been frozen in place. What? The girl he was pursuing was actually Li Shua's younger sister, Li Shu. Li Shua was very uneasy and had no interest in chatting with Bai Sheng. He was also unaware of the astonished expression on his brother-in-law's face on the other end of the phone. He continued, "I have a few relatives who are of bad character. They came to my place to cause trouble a while ago. I didn't give them any benefits. I've been feeling uneasy these past few days, afraid that these people will cause trouble for her. I would be grateful if you could help me arrange some people to protect her. I will definitely repay you handsomely in the future." Putting everything else aside, as long as the second brother-in-law helps protect his sister, she will definitely be more dedicated to helping the second brother-in-law win over his wife and help him achieve his life's most important goal. Otherwise, with Bai Sheng's personality, it will be difficult for him to find a wife in the future. He definitely wouldn't agree to his sister dating someone like that. With that perpetually grumpy face, it's easy for her to have a bad mood and a short lifespan. Although he disliked it, Li Shua really needed his brother-in-law's help during this critical time. Bai Sheng had mixed feelings. The woman he asked Li Shua for help in pursuing turned out to be Li Shua's sister. However, he didn't have time to think more carefully. Hearing Li Shua's anxiety, he also felt a strong sense of unease. "I'm near the school right now. I'll take some people to check on her immediately. Don't worry, I won't let her get into any danger." Upon hearing that Bai Sheng was near the school and could immediately take people to check on Li Shu's condition, Li Shua's anxiety was somewhat relieved. Afraid of delaying Bai Sheng from calling for help, he immediately said, "Okay. Thank you for your trouble, second brother." The two ended the call quickly. Bai Sheng immediately instructed the driver to turn the car around and return to the spot where Li Shu had gotten off. The place where she got off the bus was quite far from the school. It would probably take another 10 minutes or so to walk there. His round trip only took 5 or 6 minutes. He had the driver drive straight ahead from where Li Shu got off, but he didn't see Li Shu anywhere. Bai Sheng's unease grew stronger, and he immediately became alert. He told the driver to turn around and stop at the spot where Li Shu got out of the car, opened the door, rushed out to find her, and at the same time called the bodyguards who were with him. After questioning No, after inquiring about several nearby shops with a dark expression, and judging that Li Shu might be in deep danger, Bai Sheng immediately went to the park to look for her. They found Li Shu at the last minute and successfully rescued the person. It's 5:30 p.m. Li Shu was already lying in a hospital bed, dressed in clean hospital clothes. Her swollen face was covered with anti-inflammatory and pain-relieving medicine, and she had regained consciousness from her coma. Today, Tuesday, Neo struck hard. In addition to the injuries on her face, her abdominal soft tissue and some organs were also damaged to varying degrees by the violence, requiring hospitalization. Compared to the physical injuries, the terrifying events that happened today have had a significantly greater impact on Li Shu's mental well-being. Even now, safely lying in her hospital bed, her body still trembles slightly, and despite trying to calm herself, her eyes are filled with lingering fear. She was terrified that the Zhou family would reappear and that Zhou Dainyu would do those horrific things to her again. Bai Sheng stood by the bedside the whole time, watching Li Shu stare out the window with a look of terror in her eyes. Her once beautiful face was swollen and covered with ointment. His expression became unusually gentle and profound, his brows furrowed, his hands clenched into fists, and then relaxed. He resisted the urge to hug the poor girl on the bed and comfort her. He leaned down slightly and said gently, "The Zhou family has been sent to the police station. I won't let them have a chance to get out. You don't need to be afraid. I've also arranged bodyguards at the door." Bai Sheng's voice was gentler than ever before. Even he himself was somewhat surprised that he would speak in such a tone after saying those words to Li Shu. This was the first time Li Shu had ever faced Boss Bai like this, who was completely different from his usual self. She was already in shock and trying her best to control herself, but when she heard Bai Sheng's gentle words of comfort, she couldn't control her emotions anymore. Her eyes welled up with tears, and she whispered to Bai Sheng, "Thank you, Boss Bai. If it weren't for Bai Sheng, she doesn't know what terrifying things she would have encountered today. She didn't even want to think about it, nor dared to." Bai Sheng felt terrible seeing the girl's red eyes. He felt guilty for not discovering those beasts sooner. He reached out, wanting to hold the girl's hand on the bed to comfort her, but he was afraid that she would reject physical contact with him since she had just been frightened, and their relationship was still uncertain. After a brief pause, his outstretched hand turned to gently adjust the blanket for the girl, and he said softly, "You don't need to be so polite with me, especially today. Besides, if it weren't for Li Shua today, he would have had no idea that Li Shu would be in danger. He would never have known that the woman he asked Li Shua for advice on pursuing was actually Li Shua's own sister." Young Master Bai's feelings are very complicated right now. Seeing that Bai Sheng seemed hesitant to speak, Li Shu immediately asked him, "What's wrong?" "Dear readers, there was a holiday a couple of days ago, so there were fewer articles. Please don't scold me. Please don't scold me. I'll save more articles on my desk in the future. Thank you so much for all the gifts, comments, interactions, and requests for updates. I've seen many familiar faces not only here, but also quite a few who have given me gifts. With your unwavering support, how can I not update diligently? I would be letting down my lovely, handsome, and beautiful readers." Chapter 392. You Care About Me. Bai Sheng is still finding it hard to accept that the woman he pursued is actually Li Shua's sister. But he didn't want to keep it from Li Shu any longer, so he honestly told her, "The reason I was able to find you so quickly today is because your brother Li Shua contacted me and said he was worried about you." As soon as Bai Sheng said this, Li Shu's attention was instantly diverted, and even her body, which had been trembling slightly, stopped trembling. She blinked a few times, even looking confused for a moment, and asked Bai Sheng, "You know my brother?" Bai Sheng frowned slightly. How come he didn't recognize him? This guy kidnapped his sister without a word and made her his brother-in-law, so of course he knows him. However, judging from Li Shu's current state, it seemed that she hadn't yet realized that he was her sister-in-law Bai Qining's brother. Or perhaps this girl doesn't know that her sister-in-law is the Bai family's young lady. Bai Sheng doesn't really want Li Shu to know about his relationship with Li Shuo right now. He's worried that Li Shu will be even more determined to reject and distance herself from him because of the messed-up generational order. Regardless of who Li Shu is, Bai Sheng has already decided to make her his wife. He paused for a moment before replying, "I know him." Li Shu's eyes lit up. "How did you two meet?" Her brother writes novels, and Boss Bai is in the real estate business. Their industries don't seem to overlap. But soon, she realized something and said before Bai Sheng could speak, "You're not a fan of my brother, are you?" The number 11. She had heard her brother mention that she had met some wealthy second-generation heirs while writing novels. Bai Sheng actually fits the bill very well. She probably got hooked on her brother's novel and spent money like water, showering him with virtual gifts and becoming his top fan. Li Shu had witnessed Bai Sheng's extravagant spending firsthand. Whenever he spent money on tips, the amount would be astonishing and might even scare her brother. Perhaps that's how she contacted him to thank him and ask him to stop tipping like that. Bai Sheng was just worrying about how to come up with an excuse to deal with Li Shu, but he never expected that this girl would help him so much by accident. He nodded immediately. "You guessed right." Li Shu asked curiously, "Then when did you find out about my relationship with my brother?" Bai Sheng answered truthfully, "Your brother called me today and asked me to help take care of his sister. He mentioned your name after that." After Bai Sheng finished speaking, the ward fell into a brief silence. Both of them are feeling a bit awkward right now. The wife that young Master Bai pursued turned out to be his own sister-in-law. From Li Shu's current perspective, her suitor, Boss Bai, is actually an acquaintance of her brother. Just as the two were hesitating about how to break the silence, Li Shu's phone suddenly rang, startling her. She was quite frightened during the day, and now even the slightest noise can startle her. Don't be afraid, here's your phone. Seeing that Li Shu was frightened, Baixing quickly reached for her phone from the bedside table and reminded her. At the same time, when he saw the nickname brother displayed on the caller ID, his expression froze. It was his brother-in-law, Li Shua, who called. He handed the phone to Li Shu with slightly stiff movements and said, "Your brother." Li Shu immediately reached out and took the phone, glanced at Baisheng, and then answered the call. Egret City. On the balcony of the hospital's orthopedic department, Li Shua leaned against the railing. When he heard the phone call connect, he immediately greeted the person on the other end. "Shu, have you had dinner yet?" Li Shua had asked Baisheng for help protecting his sister that afternoon, but considering that Baisheng's stern face might frighten Li Shu, he decided to call his sister to let her know. Because of some damage to her organs, the doctor did not allow Li Shu to eat today, but instead gave her some intravenous nutrition. Upon hearing Li Shua's sudden greeting, she paused slightly before speaking. "Yes, I've already eaten." She didn't want Li Shua to know her current situation. Since she was already safe, letting Li Shua know would only cause him more worry. Li Shu has always been the type of person who only reports good news and never bad news. Back then, whenever she asked her mother for help, her mother would say she was useless. Her father, Li Shuejuan, was already exhausted from supporting the family, and she didn't want to trouble him too much. Even though her family's financial situation has gradually improved, her personality and mindset, which she has developed over time, are already firmly established. Li Shua was no longer worried about his sister's safety, as he knew the decisive and efficient style of the Bai family men. It's likely that Li Shu now has many bodyguards secretly protecting her. "Please be careful lately. I'm really worried about you, so I found someone to help arrange for someone to protect you. Have you met with them?" His brother-in-law is too busy to see Li Shu, right? Li Shu glanced at the man in front of the hospital bed and said in a low voice, "Yes, your friend has already come and met with me." Friends. Li Shua was surprised and puzzled. Did the second brother-in-law not reveal his identity to Li Shu? Just say he's a friend? Oh, Li Shu doesn't know yet. Her sister-in-law is the daughter of the Bai family. Li Shua figured his younger sister would be on vacation soon, so it would be better to tell her about this in person when she returned to Luqing. If he suddenly said something on the phone, this girl would probably think he was joking. Seeing that Li Shua hadn't said anything, Li Shu asked again, "Brother, why did you suddenly stop talking?" Beneath his calm exterior, Bai Ershao, standing before the hospital bed, felt inexplicably guilty. Li Shua, that stinky guy, no. His brother-in-law was probably surprised by the use of the word friend in Li Shu's mouth. If Li Shu is exposed on the spot, will she be angry? Young Master Bai felt a rare sense of panic. This was the first time he had felt this way since he could remember. Li Shua's wandering thoughts were pulled back by his sister. After a moment of silence, he said, "It's nothing. I just suddenly remembered something and got a little distracted." He then asked, "You weren't scared by him, were you? Don't be afraid. He just has a sour face and is very busy. You probably won't see each other much." However, even though this brother-in-law is so busy, he still managed to meet with Li Shu, and so quickly at that, which shows that he cares a lot about this sister-in-law. This made Li Shua very happy. Upon hearing this, Li Shu looked up at the man beside her again, and Bai Sheng felt a chill run down his spine. He then looked back at the girl. Li Shu noticed the other person's gaze and immediately looked away instinctively. She was still afraid to look Bai Sheng in the eye. Even though he wasn't angry, his aura as a superior made her nervous. "It's really quite scary," she whispered. "There might be a little, but I know what you mean, brother, so don't worry about me." Although it was frightening, she didn't know what she would have encountered next if it weren't for Bai Sheng. Li Shua is not good at communicating and chatting. Although he cares about his younger sister Li Shu, he is not good at finding other topics to talk about. After a brief conversation with Li Shu, the short call ended. In the hospital ward, the atmosphere between the two became somewhat awkward again. Baixing really wanted to ask Li Shua what he had said to Li Shu. However, it is very rude to ask about other people's conversations, so he chose to maintain his composure. After a brief silence, Li Shu spoke first. "Do you want to get something to eat?" I'm not hungry right now. Eat on time even if you're not hungry, because not eating is bad for your stomach. You're concerned about me? Li Shu. Chapter 393 The Ambitions of the Director of Luching TV Station. She didn't know how to answer the other person's sudden question, so she paused for a moment before saying, "Go and eat." Bai Sheng took Li Shu's silence as his tacit agreement. The fact that she has started to show him concern indicates that he has a better chance. He chose to listen to his future wife and nodded, saying, "Okay, I'll go have dinner and then come back." Although he could eat in the ward, he decided not to tempt her here, considering that she couldn't eat anything that night. After greeting Li Shu and receiving a nod from her, Bai Sheng prepared to leave. Before she could even step out of the ward, she heard a girl's uneasy voice. "Mr. Bai, please remember to leave 2 bodyguards to watch the entrance." "Thank you." Bai Sheng paused, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with the words "boss Bai" and "thank you." Why do I still act so distant and polite when I call him? He pursed his lips, turned around, and saw a girl on the bed with hands that had almost pulled the blanket up to her chin, looking uneasy and somewhat pitiful. He swallowed back any unpleasant words that were on the tip of his tongue, and simply replied with a gentle "okay." To reassure Li Shu further, he added, "Don't worry, the Zhou family is at the police station now and won't have a chance to come over." Upon hearing this, Li Shu nodded slightly. "Yes, I understand. Thank you, boss." She knew it the first time Bai Sheng said it, but she was still inexplicably scared. After all, what she had experienced today was too terrifying, leaving her with a psychological shadow that was difficult to overcome for a while. It may take some time to adjust. Li Shu shrank under the covers and told Bai Sheng to go eat something and not to worry about her, just leave a bodyguard to watch over her. Bai Sheng had to deal with the Zhou family's affairs, so he solemnly agreed again before leaving. "The first thing I did after leaving the ward was to take out my phone and call someone I knew. Uncle Lu, good evening. I was taking care of the patient in the ward and didn't notice the phone call. Well, let's come back tomorrow to record her statement. She's still too traumatized to be here right now." "Oh, Zhou Dainiu is now seriously injured and his lower body is ruined? There's nothing we can do. I'm sure you've heard from my men that we acted in self-defense." Bai Sheng spoke calmly to the person on the phone. Only when he heard the news that Zhou Dainiu's genitals were damaged did a satisfied look appear on his face. He finally smiled, and his tone became more cheerful. The bureau chief on the phone. At this time, inside the police station, despite being badly injured with bruises and swelling, Zhou Hongkai and his mother were charged with intentional assault and disturbing public order, and are scheduled to give their statements tomorrow for sentencing. The eldest son, Zhou Hongkai, was even convicted of attempted rape. Zhou's mother had several front teeth knocked out and suffered many fractures. She originally thought that her injuries would serve as a severe punishment for the man, but unexpectedly, it was her whole family who would end up in jail. Zhou's mother was very dissatisfied and immediately started making a scene at the police station. "Is there no law anymore? Our family are the victims, beaten like this. Li Shu is our daughter-in-law, and her grandparents had already given their consent. Why is my grandson accused of rape? You are clearly distorting the truth and wronging us innocent people." If it weren't for the multiple fractures in his body that make every movement painful, Zhou's mother would have loved to cause a huge scene here. She wailed a few times, but was still not discouraged. She pointed at the policewoman closest to her and continued to curse. "I think you and that brat are in cahoots. You took bribes from him to distort the truth like this." She pointed at the policewoman's colleague beside her. "And you, and you, and you bunch of people who use public office for personal gain." Bang! "Enough. Zheng Laixiang, are you ever going to stop? Do you really think we police officers are so easily fooled? You forcibly abducted a young girl in broad daylight and led her into the park. The surveillance cameras recorded everything along the way." As the officer spoke, his gaze fell on the group of men with bruised and swollen faces. He continued, "In broad daylight, you attacked a defenseless young girl. The police had every right to protect her from your persecution. You will not only face all the charges you are guilty of, but now, Zheng Laixiang, you have another charge, insulting a police officer." The policewoman's shout silenced Zhou's mother, Zheng Laixiang, instantly. Upon hearing that her crime had been compounded, her legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground, her previous arrogance completely gone. Oh no. This time, the Zhou family is truly finished. Zhou Hongcai's eyes are now swollen shut, his clothes are tattered, and he looks disheveled, dejected, and even regretful. He really fell for Li Guofu's family's trick this time. They said that Li Shu was all alone in Wancheng and had no one to rely on, so they sent people to come and take Li Shu back to be their daughter-in-law. Who would have thought that the other party not only had a powerful backer in Wancheng, but was also an extremely influential figure? The Zhou family has no relatives or power in Wancheng. Now that they have offended such a person, they are afraid that this trip will be their last. Zhou Hongcai was filled with resentment, and his hatred for Wu Zuexiang and her husband reached its peak at this moment. He clenched his fists tightly and secretly swore a solemn oath in his heart. Li Guofu, Wu Zuexiang, I, Zhou Hongcai, will never forgive you. As soon as you leave this door, I will go to Gansheng and kill you. Zhou Hongcai and his family were taken to the hospital and then to a detention center. The following day, after Li Shu's condition improved, the police came and took her statement. The crimes of Zhou Hongcai and his family have been fully proven, and they await trial by law. In order to keep the family inside a little longer, Bai Sheng specifically called lawyer Yu Qian to make them pay the heaviest price for their actions. In the hospital, Zhou Dainiu regained consciousness and learned the devastating news that he had lost his manhood forever and could never be a man again. He then learned that he would soon be imprisoned for attempted rape and respiratory injury. He was so frightened that he fainted again on the spot. Today, it was the fourth day of Li Shu's hospitalization. After several days of treatment, her health has improved significantly. Her facial injuries have mostly healed. The swelling has completely subsided, with only some bruises remaining, and her mental state has almost fully recovered. Today, when the bodyguards weren't paying attention, she went downstairs to the park to stroll and sunbathe, which terrified them. They searched the entire hospital for their future Mrs. Bai. Bai Sheng also dropped everything and rushed to the hospital as soon as he learned of Li Shu's sudden disappearance. Upon learning that the girl had gone for a walk in the park alone, and after arriving at the hospital and seeing Li Shu, who had been found by her bodyguards, he immediately reprimanded the bodyguards sternly at the door of the ward, and said that if there was a next time, they would all be fired. Li Shu has recovered from his psychological trauma, but he still feels unsafe anywhere without bodyguards. After scolding the bodyguards, he turned around, pushed open the door, and went back to his ward. His expression instantly became much gentler. Li Shu, from now on, don't wander around without bodyguards with you. On this side, young Master Bai diligently and honorably protected his sister-in-law's safety for his brother-in-law. On the other hand, Li Shua, who has several songs scheduled to be performed on Luqing TV's New Year's Eve show with New Year's Day approaching, has also been extremely busy these past few days. This morning, after having breakfast with my wife Bai Qining, I took a taxi to Luqing TV station to help oversee the rehearsal at the invitation of the station director. This year, the usually transparent director of Luqing TV station put in a lot of effort, hoping to achieve good ratings under the guidance of Ning Buji. At the very least, we need to break into the top 6 on major TV stations. Chapter 394. Ning had no idea that the person in question was actually the ambitious goal of achieving a top 6 viewership rating for the New Year's Eve Gala was something that Zhang Qi, the director of Luqing TV, could only dream of after Ning Buji joined the station. Take last year's local TV station's New Year's Eve Gala as an example. The gala of Luqing TV only achieved a 0.33% market share in Luqing, ranking only 3rd among local TV stations. A week after New Year's Eve, the concert's total online exposure only exceeded 2.47 million, with 170,000 topic views and barely over 1,700 reposts, comments, and likes. This is still the best result ever achieved by a New Year's Eve concert from Shaman TV. Not to mention putting the data on a national scale and competing with major TV stations for national viewership share. His goal is to be in the top 6 in viewership ratings, a feat achieved by Kyoto Satellite TV last year, with a national share of only 0.18%. Last year, Luqing TV didn't even have a chance to stand out. Like countless other local TV stations, it held a New Year's Eve gala without making a splash. The gala had low viewership, and the TV station received very few sponsorships from brands. Before Zhang Qi took over Luqing TV station, the station was like a stagnant pool. After several years of operation, we have gained some presence on local TV stations, but not much, with only 1 or 2 local brands willing to provide sponsorship. Even though the news of this year's New Year's Eve Gala was released in advance, and it featured the participation of renowned lyricist and composer Ning Buji and several popular singers, the presence of Ning Buji, a lyricist and composer whose influence is felt across the internet, actually made brands hesitant to sponsor it. After all, his main theme is melancholy, while New Year's Eve galas need enthusiasm and cheers. No one wants to spend New Year's Eve in tears and heartbreak. When Zhang Qi invited Li Shua to join the Luqing New Year's Eve Gala, he was largely desperate, thinking it was worth a shot. However, after receiving the 5 songs written by Ning Buji, his goal of making a splash at the New Year's Eve Gala immediately changed. He was confident that he could achieve a national share of 0.11 in the New Year's Eve Gala and secure a top 6 ranking. Although it's only the top 6, it's already a hugely challenging goal for Zhang Qi. Ning didn't know that these 5 songs were excellent in his eyes, but the market is the most unpredictable thing. Otherwise, it would be impossible for so many veteran singers to release new songs with great confidence every year, only to end up with dismal failures. While it's true that every song in the depressing genre is considered a masterpiece, Zhang Qi isn't entirely confident that the market will accept this style of music. Of course, the addition of singers and songwriters with such high profiles as Ning Buji and Jiang Yaohua has a significant impact on Luqing TV. Take this year's New Year's Eve Gala as an example. Compared to last year, several more well-known domestic brands joined in. The most powerful of them is Tianhe, a newly established skincare and cosmetics company under the Baishi Group. Although this company was only recently established, it seems that it has already reached an endorsement deal with the beautiful and famous actress Bai Muge. According to inside information he had, Bai Muge had already finished filming the company's endorsement advertisement. Logically speaking, given the other party's strength, being able to hire a female celebrity like Bai Muge as a spokesperson and being a brand under the Bai Group, it would be effortless for them to sponsor well-known television stations. I never expected that they would choose to sponsor their Luqing TV station. Perhaps the president of this cosmetics company is a loyal fan of Ning Buji's songs. The director of Luqing TV station had never met this legendary third young master of the Bai family. This third young master manages several companies, and the cooperation agreement between the diva and them was signed by the operations manager next to him. At the TV station's open-air rehearsal stage, Zhang Qi was watching the rehearsal from the audience. He noticed that the advertisement for Tianhe skincare products was not placed in a very conspicuous position. He said to the director, Du Jiaoping next to him, "Move this advertisement a little closer to the center. This is the biggest sponsor of our TV station's gala this year, so the advertisement must be eye-catching." Du Jiaoping had the same idea. As soon as Zhang Qi brought it up, he said, "Yes, I was just about to tell the planner that not only should the billboard be placed in the center position, but it would be best to add some brand-related projects during the gala to deepen the brand's impression on the audience and promote it effectively." Du Jiaoping still needs to think carefully about how to add some projects that won't affect the progress of the program. Zhang Qi looked at Du Jiaoping with great appreciation and said with a smile, "Director Du, this is a great idea. With you and Ning Buji joining the TV station this year, I believe it will be even more brilliant than in previous years." "You flatter me, Mr. Zhang." Du Jiaoping smiled modestly. Although he considers himself excellent at directing programs, he is still far inferior to Li Shua. Du Jiaoping was quite disappointed. Huolu was busy writing a book and didn't have time. Otherwise, if he could have come to Luqing TV station to help give some pointers, Luqing TV station's New Year's Eve concert this year might have been able to break into the top 3. Du Jiaoping believes that Huolu is definitely an even more professional and excellent director than himself. Du Jiaoping didn't take the station director's invitation to Ning Buji, the lyricist and composer who caused widespread depression online, to come and watch the rehearsal seriously. As the saying goes, every profession has its own secrets. And for a writer like Huolu to be able to accurately grasp the effects of a program is already quite unique. Du Jiaping doesn't believe anyone else has the same talent as Li Shua. Even a musical genius like Ning Buji could only offer some professional opinions on music and dance today. He might not necessarily accept it. After all, it's a completely different field. Director Zhang, Director Du. Just then, a familiar female voice suddenly rang out. It was a front desk staff member from the TV station, leading Li Shua toward the audience. When he got close to Zhang Qi and Du Jiaping, he took the initiative to greet them. Upon hearing the sound, the first person to turn around was Zhang Qi, the station director who had been waiting for a while. Although Zhang Qi has collaborated with Ning on 5 songs, all of them were completed online. This is the first time I've met Ning Buji in person. Like countless netizens, he previously thought that someone who could write so many emotionally charged songs must be a middle-aged man who had experienced many hardships. Upon first seeing Li Shua, he was stunned, then doubtful, but finally, after their eyes met, the slight smile on his face and the determined direction he was walking towards confirmed that this young and handsome man was indeed Ning Buji, the one who had caused the entire internet to feel depressed. His face didn't look weathered at all. It clearly showed a happy and fulfilling life. Zhang Qi was stunned for a while before he finally came to his senses after Li Shua approached. "Hello, teacher Ning Buji." He had just greeted her when he suddenly remembered something and corrected himself, saying, "No, now that I'm seeing you in person, I should address you as teacher Li Shua." Du Jiaping, who had been focused on the key moments of the performance, was suddenly taken aback. "Huh? Li Shua." Chapter 395 The Unspeakable Secret. Zhang Qi had already stood up and strode forward to shake hands with Li Shua. Zhang Qi was about the same height as Li Shua, a little chubby, wore glasses, and was dressed in a jacket over a shirt. At first glance, he looked like a mature, old-fashioned cadre. Li Shua shook hands with the other party briefly and returned a polite greeting. "Hello, Mr. Zhang. You can call me whatever you like, or just call me Shaoli." Li Shua. Just then, a surprised face suddenly came closer. Du Jiaping stared wide-eyed at Li Shua for a moment, then, still incredulous, asked again under Zhang Qi's bewildered gaze, "Are you Ning Buji?" Li Shua and Du Jiaping are already old acquaintances. Seeing Du Jiaping's strong reaction, Ning Buji, who never liked to attract attention, immediately sensed the danger. He smiled at Du Jiaping and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, I am Ning Buji." Du Jiaping. He was stunned for a moment, but quickly understood what Li Shua meant. Even though he was extremely shocked by Li Shua's identity, he still reached out his hand in cooperation. Hello. Is he dreaming? This lyricist, who is known for causing depression across the entire internet, is actually the same person as Hua Lu, the #1 author in the current online literature world. Isn't it said that different professions are like different worlds? How did this man manage to write books and become a top figure in the music industry? No, there's also his position as the show's director. If Li Shua were willing, he might even lose his job as the show's director. Does he really eat anything? It took Du Jiaping quite a while to recover from the shock of Li Shua's dual roles as a powerful figure. Then, he immediately took the initiative to discuss with Li Shua the issues he found somewhat tricky regarding the New Year's Eve stage and the process. For example, how to make the sponsor's brand image more memorable to the audience without affecting the program's flow. Li Shua reviewed the program list for the New Year's Eve gala and looked through the host's scripts. During a discussion about skincare scripts, I said to Du Jiaping, "Just add a few sentences here, and have a female host naturally insert the product's name and functions in a casual conversation." He has already performed 3 of the 5 songs he wrote during this time slot, which must have attracted many viewers to stay and watch. The ratings are on the rise, so naturally inserting advertisements at this time should have an unexpected effect. In his previous life, Li Shua watched many variety shows and saw all sorts of product placements. What was a headache for Du Jiaping was an easy problem for him to solve. Li Shua's idea did indeed catch the eye of the 2 local natives, Zhang Tai and Du Jiaping. As expected of you, this idea is absolutely brilliant. When it comes to product placement this year, I doubt anyone can match the creativity of our Luqing. Du Jiaping's eyes lit up, and he immediately added Li Shua's opinion to the script, deciding to implement this part of the advertising placement within the day. Several other brands also followed this approach, seamlessly integrating the technology into their products. Not only does it not affect the program flow, but it also deepens the audience's impression of the sponsoring brand, successfully completing the promotion of the sponsoring brand. I never expected that Mr. Li Shua would be so accomplished in music and also have such unique insights into advertising operations. It is truly a great fortune and honor for our Luqing TV station to be able to cooperate with you this year. Director Zhang's gaze towards Li Shua became even more ardent. Du Jiaping shared the same thought as Director Zhang and chimed in. Director, your eye for talent is indeed very accurate. A talent like teacher Li Shua is truly a rare find. Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to recruit such an excellent director as you, Director Du. You flatter me, Mr. Zhang. After a brief period of mutual flattery, the three quickly got back to rehearsing the show. Li Shua also took this opportunity to meet with his old acquaintances Jiang Yaohua and others. For this year's New Year's Eve gala, Zhang Qi spared no expense, recruiting three of the festival's top new singers to help out. Jiang Yaohua, and Zihao, and Yu Wangshu. When several people saw their former teacher, Li Shua, they almost dropped the microphone while standing on the stage. As soon as they finished singing, they ran down from the stage to greet Li Shua. Old Shua, you've been so busy lately, it's really hard to see you. Jiang Yaohua has successfully transformed from a fair-skinned, chubby boy into a striking figure with defined features. With the help of the company's professional makeup and styling team, he now stands out in a crowd. Even after achieving great success, he showed no airs of a big star in front of his old friend and mentor, Li Shua, and his smile remained bright and clear. Li Shua was infected by the other person's smile, and the corners of his mouth also turned up. He said, likewise, now if I want to see you, I have to check your schedule. You're flying around performing every day. That's all thanks to teacher Li Shua. Jiang Yaohua smiled and offered a compliment, then glanced at Li Shua with a complicated expression, hesitating to speak due to the large number of people around. Seeing that the other person's brows were slightly furrowed, as if they had something to say, Li Shua hadn't even prepared to ask when a familiar female voice came over. Teacher Li Shua. The person who arrived was none other than Yu Wangshu, the currently very popular pop diva of love songs. Even though she already knew that Li Shua was married, her eyes lit up the moment she saw him, but she suppressed her feelings and greeted him with a smile. When she was singing just now, she saw Li Shua in the audience and almost sang off-key. I didn't expect Li Shua to come today. When Li Shua saw the girl, he smiled faintly and said, Did I scare you by coming here so suddenly today? Jiang Yaohua grinned, his bright white teeth gleaming. Yu Wangshu, you're still not good enough. You're so easily influenced by external factors. Yu Wangshu glared at Jiang Yaohua without any politeness. I wonder who it was. Didn't they almost fall on stage just now? Jiang Yaohua. Seeing Lao Shua today was quite a surprise. Who was it that couldn't breathe properly after singing a few days ago, even just catching a flower? That's because I'm allergic to pollen. Who was it that blushed and lost their composure the other day after stepping on something on stage? Li Shua, who had just connected to the internet, craned his neck curiously. What did you step on? Yu Wangshu glared at Jiang Yaohua, resenting that this man had exposed her shortcomings in front of Li Shua. For the first time ever, the usually aloof Yu Wangshu began to verbally attack this man. It's nothing much, just something a backup dancer dropped. Yu Wangshu. Jiang Yaohua glared back at Yu Wangshu, his ears turning red. Seeing that Jiang Yaohua was extremely angry, Yu Wangshu was quite satisfied and restrained himself, not continuing the topic, and disdaining to argue with Jiang Yaohua any further. Director Zhang and Du Jiaping quickly stepped in to smooth things over and ease the tension. Li Shua looked at the two who were already so hostile after only a short time apart. Were these two people always at odds? How come he didn't notice? After a brief period of tension, the atmosphere at the scene calmed down. After finishing his performance, and Zihao quickly came down from the stage to greet his idol. Li Shua chatted with the three for a while, but everyone had a full schedule, so they said goodbye one after another. After Yu Wangshu and Zihao left, Li Shua pulled Jiang Yaohua to a quiet corner. Jiang Yaohua, is there something you wanted to say to me just now? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yaohua immediately frowned. Chapter 396 by Chung. This time, I'm just unlucky. Jiang Yaohua hesitated for a long time before saying to Li Shuo, I'm a little confused right now. Li Shuo asked, what are you confused about? He's doing very well now and has already made a name for himself in the music industry, so why is he feeling lost? Jiang Yaohua looked at Li Shuo with a complicated expression. He opened his mouth, but didn't know how to start a conversation with Li Shuo. At that moment, his assistant suddenly came over and handed him his phone. Brother Jiang, I received several WeChat messages from you. I wonder if someone has something urgent to tell you. Jiang Yaohua then gestured to Li Shuo, immediately reached out and took the phone, unlocked it, and looked panicked after seeing the contents of the phone. He put his phone in his pocket. Old Shuo, I have to go now. I have something urgent to do. I'll contact you again when I have time. As soon as Jiang Yao finished speaking, he rushed out of the studio without waiting for Li Shuo's response. The incident happened so fast that Jiang Yaohua suddenly ran away. His assistant, who was beside him, only realized what was happening and ran after him. Brother Jiang, we have an event in Jiangxing tonight. Don't run away. Jiang Yaohua and his assistant ran off one after the other, while Li Shuo stood still, watching the man's figure quickly disappear into the distance. His brow furrowed slightly. Given the situation today, Jiang Yaohua must have encountered some difficulties, but he seems to be hesitating whether to tell him or not. Before I could even find out what had happened, another unexpected turn of events occurred. The other party didn't seem to want to reveal the reason for the change to him either. Now that the person has run far away, Li Shuo has no way to continue chasing after them and asking questions. I can only wait until I have time to contact him again and ask what's going on. Soon, it was lunchtime. Director Zhang took Li Shuo to lunch at the TV station's cafeteria. Zhang Qi originally suggested that he treat Li Shuo to a grand reception at the nearby Dill Hotel. For a distinguished person like Li Shuo, it is necessary to arrange the Le Grand Hotel to express his sincerity. After all, he only goes there a few times a year, and the prices there are quite high. Zhang Qi usually asks acquaintances to help him book a private room when he needs to entertain guests. Li Shuo, however, did not really want Director Zhang to waste money treating him to these home-cooked dishes that he often ate. Without Bai Qining, a picky eater, by his side, he doesn't pick and choose what to eat. They declined Director Zhang's offer and had a simple, normal lunch in the cafeteria. The afternoon rehearsal continued, and both Director Zhang and Du Jiaping hoped that Li Shuo could offer more guidance. With the mindset that since he was already there, he might as well complete the task properly, Li Shuo continued to provide suggestions for improvement at the TV station. He came to this TV station today and stayed there until dark. Around 7 p.m., the three of them walked out of the company. Li Shuo declined Zhang Qi's invitation to dinner, said goodbye to Du Jiaping, and immediately took a taxi to the hospital. Although he had already told Bai Qining in advance to order food from the Dill Hotel for dinner, he was still a little worried, afraid that the girl might hurt her leg again. With him by her side, the strong-willed Bai Qining went to take a shower alone and fell, worsening her leg injury. After they parted ways, Zhang Qi went to a nearby restaurant for dinner with Du Jiaping, making sure to follow up on work matters with Du Jiaping again. Director Du, remember to send me the rehearsal video of the product placement for the diva. I'll have someone contact the operations team there to get their opinions and see if they have any suggestions. Although he was asking for advice, Zhang Qi was very confident that the diva would be satisfied with their product placement this time. This approach is so novel. Among all the television stations in China, only Luqing TV is the first. Currently, Luqing TV only has these few sponsors. Even though it's already a done deal, Zhang Qi decided to give these brand companies a boost. Choosing to sponsor Luqing TV is a wise decision. Speaking of this, Zhang Qi was still curious about what the third young master of the Bai family was thinking, that he would sponsor their small local TV station's New Year's Eve gala. If it were him, he could easily hire the beautiful and famous actress Bai Muge as his spokesperson, and he would also have the financial strength to spend money to sponsor the New Year's Eve gala with several major TV stations. But they chose his small shaman TV station. Could it really be because of Ning Buji's influence? To be precise, there was a significant reason why Bai Cheng, the third young master of the Bai family, chose Luqing TV station. He was not a fan of Ning Buji's songs, but rather his sister, Bai Qining. At that time, he told Bai Qining that he wanted to sponsor a publicity company for the TV station's New Year's Eve gala. The first thing Bai Qining recommended to him was the obscure Luqing TV station. Bai Chung initially didn't want to adopt Bai Qining's suggestion, since Luqing TV station wasn't as well known as his newly established cosmetics company. But Bai Qining revealed to him that Ning Buji wrote songs for the TV station, and also told him the truth that many people were pessimistic about Ning Buji writing New Year's Eve songs for Luqing TV, and were all predicting his downfall. This girl has an inexplicable confidence in Ning Buji, and she asked him to come and support Ning Buji. She felt that Ning Buji would definitely be able to deliver an excellent performance this year. Of course, even with his younger sister whispering in his ear at first, Bai Chung didn't easily waver. Until Bai Qining told him that sponsoring Luqing TV station only required 1/20th of the sponsorship fee of a major TV station, which was very cost-effective, and Bai Chung immediately agreed to his sister's request. After all, the sponsorship fee from Xiamen is really too cheap. However, in the past few days, as the end of the year approaches, Bai Sanxiao has begun to have some doubts again, wondering if his sponsorship of Luqing TV station was too impulsive. In the ward, Bai Chung peeled the apple and handed it to Bai Qining. "Eat more apples. Look how pale you are. You have no color in your face." After Bai Qining took the apple, he looked at his sister's leg, which was in a cast, and continued, "You're over 20, and you still managed to break your leg. You're the only one in the Bai family who would do that. Your little brain hasn't been working too well lately. I don't know what I believed in you, but I went and sponsored Luqing TV station. These past few days, apart from my second brother, all the other brothers have been criticizing your third brother, me. After all, with so many good options, they chose the usually quiet and unassuming Luqing TV station instead." Bai Qining agreed with her older brothers, saying, "Things are different now. Luqing TV now has a song written by Ning Buji, so the probability of them turning things around is at least 50%. Yeah, 50%. Anyway, if they can't turn things around, they're doomed." He moved his stiff neck and continued, "But it's not a big problem. Even if the Luqing TV New Year's Eve gala doesn't create any publicity for the product, we still have you, the big star by Muge, as our spokesperson. My cosmetics company will definitely do well after it hits the market. It was just a waste of the promotional opportunity from the New Year's Eve gala. However, the New Year's Eve gala is just a warm-up, and the major sponsors are only testing the waters. Now it depends on which TV station can come up with a unique idea and win the competition. At that time, major sponsors will start competing to partner with the top-rated TV station to secure the Spring Festival Gala sponsorship opportunity. Therefore, New Year's Eve is just a warm-up. The real highlight for brands to promote their products is the Spring Festival Gala, which is more than a month later." Chapter 397 Xiejingji, My son really has a boyfriend? Bai Chung was only a little annoyed by the criticism from the men in the Bai family these past few days. In fact, the small mistake of sponsoring the New Year's Eve party in Luqing did not have a big impact on his mood. However, I'm afraid that for the next year, the men of the Bai family will bring it up and criticize me from time to time. Especially Bai Lauer. The one who mocked him the most this time was the second brother, whose face was like a thunder god's. By the way, Ningning, have you been in frequent contact with Brother Bai lately? He seems to have been staying in Wanqing recently. Mom mentioned him on the phone yesterday, and it seems he wasn't in a good mood. Do you know what he's doing over there right now?" Bai Qining raised her eyes. "Didn't you just ask Mom directly? Since marrying Li Shuo, she has focused all her attention on her husband, Li Shuo, in addition to her work and life. She didn't have the extra energy to pay attention to what her second brother was doing in Wanqing. However, her second brother is usually impeccable in business and has outstanding achievements. Apart from occasionally urging her to get married, she doesn't seem to be in a bad mood because of Bai Sheng. What is her second brother doing now that is affecting her mother's mood?" Bai Chung crossed his arms and sat upright on the stool beside the hospital bed, saying, "Of course I asked, but she seemed even worse after I asked. She told me not to inquire about the second brother's affairs and not to follow his example, so I asked you." Bai Qining, "What exactly did her second brother do? How could you make her mother so unhappy?" Xie Jingji has indeed been in a very bad mood lately. Ever since she learned that Bai Sheng frequently visited Wanqing and was getting close to a young man, She refused to let anyone there relay Bai Sheng's whereabouts in watching to her. I'm afraid that one day I'll suddenly say something she can't accept, and her life will fast forward to the crematorium. However, recently the second son has become increasingly outrageous, even staying in Wanqing for almost an extended period of time, which makes Xie Jingji very worried. Could it be that her second son has actually awakened to a special orientation and is now hopelessly addicted to that improper relationship? Xie Jingji felt no irritation whenever she thought about her handsome and upright son with another man, even though she kept reminding herself that she should be an enlightened mother. But she couldn't stand her second son's constant obsession with men, and he didn't even want to go home in Xiamen. New Year's Day is just around the corner. Xie Jingji was afraid that her son would continue to stay in Wansheng with his male friend and didn't want to go home. After dinner, she sent Bai Yingtang away and went back to her room to call her second son. At this moment, Bai Sheng was on his way from the company to the hospital, helping his brother-in-law take care of his sister. When Xie Jingji called, Bai Sheng answered the phone immediately without delay. I just exchanged a few simple greetings. The person on the other end asked, "Second brother, your company and business manager in Wansheng have always managed things very well for you. What have you been busy with in Wansheng lately? Do you want to come home for New Year's Day? Your dad and grandpa miss you a lot." Bai Sheng's main purpose in Wansheng was to pursue his wife, especially since the person he was pursuing was Li Shu, which inexplicably gave him a strong desire to share her. However, business people share a common taboo. The fewer people who know about something before it's successful, the better. Otherwise, if too many people find out, this matter will likely not succeed. Bai Sheng really wanted to share, but since he and Li Shu were not yet officially dating, he had to suppress his strong urge to share. I haven't decided whether I'll go back for New Year's Day yet. As for Wansheng, besides business, I have something very important to do. Xie Jingji took a deep breath. What is it? Yuri not in a relationship, are you? She couldn't help but ask tentatively. Bai Sheng paused for a moment before speaking. I'll tell Mom about this when the time is right. Xie Jingji. What time is she waiting for? She'll wait until one day he suddenly comes back without a word, bringing a grown man with him, and introduces him to her family as his boyfriend. Whenever Xie Jingji thought of that scene, she felt a tightness in her chest and couldn't breathe. She wanted to be an open-minded mother and accept her son's unique sexual orientation, but she still couldn't bring herself to think about it. She clutched her chest to calm herself down as quickly as possible and said, "No rush. No rush. You don't have to tell me. I'm not really concerned about this." Bai Sheng. When did his mom stop pressuring him to find a girlfriend? Before, he was so eager to send a girl to him every day. At this point, the car had already arrived at the hospital entrance and stopped. "Mom, there's a high chance I won't be able to come back for New Year's Day. Please understand. I have something to do right now, so I'll have to talk to you later." Xie Jingji is so upset. This brat really didn't go home for New Year's Day because of her boyfriend. Whatever, it's fine if you don't come back for New Year's Day. It'll save me from getting angry when I see you. You brat. Before Bai Sheng could reply, she hung up the phone. Bai Sheng. Is his mother going through menopause recently? Why did every word in that phone call seem so tense? However, with his father Bai Yingtang at home, Bai Sheng was not worried that Xie Jingji would have no one to comfort her when she was in a bad mood. His top priority right now is to take good care of Li Shu's health. The driver opened the car door, and Bai Sheng bent down from the car and strode straight towards the inpatient department. On the other side, in Xiamen, Li Shua has returned to the hospital and met with his third brother-in-law, Bai Cheng. Bai Cheng had other matters to attend to at his company, so he left shortly after Li Shua returned to the ward. Bai Qining spent almost the entire day waiting for Li Shua in the hospital room. I miss him a lot. Seeing that Li Shua is finally back, I want to get close to him. Unfortunately, her leg was inconvenient, and she couldn't ask Li Shua to come over for her every day, so she could only hold back and decided to postpone this intimate moment until her leg injury recovered. She silently recorded the 43rd intimate encounter she had recently missed. After his third brother left, he pretended to be aloof and asked Li Shua why he had been out for so long today. Li Shua answered truthfully. Du Jiaping and the director of Luqing TV felt that I had some good suggestions for the program and hoped that I would make more suggestions, so I stayed for a longer time today. This morning, Li Shua said he was going to Luqing TV station, which didn't surprise Bai Qining, since his old friend Du Jiaoping worked there. Li Shua also has unique insights into program planning and directing, and now he has won the favor of the director of Luqing TV station with his outstanding talent. Bai Qining looked at her husband with even more appreciation and felt quite proud that she had actually managed to pick up such an outstanding man on the street. You do have some talent in program planning. Miss Bai didn't hold back her praise. Li Shua smiled. Thank you for the compliment. The couple chatted for a while in the hospital room. Until, as Bai Qining watched the time grow later, her fair face gradually flushed pink, and her expression became increasingly unnatural. Li Shua finally realized that he had not yet completed his arduous task for the day. He asked Bai Qining, "Isn't it time to give you a bath?" The girl's voice suddenly became much softer. Chapter 398. Li Shua's wife is too beautiful. The doctor is worried. For Li Shua, bathing Bai Qining was the most difficult test of the day. The only thing that made him feel fortunate was that he didn't have to do the crucial parts himself. Bai Qining did it herself. To prevent him from suffering too much, since there's nothing he can do right now. Both of them were faster today, and in about 20 minutes, Li Shua carried his wife out of the bathroom. Bai Qining was already wearing a bathrobe, and her long hair was wrapped in a thick towel. Li Shua carried her to the edge of the bed, skillfully removed the towel from her hair, and gently dried the moisture from her hair. After going to the bathroom to ease the awkwardness for a while, I grabbed the hairdryer, plugged it in, and started drying my wife's hair. Bai Qining's hair is very smooth and hardly needs combing. When blow-drying her hair, she can easily smooth it by gently combing it with her fingertips. If the two are already very close, Li Shua will enjoy serving Bai Qining. However, their relationship hasn't progressed to that point yet, and such intimate contact today wasn't very pleasant for him. After drying the girl's long hair, he put the hairdryer aside and smoothed it with his hands. Suddenly, he said, "Qining, your leg won't heal quickly. Aunt Zhou is still in Kyoto and can't come to take care of you. How about this? I'll find a female caregiver tomorrow, and she can take care of you when you take a bath or do other private things." Bai Qining had just finished showering and dried her hair, and was feeling happy about her clean and refreshed state. Li Shua suddenly spoke, causing her to frown slightly. After a moment of silence, she said, "No need. I'm not used to having someone else bathe me." After she finished speaking, she realized that what she said was not quite right, and added, "You are my husband, and there is no distinction between you and me between us. It is normal for me to be honest with you. I would rather do it myself than ask someone I don't know to help me." Aunt Zhou could barely accept it. After all, she had watched her grow up since she was a child, but the caregivers hired from outside were a different story. She is a naturally slow to warm-up person, and she couldn't adapt to suddenly having a stranger come to take care of her. Li Shua didn't expect this girl to be so resistant. He thought Bai Qining would agree with his suggestion. It's better for girls to help each other than for him to help. Unexpectedly, Bai Qining was more willing to let him help. "If you don't like other people, I'll continue to take care of you until your leg injury heals." Bai Qining could probably understand why Li Shua wanted to ask someone to help take care of her. She now subconsciously pays attention to whether her husband has feelings for her, and even though Li Shua tries to avoid being discovered by her, she can still observe it. This situation was indeed difficult for her. With a limp, it was difficult for her to do anything with Li Shua, especially since this was happening in a hospital ward. If they were at home, and their relationship had reached this point, it wouldn't be impossible. After a brief silence, Bai Qining finally spoke. "New Year's Day is in 3 days. My leg is recovering well now. Since I'll be lying in bed anyway, I want to go home to celebrate the new year." Going home for the new year? Li Shua looked at his wife in surprise. Bai Qining reached out and smoothed her soft hair, saying naturally, "I've been staying in the hospital room for a long time, and there's no New Year's atmosphere here. It's more comfortable to celebrate the new year at home." Li Shua didn't really like the atmosphere in the hospital either, as he had to come in and out every day and come into contact with a lot of people. Bai Qining suggested that he wanted to go home to celebrate the new year, and he immediately wavered. He glanced at Bai Qining's leg, which had recovered fairly well over the past few days, pondered for a moment, and said, "How about I go and ask the director?" Bai Qining braced herself on the edge of the bed with both hands, swinging her other leg, which was still movable, in mid-air, and said, "No need. I'll have my aunt talk to Director Liu. If the two of us go to talk to him, Director Liu will have to talk to my aunt anyway, so it's better to have my aunt talk to him. Solve the problem at its root." The young couple reached an agreement, and Bai Qining immediately contacted Xie Jingshu to express her desire to return to the villa for the new year. Xie Jingshu was initially reluctant to agree, but after learning from her niece that the two of them felt uncomfortable in the hospital, and considering the slow progress in the relationship between her niece and nephew-in-law, she quickly agreed. Let Bai Qining stay in the hospital for 2 more days, and then be discharged the day before New Year's Day to recuperate at the villa. She was efficient. The next morning, the attending physician came to Bai Qining's ward to give her instructions on how to care for her leg, and also solemnly reminded the couple not to do anything reckless at home. In particular, when the director left the ward, he called Li Shua out of the ward and gave him a few minutes of instructions at the gate. You must not act recklessly because of youthful impetuosity. After all, Bai Qining's looks and figure are undeniable. Even these days, wearing a hospital gown and without makeup, she is still a stunningly beautiful sight in the ward. As her husband, Li Shua was young and impetuous, and the attending physician was afraid that Li Shua would not be able to control himself and would make too much noise, thus injuring his leg again. Li Shua felt helpless regarding the attending physician's concerns. When had he ever forced Bai Qining? He couldn't directly deny it, and even if he did, the attending physician probably wouldn't believe him, so he could only nod in agreement. He assured her that he would not do anything that would hinder Bai Qining's recovery and would take good care of his wife at home. After giving repeated instructions, the attending physician finally felt relieved and went to the next ward to examine the patient. Li Shua also returned to the ward to prepare to take care of his wife and have breakfast. With the date for her discharge and return home set, Bai Qining was in a very good mood for the rest of the day, ready to welcome her home. Li Shua was busy packing his luggage for discharge, making preparations in advance, asking the nurses about nursing precautions, and also writing. He lived a very fulfilling life. Meanwhile, major television stations have been busy preparing for this year's New Year's Eve galas. Rehearsals are in full swing, with each company showing more enthusiasm than the last, all vying for the top spot in viewership for tonight's New Year's Eve gala. As for Ning Buji, the dark horse who burst onto the music scene in the second half of this year, and several newcomers joining Little Luching TV, the major TV stations didn't take them seriously at all, and didn't regard Luching TV as a competitor. Not to mention that Luching TV has always been a nobody. The songwriting style of Ning Buji, the lyricist and composer, is melancholic and unsuitable for a New Year's Eve gala. This is also one of the main reasons why Luching was able to cooperate with Ning Buji this year. No one was willing to pay a high price to have Ning Buji sing to the audience on their TV station and make them cry. Or rather, most audiences probably don't want to hear depressing New Year's Eve songs on this day. Even if they are a bit awful or corny, they prefer songs that fit the New Year's atmosphere and theme. These are definitely going to be the ratings champions for this year's New Year's Eve gala. Chapter 399. The other party is Li Shua, and she likes him. Time flies. Blink. The day of global celebration has arrived. New Year's Eve. This afternoon, Li Shua had already taken Bai Qining back to the villa. Li Xuejuan was busy and didn't have time to come back and celebrate the holiday with his family. In the eyes of someone his age, apart from his children's birthdays, the only holidays that can make him stop and celebrate are the traditional Chinese festivals. Dragon Boat Festival, Mid-Autumn Festival, and Chinese New Year. He happened to have something to do and couldn't get away, so he told his son and daughter-in-law in advance that he wouldn't be able to come back to spend the New Year with them. Xie Jing accompanied Li Shua and Bai Qining the entire time they returned from the hospital. She hadn't even sat down on the sofa when she arrived at the villa when an emergency surgery required her to rush there. She didn't even have time to drink a glass of water before hurriedly saying goodbye to Li Shua and Bai Qining and leaving. So, tonight's New Year's Eve will be just the two of them. After dinner, Li Shua went to the kitchen to wash the dishes and came out to find Bai Qining already leaning on her crutch in the living room. She turned on the projected TV, sat on the sofa, and tuned it to the live channel of Luching TV. This year, all the major TV station galas were broadcast live. There is still half an hour until the 8 p.m. gala officially starts. The TV screen had already started a live broadcast, playing advertisements to promote the event. Bai Qining wasn't in a hurry. She held the UNZ in her arms and used her phone to surf the internet, watching the comments from netizens in the live broadcast room of Luqing TV. There are already 310,000 people online. There are so many people in the live broadcast room this year. At this time last year, the highest number of viewers for our Luqing TV station was only a little over 2,000 inch. This is the influence of Ning Buji and his 3 students. Our TV station has really done a great job this year, managing to bring in such outstanding songwriters and singers to help us out. Only 110,000. Now, Hunan TV and Beijing TV have both exceeded 5 million viewers. Beijing TV has 5.12 million, and Hunan TV has more than 3 million. The number of viewers in Xiamen is not even worth mentioning among these TV stations. There's nothing I can do. After all, it's New Year's Eve, and Ning Buji's song is too depressing. I'm just here to warm things up. When the New Year's Eve gala starts, I still have to go to Hunan TV. It was the most lively there last year. I heard that Fei Feng Legend was there, as well as the male and female leads from several popular dramas recently. This year, apart from Yanshi TV, Hunan TV has the most stars, and they are the stars that everyone likes to watch. Bai Qining frowned slightly as she looked at the comments in the live stream. Her pale fingertips touched the screen, as if she wanted to say something for Ning Buji, but the lyricist's style was indeed always rather melancholic. I wanted to say a few words in defense of Ning Buji, but I felt that any words I said would be pale and powerless. Even seeing the star lineup in programs on Hunan TV made me waver a bit. In the end, it was only with the help of her husband, who was involved in directing and planning at Luqing TV, that she was able to calm down and decide to watch Luqing TV for New Year's Eve this year. At this moment, Li Shua also came to the living room. Before he even sat down on the sofa, Bai Qining noticed him. "Sit here." She pointed to the seat next to her. Upon hearing this, Li Shua stepped forward and sat down beside her. The next moment, the girl's soft and fragrant body naturally leaned into his arms. He paused for a moment before reaching out to put his arm around the girl's waist. "These days I've been deliberately keeping my distance from others at the hospital, since you never know when a nurse or doctor might suddenly come into the ward." Bai Qining rested her head on his chest, scrolled through the live stream comments for a while, then exited the page and opened the novel she followed every day, The Legend of Zhenhuan. This is the latest masterpiece by the top female-oriented author Haidang, and in less than a month, it has already topped the female-oriented charts. Many short video influencers have even started imitating the plot and making memes. The villainous character and Xiaonyao, ridiculed by the emperor and hated by netizens. The aloof and haughty consort Hua, who is both loved and hated, said a bitch is just being pretentious, while the empress's "this concubine can't do it" went viral in the comments section of short video bloggers. It also secured second place on the Tomato novel website's overall ranking thanks to its immense popularity. The number 1 novel on the entire site is Do Di, written by her husband, Li Shua. The author of The Legend of Zhenhuan probably had time to watch the New Year's Eve gala today, just like you. So he updated his work around the same time as you. Bai Qining nestled in Li Shua's arms, scrolling through her phone while talking to him. Upon hearing this, Li Shua looked at the person in his arms with a meaningful gaze and echoed, "It seems that young people nowadays pay a lot of attention to this holiday." "I didn't celebrate this holiday before this year," the girl said casually. "This year, I've actually started to look forward to these holidays, and it's nice to spend them with my husband like this." Perhaps the position she was leaning against wasn't comfortable. Bai Qining shifted her body after speaking, lay down on the sofa, rested her head on Li Shua's lap, and continued reading her novel. Li Shua let the girl adjust to a more comfortable position. After she was settled, he hesitated for a moment, unsure of what to do with his hands, before turning his gaze to the girl's fair cheek and gently placing them there. Then he felt that this might be too presumptuous and wanted to pull away, but the girl gently rubbed her face against his palm. Li Shua's palms were very warm, and she liked being intimate with him like this. Noticing the girl's movement, Li Shua didn't pull his hand away, and couldn't help but pinch her delicate and smooth cheek. "It's really tender, just like a peeled egg," smooth and flawless, with an excellent feel. If anyone else had pinched her face like that, Bai Qining would have knocked them down instantly. Since she became aware of things, no one has dared to do that. Her husband's actions now filled her with inexplicable joy and pleasure. She made no move to resist, simply letting her husband gently pinch her cheeks while she read her novel and waited for the New Year's Eve party to begin. Li Shua was a little bored and didn't have the habit of checking his phone. With his wife pinning him to the sofa, he would pinch her cheeks and play with her hair to pass the time. I'm just waiting to watch the new year with this girl tonight, to celebrate the first new year since I came to this planet. At this time, directors from various television stations are making arrangements and preparations before the performance begins. At the same time, the number of viewers entering the live broadcast room and the real-time viewership are also being monitored. Seen from a Hunan TV gala. Newly appointed ace director Che Jin stood at the control panel, looking at the live broadcast room's popularity firmly in second place, and the real-time monitoring of the national TV station's ratings, which were also firmly in second place at 0.1%, and couldn't help but show a smug smile. Who says Hunan TV can't achieve its current glory without Du Jiaping? Under Che Jin's management, the ratings can still be boosted to great success. He scrolled down the data and saw that Luqing TV, the powerful alliance between Du Jiaping and Ning Buji, had not yet climbed into the top 10. Do you really think that a tiny, transparent TV station can compete with big TV stations just by changing a director and bringing in a lyricist and composer? Dream. Time flies. Soon, the New Year's bells rang. With the directors of major TV stations making confident preparations, the lively and joyous New Year's Eve Gala has officially begun. Chapter 400, A Stunning Opening. The New Year's Eve Gala had just begun when the live broadcast studios of major television stations were already buzzing with excitement. The entire venue was filled with a festive atmosphere, especially at Hunan TV, where colorful balloons and ribbons fluttered in the wind during the gala. The lighting technicians meticulously adjusted the lights of various colors, making the entire live broadcast room appear even more dazzling and colorful. Cameramen, carrying heavy cameras, busily moved between various camera positions to ensure that every wonderful moment could be broadcast. The hosts from Hunan TV, Teacher Ku and Teacher Wang, along with their outstanding team members, were the soul of the entire New Year's Eve Gala. Dressed in glamorous attire and with smiles on their faces, they stirred the emotions of the audience with passionate words. Every movement and every glance of theirs was carefully designed and rehearsed to ensure that they presented their best performance in front of the camera, quickly bringing the atmosphere of the New Year's Eve Gala to a fever pitch. At the control panel, director Che Jin stared intently at the monitor, quite satisfied with the current results. He held a walkie-talkie, maintaining close communication with various departments. Excellent. Keep it up. If we continue on this momentum, Hunan TV will undoubtedly be the ratings champion for this year's New Year's Eve Gala. While Che Jin was already envisioning where to hold his victory celebration banquet after winning the championship this year. At the Luqing TV New Year's Eve Gala, after the hosts warmed up the audience, the first opening song of the gala has officially begun. Today's opening singer is a veteran vocalist with many years of experience in the music industry. The song performed was composed and written by Ning Buji and is titled Wanjiang. The New Year's Eve galas on major TV stations have already begun, and many netizens have made it a habit to flock to these stations to watch. At this moment, only 210,000 people were watching the live broadcast on Luqing TV, making it seem rather deserted. Everyone has almost run away, and I want to leave too, but I also want to hear the song Ning Buji. Wanjiang? That's a really obscure song title. What does it mean? I'm also curious. Does mean territory? Amidst the curious discussions among netizens, a melodious tune began to play, as if telling an ancient and profound history. The chat in the live stream gradually quieted down within those few seconds. Then, as the notes leaped, the music gradually became more exciting, as if depicting a magnificent scene. The backdrop of the New Year's Eve stage also suddenly changed at that moment. An endless sky, a vast land, towering mountains, and endless rivers. The long, melodious flute notes and deep, resonant drum beats are cleverly combined to create a solemn and sacred atmosphere, a feast for both the eyes and ears, inspiring awe and reverence. After the prelude ended, the veteran singer stood in the center of the stage and raised the microphone. Begin singing. The red sun rises in the east, its great road bathed in rosy light. How fortunate I am to have been born into your arms, to share your bloodline. The opening 2 lines of lyrics, sung in the veteran artist's melodious voice, conveyed a deep sense of pride. Touching the flowing light, brick by brick, the years have soaked the red walls. Sighing at the cycle of life, the withering and flourishing of every flower and tree, the joys and sorrows that have. Across the vast wilderness and across the 9 provinces, all is one color, my heart's homeland. Only China, with its brilliance shining forth, is forging a path of flourishing prosperity. The veteran artist's singing voice was passionate and melodious, full of strength and emotion. As the rhythm picks up and the song reaches its climax, the number of viewers in the quiet live stream room begins to surge at an explosive rate. The smoke, lights, and music on stage intertwined, making the veteran singer's voice even more passionate and powerful at that moment. The red sun rises in the east, its great road bathed in rosy light. How fortunate I am to have been born into your arms. Passing down the same bloodline. Sunrise and the glow of dawn symbolize the start of a new day and also metaphorically represent the bright future of the motherland. The lyrics and music, imbued with a strong sense of patriotism and pride, combined with the emotional expression of veteran artists, created a powerful atmosphere on stage. This moment filled countless viewers watching the live stream with awe and a sense of pride as Chinese people welled up within them. Such beautiful lyrics. They make my blood boil and my eyes well up with tears. Is this really a song written by Ning Buji? I also got bricks in my eyes, but this time I wasn't depressed, but suddenly healed. Yes, how fortunate we are to be born in China, to be born in this prosperous and thriving China that makes us proud. I just came to check it out when they were advertising on Hunan TV. I never expected that once I got here, I wouldn't be able to leave. Who would have thought that listening to a song would make me so emotional that I almost cried? Love at Dawn. Who is it that you don't know? The lyrics of this song are magnificent and full of national spirit. Thinking about how much blood and tears our Chinese nation has shed to get to where we are today, it has been so difficult. We really must cherish and love our country even more. This year's New Year's Eve gala on Shaman TV was a real surprise to this old man. I came here because I heard so much about it, but I regret missing the first half of the song. I really regret not coming sooner and missing the first part of such a beautiful song. The singing continued, and the number of viewers in the live stream had increased from over 200,000 at the beginning to over 2 million in less than the time it took to finish one song, and it was still rising at an alarming rate. At this time, the directors of major TV stations were still busy competing for the top spot in viewership ratings, focusing only on the data of the top-ranked TV stations that were competing with them. They didn't take the Luching TV station, which only had a few 100,000 viewers at the beginning, seriously. In the eyes of many famous directors, this small Luching TV station is not worth mentioning and doesn't need to be paid attention to. Even though the popularity of Shaman TV is soaring, no director is paying attention to it. The red sun rises in the east, its great road bathed in rosy light. How fortunate I am to have been born into your arms, to share your bloodline. Sharing both hardship and happiness, we have stood tall and proud. Our nation, with its vast territory, is guided by benevolence, a faith that has endured for millennia. The red sun rises in the east, and the great road is filled with rosy light. The live broadcast studio of Luching TV, a song filled with strong patriotism, came to an end. After a brief silence, the entire live broadcast room and the venue erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. A salute to the veteran artist, a salute to the lyricist and composer Mr. Ning Buji. His singing is deeply moving and reflects his boundless spirit. We strongly request that he be featured on the Spring Festival Gala. Listening to the whole song gave me goosebumps. It inexplicably touched my heart. How fortunate I am to be born in China. I strongly request that it be performed on the Spring Festival Gala. We absolutely have to be on the Spring Festival Gala. We hope our country will prosper and our people will live in peace and tranquility. The enthusiastic applause at the New Year's Eve Gala lasted for a long time. The live stream screen was filled with countless netizens, all demanding that this legendary song be featured on the Spring Festival Gala. Many netizens even spontaneously flocked to Yangshi's live broadcast room to stir up trouble. Video bloggers also immediately edited and uploaded videos of the song performed during the live broadcast on Luching TV.